On the day of my talent awakening, I had just entered the instrument pod and was about to exert my strength when the sky suddenly split open with a crack and a bolt of lightning struck the pod directly. The entire school, teachers and students alike, froze in shock. My parents, who had been thrilled moments earlier when the display showed I had awakened a C-grade fire attribute talent, were now stunned by this sudden turn of events. My father, the deputy director of the C District Public Security Bureau in Linchuan City, wore an especially worried expression. As for me, under the stunned gazes of everyone, my consciousness gradually faded, unaware of what explosive events awaited me next. I stood on the sports field of Linchuan First High School, surrounded by over 1,000 classmates all awaiting this pivotal moment in their lives. Just a week ago, I had inexplicably crossed over to this planet. While everything seemed familiar at first glance, the topics people discussed left me utterly bewildered. Things like awakening talents, the wilderness being overrun by magical beasts, and the Hua Nation's top martial artist rankings. After a week of research, I finally understood. It was now the year 2300. Back in 2012, energy channels had emerged beneath many cities, flooding the world with magical beasts. Humanity had struggled through hardships before eventually discovering that, as spiritual energy concentrations rose, some people could spontaneously awaken talents. They also developed a method to stimulate talent awakening at the age of 18 using instrument pods. Moreover, these talents were ranked into different grades. Today, school administrators and education bureau officials were all present because the results of our talent awakenings were directly tied to their political achievements. As I waited in line, a sudden exclamation rose from the crowd. I focused my gaze and saw Lin Yuro, the renowned school beauty of First High. Dressed in sleek black denim, her delicate features and those mesmerizing, expressive eyes captivated every male student on the field. However, the real reason for the commotion was the pod's display. She had awakened a B-grade water attribute talent. The school officials were overjoyed. Last year, they only produced a C-grade talent, and now they had a B-grade this year. It meant the school stood a real chance of having a student admitted to one of the 10 great martial academies. Several classmates entered the pods afterward, but all failed to awaken. Their disappointment was palpable. After all, in this society, martial artists were the most respected. Failing to awaken meant they could only apply to liberal arts colleges and settle for desk jobs. Then, it was my best friend Zhou Hua's turn. He stepped into the pod, and visible currents of electricity surged through the machine. Half a minute later, the display showed he had awakened an E-grade Earth attribute talent. Though it couldn't compare to Lin Yuro's, Zhou Hu still excitedly waved at me. He knew that awakening any talent at all already put him ahead of 90% of the population. Zhou Hua's father was the head of the Public Order Division at the Linchuan Public Security Bureau, a colleague of my father, Wang Yongwei. Slapping my dad on the shoulder, Zhou Hua's father said, "This little rascal didn't embarrass me. Sure, it's just an E-grade, but with hard work, he has got a real shot at a martial university. I wonder how your kid will do." My father looked at me with concern. In this world, failing to awaken a talent meant being relegated to clerical work, while the upper echelons of society were dominated by martial artists with strict strength requirements to match. My father, for instance, had only risen to deputy director of the C District Bureau because his strength hadn't reached the 8-star martial apprentice threshold. My mother held modest expectations for my awakening. She knew that while becoming a martial artist brought respect, it also meant risking one's life fighting magical beasts in the wild of fate that had claimed many. Finally, it was my turn. My parents watched my every move intently. I stepped into the pod, put on the headgear, and an electronic voice prompted, "User, please close your eyes. As the current flows, exert your strength to break free." I closed my eyes and was about to push myself when my parents, seeing the display flash C-grade fire attribute talent, were overcome with excitement. But at that very moment, the sky split open again, and a bolt of lightning shot straight toward my pod. The entire school fell into stunned silence. In that split second, no one noticed a glowing object darting into my head just before the pod abruptly shut down. The next morning, I woke up to find myself lying in a hospital bed. My parents were by my side, and my good friend Zhou, who was also there, watching me. I asked my father, Wang Yue, what happened? Why am I in a hospital bed? He replied, "Yesterday, during your talent awakening, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck your instrument pod. I don't know if I should call you lucky you awakened a C-grade fire talent, second only to Lin Yuro's B-grade talent. But you're the first student in decades to be struck by lightning during the awakening process. We don't know if it might have affected your brain. As an apology, the school gave you 5,000 alliance credits, and your mom and I left you another 500, placed by your pillow. Later, you and Zhou Hu can go buy some good food." I couldn't believe I'd been struck by lightning during my talent awakening. Was this some kind of benefit for being a transmigrator? Zhou Hu, peeling an apple for me, marveled, "How you're famous now. Your talent ranks in the top 5 at First High. Aside from you, only 4 others awakened C-grade talents this year. How work hard and aim to get into one of the 10 great martial schools by June. I don't have much hope of making it into China's top 10 martial schools. Out of the 1,000+ third-year students, only about 90 awakened talents, split into Class 1 and Class 2. You and I are in Class 1. With only half a year left until the martial exam, my chances are slim, but how GE, with your C grade talent, I believe you can make it into the 10 great martial schools. Just as I was listening to Zhou, a strange electronic voice suddenly echoed in my mind. Ding. Host detected. Soul Force meets minimum requirements. Activating the pay-to-win system. What was that sound? I jerked upright, startling Zhou. How GE, are you okay? Did the lightning fry your brain? I'll call a doctor right away. Zhou hurried out to find a doctor. Then, the voice spoke again. Host, please do not attempt to locate me. I come from distant space and have finally found a host like you with exceptional soul force. I am the pay-to-win system, crafted by the mechanical race's grandmaster with the full strength of their civilization, the pinnacle of their wisdom. Facing a crisis, the mechanical race sent their finest to escape with me, but our ship was destroyed by enemies. I drifted for hundreds of thousands of light years before arriving on Earth. Host, do you wish to grow stronger? If so, then pay to win. This left me stunned. Had this pay-to-win system hitched a ride with that lightning bolt? After hearing the voice, I quickly felt the back of my head but found nothing. Ding. Host, please stop trying to locate me. The technology of this planet cannot detect my presence. Also, do not reveal my existence to others, lest malicious individuals threaten your life. Currently, there are very few on this planet with soul force as exceptional as yours. I stopped searching. As an avid novel reader, I understood this was my golden finger. Had the protagonist's luck finally come to me? Maybe due to transmigration, my fused soul force was truly extraordinary. But I couldn't help feeling exasperated. A pay-to-win system? Did I have to spend money on it? The system seemed to sense my thoughts and responded, no pain, no gain. The system does not provide power for free. Aside from the beginner's gift pack, all other items must be purchased. The system scanned my stats. Host pay-to-win points, 2001 point equals 1 alliance credit. Gender, male. Age, 17. Strength, martial apprentice, 1 star. Dao power, 110. Promotion to martial master at 1000. Soul force, exceptionally high for this planet. Numerical value unlocked upon reaching martial master. Unlocked permissions, E grade. It listed various purchasable items, but with only 2000 points, I couldn't even afford the cheapest E grade martial apprentice. Potion. Suddenly, I remembered the newbie first recharge bonus and quickly asked the system. The system notified me that I had met the recharge conditions and issued both the newbie first recharge bonus and a 1000 yuan gift pack. Silently, I commanded the system to open the first recharge pack, and it rewarded me with the first layer of the S-rank cultivation technique, Primordial Blood Emperor Art. This technique could absorb spiritual energy, enhance cultivation talent, and refine soul power. It had 9 layers in total, with the first layer sufficient to advance me to the warrior stage. Seeing this technique filled me with joy. My C-rank talent clearly still had room for improvement. Just as I was reveling in my excitement, Zhou entered with a doctor. Doc, could you check on How? I think he might be been struck dumb by that lightning. Hearing Zhou's words, my vision darkened for a moment. Damn it, I'm short on cash right now. Guess I'll have to bleed you dry this time. I quickly explained to the doctor, I'm fine, really. The doctor didn't waste words and immediately took me for a brain CT scan. Since my father was the deputy director of the district's public security bureau, he'd already put in a word with the hospital administration, so the doctor was extra attentive to my condition. Only after confirming the scan results were normal did they allow me to return to my room to rest. Back in my room, I decided to test out Primordial Blood Emperor Art. This technique had come from the system's newbie gift pack and was supposedly created by the strongest cultivator from the primordial continent. Without the system, I'd have had to rely on breathing technique once I returned to school, a method refined by Hua Nation over decades as the most suitable foundational technique for martial apprentices, known for its gentle absorption of spiritual energy. But Primordial Blood Emperor Art was ruthlessly domineering. Silently reciting the command to activate the first layer, words instantly flooded my mind, followed by 2 mantras: the primordial earth, the principles of yin and yang, the origin of all things. This was the core tenet. By circulating energy according to it, I could absorb external spiritual energy and convert it into Primordial Blood Emperor Art's unique energy. Following the mantra's guidance, I began converting spiritual energy and gradually felt the true chi in my body gather from my dantian to my arms, then to my hands, before condensing into a fist-thick stream of energy, and the speed of convergence only accelerated as I progressed. Ha! I opened my eyes and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Such dense spiritual energy and such fast cultivation speed. This is easily 5 times faster than breathing technique. I could distinctly feel the true chi in my body was 5 times denser than usual. The effect was staggering. Even with my C-rank talent, this technique alone could push my cultivation speed beyond that of Lin Euro, the school beauty with B-rank talent. Closing my eyes again, I waited for my body to digest the power of the primordial blood chi. When I reopened them moments later, my face was alight with joy. I had fully mastered this newfound strength. With a few more days of persistence, breaking through to 2-star martial apprentice was within reach. Then I noticed black impurities expel from my body, another benefit of primordial blood emperor art, which purged meridian blockages to accelerate spiritual energy absorption. Moreover, my soul perception had sharpened after cultivation. As expected of a technique used by the strongest, just the first layer is this incredible. What level would I reach if I mastered all 9? Unfortunately, this was a one-time newbie gift. Guess I'll have to earn money, spend it, and grow stronger. Alright, there was still the 1000 yuan recharge pack. I silently commanded, "System, open the 1000 yuan gift pack." Ding! Opening the 1000 yuan recharge gift pack. Reward: D-rank sword technique, blood cloud sword art, and sword intent talent. D-rank techniques are used by high-level warrior stage experts. Given the hostess' current spiritual energy reserves, only one move can be executed at most. Sword intent talent assists the host in grasping the sword intent within sword techniques faster, increasing their power by 30%. This pay-to-win system left me utterly stunned. The lowest tier techniques humans used were F rank, accessible only to 5-star martial apprentices and above. A single F rank martial skill cost around 100,000 alliance credits, E rank cost millions, and D rank sword into the tens of millions, yet I obtained a D rank sword technique and sword intent talent for just 1,000 credits. My desire for money had never burned so fiercely. During my 4-day hospital stay, I didn't dare practice blood cloud sword art, fearing I'd damage hospital equipment and incur fines. Instead, I focused solely on primordial blood emperor art, and to my surprise, I broke through to 2-star martial apprentice by the 4th day. Under normal circumstances, it would take me about 20 days with a C-grade talent to reach the 2-star martial apprentice level, but this technique's 5-fold amplification is incredible. After breaking through, I wanted to leave the hospital and return to school. Staying in the hospital only costs money without earning any. My parents consulted the doctor, who conducted a thorough examination and confirmed I was fine before discharging me. After resting at home for a night, I arrived at Linchuan City's first high school. As soon as I entered, I drew many gazes. Lin Euro also looked over. After all, I was the first student in decades at first high to have their talent awakening struck by lightning. The teacher currently lecturing noticed me and gestured for me to take a seat. Chapter 3 Floodlet Blood Emperor Technique. Wang Hao hurriedly explained to the doctor, "It's okay, my body is fine." The doctor didn't have any nonsense and directly took Wang Hao to take a brain CT. Only after seeing that the test results were not abnormal did the doctor let Wang Hao go back to the ward to rest. Wang Hao's father is, after all, the deputy director of his own district public security bureau. To their hospital leadership also greeted, the doctor on Wang Hao's physical condition is also more attentive. Wang Hao returned to his room, and sure enough, shoot brain CT cannot be found at all the existence of the system. It seems that with the current level of science and technology on Earth, it is difficult to discover the system at all. Being idle in bed, Wang Hao wanted to cultivate the Flood Blood Emperor technique. Hearing the system introduce this gong method was the gong method practiced by one of the strongest people in the Flood continent at that time, making Wang Hao greatly interested in it. According to Wang Hao's understanding, if there was nothing about this system, Wang Hao should have returned to school and practiced the spitting skill. This was the technique that Huagua had finally adopted after decades of experimentation, the tuna technique. After so many years of figuring it out, it could be said that it was the most suitable gong method for humans to build a foundation at the martial apprentice stage. While the vomiting technique was gentle in absorbing spiritual qi, the Flood Blood Emperor technique was extremely overbearing. Wang Hao silently chanted in his heart, "Please open the first layer of the Flood Blood Emperor technique." At that moment, words flooded into Wang Hao's mind. Immediately, a blank space appeared in Wang Hao's mind, followed by the appearance of two phrases. The flooded earth, the principle of yin and yang, the initialization of all things. Wang Hao knew that this was the general outline of the gong method, and as long as he followed this gong method, his body would absorb the outside world's aura, and the aura would form and quickly transform into the Flood Blood Emperor gong aura. Wang Hao slowly guided the transformation of the external aura according to the gong method's recipe. Gradually, Wang Hao could clearly feel the real qi in his body converging from his dantian to his arms, then to his hands, and finally condensing into a fist-thick real qi. Moreover, the further down the line, the faster the true qi converged. Wang Hao knew that this was the effect of the Flood Blood Emperor technique. Phew! Wang Hao opened his eyes and his mouth opened wide as he exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. What a rich aura, what a fast cultivation speed, this should be 5 times the cultivation speed of the vomiting technique. Just now, Wang Hao had clearly felt that the true qi in his body was 5 times denser than usual. This effect was simply shocking. In that case, even if he was a C-grade talent, with the help of the Flood Blood Emperor technique, he would be able to cultivate faster than Lin Euro, who was a B-grade talent. With that, Wang Hao closed his eyes again and quietly waited for his body to digest the power brought by the Flood Blood qi. Wang Hao now needed to familiarize himself with the new power as soon as possible. After a long time, Wang Hao slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, Wang Hao's face showed joy because he had completely grasped the power. Holding on for a few more days, Wang Hao believed that his strength would soon be able to break through to the second star of martial apprentice. At this time, Wang Hao suddenly realized that black impurities had appeared in his body, which was the benefit that the Flood Blood Emperor technique had brought to him. By removing the impurities from his body, it made his cultivation talent stronger. Because you can get rid of the impurities in your own meridians, the speed of absorbing external spiritual qi is also stronger. At the same time, after cultivating the Flood Blood Emperor technique, Wang Hao realized that his soul perception had unexpectedly become stronger as well. Worthy of being a technique used by one of the strongest people in a continent, this was only the first layer. It was hard to imagine what his strength would reach if he finished cultivating the 9 layers. Unfortunately, this was a newbie gift pack, and there was only one chance. Make money kryptonite. Kryptonite to get stronger. This was Wang Hao's main thought at the moment. But the first thing Wang Hao did right now was to take a shower. It stank. The impurities eliminated by his own body did make it a little difficult to smell down. After taking a bath, Wang Hao threw his clothes into the dirty clothes basket. Looking into the mirror, Wang Hao was surprised to find that he had become handsome in the mirror. Although he still didn't have that kind of stunning face, he was much more handsome than before. Ha! Wang Hao looked at the 5 senses above his face and realized that they seemed to be different from what they used to be. There was a hidden majesty between his eyebrows. And the eyes were deep, the nose was straight, and the corners of the mouth were slightly curved. The previous Wang Hao was nearly 1 meter 9 in height, which was not bad in the first high school's face value, and this time, after the transformation of the Flood Blood Emperor technique, his skin was even more delicate and his face value was even higher. Seeing that this gong method had this kind of benefit, Wang Hao was also extremely delighted. Which man didn't want to be handsome? By the way, there is also a $1,000 gift pack that can be received by recharging a full 1,000. Wang Hao silently read in his heart system, "Please open the $1,000 gift pack." Ding, now open the 1000 yuan recharge gift pack, now rewarding D-grade sword technique, blood cloud sword technique and sword intent talent. The D-rank technique is a technique used by high-star martial master powerhouses, and with the host's current aura strength he can only use one move at most. Sword intent talent, it can help the host to grasp the sword intent contained in the sword technique faster, increasing the power of the sword technique by 30%. Seeing the system's introduction, Wang Hao was once shocked by the kryptonite system. Currently, the lowest level of gongfu used by humans was F rank, but only those with 5 stars or more of martial apprentice could cultivate it. It was said that the price of an F-ranked martial art was around 100,000 league coins, and that F-ranked feats could increase the value of Dao power by 50%. The price of an E-grade martial art was around 1 million alliance coins, and it could boost a martial artist's Dao force value by 1 times. On the other hand, the price of a D-grade martial skill was around 10 million alliance coins, and it could boost the Dao force value by 1.5 times. And Wang Hao just met the requirement of recharging to reach 1000 alliance coins to get the D-grade sword technique Blood Cloud sword technique, and even acquired the sword intent talent. For the desire for money, Wang Hao was currently stronger than ever. In the hospital for 4 days, Wang Hao didn't dare to practice the Blood Cloud sword technique at all, for fear of damaging the hospital's equipment and losing money himself. Wang Hao was currently extremely sensitive to money, and Wang Hao had just been practicing the Flood Blood Emperor technique. After 4 days of practicing in the hospital, Wang Hao had unexpectedly broken through to the 2nd star of Martial Apprentice. Normally, humans who awakened their talents would reach Martial Apprentice 1-star strength. With Wang Hao's C-grade talent, it would normally take about 20 days to reach Martial Apprentice 2 stars. But under the 5-fold increase of the Flood Blood Emperor technique, Wang Hao surprisingly broke through to the Martial Apprentice 2nd star in only 4 days. After the breakthrough was completed, Wang Hao wanted to leave the hospital and go to school. The main reason was that Wang Hao couldn't earn any money at all in the hospital. You can only give away money in a hospital, where else can you make money? Wang Hao's parents, after consulting the doctor, did a detailed examination to confirm that the body is not serious, then let Wang Hao discharged. After a night's rest at home, Wang Hao came to Linchuan City No. 1 High School. As soon as Wang Hao entered, he attracted the gazes of many people in the class, and even the school flower, Lin Yuro, looked at Wang Hao. After all, for decades, Wang Hao was the first student from the first high school to be struck by lightning during his talent awakening. The teacher who was teaching saw Wang Hao come in and signaled him to sit down. Chapter 4 Strength Levels. Wang Hao sat on Wei Hu's seat while the teacher continued to teach at this time. Today, we will first explain the basics of cultivation. Currently, human strength is divided into martial apprentices, martial masters, martial generals, martial marquis, martial kings, martial emperors, martial zuns, and martial emperors, while each class is divided into 9 stages. You should all be at the martial apprentice 1-star stage strength right now, and compared to ordinary people, you are a little more resistant to blows than the average person. Your current martial apprentice 1-star Dao force value is 100, which is equivalent to the force of 100 kilograms that you can hit with your full strength. Every time you move up a star in the apprentice stage, you will increase your Dao power by 100, and when you reach 1000 Dao power, you will be able to be promoted to martial master. But if an ordinary person gets hold of a hot weapon, you'll be killed all the same. So don't think that you can act recklessly just because you've been awakened all this time. Only when you reach the martial master stage will you be able to call yourselves true martial artists. Only then will you be able to truly utilize the power of the martial skills that belong to your attributes. For example, if a fire attribute martial artist, he will be able to release flames, and if an earth attribute martial artist, he will be able to make his defense stronger. It is only when you become martial masters that you will be able to turn the aura you are currently cultivating into true essence, which is much more powerful. It will also be difficult for normal firearms to aim at you, and you will not be able to cause damage. But when it comes to weapons of mass destruction, you will be sacrificed just the same. When you become a martial general level powerhouse, your bodies will solidify your armor, and most hot weapons will simply be too difficult to do damage to a martial general level powerhouse. As for martial marquis level powerhouses and above, I don't know much about them. The biggest threat to humanity is the magical beasts, which are also divided into strengths. After so many years of fighting, mankind will be divided into war soldier level war beasts, war general level war beasts, war marquis level war beasts, war king level war beasts, war king level war beasts, war zun level war beasts, and war emperor level war beasts. Among them, it was difficult for normal people to see the war emperor level magical beasts and above, and most of them were on the other side of the passageway. Each class was categorized into beginner, middle, and high classes, and each class was further categorized into 3 stars. Therefore, the way of dividing the strength of magical beasts and human beings is almost the same. Each rank is divided into 9 stars. But if you think that a 3-star martial artist can challenge a 3-star battle soldier level magical beast, then you are mistaken. A magical beast of the same rank, unless it's a genius martial artist among humans, it's a physical body and speed crushing in all directions. At least 3 human martial artists of the same rank can resist the magical beast. Speaking here, the teacher took a sip of water, looked around, saw that the class was listening attentively to the teacher's lecture, and nodded with satisfaction. Then he continued to speak, but students, don't be discouraged. The reason why we humans are able to fight against the magical beasts until now is not only because humans have awakened their talents. Over the years, we have extracted ingredients from medicinal herbs to make potions, used the corpses of magical beasts to make weapons, and researched and developed laser weapons, all of which have greatly strengthened humanity's ability to fight against magical beasts. And as Earth's aura gets higher and higher, the percentage of humans awakening their talents is also getting higher and higher. In the beginning, D-rank talents were all called geniuses. Right now, Lin Euro in our class is AB grade talent. The speed at which humans absorb aura at each level of talent also varies a lot. Like Lin Euro's B-rank talent is twice as fast as a C-rank talent's speed of absorbing aura. It's 4 times the speed at which a D-rank talent absorbs aura, and 8 times the speed at which an E-rank talent absorbs aura. At this time, everyone cast envious gazes at Lin Euro. Today's Lin Euro was dressed in a long pale yellow dress, her black and smooth hair draped over her shoulders. Her fair and clear face was wearing a quiet and gentle smile, as if the spring sunlight was shining on her body, coating her with a layer of holy light. Wang Hao, on the other hand, murmured, "Then doesn't the 5-fold increase that the Flood Blood Emperor technique gives me mean that my aura speed is even stronger than that of someone with a class talent? It's true that a product of the system must be a masterpiece." When the teacher announced the end of class, Wang Hao stabbed Zhou Hu next to him. "Brother Tiger, please lend me some money." With a helpless face, Zhou Hu drew the 100 Union dollars in his wallet to Wang Hao. Wang Hao looked at it and said, "Can you lend me a few thousand?" When Zhou Hu heard Wang Hao's words, he instantly looked at Wang Hao with a surprised face. "Brother Hao, do I look like a rich man to you?" Wang Hao also wanted to give himself a slap in the face. He was really crazy for wanting money. He even looked for Zhou Hu to borrow money. Himself and Zhou Hu grew up as children, and we all have about the same amount of money in our pockets. Zhou Hu, on the other hand, had a bad smile on his face and said, "Brother Hao, if you want to borrow money, you can borrow it from Lin Euro. You've forgotten that she's the palm of the Lin's group and is Chairman Lin's only daughter. Lin's group is one of the biggest corporations in our Linchuan city. If you catch up with Lin Euro, are you still afraid that you won't have money to spend?" When Wang Hao heard Zhou Hu's words, he instantly felt that this was indeed a good idea as well, but Wang Hao immediately dismissed his thoughts. How could he be that lucky? Lin Euro was the Lin group's $1,000 miss. She was treated like a star in school. And although his own cultivation talent was okay, and his family's condition was also considered okay, but if he really wanted to talk about money, he really couldn't compare to Lin Euro. In terms of cultivation talent, Lin Euro's B-grade talent was the most outstanding in Linchuan First High School. Her own parents were both in the system, belonging to the category of not worrying about having enough to eat, but it was hard to get rich. If one gives one's parents an opening, on what grounds can one ask for money? "Ho, what's wrong with you?" Zhou Hu asked as he realized that Wang Hao suddenly lowered his head without saying a word and had a sad look on his face. Wang Hao raised his head and smiled bitterly and said, "Forget about not thinking nonsense, let's go home after school first." Zhou Hu patted Wang Hao's shoulder and comforted him. Zhou Hu didn't know why Wang Hao borrowed money, but knew that Wang Hao was really worried about money now. Wang Hao had just stepped out of the classroom doorway when he bumped into Lin Euro for a moment. Although Wang Hao didn't like Lin Euro, it was undeniable that Lin Euro was indeed very pretty. Wang Hao hurriedly gathered his emotions and smiled politely. "Good day, student Lin." When Lin Euro saw Wang Hao, her pretty brows knitted lightly as she said, "Is there something wrong?" On one hand, Lin Euro's own family was in a favorable condition, and at the same time, she had awakened AB rank water talent, so she was being pursued by quite a few people in the school. This also disrupted Lin Euro's cultivation rhythm, causing Lin Euro to be momentarily distressed as well. For these suitors, Lin Euro was not at all fond of them, but being from the same school, she was also too embarrassed to make a move. Wang Hao scratched the back of his head and smiled awkwardly. "Lin student, I'm here to borrow money from you." Wang Hao spelled out his purpose. When Lin Euro heard that Wang Hao wanted to borrow money, her beautiful eyebrows frowned deeper. "How much do you want to borrow?" 8,000. "What do you need so much money for?" Lin Euro's pair of beautiful eyes glared at Wang Hao as if she wanted to swallow him. Wang Hao was a little weak. Lin Euro was the prettiest girl he'd ever seen, but he wasn't too familiar with her, so it wasn't appropriate to borrow $8,000 for this opening. However, the Kryptonite system preached that if one recharged a full 10,000, there would be a new system reward. He himself has currently recharged 2,000 and only needs to recharge 8,000 to qualify for the 10,000 recharge. Experiencing the goodness of the newbie gift pack and the 1,000 yuan recharge gift pack, Wang Hao was eagerly looking forward to the gift pack that the system would give him after the 10,000 yuan recharge. Lin Euro looked at Wang Hao, stretched out her white jade finger, touched her chin, and a playful smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Chapter 5, the first bucket of money starts with a soft lunch. Wang Hao had just walked out of the door of the dormitory building when a Ferrari stopped beside him. The window rolled down and a stunningly beautiful face appeared in front of Wang Hao. "Get in the car." "Ha!" Wang Hao exclaimed. "Hurry up," Lin Euro urged. Wang Hao saw Lin Euro's icy expression and hurriedly opened the passenger side door. The car started and sped towards the busiest business district in Linchuan City. On the way, Lin Euro kept staring at Wang Hao's side face, as if she wanted to see through Wang Hao. "You're trying to make money, aren't you? I can give you a chance. I need to find a sparring partner. If you can defeat me, I'll give you 10,000 alliance coins." "What? 10,000 alliance coins?" Wang Hao was surprised. "That's right. However, you're only allowed to win, not lose. Otherwise, Lin Yuro's words changed. Good. I promise you, I hope you won't go back on your word. Wang Hao immediately stirred the bravado in his heart after hearing Lin Yuro's words. I never go back on my word, let's get started. Lin Yuro smiled. Next, the two of them arrived at the most famous martial arts school in Linchuan City. Many of these martial arts schools were opened by martial artists to provide training places for those who practiced martial arts in society. After all, martial artists were extremely destructive when they fought, and without a specialized place for competitions to take place, the destructive power was simply controlled. Wang Hao and Lin Yuro came to the first floor of the venue dedicated to martial arts disciples to start the competition. After a few exchanges, Lin Yuro discovered that Wang Hao was indeed gifted with super strength and extremely perverse defense. After practicing the Flood Blood Emperor technique, Wang Hao's physical quality had been strengthened. However, Wang Hao was instinctively fighting with his body, not expecting to fight with his Flood Blood Emperor Gong aura. She had already used 80% of her power, but she was unable to injure or repel Wang Hao. After a few minutes, Lin Yuro finally seized the opportunity to knock Wang Hao to the ground with one move. Understood. Lin Yuro retracted her palms in a relaxed and cozy manner. I haven't lost yet. Again. Wang Hao struggled to stand up and gritted his teeth. I know you have good strength, but I advise you to give up. Because, I've already been promoted to Martial Apprentice 3 stars, and I mastered a martial art, you're not my opponent at all. Lin Yuro said with a playful smile at the corner of her mouth. What? No wonder you're so strong, how did you progress so fast? Wang Hao asked in surprise. Lin Yuro glanced at Wang Hao. You don't think I'm training by the book, do you? It's not just me, the few in the class like Su Ling and Zhang Ziping who have good families are taking potions to accelerate their training. Ding, although the other party's Dao power value is 320 points, which is stronger than you, host, you are practicing the Flood Blood Emperor technique, and your Dao power value is 1.5 times that of the vomiting technique. Although you are a martial apprentice 2-star, the power exerted by your 260 Dao force value is much stronger than your opponent's. Please use the aura of your Gongfu. The aura formed by your Gongfu is much stronger than your opponent's. The system was instantly all a bit disgruntled when it saw that Wang Hao had lost to a girl in the same age bracket. Hearing the system's voice, Wang Hao realized that he really hadn't utilized the aura of the Flood Blood Emperor technique just now, and was only fighting by instinct, not utilizing the power of the S-rank technique at all. That was why he was defeated by Lin Yuro, who was 1 star higher than himself. However, in order to earn alliance coins, Wang Hao would now have to use his skills. Wang Hao waved his hand directly at Lin Yuro and said, just now, seeing as you're a girl, I didn't have the heart to go all out, this time I'll use my full strength, so don't blame me if you get hurt. Lin Yuro, on the other hand, poofed a smile. You were the one who was defeated just now, right? If you can defeat me, I admire you. Wang Hao operated the heart technique of the Flood Blood Emperor scripture, and the aura in his body immediately skyrocketed several times. Bang! Wang Hao struck Lin Yuelio's chest with his right fist. Lin Yuro also didn't expect Wang Hao to use his full strength right from the start, and was sent flying a few meters away when she was caught off guard, and the fact that Wang Hao actually punched towards her own chest made Lin Yuro instantly shy. Wang Hao shifted to the side of Lin Yuro and kicked out with his right foot. Lin Yuro felt the strong wind whistling and crossed her arms to protect her chest. Wang Hao's right leg that kicked out viciously stomped on top of Lin Yuro's arms. Lin Yuro felt like the bones in her arms were going to break, the pain was unbearable. Wang Hao didn't stop his attack, but raised his left foot again to kick towards Lin Yuro. Lin Yuro hurriedly rolled to dodge, but she no longer had the strength to dodge and could only resist Wang Hao's kick. Boom! Lin Yuro's entire body flew out backwards. Wang Hao's figure moved and once again caught up with Lin Yuro, who flew out backwards. Wang Hao grabbed Lin Yuro's shoulder, then pressed his right knee against Lin Yuro's stomach and said in a cold voice, admit defeat now? When Wang Hao saw that Lin Yueliang didn't answer, he knew that Lin Yueliang refused to admit defeat, so he continued to attack, but he stayed much longer. Lin Yuro was being suppressed by Wang Hao and was unable to struggle at all. Bang! Lin Yuro received a kick from Wang Hao in her abdomen, and her entire body crashed into the wall. Wang Hao walked to Lin Yuro's side, squatted down and stared indifferently at Lin Yuro. Admit defeat now? Seeing that Lin Yuro was still silent, Wang Hao had to prepare to kick over again. Wait! Just at this moment, Lin Yuro called out to Wang Hao. Wang Hao frowned and stared at Lin Yuro. Lin Yuro coughed twice, struggled to get up from the ground, wiped off the blood from the corner of her mouth, and slowly said, I lost. You're very powerful, I'm not your opponent. Lin Yuro said seriously. Thanks for the compliment. Wang Hao barely managed to squeeze out a smile. I don't care if you believe me or not, in short, you're the most powerful man I've ever seen in this school, and the only one who can make me feel pressure. Lin Yuro continued. Wang Hao raised his head and kept looking at Lin Yuro. Lin Yuro's pretty face flushed red as she whispered, I'm just treating you as a competitor, after all, people in the same age group in our high school have too much difference in strength compared to me. Oh, that's so, I see. Wang Hao said with a sudden realization. I'll leave first. Lin Euro smiled shyly and prepared to leave. Wait. Seeing that Lin Euro wanted to leave directly, Wang Hao said with some embarrassment, "You promised to give me money." Hearing Wang Hao's words, Lin Euro instantly stopped in her tracks and turned around with a flirtatious smile. "You beat me up so hard, and you still have the nerve to ask me for money?" Wang Hao was also a bit embarrassed. This was the first time he asked for money, so he had to whisper, "This is what you promised me just now." Lin Euro took out an envelope from her backpack. "This is 10,000 alliance coins. But you have to promise me one condition: you have to accompany me here to train at this time next week." Wang Hao counted the money in the package one by one, which made Lin Euro instantly speechless. Her peers had always been polite to her, but she had never expected to meet a boy who was so ruthless and didn't believe in herself. After counting the money, Wang Hao then rang up Lin Euro's words just now and replied, "We can have a match, but it's still the same conditions. If I beat you, you give me 10,000 yuan. After Lin Euro heard Wang Hao's words, she directly drove away, not wanting to talk nonsense with this boy. Wang Hao took this 10,000 yuan of money. "I can't imagine that my first bucket of gold was obtained from the hands of the school flower. Is this eating soft rice?" Chapter 6 Kryptonite 10,000 yuan gift pack. Wang Hao returned to his home, careful to be afraid that his parents would find out. Otherwise, if his parents saw these marks on his body, they would ask about him again. Wang Hao quickly entered the bathroom and washed up before putting his clothes into the washing machine. Lying on the bed, touching his sore shoulders, he couldn't help but laugh and curse. "This Lin Euro looks gentle, but she's really ruthless when it comes down to it." Wang Hao took the $10,000 of alliance coins in his hand and silently read in his mind, "Recharge $10,000. Only to see the $10,000 bill in Wang Hao's hand then disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. This made Wang Hao a little heartbroken. After all, his own pocket money saved over the past few years is just over 1,000. Instantly $10,000 disappeared in his hands. The heart does have some meat pain. Ding, the system detects that the host has recharged 10,000, and now the host's kryptonite has reached 12,000 points, unlocking the 10,000 yuan recharge gift pack. Does the host open the gift pack? Open the gift pack. Gift pack opening complete, now granting the host the C-rank stance flying swallow steps, and the D-ranked weapon rhythmic frost sword. Wang Hao couldn't help but smile happily when he saw the gift pack issued by the system. Last time, it was the D-ranked sword technique blood cloud sword technique, but this time, it even gave out the C-ranked body technique flying swallow steps. The stance was second only to the cultivation technique amongst the martial arts, and this C-grade stance, if it were to be spread, I'm afraid that all the strongest people above the martial marquee level would come to Wang Hao for the martial arts. This made Wang Hao even more determined that he couldn't casually reveal the existence of the system to outsiders, otherwise he would definitely be in danger. Being silent and pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, this was the way Wang Hao liked to do it. As for the D-grade weapon rhyming frost sword that appeared in his hand, Wang Hao was both happy and worried. During the battles with magical beasts, humans had discovered many new alloys that would produce new materials when added to the blood and flesh of magical beasts. The weapons made from these materials were very sharp, and people designated weapons above F class as entry-level weapons based on the material of the weapon. An F-ranked weapon sells for around tens of thousands of alliance coins, an E-ranked weapon sells for around hundreds of thousands of alliance coins, and a D-ranked weapon sells for over 1,000,000 alliance coins. Thinking about the fact that he had only recharged 12,000 alliance coins, the value of the exchange techniques and weapons were all worth more than 10 million alliance coins, not including priceless techniques like the Flood Blood Emperor technique. This kryptonite system wouldn't be a money-giving system. Wang Hao thought prettily while thinking, who knew that just as soon as he lifted his arm, the pain made himself immediately awake. He had been practicing the Flood Blood Emperor technique before and had not practiced the Blood Cloud Sword technique. This allowed himself to only rely on his aura to fight. It just so happened that tomorrow and the next 2 days would be a weekend. He was going to go find a place to cultivate his martial arts skills, or else he was going to be retrieved by Lin Euro next week. On the second day, Wang Hao left the house on the pretext of practicing after having dinner at home. Wang Hao's parents knew that their son was a C-grade talent, and that he was likely to be admitted to the top 10 martial arts schools for the June martial arts exam this year. They were also extremely supportive of their son's cultivation. Before leaving, Wang Hao's mother slipped Wang Hao 500 yuan so that Wang Hao would pay more attention to nutrition and eat something good. Wang Hao's first reaction to getting the money was to try to top up his kryptonite. But reason told him, for one thing, not to expose the existence of the system in front of his mom and dad. Secondly, he should also keep some money for food. He was currently penniless. The system had already recharged all of his money the first time. Wang Hao first came to the back of the neighborhood to a piece of park open space, but there were a bit too many people walking and exercising here. Have no choice but to spend money to the neighborhood next to the martial arts training. Wang Hao found a separate training hall, 20 yuan an hour. The second floor has better facilities and charges a more expensive price. Wang Hao just wanted to familiarize himself with martial arts, so he found a separate cultivation room on the first floor. Wang Hao silently chanted in his heart, "Please open the Blood Cloud Sword Techniques Cultivation Manual." The Blood Cloud Sword Technique was a sword technique created by the Blood Emperor in the early days of the Flood World, and it was divided into 4 moves, each of which contained a killing intent. The first move, Blood Mist. The second style, Blood Light. Third style, Blood Shadow. Fourth style, Blood Clouds Fill the Sky. Wang Hao first learned the first style, Blood Mist Draped, which as the name implied was filled with blood chi. Once the blood mist was diffused and condensed into a mist, then it possessed killing power. Wang Hao's eyes were tightly closed, and the true chi in his body was running, all of which converged into the long sword in his hand. Then it violently struck forward. A popping sound came from the air, as if even the air was pierced through. As Wang Hao swung out his sword, the temperature of the entire room plummeted, and the originally clear day became gloomy. A light red mist jetted out from Wang Hao and swept forward. When Wang Hao opened his eyes, the room returned to its original state. Wang Hao looked at the crumbs all over the floor and smiled. The power is not bad, it's just a bit short of what I expected. For the next few days, Wang Hao practiced the Blood Cloud Sword Technique hard. Although the Blood Cloud Sword Technique was difficult to practice, it was not a big problem for Wang Hao. After all, the system rewarded Wang Hao with a sword intent talent, and Wang Hao's soul power was extremely excellent, helping him to better master the Blood Cloud Sword Technique. In the blink of an eye, the weekend passed, and Wang Hao finally learned the first move of the Blood Cloud Sword Technique, Blood Mist Dazzling. The Blood Mist Dazzling attack was fierce, but with Wang Hao's current aura, he could only make one move. When he finished using it, he would not have any of his aura left and could only be slaughtered. Fortunately, the sword intent talent could not only help one better understand the sword intent of the Blood Cloud Sword Technique, but it could also increase the power of one's sword technique by 30%, which could be used as a final killer weapon. However, Wang Hao realized that every time he practiced the Blood Cloud Sword Technique and then practiced the Flood Blood Emperor Technique again, his aura would progress for another period of time, and he felt that he wasn't far away from the 3 stars of Martial Apprentice. Wang Hao looked at the long sword in his hand and thought in his heart, if he can learn the second style of Blood Cloud Sword Technique, Blood Light Rising, the power will definitely be even more powerful. On Monday morning, Wang Hao came to his class, and as soon as he entered, he saw Lin Yuro looking at him fiercely. When Lin Yuro saw that Wang Hao was also looking at her, she immediately lowered her head to read her book and put on a serious study face. When Wang Hao saw Lin Yuro's behavior, he cursed, "Your sister, I didn't mess with you, why are you glaring at me?" Lin Yuro hated to tear Wang Hao alive at the moment. She had been up all night for the past 2 days, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. She didn't realize that this Wang Hao person had hit so hard, and now her whole body was still sore. Wang Hao, just wait, I will definitely take revenge. Lin Yuro thought with gritted teeth. Lin Yuro, there was nothing wrong with your body that day, right? Wang Hao walked next to Lin Yuro and said softly. Who cares about your concern? Lin Yuro said coldly. Wang Hao looked at Lin Yuro's cold and icy appearance and bitterly touched his nose, thinking in his heart, why is this woman like this? Lin Yuro looked at Wang Hao's embarrassed expression, and the corner of her mouth suddenly hooked up a smile. Chapter 7 Requirements for the Martial Arts Exam. Today, Lin Yuro purposely dressed up, trying to cover the bruises left from her previous fight with Wang Hao. Wang Hao looked at Lin Yuro in front of him, with a head of dark hair draped over her shoulders, snow-white skin, and standard features, especially those big watery eyes. Wang Hao was also a little stunned by Lin Yuro's dress today. When Lin Yuro saw Wang Hao's somewhat dumbfounded expression, her pretty face flushed slightly, and she cursed in her heart, "Stinking rascal, what are you looking at? Hurry up and get lost." I don't know why, but Lin Yuro liked seeing Wang Hao's dumbfounded demeanor. Lin Yuro looked up and realized that Wang Hao was looking at herself dully. Her pretty face became even more blushing. Lin Yuro glared fiercely at Wang Hao and said in a petulant voice, "What are you looking at? Look again and gouge out your eyeballs." Wang Hao looked at Lin Yuro's shy expression and gave a hefty laugh, then returned to his seat. Zhou, who was in his seat, then looked at Wang Hao with a face of admiration. Brother Hao can do it. This is how he took down Lin Yuro, the school flower. Wang Hao, on the other hand, denied, "Don't talk nonsense, it's just an ordinary friend relationship." Harm, who believes it? Lin Yuro has always been cold to people. Look how gentle she was to you just now. Did she? You didn't see how mean she was to me just now. Wang Hao, on the other hand, was skeptical. While Wang Hao and Zhou were talking, class teacher Lin Hui entered the classroom holding a book. Lin Hui was also head over heels in agony about being this class teacher. This class was different from ordinary classes. These students were all preparing for the martial arts exam. In the future, they would most likely become strong martial artists or above, and would have a high status in society. He himself was just an ordinary teacher, so for this group of students, it was difficult for him to show the majesty of a teacher. Lin Hui waved his hand to signal everyone to be quiet for a moment, then said, "This is still more than 5 months away from this year's June's martial arts exam, so I'll introduce you to the rules of the exam. The first is the political examination first. Only if you pass the political examination you can participate in the martial examination. If your immediate family members fail the political examination, then you are not even qualified for the first step. The second is the strength test in May this year. There's still more than 4 months to go, and last year, our Jiangnan base's Jiangnan Martial University's admission standard was 6 stars for martial apprentices. It's not very clear this year, according to past patterns, it's only possible that the standard is getting higher and higher. Of the 10 major martial arts schools, except for the First Military Academy, the Magic Capital Martial Arts University, and the Imperial Capital Martial Arts University, the admission standards are all around 6 stars of martial apprentice. The First Military Academy, Magic Capital Martial University and Imperial Capital Martial University, on the other hand, have an admission standard of at least 8 stars of martial apprentice. After saying these words, Lin Hui couldn't help but look at Lin Euro. In his opinion, if he really wanted to impact these 3 top most prestigious schools, it was estimated that it was only Lin Euro, who had be great talent, who had the most hope. The third step is that you have to be above the 1-book admission line in the cultural exam in June. So that means you can't fall behind in your cultural studies while practicing. At this time, Wang Hao turned his head and asked Zhou, "Don't we just have to reach the standard of strength? Why do we still need a cultural exam?" Zhou replied, "Brother Hao, if you only cultivate and don't read, then won't you become a reckless person who only fights in the future? And these martial artists are going to serve at the top levels of the government and military in the future. How can they do so without cultural knowledge? In the simplest terms, if you can't read well, you won't even be able to understand some martial arts techniques. And even if you get into a martial arts school, you still have to learn how to recognize herbs and magical beasts, as well as learn about the human bone structure, the weaknesses of magical beasts, and how to survive in the wild. All of these are things you have to learn. Therefore, the government requires that a cultural exam is a must. But have you noticed that those of us with awakened talents are generally students with high brain activity, memory, and comprehension? Therefore, only if we spend a small portion of our energy on cultural studies, it won't be much of a problem to get above the first-class line. But how? You have to hurry up. I heard that Zhang Zipping but has already broken through the martial apprentice 1 star to become a martial apprentice 2 star. But he's always thought that he's the only one in the school who's worthy of Lin Euro. Regarding Zhouhu's reminder, Wang Hao didn't care too much about it, estimating that in a few days' time, he was going to break through to become a 3-star martial artist of martial apprentice. In the following 2 days, Wang Hao began to fumble with the Fei Yin Steps martial art in addition to continuing to familiarize himself with the Blood Cloud Sword technique. Wang Hao had always believed that one should be able to run even if they couldn't fight, so the stance martial skill must be learned properly. However, Flying Swallow Steps, as a C-stage martial skill, was quite a bit more difficult to cultivate than Blood Cloud Sword technique. There were a total of 3 levels to the Flying Swallow Steps. The first level was Tingtiao Yufeng, the second level was Yanxian Lingkong, and the third level was Flying Swallow Treading Snow. Once the Flying Swallow Steps were performed, it was like a swallow flying and dancing, as fast as thunder, with a misty trail. In the same realm of martial arts disciples, if Wang Hao could complete the third layer of the Flying Swallow Steps, there were very few who could catch up with Wang Hao's speed, and even the speed of martial arts master-level powerhouses Wang Hao was confident that he could catch up with. After all, as a C-grade stance, it was a martial art that could only be practiced by those strong enough to be above the rank of martial general. However, the Flying Swallow Steps were extremely difficult to cultivate and required a very high level of aura. With Wang Hao's current peak 2-star martial apprentice aura level, he could only persist in using the Flying Swallow Steps for a short while. Fortunately, Wang Hao's soul power was extremely strong, making it a little easier for Wang Hao to master the Flying Swallow Step martial art. Wang Hao followed the method of the Flying Swallow Steps, running the spiritual qi in his body. His feet stepped on the Flying Swallow Steps and slowly moved towards the air. Although he tried to control his speed, he still couldn't move as fast as the Flying Swallow in the TV series, and it was also unstable. Wang Hao frowned and continued the maneuver. Wang Hao practiced until evening, and still hadn't reached the realm of the Flying Swallow Step. Wang Hao understood that the more such moments came, the more he couldn't be in a hurry, and that he needed to calm down and slowly experience the feeling of Flying Swallow's unrestrictedness. Wang Hao sat on his knees, his eyes slightly closed, and silently recited the Flying Swallow Steps mnemonic. Flying Swallow Steps, Flying Swallow vertical steps, toes lightly pointing, body shape fluttering, as if a wisp of wind, without a trace. Wang Hao operated the spiritual qi in his body and slowly catalyzed the Flying Swallow Steps, and Wang Hao immediately felt his body become lighter, and his entire body was like a swallow, floating in the air. Wang Hao's body gradually floated forward, and the clothes on his body swung with it, like the wings of a flying swallow. As Wang Hao kept running the Flying Swallow Steps, his body's movements became slower, and even his speed slowed down a lot. I don't know how long it took, but Wang Hao violently opened his eyes, and with a push forward of his arms, Wang Hao's figure hurriedly retreated a few meters and landed firmly on the ground. Ha ha ha! Finally refined into the first layer of taking off the wind. Wang Hao shouted excitedly. After the set of Flying Swallow Steps was practiced, Wang Hao felt a lot lighter, and the muscles on his body were even stronger, as if he had shed his bones. Chapter 8: Gambling Fights. At this time, Wang Hao suddenly felt that he was about to make a breakthrough. Wang Hao hurriedly sank his heart and silently recited the Flood Blood Emperor technique, entering a state of cultivation. A few moments later, Wang Hao's body emitted a faint light, and the muscles on Wang Hao's body began to tremble. Vaguely, there seemed to be a trace of yuan qi surging into Wang Hao's body, and the yuan qi in Wang Hao's body began to boil again. Wang Hao sensed the difference in his body and immediately collected his mind, devoting himself to cultivation. 1 hour later, Wang Hao felt the aura in his dantian surging and raging, just like the rising tide of the ocean, madly washing over his body. Rumble! A burst of thunder resounded within Wang Hao's body. Wang Hao felt warm all over his body, and a powerful force filled his whole body, making Wang Hao excitedly raise his voice to the sky, giving vent to the joy and excitement in his heart. Martial Disciple 3 stars. This kind of breakthrough feels really great, with the blood cloud sword technique and flying swallow steps. Even if I encounter a martial apprentice 6 or 7-star martial artist, I definitely won't suffer any losses. On Friday morning, as soon as Wang Hao entered the classroom, he came to Lin Yuro's side and said in a low voice, "Are you ready for the money? You're going to lose to me again this time." It's not certain who will lose and who will win. Lin Yuro gave Wang Hao a blank look. After class, Wang Hao was about to go to the martial arts center to train with Lin Yuro when Zhang Zipping stopped Wang Hao. "Wang Hao, it's not good for you to chase after girls with your dead skin. Besides, your dad is only a deputy director of a public security precinct, and public security can only take care of ordinary people's affairs now. We martial artists are all under the control of the detective bureau. Your father has no deterrent effect on me. In this class, I'm the only one worthy of Lin Yuro." Zhang Zipping's father was an executive of the Zhang Group, and although the gap between the Zhang Group and the Lin Group wasn't very large, Lin Yuro was the only daughter of Lin's chairman. But Zhang Zipping's father also had a few brothers in the group, and although Zhang Zipping's family conditions were still superior, he didn't have access to the full support of the Zhang Group. Therefore, Zhang Zipping wanted to obtain Lin Yuro's heart, so that he himself could also obtain the resources of the Lin Group. After all, in the circle of martial artists, talent was one aspect, and cultivation resources were the other. Wang Hao didn't want to pay attention to it. He was currently thinking about getting money, hurrying to win Lin Yuro and making money to top up his kryptonite to become stronger. Zhang Zipping stopped directly in front of Wang Hao. "Why do you want to walk away? We're all martial artists, so let's settle this the martial artist way." Wang Hao directly returned, "Do you have money? Don't bother me if you don't have money, I want to make money." Zhang Zipping froze for a moment. Wang Hao ignored it and walked straight over. Zhang Zipping saw that many students were looking at him, and in a moment of anger, he actually swung a hard punch at Wang Hao, who was walking in front of him. Although Wang Hao was walking in front of him, the soul power of Wang Hao, who had finished practicing the Flood Blood Emperor's Kung Fu, had already far exceeded that of ordinary people. Wang Hao sensed Zhang Zipping's move and deflected his head a bit to dodge Zhang Zipping's swinging fist. He then turned around and whipped his leg on Zhang Zipping's body, who then flew 5 meters away, directly hitting a nearby tree. Zhang Zipping thought that he had broken through to the 2nd star of martial apprentice and could teach Wang Hao a lesson, but he didn't know that none of his sneak attacks had hit Wang Hao. Wang Hao glanced at Zhang Zipping. With his current strength, it was difficult for him to pose a threat to himself. If it wasn't for the sake of his classmates, he would have used his full strength just now, and Zhang Zipping would have definitely broken his bones. Wang Hao looked towards Zhang Zipping. He did not want to cause any trouble. If Zhang Zipping really came after him, then he wouldn't be afraid of trouble. Zhang Zipping was kicked by Wang Hao, and when he saw the surrounding students pointing, the anger in his own heart was ignited. The revenge of being humiliated by Wang Hao just now was something he would never forget. So Zhang Zipping stood up and said, "Where are you at night? I'll have my brother Zhang Zhou compete with you at night." Lin Yuro frowned. Zhang Zhou was not a freshman this year. Last year he applied for the martial arts exam only with the strength of 3 stars of martial apprentice, and did not get into the top 10 martial arts schools. This year he was preparing to retake the exam in the 2nd high school next door. The highest age of students recruited for the martial arts examination cannot exceed 20 years old. Compared to the freshmen, the martial arts school for this kind of repeating a year of student strength requirements are also higher. Seeing Wang Hao's silence, Zhang Zipping continued, "Tonight at 8:30 p.m., we will wait for you on the East City Martial Arts Center. Dare you come?" Lin Yuro pulled Wang Hao's sleeve and whispered, "His brother, Zhang Zhou, was a 3-star martial apprentice last June, so you probably won't be able to beat him." Wang Hao looked at Zhang Zipping and said, "Who am I to fight your brother? Your brother was a 3-star martial apprentice last year. Don't tell me that his strength hasn't progressed but regressed this year. 2 weeks later, I will wait for him on the martial arts hall. Whoever loses will take out 30,000 alliance coins as compensation." Wang Hao wasn't acting on impulse. 2 weeks should be enough for him to break through to become a martial apprentice 4-star, and with the addition of his own martial arts skills, it shouldn't be a problem. Hearing Wang Hao actually say that he would take 30,000 alliance coins as a bet, Zhang Zipping was also stunned. Although he was a member of the Zhang clan group, the resources were still shared equally among his other siblings, and 30,000 was not a small amount. But with so many people watching, if one did not participate in the betting match, one would lose a lot of face. Zhang Zipping asked rhetorically, "What is there to be afraid of? The point is, if you lose, can you come up with 30,000 alliance coins?" Wang Hao glanced at Lin Yuro, then said to Zhang Zipping, "Don't worry, I'll give you 30,000 alliance coins if I lose. Miss Lin vouched for me." Lin Yuro didn't deny it at the side, which surprised the surrounding students. How did the always icy Lin Yuro have such a good attitude towards Wang Hao? Could it be that she had a good feeling about Wang Hao? When Zhang Zipping heard Wang Hao's words and saw that Lin Yuro didn't object, his anger grew even more and he screamed, "In that case, see you at 8 o'clock in the evening 2 weeks later, at the entrance of the martial arts center, don't be late." The surrounding students were also talking about it. Wang Hao, this kid is crazy. I heard that Zhang Ziping's brother Zhang Zhou was a 3-star martial apprentice last year. He practiced for 1 year more than us. He even dared to make a date to fight with Zhang Zhou. Is he not afraid of death? He must be brain dead. Zhang Zhou can cultivate for 1 year more than him. He must think he's some kind of genius. He still wants to challenge Zhang Zhou. Now he's going to lose 30,000 Li coins. My father's salary is only 30,000 a year. Lin Yuro looked at Wang Hao. She had never met someone as interesting as Wang Hao before, so she dared to make a date with Zhang Zipping. Are you sure about this? Lin Yuro didn't realize that she couldn't help but start caring about Wang Hao. Don't worry, I won't let you lose $30,000, but let's put today's competition aside. I'm going to go back and prepare properly. Last year was also the strength of 3 stars of martial apprentice, which means that the talent is not very high. Someone rushed up to give me money, can I still refuse? Wang Hao smiled confidently at Lin Yuro. For some reason, Lin Yuro smiled when she saw Wang Hao's confident smile. Chapter 9 Martial Apprentice 4 stars. Wang Hao returned home and once again cultivated the Flood Blood Emperor technique. Wang Hao understood that strength was fundamental. If he wanted to become stronger, he could only get money. But if he asked his parents for so much money all at once, they wouldn't give it to him without a proper reason. Wang Hao's speed of absorbing aura was getting faster and more aura was accumulating in his dantian. His current biggest reliance was the system. The Flood Blood Emperor technique gave him a bonus to absorbing spiritual qi, allowing him to match the speed of absorbing spiritual qi that surpassed the A-grade talent. It also brought about the strengthening of his physical body, and Wang Hao estimated that he should be able to raise his strength to Martial Apprentice 4 stars in 2 weeks. However, guessing that Zhang Zhou's strength should be higher than his own, Wang Hao decided that he should still practice the Blood Cloud Sword technique and the Flying Swallow steps. As soon as Wang Hao entered the classroom early the next morning, the eyes of everyone in the class looked at Wang Hao. The betting fight between Wang Hao and Zhang Zipping's brother had already spread throughout the entire first high school, and the $30,000 bet was a surprise to many people. Zhang Zipping couldn't afford to lose this face now even if he wanted to quit. Zhou Hu looked at Wang Hao with a worried face. "Brother Hao, you've made some big noise, the teacher is expected to talk to you later. In order to chase Lin Yuro, you've caused the whole school to be in turmoil." At this time, another girl in the class, Su Xian, came in front of Wang Hao. She had short shoulder-length hair, bright and vibrant eyes, a dimpled figure, fair skin, delicate features, and a clean-cut look, and was originally also a school flower-level figure on par with Lin Yuro. But on the one hand, Su Xian had awakened his C-rank talent, which was a bit worse compared to Lin Yuro's B-rank talent. In addition, although Su Xian's family conditions are not bad, compared to Lin Yuro, there is still a considerable gap. Su Xian spoke to Wang Hao. "I heard that you gambled with Zhang Zipping in order to pursue Lin Yuro? Is Lin Yuro that good?" Wang Hao saw Su Xian appear in front of him and thought, "Why does this woman care about me? Could it be that my peach blossom luck has come?" The corner of Wang Hao's mouth hooked into a smile and said, "My bet with Zhang Zipping was merely to confirm my feelings for Yuro. What? Are you jealous?" Su Xian blushed when she heard this and lowered her head. "Who would be jealous? You're overthinking it." Wang Hao saw Su Xian's shy appearance and knew that this niece should really like herself. He said, "Don't worry, if there is someone chasing you, I will compete with him to steal you." Su Xian became anxious at this and glared up at Wang Hao. "Who cares about you? I'm just asking you." Wang Hao laughed and said, "Alright, I won't tease you." Zhou Hu, on the other hand, was envious and asked, "Brother Hao, how come I found that since you awakened your talent, your skin has gotten better and your temperament has gotten better? Not only do the two beauties in our class, Lin Yuro and Su Xian, have a crush on you, even the other girls in the class have been looking at you a little differently lately. Brother Hao, what skincare products have you been applying lately? Introduce me to them." Off to the side. Wang Hao laughed and scolded. However, since he had finished practicing the Flood Blood Emperor technique and ridding his body of impurities, his face value had indeed improved, and besides, his original base wasn't bad. However, probably because of the system addition plus the cultivation technique, one's temperament was indeed very different from usual. Class teacher Lin Hui originally wanted to find Wang Hao and Zhang Zipping to talk. After all, the impact of this matter of gambling and fighting is really a bit big. But after thinking it over, it was indeed a bit difficult for himself to get both parties to quit now. Both sides are now at the age of blood and vigor, making such a big fuss, both want to save face. Wang Hao had been practicing his Gong Fu for the past 2 weeks before taking out time to practice his martial arts. Wang Hao understood that he could not use the first style of the Blood Cloud Sword technique, Blood Mist Dazzling, at will, and that he was still unable to control the power, and in case it caused casualties, Wang Hao was somewhat reluctant to do so. However, he had to familiarize himself with the sword stance now, so he couldn't just fight like the last time he fought with Lin Yuro, only relying on his own aura to fight in a chaotic manner. Tomorrow was the date of the betting fight. Wang Hao had already cultivated to the peak of 3 stars of martial apprentice, and today he was preparing to impact the 4 stars of martial apprentice. Wang Hao operated the true qi in his body, and according to the recipe of the first layer of the Flood Blood Emperor technique, he mobilized the aura inside the sinews of his body and converged towards the dantian, forming a huge vortex, which was filled with rich blood-colored aura. Wang Hao placed his hand at the dantian, controlling the true qi vortex to slowly rotate. The opportunity to break through appeared. Wang Hao immediately accelerated the speed of the true qi vortex and continuously impacted towards the martial apprentice 4-star barrier. Boom! A muffled sound came from inside the dantian, as if it were a thunderbolt, and Wang Hao's first wave of impact was not successful. Wang Hao was not discouraged and proceeded to launch the impact. Finally, the barrier allowed Wang Hao to punch an opening with his aura, and then the opening grew bigger and bigger, and the aura instantly filled the entire meridian. Then Wang Hao felt relaxed and that tightness disappeared. Early the next morning, Wang Hao woke up from his cultivation state, having successfully broken through to become a martial apprentice 4-star martial artist. Looking at the system himself, the Dao power value had reached 420, and with the 50% bonus of the Flood Blood Emperor technique, he could fight against a martial disciple 6-star martial artist. After practicing for the night, Wang Hao only felt his stomach rumbling. After wolfing down breakfast at home, Wang Hao's parents just sighed that their son's meal size was getting bigger and bigger after his talent awakened. After eating, Wang Hao went to school. As soon as he entered the classroom, Zhang Zipping approached him and called out fiercely, "Don't forget about the competition at night." Wang Hao smiled faintly, "Don't worry, I can't forget. Are you ready for that $30,000? Zhang Zipping drew out a bank card and replied, "I prepared the money a long time ago, I don't know where your money is." Wang Hao said, "With my girlfriend Lin Yuro as a guarantee, what are you afraid of?" Hearing Wang Hao's words, Zhang Zipping instantly wanted to rush over. However, reason told himself that he was not a match for Wang Hao right now. "You wait, there will be a time for you to cry at night." Finally, it was time for school to end, and instead of rushing home with the usual glance, everyone was looking at Wang Hao and Zhang Zipping for the betting fight. Lin Yuro, on the other hand, slanted a glance at Wang Hao. "Who did you and Zhang Zipping say was your girlfriend in the morning?" Wang Hao smiled sarcastically and didn't answer. Seeing Wang Hao playing tricks, Lin Yuro didn't want to dwell on it and said, "Don't you lose, or I'll ask your parents for this $30,000. Wang Hao quickly replied, "Don't worry, besides what's yours is mine, don't care too much." Wang Hao and Zhou Hu took a taxi and rushed to the martial arts hall. At this time, Wang Hao realized that not only his own classmates, but even the rest of the school had come to the martial arts hall. Some of the social staff of the martial arts center were also curious to gather around when they saw so many students there. This competition arena instantly became the focus of the entire martial arts center. Chapter 10: Gambling for Victory. Wang Hao arrived at the competition arena and saw a man slightly older than Zhang Zipping standing next to him. He was wearing a white tracksuit, the corners of his mouth slightly saucy, and his eyes glittering with essence. The man clasped his hands to Wang Hao and spoke, "I'm Zhang Zipping's older brother, Zhang Zhou. I'm a little less talented than you, but I've been practicing for a year longer than you. I am now a martial apprentice 6-star strength. If you feel that there is a big gap in strength, we can end this competition. I won't accept the $30,000. Bullying junior schoolmates is not my style," and the match was also spoken by my brother in a moment of anger. Zhang Ziping was instantly a bit anxious once he heard his brother speak like this. Wang Hao, on the other hand, clasped his fists and returned the greeting, "I agreed to this match, and I need the money. If I lose, I will also pay you $30,000. Wang Hao was already prepared. There was only a 2-star difference between himself and Zhang Zhou, but the aura of the Flood Blood Emperor technique far exceeded that of the spitting technique. His own current Dao power value of 420, plus the 50% bonus of the Flood Desolate Blood Emperor technique, was equivalent to a martial artist's Dao power value of 630, and there was almost no difference between him and Zhang Zhou. And his own flesh has also been tempered by the aura of the Flood Desolate Blood Emperor technique. He also has the D-grade martial arts skill Blood Cloud Sword technique. He does not use a must-kill technique. He is also confident of defeating with his sword moves alone. After all, a D-grade martial skill had a 1.5 times increase in Dao force value. If he lost, he would bet the D-rank weapon Rhyming Frost sword to Lin Yuro and redeem it when he made money. Hearing Wang Hao's words, Zhang Zhou said, "Good, since you agreed to fight, it just so happens that I'm still a few tens of thousands short of buying the E-ranked martial apprentice reagent, so I'll bully my schoolmate." Zhou Hu Xian, who was watching the battle at the bottom, was concerned about Wang Hao, and even Lin Yuro clenched her hands. Wang Hao looked at Zhang Zhou, who was standing across from him, and said, "Let's begin." Zhang Zhou also took a stance and said, "Come on." Wang Hao picked up the martial arts school's standardized iron sword, and Zhang Zhou was also stunned, not having heard his younger brother Zhang Zipping tell him that Wang Hao fought with a sword. Wang Hao was the first to attack over. Zhang Zhou sidestepped and avoided, then he clasped his hands and smashed his fist towards Wang Hao's abdomen. When Wang Hao saw Zhang Zhou's hands, he was ready to slash his sword, but he stopped immediately for fear that the iron sword would hurt Zhang Zhou's hands. When Zhang Zhou saw Wang Hao stop moving, he immediately pursued the attack. His right hand turned into a claw and grabbed Wang Hao's throat, and his left hand clenched his fist and punched Wang Hao's chest. When Wang Hao saw that Zhang Zhou's hands had already attacked in front of him, he hastily dodged and stretched out his hand to resist Zhang Zhou's attack, and in the process, he unloaded part of Zhang Zhou's power. When Zhang Zhou saw Wang Hao's action, he also collected part of his power. Zhang Zhou said, "This is a competition, not a sparring match, you don't need to keep your hands." Wang Hao took a deep breath. He had to change his mindset. Since it was a competition, he should not keep his hands, otherwise he would be the one to lose. Wang Hao operated the Flood Blood Emperor Gongwara and slashed his sword on Zhang Zhou's face. Zhang Zhou's entire body was split and fell to the ground. Zhang Zhou stood up and touched the blood at the corner of his mouth and said, "It's been a long time since I was injured." The surrounding students watched as Zhang Zhou was slashed by Wang Hao's sword and talked about it. "This Zhang Zhou won't lose, right? It can't be. Zhang Zhou is a 6-star martial apprentice, how could he lose? That Wang Hao can kick Zhang Zhou away, he must be more powerful than Zhang Zhou. What do you know?" Although Zhang Zhou is a bit stronger, his martial arts skills are obviously not as good as Wang Hao's. "Oh. So that's how it is, no wonder Zhang Zhou can't beat Wang Hao." Lin Yuro looked at Wang Hao and muttered, "How did his strength progress so quickly? It's only been 2 weeks." Zhang Zhou once again rushed at Wang Hao, but Wang Hao's aura was too much stronger than Zhang Zhou's, and with a backhanded chop from Wang Hao, Zhang Zhou once again collapsed on the ground. Wang Hao looked at Zhang Ping who was lying on the ground and said, "Well, admit defeat." Zhang Zhou wiped the blood flowing from the corner of his mouth and shook his head, again. Wang Hao sighed helplessly, "Since you chose to do so, and I don't want to hurt you, I will fight you with my fists." Wang Hao threw the iron sword aside. Wang Hao was afraid that he would cause serious injuries to Zhang Zhou by using his sword moves, fearing that it would affect his preparation for the martial arts exam. Wang Hao was not being arrogant, his tempered physical body was completely no weaker than the strength of a martial apprentice's 7 stars, and he was still confident in dealing with Zhang Zhou. Zhang Zhou looked at Wang Hao who rushed over and shouted, "Do you really think that I have spent this year in vain?" Zhang Zhou ran its aura to meet Wang Hao. After exchanging a few moves with Zhang Zhou, Wang Hao threw a punch at Zhang Zhou's face. Zhang Zhou hastily blocked with his arm. Zhang Zhou was shocked by the punch and retreated a dozen steps, covering his left arm. Seeing that Zhang Zhou was injured, Wang Hao immediately stepped forward to make up the move. Wang Hao raised his own knee and slammed it into Zhang Zhou's stomach. Zhang Zhou blocked it with both hands, but he was still pushed back a few steps by Wang Hao. Seeing this, Zhang Zhou also knew that he was not Wang Hao's opponent, but if he lost to a junior who was not as good as himself, it was really hard to swallow this breath. So he gritted his teeth and insisted on standing there, unwilling to admit defeat. Wang Hao saw that Zhang Zhou was still not giving in, so he said, "Since you are so tenacious, I will beat you down." Wang Hao once again approached Zhang Zhou and punched Zhang Zhou with both fists. Zhang Zhou hastily raised his hands to protect his head. When Wang Hao saw Zhang Zhou's hands blocking in front of him, he directly changed his stance and clasped his hands together, striking at Zhang Zhou's hands. Seeing that Wang Hao's stance changed, Zhang Zhou hurriedly withdrew his hands while jumping up to avoid it. When Wang Hao saw Zhang Zhou's move, he snorted coldly, "Let's see where you're going to run." After saying that, he punched Zhang Zhou who jumped up. Zhang Zhou looked at Wang Hao's swinging fist and immediately reversed his direction, using his shoulder to resist Wang Hao's fist. Seeing that his fist hit Zhang Zhou's shoulder, Wang Hao immediately drew back his fist and then kicked Zhang Zhou's waist. Zhang Zhou also immediately bent his body. Wang Hao then kicked Zhang Zhou in the stomach. When Wang Hao saw Zhang Zhou bending his body, he immediately jumped up and clamped his legs around Zhang Zhou's neck, ready to wrestle Zhang Zhou to the ground. When Zhang Zhou saw Wang Hao's action, he immediately clasped Wang Hao's legs with both hands and pulled hard. Seeing his legs being held by Zhang Zhou, Wang Hao loosened his legs that were clamped around his neck and then punched Zhang Zhou in the face. Zhang Zhou was punched and blood flowed out of his nostrils as he fell to the ground, losing the fight. Wang Hao walked to Zhang Zhou's side and laughed, "You lost, don't hold on to it. If you really want to suffer serious bodily injuries, then it will affect your preparation for the martial arts exams. Don't lose a lot of money because of small things." The crowd were all looking at Wang Hao with surprise, not expecting Zhang Zhou to lose so quickly. In just a few short minutes, the two had decided the winner. Zhang Zhou, who was a 6-star martial apprentice, actually lost to Wang Hao. Zhang Ziping's entire body was shocked when he saw his brother actually lose to Wang Hao. Chapter 11, The Evil Cult 9 Septic Cult. Zhou Hu, on the other hand, shouted for Wang Hao. Su Xian and Lin Yuro, on the other hand, were surprised and delighted, surprised that Wang Hao's strength had progressed so quickly. The two of them usually also took reagents and other things to promote cultivation. Wang Hao's family conditions could only be considered better among ordinary people's families, and compared to Lin's group, they were far worse. Wang Hao walked to Zhang Ziping, stretched out his hand, and said, "What about $30,000? Zhang Ziping, on the other hand, drew out a card with a meaty smile and said, "Password 68. Wang Hao got the card. Su Xian and Zhou Hu congratulated Wang Hao with a happy face. When Lin Yuro saw Wang Hao and Su Xian chatting so happily, she directly drove away with an unhappy face. When Wang Hao saw Lin Yuro going home alone, he took a taxi home with Zhou Hu. Separated from Zhou Hu, Wang Hao first went to the ATM to enter the PIN and withdrew 30,000 yuan. Back home, Wang Hao silently recharged $30,000, only to see a familiar voice ringing in Wang Hao's head. Ding, the host has finished recharging, with 42,000 existing kryptonite points. Wang Hao's heart murmured, please exchange the E-class martial apprentice reagent. Wang Hao had asked Su Xian earlier and inquired that the E-grade martial apprentice reagent was worth 300,000 alliance coins in the market, but due to the excessive demand, it was snapped up as soon as it entered the market. Therefore, only in the black market could one buy an E-grade martial apprentice reagent, but the black market price was usually around 500,000 alliance coins. The grade E martial apprentice reagent was made from the blood of a warrior soldier grade magical beast, and after being groped by humans, it could help martial apprentice stage martial artists to quickly raise their strength by 1 star. However, after humans took it for the first time, the effect was much weaker when they took it again, and they were unable to raise their 1-star strength again. Wang Hao compared the price of the system and only needed to recharge 30,000 alliance coins to exchange it. This was 1 to 10 compared to even the normal market price, not to mention the black market price. However, after Wang Hao exchanged it, he found that the E-class martial apprentice reagent disappeared from the system exchange list. It seemed that although the redemption price was 1/10 of what it was outside, the system only allowed one to redeem it once. Wang Hao's original desire to sell it outside after redeeming it and get the money to recharge the system to buy it again was annihilated. It seems that the system did not open this bug for himself. Wang Hao didn't intend to take the grade E martial apprentice reagent now, preparing to take it again at the late martial apprentice stage. Wang Hao didn't sleep, he understood that every second now was the time for him to improve his strength. Wang Hao plopped his legs up and practiced going to the flood blood emperor technique. The aura nourished Wang Hao's meridians and mended his injured body. The battle between Wang Hao and Zhang Zhou was not as easy as it seemed. After all, there was a 2-star difference in strength, and Wang Hao's body was also somewhat injured. The next day, feeling that his body had recovered roughly, Wang Hao moved his body and prepared to go to the martial arts center to continue training. At this time, however, Lin Yuro suddenly called Wang Hao. Wang Hao picked up the phone and said flirtatiously, "Big beautiful Lin misses me?" Lin Yuro wasn't shy either. "Yesterday, I saw you and Su Xian chatting so happily, so how can I bother you? Do you have anything to do in the afternoon? I'd been practicing a leg martial art recently, when my accompanying trainer, last time, he let me off the hook." Wang Hao laughed. "There's no way, who called brother's charm is too big, but since the beautiful woman invited me, I'll go to be your chaperone in the afternoon." Lin Yuro said, "Okay. You send me the address on WeChat, I'll go and drive to pick you up at 2 p.m. After hanging up the phone, Wang Hao packed up his things and went to the martial arts center to practice. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Yuro picked up Wang Hao from the martial arts school and the two of them went to an abandoned factory in the suburbs. There were a few steel pipes inside the abandoned factory, with miscellaneous things piled up next to them. The two of them stood before the scrap iron and steel rods, and Wang Hao said indifferently, "Big beautiful Lin, how did you find this place? Why weren't you practicing at the martial arts center just now?" Lin Yuro replied, "This leg technique of mine was specially given to me by my master, and I suggest that you practice martial arts not randomly in a social martial arts center. Firstly, I'm afraid that other people will know about your cultivation of martial arts, and secondly, to prevent someone from stealing it. Furthermore, if you break something in the martial arts center, you still have to pay for it. This place used to be our group's abandoned workshop. It's not like it's in the wilderness, this is really a suburb, there are no magical beasts, and the people are relatively sparse." Wang Hao, on the other hand, skimmed his lips and said, "I'd like to see how powerful this martial art of yours is. Don't say I'm bullying you, you attack first." When Lin Yuro heard Wang Hao say this, she immediately snapped, "Stinking rascal, how dare you look down on me?" Lin Yuro said, and then rushed towards Wang Hao. Wang Hao looked at Lin Yuro's petite body dashing towards him with a hint of fire in his eyes. Lin Yuro was wearing a red sportswear, revealing her tantalizing figure. Lin Yuro ran close to Wang Hao and raised her foot to kick at Wang Hao. Wang Hao dodged away and smoothly grabbed Lin Yuro's delicate jade foot, pinched the toes and sked, "It's so smooth." Lin Yuro hurriedly shook off her feet, glared fiercely at Wang Hao, and then swung her fists violently. Wang Hao dealt with Lin Yuro's attacks while teasing, "Big beautiful Lin, are you juggling?" Lin Yuro huffed and puffed, "Humph. You're the one juggling, don't run away if you have the guts." Although Lin Yuro's fists were powerful, it was because Wang Hao had quick reflexes, and Lin Yuro was only a 3-star martial apprentice right now, so she couldn't pose a threat to Wang Hao, who was completely in a mindset of accompanying the trainer. Wang Hao looked at Lin Yuro's childlike demeanor and couldn't help but say, "Big beautiful Lin, are you teasing me?" Lin Yuro froze, then reacted, and said angrily, "Stinking scoundrel, I'll fight you." Seeing this, Wang Hao stopped teasing Lin Yuro and started to take it seriously. Although Lin Yueliang's fist was good in power, it was not a match for Wang Hao after all, and was caught by Wang Hao, followed by a slap on Lin Yueliang's chest. Lin Yuro was sent flying several meters away by the slap. Lin Yuro lay on the ground, moaning in pain. After Wang Hao finished, he squatted down and helped Lin Yuro up. Lin Yuro broke away from Wang Hao's hand and stared at him indignantly, tears snapping down her face. Lin Yuro gritted her teeth and said, "Stinking rascal, I won't let you go, where do you hit?" Wang Hao glanced at Lin Yuro's chest. He was only reacting to the fight and there was no mentality of taking advantage. "Forget it, let's coax it first." Just as Wang Hao was comforting Lin Yuro, Wang Hao's soul force sensed a man in black appearing around. He saw a man in black appear in front of Wang Hao and Lin Yuro and said, "This is Lin Yuro, the only daughter of the Lin clan, isn't it? We have an invitation from the Nine Spectres sect." Wang Hao blocked in front of Lin Yuro. "Do you know about this Nine Spectres cult?" Lin Yuro, on the other hand, shook her head, then remembered something and whispered to Wang Hao, "I heard my father seem to have mentioned it. It seems to be a cult." When the channel appeared on the Earth's ground and a large number of magical beasts entered the Earth from the channel, humans didn't have a good way to deal with it for a while, and many people thought it was the end of the Earth. At this time, some lawless elements set up cults to confuse people, and later, after the situation was stabilized, the governments of various countries spared no effort to combat the forces of cults. Chapter 12: Killing the Cultists. However, the cultists were hidden. Later, some of the government's most wanted criminals and martial artists who practiced evil techniques joined the cult, and they also tempted some martial artists to join them. This was because some of these evil gong methods could help martial artists break through their strength, but they required the sacrifice of ordinary people's lives. These cultivation methods were too evil and were banned by the governments of various countries. Recently, cults have also been trying to develop some of the geniuses among humans into cult seeds. This time it looked like the Nine Sephiroth cult had set their sights on Lin Yuro. Lin Yuro's B-grade talent could be said to be the most talented student in Linchuan City in the past few years, and it's also the only daughter of the Lin clan. Controlling Lin Yuro not only meant grasping a B-grade talent genius, but also indirectly controlling the Lin group. Wang Hao's soul perceived this person, and his strength was no less than a martial apprentice 8-star. Perhaps the man in black also thought that with his own strength of 8 stars of martial apprentice, it would not be a trivial matter to capture Lin Yuro, who was a 3-star martial apprentice. Even if there was a boy around, killing him would be, how strong could a senior student be? Wang Hao once again sensed the surroundings and confirmed that there was only this one man in black. In a low voice, he spoke to Lin Yuro, "I'll hold him off, so you hurry and ask your family for help." Lin Yuro, on the other hand, shook her head, "I'm the one who brought you here. If it wasn't for me, the cultists wouldn't have dared to make a move in the downtown area. He's here to catch me. It's really not possible for me to go with him. You hurry up and run." Wang Hao hurriedly interrupted Lin Yuro, "Auntie, don't drag your feet at this time. You think this man in black will let me go? Hurry up." Wang Hao violently pushed Lin Yuro away, then directly rushed towards the man in black. The man in black grunted, and with a whip kick, he smashed Wang Hao hard against the wall of the factory. Lin Yuro also stopped talking nonsense and prepared to leave for help. The man in black was about to block, only to see a sword shadow rushing over. The man in black's arm blocked, but he was actually stabbed. The man in black was shocked, then instead, ignoring the injury, he exulted, "Kid, you actually have an upper rank weapon. Looking at its sharpness, it's at least an E rank weapon. It seems that this time not only can I take Lin Yuro away, but I can also earn myself a weapon to come." Wang Hao, on the other hand, let out a bitter smile. His own martial apprentice 4-star strength was simply not enough. Even with the bonus of the Flood Blood Emperor technique, he could only cope with the martial apprentice 6-star level, and it was still a bit of a struggle to face the martial apprentice 8-star. Wang Hao directly took out the E-grade martial apprentice reagent and violently poured it down his throat. A fiery sensation rushed directly into Wang Hao's dantian. Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Hao directly controlled this power to break through the barrier, followed by a rush down, breaking through to martial apprentice 5-star. TSK, the man in black said, "Your kid's wealth isn't small, another upper-ranked weapon and another martial apprentice reagent. When I catch you, let's see how many goodies your kid still has." Wang Hao didn't have any nonsense. He directly picked up the rhythmic frost sword and used the blood cloud sword technique to charge towards the man in black. In an instant, the rhythmic frost sword erupted with a terrifying pressure, and the entire long sword seemed to transform into a giant dragon, lunging towards the man in black with teeth and claws. The man in black snorted coldly, "Sculptor's skill." Saying that, both fists came out in unison. Powerful forceful chi gushed out from both fists, colliding with the flying swordlight. Boom! With an explosion, the entire space shook as countless debris flew and smoke filled the air. Wang Hao and the man in black each took a few steps back. Wang Hao's mind was shaken, and the chi and blood in his body flipped, spilling blood from the corner of his mouth. The man in black, however, was only slightly injured. The man in black looked at Wang Hao and revealed a greedy gaze. "Kid, I can't imagine that you still have such powerful martial arts skills. I don't have anyone like you in my intelligence information. It seems like you have quite a few secrets, so feel free to use whatever other skills you have. Otherwise, it's easy for me to kill you." Is that so? I'd like to see how you're going to kill me." Wang Hao wiped off the blood on the edge of his mouth, and a strong battle intent erupted in his eyes. The blood mist rises at first. Wang Hao executed the first style of the blood cloud sword technique, and a blood-colored mist instantly filled the surrounding area as Wang Hao gripped his rapier tightly and stabbed it directly towards the man in black. "Huh, kid, thinking that you're going to kill me with this move is thinking too much," the man in black disdainfully said. The black-clothed man in front of him practiced strange techniques and had a strong defense, and Wang Hao's attacks hit his body, basically causing no damage other than leaving some shallow marks. "It's time to end it." The man in black swung his fist, and a powerful fist aura split through the layers of mist and swung toward Wang Hao. Bang! Wang Hao hastily dodged, but he was still swept by the aura emitted from the black-robed man's fist, and immediately spat out blood from his mouth and fell back several meters. "Kid, you're too weak, go to hell." The man in black capitalized on his victory and swung his fist once again, an aura stirring out and whistling as it slashed at Wang Hao. "Damn it, even though I broke through to 5 stars of martial apprentice, it's still a far cry from the strength of the man in black's 8 stars of martial apprentice. I can only put up a fight." The first style of the blood cloud sword technique is unable to utilize the full bonus of the D-rank technique. Let's see if we can make use of the second style of the blood cloud sword technique. Wang Hao roared as he was unwilling to fail and desperately pushed his true chi. The rhythmic frost sword seemed to sense Wang Hao's will to fight, emitting a palpitating aura, and the red blood on the sword became even more intense, like fresh blood. Wang Hao gritted his teeth, lifted the Yunfeng sword, and operated the blood cloud sword technique to slash at the man in black. Clang! The rhythmic frost sword and the black-clothed man's fist touched with a crisp ringing sound, and the black-clothed man marveled, "What kind of martial skill is this, so strong?" The second style of blood light rose. Wang Hao desperately ran his true chi, a scorching hot aura was transmitted from his dantian, and a majestic power was brewing in Wang Hao's body. At this moment, Wang Hao's aura became extraordinarily stern, and his eyes flashed with a demonic red light, filled with a violent flavor that was intimidating. At this moment, it was as if he had changed into a different person, becoming, killing and ruthless. With 5 stars of martial apprentice plus the 50% bonus of the flood blood emperor technique and the bonus of the second style of the D-rank technique, Wang Hao's attack had unexpectedly reached the level of 9 stars of martial apprentice. Plop! The rhythmic frost sword directly pierced through the black-clothed man's chest, and the black-clothed man had a look of disbelief that he had died at the hands of a high school student with 5 stars of martial apprentice. Wang Hao saw the man in black lying on the ground with no breath. He himself couldn't help but sit on his butt as well. This fight by himself could be said to be the first time he had fought at full strength since crossing over. At first, he didn't react, but when Wang Hao saw the dead black-clothed man's body, a feeling of vomiting surged directly into his mouth. This was the first time Wang Hao had killed someone and directly vomited out the bile. After 5 minutes, Lin Yuro finally rushed over with a middle-aged beauty, and Lin Yuro directly froze when she saw the battle scene and the corpses of the men in black. The middle-aged beauty woman was also stunned, glancing at the scene and casting a surprised look at Wang Hao as well. According to her judgment at a glance, Wang Hao's strength should be around 5 stars of martial apprentice, while the man in black was no less than 8 stars of martial apprentice, but in the end, it was indeed Wang Hao who survived. Chapter 13, Lu Changren. Lin Yuro, on the other hand, picked up Wang Hao with her face filled with concern. "Wang Hao, you're injured, quickly take the healing potion." Lin Yuro placed the healing potion by Wang Hao's lips, and Wang Hao opened his mouth to swallow it. As soon as the healing potion entered his abdomen, it turned into a warm current that quickly moisturized the damaged body. Wang Hao took a deep breath and operated the aura in his body, driving the medicinal power to alleviate the injuries in his body. Lin Yuro looked at Wang Hao with a worried expression. "Wang Hao, thank you for saving me. I knew that they were targeting me this time, and if it wasn't for you holding back this man in black, I would have definitely been taken away by the man in black. As soon as I ran out, I rushed to call my master. My master heard that I was in danger and immediately rushed over, but it didn't help you." Wang Hao waved his hand and said, "It's nothing, I'm not doing well." Lin Yuro looked at Wang Hao's chest and asked, "Is your injury alright?" Wang Hao shook his head and stood up. The middle-aged beauty said, "This time, little brother has come to your aid, and the Lin clan will not forget your favor. But little brother should also pay attention. In the future, you can't come to the outskirts at will. A cult like the Nine Spectres sect won't take kindly to it, you must be careful. I'll send you 2 back first." Wang Hao thought to himself, "Can you give me some money? I'm too embarrassed to speak straight if you don't ask." Wang Hao looked at Lin Yuro's face of concern for himself and asked for money as payment or didn't open his mouth. Wang Hao spoke to Lin Yuro, "You put me in front of the hospital, I'll take care of my injuries first, otherwise my parents will be worried when they see me." Lin Yuro hurriedly agreed, then took a pile of money from her bag and wanted to give it to Wang Hao. Wang Hao hesitated for a moment, looked at the middle-aged beautiful woman who was at the side, and said, "I still have money on me, didn't I win 30,000 in the last gambling fight?" Getting out of the car, Wang Hao couldn't help but want to give himself a slap in the face for pretending to be a pussy and not wanting the money that came to him. However, his own money had all been recharged, and there were only a few $100s for food. But the potion Lin Yuro gave herself was really effective. Her injuries had healed a large part of her. It seemed that she would need to keep this kind of healing potion on hand in the future, she just didn't know how much it would cost. Wang Hao went to the hospital and directly asked for some alcohol to sterilize the wound. Wang Hao went directly to Zhou Hu's home and asked for a jacket. Zhou Hu saw Wang Hao this way, also was shocked, thought it was Zhang Zhou lost money after angry, looking for someone to beat up Wang Hao. Wang Hao explains that this is the reason why he practiced martial arts. Wang Hao directly left the tattered clothes directly at Zhou Hu's house and wore the borrowed jacket back home. Wang Hao carefully entered the door and saw that his parents had rested, and also breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Hao hurriedly returned to his bedroom, running the Flood Blood Emperor technique and continuing to repair his body's injuries. The Flood Desolate Blood Emperor technique not only had a good effect on strengthening one's physical body, but it also had a good effect on repairing one's physical injuries. After a night of cultivation, Wang Hao felt that the injuries on his body were almost healed. Of course, this was mainly due to the bottle of healing potion given by Lin Euro. Wait and see if there was this kind of healing potion inside the redemption list. As if sensing Wang Hao's thoughts, a system beep suddenly appeared in Wang Hao's mind. Ding, please recharge the host as soon as possible. Currently the host's kryptonite is 12,000 points. If the kryptonite reaches 100,000 points, the system will have an upgrade. At that time, not only will there be new functions, but there will also be more items that can be exchanged. It's true that you still need kryptonite. Wang Hao packed up his things and rushed to school. As soon as he entered the class entrance, Wang Hao realized that his classmates' gaze on him had changed and was filled with a lot of awe. This was the awe of the strong. It seemed that the fact that he had defeated the martial apprentice 6-star Zhang Zhou had already spread in the class. When Zhang Ziping saw himself looking at him, he immediately lowered his head. It seemed that this time, the incident had also made Zhang Ziping realize that he was not Wang Hao's opponent for the time being, and not to touch his sharp edge. Lin Euro, on the other hand, looked at Wang Hao with a concerned expression, and only after Wang Hao nodded to him to indicate that his body was already much better, did Lin Euro feel much more at ease. Returning to his seat, Wang Hao flipped through the preparation materials. At this time, class teacher Lin Hui then walked in, clapped his hands and, gesturing, he said, "In order to help you guys better prepare for the martial arts exam, our school this time invited last year's Linchuan City's top scorer, who is also your senior, Lu Changren, to give you a lecture." Hearing the class teacher's words, the entire classroom instantly murmured. The name Lu Changren was one that Wang Hao had heard of before. Lu Changren originally did not have a high talent, only awakening into a D-grade talent, but surprisingly took the Linchuan City martial arts exam top scholar with the strength of a martial apprentice 8-star. Later on, Jiangnan Martial Arts School admitted Lu Changren. Lu Changren's example is often used by parents to teach their children that if they are less talented, they will still have a chance to get into a good martial arts school if they work hard. Lin Hui hesitated and spoke, "Wang Hao, Zhou Hu, and Su Xian, you three come to my office." Wang Hao and the three of them didn't know what was going on and walked into Lin Hui's office with doubts. Lin Hui first glanced at Wang Hao. He already knew about Wang Hao's victory over Zhang Zhou. Lin Hui was also surprised that Wang Hao had progressed so quickly. Lin Hui took a sip of the tea in his cup and said, "Tomorrow morning, the three of you and I will go pick up senior Lu Changren. This is a good opportunity. If there are any problems in the car during cultivation or experience in the martial arts exam, you guys can ask senior Lu Changren for advice." Lin Hui chose Wang Hao and the three of them also considered it. Lin Euro was a B-grade talent, but Lin Euro had the help of the Lin group, and there would be someone to answer questions on cultivation. Zhang Ziping had C-grade talent, and there would be help at home as well. Su Xian and Wang Hao are C-ranked talents, but Su Xian's family is just doing business, and the scale is quite a bit worse than Ali compared to Lin's group. Wang Hao, on the other hand, is a C-ranked talent, but the speed of progress is really the first in the class, even Lin Euro can't compare. Zhou Hu, on the other hand, is because his mother and his own relatives, the last places of course to take care of their own people. Wang Hao, three people know that tomorrow is their own to pick up Lu Changren Sr. of course extremely happy, this is a rare opportunity. Lin Hui, on the other hand, instructed, don't spread it out in the class. The three of them nodded their heads to show that they understood, and that they still understood the principle of being bored to death. Many teachers wanted to rush to pick up Lu Changren, as last year's Linchuan City martial arts exam top scholar. There were too many people who wanted to make friends with him. Lin Hui was also given this opportunity because of the favor of the school leaders. Lin Hui therefore wanted to bring a few students from his class along to meet him. When the time came, some of Lu Changren's experience gains on the way might be able to help his students achieve good results in the martial arts exam. And the good or bad results of the students also determine their own bonuses and position promotion. Chapter 14 Parental Sponsorship. The next morning, Lin Hui took Wang Hao and the three of them to Linchuan railway station in a 7-person car, accompanied by a driver. Lin Hui told the driver to wait in the parking lot, while he himself took Wang Hao and the others into the station to wait. While waiting for the station, Wang Hao felt a bit bored, so he asked his class teacher Lin Hui, "Teacher, what strength do you think senior Lu Changren is now?" Hearing this question, Lin Hui was also stunned and said, "Last year, Lu Changren took the first prize with the strength of a martial apprentice 8 stars, and after this year has passed, he might have already broken through to martial master." When Zhou heard this, he scared and asked, "You say, are all these students from the top 10 martial arts schools strong at the martial master level?" That's not necessarily true, many of them didn't even graduate as martial masters. A crisp male voice suddenly interjected into the conversation between Wang Hao's few people. When Wang Hao and the others took a look, a young man with an inch hair and wearing a gray sweatshirt walked over. At first glance the looks were mediocre, but the man's two eyes flashed with light, giving off a piercing feeling. "You are the teachers and students of Linchuan First High School, right? This teacher, I've seen you before in high school." Lin Hui hurriedly walked forward and hastily gave Lu Chengren a handshake. "Hello, I'm Lin Hui, the teacher from the first high school who came over to pick you up, and these are my classmates. I want them to study and learn in front of you, you won't mind." Lu Chengren waved his hand and said, "How would I mind? Didn't I tell the school leaders, there is no need to send someone to pick me up, I'm not an official, my own alma mater, I still don't know the way." Although Lu Chengren was very polite, but the people of the first high school knew that with Lu Chengren's current strength, after graduation, he returned to Linchuan City, and it was completely possible to become a deputy director of the detective bureau. Therefore, the leaders of the first high school also arranged for a teacher to personally pick him up, not daring to be the slightest bit negligent. Lu Chengren looked at Wang Hao and said, "It's only the end of February, and your strength has reached 5 stars of martial apprentice. It looks like the first high school will achieve good results again this time." After hearing Lu Chengren's words, Su Xian, Lin Huizhou and the others also looked towards Wang Hao, while Wang Hao hurriedly bowed and said politely, "There are still many places to learn from Senior Lu." Lu Chengren, on the other hand, continued where he left off before. Many of these students from the top 10 martial arts schools did not become strong martial artists even after they graduated. Martial apprentice to martial master is a threshold that many may not be able to step over. The Magic Capital Martial School, Kyoto Martial School, and the First Military Academy are a little better. Like our Jiangnan Martial University, 30% of the people who graduated haven't reached the level of martial master. But you guys still have a lot of hope if you work hard. Wang Hao was also surprised after hearing this. Class teacher Lin Hui hurriedly took Lu Chengren to the car. In the car, Lu Chengren then continued his introduction. "I had my own opportunities at that time with the 8th star of martial apprentice. At that time, I could have gotten into the Magic City Martial University and the Capital Martial University, but I wasn't necessarily taken seriously when I arrived at those two top schools. Anyway, the martial arts school in my own hometown offered me a good deal, so I chose to attend Jiangnan Martial Arts University." Zhou Hu, on the other hand, asked in a low voice, "Brother Lu, are you at martial master strength now?" Lu Chengren glanced at Zhou Hu and smiled back. "What do you think?" The crowd already knew from Lu Chengren's words that he had broken through to become a martial master level powerhouse. Lin Hui was also reminded of the dean's instructions to himself, and had heard that Lu Chengren was famous in Jiangnan Martial University, which was why the school had paid for him to come over to impart his experience. The school had also given Lu Chengren several tens of thousands of dollars in labor fees this time, wanting to make a good relationship with him. Afterwards, Wang Hao and the others asked Lu Chengren about the relevant notes of the martial arts examination, and Lu Chengren also answered enthusiastically. The three of them, Wang Hao, also decided that it would not be a wasted trip. Jingling, a bell suddenly rang. Lu Chengren picked up the phone and after listening for a while, he said, "I know, I'll go to my school in the afternoon, and I'll deal with this matter at night." Wang Hao, on the other hand, heard the voice on the other side of the phone due to his strong soul power. He could hear that the other party was a staff member of the detective bureau, talking about a wanted criminal who had run into the wilderness and the detective bureau had lost the suspect. It seems that Senior Lu has other missions in Linchuan City this time. Lin Hui sent Lu Chengren to the hotel to rest, while Wang Hao, Su Xian and a few others each returned to their own homes. As soon as Wang Hao entered his home, he heard his father, Wang Yongwei, and his mother, Li Yulan, discussing things. Wang Yongwei said, "I heard from the director today that he has a way to obtain an E-class martial apprentice reagent, but it will cost 400,000 alliance coins. Class E martial apprentice reagent can help Ahao raise his strength by 1 star. You take out our passbooks, I'm going to buy one for Ahao. He has C-rank talent. If he has the C-rank martial apprentice reagent, there is a high hope that he can get into the top 10 martial arts schools." Li Yulan, on the other hand, did not hesitate at all and agreed, "I'll go fetch 400,000 alliance coins this afternoon." Hearing his parents' words, Wang Hao was moved and decided that he had to intervene in this matter. Because Wang Hao had already taken the E-class martial apprentice reagent, there wasn't much use in taking a second bottle. After Wang Hao knocked on the door and came in, he said, "Dad, don't look for your director to buy the E-class martial apprentice reagent, I have channels on my side." Wang Yongwei knew that the conversation with his wife just now was overheard by his son Wang Hao, but he didn't seem to believe what Wang Hao just said. "What avenue do you have? I've heard that this can't be bought in the normal way at all, it's sold on the black market for 500,000 alliance coins. I'm spending 400,000 here or through the director's connections." Wang Hao thought for a moment and could only move Senior Lu Chengren out. "Dad, you know Lu Chengren. Last year's top student in Linchuan City's martial arts exam. Today I went to the station to pick him up and he mentioned this to me. Said that they all have quotas in their schools, and that he could only use the grade E martial apprentice reagent once, and there's still a bottle left. Asked me if I wanted it, and if I did, just give him 250,000 alliance coins. So I just wanted to ask you guys for money for the martial apprentice reagent at noon today. You guys don't tell anyone outside that's selling school-issued items privately. If word gets out, Senior Lou will be disciplined. Wang Hao's parents were also stunned that there was even this good thing. Wang Hao's mother, on the other hand, carefully asked, "This Senior Lou of yours won't lie to you?" Wang Hao's father, on the other hand, waved his hand and said, "People don't have to lie to us. Besides, they were last year's top student, and their family is still in Linchuan, so they won't not want to have this face. You go with Aha right now to fetch 250,000 alliance coins. Don't let anyone else buy the stuff." Seeing that his parents obeyed his words, Wang Hao was also relieved. This money was placed on himself, so he could recharge his kryptonite again, and this time, when he reached 100,000 kryptonite points, the system would be upgraded once. Wang Hao's mother took out the money and gave it to Wang Hao, instructing Wang Hao to be sure to thank the person properly. Chapter 15: Upgrading the System. Wang Hao's parents had worked hard in the system for half a lifetime, and the two of them had only saved more than 500,000 alliance coins. This time, they were able to save 150,000, and Wang Hao's parents were extremely grateful to Lu Chengren. This $150,000 is really a lot of money for an ordinary family. Wang Hao took the 250,000 alliance coins and thought carefully that his parents should not ask Lu Chengren. Wang Hao does not intend to recharge all of these 250,000 alliance coins, and he has to keep some cash on hand. Otherwise, he wouldn't have any money for medical treatment if he got injured, and he also needed money for martial arts training. As Wang Hao was thinking about how much to top up, the system seemed to sense the thoughts in Wang Hao's mind. Ding, the host can first deposit the money in the bank card, and the system will automatically deduct the money from the host's bank card to recharge. So powerful that the banking system couldn't even stop it. As soon as Wang Hao thought that the current level of technology on Earth couldn't even discover the system, he was relieved to deposit all the money into his bank card. In the afternoon, Wang Hao picked up Senior Lu Changrun to do an experience briefing in the school. The school leadership is warm hospitality. They heard from the past students. Lu Changrun in Jiangnan University of Martial Arts mixed well. Strength is also progressing very quickly. When Lu Chengren graduated, if he returned to Linchuan City, then at least can also be in the 4 major power sector as a high level. Therefore, the school leadership attache's great importance to the welcome ceremony was organized very grand. The 90-odd students of the two classes sat down honestly to listen to the lecture. Lu Chengren, on the other hand, politely expressed his thanks, and then preached, "Thank you very much for the school to provide an opportunity for me to communicate with my younger siblings. Your class is much stronger than our last class, which shows that our #1 high school leaders and teachers have also put in a great deal of effort. Let's all honor the school leaders and teachers." Then Lu Chengren introduced the experience of preparing for the Wukong exam. Then entered the question and answer session. Everyone mainly asked about the problems encountered in the process of cultivation. Everyone scrambled to ask. After all, this is a rare opportunity. In Lu Chengren's eyes, the most likely to get into the top 10 martial arts schools were Wang Hao and Lin Yuro. Especially Lin Yuro made even Lu Chengren's eyes light up with her pretty face and be great cultivation talent. And the strongest among the students was Wang Hao. His 5-star strength as a martial apprentice was the strongest among the students in the room. I heard that like himself, he also came from a commoner's family, so he could take care of him, and maybe this year he would be able to enter the Jiangnan Martial Arts University. The experience briefing lasted for an afternoon, and everyone felt greatly rewarded, and the school leaders were also very satisfied with this. The principal wanted to invite Lu Chengren evening dinner, but was Lu Chengren to go home to visit relatives politely refused. Wang Hao, on the other hand, knew that Senior Lu Chengren was going to take care of things in the evening because of the noon call. After school, Wang Hao came to the martial arts center and rented a single room for 100 yuan an hour. The price made Wang Hao feel some pain, but the system needed to be upgraded later, and he had to rent a single room for the sake of confidentiality and security needs. Wang Hao silently read, "Recharge $88,000. Ding, the system is starting to recharge $88,000 for the host. It is now detected that the host's kryptonite has reached 100,000 points, meeting the system upgrade conditions, asking if it is time to upgrade?" Wang Hao immediately replied, "Upgrade now." Wang Hao had been anxiously waiting for the result. After about 10 minutes, Wang Hao finally heard a familiar voice and was relieved in his heart. Ding, system upgrade successful. Bounty missions are now open. Currently the host's level is E. E-level missions are now open. Please assist Lu Chengren in killing a Class D fugitive within 3 days. Upon successful killing, a reward will be issued based on the host's level of participation in the mission, rewarding the host with 2 grade E healing elixirs and boosting the host's strength by 2 stars. It is now detected that the host's kryptonite has reached 100,000 points, and the host is given a $100,000 recharge pack. 2 good news in a row made Wang Hao feel pleasantly surprised, and Wang Hao immediately read silently, "Open the 100,000 yuan recharge gift pack." Now opening the 100,000 yuan recharge gift pack, the host obtains the C-grade body refining technique Xian Shang body refining technique. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Xian Sage sex body refining technique. Please recognize the host to learn it. Wang Hao heard the system and immediately checked it out. Xian Sage body refining art, an extremely powerful body refining art that can improve the physique, temper the flesh, strengthen the sinews and bones, exercise the skin, and enhance the body, ultimately reaching the level of shedding bones and transcending into the saints. The body refining art is divided into 3 layers. The first layer of the body refinement art, the first glimpse of the doorway, it can strengthen the body, raise the resistance of the flesh, improve strength, and enhance defense. The second layer of body refining stage strengthens the strength sinews and veins to pass through, resistance to blows, and can harden the body to carry the damage of weapons below E grade. At the third level of the body refining stage, one can move mountains, and one's physical body is comparable to a B grade weapon and can withstand the attacks of a general level martial artist. Wang Hao looked at the Xian Sage body refining art and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. This Xian Sage sex body refining art was really extraordinary, just the first layer was so domineering, wouldn't the later be even more terrifying? At this time, Wang Hao then remembered the bounty mission that was opened by the system upgrade. Within 3 days, he would assist Lu Changren in killing a D-rank fugitive, and upon successful killing, he would receive 2 E-rank healing elixirs, which would boost his strength by 2 stars. Seeing that the rewards were so generous, Wang Hao's eyes were a bit glazed over. In addition to Senior Lu Changren coming to the school to give a speech, it seemed that he was going to kill a Class D fugitive. Only fugitives with the strength of a martial master or above were rated as Class D fugitives, while the strength of a martial apprentice was a Class E fugitive, and the level of a martial general was a Class C fugitive. Fugitives at the level of martial marquis are Class B fugitives, and those at the level of martial king are Class A fugitives. These fugitives have either committed crimes, either as cultists or in collusion with cultists, or by brutally killing fellow humans in the wild. Seeing that Lu Changren had actually chased down the D-class fugitives, Wang Hao was also impressed by Lu Changren's strength. The fact that he dared to chase and kill a D-rank fugitive right now showed that Lu Changren's strength had already reached the martial master stage, and it wasn't a martial master 1-star strength. To be able to be rated as a D-class fugitive, it means that the hands have seen blood, far from those martial artists who are in and out of the martial master. Seeing that the conditions required 3 days, Wang Hao decided to go ahead and cultivate the Xian Shang body refining technique. Cultivate his physical body first, otherwise when mixed into a martial master level battle, Wang Hao's martial apprentice 5-star strength would simply not be enough. Fortunately, the system is not asking himself to kill independently, but only to assist Lu Changren, otherwise it would be really difficult to complete the task. While inside the Linchuan City Detective Bureau, Lu Changren angrily slapped the table and roared, "Told you guys to wait until I arrive. Your hasty action will frighten the snakes, and now that the wanted criminal Li Mang has escaped into the wild, how is this going to be pursued?" Chapter 16, Xian Sage Body Refining Technique. The detective bureau staff next to them were wiping the cold sweat from their faces. When a martial master lashed out, the sense of oppression was still extremely strong for people with martial apprentice strength like them. The staff carefully spoke. "We saw that he hadn't gone out for a few days, so we wanted to disguise ourselves to scout around. Who knew that the wanted man had taken a cab hostage straight to the field?" Lu Changren, on the other hand, was dissatisfied. "You guys stop him. He is only a 3-star martial artist's strength. Your chief is a 5-star martial master's strength, don't you dare to go on?" At this time, the staff was also helpless. Their chief was just an empty shell, sitting in his office all year round, enjoying the corrosion brought by power, and had long lost the martial artist's heart to win. Faced with a Class D wanted criminal, they simply didn't dare to make a move. Lu Changren spoke. "The pay for making a move has been raised to $600,000, and I will only stay in Linchuan City for 3 days. If there is no result within 3 days, I will leave." The detective bureau staff, on the other hand, spoke with trepidation. "Wasn't it the previously agreed upon 300,000 strike fee?" Lu Changren then roared, "Then let your director make a bid." At this time, a plump middle-aged man entered and signaled the staff to leave. The middle-aged man smiled and said to Lu Changren, "Just $600,000 as brother Lu told you. But to the outside world, we must claim that it was our Linchuan City Detective Bureau that captured this person." Lu Changren glanced at the middle-aged man and spoke, "Okay, Director Wang, I agree to your conditions. But I will only wait for 3 days. If there is no news in 3 days, then pay me 50,000 alliance coins for my hard work." Director Wang nodded his head in agreement after thinking about it. And inside the martial arts center, Wang Hao was practicing the Xian Shang body refining technique. A huge amount of information flooded into his mind, and Wang Hao immediately immersed himself in it. Aha! A few moments later, Wang Hao let out a muffled grunt and stopped practicing, frowning slightly as he muttered, "It's really hard to practice. It's only just now that I'm practicing, and it's making me feel unbearable pain." Wang Hao felt incomparable pain all over his body, as if there were millions of needles sticking in his body, and every inch of his skin was transmitting a drilling, sharp pain. Wang Hao gritted his teeth and continued to cultivate. 2 days passed, and Wang Hao was still cultivating the Xiansheng body refining technique. Inside the room of the martial arts center, Wang Hao's face was pale, fine beads of sweat emerged on his forehead, and his whole body was trembling as he endured the immense pain, running the Xiansheng body refining technique with difficulty. Rumble! A thunderous sound came from within Wang Hao's body, and faint purple arcs of electricity surfaced on the surface of Wang Hao's body. Crackle! A bolt of electricity streaked across the night sky, illuminating the dark night. Wang Hao's entire body was surrounded by purple electric arcs, and his body exuded a hint of a dangerous aura, like an ancient ferocious beast that gave people the creeps. At this moment, Wang Hao seemed to have fallen into a marvelous realm, forgetting everything in the world. His spirit was completely immersed in refining his body, and as time passed, Wang Hao slowly returned to normal. So comfortable. I feel like I'm filled with power. Wang Hao opened his eyes and revealed an excited smile. He felt that his muscles were filled with explosive power, as if he was able to crush rocks with a gentle squeeze, and he felt energized all over. Wang Hao felt that the power in his body was surging and raging, filling his limbs. He had a feeling that even if there were 5 five-star martial disciples of the same rank standing in front of him, he would still be able to decimate his opponents. Ah, it's too good. Wang Hao shouted and swung his right arm violently, and a crackling sound came out. Bang! He saw the training equipment next to the martial arts center and directly lifted the equipment and smashed it on the ground with a loud bang. Fortunately, the floor was specially made and didn't cause too much damage. When Wang Hao saw this scene, he couldn't help but be staggered. His current physical strength was actually so terrifying, it was unbelievable. And along with the introduction of the first layer of the body refining art, Wang Hao felt that he was actually going to break through the 5 stars of martial apprentice. What's going on here? Wang Hao was stunned. He had just broken through to Martial Apprentice 5-star last time by taking the E-grade Martial Apprentice reagent. It should have taken a few more weeks to break through, but now it felt like he was about to break through to Martial Apprentice 5-star. Wang Hao couldn't figure out why exactly, but he didn't think much about it. Instead, he quieted his mind and prepared to break through the Martial Apprentice 5-star. In fact, the Xiansheng body refining technique, as the Xiansheng Sextown technique, not only strengthened the physical body's strength, but also expanded the meridians and enhanced the physical talent. And the successful cultivation of the first layer not only allowed Wang Hao's physical strength to increase greatly, it also allowed Wang Hao's meridians to expand, stimulating Wang Hao's body's potential to absorb aura faster. After 2 days of rapid absorption of spiritual qi, coupled with the fact that Wang Hao hadn't fully absorbed the medicinal power of the previous D-ranked martial apprentice reagent, the dual factors were superimposed to help Wang Hao break through the barrier of the martial apprentice's 5 stars. After a long time, Wang Hao sat on top of the bed with his legs crossed and closed his eyes. Buzz. In Wang Hao's dantian, the true qi tumbled and rushed towards the cyclone outside the dantian under Wang Hao's urging. In the dantian, the qi cyclone continued to expand, eventually reaching a round shape. Wang Hao controlled his true qi to continuously charge the cyclone, and the color of the cyclone slowly shifted, turning red and then orange. Wang Hao let out a mouthful of turbid breath. Wang Hao opened his eyes and exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath with a smile at the corner of his mouth. He had now finally broken through to Martial Apprentice 6 stars. Dang! Click 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 click. Wang Hao's fingers bent slightly, making a crisp sound. He clenched his fist and felt an endless amount of power within him. Wang Hao felt the changes in his body and had a wide smile on his face. Now that Wang Hao felt that his state had never been so good, it was time to go and complete the system's mission. Wang Hao opened his cell phone. There were his parents' WeChat, there were Zhou Hu's and Su Xan's WeChat, and most of all, there were the messages sent by Lin Yuro. Wang Hao thought for a moment and first explained to his parents, informing them that they had bought the martial apprentice reagent and were breaking through at the martial arts center, so they hadn't been home for 2 days. Wang Hao's parents knew that Wang Hao's strength had broken through, and while they were happy, they also informed Wang Hao to pay attention to rest. After Wang Hao sent a message back to Zhou Hu and Su Xan, he saw Lin Yuro's avatar and just faintly sent out a sentence, "Thinking of your husband?" Lin Yuro, on the other hand, directly replied, "Stinking rascal." Afterwards, Lin Yuro sent another message, "What have you been doing for the past 2 days, not replying to messages? You didn't go to school either." Wang Hao replied, "I've been practicing at the martial arts center for the past few days." For students like Wang Hao who were preparing for the martial arts exam, the homeroom teacher was not very strict, and they were often unable to go to school on time due to their training. In this regard, the homeroom teacher also turned a blind eye. Wang Hao turned his cell phone off and immediately went to complete the first bounty mission released by the Kryptonite system. Chapter 17, Wanted Criminal Li Meng. Wang Hao first looked at the system prompt for the location of the wanted man and realized that the target was in Jinhu District, Linchuan City. The Golden Lake District was close to the Magical Beast area, the personnel was more complicated, and many underground forces in Linchuan City were in the Golden Lake District, which was the most chaotic area in Linchuan City. Li Meng hid there is also estimated to see the chaos of the region, convenient to hide their whereabouts. Wang Hao thought for a while, but still carried the Rhyming Frost sword on his back. This time, he had to be fully prepared when he went to fight against a strong martial master level person. Wang Hao called a car and prepared to head to the Golden Lake District. When the cab master saw that Wang Hao was going to the Golden Lake District at such a young age, he was also stunned and said with concern, "It's rather chaotic there, and there are often fights and brawls. What are you doing there?" Wang Hao tapped his sword, signaling that he was a martial artist. The master didn't say much, and after driving for half an hour, he said, "Further on we'll be entering the central area of the Golden Lake District, and vehicles like ours that aren't from their district will be fined for going in." Wang Hao didn't say much, so he paid and got out of the car, then walked on foot. As soon as he entered a shopping street, Wang Hao realized that there were quite a few eyes looking at him, many of which focused on his rhythmic frost sword. At this time, a youth with dyed yellow hair staggered over and shouted, "Little brother, this sword of yours is not bad, let me take a look." Wang Hao knew that he would easily be met with red eyes when he came to this chaotic area and was carrying a D-grade weapon. Facing such people, if one was polite, they would only intensify, and one had to be tough from the start. Wang Hao frowned slightly and said in a cold voice, "Get lost." When Yellow Hair saw that Wang Hao actually dared to tell him to get lost, he became enraged and drank. "Kid, are you looking for death? Do you know who I am? My name is Lu Tao. That person on this street doesn't know me. Be sensible and hand over your sword. Kneel down and kowtow to your master 3 times. I don't care what kind of bull big brother you are, get out now. Otherwise you'll be lying in bed next month." Wang Hao clenched his hands and said coldly. When Lu Tao heard Wang Hao's words, he immediately jumped out of his skin and roared, "Cursed, dare to act like a pussy with me, waste this kid for me." The few minions he brought with him immediately pounced towards Wang Hao. The corners of Wang Hao's mouth spread out with an evil smile, and his figure moved quickly, punching and kicking, knocking down all of the several people. Lu Tao did not expect Wang Hao to be so powerful, so scared that his face turned pale and terrified, trembling his body and stuttering, You, don't come over." "What? Afraid?" Wang Hao asked indifferently. Lu Tao swallowed his saliva and hurriedly said, "Big brother, spare your life." Wang Hao knocked him out with a palm chop and threw him into the trash can next to him, then continued on his way. The surrounding people saw that Wang Hao's strength was extraordinary, and for a moment, they didn't make a move for Lu Tao's group, and Wang Hao directly passed by the group. And inside a rented house, a middle-aged man with a face full of horizontal scars sat on the bed and muttered to himself, "My disguise in the cab, I wonder if I have fooled this group of people from the detective bureau. But it's enough to confuse them. After I offer these bottles of reagents on the black market for money, I'll leave Linchuan City. This place is really confusing. The landlord didn't even ask for my ID before renting me an apartment. The rent is really high though, so I'll do the landlord when I'm done. If you want to earn my Li Mang's money, you have to be prepared to lose your life." Wang Hao, on the other hand, came to a small abandoned neighborhood where the system hinted that the wanted man was in this neighborhood. Wang Hao wasn't prepared to fight the wanted man hard, and he didn't have the strength to do so himself. Since the system had prompted Wang Hao to assist Lu Changrun, it would be fine for Wang Hao to find the location and report it to the detective bureau. While Wang Hao was wandering around the abandoned neighborhood, Li Mang happened to go downstairs to take out the trash. Wang Hao glanced at Li Mang and instantly felt his spiritual power signaling him. When Wang Hao saw Li Mang's eyes, he knew that this was his target. At a glance with Lu Changrun, their eyes were exceptionally godly, and the sense of oppression they brought to themselves clearly felt like that of a strong martial artist. And Li Mang also noticed Wang Hao. He felt the strength of Wang Hao's martial apprentice 5 stars or more, and then looked at him. Surprisingly, he was only 17 or 18 years old. Instantly jealousy surged to his heart. When he was 18 years old, he only had the strength of 1 star of martial apprentice, and he only entered the martial master at the age of 30, while this teenager's talent was so much stronger than his own. Taking another look at the weapons on Wang Hao's body, Li Mang instantly wanted to rob Wang Hao. Li Mang had already judged that Wang Hao was a rich kid, but why did this rich kid come back to this neighborhood? Could it be that he came after me? Wang Hao's soul force seemed to feel this person's killing intent and told himself to calm down, or else he was really in great danger this time. Wang Hao picked up his cell phone and pretended to make a call. "Zhou, didn't you call me to come here to the black market to buy reagents? Where are you people? I'm in the Changyuan neighborhood of Jinhu district right now." Li Mang knew that this teenager had originally come here to the black market to buy something. There was indeed a black market in the neighborhood over here, and he himself was looking for a rental house here for the same reason. Seeing that he actually reported his location out when he was on the phone with someone else, it was better not to do anything random yourself just to be on the safe side. Li Mang secretly sighed, "This time count your life. When I finish the matter, I will go to the black market to find you." Li Mang silently memorized Wang Hao's face and then went upstairs by himself. By the time Li Mang went upstairs, Wang Hao felt that his back was surprisingly all wet. He really escaped this time. He can't take such a risk next time. After writing down the unit number, Wang Hao quickly left the Changyuan neighborhood and came to a public phone booth. He directly called the external phone number of the detective bureau. When the phone was connected, Wang Hao spoke directly to the operator. "You tell your leaders and Lu Changrun that the wanted man is in Unit 3 of the Changyuan neighborhood in Jinhu district. Hurry over." And on the detective bureau building, Lu Changrun is lying on the sofa in their director's office. At this time, the Wang director's phone rang, and after connecting the phone and listening to the content report, the Wang director was also stunned. Then he spoke to Lu Changren. Just now a caller provided the location of the wanted criminal. Unlike the clues provided before, the other party even directly mentioned your name. Is this a trap? Lu Changren directly got up and said, mention my name? Interesting, let's just be prepared. A detective bureau is still afraid of wanted criminals. After Lu Changren directly asked for the location, he said to Director Wang, I'll set off first, you guys block off the periphery, don't startle the other side, you guys will do it as soon as I give the signal. Wang Hao, on the other hand, has been looking at the light of the wanted person's room outside the cell, while anxiously saying, Senior Lu, hurry up, can the detective bureau be a little more efficient? Chapter 18 Snipe. At this time, Wang Hao's soul force sensed that Lu Changren had already entered the Long Garden neighborhood. Lu Changren carefully arrived at the cell building and followed the stairway to the third floor. Lu Changren felt the aura inside and confirmed that there was a martial artist inside and knocked on the door with his hand. Li Mang was also wondering who was knocking on the door. Could it be the landlord? Li Mang was about to open the door when Lu Changren kicked the door and Li Mang out together. With a loud bang, the door panel hit the wall and then fell down, smashing into Li Mang. Li Mang only felt that all the bones in his body were broken, and the pain was incomparable. Li Mang understood that he had actually been discovered by the people from the detective bureau. Damn it, shouldn't he have delayed for a few days? When did the detective bureau become so efficient? Li Mang fixed his eyes on a youth. Lu Changren saw Li Mang's face, and sure enough, it was this wanted man. If it wasn't for someone providing a clue, the people from the detective bureau would still be in the wilderness looking for Li Mang's whereabouts. Li Mang understood that he could only survive if he fought to the death. Li Mang rushed towards Lu Changren and punched him. However, he did not expect Lu Changren to directly extend his left hand to grab Li Mang's fist and easily unload Li Mang's arm. Li Mang was surprised. How could it be possible? He himself was a martial master 2-star strength. Moreover, that attack just now was extremely fast and could not be defended against, but this person had blocked it with ease. Li Mang slapped his palm again, but the result was that he was still slapped by Lu Changren and flew out. This time, Lu Changren didn't give Li Mang a chance to react and chased after him, kicking Li Mang in the chest. Boom! Put! Li Mang flew out backwards, a mouthful of blood spraying out of his mouth before he fell hard to the ground. Li Mang struggled to get up and rushed at Lu Changren once again, only to be sent flying again by Lu Changren's casual slap. Seeing Li Mang's surprised expression, Lu Changren said, I've killed more than 5 or 6 people with your kind of martial master 2-star strength. After saying that, he lifted his leg and took a step in front of Li Mang, aiming a vicious stomp on Li Mang's head. Li Mang quickly turned around before avoiding the fatal blow. Li Mang ducked onto the balcony and saw that Lu Changren was closing in, and outside the detective bureau staff were blocking off the surrounding area. Damn, can only take this bottle of potion. Although taking it would prevent one's strength from being utilized as a martial master for half a year, if he didn't take it now, he would be killed by the youth in front of him. Li Mang opened a bottle of potion and said to Lu Changren, this is a potion that I obtained from robbing a family teenager in the wild. After taking it I suggest you run away as far as you can. Li Mang then took the bottle of potion. When Lu Changren saw that Li Mang was actually taking the D-grade berserk potion, he also realized that he was careless just now and didn't get Li Mang killed. Lu Changren was about to immediately strike. Seeing Li Mang, who had taken the berserk potion, his entire body was red, his meridians were expanding at a speed that was visible to the naked eye, and his entire body's muscles had expanded several times. His skin became a dark golden color, and his eyes became vertical pupils. The sweat hair on his entire body was even thicker, and his body type also became more robust. Li Mang roared, go to hell! Li Mang turned into a black shadow and pounced on Lu Changren. Lu Changren's face was grave as he sensed danger from Li Mang. He didn't expect Li Mang to burst out with such a strong strength after taking the potion, so he immediately didn't dare to be slow and immediately performed his best kung fu. Running Thunder Claw. Lu Changren's pair of sharp claws brought up a stern wind and stabbed at Li Mang's chest. Boom! Li Mang and Lu Changren collided, and Lu Changren's body fell back several meters to stabilize himself. Only to see Li Mang's eyes filled with madness and bloodthirsty light, staring at Lu Changren, a wicked smile flowing from the corner of his mouth. Li Mang let out a cold smile, his figure flickered and disappeared in place. When he reappeared, he had already arrived in front of Lu Changren and punched towards Lu Changren's neck. Lu Changren hurriedly sidestepped to avoid. Li Mang took advantage of the situation and punched Lu Changren's abdomen. Lu Changren was knocked out. Splat! Lu Changren's body fell heavily to the ground, a trace of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Ha ha! Li Mang suddenly laughed up to the sky. Aren't you strong? You keep standing up, don't you want my life? You keep doing it. Lu Changren glared at Li Mang. Li Mang's strength had exceeded his expectations, and Li Mang had become exceptionally fierce after taking the potion. Seeing this, Li Mang once again met him head-on. Pa! Ka-ching! Li Mang kicked Lu Changren's right arm off. Ah! Lu Changren screamed miserably, covering his broken arm and lying on the ground. Lu Changren understood that he was not a match for Li Mang right now, and jumped straight down from the edge of the balcony. Li Mang was about to rush over when he realized that the people from the detective bureau had prepared hot weapons to deal with him. Counting on your life, Li Mang picked up his package and immediately fled the neighborhood while the drug was still strong. The people from the detective bureau also didn't dare to use hot weapons at will, although these weapons were powerful and could pose a threat to master-level martial artists. But they were fast, difficult to aim, and this was in a residential neighborhood, so they could easily cause casualties to others. The people from the detective bureau could only follow Li Mang's path and chase after them. When Wang Hao saw that Li Mang had actually run away, he hesitated for a moment and had to chase after him himself in order to fulfill the system's bounty mission. Luckily, he had mastered the first level of the C-rank stance, Tengqi Yufang, and was able to keep up with Li Mang's footsteps. Li Mang arrived at a forest on the outskirts of the countryside at this time, and felt relieved that there were no people from the detective bureau chasing after him. At this time, Li Mang suddenly realized that a teenager unexpectedly appeared in front of him. Li Mang fixed his eyes to see, isn't this the teenager he saw taking out the garbage in the afternoon? Li Mang instantly realized that it was Yu who told on him. Li Mang was preparing to do it himself when he realized that his medicinal power was gradually fading and his body's soreness was rapidly increasing. Li Mang understood that the aftereffects of his taking the berserk potion were affecting him, and now he could only utilize the strength of a martial apprentice of about 8 stars. When Li Mang saw the rhyming frost sword that Wang Hao was carrying, his greed had grown. After estimating Wang Hao's strength, it is only around 5 or 6 stars of martial apprentice. While the strength is still there, Li Mang is ready to kill Wang Hao and then make a fortune and escape immediately. Wang Hao saw Li Mang panting and understood that he escaped the blockade was also injured. Wang Hao directly used the blood cloud sword technique. A rich aura of fury emanated from Wang Hao's body, and Wang Hao's entire body seemed to be one with the sword. Li Mang had a surprised look in his eyes. Wang Hao was even able to use such a martial art. Li Mang hurriedly used his martial art to meet him. The two blood-colored figures collided with each other, erupting into intense sparks. Li Mang realized that he was actually no match for this teenager. Surprised himself, he realized that he had to retreat first, or else his life would be lost. Chapter 19: The Fishers of Men. However, Wang Hao didn't want to let Li Mang escape at all, and took advantage of his illness to kill him, directly using the second style of blood cloud sword technique, blood light rising. Li Mang felt his scalp go numb and chills explode all over his body. Knowing that he was no match for Wang Hao, Li Mang immediately used his light power and swept to the side. Where to escape? Wang Hao shouted coldly. Wang Hao leaped several feet and slapped his palm out. Li Mang hurriedly ran his true essence to ward off Wang Hao's attack. Bang! Li Mang's true essence was shattered by Wang Hao. Li Mang's body flew out backwards. Li Mang flew backwards for more than 10 meters before landing on the ground. Cough! Li Mang spat out a mouthful of blood. Put! A few more mouthfuls of blood were spat out. Li Mang stood up with difficulty and looked at Wang Hao not far away. Who are you? I have hundreds of thousands of alliance coins here, as well as a few bottles of potions, so I hope you can let me off the hook. Wang Hao didn't talk nonsense and directly stabbed his sword into Li Mang's chest, saying, these things also belong to me when you die. Li Mang became a corpse with unwilling eyes. Wang Hao sensed the immediate arrival of the personnel behind him and quickly picked up Li Mang's package. Immediately after a quick fumble on Li Mang's body, he found another bottle of reagent and quickly fled the scene. Lu Chengren was the first to arrive at the scene and was amazed to see that Li Mang had died at this location. After a while, Director Wang also arrived at the scene and was very happy to see that the wanted man was actually dead. Praising, he said, indeed, heroes come out of youths, little brother even killed the D-class wanted criminal, his future is unlimited. Lu Chengren waved his hand and said, it wasn't me who killed him, it was a person who killed him with his sword. Director Wang looked at Li Mang's corpse, patted Lu Chengren's shoulder and spoke, this person was killed by our detective bureau, when the time comes, I will put $600,000 of hard-earned money into your bank card. Lu Chengren didn't say much, he is now exactly in need of resources to break through, and didn't make much of a fuss. Sensing that the person had already left, he left the scene as well. Wang Hao did not go home first, he came to the martial arts hall. Wang Hao body battle traces also did not attract too much attention. In the martial arts hall, fighting all over the body is not how rare things. Wang Hao still rented a single room, picked up the package, and found that there were actually 300,000 alliance coins inside. Wang Hao instantly felt that this time out was really worth it. In addition to the 300,000 alliance coins, Wang Hao found that the parcel contained 2 bottles of reagents, which looked like E-class reagents. The reagent that Wang Hao got at Li Mang's chest was higher end than the other 2 reagents at first glance, and was contained in a special crystal bottle. Wang Hao's mother had previously given Wang Hao 250,000 alliance coins, recharging off 88,000, plus the rented room at the martial arts center and the cost of the taxi. There was still about 160,000 yuan left. Together with these 300,000 alliance coins, Wang Hao now had 460,000 alliance coins. It was true that martial artists were the most profitable. Wang Hao had made 300,000 alliance coins by killing Li Mang and taking away his belongings. An ordinary person might not be able to save this much money in their lifetime. Wang Hao's heart silently read system, now start submitting bounty missions to kill Class D wanted criminals. Ding, it is detected that the host has completed the mission, with 80% participation in the mission, meeting the conditions for mission completion, and is now issuing rewards. The host receives 2 E-class healing elixirs and a 2-star boost in strength. A warm current suddenly entered Wang Hao's body, and Wang Hao felt that the aura in his body was growing rapidly, and his original strength of 6 stars of martial apprentice was progressing again. The aura continued to wash this Wang Hao's body meridians and bones. It finally gathered in the dantian and formed liquid yuan power, which was stored in the middle of the dantian. Wang Hao felt like he was wandering in an ocean of aura. Wang Hao opened his eyes, and 2 streams of light exploded from his eyes. He had unexpectedly raised his strength by 2 stars in a row, breaking through to the 8th star of martial apprentice. He felt filled with boundless power, as if he could knock down houses with a casual wave of his hand. Wang Hao looked at the 2 pills that appeared in his hand. These were E-grade healing pills that could quickly repair injuries sustained by martial apprentices and also recovered for injuries sustained by martial masters. Wang Hao asked the system, "What are these 3 potions?" The system replied, 2 of the bottles are E-class healing reagents, with prices totaling around 200,000 alliance coins. The crystal bottle is a D-grade martial master reagent, which can raise the strength of a martial master by 1 star, and the price is around 3 million alliance coins. No wonder Li Mang kept this bottle of reagent on his chest. It was estimated that Li Mang, seeing that his strength was almost at the peak of Martial Master 2-star, might want to break through to Martial Master 3-star, before taking the Martial Master reagent and breaking through to Martial Master 4-star. The idea was good, who knew that he was killed? Wang Hao looked at the system's own strength option. Host, Wang Hao. Kryptonite value, 100,000 points. 1 point is equivalent to 1 yuan union dollar. Gender, male. Age, 17. Strength, 8 stars of martial arts apprentice. Aura value, 810 plus, full 1000 can be promoted to martial master. Soul power, soul talent is extremely good on this planet. When the host becomes a martial master, he can unlock the profession of apothecary. Wang Hao realized that there was a plus sign behind his strength and asked the system, "What does this plus sign mean?" The system's emotionless voice once again sounded in Wang Hao's mind. According to the host's physical strength, money can be used to raise the host's aura value, and with a full 1000 you can be promoted to a martial master for 10,000 yuan and a bit of aura value. After Wang Hao practiced the C-grade body refining technique Xian Sheng body refining technique, his body strength had significantly improved, and the 8 stars of martial apprentice was not the limit of his body strength. It was true that C-rank feats were owned by strong martial marquis level people, and body forging feats were even more precious and abnormal. However, since he had obtained the system, he had actually broken through to the 8th star of martial apprentice in a short period of time, and according to last year's result of senior Lu Chengren, he could completely enter Jiangnan Martial University. Wang Hao didn't intend to use money quickly to boost his strength now. He had already boosted from martial apprentice 5 stars to 8 stars in the past few days. Wang Hao was going to familiarize himself with his body strength before thinking about raising his aura value. Wang Hao currently mastered the D-ranked Blood Cloud Sword technique, the C-ranked body technique Fei Yin Step, and the C-ranked body refining technique Xian Sheng body refining technique. Wang Hao felt that with his current standard of aura, he couldn't support himself in using the Blood Cloud Sword technique for a long time. And since he had the talent of sword intent, he should be in the process of mastering a sword technique as a martial art for normal use. Cannot start at the beginning of the big, and the Blood Cloud Sword method is D-grade martial arts, should have been a strong general level martial arts. Their use is also a little high profile, for fear of arousing the heart of the people to scramble. Wang Hao took a look at the exchange item, Grade E Sword Technique, Mad Cloud Sword Technique, Kryptonite Points, 200,000 points. Wang Hao made up his mind and shouted to recharge 100,000 yuan. In an instant, the 300,000 alliance coins in Wang Hao's package was missing 100,000, and his own kryptonite was now 200,000 points. Chapter 20 Wild Cloud Sword Technique. Redeeming the Grade E Sword Technique Wild Cloud Sword Technique, Wang Hao silently read in his mind. Although the E-rank sword technique was a standard technique for the martial master rank, many martial artists at the late martial apprentice stage were also able to cultivate it. Although it was precious, it was much more low-key compared to using the Blood Cloud Sword technique. It also complemented Wang Hao's martial skills. The Grade E Sword technique boosted one's martial skill by double the value of one's Dao power, although compared to the Blood Cloud Sword technique which boosted one's Dao power by 1.5 times, it also consumed less spiritual qi. At this time, the cultivation information of the Mad Cloud Sword technique entered Wang Hao's brain. Mad Cloud Sword technique, a sword technique that combines both offense and defense, focusing on the variation of moves. There were 3 moves in total, which were extremely powerful, and each move carried a harsh and powerful wind. Cultivating it to great perfection could cause people to create an illusion. Wang Hao immediately began to comprehend this Mad Cloud Sword technique. Wang Hao called his parents and told them that he was practicing at the martial arts center, and at the same time, he sent a message to his homeroom teacher, Lin Hui, to take a leave of absence to practice. After a pause, Wang Hao then asked Zhou Hu to inform Lin Yueliang and Su Ling that he was going to practice some martial arts. Wang Hao wanted to let himself master the energy that had skyrocketed in the past few days by practicing martial arts. He had skyrocketed from Martial Apprentice 5 stars to Martial Apprentice 8 stars, and his Dao Force value had increased by 300 points, which was equivalent to 300 kilograms of strength, so he had to have good control over himself. And the best way to have control was to cultivate good martial arts. 5 days passed, and Wang Hao's comprehension of the sword technique grew deeper and deeper, getting closer and closer to the wonders of the sword technique. There were 3 moves in the Mad Cloud sword technique. The first move, Mad Cloud Dance. The second move, Thunder and Lightning. The third move, Cracks Mountains and Breaks Rivers. Wang Hao fused all of his spiritual energy into the sword technique, slowly experiencing the essence contained in these 3 moves. Finally, Wang Hao opened his eyes, exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath, and muttered, "This Mad Cloud sword technique really suits me. Even though it's an E-grade sword technique, the power is comparable to an early D-grade martial art." Wang Hao had gone through the system's introduction during his cultivation, and even E-grade martial arts were divided into high, middle and low grades. The Blood Cloud sword technique belonged to a high-rank D martial skill, the Flying Swallow steps belonged to a middle-rank C, and the Xian Sage Body Refining technique belonged to a high-rank C technique. As for the Flood Blood Emperor technique, it temporarily belonged to the low S grade because Wang Hao was only practicing the first layer. However, Wang Hao believed that as long as someone spread the news that he was practicing S-ranked Kung Fu, it was expected that the government would be the first to come after him. It might be fine for the government to come after him, but he was afraid that those ill-intentioned martial artists would directly take his life and the lives of his family and friends. Must keep the secret, Wang Hao repeatedly admonished himself. Within these 5 days, Wang Hao had already mastered the first 2 styles of the Mad Cloud sword technique. The rapid rate of progress in these 5 days was due to the fact that Wang Hao had a strong soul and was able to understand martial arts more quickly. On the other hand, it was the talent of sword intent that allowed Wang Hao's comprehension of sword techniques to exceed that of normal people, and the power of using sword techniques was much stronger. With that, Wang Hao took out an iron sword and stabbed at the stake of the martial arts center, only to see that the stake was instantly cut in half. If an ordinary person saw it, they would definitely be shocked, but Wang Hao did not have the slightest fluctuation. After Wang Hao cleaned up a bit, he first went to his home to say hello to his parents and wash up properly. Faced with Wang Hao practicing for several days in a row, Wang Hao's parents were also a bit heartbroken, but they also understood that by stepping into a martial artist all the way, Wang Hao would be training outside a lot in the future. After eating at home, Wang Hao packed up and rushed to school. As soon as Wang Hao entered the door, most of the eyes in the class looked at Wang Hao. After not going to school for 5 consecutive days, Zhou Hu told his classmates that Wang Hao was practicing, so everyone was curious about what level of strength Wang Hao had reached now. As a youngster, Zhou Hu obviously felt that Wang Hao's temperament had matured a lot. He didn't know that Wang Hao had experienced killing in the past few days and completed a spiritual metamorphosis. At this time, Wang Hao suddenly received a message on his cell phone. Glancing at his phone, it was sent by Lin Yuro, who asked Wang Hao to go back home with himself after school. Wang Hao glanced at Lin Yuro. She was sitting at the table waiting for herself. Lin Yuro was wearing a beige short-sleeved shirt, with a head of long hair tied up, revealing her snow-white neck. A pair of clear and translucent big eyes, her face was round and cute, her cherry-like small mouth, her skin was delicate and smooth, and her figure was concave and convex. Lin Yuro seemed to sense Wang Hao's gaze and looked up at him. Wang Hao then messaged Lin Yuro, "Are you going to meet the parents? I'm not ready yet." When Lin Yuro saw Wang Hao's message, she instantly blushed and replied, "Last time you saved me, my dad wants to thank you in person." When school was over, Wang Hao directly walked side by side with Lin Yuro. When Zhang Zipping saw Wang Hao and Lin Yuro walking side by side, anger surfaced on his face. Wang Hao glanced at the angry Zhang Zipping and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth before pulling Lin Yuro's soft and slender little hand. Lin Yuro struggled for a bit, and seeing that it didn't help, she obediently followed Wang Hao out of the school gate. When Zhang Zipping saw this scene, his face instantly turned gloomy and he stared fiercely at Wang Hao. However, he didn't dare to make a move at all. His own brother's strength of 6 stars of martial apprentice had been defeated at the hands of Wang Hao, and he himself was not a match for Wang Hao at all now. At this time, a black sedan stopped at the door. Ever since Lin Yuro was attacked, the Lin clan group had especially strengthened their protection of Lin Yuro, arranging for specialized martial artists and drivers to be responsible for picking up and dropping off Lin Yuro. The chauffeur drove the vehicle to bring Wang Hao and Lin Yuro to a villa area, which was the most luxurious villa area in Linchuan City, surrounded by specialized martial artists for protection. However, when the martial artists at the entrance saw the license plate number, they directly released them. The car stopped in front of a villa, and Wang Hao and Lin Yuro got out. At this time, a butler opened the door, bowed to Lin Yuro, and said, "Master and Madam are talking about things in the study, so they asked me to arrange for Miss Classmate to enter the living room first." After hearing this, Lin Yuro pulled Wang Hao's arm and walked into the house, and Wang Hao smelled a light fragrance. Wang Hao glanced at Lin Yuro, who blushed and said shyly, "What are you looking at me for? Just go." Wang Hao hemmed and hawed, "Why are you blushing? Which? Shy. When Wang Hao entered the room, he felt the luxury of the decorations inside the room. The whole set of decorations was made of all the best sandalwood materials, worth $10 million, and it was only a small part of the room. Only then did Wang Hao notice the middle-aged woman on the sofa. She was wearing a cheongsam with a pearl and emerald hairpin on her head. Her skin was fair, and although she had gotten a bit older, she still had her charm. Lin Yuro sweetly called out, "Mom." Wang Hao followed suit and shouted, "Hello auntie, I'm Lin Yuro's classmate Wang Hao." However, Lin Yuro's mother, Zhang Li, only nodded politely to Wang Hao without much enthusiasm. This made Lin Yuro a bit unhappy, and Wang Hao was also a bit confused. Didn't she say she came to thank herself? This attitude was a bit cold. Chapter 21, Lin Yuro's Parents. At this time, a middle-aged man walked into the house. He saw Wang Hao and greeted him warmly. "You are student Wang Hao, right? Thank you for saving my daughter." Wang Hao waved his hand and said, "Uncle is polite." Ouch. I forgot to introduce myself. My humble self, Lin Hai, is Yuro's father. Lin Hai said enthusiastically. Don't be too formal, since you've arrived, let's eat first. Lin Yuro went back to her bedroom, and then when she came out of the bedroom she changed into a white dress. Her feet stepped on a pair of silver white sandals, her hair was draped over the back of her head, and she had a slender figure, just like a fairy descending to the earth. There were 4 sets of tableware on the table, and the delicacies on the table were extremely rich. The dishes were exquisite, tasty, and colorful, so it could be said that they were full of colors and flavors, which made people's appetites flutter. Worthy of being Lin's group, this table of rice is enough raw materials alone to cover an ordinary person's expenses for a month. Wang Hao wasn't jealous, even though his parents didn't make much money. But when it was time to spend money on Wang Hao, they were willing to use all their life savings to buy martial arts disciple reagents for Wang Hao to improve his strength. While Lin Hai kept chatting with Wang Hao at the dinner table, halfway through the meal, Lin Yuro's mother, Zhang Li, opened her mouth. "Little Wang, don't blame auntie for being abrupt. I want to ask if you guys are a couple?" When Lin Yuro heard this, her face instantly turned red and she shouted, "Mom, what are you talking about? Wang Hao and I are still just classmates." "Hee hee, since it's just a classmate relationship, I thought you guys had already established a romantic relationship," Zhang Li said. Cough. Wang Hao lightly coughed. Zhang Li smiled and explained, "Sorry, Wang Hao, I said the wrong thing just now." "Oh, auntie is fine." "Student Wang Hao, but I heard that you and Yuro are very close, is that true?" Wang Hao awkwardly touched his nose, sort of. "Haha, it's true, it seems like this girl Yuro has found the right person. We won't interfere in your young people's affairs, you guys take your time and deal with it slowly." Lin Hai looked at Wang Hao and said with a smile. But Zhang Li interrupted her husband, "They are still young, Yuro is a grade B cultivation talent, and the teachers have all said that Yuro's cultivation talent is unlimited." Lin Yuro stood up and said, "Mom, are you unable to see Wang Hao and still want to set me up to meet your friend's son?" When Zhang Li saw her daughter's expression, she knew that her mind had been guessed. She quickly said, "I'm doing this for your own good. Ouyang Yuan is a B+ talent, his strength is progressing quickly, and the scale of his family's business is one of the largest in Jiangyang city next door." Lin Yuro sat down and continued, "Don't think about marrying me to anyone, I only have Wang Hao in my heart right now." Wang Hao was also shocked when he heard Lin Yuro's words. He didn't expect Lin Yuro to have such deep feelings for herself. When Lin Hai saw the demeanor of the two men, he knew what his daughter was thinking. He patted Wang Hao's shoulder and said, "Wang Hao, don't worry, as long as you can take care of Yuro for the rest of your life, Uncle will support you and Yuro to date." Lin Hai patted Wang Hao's shoulder again and said, "I believe in Yuro's vision." At this time, Zhang Li added, "Wang Hao, I hope you can persuade Yuro to focus on her cultivation." Zhang Li said seriously. Zhang Li looked at Wang Hao and said, "Student Wang Hao, you are a martial artist, I know your strength, and you should know the difference between a B grade talent and a C grade talent. Ouyang Yuan is already a martial apprentice 7-star strength, you will have a gap because of your strength, you won't last long together." Wang Hao clenched his fists, strength or strength. Wang Hao was just about to tell about the fact that he had already reached 8 stars of strength as a martial apprentice, but Wang Hao knew that Lin Yuro's mother wouldn't believe it. Wang Hao stood up, gave Lin Hai and Zhang Li a goodbye salute, and said, "Auntie, I will prove myself." Afterward, Wang Hao left the table and prepared to leave. Lin Yuro hurriedly ran out. Lin Hai looked at his wife and sighed. His wife's character was still so stubborn. Lin Yuro ran to Wang Hao and said, "Don't pay too much attention to my mother's words, I won't meet with Ouyang Yuan." Wang Hao smiled slightly and said, "Well, don't worry, I believe you." Seeing Wang Hao smile, Lin Yuro's face showed happiness and said, "That's good, I'll have someone send you home." Wang Hao nodded. Wang Hao was in the car, feeling a flame burning in his heart, and he decided to accelerate his strength. Wang Hao took a look at his current strength and host, Wang Hao. Kryptonite value, 0.1 point is equivalent to 1 yuan of alliance currency. Gender, male. Age, 17. Strength, 8 stars of martial arts apprentice. Dao power value, 850 plus, full 1000 can be promoted to martial master. Wang Hao still had 360,000 alliance coins in his hand, 2 E-grade healing pills, valued at 400,000 alliance coins, and 2 bottles of E-grade healing reagents, with prices totaling around 200,000. A bottle of D-grade martial master reagent, the price was around 3 million alliance coins. Wang Hao silently recharged 350,000 alliance coins, and then tapped on his Dao power value, and as the 350,000 kryptonite points disappeared, Wang Hao's aura value reached 885 points. Wang Hao saw that the plus sign behind his Dao power value was still there, indicating that Wang Hao's physical quality could still be improved using money. However, Wang Hao glanced at the healing elixir and martial arts reagent, which were items he needed, and Wang Hao was not willing to sell them for the time being. If Wang Hao relied on the 50% bonus of the Flood Blood Emperor technique, he would not be at a disadvantage at all when facing an enemy who was at the beginning of the martial master stage. At this time, Wang Hao also didn't know how to get money for the time being. By the way, last time, Senior Lu Changren took the fugitive chasing mission, so he could ask Senior Lu where he received the mission. The next morning, as soon as Wang Hao entered the classroom, he realized that Lin Yuro was not in the classroom. Wang Hao felt strange, and when he sent a message to Lin Yuro last night, she didn't reply. Wang Hao asked Zhou Hu, "Do you have Senior Lu Chengren's contact information?" Zhou Hu shook his head and replied, "You can ask our homeroom teacher Lin Hui, he might have Senior Lu's contact information." Wang Hao found the homeroom teacher and wanted to ask for Lu Chengren's contact information. Lin Hui hesitated for a moment, but considering that Wang Hao was the strongest in the class and his C-rank talent wasn't weak, it was very likely that he would be able to get into the top 10 martial arts schools. Therefore Lin Hui still gave Wang Hao the contact information, but Lin Hui 10,000 times urged not to disturb Senior Lu Changren without anything special, and it was best to ask questions on cultivation at once. Wang Hao also realized that his homeroom teacher was rather nagging. When he was leaving, Wang Hao asked, "Did Lin Yuro take a vacation?" Lin Hui froze and said, "Her mom called me for advice, and she's giving Lin Yuro special training during this time." "Aren't you and her very close?" "You're not sure?" Chapter 22 Mercenary Alliance. Wang Hao froze for a moment. It was still because of the last meal. It seemed that Lin Yuro's mother didn't want Lin Yuro to have more contact with herself for the time being. Wang Hao gave a and gave his class teacher a goodbye greeting. Lin Hui saw Wang Hao's departing figure and muttered, "Young man, it's hard to get these powerful families to look at you when you don't have good talent and strength from a civilian family background." Wang Hao also understood that only if he became stronger could he win the respect of Lin Yuro's mother. Wang Hao glanced at the number on the note, walked outside the classroom, and dialed the phone. At this time, inside the training room of Jiangnan Martial Arts University, Lu Changren had just finished practicing. From the last wanted criminals, Lu Changren got 600,000 alliance coins. Coupled with his previous mission harvest, he exchanged a bottle of potion. After taking it, his cultivation efficiency really had a large increase. Lu Changren felt his cell phone vibrating, picked it up and saw that it was a number from Linchuan City. Lu Changren thought it was his family calling, so he answered it. "Senior Lu? I'm Wang Hao, the student who picked you up with Ms. Lin last time, do you still remember?" Hearing this voice and introduction, Lu Changren seemed to have some impression. For one, he had heard that Wang Hao was from a civilian family like himself. The second is that Wang Hao was the strongest in the first high school at that time, stronger than a B-grade talented girl at that time, and also very hopeful to get into the top 10 martial arts schools this time. Lu Changren pondered for a while and replied, "I do have an impression, what's the matter?" Hearing that Lu Changren remembered him, Wang Hao said smoothly, "Senior Lu, I am currently at the strength of martial apprentice 8-star and I want to obtain resources. But resources all need to spend money to buy. I'm quite short of money lately, so I want to ask what channels are there for martial artists to make money?" Lu Changren was also surprised to hear that Wang Hao turned out to be a martial apprentice 8-star. It had only taken more than a month to progress from martial apprentice 5-star to martial apprentice 8-star. With the strength of martial apprentice 8-stars, Wang Hao could even possibly enter Kyoto Martial University or Magic City Martial University. After careful consideration, Lu Changren said, "Wang Hao, I know that you must have your own chances as well, and it is logical that you should cultivate well at the martial apprentice stage. But I also know that you and I are both from commoner families, and it's difficult to rely on your family to provide resources to cultivate. Martial apprentices generally assist the detective bureau in their fugitive chasing missions, but the amount of money gained is very little. Wudu does have missions that are given to our school by the Ministry of War in the DEA. The school also subsidizes the missions that the students complete. But you can't take the WU mission even if you haven't gotten into WU yet. You can try the Mercenary League. But you'd better still have the strength of a martial master or above to do so, or you'll most likely fail to complete the mission and get killed instead." Wang Hao also pondered for a moment after hearing Lu Qingren's words. But Wang Hao also understood that if he didn't put up a fight, it would be hard for him to become strong even if he had the system. The kryptonite system wasn't giving himself items for free, and he simply couldn't get stronger without recharging. To make money your way, it looks like you'll have to go to Mercenary League for a bit. After finalizing his idea, Wang Hao hurriedly asked, "Senior Lu, where is this Mercenary League?" Hearing Wang Hao's urgent voice, Lu Chengren also thought that he had also tried every possible way to improve his strength during his martial apprentice stage, so he answered. In Jinhu District, Linchuan City, so you add my WeChat and I'll send you the address. But you remember, you have to show your strength as a martial master or above for you to receive a good mission. Wang Hao gave a hum to indicate that he understood. When Wang Hao added Lu Chengren's WeChat and saw the location. When school was over, Wang Hao gave Zhou Hu a greeting and took a taxi. It was still the same as last time, the cab didn't even dare to go to the center of the Golden Lake District, it just dropped Wang Hao off at the periphery. Wang Hao followed the navigation to a 6-story building. Wang Hao confirmed the location. Could this be the address of Linchuan City's mercenary league? As soon as Wang Hao entered the building, he felt that the place was full of people and fish. Not long after Wang Hao walked in, he came across a woman in professional attire, ushering Wang Hao towards her. A young woman, smilingly said, "Hello, how can I help you?" Wang Hao replied, "I'm here to take on a mission, but I haven't registered with the Mercenary League before." The young woman seemed to glance at Wang Hao, and was also shocked by how young Wang Hao was. Usually those who came here were at least around 20 years old. Wang Hao, on the other hand, looked less than 18 years old. But the woman did not, because of the age of small and slow, polite, to take Wang Hao upstairs into the 3rd floor of the office. The professional dress woman first brought Wang Hao to fill in the information, and saw that Wang Hao filled in the 8 stars of the martial apprentice. Then she explained, "If Mr. is a martial apprentice 8-star strength, according to our mercenary union regulations, you can only become an F-class mercenary, and your authority can only take F-class missions." Wang Hao took a look at the F-rank missions on the computer, all of which were helping people fight, escorting students, and acting as a bodyguard for people, and the rewards ranged from a few thousand to a few tens of thousands of dollars. Most of the tens of thousands of dollars are for being a bodyguard for a month or two. These assignments are really time-consuming and don't make much money for yourself. Wang Hao then inquired, "How do I become an E-class mercenary?" The young woman smiled and explained, "One is to become a martial master level martial artist, the second is to complete 30 F-ranked missions, and the third is for geniuses, proving that you have martial master level strength or above. On the 4th floor we have a testing instrument. If you use a martial skill with a Dao force value of 1000 or more, you can become an E-ranked mercenary." Wang Hao nodded and inquired again, "How do you call yourself?" The young woman said with a smile, "My name is Zhang Jingyi, you can call me Jingyi." Wang Hao nodded politely. Then he followed Zhang Jingyi to the 4th floor. Zhang Jingyi led Wang Hao to a circular instrument. Wang Hao then stood next to the quiz instrument, and Zhang Jingyi pointed to the numbers on the instrument and said, "You now run the aura in your body and then hit the quiz instrument, and the data will be displayed. All you need to do is exceed the figure of 1000, and you are a rank E mercenary, and I know that many people who have just stepped into the martial master stage are at this Dao force value." Wang Hao ran the aura in his body. He now had a Dao power value of 885, and with the 50% increase of the Flood Blood Emperor technique, he should have no problem hitting a Dao power value of 1300. Seeing this, Zhang Jingyi immediately said, "Please adjust yourself and make an attack posture." After Wang Hao adjusted his state, he swung his fist at the testing apparatus. Boom! There was a loud bang, and the quiz instrument shone with light. Seeing the glow, Zhang Jingyi froze, then said in surprise, 1300. Chapter 23, Accepting the Mission. After Zhang Jingyi finished speaking, she quickly walked over to the side of the quiz instrument, then checked the data on it. After looking at it for half a second, Zhang Jingyi shouted with an excited expression on her face, "Congratulations on becoming an E-class mercenary. For you, as a martial apprentice, to be able to become an E-rank mercenary, you are definitely considered the best genius of our Linchuan City Mercenary Alliance in the past few years. Not only that, because of your talent, I will personally report this matter to the Mercenary League's top management. You may not know that the Mercenary Alliance is a special organization that also has its own sphere of influence. The Mercenary League is for martial artists, and you can use this as a platform for posting quests and accepting quests. When you complete a mission, you will not only get the money given by the publisher, but you will also get mercenary points. And the higher your mercenary level, the higher your authority, and the more things you can exchange. Once you become a mercenary, you will be out of the realm of ordinary people, and many mercenaries have survived the trials of life and death in order to live until now. After listening to Zhang Jingyi's introduction, Wang Hao also had a preliminary understanding of the Mercenary League. Zhang Jingyi smiled and said, "Most of the mercenaries in our Linchuan city are F-rank mercenaries, and young E-rank mercenaries like you are absolutely rare. I can act as your exclusive advisor, and I've picked out some E-rank missions based on your strength. Of course, I excluded all the missions that require the strength of a martial master of 3 stars or more, also for your safety." Wang Hao nodded in agreement. With his current strength of 8 stars as a martial apprentice, he could only barely fight against a 2-star martial master. If he really faced the strength of a 3-star martial master, he would probably have to flee. Just as Wang Hao was picking a mission, suddenly Wang Hao found an extremely special mission. Find or kill Fan Xiong, a researcher at the Nanjiang City Research Institute, who was a 2-star martial apprentice in strength, but was bribed by a cultist to take away the research data USB flash drive. There is a possibility that Fan Xiong may have fled back to his home in Linchuan City, so this mission was released in the Linchuan City Mercenary Union. There is no limit to the level of this mission. Providing clues rewards 500,000 alliance coins, finding or killing rewards a bottle of D-grade martial master potion, 1,000 mercenary points and 500,000 alliance coins. Zhang Jingyi saw Wang Hao staring at this mission and smiled as she explained, everyone went crazy over this mission when it was first released a month ago. A quest with such a low threshold but such a generous reward made a lot of people rush for it. But unfortunately, many people had searched for a month without discovering Fan Xiong's whereabouts. Just as Wang Hao was thinking about whether or not to take the mission, a familiar voice sounded in Wang Hao's mind. Ding, when the host takes on the Mercenary Alliance mission, the system will synchronize an update to the bounty mission. It can help the host lock onto the target location, but it will not give extra rewards. Only tasks issued by the system itself will be rewarded by the system. Wang Hao was delighted when he heard the system's words. Although the system would not give any additional rewards, as long as it helped Wang Hao lock the location of the target quest, it would be equivalent to completing most of the quest. Wang Hao told Zhang Jingyi that he was going to take on this mission. Zhang Jingyi tells Wang Hao that it doesn't matter if Fan Xiong lives or dies, but he must bring back the flash drive so that the mission will be completed. This was a mission issued by the Jiangnan City Research Institute, and the institute's information was very important to the Jiangnan base government. Wang Hao immediately checked the system and looked for the location of the system prompt. It was the location on the outskirts of Linchuan City. Wang Hao found a cab and rushed in the direction of the location. The car drove for about 2 hours, and finally came to the destination. This time the taxi fare alone cost more than 300, which made Wang Hao's originally not rich wallet shrunk partly again. Wang Hao had used all the money to enhance his strength, and now he still had more than 500 on him. He only saw that it was a mountain peak, and at the foot of the mountain in the distance was a forest. When Wang Hao raised his eyes, he saw a dilapidated house at the end of the woods. With a flash of his body, Wang Hao disappeared into thin air. Wang Hao traveled through the dense forest and soon arrived at the place where Fan Xiong lived. He only saw that the courtyard where Fan Xiong lived was empty. Wang Hao surveyed the surroundings and suddenly heard a coughing sound coming from the house. Wang Hao hurriedly pushed open the door and walked into the house. Who? Wang Hao just stepped into the house, only to see a middle-aged woman in the house. The middle-aged woman asked, "Young man, who are you looking for?" Wang Hao replied, "I was wandering over here with my classmates and got lost. Can auntie give me a sip of water to drink?" The middle-aged woman saw that Wang Hao was just a 17-year-old teenager, and after hesitating for a while, she agreed to go to the bedroom to get a water bottle to pour water for Wang Hao. While pouring the water, Wang Hao also observed that there was no one in the bedroom. Could it be that the system prompted an error? There was only a middle-aged woman in this house. It shouldn't be. Wang Hao snapped. Could this Fan Xiong be the middle-aged woman just now? No wonder so many mercenaries couldn't find it now. It turned out that Fan Xiong was disguised as a woman moving around, so the surveillance didn't capture it either. Thinking of this, Wang Hao immediately struck out at the middle-aged woman. The woman also didn't expect this teenager to strike at herself, and immediately instinctively struck back. And the fluctuation of the aura made Wang Hao understand that this was the target he was looking for, otherwise how else would a mountain village woman still have the strength of a martial arts disciple? However, Fan Xiong, who was a 2-star martial apprentice, was not Wang Hao's opponent at all. Fan Xiong was quickly subdued by Wang Hao. "How did you discover me?" This disguise makeup was taught to me by the cultists, saying that the average person wouldn't be able to tell it all purely from their appearance. Fan Xiong looked at Wang Hao with a puzzled expression. The details of how you poured the water betrayed you. Wang Hao wouldn't even tell that he had confirmed that this middle-aged woman was Fan Xiong in disguise because he trusted the system. "Where is the flash drive?" Wang Hao asked with a cold grunt. When Fan Xiong heard Wang Hao's questioning, his eyes rolled a few times and said, "I don't know anything about a USB drive." When Wang Hao heard Fan Xiong's words, he directly slapped his face. Slap! Fan Xiong spat out a bloody tooth from his mouth. Fan Xiong still didn't say live. Snap! Another slap across the face. Another of Fan Xiong's teeth flew out. Wang Hao continued to fight over and slammed his fist into Fan Xiong's face. "Are you going to say it or not?" Fan Xiong clutched his face in pain and begged, don't hit, I'll say everything." Wang Hao heard Fan Xiong's words and stopped the beating. Wang Hao looked at Fan Xiong and said indifferently, "Tell me, where is the USB drive?" "I put the USB drive under the red brick at the head of the bed, go get it yourself." After Fan Xiong finished speaking, he closed his eyes with a look of death. When Wang Hao heard Fan Xiong's words, he walked to the bed next to Fan Xiong and indeed found a small wooden box under the bricks under the bed. Wang Hao reached inside the small wooden box and took out the USB drive. With that, Wang Hao walked over to Fan Xiong and squatted down beside him and said coldly, "Where's the money that the cult bribed you with? Don't tell me that you were originally a cultist. I've met cultists, but not as death-crazed as you. Tell me where the money is and you might still live. If you don't say it, you have to die now. Anyway, the people at the institute only want the flash drive, they don't care if you live or die." Chapter 24, A Horse Can't Get Fat Without Night Grass. Fan Xiong opened his eyes, saw that it was Wang Hao, hesitated, and said fearfully, "The money and items are in the storage locker at Linchuan City Railway Station number 31, and the key is in the drawer inside my house." When Wang Hao heard this, he went to the table and rummaged through Fan Xiong's other drawer. Opening the drawer, he took out the key and hesitated at Fan Xiong. If he handed Fan Xiong over to the mercenary union, there was a possibility that he would stir up the matter of hacking Fan Xiong's money. Wang Hao then glanced at Fan Xiong. This kind of person who helped the cultists didn't need to be pitted too much. Wang Hao stabbed his sword into Fan Xiong's body, and Fan Xiong looked at Wang Hao in shock. He didn't expect a young man like Wang Hao to move without the slightest hesitation. Wang Hao once again inspected Fan Xiong's body and house, confirming that there were no other items that could be scavenged. He then dialed Zhang Jingyi's phone number, informing that he had found Fan Xiong and asked the Mercenary Alliance's people to hurry over. Zhang Jingyi was surprised at Wang Hao's efficiency. So many people hadn't found him in a month, but Wang Hao had found him in just half a day. Following the location Wang Hao had sent, about another hour or so later, a middle-aged man and Zhang Jingyi arrived at the house at the foot of the mountain with a dozen of their men. The first thing the middle-aged man said when he saw Wang Hao was, "Where's the flash drive?" Wang Hao replied, "Does this count as completing the mission?" The middle-aged man was a bit dissatisfied that Wang Hao did not answer his question immediately. Zhang Jingyi next to him hurriedly explained, "Don't worry, the people from the research institute will come over later to make a judgment on the USB flash drive. If it hasn't been read, your mission definitely counts as complete." After hearing this, Wang Hao handed the flash drive to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man got the USB flash drive, carefully observed it, and then said, "Let's leave here first," and returned to the building to hand it over to the institute. "Your name is Wang Hao, right? You did a good job this time." Wang Hao then followed the middle-aged man and his group's car to reach the mercenary building. Wang Hao was very sensible, knowing that it was best for him not to leave before the results were known. In case the USB flash drive had been used, he was also a suspect. 3 hours passed and Zhang Jingyi came to Wang Hao's lounge. Seeing Zhang Jingyi's happy face, Wang Hao understood that the result was stable. Zhang Jingyi was wearing a uniform today, and had deliberately changed into black silk, revealing her long, straight legs to be even more alluring. Her long black and beautiful hair was draped over her shoulders, and together with her snow-white skin, her whole person exuded a mature and sexy charm. When Zhang Jingyi saw Wang Hao staring at her, not only did she not shy away, but she also showed off her beautiful legs generously. "Congratulations, Mr. Wang Hao, the USB flash drive has not been read before. What's your bank card number, and later on, we'll give you a bottle of Class D Martial Master Potion, 1,000 mercenary points, and 500,000 alliance coins." Wang Hao was also happy to hear this, and then reported his bank card number to Zhang Jingyi. Zhang Jingyi immediately recorded it, and Wang Hao was still thinking about the money that Fan Xiong had put on the train station, so he said goodbye to Zhang Jingyi. When Wang Hao left, Zhang Jingyi gave the middle-aged man a report on the situation. Zhang Jingyi carefully asked, "Should we find someone to follow this young man? It always feels like he has secrets on him." The middle-aged man waved his hand, "I've already found someone to investigate. A student of the first high school, C-grade talent, his father is the deputy director of the public security precinct, and his mother is also in the system. The background is absolutely clean, and having killed cultists, he is not a member of a cult. As long as one was not a member of a cult, it was normal to have some secrets of one's own. There's no need to send someone to follow him, kill him, and record him in the file. He's a good seedling." After leaving the mercenary building, Wang Hao deliberately detoured a bit to observe if anyone was following him. Whether it was the fact that he had found Fan Xiong so quickly or the items he had acquired, it was possible that he had attracted the attention of someone with an interest. Not counting the 1,000 points, the D-ranked Martial Master Potion alone was worth 3 million alliance coins. If someone was greedy, it was normal for them to grab the items. Wang Hao already had a bottle of Martial Master reagent in his hand, and Wang Hao was ready to sell the one he acquired from Li Mang, still trusting the quality of the items provided by the Mercenary Alliance. After confirming that no one was following him, Wang Hao asked the cab driver to drop him off in front of the Linchuan City Railway Station. Wang Hao walked to storage locker number 31 and inserted the key into it. Hearing the sound of the lock opening, Wang Hao was also relieved. He was afraid that Fan Xiong would deceive himself. Taking the parcel out, Wang Hao saw that there was more movement of people at the train station and didn't open the parcel, and directly took a cab home. After arriving home, Wang Hao's parents saw Wang Hao carrying a large package and were curious. Wang Hao explained that it was something for cultivation, so his parents didn't ask too many questions. A few days ago, Wang Hao's parents also asked Lin Hui, the class teacher, about the situation, and knew that Wang Hao and Lu Changren had contact. And Lin Hui told Wang Hao's parents that Wang Hao had made great progress recently. The parents assumed that this was due to the E-ranked martial apprentice reagent and understood that their son had not deceived them. Therefore, with regards to Wang Hao, the parents were still relatively relieved. They didn't know that the money in Wang Hao's parcel was money that they couldn't earn with a lifetime of hard work. Wang Hao opened the parcel, and not only was there 800,000 alliance coins inside, there was also a bottle of grade E martial apprentice reagent. Wang Hao hurriedly recharged the 800,000 alliance coins, and now his kryptonite reached 800,000 points. Wang Hao continued to use his kryptonite points to increase his Dao power value, and when his Dao power value reached 900, Wang Hao felt aura surging. Wang Hao understood that this was about to break through the 9th star of martial apprentice. Wang Hao hurriedly sunk his dantian, controlling his body's ever-increasing aura, slowly condensing it and impacting the barrier after it had converged. Only to see a beam of energy formed by aura rushing out from the dantian and slamming into the film. Rumble! A loud noise ensued, and the barrier was instantly broken through. After a long time, Wang Hao was able to slow down. At this time, Wang Hao's realm was elevated to martial apprentice 9 stars. At the moment, Wang Hao felt filled with power. Wang Hao glanced at the system and realized that the plus sign of his Dao power value was still there, indicating that his physical limit had not been reached yet. Wang Hao continued to use the kryptonite points, and when all 800,000 kryptonite points were used, Wang Hao continued to use the 500,000 points that the Mercenary League had just transferred from his bank card. When Wang Hao's Dao power value reached 990 points, he realized that he could no longer point. Wang Hao understood that it was difficult to break through the big barrier of martial master below by increasing the Dao force value alone. Wang Hao now seemed to glance at the system. Host, Wang Hao. Kryptonite value, 250,000 points. 1 point is equivalent to 1 yuan Union dollar. Gender, male. Age, 17. Strength, 9 stars of martial arts apprentice. Aura value, 990 plus, full 1000 can be promoted to martial master. Soul power, excellent talent, pending becoming a martial master will unlock the profession of apothecary. Chapter 25, Helping Zhou. The 800,000 alliance coins that Wang Hao obtained from Fan Xiong, along with the 500,000 alliance coins given by the Mercenary Alliance, all recharged the system. The Dao Force value increased from 885 points to 990 points, costing 1.05 million. There were still 250,000 kryptonite points left. One still had 2 bottles of D-ranked martial master reagents, 1 bottle of E-ranked martial apprentice reagents, 2 bottles of E-ranked healing reagents, and some healing items in hand. Martial practitioner cultivation was indeed an extremely money-consuming profession. Wang Hao patted his head, forgetting to leave himself some cash again, and brainstormed to recharge all of it again. There's no other way but to find mom and dad in the morning and ask for more money. The next morning, Wang Hao looked for his father to ask for 500 Union dollars on the pretext of going to the martial arts school to practice. Thinking that he spent so much money last night, but this morning he asked his parents for money for 500 yuan, Wang Hao shook his head helplessly. Then he went to school, and Wang Hao glanced at Lin Yuro's seat, which was still not there. When class ended, Su Xian walked over. Today, Su Xian still wore her refreshingly short hair and wore a light blue tight shirt, revealing her snow-white smooth arms and collarbone. Her features were exquisite, her skin was delicate and smooth, her face was lightly made up, and she overall looked youthful and beautiful. Brother Hao, Su Xian called out sweetly, waving at him. Wang Hao smiled at her as well. Why aren't you home yet? Su Xian said, I'll go back later. Aha, Wang Hao nodded his head in agreement, and then prepared to continue to the martial arts center. He had just walked to the supermarket next to it when he heard Su Xian's call from behind him. Brother Hao. Wang Hao stopped walking and turned to ask her, anything else? Su Xian's rosy lips lightly opened and said, Brother Hao, I want to invite you to dinner tonight. Ah, Wang Hao froze, by dinner? Su Xian nodded. Wang Hao scratched his head, then. That line, where is the place chosen? Su Xian pursed her lips and smiled, the place has been booked, it's near my house, I'll send you the location when the time comes. Oh, okay. Su Xian smiled faintly and said, that's all for now then, bye. Wang Hao nodded and watched Su Xian's figure disappear around the corner of the stairs. In the evening, Wang Hao received the location information sent by Su Xian and took a taxi to the agreed restaurant. In the restaurant, Wang Hao and Su Xian sat with each other while the waiter brought over the menu. Su Xian flipped through the menu and said, Brother Hao, what do you want to eat? Wang Hao said, I'm fine with all of them, just decide. Good, then I'll order the food. Su Xian looked very happy as she flipped through the menu and suddenly said, I think this boiled fish is quite good, can I add chili? Wang Hao said, yes. Su Xian ordered 2 or 3 more dishes, and the waiter left with the menu. Wang Hao didn't think much and nodded in agreement. Soon after, the dishes ordered by the two were brought up one after another. Su Xian picked up a piece of beef and said, Brother Hao, what do you think of me? Wang Hao said unnaturally, good talent and personality, and a beautiful person. Su Xian laughed with approval after hearing this and said, I'm not as strong as someone in terms of talent, and people aren't necessarily as beautiful as her, or else how come some boys only like Lin Yuro? Wang Hao laughed awkwardly, and secretly grumbled in his heart, he was still entangled in the matter between himself and Lin Yuro, and now he inserted another Su Xian. Nah, don't say such words in the future, it'll be troublesome if someone hears it and misunderstands. Wang Hao dryly coughed a few times and reminded Su Xian. Su Xian stared at him with a smile and asked in return, what if I say I like you? Ah, Wang Hao looked at her in astonishment. Su Xin smiled prettily and said, "Don't have this expression, is it wrong for me to like you? Am I not beautiful? Am I not prettier than her? This. You like me, ah?" Wang Hao swallowed his saliva and asked cautiously. Su Xin blinked her big eyes and said, "Of course. I've had a crush on you before my talent awakened, it's not like I suddenly had this feeling." Wang Hao sighed in his heart, what's going on here? How did another woman appear? And it's still in the same class. The main thing is that his relationship with Lin Euro hasn't been resolved yet, and here comes another one. Wang Hao said, Su Xin, we are only 17 years old, the main thing now is to prepare for the martial arts examination, now too in love is too anxious point, take your time okay? Su Xin pouted and said, I don't care about this, I'm 18 years old this year, you know, in ancient times, at the age of 18, you're already married. Wang Hao shook his head helplessly, not wanting to talk about it anymore, and said, Su Xin, tonight I want to go to the martial arts center near the school to practice, so let's get together some other time, I'll take my leave first. Wang Hao stood up and greeted Su Xin before leaving the restaurant directly. Hey! Brother Hao, Su Xin looked at Wang Hao's back as he left and couldn't help but call out. But Wang Hao ignored her and left the restaurant straight away. Su Xin looked down and muttered, Humph. What a log. Wang Hao thought to himself, it's really the hardest thing to accept the grace of a beauty, don't feel free to promise someone else if you haven't set your mind on it yet. However, recently, I have to practice martial arts, always in the martial arts museum training is also afraid of others know their strength. Wang Hao glanced at the martial apprentice reagent in his hand, he didn't have much use for it himself, but he could give it to Zhou Hu. Zhou Hu was only an E-grade talent, and as of now was only cultivating to the second star of martial apprentice, and at a normal rate of cultivation, not to mention the top 10 martial arts schools, it would be very difficult to even get into a normal martial arts school. Wang Hao came to Zhou Hu's home and explained the situation to Zhou Hu. Zhou Hu was surprised and asked, Brother, how don't you use the martial apprentice reagent? Wang Hao waved his hand and said, this thing is only useful the first time you take it, and I've already taken it. I can give it to you, but I have a request, you can't say you bought it from me. Zhou Hu's father was familiar with his own father, and he didn't want to wear out his welcome and not be able to explain the source of the second bottle of martial apprentice reagent. Zhou Hu said, Brother Hao, I know that the market price of this is $300,000, and the black market price is $500,000. My father also intends to buy me a bottle, and is looking for ways to buy it at the right price. Brother Hao, I'll tell my father about it and say that I bought it from Lin Euro, and you'll help me give Lin Euro a word when the time comes. Wang Hao agreed. After an hour, Zhou Hu's father fetched $300,000 for Zhou Hu, who directly handed the money to Wang Hao. Wang Hao was only willing to take 100,000. Zhou Hu persuaded, kissing brothers, you take 300,000, I'll buy it myself for 500,000, and I'm not sure about the quality of the black market. Wang Hao really couldn't resist, so he had to say, that I'll take 200,000, Zhou Hu, it's not that I don't tell you, it's not convenient to tell you the source of this bottle of potion, it's also for your own good. Zhou Hu agreed, and Wang Hao said, it's not too late, let's go to the martial arts center now, and I'll watch you take the martial apprentice reagent. Chapter 26 Breaking Through Martial Master. After arriving at the martial arts center, Wang Hao once again asked the system to confirm that there was no problem with the reagent and handed it over to Zhou Hu. Zhou Hu didn't even think about it before taking the reagent in one gulp. The fiery sensation immediately rushed directly to Zhou Hu's dantian. Zhou Hu gritted his teeth and insisted on. His face was suffocatingly red, and his entire body was sweating like rain. A moment later, Zhou Hu's body emitted bang a muffled sound, as if something was broken in general. Immediately after, a powerful true essence surged up from his dantian. Wang Hao watched from the side and did not intervene. Sure enough, after only a few minutes had passed, the just coalesced true essence instantly collapsed and returned to calmness, and even the originally injured meridians returned to their original state, as if they hadn't been damaged at all. Zhou Hu's eyes snapped open, shooting out two streams of light, his fists clenched tightly, emitting bursts of bones colliding with the crunching sound. He threw his head back in excitement and roared, "Ha! I've finally broken through." Immediately afterward, he turned his head to Wang Hao and said with a face full of excitement, "Brother Hao, thank you so much." Wang Hao was also happy for Fei Chan's breakthrough. This time, you just need to cultivate well and take advantage of the remaining medicinal power of the martial apprentice reagent. There's still more than a month left to strive to break through to martial apprentice 4-star. This way, even if you can't get into the top 10 martial arts schools, you can still go to other martial arts schools. Wang Hao and Zhou Hu then went home together. After returning home, Wang Hao didn't recharge the 200,000 alliance coins. He figured out that he would go rent a yard first, otherwise it would be too inconvenient to practice martial arts. Many of the truly exclusive martial arts techniques were not practiced in martial arts halls. The next day, Wang Hao didn't go to school, but found an agent to rent a house. Wang Hao looked at a house with a yard, not far from Wang Hao's home and school. The main thing was that this house was very quiet and there was a yard to practice. Of course the rent is not cheap, compared to the normal unit building rent of 1 or 2,000 a month, this yard owner directly opened 6,000 a month. In the end, Wang Hao bargained to 5,000 a month, directly gave 20,000 alliance coins, deposit 3 to pay 1, the lease period of 3 months. During the following month, Wang Hao attended classes at school during the day and practiced in the rented room at night. Facing Su Xian's fiery eyes in the classroom, Wang Hao could only use one strategy: procrastination. After a month of practicing martial arts, Wang Hao not only mastered all of the Mad Cloud Sword technique, but also cultivated the Blood Cloud Sword technique to the third style of Blood Shadow. The Flying Swallow step was cultivated to the second style Swallow soaring in the sky. Only the Xian Saint body refining technique Wang Hao had not yet been introduced to the second layer. However, for the progress in this month or so, Wang Hao was still very satisfied. Wang Hao counted the time. There was still a week before the May martial exam strength test, and Wang Hao was ready to break through to martial master. Wang Hao first spent 50,000 kryptonite points to exchange for the E-grade elixir martial apprentice Dan. The martial apprentice pill, a Tian Yuan continent elixir, could increase the probability of a martial apprentice being promoted to martial master by 30%. This is an exchange item added after the system was upgraded. If this elixir was known by those graduates of the 10 great martial schools who hadn't yet reached the rank of martial master, they would definitely dump their families to buy it. This was because amongst the top 10 martial schools, if you had not become a martial master, then you would not be able to obtain a graduation certificate. Wang Hao was in the house getting ready to be promoted to martial master. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, he took out a martial apprentice Dan and put it into his mouth. The martial apprentice Dan turned into a warm current after entering the stomach and slowly flowed into Wang Hao's strange meridians. Subsequently, this warm current slowly ran along his tendons for a week, then flowed from the 8 odd meridians all over his body, and finally converged into his dantian. At this moment, Wang Hao's body had become boiling hot, as if boiling water was churning. He hurriedly closed his eyes and operated the Flood Blood Emperor decision, absorbing this trace of heat and quenching his body. Not long after, the skin on his body's surface unexpectedly permeated with a faint black mist. The feeling of warmth within Wang Hao's body became even more prevalent, as if there were countless ants gnawing at it, making it unbearable. This taste caused him a lot of pain, and bean-sized beads of sweat densely covered his forehead, but he held on without uttering a word. The pain lasted for half an hour before it ended, and the sweat from Wang Hao's body actually drenched the entire bed, and even the bottom of the bed was stained with black stains. Wang Hao's mind was racing, and he quickly adjusted his breathing, running the Flood Blood Emperor technique to absorb the surrounding spiritual qi. The energy of the spiritual qi in the elixir instantly transformed into a cool energy that traveled throughout his body. After this cool energy traveled in a circle, it unexpectedly converged within his dantian and formed a mass of liquid energy. Subsequently, Wang Hao continued to cultivate, and this mass of energy continued to follow the route of the Flood Blood Emperor decision until it turned milky white before stopping. Wherever this energy passed through, he felt that every inch of muscle and every bone in his entire body seemed to have become incredibly light. Wang Hao controlled this energy to make a final impact towards the martial master barrier. Rumble rumble. The medicinal effect of the martial apprentice pill was perfectly utilized, and the final stream of milky white energy fiercely bombarded the martial master barrier. Bang click. The martial master barrier instantly shattered. The martial master realm finally succeeded in stepping into it. As he stepped into the martial master realm, qualitative changes occurred in all parts of Wang Hao's body. Wang Hao felt that his body was filled with great strength. He couldn't help but stretch his muscles and bones, crackling, a pleasant sound. As the energy traveled, the dry heat in Wang Hao's body gradually disappeared, and he felt soothed all over. Early the next morning, when the sunlight shone into the house, Wang Hao stretched his waist and felt that his entire self had been sublimated. Was this the martial master? At this time, the familiar electronic synthesized voice sounded in Wang Hao's head again. Ding, it is now detected that the host has become a martial artist, unlocking the D-level system brand new, opening up D-level item exchange, and unlocking the profession of apothecary at the same time. Wang Hao glanced at the system's own information. Host, Wang Hao. Kryptonite value, 200,000 points. 1 point is equivalent to 1 yuan union dollar. Gender, male. Age, 17. Strength, martial artist 1 star. Aura value, 1250 plus. Soul power, 1020 on this planet, one can become an apothecary with a full 100 or more soul power. Wang Hao couldn't help but ask, what's the deal with soul power and apothecary? Ding, the host's soul power is extremely excellent in the same age group, and the second layer of the Flood Blood Emperor technique can then be cultivated to enhance the soul power. Apothecary is a martial artist with extremely excellent soul force, and the martial artist can unlock the occupation, or 1 in 1,000 probability to appear. Wang Hao didn't understand too much about the system's explanation. The only strong person that Wang Hao currently knew above the level of martial master was Senior Lu Changren. He had no choice but to call Senior Lu Changren again. Lu Changren heard that Wang Hao had actually inquired about pharmacists and was also surprised by this. After thinking for a moment, Lu Changren replied, apothecaries are an extremely mysterious group of people in our martial master stage. Chapter 27, Apothecary. It's logical that you won't be exposed at the martial apprentice stage. Only when you break through to martial master can you detect the strength of your soul power. Our Jiangnan Martial University originally had a girl whose strength was not very outstanding originally. But when she broke through to become a martial master and showed a talent for soul power, our principal actually stepped in to accept her as a disciple. I heard from my mentor that apothecaries are one of the wealthiest groups on this planet, and also one of the most money-burning. Normal martial artists can only be awakened to become apothecary apprentices if their soul power reaches 100 or more, and they can only be qualified to refine F-rank reagents, and they can only become F-rank apothecaries if they succeed in refining them. Only when the soul force reaches 500 or more can one refine an E-rank reagent. Soul power of 1000 or more is required to refine D-grade reagents. Apothecaries needed a large amount of medicinal herbs and magical beast magic core materials, so they were known as the profession that burned money. However, a high-ranked apothecary was not only the most popular group of many great powers, but also the friend that many powerful people wanted to socialize with the most. Thus you know how popular apothecaries are in the profession of martial artists. After listening to Lu Qingren's words, Wang Hao finally had a preliminary understanding of apothecaries. Soul power over 100 could be awakened to become a pharmacist, so wouldn't his own 1000 points of soul power be 10 times that of those geniuses? Wang Hao then asked over the phone, "Brother Lu, then do you know where I can increase my soul force or cultivate it?" After hearing Wang Hao's words, Lu Qingren also had almost sprayed out. "I know where there is an item to increase soul power. I would have taken it long ago, and this kind of treasure has long caused major martial artists to fight for it. I also want to become a pharmacist so that my own resource needs are much smaller." Lu Qingren eased himself a bit. It was normal that this schoolmate didn't know this after all. It is said that the biggest obstacle for those high-level martial artists to break through behind is soul force. Do you think those items that increase soul force are in demand? It was said that there was a time when Kyoto auctioned off fruits that increased soul power, brought over by a martial king from the other end of the passageway, and it was a direct barter, and money made it difficult to buy such items back then. As for feats that increase soul power, I haven't heard of any so far. You are practicing the vomiting technique at the martial apprentice stage, and when you reach the martial master stage you will choose a new technique based on your awakened attributes. But as far as I've heard, there's no gongfu that increases soul power yet. After listening to Lu Qingren's words, Wang Hao once again felt the power of the Flood Blood Emperor technique, which allowed him to cultivate soul power at the second layer. After thanking Lu Qingren, Wang Hao asked the system how he could obtain the second layer of the Flood Blood Emperor technique. It seemed to hear Wang Hao's heart. Ding, now the system releases the second bounty mission, obtaining the first place in the strength test of the Jiangnan Martial Examination, rewarding the second layer of the Flood Blood Emperor technique, and improving the strength of a 2-star martial artist. Seeing this task from the system, he was actually allowing himself to participate in obtaining the first place in the strength test. It seems that he needs to prepare himself for the martial arts test this time, and I wonder if there are any other geniuses in the Jiangnan base. The next morning, class teacher Lin Hui announced that 3 days later, the school would organize a trip together to Jiangnan City to participate in the martial arts test. Those who wanted to go alone could do so, or the school could make unified arrangements for accommodation and travel. "Brother Hao, are you planning to go there with your classmates?" Su Xian walked over and asked Wang Hao. Su Xian was wearing a long black dress today, her white jade-like skin was exposed, her hair was draped over her shoulders, her willow eyebrows were fine, and her cherry red lips. The whole person exudes a seductive charm, chest full, buttocks rounded and erect. After hearing Su Xian's words, Wang Hao turned around and smiled, "Of course." "What?" Su Xian glanced at Wang Hao and said with a bit of jealousy, "I thought you were going to go with Lin Yuro." Wang Hao rubbed his nose and said, "Why would I go with her?" Su Xian skimmed her lips and said, "Humph. I'm relieved then." Zhou Hu, on the other hand, looked at Wang Hao with admiration. This not only took down Lin Yuro, but also chased the other school beauty of the class into his hands. Wang Hao waited for Su Xian to leave and thought about it for a while. Recently he was busy with his cultivation, and it had been a long time since he had contacted Lin Yuro. So, Wang Hao sent a message to Lin Yuro, "I'm going to take the martial arts exam soon. Are you going over there by yourself?" After a few seconds, Lin Yuro sent a message back to Wang Hao. "Yeah, what about you? Going with your classmates?" Wang Hao, N. "We'll meet up at the martial arts exam." Lin Yuro, "Good. I'll definitely come to you. I've made a lot of progress, so don't get left behind by me, and I miss you." The two chatted about something else. Soon, 3 days later, Wang Hao said goodbye to his parents and prepared to travel to Jiangnan City with the school shuttle bus. Among the students departing this time, Mai Zhongwei, the director of the Linchuan City Education Bureau, led the group, and the school leaders were very polite to Mai Zhongwei. Wang Hao couldn't help but ask Zhou, "This director of Education Bureau is very powerful, so many people are flattering him. I think the strength is only about 3 stars of martial master." Zhou guffawed, "Brother Hao, you're really burying your head in cultivation. Now the biggest forces in the base can be divided into 4. One is the military department, the second is the base government, the third is the detective bureau, and the fourth is the education bureau. The Ministry of War and the base government need not be talked about. The Detective Bureau is an official force specializing in martial artists, and the Education Bureau is in control of the training of martial artists. Our Linchuan City Education Bureau is okay, just mastering our kind of high school center power. Like the Jiangnan base but mastered the power of Jiangnan Martial Arts University. Brother Hao, you're likely to get into the top 10 martial arts schools this time, and the probability is that you'll have to go to the system after graduation, so you have to understand all of this. Wang Hao touched the bridge of his nose for a moment. It seemed that he was going to have to master these situations in the future. Wang Hao asked, what about the Mercenary League? I'm not very clear about the Mercenary Alliance, but it's said that idle social martial artists are concentrated in the Mercenary Alliance, and their strength is not to be underestimated. I'm listing the 4 giants of the system. At this time, Ma Zhongwei was also looking at the students who were taking the martial arts exams. The results of these students were directly determining the strength of next year's distribution of Jiangnan Base's resources to each prefecture-level city, as well as their own positional advancement. Having enjoyed the benefits of power, Chief Ma didn't want those martial artists to go out into the wilderness and fight magical beasts. As Chief Ma swept past Wang Hao, he surprisingly realized that Wang Hao's level of spiritual power was no match for his own. He was shocked. Could it be that this kid had broken through to a martial master? Director Ma hurriedly had someone bring Wang Hao's information over. On the bus, as the car drove on the highway, there was a watchtower every kilometer. Class teacher Lin Hui stood up at this time, and it was rare for everyone to see the class teacher so serious. Lin Hui said, this passageway is a major transportation route that countless forefathers have built with their blood, and countless soldiers and martial artists are guarding this highway. What I want to tell you is that by becoming a martial artist you are not only enjoying the respect and convenience given to you by society. At the same time you also bear the responsibility of a martial artist, which is to fight with magical beasts and protect humans. I hope that you understand and take on the responsibility given by the word martial artist. After saying that, Lin Hui bowed to his classmates, while Wang Hao and the others looked at the soldiers who were guarding the post and fell into deep thought. Chapter 28 Ouyang Yuan. This trip was also a way for Wang Hao and the others to have a deeper understanding of martial artists. After arriving at the hotel in Jiangnan City, each person was assigned to their own room to check in. When Zhou Hu entered Wang Hao's room, he was surprised. Brother Hao, you're even in a room by yourself, but we're in a room by 3 people. What? Wang Hao wasn't very clear. He didn't realize that he had a room all to himself. This is a special greeting from the Education Bureau. Don't be unconvinced, there are privileges everywhere with strength. At this time, class teacher Lin Hui walked over. Lin Hui patted Wang Hao's shoulder and inquired, how is it? Do you have the confidence to get good grades this time? This time, the Linchuan City Education Bureau and school leaders have high hopes for you. Wang Hao nodded and said that he would do his best. Not to mention anything else, just for the sake of completing this system mission, Wang Hao was going to try to get good grades. And in the office of the Department of Education at the Jiangnan base, the director of the Department of Education, Tan Guang, looked at the team leaders of the martial arts candidates from the 13 prefecture-level cities. After looking around at the fat bodies of several of the leaders, he suppressed the anger in his heart and said, our Jiangnan base governor Zhang Yong has broken through to become a martial emperor-level powerhouse. Hearing this news, the personnel present were all shocked. Currently, other than the Kyoto base and the Magic Capital base, the governors of the other 8 bases were all martial king-level powerhouses. Unexpectedly, this time, Governor Zhang had broken through to become a martial emperor, which also had a greater impact on the elevation of the status of the entire Jiangnan base. Tan Guang looked at the people present and said, Governor Zhang is determined to fix the martial arts style of Jiangnan base. Especially this martial examination. We allocate so much funding to you every year, and the number of you who have been admitted to the top 10 martial arts schools has been dropping year after year. Therefore this time, the heads of the 3 prefecture-level cities with the lowest scores on the martial arts exams, you will be sent out into the wilderness, and you will not be allowed to return until you have completed your mission. The country has nurtured you for so many years and you enjoy power in your positions. If you are unable to provide help to the education mention, then you will go to the wilderness to make a contribution. Hearing that the bottom of the rankings were going to the wilderness, the personnel present couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. If they were to go to the wilderness, with their negligence of cultivation over the years, going to the wilderness to fight with magical beasts was tantamount to sending their lives away. Ma Zhongwei was also in a panic, when suddenly Wang Hao's figure suddenly appeared in Chief Ma's mind. This was a lifesaver. Ma Zhongwei immediately contacted the principal of the first high school and immediately went to Wang Hao's room with the principal of the first high school. As soon as he opened the door, Ma Zhongwei immediately inquired of Wang Hao, are you at martial master strength now? Wang Hao glanced at Director Ma and the dean of the school, asking about strength in such a hurry. Do you want me to help Linchuan City achieve good results in the martial arts exam? Wang Hao hesitated and said, I just stepped into the martial master stage, and it's not solid yet. If the martial exam test explodes, it might damage my body, and in severe cases the realm will regress. Director Ma felt that he was not facing a 17-year-old teenager, but rather encountering a haggling ama in the food market. Director Ma also followed Wang Hao's words and said, "This time, the leaders are paying more attention to this examination. If you burst out with the strength of a martial master, our Linchuan City Education Bureau will give you a reward." Wang Hao said, "A bottle of D-grade martial master reagent. I'll put my life on the line for the sake of Linchuan City to get good grades." Director Ma's face froze instantly, and after taking a closer look at Wang Hao, he said, "A bottle of D-grade martial master reagent? Are you sure you're not just asking for a lion's share? That's a market price of 3 million league coins." Wang Hao knew that he might indeed be leonizing the price as well, and said, 1 million alliance coins then? Director Ma thought for a moment and said, "As long as you get good results for the Linchuan City martial arts exam, I'll agree to this condition." Originally, he was going to get the first place in the martial arts exam, and this time, if he could earn another $1 million, Wang Hao would be more than happy to do so. The next morning, the candidates from each prefecture-level city lined up according to their area, and many of the students' parents were cheering and encouraging them. Wang Hao finally met Lin Yuro, who he hadn't seen for a long time. Lin Yuro was wearing a white tracksuit today, showing a slender yet plump figure like a slender lady. The face that was so clear and beautiful but with a bit of childishness, and the eyes that were as bright and moving as the clear spring in the mountains. A head of dark and dense hair fell over her shoulders. Her delicate features were slightly powdered, and her neat clothes further emphasized her flawless body curves. Lin Yuro was also very happy to see Wang Hao, desperately waving her arms in greeting. Lin Yuro's parents were also beside her, but there was another man beside Lin Yuro. When Lin Yuro's father, Lin Hai, saw Wang Hao, he was also very enthusiastic and invited Wang Hao over to say hello. At this time, Lin Yuro's mother, Zhang Li, was introducing the young man next to her. "This is my best friend's child, Ouyang Yuan, B+ talent, 8-star strength as a martial apprentice, this year's favorite candidate for the top prize in Jianyang City." Wang Hao then looked at Ouyang Yuan. Ouyang Yuan had a head of black hair casually draped over his shoulders, his body was slender and straight, his eyebrows were slightly raised, and he had a well-mannered appearance. Wang Hao couldn't help but think of the word-clothed beast. Ouyang Yuan stretched out his right hand and said, "I've heard Yuro talk about you, first time meeting." When Lin Yuro heard Ouyang Yuan even call herself Yuro, she immediately looked at Wang Hao, fearing that Wang Hao might have misunderstood. Wang Hao also stretched out his right hand, and instantly felt a force coming from the other side of his hand. The two hands were clasped tightly together, and Wang Hao was able to feel a huge force from Ouyang Yuan's right hand. Wanting to give himself a downward spiral, Wang Hao then returned the force. Ouyang Yuan was secretly shocked in his heart that Wang Hao was not only able to resist his power, but also countered himself. Just as Ouyang Yuan's face turned a little red, Wang Hao let go of his right hand. "It's an honor to meet you." Wang Hao looked at Ouyang Yuan with a smile. While Ouyang Yuan was curious about Wang Hao's strength, it seemed to be a formidable enemy. Lin Yueliang and her parents didn't notice any abnormality, and after greeting them, Wang Hao followed one by one in the back of the line. There were two elements in the martial arts exam, one was a strength test, and the other was a practical combat test. Soon, a candidate walked over to the aura value tester and input his aura inside the machine, displaying a Dao strength value of 360. The monitoring teacher then announced that the martial apprentice was in the middle 3-star stage. This candidate was instantly somewhat disappointed. Normally speaking, a martial apprentice with 6 stars or more could enter the top 10 martial arts schools, while a martial apprentice with 8 stars could sprint to the Magic City Martial Arts School and the Kyoto Martial Arts School, while martial apprentice 4 stars could apply for the general martial arts schools. For example, in Jiangnan City, besides the most famous Jiangnan Martial Arts University, there was also a martial arts school, Southgate Martial Arts School. And this candidate martial arts apprentice 3-star results, unless the cultural examination is quite good, otherwise it will not be able to enter the martial arts school. This period of time to pay and money will be wasted. Chapter 29, Skill Overpowering the Whole Field. The best of the few candidates in the back was a martial apprentice 4-star, which made it a bit embarrassing for director Ma Zhangwei. Luckily, Su Xian, who appeared below, finally saved some face for Linchuan City. Su Xian is wearing a white tracksuit today, tied up in a ponytail, her face is round and full, her skin is smooth and tender, and she looks clean and sharp. A pair of bright eyes shining with confidence, the whole person looks youthful and energetic. Su Xian inputted his aura into the testing instrument, which showed that his Dao force value was 702, and his strength was at the early stage of martial apprentice 7 stars. Su Xian also just breathed a sigh of relief. If it wasn't for taking the martial apprentice reagent a few days ago, he probably wouldn't have been able to reach the martial apprentice's 7 stars. Normal martial disciples take the martial disciple reagent in the back. Wang Hao that was a life and death struggle with the cultists and had to drink it in advance. This also caused a wave of climax on the scene. This was the first student who appeared to reach the admission standard of the top 10 martial arts schools. However, just 5 minutes later, not far away from the testing point in Jianyang City, a large number of people around the area appeared in shock. Wang Hao turned around and saw that Ouyang Yuan was standing next to the instrument, with his Dao power value showing 880 points. The surrounding crowd then murmured, "Who is that person? How come the Dao power value is so high?" I heard that his name is Ouyang Yuan, from Jiangyang City, and I heard that he's AB plus talent. Ouyang Yuan? It seems like I've heard this name somewhere before. Ouyang Yuan's performance completely shocked all the people at the scene. This superb performance caused everyone present to suck in a breath of cool air, too demonic. In the past, this was the achievement of the city's top student, and it was even possible to take the provincial top student. Lin Yuro's mother also looked at Ouyang Yuan with satisfaction, while also glancing at Wang Hao. When Ma Zhangwei saw this situation, he thought about it for a while before deciding that it would be better to have Wang Hao appear earlier in the order. Otherwise, if it stayed like this, the limelight would all be taken away from Jiangyang City. Ma Zhangwei walked to Wang Hao and told him, "Do your best, the benefits won't be less for you." Wang Hao glanced at Ma Zhangwei and confidently walked up to the instrument. He first pressed his palm on top of the testing instrument, and the aura in his body was injected into the groove in the center of the instrument. Soon a light red light emerged from the center of the testing instrument. The light became more and more prosperous and lasted for a full 3 seconds before stopping. Hiss. Everyone couldn't help but draw a breath of cold air. The result of the test's Dao power value was surprisingly 1,300 points. This figure was simply terrifying as hell. This data, the data of Ouyang Yuan just now, was simply eclipsed. Everyone looked at Wang Hao dumbfounded, their eyes filled with awe. It was too heaven-defying. Jiangnan-based candidates hadn't produced a martial master in how many years, and it was unexpected that this year there was a candidate who was martial master level strength. Ma Zhangwei was even more surprised with his mouth wide open. He knew that Wang Hao could possibly break through to the martial master realm, but he didn't expect it to be so powerful that it exceeded 1,300 points. One should know that many just stepping into the martial master's Dao force value was around 1,100 points. Holy! I'm not dreaming. Zhou Hu rubbed his eyes and looked at Wang Hao in disbelief. His fellow tablemate was actually a martial master level powerhouse. With this statistic, this year's Jiangnan-based top scholar would definitely be Hao. He's really a genius. Lin Yuro covered her cherry mouth, her beautiful big eyes revealing an excited and thrilled gaze. The surrounding candidates were already boiling over at this moment. This Nima is definitely a dark horse. It's awesome. This youngster is bound to become great in the future. Yes. He has unlimited potential. How cool it would be if I had such a genius son. A smile appeared on Wang Hao's face as he listened to the voices of the people around him. His own efforts over this period of time were finally seeing results, and this time, he should definitely get first place in the first test without any problems. Wang Hao exited from the center of the testing instrument and walked to the stage. He reported a smile to Ma Zhangwei. "Director Ma, are you satisfied with this result?" Ma Zhangwei froze for a moment before immediately responding, "Too satisfied. Wow, Wang Hao is so handsome. It's so awesome." At this time, the students in Wang Hao's class were also very excited, not realizing that Wang Hao was hiding so deeply. Su Xian was also exceptionally happy and gave Wang Hao her blessing back and forth. Lin Hai saw Wang Hao's accomplishments and turned to his wife. "In the future, you'll be less involved in Lin Yuro's affairs." Zhou Hu then appeared. His test score was the middle of the 4 stars of the martial apprentice. If the cultural achievement is still okay, it is also possible to enter the martial arts school. Zhou Hu waved his fist at Wang Hao, and Wang Hao also applauded for his young friend. Zhou Hu understood that without the grade E martial apprentice reagent given by Hao, he might not have met the standards for admission to the martial arts school this time. After a while, Lin Yuro also came on. Her beautiful figure also attracted a lot of attention, and her test result was martial apprentice 7-star intermediate. This result was placed in the past, coupled with Lin Yuro's identity as the school's flower girl. It would definitely cause a round of applause. But today there was no doubt that the main character was Wang Hao. Jiangnan base is also a long time no candidates or martial arts master strength. Jiangnan base martial arts wind in the top 10 bases is considered relatively weak. Wang Hao walked to Lin Yuro and said, "Congratulations, with your strength you can definitely get into the top 10 martial arts schools." Lin Yuro shyly lowered her head. Lin Hai and Zhang Li were also smiling as they looked at Lin Yuro with a proud look on their faces. Lin Hai spoke to Wang Hao, "My wife and I just have things to take care of in Jiangnan City, so please take Lin Yuro back to Linchuan with you." Lin Yuro looked at her mother and didn't object. Could it be that this time Wang Hao's performance had completely conquered her parents? Wang Hao nodded, "Okay, uncle." When Lin Yuro's parents left, Lin Yuro looked at Wang Hao's eyes that had been staring at her and suddenly lowered her head a little shyly. Lin Yuro looked at Wang Hao's eyes. Although Lin Yuro was outgoing and lively, but after all, it was her first love, she was also very nervous. She quietly pulled Wang Hao's sleeve and whispered, "Wang Hao, let's go back to the hotel." Wang Hao looked at Lin Yuro's behavior, his heart trembled, and his heartbeat couldn't help but speed up a lot. "Aha!" Wang Hao gently nodded. Wang Hao then held Lin Yuro's jade hand and prepared to go back to the hotel. Lin Yuro was being held by Wang Hao's hand, her pretty face flushed and her heart was sweet. Walking to the entrance of the hotel, Lin Yuro said, "I'll book a room first." Wang Hao immediately pulled Lin Yuro's hand and said eagerly, "I'll stay in one room by myself." "We can stay in one room, don't waste this money." Lin Yuro glared fiercely at Wang Hao, "What are you thinking? You think I'm doing that with you? You fool." Wang Hao touched his nose in embarrassment. I'm kidding. I'll book a room for you. Humph. Ignore you. Lin Yuro pouted and gave Wang Hao a blank look as she walked into the hotel. Wang Hao scratched his head awkwardly and followed Lin Yuro into the room that Lin Yuro had reserved. Chapter 30, Practical Combat Test. The two of them sat on the bed. Lin Yuro's heart thumped and her face was on fire. This was the first time she was alone in a room with Wang Hao. Seeing Lin Yuro's appearance, Wang Hao gave a bad smile, came to Lin Yuro's ear and gently blew a hot breath. Lin Yuro was startled and turned her head to look at Wang Hao, who was looking at her with a bad smile. Ya, Lin Yuro screamed and pushed Wang Hao away. Dead rascal, what do you want? He, didn't want to do anything, just wanted to tease you. Nasty. Lin Yuro's face turned red and she scolded. Ha, you look so pretty when you blush. Wang Hao laughed out loud and reached out to wrap his arms around Lin Yuro's willow waist. Lin Yuro struggled a few times, but realized that she couldn't get rid of Wang Hao at all. Bugger. Don't you have Su Xin? You're still eating with her, why don't you coax her? Lin Yuro suddenly raised her head, her eyes watery as she looked at Wang Hao. Wang Hao couldn't help but slap his forehead. Which one of these broken mouths is suing again? Isn't this provoking a war? I was simply having a meal with her, nothing. Wang Hao hurriedly explained. Lin Yuro was half convinced. Really? Really, if I lie to you I'm a turtle, Ouch, hey! Wang Hao just wanted to say that he was a turtle, but the result was that just halfway through the words, he screamed miserably in pain. It turned out that Lin Yuro had stepped on Wang Hao's instep with her foot. Wang Hao bared his teeth in pain and looked at Lin Yuro and said, You murdered your own husband. Who let you bully me? Lin Yuro pouted and said. Wang Hao was happy in his heart. This look, it was like a furious kitten. Wang Hao couldn't help but laugh. Alright, don't be angry. After saying that, Wang Hao bent his head down and kissed Lin Yuro's lips. Lin Yuro's entire body went soft. Lin Yueliang slowly closed her eyes. Ding dong. Wang Hao was about to go further when suddenly the phone rang, disturbing Wang Hao's excitement. Wang Hao instantly felt upset, but once he saw that it was Director Ma's call, he had no choice but to pick it up. Where are you now? There's a change in the second item of the assessment. Director Tan means that the content of the second strength test for Martial Apprentice 6 stars and above has changed. The details are still unclear. After Wang Hao replied, Lin Yuro also received a call from Director Ma, Linchuan City this time. In addition to Wang Hao, Su Xian and Lin Yuro, there were also 2 boys above the 6 stars of Martial Apprentice. The next morning, a total of 80 candidates above 6 stars of Martial Apprentice from the 13 prefecture-level cities of Jiangnan base gathered. There were only 5 candidates in Linchuan City, a result that could be considered a medium-low result among the 13 prefecture-level cities, but it was good that there was a martial artist-level genius in Wang Hao, so Director Ma was able to relax his nervousness a bit. Those with 4 stars of Martial Apprentice to above 6 stars of Martial Apprentice did not need to take the second strength test, and only those with 6 stars of Martial Apprentice or above who might be admitted to the top 10 martial arts schools took the second practical test. Recruitment requirements needing a real combat test is also a requirement of the top 10 martial arts schools. This is to screen out those sickly children who only rely on potions to enhance their strength. At this time, Tan Guang stepped out, seemingly glancing at the 80 candidates. This is the Jiangnan base this year hope to enter the top 10 martial arts school students. This number was less than 100, which could be counted as the bottom of the top 10 bases in China. No wonder Governor Zhang wanted to reform the martial arts style of Jiangnan base. This year, it was not easy to produce a genius like Wang Hao, but like the Magic City base and the Kyoto base, which year's martial arts exam didn't have a few martial arts master level geniuses. Tan Guang used his aura and instantly the words reached the ears of everyone present. The content of the second practical test this year was changed at my request. In previous years, your test content was to pass the wooden stake. This is not challenging at all. I would like to ask you all, do you know who the biggest opponent of mankind is nowadays? The devil beasts. It's the demons that are entrenched in the wild. And the demons on the other side of the planet from the ground passage. And your opponents today are demonic beasts, of course, certainly not warrior soldier level demonic beasts. Even if they are primary warrior soldier level demonic beasts, it still requires the strength of a martial master to face them. The magical beasts you are facing are not entry-level magical beasts at all, but for most of you present, it would be very difficult to defeat the magical beasts as well. Therefore, you only need to hold out for 3 minutes, then you will pass the test. Any candidate who passes will receive a Grade F bone hardening reagent, which will increase your physical strength. The first place candidate, I will reward him with this Peak Warrior Grade Magic Beasts Magic Core. The students who had originally heard the content of the examination were all a bit shocked, and when they heard that the reward for the first place candidate was actually a Peak Battle Soldier Grade Magic Beast Demon Core, the field instantly exploded. A leader next to him bowed and whispered to Director Tan, "Isn't the value of the Peak War Soldier level Magical Beast Nucleus a bit too expensive? This Martial General level powerhouse is only able to kill a Peak Battle Soldier level Magical Beast, and it's worth in the millions of Alliance coins." Tan Guang waved his hand, signaling that there was no need to say more. At this time, the first candidate went up first, and it could be seen that he was indeed a bit nervous. Although he had heard about magical beasts as soon as he went to school, it was the first time that he actually faced them in reality. This candidate was about the middle 6 stars of martial apprentice. At this moment, a martial artist opened the fence. A large body slowly walked out, covered in pitch black, and at 2 meters 5, it looked as if it was a small mountain, emitting a terrifying pressure. This is a rock demon leopard. Its strength is at martial apprentice 6 stars, but the demon beast power is much stronger than a martial artist of the same rank. A martial apprentice 6-star martial artist of the same rank is no match at all. Remember, you need to hold on for 3 minutes. Once you fail, eliminated. Tan Guang's cold voice came again. The rock demon leopard, covered in pitch black, with a huge body, long horns on top of its head, and covered in thick rock armor, had extremely strong defense. The rock demon leopard stood in the ring with a lazy look, as if it didn't care to make a move, but it was ready to attack its prey at any time. Roar! At this moment, this candidate was already intimidated by the rock demon leopard's aura, and surprisingly, he didn't dare to move. When the rock demon leopard pounced on him, he surprisingly did not react in the slightest. At that moment, the martial artist next to him stepped in and took the candidate off the field. The monitoring martial artist also let out a sigh and declared that he had failed the examination. The next few candidates didn't move as much as the first one, but none of them lasted for 3 minutes, which made a group of people from the education department's face look ugly. Not only was their strength low, but even their practical combat ability was inferior to martial artists from other bases. The 5th candidate on the field arrived at Su Xian. Wang Hao walked to Su Xian's side and whispered, "Don't be afraid, you can wrestle first." If this magical beast was really strong, it wouldn't have been chosen as the test subject. Remember, don't be intimidated by its aura. Su Xian looked at Wang Hao and nodded vigorously. Su Xian took the field and moved quickly in the face of the rock demon leopard, keeping in mind what Wang Hao had just said. Chapter 31 Slaying an Elementary Combat Soldier Grade Demonic Beast. Surprisingly, he didn't panic at all and went straight for the rock demon leopard's head. This boldness also won the teacher's respect. Although Su Xian was a girl, she dared to fight the rock devil leopard in close combat. The rock demon leopard rushed at Su Xian and kicked out furiously. As Su Xian watched the rock demon leopard darting towards him, his eyes condensed, running the martial apprentice's true chi in his body as he blasted out with a fist. Boom! The fist clashed with the sharp claws of the rock demon leopard with a dull sound. The rock demon leopard's body did not move at all, but this candidate was hit by the tremendous force and fell back a few steps. But Su Xian spat out a mouthful of blood. She wiped off the blood from the corner of her mouth and charged forward once again. Bang bang bang! 3 minutes had come and gone. Su Xian was the first one to last through the 3 minutes even though she had blood on her body. The following was Wang Hao's turn to appear, and Wang Hao also attracted the attention of the entire audience. After all, he was the only martial master level powerhouse among the candidates present. Facing the rock demon leopard, Wang Hao did not feel much pressure. A magical beast of this level couldn't cause him any damage at all. His legs curled slightly, storing up enough strength to take a fierce step forward. Whoosh! Wang Hao's entire body scurried out like lightning, faster than the rock demon leopard. Wang Hao's right fist smashed into the head of the rock demon leopard with a whistling sound. Seeing this, the rock demon leopard immediately raised its own arms to resist. Wang Hao's left hand slapped on the rock devil leopard's arms. A powerful force surged into the rock demon leopard's body, and the rock demon leopard's huge body flew out backwards. The rock demon leopard was crushed by this force and fell to the ground dead. The crowd was dumbfounded when they saw that Wang Hao had actually killed the rock demon leopard in one move. Worthy of being a martial master level powerhouse, the rock demon leopard that had caused them extreme distress before was killed by Wang Hao in a single strike. Tan Guan looked at Wang Hao and said, "Is it that you don't feel any pressure and want to challenge yourself? If you succeed in the challenge, this peak grade battle soldier grade magical beast core will be yours." Wang Hao saluted towards Director Tan and said, "I am willing to accept the challenge." Good. Worthy of being the strongest student in this class, this courage is okay. Tan Guang decided to go down himself and opened the fence. A figure even more terrifying than the rock demon leopard was gradually walking out. It was a huge-sized demon bear, which reached a height of 2 zhang, with a sturdy body and dark, glossy fur. Its forelimbs were exceptionally thick, like 4 pillars, each of which was as thick as a bucket. On its head there was a long horn that flashed with ebony light. The devil bear had just appeared on the scene when it roared up to the sky, and at that moment, the entire space seemed to tremble. Ow ow. This one is a black demon bear, a magical beast whose strength is equivalent to a martial master's 1st star. I'll personally protect you, and I want you to do your best to meet it and not let me down. Tan Guang looked at Wang Hao with a serious face. Wang Hao nodded and said, "I know." All the students in the room were shocked by the figure of the black demon bear, and this was the first time they had ever seen a warrior soldier level magical beast. Even Chief Ma was affected by the black demon bear's aura. He reckoned that it would be difficult to deal with this kind of demonic beast now, and if it wasn't for Wang Hao this time, I'm afraid that he would definitely die in 9 deaths in the wilderness. When the black demon bear saw Wang Hao, it directly swung its arms and rushed over. Roar! A palm slapped at Wang Hao's chest. This palm contained a tremendous amount of force, and if it was struck, it would definitely break bones and tendons. Wang Hao raised his own right arm without panic and blasted out with a fist. Wang Hao cultivated the C-grade body refining technique Xianshang body refining technique, and the first layer was already fully initiated. Body refining feats and cultivation feats could be said to be the most valuable feats in the same rank, and Wang Hao's body strength could even be said to have completely surpassed that of the black demon bear. Boom! The two fists clashed together fiercely. A loud sound erupted from the ring, causing the audience's eardrums to buzz, and the space where the two fists collided fluctuated violently. This tremendous energy swept across the entire ring, toppling Wang Hao and the black demon bear out. Wang Hao's body flew out and landed on the ground and rolled several times before stopping. The black demon bear, however, was lifted out by the force and crashed into the wall. Roar! The black demon bear let out an angry cry as it shook its head and stood up. Its heart was filled with rage. This tiny human had actually lifted it off the ground. How is this possible? How could Wang Hao be so powerful? It's too powerful. The human actually sent an equivalent rank magical beast flying. This teenager is by no means an idle person. Even many martial master level martial artists were talking about it. Wang Hao stood in place. He understood that he might be a bit difficult to kill if he didn't use his martial skills. It was just that if he made it, would anyone ask about the origin? The magical beast that he faced was only an elementary battle soldier level magical beast, and the defense of a magical beast was stronger than a martial artist of the same rank. One's current Dao Force value was 1,300 points, but with the 50% increase of the Flood Blood Emperor technique and the increase of the D-rank sword skill, decapitating the demonic beasts was not a matter of concern. Which scholar didn't have their own opportunities and secrets, and the martial master ranked himself had the power to defend himself. If he became a provincial scholar, some people with good intentions wouldn't be able to make random moves against him. Thinking of this, Wang Hao instantly felt that his state of mind had smoothed out a lot, and by now, he finally had the initial power of self-preservation. Wang Hao gripped an iron sword tightly and operated the blood cloud sword technique, and instantly, his body exuded a monstrous fury, and it was as if his entire body had transformed into a sheathed sword. Wang Hao carried the blood cloud sword and took slow steps towards the black demon bear. Roar! The black demon bear sensed the threat coming from Wang Hao's body, and it let out a low roar as it lunged toward Wang Hao. Shoo! Wang Hao's eyes blazed as the blood cloud sword in his hand chopped out. A blood-red lotus flower appeared out of thin air. Wang Hao's figure was like a ghost, and he rushed into the black demon bear's arms as a stump. Blood cloud sword technique third style, blood shadow heavy. Wang Hao lightly drank. Swish! A bloody light blossomed in the ring, and a blood mist filled the air. Put! The blood cloud sword cut through the void and stabbed the black demon bear straight in the neck position. Boom! Ka-ching! The black demon bear's head was cut off by Wang Hao's sword. Ah! What a terrifying attack! Is this really human? Too ferocious. The crowd marveled. This scene made even Tan Guang secretly smack his lips. He thought that Wang Hao could only hold out for 5 minutes at most, but he didn't expect that he would kill a magical beast of the same rank. Not only was Wang Hao's cultivation talent outstanding, he never imagined that his practical combat ability was also so strong. Seeing the martial skill that Wang Hao used, it should be a D-grade martial skill. The information showed that Wang Hao's father was only the deputy director of a public security bureau in Linchuan City, and his mother was also in the system. How could he possess a D-grade martial art? It seemed like Wang Hao had his own secrets. However, which martial artists didn't have their own secrets, and nowadays, high-ranked martial artists were not allowed to ask for martial skills from low-ranked martial artists. Even Tan Guang himself, every time he went to the wilderness, he didn't hand over all his harvest to the state. Chapter 32: The second level of the Flood Blood Emperor technique. Tan Guang walked up to Wang Hao and patted Wang Hao's shoulder. Very good, it's been a long time since a genius like you appeared in the Jiangnan base. Whether you go to Jiangnan Martial Arts University, or Kyoto Martial Arts University or Magic City Martial Arts University, I believe you will contribute to Jiangnan base. Because your hometown is Jiangnan base. Amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, Tan Guang handed over the peak battle soldier grade magical beast to Wang Hao. Lin Yuro then faced the rock demon leopard and also held on for 3 minutes. Ouyang Yuan then killed the rock demon leopard. Although he was the second one to kill the demonic beast in this game, Wang Hao had killed the beginner combat soldier level demonic beast, so the gap was indeed a bit big. Ouyang Yuan didn't show too much excitement, and when he announced that he had passed the test, he silently left the field to rest. Along with the end of the examination, Wang Hao was the first place winner of this year's martial arts examination without any doubt. Wang Hao told his parents about this news, and Wang Hao's parents were also very excited. Their own children just invested 250,000, and those who easily give the children to invest millions of dollars compared to, is simply a small witch. But his own child was admitted to the Jiangnan base of the top student. Wang Hao returned to his room when he was ready to rest. Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded in his mind. Peak Battle Soldier Grade Magical Beast Magic Core is now detected and is now to be absorbed for energy. Wang Hao was in a hurry as he saw the shining magic core gradually losing its luster. This was a Peak Warrior Soldier level demonic beast core that only a martial general level 1 could kill. The host has gained access to the first place in the strength test of the Jiangnan martial examination, rewarding the second layer of the Flood Blood Emperor technique, raising the strength of a 2-star martial master. The familiar feeling of aura filling filled Wang Hao's meridians once again. The aura liquid in the dantian turned red, the concentration of aura increased and became more pure, his body was soothed and relaxed. Wang Hao felt that this spiritual liquid was being transformed into true essence, breaking through the barrier. Boom! The sound. Wang Hao successfully advanced. Immediately afterward, several more torrents surged into the limbs and strong true essence ran through the body as Wang Hao rose 2 stars in a row, advancing to 3 stars as a martial master. Congratulations on obtaining the second layer of the Flood Blood Emperor technique. May I ask if you want to cultivate it immediately? Of course. Wang Hao couldn't wait to run the second layer of the Flood Blood Emperor technique. He only saw the red true essence liquid turn into threads surging to the acupoints and meridians all over his body, moisturizing his limbs and bones. After a few moments of effort, Wang Hao opened his eyes and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Nowadays, his strength had reached the martial master realm. And there was an additional strange energy in his body called true essence. This true essence was rare, but it was extremely strong, and Wang Hao believed that with this true essence, he could completely kill martial artists below the level of martial master. And this was the two major differences between a martial master and a martial apprentice. One was that a martial master cultivated true element, which was much more powerful than the aura at the martial apprentice stage. The second is that when one reaches the martial artist stage, one can truly utilize the attribute feats of one's awakened talent. Wang Hao's mind moved, and red flames emerged from his palms. Wang Hao looked at the flames burning in his palm. This was what the teacher at school had said about becoming a martial arts master to truly awaken one's talent. When Wang Hao awakened his talent, it was the fire attribute, and the Flood Blood Emperor technique was also a fire attribute technique. Almost all martial disciples on the Blue Planet practiced the spitting resolve, which was recognized as the gentlest and most suitable for the martial disciple stage of cultivation. Except for people like Wang Hao who held a golden finger, everyone also relied on taking potions or boosting the level of aura in the surroundings to increase their cultivation efficiency. However, when it came to becoming a martial master stage, one had to cultivate the techniques through their own natural awakened talents. The Gong methods are also divided into grades and are 10 times the price of a martial art of the same rank. The good thing was that those from ordinary families could obtain the martial arts practiced at the martial master stage through martial arts schools. The second layer of the Flood Blood Emperor technique was enough to allow one to cultivate to the martial general stage, which not only accelerated Wang Hao's cultivation speed to a speed that surpassed the A-class cultivation talent. More importantly, the Flood Blood Emperor technique could help Wang Hao enhance his soul power. After practicing for a night, Wang Hao glanced at his values on the system. Host, Wang Hao. Kryptonite value, 200,000 points. 1 point is equivalent to 1 yuan union dollar. Gender, male. Age, 17. Strength, martial artist 3 stars, class D apothecary. Aura value, 3,120 plus, can be promoted to martial general by reaching 10,000 points. Soul power, 1030 plus, reaching 2,000 points will allow you to become a C-rank apothecary. He had only practiced for 1 night, and his soul force had actually increased by 10 points. The second layer of the Flood Blood Emperor technique was really powerful, and the product of the system must be of high quality. He is just an empty soul force talent now. He still has to find the prescription, or else he is just an empty shelf. Subsequently, Wang Hao appeared to think of something. System, you absorbed my Peak War Soldier level magic core, no claims? Ding, this system, due to the fact that it has been traversing spatial cracks and continuing its energy before, is now granting the host the C-grade sword technique Red Sun sword technique. A piece of information then flowed into Wang Hao's mind. The Red Sun sword technique belongs to the C-grade fire attribute martial skill. The Red Sun sword technique consists of 3 moves, each of which contains a terrifying power of flame. Wang Hao's eyes lit up after he finished reading it carefully. The Red Sun sword technique was respectively: the first style, Red Flame Slash. Second style, Blazing Sunbreak. Third style, Burning World Slash. Each stance contained incomparably terrifying power. And it was perfectly suited to Wang Hao's fire attribute talent. Wang Hao couldn't wait to try it out, but considering that this was in a hotel, he resisted the urge himself. The next day, Wang Hao's group of people followed the school's shuttle bus back to Linchuan City No. 1 High School. When they were almost at the gate, Wang Hao saw the huge banner. Congratulations to our school, Wang Hao, for winning first place in the Jiangnan Base Martial Arts Examination Test. The school leaders were also beaming at the school gate. This time, the school had 3 students who were able to get into the top 10 martial arts schools, so it could be said that the school had created the best results. Especially Wang Hao surprisingly acquired the first place. As long as the cultural examination reaches the standard, this time should be able to apply for the Magic City Martial Arts University or Kyoto Martial Arts University. Thinking about last year, Liu Changren got into Jiangnan Martial Arts University was already the best result of creating the first high school. This time, Wang Hao was able to get into the best martial arts university in the country, which was even more of a school history. Wang Hao, on the other hand, was a bit embarrassed. After all, there were still some of his classmates who hadn't reached the 4 stars of martial apprentice. Apart from Wang Hao, Lin Yueliang, and Su Xian, only Zhang Ziping, Zhou Hu, and 10 others had reached the martial apprentice 4 stars or above, and could apply for other martial arts schools. Many people in the class could only choose the cultural exam again. To continue their dream of being a martial artist, they could only spend money to train at the martial arts school and take missions at the Mercenary League to constantly improve their strength. Or repeat this year, but next year the demands on them will be even higher. Chapter 33 Redeeming Potion Formulas. Wang Hao was afraid of continuing to irritate his failed classmates, so he declined the dean's request for him to give a speech. The dean didn't say much in response, and directly gave Wang Hao an envelope containing a reward of 20,000 alliance coins. Wang Hao expressed his gratitude for this. When Wang Hao returned home, he found his relatives crowded in the house. Wang Hao's parents had already told their relatives the good news. The parents are also full of pride in their son, so they have also shared the good news with their relatives. The relatives of the family rushed to Wang Hao's home after learning the news. All of them were praising up Wang Hao, and they also knew that even with Wang Hao's current strength as a martial master, it was completely more than enough to get a deputy position in the 4 giant departments of Linchuan City. What's more, in the future, as Wang Hao's strength grew with his studies at the martial arts school, the higher his position in the system would be after graduating from the martial arts university, and everyone wanted to have a good relationship with Wang Hao. After eating together at noon, Wang Hao really wasn't too used to this atmosphere, so he slipped out on the pretext of reviewing the content of the cultural exam. There is still a month to go before the cultural exam, and Wang Hao still has some confidence in the cultural exam results. Counting the 20,000 alliance coins given by the school, Wang Hao still had 200,000 alliance coins in his own hand, 2 bottles of D-grade martial arts reagents, 2 bottles of E-grade healing reagents, and 2 E-grade healing pills. Wang Hao was going to deal with it and sell one of the bottles of D-grade martial master reagents. Whether to go to the black market or to a mercenary organization to sell it, the black market might be able to get a higher profit, but the black market also meant a greater risk. After Wang Hao considered it, he determined that it was better to head to the Linchuan City Mercenary League. After arriving at the Mercenary Union, as soon as he entered, he only saw Zhang Jingyi immediately welcome him. Today, Zhang Jingyi was wearing a black uniform, black stockings wrapped around her slender legs, and her short black skirt was tightly stretched over her body. The plump and firm buttocks were wrapped in black shorts, showing a sexy arc. "Yo, isn't this our Jiangnan base's top martial arts exam winner? Why are you coming over?" Zhang Jingyi said with a smiling face. "Please take a seat." Zhang Jingyi affectionately took Wang Hao's arm and led him towards the conference room. "You go ahead and get busy. I'll just turn around by myself." Wang Hao broke away from Zhang Jingyi's hand and looked around. "Alright then." Zhang Jingyi helplessly gave up on Wang Hao's arm, her eyes slightly dimmed. At this moment, dozens of mercenaries had already gathered inside the first floor within Linchuan City's Mercenary Union, and when they saw Zhang Jingyi leading a young man in, they all threw over stunning gazes. Many of them had never seen Wang Hao before, but seeing that Zhang Jingyi was actually so enthusiastic about this man, they were therefore filled with curiosity about him. Why is there another white boy here? Could it be that the Mercenary Alliance has recently changed their tastes in recruiting new people? Only recruiting this kind of little tits? A young man with a slab of hair saw Wang Hao and revealed a disdainful expression. "Humph. It must be this little white boy who pestered Zhang Jingyi, so shameless." Another skinny and bony youth snorted coldly. "Don't you guys talk nonsense? Aren't you guys clear about what kind of woman Sister Zhang is? How could she possibly fancy such a little white boy?" A woman in a leather jacket chirped and rebuked. Zhang Jingyi, this woman is not simple. It's rumored that she's the daughter of a certain family of the China Mercenary Alliance, with a deep background, and she's just coming to our Linchuan City to practice." A middle-aged man with a scruffy beard said. "We in the Mercenary Alliance, especially a powerful talent like Sister Zhang, of course we need to recruit in." An obese old man looked at Zhang Jingyi lewdly and laughed. Wang Hao didn't pay attention to the words of the people around him and said to Zhang Jingyi, "I want to buy and sell some things, it's too noisy here." Zhang Jingyi was stunned when she heard that Wang Hao actually wanted to sell something. She thought that Wang Hao was here to take over the mission. However, good professional recuperation allowed her to instantly recover her smile and lead Wang Hao up to the 3rd floor office. Inside the office, besides Zhang Jingyi, there was also the middle-aged man he had seen last time. "This is Lu Fei, the head of our Linchuan City Mercenary Alliance," Zhang Jingyi introduced. Lu Fei nodded and said, "What do you want to sell?" "Martial Master Reagent, 1 bottle of D-grade Martial Master Reagent." Wang Hao said as he took out a porcelain bottle and handed it to Zhang Jingyi. Are you sure you want to sell a bottle of D-grade Martial Master reagent? You Martial Masters should place considerable importance on this kind of reagent. Lu Fei asked with a slight frown. Wang Hao smiled and said, I took a bottle after completing Fan Xiong's mission before, and I still have a bottle that was given to me by Director Tan Guang of Jiangnan Base. Hearing Wang Hao talk about the director of Jiangnan Base Education Department, Lu Fei is also solemn. This is one of the 4 giants in Jiangnan. Wang Hao mentioning Tan Guang is also somewhat borrowing the tiger's skin. Although the Mercenary League was much better than the black market, the value of several $1 million was also something that made the average martial artist feel moved. If he knew that he had the connections of the director of the Jiangnan City Education Department, the phase would be a little better. Lu Fei smiled and said, this bottle of D-grade martial artist reagent is at 3 million league coins according to the market price, and the black market price is around 5 million league coins. This martial master reagent is also extremely popular in our mercenary alliance. How about 4 million alliance coins? But we have to test the reagent. It's not that we can't trust little brother, it's a rule. It's worth a few million alliance coins after all. Wang Hao nodded. The price was quite fair, and similarly tested the reagent. You can test it, and also I would like to ask if there are any formulas and materials for the E-grade martial apprentice reagent and the D-grade martial master reagent. Hearing Wang Hao's words, Lu Fei froze, then remembered something and asked with excitement, could it be that little brother has awakened into a pharmacist? Wang Hao smiled bitterly and said, not really, I just want to buy some materials to practice and see if I can refine an E-grade martial apprentice reagent or D-grade martial master reagent. Lu Fei's face suddenly changed after hearing Wang Hao's words, his eyes filled with doubt, shock, and fervor. Only after a moment did he regain his composure and took a deep breath and said, wait a moment, I'll immediately ask someone to prepare the materials. Shortly after, Lu Fei walked over with a file bag and placed it on top of the table and said, little brother, if you want to exchange for an E-grade martial apprentice reagent or a D-grade martial master reagent, you can only exchange it with our alliance's points. You earned 1,000 points for your last mission. However, you are currently a Grade E mercenary and can only exchange for Grade E martial apprentice reagents, which require 1,000 points. As for the D-rank martial artist reagent, when you have D-rank authority or are recognized as an E-rank apothecary, you can redeem it using points or 10 bottles of E-rank reagents. Wang Hao nodded and said, then first redeem the E-grade martial apprentice reagent formula for me. Lu Fei then pulled out a piece of paper and handed it to Wang Hao. The secret formula cannot be spread on the internet, it can only be written down on paper. Chapter 34 Refining Potion. Wang Hao took a look at the contents of the paper. Grade E martial apprentice reagent required 3 auxiliary materials, which were blood-striped stone, greenwood liquid, and bilberry grass. Blood-striped stone, grade F material, worth 1,000 yuan, can enhance bloodline power. Greenwood liquid, F-grade material, valued at $2,000, can enhance life force. Bilberry grass, F-grade material, valued at $2,000, can expand the meridians and enhance the efficiency of absorbing aura. After Wang Hao carefully studied it, he already understood in his mind that these 3 materials were worth a total of 5,000 alliance coins. However, if the production of the martial apprentice reagent was successful, it could directly be sold for 300,000 alliance dollars, which was a 60 times profit, simply profiteering. Of course, it was difficult for the average apothecary to successfully refine it at once, but as long as the success rate of the refining was more than 20%, the profit gained would be quite substantial. No wonder apothecaries were the richest group on the entire road. Wang Hao said to Zhang Jingyi, please give me 20 copies of this material, and the money will be deducted from 4 million alliance coins. Seeing that Wang Hao did want to refine the potion, Lu Fei turned around and explained to Wang Hao, it's not enough for you to have the herbs here, you also need a Dan furnace. After the 3 medicinal liquids are refined in the Dan furnace, they are mixed together and then poured into a crystal bottle. A good crystal vase can preserve the medicinal power of the potions from evaporating out. Wang Hao rubbed his head for a moment. Sure enough, things weren't that simple, and asked Zhang Jingyi, how much does this Dan furnace cost? After checking with her computer, Zhang Jingyi said, a grade F Dan furnace is 100,000 alliance coins, a grade E furnace is around 1 million alliance coins, and a grade D is going to be tens of millions. It was true that apothecaries were not only great at making money, they were also great at burning money. Wang Hao considered it and purchased an E-grade Dan furnace and 40 materials, 40 crystal vials, spending a total of 1.3 million alliance coins, and acquiring 2,700,000 alliance coins after deducting it from the D-grade martial arts master reagent. Wang Hao asked Zhang Jingyi to continue transferring the money to his bank card and left. Lu Fei spoke to Zhang Jingyi, pay close attention to Wang Hao, the intelligence shows that this person has a good talent for cultivation, but now it seems that this person may also have an extremely impressive soul power, and is likely to be a pharmacist. If he comes to sell us the refined martial apprentice reagents, recover them at the highest price, and this person should have a good relationship. After Wang Hao returned to his rented house, he put the materials away, then took out the Dan furnace and opened the lid of the furnace. After Wang Hao took a sniff, he felt his whole body was soothed. Afterward, he used his soul force to control the flames and put the first material, the blood-striped fruit, into the Dan furnace, according to the method recorded in the prescription. Half an hour later, the bloodline fruit became reddish in color and emitted a rich fragrance, with a white mist rising from its surface. After an hour, the bloodline fruit turned into liquid. Wang Hao immediately poured in the green wood liquid. He first controlled the flame inside the Dan furnace, gradually increasing the temperature, while using his soul force to control the green wood liquid to mix with the blood pattern fruit liquid. But within a few minutes of the two liquids mixing together, an explosion occurred. Fortunately, the explosion was not too powerful, and the E-class Dan furnace directly controlled the power within the furnace, without causing damage to the furniture of the house. Wang Hao understood that refining potions was not an easy task. Just now, he had focused all of his attention on the mixing of the spirit liquid, but he had neglected the changes in the fire. The fire is a change in the degree of mastery of temperature. A change in the fire will affect the quality of the medicinal liquid mixture more or less, and the unstable temperature will also destroy the effect produced in the medicinal liquid mixture. After thinking about it, Wang Hao once again adjusted the fire, controlling the fire changes while focusing on refining the medicinal potion. Then, Wang Hao tried 3 more times before failing again one after another. These 4 refining failures cost 20,000 alliance coins in raw materials alone. Wang Hao first sat in meditation for a while, carefully recalling the steps that failed just now, and decided to refine the medicinal liquid first before fusion. He successfully refined the 3 materials into a potion during the 5th refining process. Wang Hao controlled the temperature inside the Dan furnace and fused the bloodline fruit, greenwood liquid, and bilberry grass liquid in a very slow process. After a full 2 hours, the potions were finally fused successfully. This was the first bottle of potion that Wang Hao had successfully refined, and without guidance, an average person might fail dozens of times without success. Wang Hao was also able to keenly observe the details of his refining failures and correct them by virtue of his strong soul power. After the refining was completed, Wang Hao immediately practiced his Flood Blood Emperor technique to restore his true essence and soul power. Wang Hao realized that this kind of cultivation after refining the elixir not only felt that his true essence had improved by a few points, but even his soul force had also improved. After feeling this improvement, Wang Hao sent a message to his parents and homeroom teacher that he was going to close down and cultivate himself for a bit this week. At the same time, he also sent messages to Zhouhu, Lin Yueliang, and Su Xan as well, telling his friends not to worry too much. Zhouhu, on the other hand, called to inquire, "Brother Hao, you're not preparing for the cultural exam here?" Wang Hao said that there was no problem. Now that his soul power was so strong, he could just raid and reach the scoreline when the time came. It wasn't like he expected to get first place in the cultural exam. In the following week, Wang Hao almost stayed out of the house, refining pills all the time in his rented house, ordering takeout when he was hungry, and practicing the Flood Blood Emperor technique when he was tired. A week later, Wang Hao is a bit pudgy. Beard a week without shaving is also a bit haggard, but Wang Hao eyes radiate light. This week, although the follow-up failed a few times, but Wang Hao did succeed in refining 30 copies of the E-class martial apprentice reagent. Moreover, his true essence and soul power had improved quite a bit. Wang Hao first washed up and straightened his beard and hair, then looked at the system. Host, Wang Hao. Kryptonite value, 200,000 points. 1 point is equivalent to 1 yuan union dollar. Gender, male. Age, 17. Strength, martial artist 3-star early stage, D rank apothecary. Aura value, 3,320 plus, can be promoted to martial general by reaching 10,000 points. Soul power, 1330 plus, reaching 2,000 points will allow you to become a C rank apothecary. This week one's aura value increased by 200 points and soul force by 300 points. Once he sold out these potions, he would kryptonite to enhance his strength. Moreover, this week had finally given himself a preliminary understanding of refining potions, and his soul power was still a bit of a descending blow compared to refining E-rank reagents. It was as if a high school student who had mastered the routine was still certain about doing middle school papers. Wang Hao went to the mercenary union this time. One was to sell money, and the other was to exchange for the D-class martial artist reagent prescription. As soon as Wang Hao entered the mercenary building, he saw Zhang Jingyi walking over again. Chapter 35, Storage Space. Wang Hao looked at Zhang Jingyi and joked, "As soon as I came in, you knew I was coming. Are you secretly following me?" Zhang Jingyi changed her outfit today, wearing a white dress today. Combined with that snow-white and delicate face, the whole person looked pure and lovely, like a lotus flower out of the water. "I didn't follow you, I just happened to pass by." Zhang Jingyi glared at Wang Hao, her pretty cheeks surfacing with 2 splashes of scarlet as she said sheepishly. Zhang Jingyi purposely told the mercenary union personnel to call and inform as soon as they saw Wang Hao come in. It could be said that the most promising martial artist in the entire Linchuan city was Wang Hao. Although the Linchuan city mercenary organization was only a place of transition for himself. In a little while longer one would have to go to other strongholds. But if he grasped Wang Hao himself, it would also be a proof of his ability to work in Linchuan. Zhang Jingyi took Wang Hao's shoulders and said, "What is little brother doing here this time?" Wang Hao didn't move, pulled his hand out, took his backpack out, and said, "Looking for you to sell something this time." "Oh." Zhang Jingyi stretched her tone, her beautiful eyes turning. Laughing, she said, "What is it?" Sister is very interested. You quickly take it out and show it to sister. There are more things to sell this time. Let's go upstairs to the office first. You just happen to see how much the price can be charged. LOL, sister, I'm still afraid that you're going to screw me over? Don't worry, sister definitely won't treat you poorly. When she entered the office on the third floor, Zhang Jingyi took the package from Wang Hao. When she opened it and realized that there were dozens of bottles of potions inside, she couldn't help but exclaim, "You've refined so many martial apprentice reagents." Zhang Jingyi might have guessed that Wang Hao had come over to sell martial apprentice reagents. However, she didn't expect there to be so many of them, but the martial apprentice reagent was hard currency, and it could raise the martial apprentice's strength by 1 star. And martial apprentices were also the largest group of people in the group of martial artists. Therefore, the supply often exceeded the demand, so the black market price was much higher than the normal price. Although the government guideline price is at 300,000 Union dollars. But the real transaction price is around 500,000 alliance coins, and the black market price is even higher. Wang Hao smiled faintly and said, "These are the results of a week of my hard work. I wonder how much Sister Jingyi acquired them?" Zhang Jingyi's beautiful eyes stared at Wang Hao and asked, "Little brother, sister is prepared to acquire the martial apprentice test for 350,000 bottles. How about that? We gave our own internal members a price of 400,000 bottles, so we didn't earn you too much. Alright, here are 30 bottles of martial apprentice reagents. 10 bottles for the D-ranked martial apprentice reagent prescription, and 20 bottles for 7 million alliance coins." Zhang Jingyi smiled when she heard Wang Hao agree, saying, "Okay, it's reasonable that you need to be rated as an E-class apothecary first before you can do so. But I'll bring you the formula first. Wait until you have time to go to the Apothecary Guild to get your rank rated. The Pharmacists Association is extremely influential all over the world. And there were many excellent pharmacists there, and there were also many formulas and herbs for potions in there. But we don't have an apothecary association in Linchuan City. You can go to Mordor or Kyoto to get rated. When the time comes to file with the Apothecary Association, you can also get a lot of convenience." After 10 minutes, Zhang Jingyi took out an exquisite iron box. Upon opening it, there was a piece of paper inside that recorded the recipe for the martial master reagent. Zhang Jingyi handed the paper to Wang Hao and said, "Little brother, this paper is the martial master reagent formula. As for the herbs, you can purchase them from us." Wang Hao took the formula over, recording that the D-rank martial artist reagent required 4 herbs. They were flame grass, 100-year blood ginseng, 3-leaf lotus, and 9-ing grass. These 4 herbs were all grade E herbs, adding up to a total of 80,000 alliance coins for 1 serving. Wang Hao purchased 10 more herbs. Zhang Jingyi, on the other hand, arranged for the remaining 6.2 million alliance coins to be credited to Wang Hao's card. After Wang Hao left, Zhang Jingyi came to Lu Fei's office and reported the situation to Lu Fei. Lu Fei pondered for a while and said to Zhang Jingyi, "It seems that Wang Hao has a strong soul force talent. The success rate of refining E-grade reagents is over 70%, and he might be able to refine D-grade reagents after a while. Jingyi, your father asked you to work out with me. It's reasonable that you don't need to make any friends in Linchuan City. But I think, Wang Hao, you absolutely need to make good connections. You may meet on a bigger stage in the future." After Wang Hao returned to his rental house, he found that the 6.5 million alliance coins had arrived. Together with the 2,700,000 alliance coins from the previous sale of the D-ranked martial artist reagent and the previous 200,000 deposits, Wang Hao now had a total of 9,100,000 deposits. Wang Hao set aside $100,000 for himself and silently read, "Top up 9 million. Ding, now recharged $9 million. Currently the host's kryptonite is $9,200,000. The host's recharge has exceeded 1 million and is now undergoing a system upgrade." After about 10 minutes, the system prompt sounded in Wang Hao's mind again. System upgrade completed. It now opens D-level authority to the host and unlocks the storage function. The item exchange function is closed, and the host can obtain items by completing bounty missions or kryptonite gift packs issued by the system. Now issuing million recharge gift packs. Wang Hao looked at his information and added a storage space of 1 cubic meter. A plus sign at the back indicated that it could be expanded using kryptonite points. This is a good thing indeed. Storage rings are not unheard of on this planet. However, they were extremely expensive, and only Martial King level powerhouses had the financial resources to purchase them. As for closing the exchange items, the previous exchange price was 1/10 of what it was outside. But this was a newbie benefit, and now Wang Hao could only complete the bounty quests issued by the system to obtain items. Wang Hao meditated and opened the Million Recharge gift pack. Ding, the Million Recharge gift pack is now opened, and the host obtains the greatest soul martial skill, Destruction Spirit Decision. Immediately, the contents of a set of secret books appeared in Wang Hao's mind, and he hurriedly checked them. The Destructive Spirit Decision, a technique passed down from the ancient times, specialized in cultivating soul power. It could attack other people's divine souls, causing the enemy to suffer unbearably, be harmed, and even die outright. Note that the stronger the soul power, the higher the attack on another person's soul power using this martial art. It can boost your soul power twice, but will suffer a backlash if the opponent's soul power exceeds your power. Surprisingly, it's a soul martial skill. This has never been heard of before. Wang Hao was ready to finish his exams and then go back to practicing soul force martial arts. In case he cultivated improperly and had damage to his brain, it would be more trouble than it was worth. He still had the Red Sun sword technique that he hadn't practiced, so he would wait until he finished the exams to practice it together. In terms of martial arts, Wang Hao didn't need to worry for the time being. There are sword skills, footwork, body forging skills, and even soul skills at the moment, and Wang Hao still understands the reasoning that greed can't be chewed. Wang Hao was ready to show and prove his strength. Wang Hao first used kryptonite points plus his aura value. Chapter 36, the end of the high school exam. Wang Hao's current aura value was 3,320, and Wang Hao spent 6.8 million kryptonite points to increase it to 4,000 points. Wang Hao realized that the plus number was still there, but he couldn't click it simply by using kryptonite points. Wang Hao understood that this was a need to break through the level on his own. Running up the Flood Blood Emperor technique, countless streams of heat appeared in the dantian and traveled toward the limbs and bones. The pores on Wang Hao's body seeped out a fine black liquid, which was the transformation of his body during the breakthrough. Suddenly, Wang Hao felt a clear sound coming from his mind, as if something had been opened up, and Wang Hao felt a sense of relief all over his body. Immediately afterward, Wang Hao's eyes opened and two cold auras shot out from his pupils. This breakthrough was successful. Although he couldn't use kryptonite points to directly break through 4,000 points, Wang Hao clearly felt that breaking through the Martial Master 4-star was much less difficult than before. It was a bit easier than even breaking through the Martial Apprentice 4 stars. There were still 2.2 million kryptonite points left, and Wang Hao was ready to add them to his soul power. When Wang Hao just started to silently click on the plus sign, he was suddenly startled and stopped in a hurry. This was because Wang Hao realized that each point increase in soul power surprisingly cost 100,000 kryptonite points, compared to a 1-point increase in spirit power value of 10,000. The price of soul power was surprisingly 10 times that of aura value. After hesitating for a while, considering that only apothecaries could make more money, Wang Hao used all 2.2 million to increase his soul power. After the boost was completed, Wang Hao looked at his information. Host, Wang Hao. Kryptonite value, 200,000 points. 1 point is equivalent to 1 yuan union dollar. Gender, male. Age, 17. Strength, martial artist 4-star, class D apothecary. Aura value, 4,020 points plus, can be promoted to martial general when reaching 10,000 points. Soul power, 1,352 points plus, reaching 2,000 points will allow you to become a C-rank apothecary. Storage space, 1 cubic meter plus. Just now, Wang Hao tried to click on the plus sign of the storage space and there was no response at all. It seemed to be that his current possessions were not enough to raise the storage space, and he could only wait until he had enough kryptonite points before the system could raise the storage space. Wang Hao put the Rhythmic Frost Sword and Martial Master Potion and other items in the storage space first. Holding the Rhythmic Frost Sword all the time did attract some attention. Wang Hao decided to put cultivation and potion making aside first. The following 3 weeks Wang Hao threw himself into the cultural program. After the increase in soul power, Wang Hao could say that his memory and comprehension were far beyond normal people. Although Wang Hao spent very little time compared to his classmates, reaching the admission line was not much of a problem for Wang Hao. Time quickly came to June 7. Wang Hao took the language test in the morning and the math test in the afternoon. On the 8th, he took history in the morning. On this planet, history is raised to the same level as language arts and math, both of which are worth 150 points. There was the history of mankind's fight against the magical beasts was the focus, and those heroes who sacrificed their lives for mankind were also recorded in the textbooks. The afternoon of the 8th, on the other hand, was a test of the Union language. In addition to the national language, the only official language of communication at the international level is the Union language, which is more widely used than English. On the 9th day, there is a general subject divided into physics, chemistry, biology, and politics for a total of 200 points. The total number of marks is 750 and last year's admission line was 570. After the test on the afternoon of the 9th, Wang Hao took a deep breath and finally finished. Wang Hao was going to go back to his home, rest for a while, and then prepare to cultivate the breaking order technique and the red yang sword technique. Just after arriving home, Zhou called Wang Hao. "Brother Hao, where are you? Hurry up and gather in front of the first high school, we'll eat and drink together after the exam. Lin Yueliang and Su Xin are also in, but I said that the night you were also in the Too Big Beauty before coming over." Wang Hao froze for a moment, wondering to himself if he had crossed over in his mind. The first reaction to the end of the college entrance examination is to cultivate. High school students after the end of the college entrance examination is that they should have a good relaxation. Wang Hao hurriedly rushed over. Zhang Zipping saw Wang Hao come over, could not help but taunt 2 sentences. "Yo, our top student but really listen to mom and dad, after the college entrance exams still go home." Wang Hao glanced at Zhang Zipping. He hadn't taught him much during this period of time, and his little tail was up again. The previous betting fight was actually just a friction between classmates, and Wang Hao didn't take this friction much to heart with what he experienced behind him. Coupled with the fact that Zhang Zipping also passed the martial arts exam, a classmate Wang Hao did not say anything for fear of spoiling everyone's fun. Lin Yueliang and Su Xian also looked at Wang Hao. The two appeared to have just gone home to dress up today. Su Xian is wearing a black tight skirt today. Her skin is fair and tender, and because of years of cultivation, her breasts are full and straight, her legs are straight and long, her waist is full, and her hips are plump and rounded, exuding a seductive flavor all over her body. Lin Euro, on the other hand, was wearing a white dress today. Her figure was exquisite and delicate, her curves were elegant, outside the dress were long and slender jade legs, her skin was white as snow, her eyebrows were like a painting, and she had a melon face. The features were exquisite and beautiful, the whole person exuded a cool and noble temperament, which made people not dare to look directly at her. Wang Hao could not help but touch his head a little. Today drinking 2 aunties but do not make any trouble. Zhou who took a line of more than 10 people went to a stall, although everyone's family conditions can be, but the atmosphere of this stall is the most popular high school students. Zhou who asked for 10 cases of beer as soon as he came up, and Wang Hao was also afraid that everyone would get drunk. Zhou who opened a bottle of beer and said to everyone, in our group, there are martial arts exam winners like Hao, and there are also great beauties like Lin Euro Su Xian who can get into the top 10 martial arts schools. Zhang Zipping and I are a few people who can also get into a martial arts school, and the rest of us wish to get into our ideal schools, so let's all drink this glass of wine. Wang Hao also understood that once he said goodbye tonight, many people would not appear in his life trajectory, so he simply indulged himself. Wang Hao picked up a bottle of beer and gulped a few mouthfuls, boozing it up. The rest of the people saw this scenario and picked up their bottles and slammed a few mouthfuls before putting them back down on the table and looking at Zhou Hu. Zhou Hu laughed, we are all old classmates, so drink happily tonight. Brother Hao, I'll toast you a bottle. If it wasn't for your help, I guess it would be hard for me to get into the martial arts school. After saying his words, Zhou Hu raised the bottle and clinked it with Wang Hao, tilted his head and dried it. Wang Hao was also not polite and poured all the remaining half bottle of wine into his mouth. When the crowd saw that Zhou Hu and Wang Hao had both drunk, they picked up the bottles and continued to drink bitterly. Wang Hao knew that he would not return home without getting drunk tonight. After 3 rounds of drinking, a girl who had failed the martial arts exam directly cried, my family has spent so much money for me, even selling my house, and I'm only a 3-star martial apprentice, so I'm sorry to my parents. But I won't give up, I will still stick to my dream of being a martial artist. Chapter 37, Encountering an Ambush. After everyone heard this, a few students who failed the martial arts exam were also gloomy. Wang Hao several people then comforted the past, and a few more cups of wine were downed. At this time, Zhang Zipping seemed to be a little bit drunk and said, what you guys fell short of is not necessarily a bad thing. My grandpa told me that a child from one of his friend's family was also be grade gifted, about as gifted as Lin Euro, and got into Tiannan Martial Arts University. His cultivation talent was so good that he did so well in school that the school rewarded their family with a villa and a lot of money. But during a mission in the wilderness, he was killed by a warrior soldier level magical beast. Although the school later gave a lot of pension, but what's the point? The person was gone. When we become martial masters in the future, we have to have a requirement to kill magical beasts every year, and if you fail to meet the requirement, your rights as a martial master will be cancelled. If you fail to meet it for 2 consecutive years, you will be forced to be taken to the wilderness, unless you serve in a government department. Hearing Zhang Zipping's words, everyone was also a little silent, thinking that they would indeed have to go through many risks in the future as well. Seeing that everyone's atmosphere was a bit dull, Wang Hao picked up the wine cup and said, today there is wine today, where there is so much to do, is fearing this and fearing that the style of our martial artists? Come on everyone, drink the wine. Wang Hao's words also washed away some of everyone's sad atmosphere. At this time, Su Xian stood up and said to Wang Hao, brother Hao, I'll toast you. Su Xian's voice was sweet and fluffy, melodious, and Wang Hao's bones went soft when he heard it. Wang Hao picked up his glass and was just about to drink. Lin Euro, who was next to him, stood up and said to Su Xian, I'll drink with you. Wang Hao drank a lot of wine today and can't drink anymore. Wang Hao looked at the two and seemed to feel that the atmosphere was a bit off. Everyone was also eating their dishes though their mouths, with all their attention focused on the duo. Su Xian, however, was not the least bit fearful, but instead gave a delicate smile, sister, I'll toast you first. Wang Hao sighed in his heart, sure enough, these two women are still barreling on. Lin Euro picked up her wine glass and took a light sip, her cheeks slightly red, like she was coated in rouge. Su Xian's eyes lit up for a moment, then she revealed a churlish demeanor and also drank the beer in one go. Wang Hao could only play dumb and look left and right. When Lin Euro saw Wang Hao in this state, a hint of anger rose on her pretty face. Zhou Hu looked at these two aunts and grandmothers who were about to get jealous again, and hurriedly discouraged them. Everyone, don't just look, eat quickly. Besides, we are gathering today, not a blind date. Everyone laughed as well and kept eating and drinking. Close to 12 o'clock, many people have been drunk, but fortunately Wang Hao himself is physically fit and has escaped a lot of alcohol, so he is relatively sober. Lin Yuro went back in the family car, while Wang Hao arranged for a cab to send Su Xian home. Wang Hao helped Zhou Hu to go home as well. In the cab, Zhou Hu drunkenly asked, "Brother Hao, do you like Lin Yuro or Su Xian?" Wang Hao said bitterly, "What do you care?" Zhou Hu said, "Brother Hao, Lin Yuro is an iceberg beauty, while Su Xian is even more hot and flirtatious. Do you think you can really handle two schoolgirls?" Wang Hao was also hesitant in his heart when he remembered the looks of the two, but he quickly suppressed the fluttering in his heart, saying, "I don't know what I think. Hey, I do have some indecisiveness." Zhou Hu nodded, "Well, no matter who you choose, brothers will always be with you." Soon the cab driver sent Wang Hao and the others downstairs. After Wang Hao paid the bill, he helped Zhou Hu upstairs. After sending Zhou Hu off, Wang Hao was ready to go home and rest. When he walked to the road, the system suddenly sent out a signal. This signal also caused Wang Hao to instantly wake up. Although it was 12 o'clock at night, this street was also too quiet. Wang Hao used his soul force to feel it and suddenly realized that there was actually a martial master 6-star martial artist and 2 martial master 2-star martial artists at the end of the alley of this street. These three were dressed in the same way as the black-clothed men from the 9 Spectres sect before. Surprisingly, they were cultists. He himself was also careless. When he thought about it, Lin Yuro's B-level talent was attacked, and now that he was the top martial arts examiner of Jiangnan base, he was not even a little bit prepared. They also threw themselves alone this time, attacking themselves in downtown Linchuan, presumably with the mindset of succeed or die. Wang Hao picked up his cell phone and quickly dialed the detective bureau. When it was connected, Wang Hao quickly spoke, "My name is Wang Hao, I'm currently in the area of Changfu Street 26, there are 3 cultists here, all of them at the martial master level." Before the words were finished, a flying dagger directly pierced Wang Hao's cell phone. If not for Wang Hao's quick release, his own right hand would have been injured. At this time, 3 men in black walked out. One of the men in the lead said, "Worthy of being the top scorer in this year's martial arts exam, you actually found the 3 of us. But with the efficiency of the detective bureau, there are at least 5 minutes. 5 minutes, the 3 of us are enough to kill you, martial master 1 star." Hearing their words, Wang Hao understood that in their intelligence, he was the martial master 1 star strength of the martial exam test, and he was now a martial master 4 star. Facing the 3 of them was not without a chance of victory. Wang Hao directly took out the rhyming frost sword from his storage space. The 3 men's eyes were stunned. There was even a space ring. This was an item worth several hundred million alliance coins. I never thought that there would be this kind of harvest this time. Kid, obediently hand over your weapon and your space ring, and follow us. Will the Pope will train you well. One of the men in black walked over. He thought that Wang Hao was just a high school student and would obediently surrender when he saw this kind of formation. Wang Hao directly used the 3rd move of the Mad Cloud sword technique, splitting mountain and breaking river, to stab at the black-clothed man who walked over. The black-clothed men also did not expect Wang Hao to dare to take the lead, and the harsh sword wind caused the 3 black-clothed men to be stunned as well, simply unable to react. Wang Hao directly stabbed the black-clothed man who was a 2-star martial artist's throat with his sword. The strong astral energy directly knocked the black-clothed man to the ground, killing him on the spot. Damn it! The 2 remaining men in black roared and attacked Wang Hao. Wang Hao snorted coldly and met them with the rhythmic frost sword in hand. The other 2 took advantage of this opportunity, one using a dagger to stab at Wang Hao's heart, and the other using a lance to stab at Wang Hao's throat. Seeing that the lance had already stabbed his chest, Wang Hao could only dodge and at the same time swing his sword against the dagger and lance. With a clang sound, the long sword and the dagger collided together, emitting a metallic clanging sound that made his ears ache. Wang Hao felt numbness in his tiger's mouth, his arm was numb, and the long sword in his hand almost fell. Wang Hao hurriedly stomped his feet, and the whole person leaped up in the air, avoiding the long spear, landing on the ground, and a whirlwind kick on the dagger. The dagger shot out in response. The black-robed man who was using the dagger saw it leave his hand and said that it was not good. Chapter 38, Killing 3 Cultists. The fallen man in black was about to reach for the dagger when Wang Hao slapped his shoulder. The man in black hurriedly blocked with his hand, but unfortunately, he was half a step too slow. Bang! With a sound, the man in black was knocked back several steps by Wang Hao and spat out a mouthful of blood. At this time, the man in black saw that the dagger was only a few meters away from him, so he desperately stretched out his hands towards the dagger to grab it. However, Wang Hao had already predicted his action and directly used the flying swallow step to quickly move to the black-clothed man's side and directly plunged into the black-clothed man's neck. The man in black fell to the ground with unwilling eyes. Only the last black-clothed man with 6 stars of martial master remained on the field. Damn it, the intelligence information was wrong. I can't imagine that you are actually a martial master 4-star strength, with such a good talent, and the grade of mastering sword techniques and body techniques is not low. It's a pity that you're going to die in my hands. Your weapon and ring are my trophies. If you hand over your martial skills, I'll spare your life. Dream on, you really think I'm a child who doesn't know anything? Only one person can walk out this time. Wang Hao directly held the rhyming frost sword and rushed over. The man in black grabbed the lance, stepped forward, and swept across towards Wang Hao's waist in a smooth motion, which Wang Hao hastily sidestepped to avoid. The lance swept on the concrete floor, immediately stirring up countless stone chips. At this time, Wang Hao had just stood firmly on his feet when the man in black swept his spear across the ground, and Wang Hao hastily raised his sword to block. Ding! Wang Hao only felt his wrist sinking, and the tremendous power transmitted by the lance caused Wang Hao to take a half step back. Wang Hao secretly said in his heart, "This guy's lance must be an entry-level weapon." Just then, the man in black took advantage of the situation and bullied his way forward, holding the lance in his hand and ruthlessly stabbing at Wang Hao's throat. Wang Hao hurriedly sidestepped to avoid it, but unfortunately, he was still a little slow, and a wound was cut across his neck. The opponent's lance was surprisingly also a D-grade weapon, and the gun technique he used was also an E-grade martial skill. His strength was 2 stars higher than his own. One could only use the blood cloud sword technique, otherwise it would be difficult to defeat his opponent. Wang Hao clenched his teeth and operated his true essence to force the blood back. Damn it, put up a fight. Essence erupted in Wang Hao's eyes as he charged forward with his long sword in his hand, heading straight for the man in black. The fourth style of the blood cloud sword technique, blood cloud roaming the sky. Wang Hao executed the last stance of the blood cloud sword technique, and the power of the sword technique instantly increased by a notch. The D-grade martial skill boosted its power by 50% over the black-clothed man's martial skill. Combined with the Flood Blood Emperor technique's increase in true essence power, this move would be difficult for even a 7-star martial master to resist. A pillar of red light shot up into the sky, as if transforming into a sea of blood, enveloping the man in black. Not good, it's actually a D-grade martial skill. The black-clothed man's face changed drastically, and he wanted to escape, but realized that it was already too late. The blood cloud roiling the sky covered a very wide area. Even if he wanted to run, he couldn't. The man in black could only mobilize his body's true essence and form a layer of true essence shield in an attempt to resist Wang Hao's sword technique. Put! The sword chi chopped through the black-clothed man's true chi shield and directly chopped off his head. How could this man in black not expect to die in the hands of a high school student? His body fell to the ground with a loud bang. Wang Hao gasped for air and looked at the corpse on the ground with cold eyes. The sins committed at the hands of these cultists were simply unforgivable, and killing them would be doing the people a favor. As Wang Hao caught his breath, the people from the detective bureau rushed over. They had already arrived at the scene, but the scene of Wang Hao fighting the last man in black was too powerful for Director Wang to step forward. When he thought about Li Mang's strength, Director Wang didn't even dare to go forward, let alone a 6-star martial master cultist. Only when Wang Hao killed the man in black did Director Wang hurry over. Seeing that the people from the detective bureau were only arriving now, Wang Hao glanced at the personnel who were preparing to clean up the battlefield and glanced at Director Wang. The chief wouldn't be trying to pick up the present, would he? Nowhere, little brother is joking, someone hurry up and take the items on these cultists to our heroes. Seeing Wang Hao's strength just now, Chief Wang dared not talk nonsense and directly brought over a dagger, a pair of gloves and a lance. Little brother, old brother has an unforgiving request. Can you publicize to the public that it was our Linchuan City Detective Bureau that killed these 3 cultists together with you? Chief Wang looked at Wang Hao with a flattering face. He was trying to add to his own achievements. Wang Hao didn't really object to this and didn't want to expose all of his strength, but he wouldn't let them get away with it for nothing. These 3 people are Class D fugitives, 5 million alliance coins, I'll promise you this, and I can even say that it's you, Director Wang, who fought to kill the enemy. How about it? Director Wang pondered for a moment. Seeing that Director Wang was still hesitating, Wang Hao added a little more fire. You came to the scene when I was fighting the last man in black. As the director of the detective bureau, you were afraid to fight someone. Little brother doesn't happen to have some connections with the director of the education department, Tan Guang. If you don't believe me, you can ask the director of the education bureau, Ma. Hearing Wang Hao's words, Director Wang was also aware that this was a threat to himself. Good. I'll immediately send someone to transfer the money to your bank card. Wang Hao took the 3 weapons away and then reported his bank card number to Director Wang. Back in the rented house, Wang Hao took care of his injuries while reflecting on the shortcomings of the battle just now. This time, he had taken out 3 strong martial masters of the Nine Spectres sect and had formed a bond of hatred with the Nine Spectres sect. It seemed like it was necessary to cultivate the A-ranked Soul martial skill Destruction Spirit Decision and the C-ranked martial skill Red Yang Sword Technique. Before practicing, Wang Hao asked the system to confirm that the gloves and dagger were E-rank weapons, while the lance was a D-rank weapon. It seemed that the Nine Spectres sect's wealth value wasn't weak. Wang Hao hesitated and decided to give the gloves to Su Xin and the dagger to Lin Euro the next day. When the 2 received their gifts separately, they were both surprised, as the E-rank weapons were worth a lot, valued at around several 100,000 alliance coins. Lin Euro was a bit better. After all, the Lin clan group was also able to purchase E-rank weapons. But what Wang Hao gave her made her extraordinarily happy, and she thought that Wang Hao was just giving it to her individually. Su Xian's family condition was a bit worse than Lin Euro's. She felt that Wang Hao was being too generous, which made her heart sweet and felt that Wang Hao was really good to her. Wang Hao wouldn't dare to talk about the gifts given by both people. Sometimes, the scale of one's own heart is just to be leveled. Returning to the house, Wang Hao prepared to practice the Red Cloud Sword technique first. Considering that the Red Cloud Sword technique was a fire attribute martial skill with a relatively high power, Wang Hao decided to go to the woods in the suburbs to practice after preparing dry food. It was thought that the Nine Spectres sect didn't have too much power after damaging 3 martial masters this time. Moreover, the Jiangnan base had also sent some experts to Linchuan City, which was heavily defended. Wang Hao found a dense forest on the outskirts of the city and prepared to study the Red Cloud Sword technique. The Red Cloud Sword technique had a total of 3 styles, which were the Red Inferno Slash, the Blazing Sunbreak, and the Burning World Slash. Chapter 39, Red Cloud Sword Technique. Red Flame Chop, as the name suggests, is to attack with the power of flames, and when this sword technique is cultivated to perfection, it can be transformed into 100 red flame attacks. Blazing Sunbreak, using the pure young true deity to catalyze the fire attribute elemental power attack, this move is extremely powerful and can directly shatter mountains and rocks. Burning World Chop, as the name suggests, is to condense the fire attribute element on top of the sword and execute it to form a destructive attack. The Red Inferno Sword technique practitioner must first condense fire attribute elemental energy within his body and be able to manipulate the flames before he could execute this move. Wang Hao followed the information inside his mind and started practicing the first red flame break of the Red Cloud Sword technique. As time passed, gradually, Wang Hao entered a state of oblivion, as if he was in an illusory space. In that piece of illusory space, one could only see a red-colored longsword floating in midair, emitting a rich killing aura, as if it was about to tear apart the heavens, bringing about an extreme sense of oppression, and this longsword was the Red Cloud Sword. Rumble! A thunderbolt exploded outside the window, the clouds were dense and lightning flashed. Suddenly, an ear-piercing whistling sound came from the sky, followed by a flash of red light descending from the sky, and this red-colored longsword instantly transformed into thousands of sparks, splashing in all directions. Ka-ching! There was another thunderous explosion, and the dark clouds in the sky dissipated, revealing an azure sky. Suddenly, this red cloud sword disappeared, and Wang Hao opened his eyes, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a satisfied smile. With a flick of his mind, his fingers flicked, and a bit of cold aura shot out, and the stone was then thrown a few meters away and nailed to the ground, sinking more than 2 inches deep. Ha 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 ha. Looking at the scene in front of him, Wang Hao couldn't help but throw his head back and laugh wildly, his face filled with pride and excitement. Ha, it's really powerful. At this time, Wang Hao had fully realized how powerful the Red Cloud Sword technique was. In the past 10 days, Wang Hao had mastered the first 2 styles of the Red Cloud Sword technique by virtue of his powerful soul power and his sword intent talent. It's time to go back, soon the results of the college entrance exam will come out. Wang Hao was about to enter his pass number when his parents also approached, looking particularly nervous. Wang Hao typed it in and clicked query. 119 points for language, 135 points for math, 120 points for history, 81 points for allied languages, and 156 points for general subjects, for a total of 611 points. The Wukao attainment line is 580 points. The moment they saw the results come out, Wang Hao's parents were relieved. Although they knew that with Wang Hao's martial arts exam results, there were good martial arts schools that accepted him even with a lower cultural score, they were still especially happy to see that the cultural score met the requirements. Wang Hao called Lin Euro at this time. How's it going? At this time, the admission lines for the various martial arts schools also came out. Magic City Martial Arts University, the martial arts examination requires a martial arts disciple 8-star middle stage or above, with a score of 600 points or above, and if the cultural examination exceeds 650 points, the admission requirements can be lowered to a martial arts disciple 7-star or above. Kyoto Wudon University, the requirements are similar, but the cultural examination requirement is more than 660 points, and the minimum admission requirement is more than the middle section of the 7th star of the Wudu. Jiangnan Wudon University requires more than 6 stars of Wudu. Wang Hao called Lin Euro at this time. What's the score of the college entrance exam? You guess. Lin Euro said in a petulant voice. More than 600 points. Wang Hao casually guessed. Well, pretty much. What college do you want to go to? Lin Euro asked. I haven't decided yet. I might enroll in Magic City Wushu University or Kyoto Wushu University. The first military academy is too strict in its management. It's not quite suitable for me. Wang Hao said. You're really good at picking colleges. That's one of the top 3 universities in the country, and it's said to be very strict in recruiting new students. Lin Euro teased. What about you? Which school are you going to apply for? I'm going to try Mordor Wudu University. I scored 656 points. Try and see if I can be admitted at a reduced level. Of course, the main thing is to watch over you, save you from dabbling around. Lin Euro said with a smile. Chapter 40, Applying for the Magic City Martial Arts University. Wang Hao then called Su Xian, who had scored 668 points on the cultural exam this time and was also preparing to impact the Magic City Martial Arts University. Her last martial arts exam test was the early stage of Martial Apprentice 7 star, and she did not reach the middle stage of Martial Apprentice 7 star. When he was done talking to the two, Wang Hao received a call from Zhou. Brother Hao, are you talking to Lin Euro or Su Xin on the phone? The cell phone call has been in the middle of a busy line. My score line has reached the requirements of the Southgate Martial Arts School, and it just so happens that this school is also within the Jiangnan base, so I'm going to apply for this martial arts school. After Wang Hao finished his congratulations, he was now debating whether to choose Magic City Martial Arts University or Kyoto Martial Arts University. Wang Hao had to trouble senior Lu Changrun again. After Lu Changrun picked up the phone, he first joked about Wang Hao. Our provincial examination top student finally remembered him as an old senior. I've been waiting for your call since the end of the martial arts exam. Who knows that I waited until now to receive the call. Wang Hao was also a bit embarrassed, then explained, wasn't I afraid that the cultural exam would be unstable? I wanted to wait until the results were finalized before calling you to report the good news. Lu Changrun also marveled at how fast Wang Hao had progressed. When they first met, he was still a 5-star martial apprentice, and it had only been a few months before he had become a martial master. Although he himself had a reputation as a genius in Jiangnan Martial University, but when it came to the speed of progress, he was still much worse than Wang Hao. Wang Hao asked, Brother Lu, should I choose Magic City Martial University or Kyoto Martial University? I won't enroll in the first military school. I'm a person who still has to participate in mercenary league missions sometime, and I like to be a bit more free. After listening, Lu Changrun asked, won't you consider Jiangnan Martial Arts University? As a student who will soon be a junior and will soon be taking over as the vice president of the Jiangnan Wudao Society at Jiangnan Wudao University, I can give you good terms. There are times when one would rather be the head of the chicken than the tail of the phoenix. Other than that, I'll give you a bottle of D-grade martial master reagent as soon as you enter the school. How about that? After hearing this, Wang Hao considered it for a while, but still replied, Brother Lu, I still want to try Kyoto Wushu University and Magic City Wushu University. I don't necessarily feel like a phoenix tail. Lu Changrun laughed, then said, indeed these two martial arts schools receive the most funding from the Ministry of Education every year, so the amount of money their students spend on exchanging items is also the least. In terms of the D-grade martial artist reagents, the normal price is around 3 million alliance coins, and the black market price is around 5 million alliance coins. But students like us from Jiangnan Martial University can buy it for 2.1 million alliance coins. It's equivalent to a 70% discount. Students from Magic City Martial University and Kyoto Martial University, on the other hand, can purchase it for 1.5 million alliance coins, which is equivalent to a 50% discount. Of course, there is a limit to what students can buy with money. The hard currency of Wudao University is credits. The value of credits you will know when you are in Wudao University. Kyoto is the place with the strongest political atmosphere in China, which has a lot to do with the fact that it is the capital of the government. The forces inside are more complicated, and the cultivation atmosphere is a little bit more formalized compared to the Magic City Wudong University. The Magic City Martial Arts University has a thicker business atmosphere and a more open cultivation mindset. Moreover, many graduates of the Magic City Martial Arts University are big businessmen, while Kyoto's graduates enter the system more. After listening to Lu Changrun's introduction, Wang Hao understood that the Magic City Martial University might be more suitable for him, plus Lin Yueliang and Su Xian could only apply for the Magic City Martial University, and there were more people he was familiar with. Wang Hao thought about it and said, Brother Lu, you won't be angry if I don't enroll in Jiangnan Martial Arts University, right? After hearing Wang Hao's words, Lu Changrun also couldn't help but laugh out loud. Don't worry, we're old folks and we're still in the same high school. I also hope that you get stronger. When the time comes, we'll go to the wilderness together to kill more magical beasts and earn resources. After hearing Lu Changrun's words, Wang Hao also was relieved, and for Lu's help, Wang Hao was also extremely grateful. Not every martial artist gave you cultivation information for free, and a lot of his own cultivation knowledge about martial artists was obtained from Lu Changrun. Wang Hao then decided to apply for the Magic City Martial Arts University, and he informed his parents of his willingness to apply. Lin Yueliang and Su Xian were also extremely happy to know that Wang Hao had applied for the Magic City Martial Arts University, thinking that he was going to accompany them. Chapter 41, Practicing Soul Martial Arts. While waiting for the acceptance letter to come down from the Magic Capital Martial University, Wang Hao decided to first cultivate the A-ranked Soul Martial skill, Breaking Spirit skill. This was the highest grade martial skill that Wang Hao practiced besides the Flood Blood Emperor technique. It was also the first time Wang Hao had seen a martial skill that used soul power to attack. Wang Hao studied the cultivation information of the Destruction Spirit skill. The Breaking Spirit technique was divided into 3 stages. The first stage creates soul pressure, which can be exerted on martial artists and magical beasts whose soul power is weaker than their own, affecting their actions in the lightest way, and making them submissive in the heaviest way, so that they dare not resist. The second stage is able to condense the tip of a soul spear, which can pierce through the opponent's sea of consciousness and destroy the enemy's soul. At the third stage, it was able to form a soul fire that could burn everything. The prerequisite for practicing soul martial arts was that one must possess soul power. And one must possess strong soul power. Otherwise, you wouldn't even be able to condense a soul weapon, let alone form a soul fire. Wang Hao practiced according to what appeared inside his mind. Soul martial arts were completely different from ordinary martial arts in that they only targeted the soul and had no physical presence. After Wang Hao finished reading the cultivation information of the breaking spirit technique, he took a deep breath and sat cross-legged on the bed according to the breaking spirit technique's guidelines, closing his eyes and concentrating. Soon, Wang Hao entered into a state of oblivion, and the fire of his soul burned brightly, emitting a fiery yet pure light. Wang Hao's mind was immersed in the destruction spirit technique. As time passed, Wang Hao felt his body turn into nothingness. Right at this moment, a majestic energy surged from all directions and merged into his body. After these energies entered his body, they were quickly absorbed. This feeling is so refreshing. A few moments later, Wang Hao opened his eyes with a smile on his face. The first layer of soul pressure had been initiated. In the following days, Wang Hao was still practicing the breaking order technique. Wang Hao's soul power became brighter, and gradually, an illusory soul spear several meters long was formed. It exuded a terrifying aura, just like a real spear, giving off an extremely dangerous feeling. Break! Wang Hao shouted lowly, and the illusory soul spear shot out toward the front. Rumble! Wherever the illusory soul spear passed through, the air fluctuated violently, transmitting a suffocating flavor, and if it were an ordinary martial artist, he would have died long ago. Ka-ching, ka-ching! The walls of the house were pierced with holes from the soul spears, and Wang Hao stopped in a hurry. This was a house that he had rented, so it was good that it was only this floor that didn't cause too much damage. The next time Wang Hao cultivated the third layer of soul fire. Wang Hao followed the method recorded inside his mind and ran the destruction spirit decision. At that instant, a faint red energy emanated from his body, and those red energies converged in front of him to form a circular flame the size of a fist. As soon as this flame appeared, the temperature inside the room immediately increased a lot, the air seemed to be distorted, and a scorching temperature spread out. If it was an ordinary person, it would be difficult to endure this scorching heat. However, Wang Hao didn't have any problems at all, and he felt soothed. Suddenly, Wang Hao thought of something, and he struck his soul flame toward the steel pillar next to him. The soul flames landed on top of the wall and immediately melted the entire wall, turning it into water flowing down. How is this possible? This soul flame can actually melt even fine steel. Wang Hao was shocked. This soul flame was too terrifying. It was several times more powerful than any martial skill he had learned. Wang Hao said in his heart, it seems that he needs to strengthen his cultivation of soul attacks in the future. This will be his own killer weapon in the future. Many people will wear armor to defend themselves, but few will defend themselves against soul power. Few. A moment later, Wang Hao exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Wang Hao realized that soul martial skill cultivation wasn't too difficult for him, and he even progressed faster than he did when he cultivated the C-grade technique Xin Shang body refining technique. It might really be the reason why his soul power was far superior to others, and this might have something to do with the fact that he had traveled across the world. Of course, one's own strong soul force talent was also the reason why the system chose him. After 2 weeks of practicing at home, the acceptance letter from the Magic City Martial Arts University finally arrived. And this time, Lin Yueliang and Su Xian were also very lucky to get on the last train of the Magic City Martial Arts University. By virtue of their excellent results in the cultural courses, the Magic City University of Wuhan lowered the strength requirements for them. As a result, Lin Yueliang and Su Xian, who had 7 stars of martial arts discipleship, also successfully enrolled in the Magic City Martial Arts University, and their own Harry Young Man Zhou, who also enrolled in the Jiangnan-based Southgate Martial Arts School. This made the school leaders of the first high school very happy. This was the first time since the establishment of the school that 3 students had gotten into the Magic City Martial Arts University. The first high school publicized it greatly, and for a while, Wang Hao's name was unknown in Linchuan City. As for Wang Hao's home, Wang Hao's parents had invited friends and relatives to get together. Wang Hao's father, Wang Yongwei, had just been promoted to deputy director of the Linchuan City Public Security Bureau, and even the director was polite when he saw him. The Public Security Bureau only dealt with ordinary people's crimes, and the Detective Bureau was in charge of martial artists' crimes. Public Security was just giving the Detective Bureau a handjob, but Wang Hao was now the head of the Detective Bureau, so it wasn't even expected to be too much of a problem. Therefore, Wang Yang for the recent career spring, Wang Hao's mother was approved this period of time do not use to go to work, at home to take care of their son's exams. And this promotion banquet Wang Hao parents are extremely happy. Congratulations to you all. You guys are going to enjoy yourselves in the future. Thank you. Egu. Xiaohao is really outstanding. Are admitted to the Magic City Wushu University, in the future will certainly be a party official, do not forget your Uncle Wei. A meal was eaten with great joy. Wang Hao's father drank a bit of wine, his face slightly red, but his heart was happy. And during the gathering, Director Ma even sent $1 million bonus, which made the whole atmosphere reach a climax. On the one hand, everyone was surprised that the bonus was so high that many people could not earn so much money in their whole life. The second was that director Ma unexpectedly came to the promotion banquet. Ma Zhongwei was one of the four giants of Linchuan, and could be said to be an unrivaled presence in Linchuan City. However, Ma Zhongwei was polite when he saw Wang Hao's parents. There was no way around it. The matter of Wang Hao killing 3 martial master cultists with 1 against 3 had already spread in Linchuan. After all, there were many people who witnessed the scene at the time, and there was no way for Chief Wang to hide the fact. Knowing that Wang Hao wanted to kill himself no more or less difficult than pinching an ant, Director Ma was extraordinarily courteous to Wang Hao and hurriedly sent over the promised $1 million Union. When Wang Hao's parents invited Director Ma to the table for dinner, Director Ma glanced at Wang Hao and realized that there were no objections, so he also sat down and took the initiative to accompany Wang Hao's father to have a few more glasses of wine to make good relations. After staying at home for 2 days, Wang Hao received a call from Zhang Jingyi. "I heard that you got into Mordorwu University, congratulations. There's something I have to inform you. I've gone to work for the Magic City Mercenary League, so we can meet more often in the future. I'm still your exclusive advisor." Chapter 42, Apothecary Association. Wang Hao guessed that Zhang Jingyi still had a bit of background on her, having gone straight from the Linchuan City Mercenary League to work for the Magic City Mercenary League. Linchuan City was just a relatively backward prefecture-level city in Jiangnan base, while Mordor was one of the 2 major cities in China. By the way, you go to the Magic City Apothecary Association to assess your rank after school starts. This will still be of some help to you in acquiring resources at school. Zhang Jingyi instructed a few more words. Wang Hao decided that he should go to Mordor first in July. He really couldn't earn much money at home, and going to Mordor would allow him to familiarize himself with the environment in advance and see if there were any suitable tasks in the Mercenary Union. By the way, he went to the Pharmacist Association to assess his rank. Thinking of this, Wang Hao first returned to his rental house and recharged all the 1 million cash given by Director Ma and added it to his soul power, increasing it by 10 points to become 1362 points. Wang Hao prepared the 4 medicinal herbs needed for the D-grade martial master reagent, which were flame grass, 1000-year blood ginseng, 3-leaf lotus and 9-yin grass respectively. He was prepared to take 8 medicinal herbs to practice first, and then he would use the D-grade martial master reagent to participate in the grading. Wang Hao took out his E-grade furnace. The E-grade furnace wasn't a big problem for refining D-grade reagents, but when it came to refining C-grade reagents, he would have to spend a lot of money to replace the furnace again. Wang Hao first refined the flame grass into a liquid state, and then cut the millennium blood ginseng into 2 sections, put them into the furnace, and started refining. The refining process was very smooth, as Wang Hao had already mastered some techniques in refining martial apprentice reagents before, controlling the temperature of the flame inside the Dan furnace. Time passed, and after 3 hours or so, Wang Hao finally refined the 1000-year-old blood ginseng completely, and then took out the 3-leaf lotus and put it into the Dan furnace as well to continue refining. The 3 liquids gradually mixed, and when they reached equilibrium, Wang Hao placed the 9-yin herb into the Dan furnace, slowly melting it, and eventually turning it into a milky white paste state. As the 4 herbs were gradually refined by Wang Hao, the entire Dan furnace emitted a faint fragrance. After more than an hour had passed, the herbs inside the Dan furnace completely dissolved, forming a cylindrical state that rotated at the bottom of the furnace. Wang Hao opened the lid of the Dan furnace, and a strong fragrance filled the room. "Ha ha ha! It's finally done! Class D Martial Master Reagent." Wang Hao laughed out loud, then carefully put the liquid in a jade bottle. It was unthinkable that he had succeeded in refining it on the first try, and this was only at the cost of 80,000 alliance coins to refine the Martial Master Reagent. The following 2 days Wang Hao succeeded 6 times, but in the middle, due to an overly relaxed, resulting in a failure of fire control, it was also a wake-up call for Wang Hao, and the subsequent refining never failed again. Wang Hao's soul power and true essence had increased after these 2 days of refining. After packing up his belongings, Wang Hao greeted his parents and prepared to make a foray into the magic capital first. Wang Hao's parents also knew that their child's future path was different from their own, so they held back their reluctance and prepared Wang Hao's luggage. Wang Hao sent a message to Lin Yuro, Su Xian, and Zhou Wu, saying that he had something to go to Magic City first to deal with. Lin Yuro and Su Xian also wanted to accompany themselves, while Wang Hao politely refused. He was going to familiarize himself with the environment this time, and by the way, he was going to look for tasks to enhance his strength in the Mercenary League, not to talk about love. There were many inconveniences in taking Lin Yuro or Su Xian to the unfamiliar magic capital. Wang Hao now took the train to the Mordor train station with 100,000 yuan. Although his kryptonite was now at 0 points, Wang Hao did not intend to recharge the $100,000 in his hand. He had just arrived in an unfamiliar environment, so he still needed some money on him just in case something happened. Magic City is worthy of being one of the top 2 cities in China. The train station is crowded with people. Just by sensing with his soul force, Wang Hao sensed a dozen or so martial masters, a few of whom didn't feel lower than himself in terms of strength. If these people were in Linchuan City, they would all be bigwigs on one side. Just after exiting the station, a staff member of the Magic City Detective Bureau stopped Wang Hao. "Hello, please show your ID." Although he was a bit shocked when he was stopped, Wang Hao still cooperated and handed over his ID to the staff of the Detective Bureau. After all, his own father was also a law enforcement officer, and influenced by his father, Wang Hao still had some respect for these law enforcement officers, with the exception of officials like Director Wang of Linchuan City. The staff of the Magic City Detective Bureau said, "It turns out to be a student of the Magic City Wushu University. You came a bit early this year. The early warning device at our train station found that you are a martial master level martial artist without having filed a record with the Martial Arts Association, so that's why I came over to do an inventory. According to the past, the school will uniformly register you new students in September. But you came too early, so you haven't registered yet and made a misunderstanding." Wang Hao understood this time why the people from the Magic City Detective Bureau would find him so quickly. If Linchuan City also had such a strict defense, he wouldn't have been ambushed by the 3 martial arts masters of the 9 Spectres sect. Wang Hao expressed his understanding and then asked the staff, "Where is the Apothecary Association?" The staff member replied, "The Pharmacists Association is in the city center, you can just take a cab there directly." Wang Hao then took a taxi to the Magic City Pharmacist building. As soon as he got out of the car, he was shocked by the grandeur of the Pharmacists Association building. The building's architecture was ancient, elegant, and majestic, giving people a solemn feeling. The entire building exuded an ancient aura of vicissitudes, as if it had undergone endless years of baptism and turned into a building that existed in the ancient times, full of mystery and pressure. The 2 stone lions at the entrance were lifelike, like living creatures with teeth and claws, seemingly capable of suppressing all things in the world. Walking into the interior of the apothecary building, it was decorated in a simple yet exquisite manner, with the walls covered with all sorts of strange and bizarre medicinal herbs. The overall feeling it gave was comfortable and quiet. In the lobby of the Apothecary Association, rows and rows of counters, a wide array of medicinal herbs, and all kinds of dan furnaces were placed on the counters for customers to pick and buy, and they were extremely expensive. Wang Hao walked into the Apothecary Association. Wang Hao looked up and found a woman wearing a black professional suit with a badge on her chest walking towards him. The woman looked to be about 30 years old, with a plump figure, snow white and delicate skin, a pretty face, a mature and charming flavor, and a faint aroma emanating from her body that was intoxicating to smell. "May I ask what type of potion you need to order?" "My name is Zhao Shaoling." Wang Hao thought for a moment and asked, "I want to be rated as an apothecary, I don't know where to go to be rated." When Zhao Shaoling heard that Wang Hao had actually rated pharmacists, her tone instantly became more respectful. When she saw that Wang Hao was only 17 or 18 years old, she was surprised at how young Wang Hao was. Ordinary people might not be aware of this, but Zhao Shaoling, who worked in the Apothecary Association, knew that in order to become an apothecary one first had to be a strong martial artist. Secondly, a very low probability of awakening a soul force talent amongst martial artists was required to become a pharmacist. Wang Hao, even if he came to certify F-grade pharmacist, just so young to become a martial artist, the future is not limited. Chapter 43 Soul Power Test. And at this moment, on the 7th floor of the apothecary building, a girl was preparing to participate in the apothecary examination. This girl was called Yuan was a sophomore student of the Magic City Martial Arts University, and was a junior sister at the beginning of the school year, wearing the badge of an F-class pharmacist. She was sweet-looking, with skin as white as snow, a hot and curvy body, with full and firm breasts and plump and rounded buttocks. An old man next to her was her teacher, Chen Haiba. The old man was over 80 years old, his eyebrows were white, hale and hearty, his eyes were sharp and compelling, he wore the badge of a B-class pharmacist, and he was the vice president of the Magic City Pharmacist Association. He looked at the woman in front of him, and secretly sighed in his heart, really is a rare seedling. Now only 20 years old, she is going to attempt to conduct the E-class apothecary's examination, worthy of being the most outstanding disciple of the Magic City Apothecary Association over the years, as well as the most outstanding apothecary among the current Magic City martial arts students. At this time, the staff of the Apothecary Association reported that there was a teenager around 18 years old who was going to conduct the apothecary examination. Chen Haiba frowned and asked, "Could it be a student from Wu University? It's not bad to be rated as an F-class apothecary talent at this age. If it's suitable, one can consider recruiting into the Magic City Apothecary Association. It just so happens, so let's take the test together with our own student, Yuan." Chen Haiba led Yuan to the 7th floor on the lobby. Wang Hao was also brought to the 7th floor by Zhao Shaoling and stood in the middle of the hall. "What's your name?" Chen Haiba said as he walked up to Wang Hao and sized him up a few times. "My name is Wang Hao." Wang Hao replied. "Very well, in that case, you can show me your information first." With that, Wang Hao handed Chen Haiba the information he had prepared long ago. Not bad, at this age, he is already a martial master 1-star, and he has also been admitted to the Magic City Martial Arts University. "Yuan, this is your schoolmate. I don't know if I'll be able to catch up with you when I go to my junior year of college to become an E-rank pharmacist. This profile was from when Wang Hao took the martial arts exam, so it showed that it was a one-star martial arts master. Let's start with the first item, the soul power test. With that, Yuanin walked to the testing instrument and pressed her hand on it, and immediately a glow blossomed out from her hand. Immediately afterward, the testing instrument lit up with a green light, showing that Yuanin's soul force had reached 520, allowing her to conduct the E-class apothecary examination. A soul force of 100 would allow for an F-class apothecary's examination, and over 500 would allow for an E-class apothecary's examination. 1,000 points would be the soul force standard for a D-rank apothecary. The surrounding crowd also let out a gasp of surprise. It was rare to see such a young E-ranked apothecary. Good. Very good. A smile appeared on Chen Haiba's face. This girl is really powerful. At such an age she's actually a rank E apothecary. I'm afraid that 2 or 3 more years of training will be a rank D apothecary, and perhaps there's still a chance to impact a higher ranked apothecary. Chen Haiba turned to Wang Hao at this time and inquired, "Are you going to participate in the evaluation of F-grade pharmacist?" Wang Hao shook his head and replied, "No, I'm going to participate in the D-class apothecary evaluation." What? The surrounding people were simply unbelievable when they heard Wang Hao's words. An 18-year-old teenager was actually going to take part in the D-grade apothecary's evaluation. Was he crazy? Even Yuan Yin's face became serious, not expecting someone younger than himself to challenge a D-ranked apothecary. "Young man, although it is said that your qualifications are good, the rating of a D-rank apothecary is no joke. Have you thought about it?" Chen Haiba's face was grave as he reminded Wang Hao. If it was anyone else, Chen Haiba would have simply told them to leave straight away, but as Wang Hao was the top student in the Jiangnan-based martial arts examination, Chen Haiba thought that Wang Hao did not understand the rules of apothecaries. "Thank you, senior, for reminding me. I thought it through," Wang Hao said with a serious nod. Wang Hao smiled faintly and reached out his hand toward the testing instrument, and a blinding red light flashed up. The crowd looked toward the quiz instrument, only to see that the value was actually 1380. This meant that Wang Hao's soul force had reached 1380 points. The crowd was dumbfounded. It turned out that they had all misunderstood Wang Hao. Wang Hao wasn't pretending, and was really qualified to participate in the evaluation of a D-grade apothecary. At this moment, the entire audience was in an uproar. Shock. Chen Haiba was even more shocked and speechless. How could he not expect this teenager to actually have the qualifications to rate as a D-rank pharmacist? He could not help but sigh to the fact that this time, the Magic City Pharmacist Association had gained another demonic existence. And this teenager's age seems to be less than 18 years old. The future is absolutely terrifying. Yuanin was also surprised. He also didn't expect his schoolmate to possess such strong soul power. Chen Haiba took out a wooden tablet and handed it to Wang Hao, saying, "You have passed the first soul power test. This is your examination voucher. Immediately proceed to the second test, refining great potions." "Many thanks, senior," Wang Hao said with a respectful bow as he picked up the wooden plate. Chen Haiba was also more appreciative of Wang Hao, and if Wang Hao's first test was at the Magic City Apothecary Association, according to the rules, he could also be counted as someone from the Magic City Apothecary Association. As the vice president, he was still very happy that such a demon had become a pharmacist in his own association. Chen Haiba brought Yuanin and Wang Hao into the refining room together and spoke to the two of them. "You each prepare 3 medicinal herbs to refine. After you finish refining, I will conduct the assessment. Successful refining means the assessment is passed." While Yuanin prepared 3 medicinal herbs for the martial apprentice reagent, Wang Hao directly prepared 2 medicinal herbs for the martial master reagent. Chen Haiba looked at the herbs prepared by Wang Hao and inquired, "Do you want the association to provide you with a copy of the herbs in? It's free of charge." For a genius like Wang Hao who had reached 1,380 points of soul power at such a young age, President Chen didn't mind giving some benefits. These herbs might cost 80,000 alliance coins in the Mercenary Union, and perhaps less than 40,000 alliance coins in the Apothecary Association. With 40,000 alliance coins to make friends with Wang Hao, President Chen was still happy to do it. After all, compared to his B-ranked apothecary self, 40,000 was really just a drop in the bucket. Wang Hao originally wanted to refuse, but once he heard that it was offered for free, he didn't have the heart to refuse. Wang Hao prepared the flame grass, 1,000-year blood ginseng, 3-leaf lotus, and 9-yin grass separately, and then began to refine them. Due to his previous experience in refining, Wang Hao was very skillful in refining the flame grass, millennium blood ginseng, 3-leaf lotus, and 9-yin grass into liquids. The fire was also well grasped, and after 1,000-year-old blood ginseng was refined, the remaining liquid took on a pale white color. Wang Hao controlled the flame to slowly wrap the 1,000-year-old blood ginseng, removing the impurities from the blood ginseng and retaining the essence, and then fused it into a spiritual liquid with the Dan flame. Chapter 44 Class D Apothecary. During the fusion, the liquid fusion was smoother because of Wang Hao's stronger soul power. Chen Haiba exclaimed, "What a young man! At such a young age, he can control the power of the flames and grasp the fire so precisely. Strong soul power does help a lot." Now it's down to the final step, which is the finishing stage. Wang Hao closed his eyes and released his soul force, penetrating the Dan furnace and wrapping the spiritual liquid. The spiritual liquid was slowly refined by the soul force. Rumble. The lid of the Dan furnace was opened, and a rich aroma came to his nose. What a strong medicinal fragrance! Chen Haiba was also astonished when he smelled this medicinal fragrance. The quality of this potion was far beyond that of a normal martial master's potion. After Wang Hao finished refining, Yuan Yin also finished refining. However, Yuan Yin had refined an E-grade martial apprentice reagent, while Wang Hao had refined a D-grade martial master reagent. The difference in difficulty between the two was several times. People are afraid of comparisons. Originally, Chen Haiba was still very appreciative of Yuan Yin, reaching the rank of E-pharmacist at the age of 20. Her talent was even stronger than his own at that time. However, compared to the 18-year-old D-rank pharmacist, it was far worse. However, when Chen Haiba saw that Wang Hao had actually put away the materials he had given him, he couldn't help but smile. This kid was really taking advantage of a bargain. Wang Hao prepared 2 materials, President Chen sent 1, and Wang Hao succeeded in refining it with only 1 material, but did not intend to return the sent material. Chen Haiba determined that Wang Hao and Yuan Yin had succeeded in their assessment. Chen Haiba gave Wang Hao the badge of a D-class pharmacist. From now on, you'll be registered with the Magic City Apothecary Association for the record. Out of such a young D-ranked alchemist, soon all the major powers will know about you and try to recruit you. Why, do you have any ideas, such as how about our Magic City Pharmacist Association? Not only can you exchange prescriptions, but you can also post demands seeking herbs. Of course it's not free, it requires you to provide a prescription or refine a potion for someone else. Chen Haiba's eyes were full of anticipation, hoping that Wang Hao would join their Magic City Apothecary Association. Wang Hao shook his head and refused, saying that he didn't intend to join a certain force for the time being, and that he wanted to cultivate well at the Magic City Martial Arts University first. Chen Haiba didn't force himself. Instead, he advised, "You are very talented. Magic City Martial University is a good place for you to cultivate, and not joining a force for the time being is also a better choice. You can take on a little bit of tasks in exchange for points by first titling yourself in the Apothecary Association like this. The points can help you exchange for herbs and prescriptions. The Apothecary Association counts as a more neutral power." Chen Haiba's eyes revealed a hint of cunning. "When you understand the benefits of our Pharmacist Association, I guess you won't even leave even if I drive you away." Wang Hao got the D-rank pharmacist badge, then asked President Chen, "Can you give me an E-rank pharmacist badge? I'm considered to have passed the E-rank pharmacist test." Chen Haiba guffawed, then had someone give Wang Hao the E-grade apothecary badge again. "You'll appreciate the high status of apothecaries in the future. Not only are apothecaries the richest group on the entire planet, but at the same time, each higher-ranked apothecary represents a sphere of influence. For a D-rank apothecary as young as you, there will be quite a few strong martial general rankers who will go and befriend you." At this time, Yuan Yin walked over and said, "Schoolmate, remember to contact me after school starts. You are now considered the #1 apothecary of the Magic City Martial University, and there will be quite a few people who will want to get in touch with you. Sister will introduce you to the school's martial arts club at that time." Wang Hao expressed his thanks and left. When Wang Hao left, Yuan Yin asked Chen Haiba, "Teacher, why don't you accept him as your disciple? He has such a strong talent." Chen Haiba smiled. "It's precisely because his talent is so strong that I, a B-ranked apothecary, can't be his master yet. Don't worry, gold will always shine. A student with such terrifying talent will catch the attention of those old monsters." Wang Hao silently wore the E-grade apothecary badge on his body after he was not going to wear the D-grade apothecary badge for the time being. After the pharmacist rank was recognized, Wang Hao prepared to head to the Mercenary Alliance building. The Mercenary building was not far from the Apothecary Association building. In contrast to the rustic and elegant decorations of the Apothecary Association building, the style of the Mercenary building appeared rough and bold. 2 rows of guards stood at the entrance of the Mercenary building, holding long spears and equipped with swords on their waists. The interior of the hall was spacious and bright, with luxurious and extravagant decorations and several portraits hanging on the walls. Wang Hao called Zhang Jingyi, who received Wang Hao's call and immediately went to the door to greet him. Zhang Jingyi was still wearing her familiar professional attire today, a black suit wrapped around her perfect body with a full and firm chest and a short skirt underneath. With high heels on her feet, when she saw Wang Hao appear, a bright smile appeared on her face. "Coming so early, I thought it would be a while before I could see you." Zhang Jingyi was even happier when she saw the E-class apothecary badge on Wang Hao's chest. It was rare to see a young E-ranked apothecary like this, and she would probably be even more shocked if she knew that Wang Hao was a D-ranked apothecary. After all, last time, Wang Hao had only exchanged the materials for a D-ranked potion and submitted an E-ranked reagent. Zhang Jingyi intimately held Wang Hao's arm and led him towards the depths of the Mercenary building. Wang Hao looked at Zhang Jingyi and his heartbeat inexplicably accelerated, but his hand was still consciously drawn out. Inside the hall, several hundred people were gathered, all discussing in low voices. Many people were surprised at first when they saw Zhang Jingyi accompanying Wang Hao. Although Zhang Jingyi hadn't been in the Magic City Mercenary Union for long, her pretty face and hot body had instantly spread in the mercenary circle. However, no one had taken advantage of Zhang Jingyi. There were a few bold ones who wanted to take advantage of Zhang Jingyi, and their words were rude. But within a few days, these few people suffered a big loss. As a result, Zhang Jingyi's reputation became even louder, and she was even nicknamed the Poison Rose, which could only be viewed from afar. When they saw the E-class apothecary badge on Wang Hao's chest, no one dared to bother him. Offending a pharmacist was offending a group of powerful people around him, and no one was so ungrateful. Especially such a young apothecary, maybe a party of great power training, do not dare to offend at will. Wang Hao looked at the crowd of people talking around him and didn't care too much. Zhang Jingyi pulled Wang Hao's hand towards the front stage. Wang Hao was pulled by Zhang Jingyi's arm, feeling the temperature coming from the tips of his fingers, feeling his whole body burning. Although Wang Hao didn't think twice about facing the gazes of others, he was still a bit shy in the face of the opposite sex. Wang Hao felt his head buzzing, he had never encountered this kind of situation, and for a moment froze where he did not know what to do. Zhang Jingyi glanced back at Wang Hao, who was frozen, her pretty face slightly red, pouting and said, "What are you still frozen here for? Are you still shy?" Oh, I'm not, it's just my first time coming to the Magic City Mercenary League, I'm not familiar with it yet, it's a lot bigger than the Linchuan City Mercenary League." Chapter 45 Bison Squad. Wang Hao scratched his head awkwardly and hurriedly followed Zhang Jingyi's footsteps. Wang Hao and Zhang Jingyi walked to Zhang Jingyi's office. Zhang Jingyi inquired, "Ready to take on a mission this time, huh? But I suggest that you'd better join a squad. Your current strength is pretty good for your age group though. However, many of the quests in Magic City involve going into the wilderness, and as you don't have experience in the wilderness, it's best to join a small team." Wang Hao nodded, he was not arrogant enough to go to the wilderness alone. He had to wait until he was a bit more experienced and strong before he could go to the wilderness to obtain resources. However, Wang Hao was now striking out for the D-grade Martial Master Potion first. Previously, in Linchuan City, Wang Hao had succeeded 7 out of 8 times in refining, and once more in the Potion Master Association. Together with the previous bottle, Wang Hao now had 9 bottles of D-grade Martial Master reagents on hand. Wang Hao asked Zhang Jingyi, "Is the D-grade Martial Master reagent still the same price as last time?" Hearing that Wang Hao was actually going to sell the D-grade Martial Master reagent again, Zhang Jingyi was just about to say a few words when she suddenly thought of something and covered her small mouth with her hand. Surprised, she said, "You can refine D-grade reagents? Then why don't you certify as a D-rank apothecary at the association? The higher this apothecary rank is, the more resources you get." Wang Hao showed the D-rank badge in his bag to Zhang Jingyi, who was speechless for a long time as her beautiful eyes rounded and stared at Wang Hao. Wang Hao was flustered by Zhang Jingyi's look and hurriedly explained, "I just refined it by chance." Zhang Jingyi's white jade hand stroked Wang Hao's chest and said with a smile, "You can, this is really unlike a martial artist of your age. Now I've learned to keep a low profile and hide your strength, you are becoming more and more appealing to your sister now." Wang Hao's cheeks blushed as he watched Zhang Jingyi's movements. Zhang Jingyi withdrew her hand and said, "It's still $4 million a bottle, but if you have a large quantity, I'll help you talk to your superiors about the price again." Wang Hao then took out 8 bottles of Martial Master reagents. Zhang Jingyi glanced at Wang Hao again and said, "Wait, this is a deal of tens of millions of alliance coins, I'll have to report it to my superiors." After Wang Hao waited for a while, Zhang Jingyi walked over and said, 4.2 million alliance coins a bottle, the price can't be any higher for you." Hearing that each bottle was surprisingly 200,000 more alliance coins, Wang Hao couldn't help but thank Zhang Jingyi once again. The price of 8 bottles was 33.6 million alliance coins, which was a huge amount of money, and Wang Hao was very much looking forward to the contents of the 10 million recharge gift pack. When Wang Hao signed the contract, he handed the 8 bottles of Martial Master Potion to Zhang Jingyi. Zhang Jingyi, on the other hand, needed to hand over the 8 bottles of potions to a specialized pharmacist for appraisal, and although she was familiar with Wang Hao's relationship, this tens of millions of dollars of transactions still needed to go through the procedures. Wang Hao walked out of the office, wanting to see if there were any suitable tasks for him in the mercenary hall. By the way, he was looking for a suitable squad to take with him where he could learn the experience of surviving in the wild. Just then, a squad of 4 entered the hall with their injuries. The people who knew each other in the hall immediately shouted towards the leading bandaged man, "Lu Bison, I heard that you suffered a big loss in the wilderness this time, 7 of you came back with just 4 ah." Lu Bison glanced at the man who voiced out and snorted coldly, "This time, our mission target was not only robbed by Li Hui's team, but also ambushed by them. If it wasn't for Wildcat's intervention this time and taking out 2 people from Li Hui's squad, it is estimated that we might have to lose all of our troops this time, and this matter is not over between us, Wild Ox Squad, and them." At this time everyone looked at the only female in the team, her injuries were the lightest. She was dressed in black with a ponytail, her clear and stunning face revealed a hint of frost, her pair of phoenix eyes flickered with icy killing intent, and her body exuded a biting cold aura. Wildcat, on the other hand, ignored the gazes of the crowd and kept fiddling with the dagger in her hand. When Wang Hao saw the woman, he immediately felt a coolness come over him, as if he was in an ice cave. "What a terrifying killing intent," Wang Hao said secretly as he looked at the woman. Seemingly noticing Wang Hao's gaze, the wildcat looked up at Wang Hao before continuing to play with the dagger. At this time, Zhang Jingyi walked over and saw that Wang Hao had been observing Lu Bison's squad. She asked, "Why, are you interested in Lu Bison's squad?" Lu Bison has a good reputation in the Magic City Mercenary Alliance. He was originally a martial general with 2-star strength and his team was a C-rank team. But once he encountered a beast tide during an operation, he took a berserking potion in order to cover his teammates. Although it temporarily boosted his strength, it caused himself to regress to the 9th star of Martial Master. Bison's character was still dependable, and the main thing was that their squad was a C-rank squad. If you join them, even though you are currently an E-rank mercenary, you can exchange C-rank permission items through the squad. But after so many years in the wilderness, there must be quite a few enemies. Likely Huey's squad has a beef with them, and the two squads in this conflict are already in an undying situation. Wang Hao thought for a moment. "Please ask Sister Jingyi to help me inquire about the location of their hotel. I'll pay a visit tonight." "That's fine, I'll arrange for someone to inquire about it." At night in a 5-star hotel suite in Magic City, Lu Bison was looking out the window. His own team had lost 3 people, and it looked like he would have to recruit new members this time. But the feud between his own squad and Li Hui's squad was already well known in the Magic City Mercenary Alliance. Although he and Li Hui were both Martial Master 9 stars, he was a Martial General and star regressed to Martial Master 9 stars, so his experience and combat power was even stronger than Li Hui. But Li Hui's squad also has a martial artist with 9 stars of martial arts, his own squad. If not for the last time the Wildcat killed 2 people in a row, it is very difficult to lead 3 people to escape just by himself, a martial arts 9 stars. But just like that, the team was still forced to kill 3 people by the extra Martial Master 9 stars. While Lu Bison was thinking, the door to the room was knocked on. Lu Bison walked over to open the door. Wang Hao stood in the doorway, smilingly looking at Lu Bisoniu. Looking at Wang Hao's such a young face, he frowned and looked at Wang Hao suspiciously and said indifferently, "What are you doing here? It seems like we don't know each other." Wang Hao smiled indifferently. "My name is Wang Hao, I'm a freshman from the Magic City Martial Arts University this year, and I want to join your squad." At this moment, one of the rough hulks in the room, Zhao Mang, stood up. "Where's the brat? Our Bison squad is a C-rank squad, it's not like any cat or dog can just come in." Lu Bison waved his hand for Zhao Mang to keep quiet for the time being, as he saw the classy apothecary badge that Wang Hao wore on his chest. Such a young E-rank apothecary, but he was popular everywhere. How could he come to his squad? Lu Bison let Wang Hao in, and Wang Hao looked at the 4 people in the room. "Introducing," he said, "Wang Hao, just turned 18, freshman in Magic City, martial artist 4-star, pharmacist." After hearing Wang Hao's introduction, everyone in the room was shocked. Even the wildcat in the corner couldn't help but look at Wang Hao. Chapter 46, Admission Test. Lu Bison allowed Wang Hao to sit down and said, "Potions masters with potential like you are rare. We certainly welcome you to join us. But our team has a matter right now. We are preparing to fight a squad to the death. Although you're a pharmacist and we need you badly, you'll have to show off your martial arts prowess. I don't know if that's possible." Zhao Mang stood up at this time and said, "Captain, I'm not seriously injured, let me practice with little brother." Lu Bisonia nodded and introduced Wang Hao. "This is our tank Zhao Mang, Martial Master 6-star, Earth Talent. Do you want to spar with him?" Wang Hao understood that in order to get this squad to accept him, he had to show off his martial artist strength. So Wang Hao nodded his head in agreement. Thus, Lu Bison's squad came to the hotel's gym with Wang Hao. As a top-class hotel opened in Magic City, it often accommodated some martial artists, and the gym in the hotel had specially prepared a place for martial artists to cultivate. Wang Hao and Zhao Mang arrived at the hotel's competition ground. Zhao Mang said, "Although I'm the tank in the team, I can be 2 stars higher in strength than you." Wang Hao and Zhao Mang saluted each other, and Zhao Mang signaled Wang Hao to go first. Wang Hao was not polite and directly attacked Zhao Mang with extreme speed. Only to see that he clenched his right hand into a fist, running his entire body's power, and blasted his fist towards Zhao Mang. Zhao Mang immediately raised his left arm to block his chest when he saw this. Bang! With a loud bang, Wang Hao and Zhao Mang took a step back at the same time. Lu Bison and the others were immediately surprised, although Zhao Mang had the lowest strength in the team. However, his physical strength could indeed rival the captain's, hence the stronger defense, or else he wouldn't have been given the position of the team's meat shield. Wang Hao didn't look like his physical strength was inferior to Zhao Mang, and even surpassed him. They didn't know that Wang Hao had cultivated the C-grade body refining technique Xian Shang body refining technique and had already mastered the 2nd layer. Moreover, Wang Hao had only used 80% of his physical strength just now. Afterwards, the two of them rushed towards each other once again. Bang! 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 Zhao Mang and Wang Hao fought and punched each other. Wang Hao didn't use any martial arts techniques, he just relied on pure physical attacks to fight hard with Zhao Mang. Zhao Mang's heart was secretly shocked. This son was actually able to fight himself to a draw at a young age, really not simple. Suddenly, Wang Hao decided to end the fight after estimating Zhao Mang's strength. Using 90% of his body strength, Wang Hao slapped his palm on Zhao Mang's left shoulder. Bang! Zhao Mang was sent flying a few meters away and fell to the ground, bleeding from the corner of his mouth as he struggled for a long time before getting up. Zhao Mang covered his left shoulder, his face pale as he looked at Wang Hao. He asked, "Why is your kid's physical strength so strong? Aren't you a pharmacist?" Wang Hao smiled and replied, "Who said that pharmacists don't cultivate their physical bodies?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Mang revealed a bitter smile. At this time, Lu Bison walked over and said to Zhao Mang, "You practiced well, you can't even an 18-year-old boy. Don't think that just because you've been through multiple battles that you're still strong, there's someone else out there." Lu Bison then unfolded his hands to Wang Hao and embraced together. "Welcome to our Bison squad. Let me introduce you to the team members. Zhao Mang, the team's meat shield, martial artist 6 stars, earth talent. Zhang Li, team long range attacker, martial artist 7 stars. Wang Hao looked at a man with a bow and arrow next to him, and Zhang Li nodded in return. Lu Bison then pointed to Wildcat. "This is Wildcat, a rare dark attribute, our assassin, joined 2 months before you. If it wasn't for her killing 2 people consecutively in the last fight, it's really hard to say that we wouldn't have sacrificed a few more people last time." Surprisingly, it was a dark attribute talent. Like Wang Hao was a fire attribute, most people were awakened to the 5 elemental talents, but there were also a small number of martial artists who awakened special attribute talents, such as the thunder attribute, wind attribute, and even more special light attribute and dark attribute talents. The Wildcat stopped fiddling with his dagger and stared at Wang Hao with a cold gaze. Wang Hao smiled faintly and bowed his hand. Lu Bison, on the other hand, explained, "Wildcat isn't much of a talker, and we met by chance in the wilderness last time before she joined us. But Wildcat is definitely a battlefield as a trustworthy teammate. I, Lu Wildcats, Martial Master 9-star Pinnacle, Metallic Talent." Zhao Mang, on the other hand, interjected next to him. "The captain was originally a martial general in strength, only regressing to martial master in order to protect us last time. Otherwise, how do you think we were rated as a C-rank squad? Only martial artists at the level of a martial general are made a C-rank squad. The previous opponents saw the captain's strength regressing before they pressed step by step, otherwise Li Hui wouldn't have dared to challenge our captain even if he had 10 guts." Lu Bison waved his hand, signaling that Li Mang did not need to say anymore. "This is all in the past, Wang Hao. Since you've joined our squad, I'll introduce you to our rules. We distribute resources according to the contribution of the missions we participate in. But we only allocate 90%, and the remaining 10% we will credit to the squad's fund. This fund is mainly for the families of our squad's fallen teammates. Do you agree with this distribution plan? If you wish to purchase points, you will do so at the price of 21,000 points. Many things in the Mercenary League are only redeemable with mission points." Wang Hao nodded his head in agreement, but Wang Hao hesitated for a while and finally decided to speak up first. "Captain, I have a situation on my side to tell you in advance. I'm a freshman at Mordor University, and I'm going to report to the school in September. I may not be able to follow you on missions all the time, and I can only take time to complete missions with you. But I can always participate in missions in the squad for these 2 months." Lu Bisonia considered for a moment and agreed. After meeting with him, Lu Bison led Wang Hao as they prepared to register at the hall of the Magic Capital Mercenary Union, and after registration was completed, Wang Hao would become a member of the C-Class Mercenary Squad. Just as Lu Bison was giving Wang Hao the formalities, suddenly there was some commotion in the hall, and Lu Bison turned his head to take a look. It was really a narrow road. The Li Hui squad that ambushed them last time was entering the hall with a group of 7 people. Li Hui was walking at the front, his face as gloomy as water, and the 6 members behind him were also staring viciously at the members of the Bison squad. Last time, although he had ambushed and taken out 3 members of the Bison squad, he had lost 2 of his own team members. Many of the mercenaries in the hall were also aware of the feud between the 2 squads, so they were all watching the action from around. Wang Hao had a strange feeling in his heart. It couldn't be such a coincidence. Having just registered as a mercenary, this is how he ran into Li Hui. It couldn't be that Li Hui and the others had sent someone specifically to keep an eye on Lu Bison. However, the matter of going hard with Li Hui's squad was something that Wang Hao was mentally prepared for at the beginning of joining the Bison squad. "Yoo-hoo! Bison, I didn't expect this. We meet again. The last time you guys died, a few brothers haven't passed the 7th day of their lives yet, right?" Li Hui taunted. Chapter 47, Life and Death Struggle. Lu Yunio's eyes narrowed as he angrily shouted, "Li Hui! You're damn well looking for death. Yo-ho! Wild dog, what, are you in a hurry?" Lu Wild Bull walked forward and looked angrily at Li Hui and the others. "Li Hui, you're coming here to pick a fight." The corner of Li Hui's mouth curled up in a hint of mockery as he swept his eyes contemptuously at Lu Bison. "Lu Bison, last time's account we should settle today." Lu Bison angrily said, "Li Hui, last time it was clearly you who designed to frame us. Our squad didn't look for you to settle the score, but you bit back. I'll make you pay for it when we get to the wilderness." Li Hui laughed out loud. "Lu Bison, you're out of your mind. Just by virtue of your group of trash? I'll tell you, none of your squad will be able to leave alive if they meet up with us again. Li Hui then looked at Wang Hao and let out a light laugh. You don't know about the Bison Squad? They're still rushing up to find death. But your Bison Squad is really living more and more backwards. Let me see the information. Ha, now even the martial arts master 4 stars are recruited. We are also registering a new team member today, Hu Tai, martial arts master 7 stars. Kid, now hurry up and get out of the Bison Squad, I'll even spare your life. Wang Hao wasn't wearing the apothecary medal today, and after hearing Li Hui's words, instead, he let out a light laugh. No need, you'd better let this new team member go. I'm afraid that no one will collect your corpse in the field when the time comes. Wang Hao's words were extremely soothing for the members of the Bison Squad to hear, but made the personnel of Li Hui's squad extremely angry. Bastard! I think you really think your life is too long. I think you have an itchy skin and owe it to yourself. Hu Tai, the newcomer of Li Hui's squad, pointed at Wang Hao and cursed. Hu Tai, shut up. Li Hui frowned. Then he looked at Wang Hao. Kid, I have to admit that you are arrogant, but arrogance needs to be backed up by sufficient strength. Li Hui clasped his hands on his chest and looked at Wang Hao with contempt. Wang Hao shrugged his shoulders and said lightly, whether it's arrogance or not, just try it. Li Hui said to Lu Yunio, how about it, do you want us 2 newcomers to compete? Lu Bison glanced at Hu Tai and said disdainfully, a 4-star martial master competing with a 7-star martial master, how dare you say that? Wang Hao, on the other hand, took a hold of the captain and said, it's possible to have a match. But with such a big difference in strength, doesn't it have to be a bit colorful? Li Hui coldly grunted, what kind of lottery, you tell me? Wang Hao stretched out his right index finger, if I lose, I'll give you $30 million, and if you lose, then you give me 2,000 points. Kid, good idea, 2,000 points is worth 40 million alliance coins, but since you chose to seek death, I'll agree to your conditions. I'm afraid you don't have 30 million. That's not something you need to bother with. I, Wang Hao, will do what I say. Lu Wild Bull was shocked when he saw that Wang Hao dared to challenge the martial master 7 stars. Although Wang Hao had defeated Zhao Mang, who was a 6-star martial artist, Zhao Mang had not used his full strength, and there was still a gap between a 7-star martial artist and a 6-star martial artist. Captain, don't worry. This brat didn't use any martial arts when he fought me in the first place, and he didn't show all of his strength. Zhao Mang, who was next to him, comforted. Alright then, let's go to the competition arena on the negative floor of the building. I've heard that the value of this fight is as high as tens of millions of dollars, so all the mercenaries are rushing to the negative floor to watch the fight. Soon, the crowd had arrived at the competition arena. At that moment, a responsible officer of the mercenary union walked out. Everyone, today, Bison Squad and Li Hui Squad are having a competition. Now I ask if there are any other requests from both sides? Li Hui looked at Wang Hao, say, I'll add 10 million alliance coins. If you win, you'll get 2,000 points and 10 million alliance coins. I only have one request, life and death or not. Kid, do you dare to agree? Wang Hao replied blandly, life or death, can I promise you, but have you asked your teammates for their opinions? Hu Tai then stepped forward and said, I agree, life and death or not. In that case, let's begin. Li Hui coldly snorted. With that, Li Hui said to the person next to him, go call the referee. It didn't take long for the referee to walk up to the two. Everyone, the match will begin soon, so please get ready. The referee said. Wang Hao and Hu Tai stood on the competition stage. Wang Hao took out the rhyming frost sword from his backpack, while Hu Tai took out a black iron club, which looked like an E-class weapon. Hu Tai took the lead and swung the black iron club towards Wang Hao, and the black iron club smashed into Wang Hao's head with a whistling wind sound. Wang Hao slightly sidestepped to avoid Hu Tai's attack and then raised his foot to kick at Hu Tai's stomach. This kick contained a huge amount of power that ordinary people could not resist. Hu Tai, however, had already prepared for Wang Hao's attack and directly dodged it. Seeing this, Wang Hao did not panic. Wang Hao held the rhyming frost sword and quickly stabbed at Hu Tai. Hu Tai panicked and raised his iron stick to resist, and with a clang, Hu Tai was shaken back a few steps. Seeing that Wang Hao had the upper hand, the members of the Bison Squad instantly became agitated, while the faces of Li Hui's squad were gloomy. Li Hui shouted, your martial master 7 star is 3 stars higher than his strength, and your true essence is strong, make your martial skill. Hu Tai directly used his true essence, wrapped the iron stick and made a stick technique, ruthlessly smashing towards Wang Hao fiercely. With a clang, the iron rod fell short, and Hu Tai took the opportunity to counterattack with a kick to Wang Hao's abdomen. Wang Hao hurriedly retreated a few steps back and then drew his leg to meet him. The two instantly exchanged several blows. Suddenly a strong wind came from behind. Wang Hao hurriedly turned around to resist, and with a bang, Wang Hao was directly kicked a few meters away. Put! Wang Hao sprayed out a mouthful of blood. It seems like he can't be careless. Everyone in Li Hui's squad wore a smug expression. Wang Hao spat out the blood from the corner of his mouth as his eyes became ice cold and murderous. Wang Hao gripped the rhyming frost sword tightly, and a stern aura surged out from Wang Hao's body. Wang Hao leaped up and chopped at Hu Tai with a sword. This sword was exactly the first style of red flame chop of the Red Sun sword technique that Wang Hao had mastered, the C-grade sword technique. The fiery red sword uncut through the void and chopped towards Hu Tai. Hu Tai sensed that Wang Hao's move was quite threatening and hurriedly dodged. Rumble! With a loud bang, the stone slabs of the ring shattered. Wang Hao took advantage of the victory and once again executed the second style of the Red Sun sword technique, Blazing Sunbreak. The flames started a prairie fire, the sword blade burned with a blazing fire, and the sword chi transformed into a fire dragon scroll, sweeping towards Hu Tai. Seeing this, Hu Tai hurriedly used his black iron rod to block it. Bang bang bang! The fire dragon scroll crashed into Hu Tai's iron rod, the explosions were continuous, and the black iron rod unexpectedly broke. And at this time, Wang Hao's sword move had arrived. Rumble! There was another loud bang, and the flames rose more than 3 feet high, the flames illuminating the entire ring. And Hu Tai had already collapsed on the ground with a gray head, his face covered in scorched black, obviously injured. Wang Hao didn't show the slightest bit of weakness and directly stabbed his sword into Hu Tai's chest, killing him instantly. Chapter 48 10 Million Kryptonite Gift Pack. Kid looking for death. Seeing that his team member was actually killed by Wang Hao on the spot, Li Hui instantly prepared to charge into the competition arena. Seeing that Li Hui was actually preparing to charge into the competition arena, Lu Bison also immediately greeted him. The two quickly exchanged hands. Lu Bison made a golden mangled sacred fist, waves of golden fist shadows covered the sky and enveloped Li Hui. And Li Hui also used his water Mian palm, waves of white quicksand were created out of thin air, forming a vortex that swallowed the golden fist shadows. The two men's fist shadows collided with a rumble, and the ring trembled. Enough! With a shout, the two also stopped fighting. The head of the Mercenary Alliance angrily shouted, "Do you two want to be removed from the Mercenary Alliance?" Li Hui sniffed and glared angrily at Wang Hao before retreating back into the group. Wang Hao then added, "Don't forget the bet. This is in full view of everyone, you won't want to renege on your debt." Li Hui sniffed and had no choice but to hand over 2,000 points and $10 million in cash to the officer. Then he said viciously, "Kid, I'm afraid you have a life to take the money but not a life to spend it, just wait for me." At this time, a black-robed man in Li Hui's team also looked at Wang Hao and, coldly smiling, he said, "Kid, so what if you're lucky today, I'll remember you." When Wang Hao heard these words, he was instantly flabbergasted. This person's true essence was very powerful, and had definitely reached the 9th star of Martial Master. Wang Hao took a deep breath, calmed down, and said, "Who are you?" "Ha ha 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 ha." The man laughed wildly up to the sky, "There's no harm in telling you who I am, listen carefully, I'm Zhao Feng. 3 of your previous teammates died at my hands. If you want to avenge them, look for me." A few people from the Bison squad also looked viciously at Zhao Feng. Lu Bison, on the other hand, signaled his teammates not to be impulsive, and then walked over to Wang Hao. "Thank you, originally you could have stayed out of this matter." Wang Hao then smiled, "Captain, you're still being polite to me, I'm now a part of the Bison squad." At this time, Zhang Li also walked over. "Captain, why are you still polite with him? He has earned 2,000 points and 10 million alliance coins this time, which is equivalent to winning $50 million a game. This is a big fat sheep that must be slaughtered today. Yes, a meal must be slaughtered. That said, it's been a long time since we've eaten at the Dragon Dynasty Clubhouse, let's celebrate together and welcome the new members on the way." Lu Bison brought Wang Hao to a clubhouse next to the mercenary building. It didn't look inconspicuous outside the door, but the moment Wang Hao followed the captain through the door. However, he found that the entire room had a different world. The luxurious decor was opulent and exuded a faint halo, giving people a noble, mysterious feeling. Footsteps on the carpet, soft as cotton candy, cozy, wonderful. A beautiful waitress wearing a cheongsam led the way and guided the crowd into the restaurant's private room. The private room was very spacious and was already equipped with exquisite tableware. "Please sit down, sir." The waiter smiled and seated the crowd. Lu Bison, on the other hand, took the menu and handed it to Wang Hao. "You should be prepared to hemorrhage money. The ingredients here are the meat of magical beasts. Part of the magical beast materials that we sometimes obtain from doing quests will be sent here to be used as ingredients for martial artists to consume, and it's all good for the growth of true essence in your body." Wang Hao then asked the captain to order, and the captain then ordered 7 or 8 dishes and 2 bottles of red wine. Soon the dishes came up one after another, colorful and fragrant, making people's fingers move, and they couldn't wait to eat them immediately. "Everyone, let's have a toast first." Lu Bison stood up. The crowd stood up and raised their glasses. The table was set with a variety of dishes, all of which were cooked with rare ingredients and gave off a tantalizing aroma. Wang Hao took his chopsticks and picked up a piece of meat, putting it into his mouth and chewing on it. It was tender and juicy, the meat was delicate and smooth, with a long aftertaste. Lu Yuniu and the others also ate with relish. Wang Hao closed his eyes with a face full of enjoyment, experiencing the deliciousness of these foods. After eating it, he felt a warm current at his dantian, and it really had a boosting effect on the growth of true essence in his body. Even the wildcat let go of its constraints and put the food into its mouth in succession, devouring it with gusto. However, when checking out, Wang Hao was shocked. 700,000 alliance coins. His own parents had only saved 500,000 in their lifetime. This meal was an ordinary person's lifetime savings. Martial artists spent really amazingly. Just as Wang Hao was about to settle the bill, the waiter informed the captain that the bill had already been settled. Lu Bison patted Wang Hao's shoulder and said, "Next time, you'll pay for it." The first meal of a newcomer joining is always the captain's treat, so if you're embarrassed you can refine some potions for me in the future. Wang Hao inquired about the captain. "So who on our team needs a D-ranked martial artist reagent?" Lu Bison froze for a moment. "Aren't you an E-ranked apothecary? This martial master reagent can only be refined by a D-ranked apothecary. Let's not worry about this, captain, for now. You tell me if none of the team members have taken a D-ranked martial artist potion." "I'm currently a peak 9-star martial master. I don't need a potion." "I don't need it either. I've taken it." The wildcat next to him made a rare interjection. As for Li Mang and Zhang Li, they didn't say anything. After all, the two of them hadn't known Wang Hao for a long time and were too embarrassed to open their mouths. Wang Hao understood in his heart that he happened to have 2 more medicinal herbs, so he would go back later and refine them for the 2 of them. After eating, Wang Hao returned to his room in the hotel. After looking at his bank card, the money from the 8 bottles of martial master potion sold yesterday had arrived, totaling 33.6 million alliance coins. Together with the 10 million alliance coins that he won from today's life and death bet, and the 100,000 left on his hands from before, Wang Hao's bank card had a total of 43.7 million alliance coins. Thinking back to a few months ago, he had accompanied Lin Euro for 10,000 alliance coins, and 30,000 alliance coins to gamble with his classmates. And now Wang Hao had become a multi-millionaire. Wang Hao meditated and recharged 43.5 million alliance coins. Wang Hao glanced at the system's information. Host, Wang Hao. Kryptonite value, 43.5 million points. 1 point is equivalent to 1 yuan of alliance currency. Gender, male. Age, 18 years. Strength, martial artist 4-star, class D apothecary. Aura value, 4,220 points plus, can be promoted to martial general by reaching 10,000 points. Soul power, 1,380 points plus, reaching 2,000 points will allow you to become a C-rank apothecary. Storage space, 1 cubic meter plus, increase by 1 cubic meter for every 100 million union dollars. After reaching 10 million kryptonite points, there is a new hint for storage space, which increases by 1 cubic meter for every 100 million alliance coins. No wonder the point of the plus sign didn't work before. Kryptonite points reached 10 million before giving the hint, before the system thought you weren't qualified to know this information. Ding, it is now detected that the host's kryptonite points have reached 10 million. There is an existing 10 million kryptonite recharge gift pack. Please ask if you want to open it now. Wang Hao silently chanted, opening the 10 million kryptonite gift pack. Chapter 49 Purple Emperor Sword Technique and Purple Spirit Flame. Ding, the 10 million recharge gift pack is now open, rewarding the A-rank sword technique Purple Emperor Sword Technique and granting the Purple Emperor Sword Technique's supporting flame, the Purple Spirit Flame. The Purple Spirit Flame is a flame acquired by the mechanical race during their conquest of the Flame Continent, and ranks 7th on the Flame Continent's flame ranking at the time. The Purple Emperor Sword Technique is accompanied by the Purple Spirit Flame, which can be compared to the power of an S-rank beginner's fighting skill when refined to its full strength. Purple Spirit Flame can be absorbed by the host to help quenching potions. Herb's quenching effect is better. The Purple Emperor Sword Technique is divided into 4 moves. The first stance, Purple Emperor Silence. Second style, Purple Emperor Burning City. The third style, the Purple Emperor Cracks the Sky. Fourth style, Purple Emperor Breaks the Boundary. Cultivating this sword technique not only required a huge supply of true essence, but also a large amount of soul power to support it. The information appeared in Wang Hao's mind and he was instantly deeply shocked. After listening to the system's introduction, Wang Hao was immediately overwhelmed and excited. He had actually obtained the A-rank advanced martial skill, Purple Emperor Sword Technique. The Flame Violet Spirit Flame was also given as a reward. This Purple Emperor Sword Technique was just too heaven-defying. It was completely like it was tailor-made for himself. Because of his soul force talent, he can perfectly utilize the power of the Purple Emperor Sword Technique. And there was also that what's more, the Purple Spirit Flame, which was simply too suitable for himself. This Purple Spirit Flame was able to help one cultivate flame attribute techniques in potion arts, enhance the affinity of the flame attribute, and quench one's soul power. This was too good to be true, wasn't it? It wasn't very safe to absorb the violet spirit flame in the room. Wang Hao was afraid that the flames would set the hotel room ablaze and trigger the smoke alarm. He could only head to the room in the hotel gym where martial artists practiced. In order to prevent the captain from worrying, deliberately sent a message to Lu Bison, informing that these days will be practicing a martial arts skill. Do not worry about it as retaliation by Li Hui's squad. Wang Hao first spent 7.8 million alliance coins to raise his aura value to 5,000 points. Afterwards, Wang Hao coiled his legs and ran his true essence to break through the 5-star barrier of martial master. A strong aura emanated from within Wang Hao's body. Wang Hao opened his eyes, and 2 beams of horrifying light shot out from his eyes like sharp swords. After the breakthrough was successful, Wang Hao immediately used 10 million kryptonite points again to increase his aura value to 6,000 points when he saw that the plus number was still there. He then continued to coil his legs for the breakthrough. A few hours passed, and Wang Hao finally managed to break through to Martial Master 6th star. Martial Master 6-star Wang Hao. Wang Hao's originally thin face appeared to be rigid and resolute, and underneath his black shiny hair, his body exuded a stern aura. Who? Wang Hao exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and slowly got up, moving his muscles and bones, feeling light and comfortable. Wang Hao added all of his remaining 25.7 million kryptonite points to his soul power, which increased by 257 points, with a current value of 1637 points. After adapting to the changes in his body, Wang Hao decided to absorb the purple spirit flame. Thinking of this, he immediately took out the violet spirit flame and began to devour it. Only to see a lavender flame emerge out of thin air, slowly burning at such a high temperature that even the surrounding void was vaguely distorted. Only the purple spirit flame slowly floated toward Wang Hao, drilling into his brow and disappearing. Next, Wang Hao entered a meditative state, feeling the presence of the violet spirit flame and its wonders. Wang Hao realized that his soul seemed to have fused with the violet spirit flame. He perceived all the mysteries of the violet spirit flame, and could even perceive everything in the outside world through the violet spirit flame. Wang Hao took a deep breath, sat down on his knees, and closed his eyes to regulate his breathing. Gradually, a trace of purple smoke began to emanate from the surface of his body. All of this purple smoke was drawn into Wang Hao's body, and then disappeared. In a few moments, those purple smokes once again drilled out from the surface of his skin, and then were devoured by the purple spirit flame. Wang Hao was working hard to absorb the violet spirit flame for his own use. The flame of the violet spirit flame was gradually dimming, and Wang Hao was relying on the help of the system to gradually accept the violet spirit flame for his own use. Time passed, night fell, and the bustling streets of Magic City were filled with lights and traffic, with noisy sounds coming from afar. Suddenly, Wang Hao opened his eyes, a strange color flashing in his eyes, a faint smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. He had finally refined the purple spirit flame completely. Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the violet spirit flame. The system beep sounded. Wang Hao's mind moved, and the chi whirlpool in his dantian began to rotate rapidly. Wisps of purple fire overflowed from the chi cyclone and surged to all parts of the body, quenching the meridians of the entire body and washing the blood, flesh, sinews, and bones. As the purple fire grew more and more, the purple chi within the chi whirlpool became more and more dense. In the end, the purple chi converged on top of his right hand, forming a fist-sized ball of purple fire. This flame was slightly darker in color, with a hint of deep purple, revealing a domineering aura. At this moment, Wang Hao opened his eyes were as bright as stars, flashing with amazing light, his spirits were high, and his aura was rising. A hint of a smile appeared on Wang Hao's face as he murmured, "I didn't think that absorbing the violet spirit flame would take a whole day." The Violet Emperor's sword technique had 4 layers. However, the prerequisite for initiation was the need to refine the violet spirit flame. Counting the Purple Emperor's sword technique, Wang Hao now had a total of 4 sword techniques in his hands, which were the E-grade high-level Mad Cloud sword technique, D-grade high-level Blood Cloud sword technique, and C-grade middle-level Red Sun sword technique. The Mad Cloud sword technique was used occasionally, and the ones that were used the most now were the Blood Cloud sword technique and the Red Sun sword technique. The Purple Emperor's sword technique would be used as his own killer weapon. The most important thing about the Purple Emperor's sword technique grade a high-grade martial skill was the introductory mastery of the Purple Flame. While Wang Hao had mastered the Purple Spirit Flame with the help of the system, coupled with the help of the Sword Intent talent, Wang Hao's comprehension of the Purple Emperor's sword technique increased rapidly. Wang Hao gripped the rhythmic frost sword tightly, his eyes were slightly closed, his heart was like still water, and the true essence in his body was running to the extreme. A powerful energy then rushed out from the dantian and converged along the meridians towards the arm. Suddenly, Wang Hao opened his eyes, held the sword in his right hand, formed a fist with his left hand, and violently struck the rhythmic frost sword. Purple light exploded, and the entire room was illuminated. As if the rhythmic frost sword was being pulled by some kind of tug, it flew to mid-air, the sword's purple aura blossomed, and the purple light contained a terrifying pressure, as if it was going to destroy the world. The lines at the hilt of the sword changed, and it actually formed a purple dragon with teeth and claws that was lifelike. At this moment, the rhythmic frost sword had completely metamorphosed, becoming even more powerful. The sword body gently trembled, vaguely emitting bursts of dragon roars. Aang! A resounding dragon roar came out from inside the rhyming frost sword. It was good that the soundproofing effect of the cultivation room was still good. Wang Hao put away the rhyming frost sword, and after finishing his cultivation, he refined the 2 martial master potion herbs into 2 bottles of potions. When Wang Hao looked at the time, he was surprised that 5 days had passed. Wang Hao had gained a lot in these 5 days. Not only had he absorbed the purple spirit flame and mastered the first stance of the Purple Emperor's sword technique, but he had also raised his strength to Martial Master 6 star. Wang Hao glanced at the information on his system. Gender, male. Age, 18 years. Strength, Martial Artist 6 star, Class D Apothecary. Aura value, 6,020 points plus, can be promoted to Martial General when reaching 10,000 points. Soul Power, 1,637 points plus, reaching 2,000 points will allow you to become a C-rank Apothecary. Storage space, 1 cubic meter plus, increase by 1 cubic meter for every 100 million alliance coins. Chapter 50 Wild Passage. The tens of millions of alliance coins that he had just earned had been spent again. Fortunately, there were still 200,000 alliance coins on his bank card, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to afford to pay for these 5 days in the hotel's cultivation room. Because it is the first few luxury hotels in Magic City, and Wang Hao, in order to keep secret, needs choose the best single-person cultivation room. These 5 days in the cultivation room cost 50,000 alliance coins. Wang Hao met with the people from the Bison Squad. Li Meng hurriedly asked, "Why have you been practicing for so long? Li Hui and his squad have a new move. I heard that they took on a C-ranked mission to kill an injured early-stage battle general-level magical beast. Our last target was taken by them, so we're going to take theirs this time. Could it be a trap?" Wang Hao turned his head to ask the captain. Lu Bison pondered for a moment and said, "It's not clear, but we can have the Wildcat track first to get a grasp of the situation, and we'll follow behind to take action. With Wildcat's sneaking ability combined with her dark attribute talent, it will be difficult for anyone below a 3-star martial general to discover her whereabouts." Wang Hao nodded after hearing this, and then threw 2 bottles of D-stage martial master potion to Li Mang and Zhang Li. Seeing Li Mang and Tenshin's excited looks, Lu Bison also patted Wang Hao's shoulder and said, "I really thank you this time. It's nothing, with the 2 of them boosting their strength, our team's chances of winning will be a bit greater. Who made us teammates? One size fits all, our Bison Squad won't take advantage of any of our members. You 2 will transfer $3 million each to Wang Hao. You guys are still taking advantage this time. Even in the Mercenary League, this would cost 4.5 million a bottle, and the black market is even more expensive." Wang Hao hurriedly explained after hearing this, "Captain, I'm an apothecary, this didn't actually cost much to me." "Wang Hao, I know you have the ability to make money, but your money is what you've worked hard to earn. Captain, don't get me wrong, let's do it this way. The 2 of them will transfer 500,000 alliance coins to me each. Then the 2 of them will each transfer you 1 million, like this. Wang Hao, you will watch the 2 of them take the potion tonight. Tomorrow we are going to the wilderness." Wang Hao nodded. Li Mang and Zhang Li picked up the potion and took it. The 2 of them then sat cross-legged, closed their eyes and began to move their gong methods, absorbing the medicinal power in their bodies. After half an hour had passed, Li Yong opened his eyes and stood up, taking a few steps to move his muscles. Then he nodded his head to Wang Hao, signaling that he had broken through to become a martial master 8-star. Then Zhang Li also stood up and took a few steps, signaling that he too had made a breakthrough. Seeing that both of them had broken through successfully, Lu Bison said smilingly, "Not bad. It seems that this potion has a powerful effect." Zhang Li also said with a smile on his face, "Indeed, the effect is great. I'm now on the verge of advancing to the middle stage of Martial Master 8-star." Li Mang also said, "Captain, this potion is truly awesome. It was true that having a pharmacist on the team would increase strength by leaps and bounds. You guys get ready, tomorrow we'll leave to follow Li Hui's squad to the wilderness." Early the next morning, Wang Hao followed the Bison Squad to the wilderness. This was Wang Hao's first time traveling to the wilderness, and he was also curious about the wilderness. Lu Bison seemed to sense Wang Hao's thoughts and said, "There are many magical beasts in the wilderness, so you have to pay attention to concealing your breath. Few magical beasts in the wild are actually high-ranked, and the highest-ranked magical beasts in the wild on our planet are War Marquee-level magical beasts, but it's possible for them to gather together. What about magical beasts above the Battle King rank? The magical beasts above the Battle King level are on the other side of the ground passageway, which is on another planet, and that's the battlefield for the strongest human martial king level or above. We have 1 passage in the magic capital, and there are a total of 10 passages in the entire country of China, hence the 10 bases established. Each base has an ace martial arts university, and this is the origin of the 10 major martial arts universities." At this time, Wang Hao and the others arrived at the gates of the field strongholds, guarded by military personnel. These choke points were heavily guarded. "Please show your identity cards and proof of entry-exit documents," a soldier at the gate said. Lunania handed their materials to the soldier. Seeing that Wang Hao had been poking around curiously, Lu Bison explained once again, "This is the points of a formation, and these points are connected to form a formation that prevents magical beasts in the wild from coming close to this area of the city. The soldiers are here to guard the points of the formation, and this can also be seen as the connection point between the wilderness and the human base. There have been precedents of cultists attacking the formation point, so we have to submit supporting documentation to enter and exit these choke points." Wang Hao looked at these military men conserving the formations, and couldn't help but marvel in his heart. No wonder the magical beasts couldn't attack the base, so there were formations to protect them, and if they didn't reinforce the formations, the civilians were afraid that they would be killed or injured. The squad members passed the inspection without any problems and entered the interior of the military camp. Inside the camp, there was a 10-meter-high iron tower. The captain explained again, "This iron tower is an important barrier for the camp and a guard post for the base. If a magical beast or cultist attacks, this iron tower will quickly send out a signal to open the formation, preventing magical beasts or cultists from entering the human base." Chapter 51 First Exploration of the Wilderness. The soldiers saluted the members of the bison squad as they passed the line of soldiers. In the eyes of the military, it doesn't matter what the purpose of going into the wilderness is. But the fact that these martial artists were going to fight against mankind's greatest enemy, the magical beasts, was worthy of their respect. Lu Bison returned the salute. Wang Hao also followed Lu Bison and saluted the military formation. Without the soldiers guarding these formation points day and night, there would be no happy and well-being life for the people of the base. Walking out of the entrance of the camp, Lu Yunia shouted, "We'll just have to rely on ourselves down there, we must be careful in the wilderness." Everyone nodded their heads in agreement. Wang Hao asked, "Captain, do you know the exact location of their mission for Li Hui's squad?" Lu Bison smiled and said, "Don't worry, I've asked someone to poke around. They're in a mountain range about 500 kilometers to the northwest, looking for an injured primary battle admiral level magical beast, the Golden Flame Sacred Lion." Lu Bison pointed to the far northwest, a mountain range, and said, "That's called the Green Wind Ridge. It's the largest mountain range near the northwest of our magic capital base." Lu Bison led the crowd to a nearby cave to rest. After eating dry food, Lu Wild Bull took out a map with a red dot marked on it and said, "This is the Green Wind Ridge. We will start from here first and hunt demonic beasts along the way. When we reach our destination, then we'll continue on." Several people agreed. Lu Bison led the crowd to hurry on foot. Just as Wang Hao was rushing on their way, they suddenly encountered a middle-ranked battle soldier-level magical beast, the Hellfire Wolf. This magical beast was covered in dark brown skin, with a sharp backbone, a lion-like head, thick limbs, a wide mouth, very sharp teeth, and a long black hair on its tail. Looking at this huge Hellfire Wolf in front of them, the faces of the crowd changed, as wolves were pack animals. Lu Bison also sensed the danger of the Hellfire Wolf and hurriedly shouted to the crowd, "Let's back off." Wang Hao and the others quickly retreated to more than 50 meters away and stood still, observing the Hellfire Wolf's every move. The Hellfire Wolf was huge, with scarlet eyes, sharp fangs, drool hanging from the corners of its mouth, and a fishy odor emanating from its body, apparently having just finished feeding. The Hellfire Wolf stared at Wang Hao and the others, revealing a ferocious expression. It seemed to want to immediately tear apart and devour these intruders, digesting the delicious meat on its body, which it had been enduring for a long time. Wang Hao said to Lu Bison, "Leave this wolf to me, I haven't fought a magical beast in the wild yet." Lu Bison looked at Wang Hao and nodded, "Fight quickly, don't be afraid to lure the other Hellfire Wolves over." This prison fire wolf saw that Wang Hao was actually preparing to deal with it alone, and instantly let out a roar and charged violently. Bang! The Hellfire Wolf and Wang Hao sparred hard, and both of them retreated several meters. Ow! The Hellfire Wolf roared angrily, it didn't expect this damned mole cricket to block its attack. Its claws glowed with a cold light as it clawed towards Wang Hao. Wang Hao dodged the Hellfire Wolf's attack with a cartwheel. Put! Wang Hao stabbed the right leg of the Hellfire Wolf with his sword. Ow! The prison fire wolf let out a mournful cry. Wang Hao took the opportunity to jump up, stomping on the prison fire wolf's head with both feet and pressing hard towards the ground. Bang! With a muffled sound, the Wolf King was smashed to the ground. Bang! Wang Hao stabbed another sword at the Hellfire Wolf's chest. The power of this sword was so strong that the Wolf King spat out a mouthful of blood and his sternum collapsed, killing him on the spot. Hee hee, when did your strength even reach 6 stars of Martial Master? You're progressing so fast. Just now, the fluctuation of Wang Hao's true essence showed that it had reached Martial Master 6 stars. Remembering that he was still a Martial Master 4 star during the betting fight a few days ago, and had grown 2 stars in strength in just a few days, even the Wildcat's eyes were glittering with envy as he looked at Wang Hao. "It's just luck," Wang Hao said modestly. "Ha, luck is also a form of strength." Lu Bison laughed out loud. Everyone has their own secrets, and Lu Bison didn't pry too much. Wang Hao packed up the wolf corpse and took down the wolf core and some materials. Wang Hao put the wolf core and materials into his backpack and turned his head to Lu Yunia to indicate that he had already packed up. Lu Bison pointed ahead and said, "Let's head northwest, we'll run into a lot of low-level magical beasts along the way. The strength of those magical beasts isn't very good, so let's not get too entangled for the time being. The main target this time is Li Hui's squad." Along the way, the bison squad was also attacked by many magical beasts. However, each time, they were directly decimated by Lu Bison, and in the evening, Bison directly led Wang Hao into a countryside town to rest. It was a town that was more than 100 years old, the houses were already in shambles, the streets were dirty, and the feces of all kinds of magical beasts were mixed with rotting leaves on the roads. A strong stench filled the entire air, making people nauseous. This town was the necessary route from the magic capital base to the northwestern Greenwind Ridge. The name of this town was called Ironstone Town. Seeing that the town had been destroyed like this, Wang Hao also understood why the magical beasts were nowadays the greatest enemy of mankind. Lu Bison led the crowd to a dilapidated house in Ironstone Town to stay. "I'll guard the first half of the night, Li Mang will guard the second half of the night, and the others will hurry up and rest." After running all the way, everyone was exhausted, and after eating dry food, Wang Hao all went to bed early. In the middle of the night, a mournful howl broke the silence of the late night and woke everyone up. Hearing the howl, Lu Bison got up from the bed, quickly put on his clothes and ran out of the house. Wang Hao also put on his clothes and followed right behind Lu Bison, and everyone else also ran out. Only to see a huge flying bird was sweeping through the sky. Not good, it's a high-ranked battle general level magical beast Darkwing Eagle. Everyone hurried to hide their breath. Lu Bison saw the magical beast and hurriedly shouted. This dark-winged eagle had dark red feathers all over its body. Its body was huge and covered most of the moonlight, giving people an eerie feeling. Wang Hao had been cowering in the corner, not daring to let out his breath. Wang Hao now understood why humans shrunk inside the base during the magical beast battle. The strength gap was indeed larger. Only when the dark-winged eagle flew far away did Lu Bison send a sigh of relief, realizing that his clothes were already soaked with sweat. Attention everyone, it's better to rest, we can't rush at night, we'll depart for Qingfeng Ridge at first light. Seeing Wang Hao's doubt, Lu Yuniu explained, remember the two major taboos in the wilderness. One is that you can't rush at night, unless you have reached the strength of a marquis of martial arts and have the ability to see at night, otherwise you will be extremely dangerous. The second is not to approach the center of large abandoned cities, which are often occupied by powerful magical beasts. Wang Hao nodded his head in understanding. The next morning, the bison squad set off from the town and traveled to the mountain range. When they reached the entrance of the mountain range, Lu Bison let Wildcat set off first to find the whereabouts of Li Hui's squad, with the rest of the team following behind. Wang Hao, on the other hand, found a large number of spirit herbs in the mountain range, and since becoming a pharmacist, Wang Hao had been studying the types of herbs whenever he had time. Chapter 52 New Bounty Mission. This time, when he went to the wilderness, Wang Hao was also going to look for herbs along the way. Although he currently only mastered the two types of martial apprentice reagents and martial master potion, he was sure to be prepared with some more herbs. And the more areas where magical beasts gathered, the thicker the aura was, and the higher the probability of medicinal herbs appearing. Wang Hao followed Lu Bison as he continued to walk deeper into the mountain range. The deeper they went into the mountain range, the surroundings became even more eerie, and occasionally they were able to see the skeletons of one or two magical beasts. Walking deeper into the mountain range, Wang Hao discovered several ancient trees with thick, verdant branches. These ancient trees were covered with blue fruits, emitting a tantalizing fragrance. Wang Hao knew that these blue fruits, named blue heart fruit, belonged to the D-grade medicinal herbs. Wang Hao picked a few of them and put them in his parcel. Lu Bison led Li Mang in tension while observing the signs of activity of the surrounding magical beasts. At this moment, Lu Bison saw a group of black pressurized things appear in front of him. Lu Bison frowned and thought, could this batch of blue heart fruits be the territory of this group of magical beasts? Wang Hao also noticed the group of magical beasts, only to see that the group of magical beasts were not small, and were about a meter tall. It was a group of berserk ground bears, large, dark-skinned, athletic, and ferocious, a group of beginner-stage battle soldier-level magical beasts. They had sharp teeth, tough leather armor, and sharp claws. They were the masters of this area, and in their eyes Wang Hao and the others were obviously intruders, coming to rob the blue heart fruit they were guarding. Lu Bison snorted coldly, humph. A group of people, since you have encountered our bison squad, you can only count your bad luck. Then he took out a lance, leapt up and rushed into the group of berserk ground bears, blood splattered everywhere, and screams resounded throughout the valley. Wang Hao was also not willing to show weakness, holding a long sword, rushed into the group of berserkers and pierced the neck of the berserkers. Ow! The berserk earth bear roared when it saw Lu Bison charging into its territory. The leader of the berserk earth bears stood up and swung both fists towards Lu Bison. The fists of the berserk earth bear were fast and hard. Lu Bison didn't choose to touch it hard and dodged away with light footsteps. The lance in his hand cut through the belly of the berserk earth bear leader, blood gushed wildly, and the berserk earth bear leader let out a howl of pain. The rest of the berserk land bears hissed angrily when they saw that their leader was injured. Waving their huge claws, they pounced towards Lu Bison. The long sword in Wang Hao's hand danced, and the sword shadow was dense, blocking the berserk earth bear's attack. Lu Bisonia picked off the closest berserk earth bear with a shot. With a jump, he jumped onto the shoulders of the berserk earth bear, grabbed the neck of the berserk earth bear, and pulled hard. Ka-ching! A berserk earth bear was torn in half. Roar! One berserk earth bear roared angrily. The other half of its body slammed into Lu Bison. Get lost! Lu Bisonia's arm waved his lance and stabbed into the chest of the other berserk earth bear. Rumble! With a loud bang, Lu Bison stomped the head of the berserk land bear, and the berserk land bear fell into a pool of blood. The other berserkers saw the death of their leader and rushed towards Lu Bison like crazy. Wang Hao, on the other hand, took out the purple spirit flame, and the moment the purple spirit flame appeared, even Lu Bison felt a throbbing sensation in his soul. The purple spirit flame quickly burned the black bear, and the wild earth bear wailed and turned into ashes in the blink of an eye. The remaining few berserkers saw how terrifying the flames were and were so scared that they turned around and ran. Humph! Where to go? Lu Bison laughed coldly and rushed towards the few fleeing berserk earth bears with his lance, killing a berserk earth bear with a single shot. Lu Bison looked at Wang Hao in shock. He had just clearly felt that this flame was hard to resist on its own. Wang Hao retrieved the purple spirit flame and lightly glanced at the members, not saying anything more. It was hard to explain this one by himself, unless he exposed the existence of the system. Lu Bison also had the sense to shut his mouth and stopped speaking. Li Mang Intention, on the other hand, removed the magic core and paw of the berserk ground bear and put them into the parcel, which was also the most valuable part of their body. As for the remaining body parts, Li Mang directly carried one on his back and left the rest alone. The Bison Squad was not yet equipped with space rings, such things were extremely expensive, and the members just used packages to hold their loot. Wang Hao, on the other hand, did not reveal that he had storage space in front of the crowd, and also put some bear paws and magic cores into his backpack. The crowd left the scene, fearing that the smell of blood would cause other magical beasts to rush in. Coming inside a cave, Tension roasted a wild earth bear. The meat was very tasty, and after everyone had a full meal, Lu Bison went out to look for the mark left by the wildcat. After about 2 hours, Lu Bison entered the cave and spoke to several people. I have found the mark left by the wildcat. Li Hui's squad has a total of 6 people and is at Green Wind Ridge 10 kilometers away from us. They're preparing to make their move tomorrow, and we'll ambush them when they're done. The crowd nodded, agreeing with Lu Bisonia's suggestion. Ding, a bounty mission is now released. Help Bison Squad completely destroy Li Hui Squad. Upon completion of the mission, you will be rewarded with a D-ranked mid-ranked potion, Greenwood Potion, and a D-ranked high-ranked potion, Bone Quenching Potion, and a boost of 200 points of soul power. The D-rank mid-rank potion Greenwood Potion is a healing potion that can quickly restore the injuries of a martial master martial artist, and also has a better effect on the injuries of a martial general level martial artist. Grade D high-rank potion Bone Quenching Potion is a body forging potion. Taking it can enhance body strength and defense. The amount to be taken is determined according to the user's physical quality. Hearing the familiar electronic synthesized voice, Wang Hao hurriedly checked the task information released by the system. Wang Hao checked the location of Li Hui's squad, but found 7 red dots. 6 red dots were clustered together, while another red dot was not far from the 6 red dots. Had Li Hui's squad invited outside help? Wang Hao reminded the captain, will Li Hui's squad invite outside help? We have to be careful. Lu Yunia nodded, I know they definitely have means of defense against us. But it can't be helped, we're already in an immortal situation with them, and I have to avenge my fallen teammates. Wang Hao couldn't say anything more. After all, what the wildcat had been following and not discovering, telling it himself was not very credible. The next day the Wild Bull squad left the cave and headed towards the location of Li Hui's squad deep within the Green Wind Ridge. Green Wind Ridge stretches for thousands of miles, the terrain is complicated, the mountain peaks are steep, the jungle is dense, and the magical beasts are all over, so it can be said that every step is dangerous, and the slightest carelessness will have the fear of life. Along the way, Wang Hao encountered many magical beasts, but didn't mess with them too much and quickly traveled to the location. Half a day hurriedly passed, and the Bison squad finally arrived at the location where the wildcat had last left its mark. Bison told the remaining team members to wait for the signal, and prepared to go over first. Wang Hao signaled that he was also going to follow him over. I'm still okay with my stance and martial arts skills, so I can keep up with the captain's footsteps. Bison agreed, and the two of them followed the traces to the valley not far from Li Hui's squad. Chapter 53 Fighting Li Hui's team. At this moment, within a valley, a mercenary squad consisting of 5 people was resting, and Li Hui and Zhao Feng were among them. According to the intelligence information, inside is an injured Golden Flame Saint Master. Although it's at the Junior War General level of strength, it was severely injured in the previous battle. Moreover, the cave where the Golden Flame Saint Master is located is likely to have a fire spirit fruit inside. This one was able to enhance the power of the fire talent and was worth tens of millions of alliance coins. After this job, this resource is enough for me to be able to break through to become a martial general. Alright, now leave one person to guard outside the valley, and the 4 of us will rush in. Subsequently, the 4 people of Li Hui's squad directly rushed into the cave to fight with the Golden Flame Sacred Lion. Li Hui's combat strength was the strongest amongst the team, so he first rushed towards the Golden Flame Sacred Lion. Seeing that another human dared to provoke its authority, the Golden Flame Sacred Lion roared angrily and waved its huge claws to slap Li Hui. Li Hui was not afraid in the slightest, running his gong method to adjust his state. The claws of the Golden Flame Sacred Lion, as hard as steel, viciously grabbed at Li Hui's chest. Li Hui blasted out a fist, hitting the Golden Flame Saint Lion squarely in the chest, knocking it back, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Ha, the intelligence is correct. This Golden Flame Saint beast is not only injured, it is also guarding 2 fire spirit fruits. Li Hui rode on his victory and attacked the Golden Flame Sacred Lion, constantly swinging his fist to blast the Golden Flame Sacred Lion's chest. The Golden Flame Sacred Lion roared and slapped Li Hui's head. Li Hui reacted extremely fast to dodge and kicked the Golden Flame Saint Lion in the cheek, sending the Golden Flame Saint Lion flying out. The Golden Flame Saint Lion had just stabilized itself when Li Hui punched the Golden Flame Saint Lion in the head, which made the Golden Flame Saint Master even more manic. Wang Hao stood on the periphery and watched quietly, not interfering. This was because he used his soul force to sense that the Golden Flame Sacred Lion was seriously injured and was no match for Li Hui's squad. As expected, after only a few moments of exchanging hands, the Golden Flame Holy Lion was at a disadvantage. Li Hui's team continued to hunt down the Golden Flame Sacred Lion in the valley. Roar! The angry roar of the Golden Flame Holy Lion came out, resounding throughout the valley. When Wan Hao heard its voice, he immediately judged that it had been forced into a life-and-death situation by Li Hui's squad. Rumble rumble. Deafening explosions kept ringing out, rocks rolled down, and dust flew up. Huge waves lapped at the rock wall where Wang Hao was, sending debris flying. Wang Hao looked up and saw that the Golden Flame Sacred Lion was covered in injuries, with a few claw marks on its body, dripping with blood. It seemed like it had really spared its last breath to unleash a great move. PFF, the Golden Flame Holy Lion spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground on its back. Just as Li Hui's squad was rejoicing, Wildcat struck, her strike targeting the members who were on guard outside the valley. She sneaked in front of the member by the shadows and suddenly stabbed her dagger at the member's throat. The member tried to dodge but was too close and had to watch as the sharp dagger stabbed at his neck. Ah! The member screamed in terror and covered his neck with both hands. Wildcat looked at the member indifferently, and the dagger slashed across the member's neck, taking away the member's vitality. Ah, you! The members of Li Hui's squad stared at each other with wide eyes, unwillingly falling to the ground in death. The Wildcats killed the members, collected their breath and hid themselves in the darkness. Wildcat was worthy of being an assassin-type martial artist and killed in one strike. The members of Li Hui's squad also noticed the shouts made by the team members, and one by one, they cautiously guarded the four directions. Li Hui froze, then realized and cursed Wildcat for being despicable. Damn it, even Sneak attacked us. Li Hui cursed, he knew that the Bison squad had also come here. Bison, come out if you have the guts, hiding doesn't match the strength of your former martial arts general. Lu Bison signaled Li Mang and Zhang Li, then walked out with Wang Hao. I knew I would run into you this time. Li Hui gritted his teeth and looked viciously at Lu Bison. Lu Bison said, Li Hui, today you must die. Li Hui sneered, Lu Bison, do you think that a few of you can win? You have underestimated me too much. I had expected you to come, and I purposely found a helper. At that moment, a man in black came out of the bushes and he exuded a strong murderous aura. When the crowd saw this man in black, their faces changed slightly. This was a strong man. Lu Bison's face changed slightly. Li Hui, you bastard, you actually hired a helper of a peak 9-star martial master. He, Lu Bison, how about being scared? Let me tell you, all of your squad will die today. Li Hui said arrogantly. At this time, Li Hui's squad had 2 peak 9-star martial masters, 1 9-star martial master, 1 8-star martial master and 1 7-star martial master. This not only made up for the original numerical disadvantage, but the paper strength was also higher than the Bison squad. It's just that a few of them had just used up a lot of their true essence in the battle with the Golden Flame Lion. On the other hand, the Bison squad was Lu Bison Martial Master 9 stars, Wildcat Martial Master 8 stars, Tension Martial Master 8 stars and Li Mang Martial Master 7 stars. Wang Hao said, I'll deal with Zhao Feng, don't worry Captain, I'm confident. Lu Bison, on the other hand, was facing Li Hui, while Wildcat was in charge of the man in black. Li Meng and Tension dealt with the remaining 2. The 2 teams didn't say any unnecessary words and went straight into the fight. Wang Hao was facing Zhao Feng, a 9-star martial master, who had a cold face and emitted an icy aura throughout his body. Zhao Feng held a silver spear and stabbed Wang Hao in the chest. Wang Hao blocked the silver spear with the rhythmic frost sword in his hand. Bang bang! Zhao Feng snorted coldly and stabbed Wang Hao in the abdomen with his silver spear in his hand. Wang Hao easily sidestepped and stabbed at Zhao Feng's chest with the rhyming frost sword in his hand. Zhao Feng laughed coldly and his silver spear crossed the line, blocking Wang Hao's stabbing sword. Immediately after that, his other hand was clenched into an eagle claw, and he struck Wang Hao's face with a hook punch. Wang Hao hurriedly retreated and pulled away, defending Zhao Feng's attack while looking for an opportunity to counterattack. When Zhao Feng saw Wang Hao retreating, he didn't let up and once again bullied his way in, launching a blazing attack. When Wang Hao saw this, his heart was anxious because Zhao Feng's martial master 9-star strength and his attacks were also very tricky and vicious. Fortunately, Wang Hao practiced the Flood Blood Emperor technique, and the quality of his true essence was far superior to Zhao Feng, so even though he himself was a martial master 6-star, his true essence was not at a disadvantage for the time being. Phew! Zhao Feng slammed a whip leg towards Wang Hao's waist. He already had the absolute upper hand and this whip leg contained a powerful force. Seeing this, Wang Hao hurriedly raised his left arm to resist. Bang click! Wang Hao only felt a numbness in his left arm, but fortunately, he had cultivated the Xianshang body forging technique, and his arm was not fractured. Wang Hao glanced at the rest of the battlefield. The Captain Li Mang Tension, a few people were okay. However, the Wildcat was clearly no match for the man in black, and several times he was almost injured by the man in black. One must make a sword move to end the fight as soon as possible. Wang Hao directly had to make use of the 3rd Red Sun Slash of the C-grade middle-ranked Red Sun Sword technique. Rumble! The crimson flames condensed into a long flaming sword and slashed towards Zhao Feng. The air seemed to be torn apart. Chapter 54 Total Annihilation of Li Hui's Squad. What a strong sword! Zhao Feng's pupils shrank as he felt the pressure contained in the red sun slash. He didn't dare to fight it and quickly dodged back. Wang Hao coldly shouted, "Where to escape?" The red sun chop turned into a stream of light and chased after Zhao Feng, arriving at Zhao Feng's back in the blink of an eye. He could clearly feel the power of this sword. However, Zhao Feng wasn't afraid. After all, he also had cards. Roar! Zhao Feng let out a roar as his entire body exploded with dazzling light, transforming into a dragon elephant giant ape as he swung his lance to smash the flaming longsword. Boom! The flames collided with the lance, instantly bursting apart, and the violent wind blew the leaves of the trees rustling in flying sand. Zhao Feng spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered to stand still. His eyes looked at Wang Hao with scorn. He had suffered a loss from that move just now. Wang Hao gasped for air. It seemed that the C-grade middle-ranked martial skill Red Sun sword technique was unable to injure. It seemed that he could only use the A-grade martial skill Purple Emperor sword technique. Wang Hao currently only mastered the first style of the Purple Emperor sword technique, Purple Emperor Silence. This was the strongest martial killing move that Wang Hao had ever comprehended, and it was incredibly powerful. In addition to this move, Wang Hao also had a great soul martial skills. The essence of the Violet Emperor's silence was to silence everything. Wang Hao's current cultivation level couldn't do this yet, and he could only barely catalyze the Purple Emperor's silence destruction, and although the power wasn't comparable to the true silence sword chi, it wasn't extraordinary either. Wang Hao's fingers came together, and as he operated his true essence, the Purple Emperor's silence was condensed to its limit, forming a huge illusory purple longsword, and the purple longsword carried a shocking momentum as it chopped towards Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng felt the terror of this sword and immediately mobilized the true energy in his body. Roar! Zhao Feng roared, and his entire body erupted with an intense golden light, as if he was a humanoid savage beast. Bang! Zhao Feng raised the long spear in his hand and met the Violet Emperor's silence. Boom boom! The violent collision produced a strong shockwave. Pooh! Zhao Feng spewed out blood and flew backwards, having trouble withstanding the terrifying power of the Violet Emperor's silence. Zhao Feng fell to the ground and struggled to get up, but he was stomped on by Wang Hao. "You scumbag!" Zhao Feng looked at Wang Hao and said angrily. "Humph!" Wang Hao snorted coldly and directly stabbed his sword at Zhao Feng's throat, blood directly spilling onto the grass. Li Hui's squad was extremely shocked to see Zhao Feng actually die in Wang Hao's hands. Li Hui shouted to the man in black, "Lu Kai, hurry up and kill this woman or you won't get any of the reward." When the man in black, Lu Kai, heard Li Hui's words, he directly took out his rapier and rushed towards the wildcat. Lu Kai was a peak 9-star martial master, his strength far exceeded that of the wildcat. Lu Kai flicked his wrist and his longsword traced an arc, stabbing the wildcat. The wildcat screamed in pain and fell to the ground. The wildcat sensed the danger and immediately ducked. But her strength was far inferior to Lu Kai's, so how could she dodge Lu Kai's attack? Just as the wildcat was about to be pierced through the heart by a sword, Wang Hao rushed over and blocked the fatal blow with his body. Puff! A deep sword mark appeared on Wang Hao's chest. Wang Hao's face turned pale. When the wildcat saw that Wang Hao had actually blocked this fatal blow for himself, her beautiful eyes moistened and tears came out of her eyes. Put! Wang Hao spat out a mouthful of blood and shook his body. The wildcat wiped the teardrops from the corner of her eyes and stared at Lu Kai with gritted teeth. She knew how powerful Lu Kai was, but she wasn't willing to give up on this. She decided to put up a fight. Holding a short knife, Wildcat rushed towards Lu Kai. When Lu Kai saw the wildcat rushing towards him, a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he said, "Since you're looking for death, I'll send you to your death." Clank! Lu Kai's longsword was drawn, bringing up a burst of cold light as he stabbed at the wildcat's throat. The wildcat felt the deadly threat that the longsword brought to him. Wang Hao's true essence was almost depleted at this point, but he didn't give up and used the grade A low-level soul martial skill, Broken Order technique. Swoosh! The soul gun shot out from Wang Hao's brow and attacked Lu Kai. Lu Kai's face changed when he felt the attack on his soul, but the soul was too difficult to defend. He had nowhere to defend, and the soul gun instantly pierced through his head, his soul collapsing away. Boom! At this time, the wildcat's dagger also stabbed Lu Kai's throat, and blood instantly sprang out. Lu Kai's body fell to the ground. Seeing that Lu Kai, whom he had found, had been killed, Li Hui panicked a bit, which allowed Lu Bison to seize the opportunity. After all, Lu Bison was a 2-star martial artist before, and immediately stabbed Li Hui with his silver spear. Li Hui was startled and hastily dodged, but because of his haste in the previous battle with the Golden Flame Sacred Lion, he used up too much of his true essence and didn't completely avoid it. With a sound, Li Hui's shoulder was stabbed by Lu Bison's silver spear. Li Hui let out a muffled grunt, his right hand covered his injured shoulder, and he looked at Lu Wild Bull with indignation. "Lu Wild Bull, I'll mark today's revenge, let's go." Li Hui threw down a sentence and prepared to leave the place. Li Hui was not stupid. If he continued to fight he would probably be killed. The only way now was to escape first. But the reasoning of letting the tiger return to the mountain Lu Bison knows, he did not give Li Hui the opportunity to escape, quickly chased after him. Come back here, Lu Bison said angrily while increasing his speed. When Li Hui heard Lu Bison's words, he ran even more frantically, blinking his eyes and running 100 meters. Boom! Lu Bison stabbed out with his gun. Li Hui was startled and dodged, but because of his haste, he didn't dodge it completely, directly stabbing Li Hui over on the ground, blood flowing. Splat with a sound, Li Hui's shoulder was stabbed by Lu Bison's silver spear. Li Hui's face turned pale from the pain, but he still gritted his teeth and endured it. Ha ha! Li Hui suddenly laughed madly. Lu Bison, let's lose both. Li Hui knew that he absolutely could not beat Lu Wild Bull, so he simply died with Lu Wild Bull. After Li Hui finished speaking, he directly burned the true essence in his dantian. He was ready to burn the jade with the stone and pull Lu Bison to accompany him. Damn thing! Lu Bison cursed and hastily withdrew his spear and quickly left. Bang! Li Hui's body exploded, splattering broken meat and internal organs, spilling out all over the place in a shocking scene. Lu Bison was also affected by the explosion and spat out several mouthfuls of blood. However, Li Hui's death caused Lu Bison to breathe a sigh of relief. Boss, are you alright? Li Mang Intention, who had just finished the battle, also rushed over and asked anxiously. I'm fine, I just suffered some internal injuries, I'll be fine after adjusting for a while. You hurry and see where Wang Hao is, he was injured by a sword strike on his chest just now. Hee, I'm fine for now. Wang Hao said indifferently, although he was seriously injured, with his physique, he had no worries about his life for the time being. Thank you for saving me, the wildcat said gratefully to Wang Hao. You're welcome, we're all team members, we should help each other. Wang Hao smiled. Wildcat assisted Wang Hao, her beautiful eyes filled with light. No, I can walk by myself. You're like this, so don't push yourself. Wildcat smiled prettily, beautifully. Seeing this, Wang Hao couldn't refuse, so he had to go along with it and let the wildcat help him walk. Just 2 steps, the wildcat did not help Wang Hao, and Wang Hao did not hold up directly fell to the ground. Chapter 55 The Great Harvest. When the wildcat saw that she didn't help Wang Hao, her pretty face turned red and she looked pitiful. Seeing this, Wang Hao sighed helplessly. I'm sorry, the wildcat shyly glanced at Wang Hao, her cheeks flushed, and she closed her eyes not daring to look at Wang Hao. This wildcat was completely different from the previous image of a cold killer. However, when the wildcat saw Li Mang Intention looking at Wang Hao and her in a different way, it was again immediately restored to its previous cold killer look. Wang Hao saw this. What are you two waiting for? Hurry up and stop the bleeding for the captain and me. Oh. Li Mang and Zhang Li smiled awkwardly and hurriedly picked up bandages, gauze and other items to bandage Wang Hao and the captain. Wang Hao remembered the wildcat's churlish appearance earlier, and his face was hot. After the injuries were bandaged, Lu Wild Bull hurriedly disposed of the golden flame sacred lion's body, splitting the body and placing it in separate packages. Li Mang Intention, on the other hand, searched the corpses of Li Hui's squad members to see if there were any good items. Wang Hao signaled Li Mang to go to the golden flame sacred lion's cave to see if there were any good items. Wang Hao, come here for a second, what kind of fruit is this? Li Mang shouted from the cave. The wildcat helped Wang Hao into the cave and saw that there were actually 2 fiery red fruits hanging on the tree. The shells of these 2 fruits were crimson, burning like flames, and the fruits were also emitting wisps of fire attribute true essence. Surprisingly, the B-grade medicinal herb fire spirit fruit is extremely precious to those with a fire attribute talent. Wang Hao's eyes lit up when he saw the 2 fruits, and then he let the wildcat pick off the 2 fire attribute fruits and put them into the specialized storage box. After counting this harvest, the bison squad was all very happy. Not only did they have the corpse and magic core of the primary war general level magical beast golden flame sacred beast, 2B rank medicinal herbs fire spirit fruit, but they also acquired more than a dozen bottles of healing potions from Li Hui's squad. Lu Bison packed up the loot, fearing that the bloodstains would attract other magical beasts in the mountain range, and hurriedly left the battle site. Walking to a cave, Wang Hao revved up the Flood Blood Emperor technique to recover his true essence, while the wildcat stayed by Wang Hao's side. Inside Wang Hao's body, the true essence surged like seawater, surging and raging, washing over all parts of Wang Hao's body, recovering the injuries that Wang Hao's body had received. After the battle just now, Wang Hao had not only stabilized his 6-star strength as a martial master, but also refined his strength by a few points. It was true that battles between life and death could best stimulate a martial artist's potential. After the night passed, the bison squad continued to rush back to the magic capital base, but due to the scent of the golden flame sacred beast's blood, they encountered quite a few magical beasts on the way. Wang Hao and Bison were both injured, and Wildcat, Li Mang Intention were in charge of cleaning up the harassing magical beasts. 2 days passed and the Bison squad finally returned to the camp. Looking at the huge package that the Bison squad had packed, the soldiers and social martial artists of the base were all talking about it. Hurry up and get out of the way, Li Yong yelled as he pushed a group of onlooker martial artists. He. The many martial artists smiled a few times and made way. Humph. Li Yong looked at the surrounding martial artists and, Li Meng put a few packages from the bison squad on the side of the clearing and savagely and roughly opened the packages. A clanging and banging sound spread throughout the clearing. The crowd's eyes glazed over when they saw what was inside, only to see that the parcel contained nothing but a middle-ranked warrior soldier grade magical beast, the prison firewolf, and 24 paws of the beginner-ranked warrior soldier grade magical beast, the wild earth bear. Surprisingly, there was also the corpse of the primary rank martial general grade magical beast golden flame sacred lion. The martial artists next to him were shocked. Gulp! The crowd swallowed their saliva and stared greedily at these things. I didn't expect the bison squad to be this powerful. Wasn't it said that Li Hui squad's target was the golden flame sacred lion? How come this magical beast corpse is on bison squad? Could it be that Li Hui squad? Now, bison squad is completely famous. With such a huge harvest, bison squad has made a huge profit this time. The crowd whispered and murmured, looking at the bison squad with envy and jealousy. Li Meng directly shouted to the crowd, Li Hui squad is henceforth removed from the Magic City Mercenary Alliance. The crowd clamored. What? Li Hui squad was completely annihilated. I heard before that Li Hui squad and bison squad had a beef. This is too terrifying. Even a powerful mercenary squad like Li Hui squad can be completely wiped out. Li Hui is a peak 9-star martial master. The crowd was shocked beyond belief. Looking towards the bison squad was filled with awe. This bison squad is too ferocious. Yes. The members of the bison squad were very happy to hear the discussion around them. Their faces were flushed and their eyes seemed to be able to bubble with light. At this time, the people from the Mercenary Alliance and the base government specializing in acquisitions also came over. As an important entrance from the base to the wilderness, the likes of the Mercenary Alliance, the Apothecary Association, and the government's logistics department all had people specialized in acquiring magical beast cores, corpses, and medicinal herbs here. The Bison Squad, as a Mercenary Alliance squad, of course chose to sell to the Mercenary Alliance first. Not only can you get money, you can also get mercenary points. Mercenary points can not only raise the squad level, but can also be exchanged for things in the Mercenary League. You guys have harvested quite a lot this time. A middle-aged officer of the Mercenary Alliance looked at the members of the Bison Squad with sizzling eyes and said with a smile. Acquiring so many items this time, one's commission was also large. The price of this beginner rank battle general grade magical beast was around 100 million alliance coins, and the middle rank battle soldier grade magical beast prison firewolf was worth 20 million alliance coins. The paws of dozens of beginner rank battle soldier grade magical beasts, the berserk earth bear, added up to 40 million alliance coins, plus the magical beasts that were killed on the road. This time, the Bison Squad earned 200 million alliance coins from the magical beasts alone. As for the fire spirit fruit, the Bison Squad was not going to sell it for the time being. The key to the fire spirit fruit was its rarity. Because the fire spirit fruit was beneficial to martial artists with fire talent, every appearance of a fire spirit fruit would cause martial artists to fight over it. Therefore, the price of the fire spirit fruit was 50 million alliance coins apiece, comparable to the value of an A-grade medicinal herb. These items were sold for a total of 200 million alliance coins, and the Mercenary Alliance gave a reward of 1,000 points. Returning to the hotel, Lu Bison said to everyone, these magical beasts were sold for 200 million alliance coins. As for the fire spirit fruit and the healing potion, they will temporarily go to the squad's disposal first. Our biggest contributor to this mission is Wang Hao. Without you, you took out a peak martial master 9-star and a martial master 9-star. That peak martial master 9 stars wasn't all my doing, it was also helped by the Wildcat. Wildcat, on the other hand, was still looking at the injuries on Wang Hao's chest with a worried look on his face. The Wildcat whispered to Wang Hao, I don't want my share, I'll give it all to you. Hearing the Wildcat say this, everyone looked at the Wildcat in surprise. Wang Hao, on the other hand, waved his hand, what's yours is yours, I don't take advantage of you, and you've paid a lot. Chapter 56 Taking the Fire Spirit Fruit. Lu Wild Bull then interrupted the duo's conversation, I'd better distribute the loot first, and you guys dispose of it yourselves once it's distributed. Wang Hao's contribution is 30%, and Wildcat and I will each take 20%. Wildcat was mainly responsible for tracking the movements of Li Hui's squad and dragging down the black-clothed man at the peak of 9 stars of the martial master during the battle. Li Meng and Tension will each take 10% and the remaining 10% will go to our Bison Squad Foundation. Wang Hao stood up and somewhat coyly said to the captain, can I exchange my share for a fire spirit fruit? I'm a fire talent and need this fruit more to enhance my talent. Lu Bison replied, I have no problem with it, what do you guys think? Li Meng and Tension said that they had no problem, having previously taken advantage of Wang Hao's martial arts reagent. This time, it was just the right time to throw in the towel and return the favor to Wang Hao. As for the Wildcat, looking at the Wildcat's look of concern for Wang Hao, Lu Yunyu also smiled and shook his head. The Glacier Assassin beauty in this team seemed to be quite interested in Wang Hao. I'll be polite then, thank you. Wang Hao smiled. Lu Bison went down to transfer the money, while Wang Hao obtained the fire spirit fruit and 10 million alliance coins. After Wang Hao returned to his room, he silently recited in his mind, submit the mission. Ding, it is detected that the host has completed the mission of helping the Bison Squad to completely destroy Li Hui's squad. We are now rewarding you with the D-rank mid-order potion Greenwood Potion and the D-rank high-order potion Bone Quenching Potion formula, and boosting the host's soul power by 200 points. Wang Hao instantly felt a surge of soul power pouring into his mind. A cool and comfortable sensation hit him. Then Wang Hao felt that the soul power in his body had strengthened a lot, and at the same time, he felt that the soul fire formed by the Breaking Spirit skill had become even more solid. Wang Hao opened his eyes, which were as bright as stars, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. What a cozy feeling! Wang Hao sighed. Glancing at the system information, Wang Hao's soul force had reached 1,840 points. Looking at the system's newly added prescription in his mind, Wang Hao decided to refine the D-grade middle rank potion Greenwood Potion first. Wang Hao checked the recipe for the Greenwood Potion, which required 3 materials. One of the materials was a D-rank herb called 100 Pine Orchid. The other 2 materials were an E-rank herb called Wisteria Fruit. One was called the D-rank herb Xianhuang Orchid. All 3 of these herbs were herbs that restored injuries. Wang Hao came to the Mercenary Union building and spent 150,000 alliance coins to purchase the 3 herbs, and now he only had 10 million alliance coins in his card that he had just been allocated. Wang Hao took the pill furnace and walked into the hotel's martial cultivation room, preparing to refine the greenwood pill liquid. Wang Hao used the purple spirit flame to continuously quench the 3 medicinal herbs into a spiritual liquid. Using the purple spirit flame to quench the herbs, Wang Hao clearly felt that the flame temperature of the purple spirit flame was much higher, and many herbs that needed to be quenched for an hour could be done in a few minutes. Moreover, the purple spirit flame helped him to grasp the temperature more easily and control the balance point of the fusion of the spirit liquid, as the essence of the medicinal herbs were continuously quenched. A drop of transparent medicinal liquid that emitted a light green glow and was the size of a fist formed in the Dan furnace and slowly rotated. After half an hour or so, the medicinal liquid was completely formed. Wang Hao lightly drank, collect. Wang Hao poured the refined greenwood medicinal liquid into the crystal bottle. Then Wang Hao took the potion. As soon as the potion entered Wang Hao's body, Wang Hao felt a hot current traveling along his tendons and veins all over his body, recovering his injuries. Wang Hao knew that this was the effect brought about by the medicinal liquid and hurriedly closed his eyes to cultivate. When Wang Hao cultivated for a quarter of an hour, he finally absorbed the medicinal liquid, and his own injuries were almost recovered. It seems like the Greenwood Potion does work. I can refine 2 more bottles of Greenwood Potion from the remaining herbs. But for now, I can take the Fire Spirit Fruit to enhance my fire talent. Wang Hao took out the jade box containing the Fire Spirit Fruit and gently opened it, only to see a crystal clear fruit with a glistening red luster lying quietly in the jade box. It's so beautiful, no wonder it can make so many martial artists go crazy for it. Wang Hao marveled. Then he took out the Fire Spirit Fruit from the box and put it in his mouth. The Fire Spirit Fruit melted in his mouth with a faint bitter flavor. Then Wang Hao felt a rich warmth slowly spreading from his abdomen to his limbs. Wang Hao hurriedly sat down on his knees to run the Flood Blood Emperor technique to cultivate. I don't know how long it took. The stream of warmth in Wang Hao's body gradually became gentle and then slowly disappeared. Wang Hao opened his eyes were filled with excitement. Compared to before taking it, his firepower had increased by 20%. Wang Hao recharged his bank card's 10 million by 8 million, leaving himself 2 million alliance coins to buy the bone-hardening potion herbs. Wang Hao glanced at the system's own information. Kryptonite value, 8 million points. 1 point is equivalent to 1 yuan of alliance currency. Gender, male. Age, 18 years. Strength, martial artist 6 star, class D apothecary. Aura value, 6,220 points plus, can be promoted to martial general by reaching 10,000 points. Soul power, 1840 points plus, reaching 2,000 points will allow you to become a C-rank apothecary. Storage space, 1 square meter plus, increased by 1 square meter for every 100 million alliance coins. Wang Hao's soul power increased mainly due to completing the kryptonite mission issued by the system, which boosted 200 points. The 200-point increase in aura value compared to before was due to the life and death struggle with Li Hui's squad only. The battle did inspire Wang Hao's potential, and after recovering from his injuries, Wang Hao's aura value had an increase of 200 points. Wang Hao decided to first kryptonite his aura value, spending 7.8 million kryptonite points to raise it to 7,000 points. After raising it to 7,000 points, Wang Hao understood that again, he couldn't rush up simply by kryptonite. He then followed the route recorded in the Flood Blood Emperor's Gongfu and operated his true essence. However, Wang Hao clearly felt that the 6-star breakthrough to 7-star was more difficult than before. This was a threshold from the middle to high rank of Martial Master, and it was certainly difficult. But likewise, Martial Master 7 stars was much more powerful than 6 stars. Despite this, Wang Hao did not stop himself from running his Gongfu. Time passed quietly, and Wang Hao's forehead was already covered with beads of sweat, and his face was red. Wang Hao knew that this time only persist to get success, and did not give up. Finally, Wang Hao felt something rupture in his dantian. Boom! Then an incomparably pure true essence erupted from the dantian. It was as if Wang Hao's body had exploded, the aura skyrocketed, and Wang Hao felt his true essence was abundant. Wang Hao's cultivation level directly broke through to 7 stars. Wang Hao stood up and felt the surging true essence in his body, but saw that the aura plus sign in the system had disappeared. Understanding that his current physical strength had reached a bottleneck, he was temporarily unable to use kryptonite points to rapidly increase his aura value. Either master the third layer of the Xiansheng physical refinement technique, or use the D-ranked high-grade potion Bone Quenching Potion to strengthen his body strength. Chapter 57 Taking the D-grade high-grade potion Bone Quenching Potion. In the following days, along with the news that Li Hui's squad had been completely destroyed by the Bison Squad, the Bison Squad's reputation spread through the Magic City Mercenary Alliance. As a member of the Bison Squad, Wang Hao's reputation was also initially made in the Mercenary League. Wang Hao came to the Mercenary Alliance and prepared to purchase the D-grade high-level potion Bone Hardening Potion Herb to strengthen his physical strength. Arriving at the Magic Capital Mercenary Building, Wang Hao still contacted his old acquaintance, Zhang Jingyi, first. Still familiarly dressed, Zhang Jingyi was still radiant today. She wore a short black silk skirt with a white blouse, a red suit jacket, and black high heels, exuding the charm of a mature woman, attracting the gazes of many mercenaries in the hall. Yo, isn't this Wang Hao who recently destroyed Li Hui's squad? Your squad has been getting quite a reputation lately, Zhang Jingyi laughed. Hey, it's the captain and a few of them who are too strong, I'm just playing a hand. Wang Hao explained. Zhang Jingyi did feel a bit unconvinced by Wang Hao's perfunctory words. In Linchuan she understood that the young man in front of her had his own secrets. Although Zhang Jingyi heart suspicion but did not say anything, after all, everyone has a secret, and this is in the hall, the personnel complex, Zhang Jingyi is not good to ask anything more. Then what is little brother's business here this time? Come to my office for a chat. Zhang Jingyi led Wang Hao into her office. After entering the office, Zhang Jingyi took off her black high-heeled shoes, revealing her slender jade legs. Looking at the beautiful and moving Zhang Jingyi, Wang Hao secretly sighed, what a superb beauty. No wonder she was called the Poison Rose by the Magic City mercenaries. Zhang Jingyi sat on a chair, crossed her legs, and crossed her arms on the table as she looked at Wang Hao, waiting for what he would say next. Wang Hao looked at him for a while and withdrew his gaze. Little brother, why are you always staring at people? Zhang Jingyi pouted. Wang Hao touched his head. Zhang Jingyi giggled, her chest trembling. Don't be shy, little brother. Quickly say what you're looking for, sister. Zhang Jingyi's smile was as beautiful as a flower. I want to ask you to help me buy a few medicinal herbs. Wang Hao opened his mouth and said. Oh? What herbs do you need? Zhang Jingyi was slightly surprised. Wang Hao wrote the names of the herbs on the paper. There were a total of 3 D-grade herbs, namely, snake gall grass, agave and ice yuan grass. These herbs are D-rank herbs, and the Magic Capital Mercenary Union should have them all. How many do you need? Just wait a moment and I'll go get them for you. Zhang Jingyi glanced at the herbs Wang Hao needed and smiled. Thank you, Sister Jingyi, I'll buy about a total of 2 million worth of herbs. Wang Hao politely said. Hee, you're welcome, who asked people to like you? After hearing Zhang Jingyi's words, Wang Hao's face instantly turned red and lowered his head, not daring to look at Zhang Jingyi again. Seeing Wang Hao's embarrassment, Zhang Jingyi couldn't help but laugh. After a few moments passed, Zhang Jingyi walked back, holding a parcel of medicinal herbs in her hand. All the medicinal herbs you wanted are here. Originally, a whole portion would cost 110,000 alliance coins, so I'll give you a discount of 100,000 alliance coins a portion, for a total of 20 herbs. Wang Hao took the herbs. Thank you, Sister Jingyi. What's the point of being so polite? Zhang Jingyi laughed. Then Sister Jingyi, I'll leave first. After leaving Zhang Jingyi's office, Wang Hao returned to the hotel to refine the bone tempering reagent. With the help of the purple spirit flame and the improvement of Wang Hao's soul power, even though it was a D-grade high-level reagent, Wang Hao still had a high success rate in refining it. After spending 3 days on the reagent, it only failed twice, refining 18 successful D-rank high-grade bone-quenching potions. Wang Hao recovered his true essence and first took a bottle of bone-quenching potion. The bone-quenching potion entered the abdomen and turned into energy that surged into the limbs and bones, nourishing Wang Hao's flesh. At once, the true essence in his body tumbled, and his internal organs felt as if there were knives and axes cutting through them. The pain was unbearable, so Wang Hao clenched his teeth and held on. Gradually, a layer of delicate sweat seeped out of Wang Hao's epidermis, and the sweat flowed down and dripped on the ground, making a nuisance sound. At this moment, Wang Hao's physical body was as if it had undergone a metamorphosis, and his entire body was crystal clear, like a piece of fine iron, and was incredibly tough. A day passed, and night descended. Wang Hao opened his eyes, and an excited look appeared at the corner of his mouth. The bone-quenching potion had indeed enhanced his physical quality. Wang Hao checked the system and the plus sign behind the aura value appeared again, indicating that his body had become stronger. Only then did Wang Hao take the first bottle of bone-hardening potion. The bone-quenching potion prescription showed that each martial artist would be able to take different amounts of bone-quenching potion depending on the strength of their body. After taking their own amount, taking the bone-hardening potion again would not increase their physical strength. Not knowing what his limit was, Wang Hao drank the second bottle of bone-quenching potion. Wang Hao felt even more pain than the first time he took it. After the bone-quenching potion entered his stomach, Wang Hao's body immediately felt intense pain like it was tearing apart, and beads of sweat the size of pea grains slid down from his forehead and soaked his entire body. The muscles of his entire body tightened up even more, and the veins on his body rippled like gnarled dragons, hideous and terrifying. It was an ordeal and the pain was unbearable, but Wang Hao still managed to tough it out. It lasted for half an hour, and Wang Hao finally made it through. Wang Hao felt that his skin was more radiant and moisturized, and his strength had increased a lot. This was the result of the bone-quenching pill effect evaporating in the body, expanding the meridians and boosting the body's strength. When Wang Hao took the third, fourth, and fifth bottles, it was more painful than ever, and it was as if his body's muscles, tendons, and bones were about to explode. However, Wang Hao still managed to pull through, thanks to his tenacious willpower. Even at the end, Wang Hao didn't even have the strength to cry out in pain and directly fainted. I don't know how long it took, but Wang Hao woke up ghostly, and his whole body was still in more than just pain, so Wang Hao slowly climbed up and operated the Flood Blood Emperor technique to repair his body's injuries. Wang Hao felt a surge of excitement in his heart as he felt his body's toughness increase. Immediately afterward, Wang Hao sat down on his knees, closed his eyes, and inhaled the heaven and earth's spiritual qi to convert it into true essence, quenching his body. Time passed slowly, and before he knew it, 3 days had passed. It wasn't until early morning that Wang Hao stopped cultivating. Wang Hao stood up and moved his muscles and bones, feeling that his whole body was full of strength. These 5 bottles of bone-hardening potion could almost be said to have boosted the strength of Wang Hao's body by double. Not only did it allow Wang Hao's physical quality to improve, but the efficiency of absorbing aura and converting it into true essence also increased, and his defense was also strengthened by a lot. However, Wang Hao wasn't satisfied. He was ready to master the third layer of the C-grade high-level technique Xiansheng physical refinement technique, and after improving his physical quality, he would take the bone-quenching reagent again. Chapter 58, Enhancing Physical Qualities Again. Previously, Wang Hao had mastered the first 2 layers of the Xiansheng physical refinement technique, which allowed Wang Hao to physically not lose in a battle with a martial master 9-star martial artist. Otherwise, many times he had attacked himself long ago and suffered serious injuries, making it difficult to fight. On the other hand, after mastering the third layer of the Xiansheng body refining technique, Wang Hao could withstand the attacks of a martial general level martial artist. Previously, his physical quality had encountered a bottleneck, making it difficult to master the third layer. Now, after taking 5 bottles of D-grade high-level bone-quenching potion, Wang Hao decided to give it a try. Wang Hao carefully studied the cultivation information of the Xiansheng body refining technique and repeated it over and over again until he memorized the cultivation information in his mind before he started cultivating. The third layer of the Xiansage body refining art was simple and crude in its cultivation. It was to gather the true essence at the Dantian place and form a small vortex. Under the effect of the vortex, every cell in the body changed, the speed of energy absorption increased, and the efficiency of cultivation increased. It also enhanced the body's strength and resistance to blows. In addition, when practicing, it will also guide the real energy in the body into the 8 channels of the Qi Jing, exercising the body meridians and acupoints and internal organs and so on. Wang Hao followed the cultivation technique and began to mobilize the true essence in his Dantian to wash his body. A trace of true essence swam from all parts of Wang Hao's body, driving all parts of his body. The speed at which the true essence swam became faster and more violent, and wherever it passed, it was as if all parts of the body were being torn by 1,000 cuts. The intense pain caused Wang Hao to stifle a grunt, his face turned white, his body trembled, and his body felt as if he had been thrown into a frying pan of pain. However, Wang Hao still clenched his teeth and forced himself to support himself. Suddenly, as if true essence had found a vent, it furiously surged into all parts of Wang Hao's body. This pain made Wang Hao nearly faint. A trace of blood flowed out of Wang Hao's 7 orifices, and Wang Hao felt like he was going to collapse. This hurt too much. But gritted my teeth and kept going. No matter what, this was the best way for Wang Hao to improve his physical quality at the moment. Wang Hao's body seemed to be torn apart by 1,000 cuts. Wanting to scream out, but Wang Hao knew that it was necessary to quench his body, he could only bear it silently. Finally, he couldn't help but hiss up to the sky, as if he wanted to vent all the suppressed anger in his chest. Rumble. Wang Hao's body seemed to explode as black smoke rose from his skin. A moment later, the black smoke cleared, and Wang Hao's skin was red all over his body, as if it was hot as a branding iron. Time passed, and after an hour, the pain in various parts of Wang Hao's body gradually lessened, and Wang Hao let out a long breath. Wang Hao couldn't help but scream miserably, and his whole body fell to the ground in a dislocated state. He was lying on the ground, his body weak beyond measure, and his whole body clothes were drenched in sweat. It took a long time before he regained a little bit of his spirit, barely supporting his body, sitting cross-legged, recovering his true essence and repairing his body. In the middle of the day, he opened his eyes and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, feeling much more comfortable in his body. Wang Hao took the bone-quenching potion again, and this time, after taking 3 bottles of bone-quenching potion, he felt that his body's strength couldn't increase again and decided to end his cultivation. Unless he improved his physical strength again or took a C-grade bone-quenching potion, it was already difficult to increase his physical strength in a short period of time. However, he was still very satisfied with the effect of this period of cultivation. Below the 5-star level of a martial general, in terms of physical quality alone, there was no fear now. Of course, martial general level martial artists could use their true essence to form armor around their bodies, and the quality of their true essence far exceeded that of martial masters. There was currently no arrogance enough to challenge a 5-star martial general. However, when faced with a martial general 1-star martial artist, with his martial skills, Wang Hao still had the confidence to resist. After finishing his cultivation, Wang Hao found the members of the Bison Squad. During this period of time, the members of the Bison Squad were also practicing cultivation. The harvest from last time was huge, and everyone was digesting their gains to improve their strength. Wang Hao took out 4 bottles of bone-quenching reagents. These are the D-grade high-grade potions I refined, priced at no less than 3 million alliance coins a bottle. This can boost your gate's physical strength and defense. But it's painful to take it, so each of you take a bottle first, and if you can continue, I'll give you the potion. The crowd looked at the potion in Wang Hao's hand with a longing light in their eyes. Lu Bison looked at Wang Hao as he took out so many D-ranked potions and asked, "Are you a D-ranked apothecary now?" Watching Wang Hao nod his head, the members of the Bison Squad all happily revealed their smiles. After hanging out in the Mercenary Alliance for such a long time, they understood all too well the rarity and popularity of a D-ranked apothecary. Normally, one could only exchange points for potions or go to the Apothecary Association to purchase them. And the apothecaries were generally high on the list and didn't think very highly of them, the mercenaries. I didn't expect to become teammates with a D-rank apothecary now. Lu Bison said, "Wang Hao, last time you gave 2 bottles of martial master reagents. Li Mang and Zhang Li didn't have much money, so they took advantage of you once, so don't be polite this time." Li Mang and Zhang Li also nodded in agreement. As for Wildcat, he had been watching Wang Hao since he came in, his eyes flashing with a strange light. Seeing that a few people were insistent, Wang Hao didn't make any pretense. "Alright then, in that case, everyone will take a bottle of bone-hardening potion first. The process of taking it is painful, and I've suffered quite a bit, so Wildcat and I will escort you guys first." With that, Wang Hao handed over 4 bottles of bone-hardening potion to Lu Wildcats and the others respectively. The 3 of them, Lu Bisonio, took the bone-quenching potion and couldn't wait to take it. When Wang Hao saw several people taking the potion, he took out another jade box and handed it to the Wildcat, saying, "Here's a bottle of D-ranked greenwood potion, it can quickly recover from a martial artist's injuries, take it." "Thank you," Wildcat said gratefully. Wang Hao waved his hand, signaling that Wildcat didn't need to be polite, and then said to Wildcat, "Wildcat, if you have any needs in the future, you can come to me." Wildcat nodded his head, and his face, which was usually always cold, was indeed a bit shy in the face of Wang Hao today, not daring to look directly into Wang Hao's eyes. While Lu Yunia was wailing in pain, Wang Hao and Wildcat kept staring. After a few hours, the trio's voices gradually subsided, and it seemed that they were already absorbing the medicine. Wang Hao said to the Wildcat, "You have to not go to your own room, this process of taking it may cause you a lot of pain. You're a girl after all, it's not very convenient for us men to be here, so I'll stand guard for you at the door." Wildcat understood the meaning of Wang Hao's words and blushed even more. After the Wildcat entered his room, he took a deep breath and swallowed the potion. Immediately, his whole body felt like it was burning with a blazing fire, and the searing pain caused Wildcat to moan. Wang Hao was also a bit embarrassed as he listened to the Wildcat's voice, and hurriedly diverted his attention to look elsewhere. When the Wildcat finished absorbing the potion, Wang Hao inquired, "Can your body still absorb the second bottle of potion?" Only Lu Bison and Wildcat said that they could, while Li Mang and Zhang Li said that they had reached their limits. Chapter 59 Enrollment. Wang Hao then gave the duo another potion, with Li Mang and Zhang Li guarding the Bison and Wang Hao guarding the Wildcat. After absorbing it, both Bison and Wildcat had a breakthrough in strength. The Wildcat reached the peak of 8 stars of Martial Master. The captain, on the other hand, felt that he was only a thin film away from being a martial general, and that he could break through to become a martial general at any time when the opportunity presented itself. Li Meng and Zhang Li's strength had also increased a lot. In the following days, Wang Hao was still cultivating while Lu Bison transferred the money of several people, 6 bottles of potions totaling 18 million alliance coins. The time came to late August, and soon the Magic City Martial Arts University was about to start. Wang Hao greeted the members of the Bison Squad and prepared to go to the Magic City Martial Arts University to study for a period of time first. When he was free, he would then go on a mission in the wilderness with the Bison Squad. Wildcat, on the other hand, was a bit attached to Wang Hao. She knew that Wang Hao, as a freshman of the Magic City Wushu University, had to report to the Magic City Wushu University, but did not want to be separated from Wang Hao for too long. It was hard to describe this feeling, the heart was empty. Lunaniu also saw the secret sentiment in the heart of the Wildcat, but the young man's own thing is really not good to get involved, can only see how Wang Hao dealt with it. Wang Hao side also dare not arbitrarily take a position. After all, Lin Yuro's things he has not yet dealt with, he is still the first to put their energy first to cultivate up. After Wang Hao returned to his room, he received a call from Lin Yuro. She and Su Xian would arrive in Magic City tomorrow afternoon by high-speed train. She also made it a point to explain that Ouyang Yuan had to follow a high-speed train over, so that Wang Hao wouldn't think too much about it. Linchuan City and Jiangnan City had highways to drive cars on since they were both in the Jiangnan base. Between Jiangnan Base and Mordor Base, on the other hand, there were several magical beast mountain ranges. Therefore the government could only place its main defense force along the high-speed rail and train routes. Wang Hao was bitter about how Lin Yuro came over with Su Xian, don't make a mess. But when he heard that Ouyang Yuan had also come, Wang Hao purposely wore his D-rank apothecary badge on his body, and didn't even wear his E-rank badge. When he arrived at the train station, Wang Hao found Lin Yueliang and Su Xian in the crowd at a glance. There was no way, the duo was just too inviting to the eyes of passers-by. Lin Yuro was still in a white dress, her black and shiny hair was draped, and her cool beauty and dusty temperament made countless passers-by look at her. Su Xian is also a plain white dress, but the delicate red lips more emphasize her sexy and charming. The two walked together as if they were coming out of a painting, so that people could not help but look at them twice, and the opposite beauty was expressed in the two of them to the fullest extent. Wang Hao hurriedly went over to get ready to carry the luggage, and when he saw Lin Yuro's parents, he quickly greeted them. After greeting and seeing Ouyang Yuan, Wang Hao ignored them. Lin Yuro's father, Lin Hai, saw that Wang Hao was actually wearing a D-class apothecary badge. A surprised expression appeared on his face. Wang Hao, when did you recognize as a pharmacist? Although Lin Hai was not a martial artist, he once saw a pharmacist wearing a badge at the Jiangnan Base Entrepreneur Banquet, and many people were extremely respectful. Lin Yueliang and Su Xian were both stunned. Wang Hao is a pharmacist. They hadn't really heard of it. Wang Hao scratched his head and said, I came to Magic City to assess it not long ago. Uncle also knows about pharmacists? I don't know too much about it, after all, I'm not a martial artist either. Hearing Wang Hao admit that he was already a pharmacist, Ouyang Yuan was uncomfortable in his heart, and the gap between him and Wang Hao was getting bigger and bigger. Originally, he and Lin Yuro were admitted to the Magic City Wudu University together, and he had the cheek to accompany the high-speed train together, hoping to get on good terms with Lin Yuro. Although Wang Hao was a one-star martial artist during the martial arts exam, he himself hadn't relaxed during this time. After breaking through to the 9th star of martial apprentice, Ouyang Yuan thought that there wasn't much difference between him and Wang Hao, so he moved to pursue Lin Yuro again. Who knew that fellow traveler Su Xian was also a school flower-level beauty, just when Ouyang Yuan hesitated which beauty to pursue. But he found that the two people's eyes hadn't left since they saw Wang Hao. Lin Yuro, on the other hand, covered her mouth in astonishment. Heavens! Brother Wang Hao, you're actually a pharmacist already? I heard my master say that this profession only has a very low probability of awakening if you become a martial artist, and they are all gifted people. Lin Hai patted Wang Hao on the shoulder. You kid really impressed me. Wang Hao hemmed and hawed. Although Lin Yuro's mother, Sang Li, didn't know too much about apothecaries, she could hear from the conversation that Wang Hao was now even stronger and his talent had become even stronger. Wang Hao first took the personnel to the hotel and prepared to report to the Magic City Martial Arts University early tomorrow morning. Originally, he was not prepared to book a room for Ouyang Yuan, but Wang Hao was afraid of appearing to be careful, so he had to bring along to the hotel. When it was time to book a room, Lin Yuro said to Su Xian, we booked a suite with an extra room, so you can stay with us. Magic City hotels are so expensive, a little saving is a little. After saying that, Lin Yuro even glanced at Wang Hao. Wang Hao thought to himself, saving money is a lie, you can't be afraid of Su Xian staying in a room alone and preventing me from being alone with Su Xian. Lin Yuro, on the other hand, thought to herself, the last time the martial arts examination in the hotel almost let you take advantage of, this time you do not want to be alone with Su Xian under my eyes. In the end, Su Xian agreed to Lin Yuro's invitation and stayed in the suite together. After arranging for the accommodation of the crowd, Wang Hao returned to his room to continue practicing to consolidate his martial master's 7-star realm. The next day, after having breakfast, Wang Hao took a cab with the crowd to the magic capital Martial University. Wang Hao scanned around, and sure enough, he saw many military men in uniform guarding all corners, watching each train solemnly, and sending people to check for proof of identity. Are all these people soldiers? Wang Hao was puzzled. Today, the Magic City Wushu University is going to hold an entrance ceremony today, and there will also be media to cover the event. Could it be to prevent cultists from messing up? Wang Hao and the others arrived at the main gate of Mordor Martial University. The main gate was extremely majestic, full of ancient and solemn flavor, and the 4 big words Magic City Wudu University were majestic and shocking. In the sunlight shines blindingly bright, highlighting its splendor. Wang Hao and the others were immediately shocked by the imposing building outside of the Magic City Martial Arts University. So spectacular. Lin Yueliang and Su Xian were also filled with admiration. And at the main entrance, there was a huge stone monument that recorded the names of every teacher and student who had sacrificed their lives in the fight against the demonic beasts at Mordor Martial Arts University. This was the first lesson that Mordor Wudu University taught to the new freshmen. Looking at the densely packed names on the stone tablet, a sense of reverence rose in Wang Hao's heart. He knew that these names represented an individual, which were the outstanding students cultivated by the Magic Capital Martial Arts University, the martyrs who fought against the magical beasts, and the elite of the human race. This was also what the Magic Capital Martial University cautioned the parents of its students: becoming a martial artist was not just about obtaining the convenience given by society, it was also about taking on the responsibilities of a martial artist. This reminded Wang Hao of a couplet from a school in his previous life. Please go elsewhere for promotion and wealth, do not enter this door if you are greedy and afraid of death. Chapter 60 Xin Yunmeng. The campus of Wudu University in Magic City covers an area of thousands of acres, which is full of trees, exotic flowers and grasses, pleasant scenery and fresh air. The campus was full of buildings, with a staggering array of ancient buildings, like a cluster of stars. Wang Hao and his group arrived at the enrollment material submission office. The seniors in charge of enrollment saw Lin Yueliang and Su Xian, their eyes straightened, thinking that the quality of this class of new students was very high. These two schoolgirls with their beautiful faces and absolutely beautiful temperament made these Magic City seniors secretly moved. The next few seniors directly grabbed the luggage to help the two to get to the dormitory. Cough cough. Wang Hao coughed a few times, signaling the several seniors to pay attention to their image. Please take out your acceptance letters. The senior in charge of registration collected some of his mind and faintly said to Wang Hao and Ouyang Yuan. It was true that beautiful women were always popular wherever they went, and a few people over here almost fought over grabbing help to deliver Lin Euro and Su Xian's luggage. Wang Hao and Ouyang Yuan, on the other hand, are no one to take care of. Still, the registration personnel declined Lin Euro's parents' request to enter the dormitory area. This is the rule: from the time they step through the gates of the Magic City Martial Arts University, they are adults and responsible martial artists. Neither parent is allowed to accompany them, and they need to take care of all things on their own. Still, Wang Hao and Ouyang Yuan found a difference when they got the dormitory keys. Wang Hao's key was A11, while Ouyang Yuan's was B27, and Lin Yueliang and Su Xian were B78. The registration senior saw this and explained, "This is the first thing the Magic City Martial Arts University told you. Strong people have privileges everywhere they go, you'll know exactly what's going on when you go in." Entering the male dormitory area, Wang Hao realized what was going on. Area A was villas near the lake, with a total of 50 villas, each of which housed one person. And Area B is a two-room commercial house with two people living in one room. It seems to be based on martial arts test scores. However, Wang Hao's previous martial arts exam score was a Martial Master 1 star, which meant that there were at least 10 other people at that time who were stronger than he was at that time. While Wang Hao was packing his bags, a knock on the door came in. Wang Hao opened it, and it turned out to be a little fat man standing at the door. "Hello, my name is Guoming, I'm from the Kyoto base, across the street from you, come over and get acquainted." The little fatty introduced himself with a smile. "My name is Wang Hao, from Jiangnan base. We're all students from Mordor Martial University, so we can take care of each other in the future." The little fatty said. "You're in Kyoto base, why didn't you apply for Kyoto Martial Arts University?" Wang Hao suddenly asked. He felt that a strength like little fatty should enroll in Kyoto Martial University. Little fatty scratched his head and smiled awkwardly, saying, "I grew up in Kyoto, and my family is too strict. This time, I finally have freedom when I arrived at Magic City Wudu University. If I were in Kyoto Wudon University, I would still be pushed down by that genius sister of mine. Out of sight, out of mind, I'll just enroll in Magic City Martial Arts University. By the way, there is another girl who came to Mordor with me from Kyoto this time. But she lives in Villa A01, and she's the newcomer king of our class." Wang Hao didn't answer. That was the newcomer king during the May martial arts examination. Now if the newcomer king is not necessarily her. Guoming continued, "Wang Hao, when the time comes, you will have the opportunity to show your strength. The higher the potential you show, the stronger the tutor will be at that time. Some mentors are martial general strength, while others are martial marquis strength. With different mentor strengths, the resources given to you will be different." Just as the two of them were chatting, Wang Hao's cell phone suddenly received a text message: "Meet at the school playground at 2 p.m. Wang Hao glanced at Guoming and realized that Guoming had also received a message. Seeing that there was still half an hour left on the clock, but the environment of the Magic City Wudu University was not familiar to him, so it was better to hurry over. On the playground of Mordor Wudu University, Vice President Lu Zhigua and Director of Instruction Zhang Haitao with more than 20 instructors were standing on the playground podium. These people were all dressed in neat and straight clothes, with sharp gazes and athletic postures. These 20-odd instructors were mostly of martial general and martial marquis strength. As for Vice Dean Lu Jigua, he was of martial king strength, while Zhang Haito was a peak of martial marquis 9 stars. Lu Jigua said, "This time, 300 new students were recruited. Are there any good seedlings?" Teaching director Zhang Haitao then said, "There are really a few good seedlings. Shin Yunmeng, the genius girl from the Kyoto base, even enrolled in our Mordor base, which made some people from Kyoto Martial Arts University furious. There's also hearing from Yuanin that this freshman Wang Hao is a D-class pharmacist, and his soul force talent is also extremely excellent." After hearing this, Lu Jigua then nodded with satisfaction. Waiting until 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Lu Jigua saw that there were still a dozen or so new students outside the playground, and immediately utilized his true essence to shout across the field. The dozen or so new students outside are deducted 20 credits. After listening to Principal Lu's words, the seniors next to him mourned for the late freshman. This group of rookies wait for some time to understand how costly it is to be late today. Wang Hao took a look at the people around him and estimated that there were just over 200 people, plus the late ones, holding up a total of 300 people. However, his own Jiangnan base was admitted to the Magic City Martial Arts University of more than 10 people. Indeed, Jiangnan base of martial arts style and other bases compared to the difference is too much. Wang Hao found Lin Yueliang and Su Xian. However, Lin Yueliang and Su Xian not only attracted the gazes of the seniors, even the same freshmen, many people's gazes were also on the two of them. The other part of the gazes were focused on the girl at the very front of the freshmen. Only to see that this girl had a head of shiny black shawl hair, willow eyebrows and almond eyes, skin like solid fat, and a pair of slender and white jade arms exposed. A tight blue dress was even more exquisite and buoyant, outlining the delicate curves. Feet on a pair of white flat shoes, revealing long and white legs, round and full buttocks slightly curved, face delicate as a picture. However, its eyebrows and eyes show a faint coldness, high coldness and self-pride, a look of refusal. Wang Hao touched Guo Ming. "This is the first place winner from your Kyoto base who came to the Magic City Wudu University?" Guo Ming nodded. "Her name is Shin Yunmeng. Her strength is very strong, and it's extremely terrifying to strike a genius name in Kyoto." Guo Ming glanced at Lin Yueliang and Su Xian and asked Wang Hao, "Do you know them? Which one is your girlfriend, and can you introduce me to the other one?" "Off, lose weight first." At this moment, Dean Lu's voice silenced all the tedious conversations in the entire playground. "Hello everyone, my name is Lu Jigua. I am the Vice Dean of the Magic City Martial Arts University. I've summoned all of you students to come here today. There are mainly a few things I want to inform you of, and I hope you'll be careful to follow them." Lu Jigua's face was filled with majesty as his gaze swept over the crowd of students below. Chapter 61 3 Great Treasures. First of all, the Magic City Martial Arts University strictly prohibits tardiness, and you must ask for leave if something comes up. Unexcused absence from the course late must be punished. These dozen late students these 4 years will not forget your mistakes today. Secondly, there are 3 great treasures in Mordovia Wudu University that can help you guys improve your strength quickly. This is the bottom line, that our Magic City Martial Arts University is ranked at the top even among the top 10 martial arts schools. One is that the tallest building behind you, the Aura Tower, has a total of 10 floors and is built on top of a spiritual vein, and at that time, a formation expert was hired to construct the Aura Tower. Cultivating in it can quickly help you raise your strength. The first, second and third floors are for martial masters, the fourth, fifth and sixth floors are for martial generals, the seventh, eighth and ninth floors are for martial marquises, and the 10th floor is for martial kings to cultivate. How much this aids in your cultivation, you will know once you experience it. Each hour you will be charged a different amount of points depending on which level you are practicing on. Kyoto Wushu University and also the First Military Academy also have such similar aura towers, so among the top 10 martial arts schools our 3 Wushu universities are ranked at the top of the list. Secondly, there are 9 major steel charts. Each steel is engraved with patterns, and these 9 great steel diagrams were seized from another planet, and by referring to these pattern diagrams you will be able to enhance your soul power. There are even people with higher soul power who can realize martial arts skills from them. But some may not be able to comprehend the first steel diagram in their entire life, so please act according to your strength. After saying these words, Dean Lu purposely glanced at Wang Hao. In front of a martial king powerhouse like him, Wang Hao's soul power shone like a flame among the newborns. Third was the Merit Law Pavilion. Magic City Wushu University's Gong Fa Pavilion. Inside the records of many martial arts techniques and secret books, you can go to choose suitable for their own Gong Fa for cultivation. New students' enrollment has a free opportunity to select Gong Fa. You guys are practicing the vomiting technique at the martial apprentice stage, and at the martial master stage you will have to choose a technique based on your awakened talent. You can pick any merit law below C stage once for free, and later on, you will need points to exchange for merit laws and martial arts. The higher the rank, the better the technique, the one that suits you is the best. If you can't open the energy shield, then it means that you are not related to this Gong Fu. Of course, if your family grants you a higher rank technique, you can also choose another martial art. And while saying these words, Dean Lu looked toward Shin Yunmeng. With the strength of her family, she must have given her a C rank or higher Gong Fu. Hearing that new students could enter the Magic City Martial Arts University's Merit Law Pavilion for free to pick a merit law, many new students from civilian families revealed happy smiles. The spitting skill cultivated at the martial apprentice stage didn't need to cost money because it was popularized by the government. However, for students who were about to break through to martial master and had to choose attribute techniques again, this was a huge amount of money saved. Wang Hao, on the other hand, didn't have a need for a gong method because he had the help of the system and practiced the S-rank gong method, Flood Blood Emperor Gong. However, one could go and see if there were any good martial arts to pick from. After waiting for the new students to discuss for a while, Dean Liu then directly displayed the student rankings on the large screen in the playground. In the Magic City Martial Arts University, points are hard currency. Whether you are cultivating in the Aura Tower, cultivating your soul power in the 9 tablet maps, or exchanging your techniques in martial arts in the Merit Pavilion, you need points. Each new student initially has 50 points. Hearing this, the freshmen in the playground were thankful that they weren't late. As for the dozen or so students who had 20 points deducted for being late, their faces were extremely ugly. There were a total of 1,156 students from freshman to senior year in Magic City. What you see here is the top 100 list of Magic City's martial arts students, and every month the school will give out points to the top 100 students according to their rankings. At this time, Wang Hao also looked at the display. First place, Xiu Hongguan, Martial General 9 stars, senior student, rewarded with 1,000 points. Second place, Zhang Wentian, Martial General 9 stars, senior student, rewarded with 990 points. Third place, Su Rue, 8 stars of the Martial General, junior student, rewarded with 980 points. Fourth place, Shangguan Yunzi, Martial General 7 stars, senior student, awarded 970 points. 100th place, Hu Xiao, Martial Artist 7 star, sophomore, awarded 10 points. Each place is separated by 10 points. Every month, Mordor Martial Arts University provided 50,000 points of resources to this top 100 list, still focusing more on putting resources to the top 100 students. There were mostly senior and junior students on this list, and only sophomores were on the list in the back 30. Wang Hao also saw the senior sister Yuanin that he had met at the Pharmacist Association on the rankings, and she was ranked 36th, with a 4-star martial general strength. Some 3-star martial generals were ranked higher than her, and it looked like Sister Yu was still mainly focused on potions and wasn't very good at fighting. Lu Zhigua let 10 students enter the playground. These are the 10 students who ranked between the 60th and 100th. All of you who got into the Magic Martial Arts University consider yourselves geniuses. I'll give you the opportunity to challenge them. If you succeed in the challenge, you can replace their rankings. Lu Zhigua had originally prepared the students after 70 to appear, but for fear of Shen Yunmeng defeating them over the top, he had specially selected a senior student who was at the peak of the 1st star of the Martial General to press the issue. Next to the sophomore students we're talking about, it seems that this freshman class has a few fierce people. Even let the 61st ranked Zhang Pin come out to press the battlefield. He is the strength of the peak of the 1st star of the Martial Arts General. The freshmen in the playground looked at the above 10 students who were at least 7 stars above the strength of a martial arts master, and for a while there was no one to challenge them. Most of them hadn't even reached the martial master level during everyone's martial arts exams, so how could they challenge the martial master 7 stars now? I'll do it. The mentors and students turned around to see that it was Shen Yunmeng who had chosen to challenge a senior sister with 8 stars of martial master. This school sister was ranked 90th, and when she saw the new student challenge herself, she was also stunned, not expecting the new student to challenge herself. Although she was ranked 90th, she was a strong person at the peak of the 8th star of martial master. Thinking that he had just entered the Magic City Martial University himself was also the strength of a martial apprentice 9 stars, he didn't have this high profile back then. Humph. Since senior sister wants to ask for advice, then senior sister will give you a lesson first. This school sister snorted coldly and drew out the standardized iron sword in her hand. After everyone made way for a competition area, Shen Yunmeng and this school sister saluted each other. A tutor announced the official start of the competition. The senior sister held the long knife with both hands, her body moved and instantly disappeared in place, and the next moment appeared beside Shen Yunmeng. The long knife slashed at Shen Yunmeng's body with a harsh astral wind. What a fast speed! Wang Hao's eyes stared. This female schoolmate's speed was very fast in her class, so it was evident that anyone who could make it to the top 100 list of the Magic City Martial University had a brush of their own. Looking at the long knife close at hand, Shen Yunmeng was not the least bit afraid. Her right hand clenched her glove and blasted her fist at the standardized iron blade that her sister had swung at her. Bang! A loud noise was made. The schoolmate was shaken back a few steps. Eyes filled with surprise, she looked at Shen Yunmeng. It was unthinkable that the new student had blocked her full force attack. Wang Hao's eyes were also a little bit fuzzy. Shen Yunmeng was actually a Martial Master 7 star. He himself wouldn't have been able to reach Martial Master 7 stars without the help of the system. Worthy of being the famous genius girl of the Kyoto base. Chapter 62, Challenging a Top 100 Ranking Senior. It seems like we've met a formidable enemy. The schoolmate took a deep breath, adjusted her state, and once again attacked Shin Yunming. Shin Yunming still blocked the move, then blasted another punch at the schoolmate's chest. The senior sister hurriedly dodged, but was still half a beat slower. Her chest took a smothering punch from Shin Yunming, and her body flew backwards. The schoolmate landed on the ground, blood spilled from the corner of her mouth, covering her painful chest, and stood up. I lost. The crowd was in an uproar. They didn't expect the freshman to pick off the 90th ranked person on their first day. When Wang Hao saw Shin Yunming's victory, he also secretly sighed, worthy of being a genius, he really still has 2 tricks up his sleeve. The tutors on the stands also wanted to recruit Shin Yunming under their tutelage when they saw her performance. Not only was Shin Yunming's talent strong, but she was also able to get in touch with the Shin family in Kyoto, which was still a strong temptation for some tutors. Wang Hao was also hesitating whether to challenge Martial Master 9 Stars or Zhang Pin, but saw that some of the seniors were still sizing up Su Xian and Lin Yuro. One had to be strong to show strength, and the weak had no say in the Magic City Martial Arts University. Not only can you get more resources by showing strength yourself, others will harass Lin Yueliang and Su Xian less. Wang Hao walked out of the crowd of freshmen and cupped his fists to Zhang Pin. Senior, I want to challenge you. The entire crowd was in an uproar. Is he crazy? Challenging Zhang Pin is a 1-star martial general. He must be out of his mind. There's an unbridgeable gulf between a 1-star martial general and a 3-star martial master. I wonder what Zhang Pin will do with him. I think he should be scrapped so that he knows the heights of heaven. This kid is too arrogant. Is this freshman out of his mind? Everyone looked at Wang Hao, thinking that Wang Hao was simply looking for death. Zhang Pin was a 1-star martial general and was the highest ranked of these 10 martial artists. Zhang Pin froze. Who are you? Wang Hao said indifferently, my name is Wang Hao, and I want to challenge you. Ha ha, joke, who are you to challenge me? You freshmen really don't know the heights of heaven. Zhang Pin said loudly. Zhang Pin's words caused the others to agree. That's right, do you know what you're doing? Challenging a 1-star martial general and threatening to challenge Zhang Pin. How ignorant. Hearing the mocking voices around her, Lin Yuro worriedly grabbed Wang Hao's arm. Don't be impulsive. Lin Yuro's voice was very soft, but the people around her heard it, and were instantly curious about Lin Yuro and Wang Hao's relationship. Zhang Pin was also looking at Wang Hao, waiting for him to reply. Wang Hao smiled faintly, it's fine. When Lin Yuro heard Wang Hao's words, she couldn't help but let go of her grip on Wang Hao's sleeve. Looking at Wang Hao's resolute side face, her heartbeat accelerated without knowing how, and her cheeks flushed. Hua Ming looked at Wang Hao surprisingly challenging the martial general 1-star, and instantly his jaw dropped. Big brother, aren't we all neighbors across the street? How come you went and challenged a martial general 1-star? Lu Zhigua and the group of tutors also froze. This Zhang Pin appearance was used for the finale just in case, for fear that Shin Yunming would challenge him beyond the rank. The intention was to polish the sharpness of the new students. This is also the default rule of the Magic City Martial Arts University over the years. After all, those who got into the Magic City Martial Arts University are all local geniuses. Who knew that Wang Hao was an anomaly? Isn't Wang Hao a D-grade apothecary? What is the strength? Vice President Lu Zhigua inquired. Wang Hao was a martial master 1-star during the Jiangnan martial examination test. Director of Instruction Zhang Haitao hurriedly replied. Isn't this nonsense? Hurry up and give the referee a good greeting and take care of Wang Hao. This is a D-ranked pharmacist, the highest in our school currently is E-ranked pharmacist Yuanin. Don't let Wang Hao get seriously injured. Wang Hao was holding a standardized iron sword, and for a student competition, Wang Hao was not so bad as to take out the rhythmic frost sword. Zhang Pin, on the other hand, took out a standardized iron sword and said, Schoolmate, pay attention to protecting yourself and don't get too badly injured. Thank you senior, you too. Wang Hao rushed towards Zhang Pin after saying that, and the two standardized weapons clashed together, sparks splashing and clanking. Zhang Pin's eyes narrowed, the power in his hands doubled, and each of the two men retreated back 5 or 6 meters. Zhang Pin felt a numbness in his arm and was shocked in his heart. What a strong power, no wonder this schoolmate dares to challenge himself. Seeing that the first match between the two sides was actually a draw, the entire crowd of onlookers were again shocked. Is Zhang Pin letting off steam? Unlike, Wang Hao has unexpectedly reached the 7th star of Martial Master, but the most crucial thing is that Wang Hao's physical strength and quality is actually on par with Zhang Pin, a 1-star martial general. A tutor on the stands could see that Wang Hao's physical qualities were not weaker than Zhang Pin's. Again! Wang Hao once again rushed towards Zhang Pin, and the two standardized weapons once again clashed together. The two once again retreated 5 or 6 meters. This scene stunned the sophomores and juniors into a tie. Wang Hao's strength surprised everyone. Was this a freshman who had just enrolled? Freshman's strength was so strong now. How was this possible? Zhang Pin snorted coldly. At this moment, he finally erupted with the aura of a 1-star martial general, and an intense pressure swept over him. The surrounding freshmen were forced to continuously retreat by this pressure. Wang Hao also exploded his aura and went straight for Zhang Pin. Boom! The two weapons collided fiercely, and Wang Hao was knocked back a few consecutive steps and spat out a mouthful of blood. Wang Hao wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth. The quality of true essence of a one-star martial general was indeed higher than that of a martial master. If he hadn't been because of the flood blood emperor technique, the true essence of an ordinary martial master technique wouldn't have been able to resist the true essence of a martial general. The key was that a martial general could use his true essence to form armor around his body compared to a martial master. Wang Hao had to use a D grade or higher martial skill to penetrate this armor. Zhang Pin was very satisfied when he saw that he had forced Wang Hao to spit out blood. Senior, you are still too young. Wang Hao took a deep breath and directly used the third style of the C-grade intermediate Red Sun sword technique, Red Sun Slash. Red-colored flames burned, blazing as if it was going to burn everything, lunging at Zhang Pin with a scorching wave of air. Everyone in the surroundings was startled by Wang Hao's attack. What kind of sword technique is this? It's terrifying. Some of the instructors in the podium actually stood up and said, surprisingly, it's a C-rank martial skill, the bottom is deep enough. Zhang Pin's brows furrowed. Sensing the danger, he hurriedly revolved his body's true essence, forming a layer of lime green armor that enveloped his body. Rumbling, Wang Hao's Red Sun Slash struck Zhang Pin's true essence armor, erupting with a loud noise, and the entire ring trembled and dust flew. Rumble! There was a loud bang, and fire shot out in all directions. With a pft, Zhang Pin spat out a mouthful of blood, and his entire body was struck by lightning, staggering a few steps and almost falling down. Chapter 63, Worshipping the Old Dean. Wang Hao retrieved the Red Sun Slash. Only then did Zhang Pin slow down and wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, his heart filled with fear. How terrifying was the power of the sword technique just now. If not for Wang Hao's timely retraction, he was afraid that he would be seriously injured. I lost, heartily. Everyone froze. A one-star martial general powerhouse had lost to a freshman. The referee also froze for a moment. Just now, the director of instruction gave himself a greeting to try his best to preserve Wang Hao, who knew that the one who failed was actually Zhang Pin. Lu Zhigua and a group of instructors from the Magic City Martial Arts University also froze, although a fight between martial arts masters level might not count for much in their eyes. But for a freshman to pick off someone on the Magic City Martial University's top 100 list just after enrollment was something that hadn't happened in many years, and for it to happen twice today, Wang Hao was even more shocking to the school's leaders than Shen Yunmeng. Is there anyone else to challenge? Perhaps inspired by Wang Hao, a few more freshmen on the playground came forward one after another, but they were all defeated by a single move. The sophomores and juniors who were watching were also relieved in their hearts. Fortunately, there were only two demonic newcomers. If all the freshmen were of this strength, then they, the old students, would have no face to hang around. This top 100 list represents the top students of the Magic City Martial Arts University, being killed by two new students one after another. The old students are also losing face. Lu Zhigua looked at the more than 20 tutors and said, there are a total of 300 freshmen, how do you pick them? With a total of 300 students, each tutor would have to take an average of a dozen students. Mentors pick the students, and the students get to pick the mentors. The 24 tutors looked at each other, and one of the female tutors stood up and said, of the new students this time, I would like to pick Shen Yunmeng as my student. Another old man with a long beard on the other hand immediately interrupted after hearing this, I also want to pick Shen Yunmeng. This is the last class of students I'm taking, and I also want to find a student with strong talent as a shut-in disciple. A middle-aged man then stepped forward, since you guys are competing for Shen Yunmeng, I'll take a loss and accept Wang Hao. The middle-aged man's words instantly caused the rest of the tutors present to object. Li Wenfeng, aren't you thinking too highly of yourself? I'm afraid you're not qualified to teach Wang Hao. That's right, I think Shen Yunmeng is more suitable to be my close disciple. No way. Wang Hao must belong to me. Wang Hao should belong to me, I am also a pharmacist. There was much talk and arguing. The crowd argued and argued and argued and argued until the end of the day they couldn't decide who would be Shen Yunmeng and Wang Hao's mentor. The students in the playground were also envious when they saw that the mentors actually argued over Wang Hao and Shen Yunmeng. Guoming said enviously to Wang Hao, geniuses are meat and potatoes wherever they go. Wang Hao, on the other hand, was well aware that if it wasn't for the help of the system, he wouldn't have been able to be competed for by many tutors. Lu Zhigua suddenly said, you guys stop arguing and let the new students see the joke. Then let Shen Yunmeng and Wang Hao decide who will be their mentor. Hearing Li Wenfeng's words, the crowd immediately fell silent. Shen Yunmeng was a genius girl with great potential and a deep background. As for Wang Hao, his soul force talent was strong, and he currently seemed to have a strong cultivation talent and compatibility. Shen Yunmeng didn't open her mouth for a moment, and Wang Hao didn't speak either. After all, he wasn't familiar with the Mordor tutor. Choosing one tutor was going to offend 20 other tutors. At that moment, the white-haired old man voiced, in that case, I will go first. Zhao Yuan, Martial Marquis 8-star, specializes in using guns. This is the last class of students I brought up, and I will definitely teach them all. Li Wenfeng stood up and said, my name is Li Wenfeng, Martial Marquis 6 stars, specializing in using fists. And the other female tutor's white clothes fluttered with an immortal aura. My name is Yi Jingxian, Martial Marquis 5 stars, specializing in using the sword. After saying that, Tutor Yi also deliberately glanced at Shin Yunmeng. My name is Chun Wenhai, Martial Marquis 2 star, but I'm a C-grade pharmacist. I can refine potions for students and teach them the experience of refining potions. Chen Wenhai then turned his gaze to Wang Hao. The crowd was once again stunned when they heard the words of the several tutors. A powerhouse of the level of Martial Marquis was a big shot in the local area. I didn't expect that all of them would fight over the acceptance of an apprentice today. Right at this moment, an old man came in from outside the playground, and as soon as Vice Dean Lu Jigua saw the old man, he hurriedly greeted him. Old Dean, why did you come over today? Haven't you been recuperating? The old man said, why, can't I come over? Lu Jigua accompanied with a smile and said, of course you can, you are the old dean of the Magic City Wushu University, which part of this school you can't go to? The old dean walked over to Shin Yunmeng and said, little niece, your grandfather and I once fought side by side. This time, your grandfather entrusted me to accept you as his disciple, how about it? Who let me have this life saved by your grandfather? The old man's name is Lin. Your grandfather calls me Old Man Lin. I was seriously injured when I went to the other side of the ground passage before and have been recuperating. Before that, he was a peak 9-star martial king, so he should be qualified to be your teacher. After hearing that Dean Lin was actually at the peak of martial king, the students present all sucked in cold air. The strength of a martial marquis was already strong enough. The existence of a peak martial king was simply unimaginable. Are you willing to be my disciple? Shin Yunmeng smiled and nodded in agreement. Elder Lin patted Shin Yunmeng's shoulder, revealing a satisfied expression. Then he turned to Wang Hao. In addition to being a martial artist, I'm also a Class A apothecary. How about it? Are you willing to worship me as a teacher as well? Wang Hao was also shocked when he heard that Elder Lin was actually a Class A pharmacist, worthy of being the old dean of the Magic City Martial Arts University. This was even higher than the rank of the vice president of the Magic City Pharmacist Association, and Wang Hao also nodded his head in agreement. The two of you will be my close disciples. In a few days you'll go to the villa at the very back of the teaching area and come find me. Afterward, old Dean Lin left. Holy, Shin Yunmeng and Wang Hao are so lucky. The two of them will have an unlimited future in the future. Alas, how come I'm not the one being looked at? You? Look in the mirror. You think the old dean randomly recruits students? That's a peak martial king powerhouse. The crowd was envious of Wang Hao's and Shin Yunmeng's chances, and there was a lot of talk. Afterwards, Director of Instruction Zhang Haitao arranged the new students under the names of their mentors respectively. Su Xian and Lin Yuro were under Yi Jingxian's name, while Guo Ming was under Li Wenfeng's name. After the dismissal, Lin Yuro spoke to Wang Hao. Let's go to the Magic Capital Martial Arts University's Merit Law Pavilion to take a look. Both Su Xian and I are about to break through the martial apprenticeship to become martial masters, and we need to pick an attribute merit law. Wang Hao and the others arrived at the Magic Capital Martial University's Merit Law Pavilion. The Gong Fa Pavilion building had 3 floors and was ancient and grand, full of history. A stone lion was erected on each side of the entrance of the Merit Law Pavilion, majestic and incomparable. Chapter 64, The Pavilion of Merit Laws. There were also 2 old men guarding the entrance inside the Merit Law Pavilion, and the old men were wearing white robes. According to the online novels that Wang Hao had read before, these 2 old men should both be the hidden powerhouses of the Magic Capital Martial Arts University. May I ask, are you 2 the seniors guarding the Feats and Techniques Pavilion? An elder said, what's the matter? Wang Hao said, seniors, I'm a freshman from the Magic City Martial Arts University. My classmates and I are going to the Merit Law Pavilion to pick an attribute merit law that suits us, so I hope you 2 seniors will allow it. The 2 elders nodded in agreement. When Wang Hao heard the 2 old men agree, he entered the Merit Law Pavilion with Lin Yuro Su Xian. At this moment, a staff member walked over and introduced, you are freshmen, right? According to the rules, you can only pick out feats below C grade on the first floor, C grade feats and secret books on the second floor, and C grade and above on the third floor. One could only see a wide array of books placed within the entire first layer of the Merit Law Pavilion, which took up the entire first layer of space. At this time, there were also quite a few new students who couldn't wait to rush over to select their merit laws. For Wang Hao, who possessed the S-Class Gongfu Flood Blood Emperor Gong, Wang Hao did not need the Gongfu here. However, Wang Hao also understood that without the help of the system, he would have come to look for a suitable merit law for himself in the Mordor Wood Merit Law Pavilion just like Su Xian. The price of a D-grade martial skill was around 10 million alliance coins, while the value of a D-grade merit law was even higher. Even if Lin Yuro had the backing of the Lin Group, she wasn't just casually taking out tens of millions of alliance coins to purchase a feat. Moreover, Lin Yuro's parents had spent tens of millions of dollars, and the gongfu they purchased wasn't necessarily more suitable for them than the one they had picked from the Magic City Martial Arts University. The Magic City Martial Arts University had been established for so many years, and had included many techniques, from which Lin Yuro could completely pick out a water technique that suited her. Wang Hao, on the other hand, was looking to see if there were any martial arts that suited him. Ding, the host can go to view the secret book with serial number 1270. The system's voice suddenly sounded in Wang Hao's mind. The system was prompting himself, were there still gems left on the first floor? Wang Hao hurried to the secret book with serial number 1270. Breath convergence technique, great unknown, currently only the first layer. It is estimated that there are a total of 3 layers to the technique, which can hide one's breath and true essence fluctuations. When the first layer is cultivated to its fullest, martial artists below the level of martial marquis will not be able to discover their whereabouts. This was a good auxiliary martial skill, but it was a pity that there was only the first layer, but since the system prompted him, the following 2 layers could perhaps be obtained by completing bounty quests. Wan Hao fed his true essence into the energy shield and took out the first layer of the breath convergence technique. At this time, Lin Yueliang and Su Xian also picked out their own techniques. Lin Yuro picked a D-ranked high-level water technique, while Su Xian picked a D-ranked middle-level wood technique. After picking, Wang Hao and the others went to the Magic City Martial Arts University cafeteria. The cafeteria had 2 floors. The first floor was the general area, in which the meals were definitely considered delicious in the eyes of ordinary people, and were free of charge for students. The second level, on the other hand, required spending points to purchase. The food was somewhat similar to the texture of the magical beast meat that the Bison Squad had eaten in the clubhouse last time, which was helpful for boosting true essence. New students simply couldn't afford to spend money on the second level, and Wang Hao and the others hadn't gotten their student cards yet, so they didn't have any points yet. Even though Wang Hao had replaced Zheng Pin as the 61st in the top 100 list, the points could only be distributed at the beginning of September. After eating, Lin Yueliang Su Xian couldn't wait to return to the dormitory to practice the selected techniques. Wang Hao also had no choice but to go back to his room first to practice the convergence technique. Wang Hao studied the information of the breath convergence technique, which was a necessary auxiliary technique for him to sneak into the magical beast territory in the future. According to the information of the first level, Wang Hao gradually hid his breath and true essence fluctuation. As the night went by, Wang Hao finally figured out some of the doorways of the breath convergence technique. This was the time when Wang Hao received a text message that his student card was ready to be picked up. Wang Hao got his student card and realized that there were only 50 points in it, and the reward for a successful challenge would have to be issued in early September. Wang Hao first couldn't wait to head to the Aura Tower. The Aura Tower had 10 floors and was the most conspicuous building in the entire Magic City Martial Arts University. There were formations operating on each floor, and all of them contained a rich heaven and earth aura. Wang Hao walked up, and the staff of the Aura Tower introduced to Wang Hao, "You are now a martial master strength, and you can go to the first, second, and third floors of the Aura Tower to cultivate. These correspond to the 3 stages of a martial master, and the charges are different. 1 point per hour for the first level, 2 points per hour for the second level, and 4 points per hour for the third level. But you remember, it's not the higher the tier that's better. Although the higher the layer, the higher the degree of aura, it is also more demanding on your body and true essence. There have been students who forced themselves to go to higher tiers to cultivate, and due to the speed of aura absorption, their meridians ruptured and they were unable to cultivate, so please take your strength into account. Which layer are you going to cultivate now?" Wang Hao was not clear about the Aura Tower situation for the time being and said, "I'll first cultivate on the second floor for an hour." Wang Hao arrived at the first level of the Aura Tower and found that not only were there many freshmen here, but many sophomores and juniors were also practicing here. Wang Hao felt the level of aura on the first floor, and it was 30% higher than the concentration of aura outside. Wang Hao came to the second layer, and the degree of aura on the second layer was 50% higher than the concentration of aura outside. Each room on the second level was a bit larger than the first, and Wang Hao found a room. He began to run up the Flood Blood Emperor technique to absorb the aura, and immediately, the majestic aura came towards Wang Hao and was absorbed. Wang Hao continued to absorb, and the spiritual chi continued to pour in. Wang Hao running the Flood Blood Emperor technique absorbed the spiritual chi very quickly, and Wang Hao felt that the true essence in his body was becoming more and more abundant, and his true essence was increasing 50% faster than usual. An hour later, Wang Hao opened his eyes, and a joyful look appeared on his face. Wang Hao felt that although the second layer had greatly improved his cultivation speed, it had not reached Wang Hao's limit. Wang Hao was ready to cultivate at the third level of the Aura Tower. The concentration of the third layer was 80% higher than the concentration of aura in the outside world. Wang Hao walked to the entrance of the third floor and registered to the entrance staff that he wanted to cultivate for 2 hours. Wang Hao entered the third floor and saw that the centermost room was empty, so he prepared to go there. Although the third level charged the same rate, there was still a slight difference between each level due to it being a formation arrangement. Generally speaking, the centermost room was near the eye of the formation and had the highest concentration of aura within the same floor, thus it was also the room that many students grabbed. Wang Hao saw someone practicing in the middle room on the second floor, so he didn't bother. When he saw the spare room in the middle of the third floor, he did not hesitate to enter the cultivation. The sophomore next to him saw, this freshman doesn't know the rules. Don't you know that the room in the middle of this third floor is for Shangguan Yunmeng, the famous little chili pepper of Mordor Martial Arts University? Looks like there's going to be a good show in a while. Chapter 65 Aura Tower Clash. Wang Hao was running the Flood Blood Emperor technique to cultivate at the Aura Tower. The Flood Blood Emperor technique was worthy of being an S-class technique, absorbing aura at an extremely alarming rate, dominating all the surrounding aura. The students on the third floor obviously felt the spiritual chi surging towards the room in the center, and were instantly somewhat annoyed. However, they thought it was Shangguan Yunmeng practicing, and didn't dare to rashly go up and ask for trouble. The tutor on the third floor also sensed the abnormality, but when he saw that it was Wang Hao cultivating, he didn't have the heart to disturb. In the past 2 days, the matter of Wang Hao and Shen Yunmeng being accepted as close disciples by the retired old dean was spreading like wildfire in the Magic City Martial Arts University. How could a genius be called a genius without anomalies? And the tutor was too embarrassed to disturb Wang Hao's cultivation. He didn't want to cross paths with the old principal shut-in disciple for the time being. Wang Hao had been practicing for an hour. Suddenly a dainty voice sounded outside the door, "Hey! Why are you running into my room? Get out!" This was followed by a hard and forceful knock on the door. Wang Hao instantly woke up from his state of immersion. Wang Hao thought to himself, "Who is so unqualified? Don't you know that you can't be disturbed during cultivation?" Wang Hao opened the door of the cultivation room, only to see that the leader was a woman wearing a long red dress. The woman had a melon face, willow leaf eyebrows, cherry lips, fair and delicate skin, firm and plump breasts, and a waist that was full, making her look graceful and elegant, and her body was hot to the core. Then a fragrant wind floated, a red shadow flashed. Wang Hao hastily dodged to avoid the foot. "How did you sneak up on me?" Wang Hao asked. "Wow! Isn't that Shangguan Yunmeng? Why did she attack that freshman? Does it mean that freshman offended her?" The students on the sidelines were murmuring. "This freshman is too bold, isn't he, to have angered little Pepper? He'll have a good time later." The surrounding students murmured, their eyes focusing on Wang Hao. "How dare you dodge? Let's see if I don't kick you into disrepair today and let you know how powerful I, Shangguan Yunmeng, am." Shangguan Yunmeng heard the crowd talking about herself and became even angrier, raising her leg and kicking towards Wang Hao again. Snap! Wang Hao grabbed Shangguan Yunmeng's ankle. "Let go!" Shangguan Yunmeng shouted as she struggled. Wang Hao loosened his grip. Shangguan Yunmeng stood up straight and let out a cold snort as she threw a punch at Wang Hao. Wang Hao had taken precautions and dodged lightly, his right hand turned into a palm and slapped on Shangguan Yunmeng's chest. Shangguan Yunmeng immediately flew out backwards and fell to the ground. When Shangguan Yunmeng saw that Wang Hao had attacked her breasts, she gritted her teeth and rushed forward again as she stomped on Wang Hao. Wang Hao reached out and pulled Shangguan Yunmeng's jade foot, then pushed it, and Shangguan Yunmeng fell to the ground once again. Shangguan Yunmeng lay on the ground, covering her jade leg and moaning. "The cultivation room doesn't have your name written on it. First come, first served. You shouldn't feel free to disturb other people's cultivation. You wait, I'll find someone to take revenge. Don't run if you have the guts." Shangguan Yunmeng limped out of the Aura Tower, still using one hand to protect her injured chest. "Brother, don't you know where this girl comes from?" A junior senior next to him kindly reminded Wang Hao. "What's coming? This girl's name is Shangguan Yunmeng, a famous little chili pepper of the Magic City Martial Arts University. The jewel of the Shangguan family in Mordor, Shangguan Yunza, who was ranked 4th on the Mordor Martial University's top 100 list, is her brother. Her brother shouldn't be looking for you, he's participating in the selection of Chinese martial artists for the World Youth Competition. But she should have quite a few followers, so you should hide for a while." Wang Hao thanked the senior for his reminder and then continued to cultivate in his room. Wang Hao had spent 8 points to cultivate for 2 hours, and there was still an hour left on the clock. When Wang Hao finished his cultivation, he walked out of the door of the Aura Tower. He saw Shangguan Yunmeng and a man standing in the doorway. The man was wearing a white tracksuit, with a well-proportioned and slender figure and a smile at the corner of his mouth. When Shangguan Yunmeng saw Wang Hao come out, she immediately pointed at him and cursed, "Stinking rascal! You finally came out." Shangguan Yunmeng's big beautiful eyes glared at Wang Hao, itching to swallow him alive. "You are Wang Hao?" The man smiled. "I am Wang Hao, why?" The man's smile remained unchanged. "I'm Li Wei, a 2-star martial general, and I'm Shangguan Yunza's brother." The man walked over to Wang Hao and said, "How did you provoke her? Let's do it this way, you hurt someone else, how about making amends and apologizing?" "Oh? She barged into my cultivation room, disturbed my cultivation, and threatened me, saying she would find someone to clean me up, so I still have to apologize to her?" Wang Hao said indifferently. Seeing that Wang Hao did not give him face, the man frowned. "In that case, it's not my fault?" The man sighed helplessly. "You can ask her if you don't believe me. I just came to Mordor Wudu University and didn't have a grudge against anyone," Wang Hao said. "Shangguan Yunmeng, what do you say?" the man asked. "Of course it's to beat him up and teach him a lesson," Shangguan Yunmeng said viciously. "Since you're not willing to apologize, then I'll teach you a lesson for Shangguan Yunmeng. I hope you don't hold a grudge." Li Wei had no choice but to speak to Wang Hao helplessly. Competition is fine, but can it be a week later? You don't want to spread the reputation of bullying freshmen. Li Wei glanced at Shangguan Yunmeng, who did not object, so Li Wei nodded in agreement. Good. Then let's make an appointment to compete at the school's martial arts practice ground a week later. It's a deal. Wang Hao promised. Well then, farewell. Li Wei arched his hand and cupped his fist as he turned to leave. Stinking rascal. I'll make you look good when next week comes. Shangguan Yunmeng even shouted as she was leaving. After Shangguan Yunmeng finished speaking, she also left. Wang Hao returned to his dormitory, and half an hour later Guoming knocked on the door. Big brother, you're really something. I heard that you had a date with Li Wei, who was ranked 49 on the 100-strong list. Wang Hao shrugged his shoulders. He was just honestly cultivating, but he had gotten into this matter. If Shangguan Yunmeng had a better attitude, he wouldn't have had this conflict. The strength of a 2-star martial general could not be underestimated. At this time, Lin Yuro also called Wang Hao. I heard that you made a date with Li Wei in order to pursue Shangguan Yunmeng? Let me tell you, Su Xian is also listening to the call next to her. Listening to the somewhat jealous voice on the other end of the phone, Wang Hao hurriedly explained, this is a misunderstanding. It's Shangguan Yunmeng who provoked first. She has such a hot temper. How can she be as gentle as you two? Then why did you make a date with Li Wei? Lin Yuro asked suspiciously. Shangguan Yunmeng looked for Li Wei to stand up to him before I dueled him. Then are you confident? Li Wei is ranked 49 on the 100-strong ranking. Don't worry, your man is very powerful. Wang Hao said proudly. Lin Yuro's cheeks blushed as she pouted. Bah, who's your woman? Hanging up the phone, Wang Hao secretly thought in his heart, I must raise my strength as soon as possible, or else this battle will still be a bit difficult. Today was August 30th, and as soon as the points for the 100-strong ranking arrived on September 1st, he would immediately go to the Reiki Tower to cultivate. Chapter 66, Sword Power. The next day, Shin Yunmeng came outside Wang Hao's house. Today, Shin Yunmeng was still wearing a light blue dress, her black shiny hair was draped over her shoulders, her exquisite and absolutely beautiful pretty face, and her fair and delicate skin revealed the luster of unlimited youthful vigor. Knocked on the door. Wang Hao had just recovered from his cultivation state when he saw Shin Yunmeng standing in the doorway and said, Are you going to look for teacher together? Shin Yunmeng nodded. After Wang Hao washed up, he and Shin Yunmeng went to the place where the faculty members were staying. After explaining the situation to the doorman, the two of them entered the faculty area of the Magic City Wushu University. This was a place dedicated to the instructors of the Wu University, and the environment was very beautiful, with green trees and flowers all over the place. A single house was arranged in a staggered and orderly manner, and there was an open lawn in front of each house. After walking for about half a quarter of an hour, the duo finally arrived at the innermost house. Only to see the white-haired old dean was tending to the flowers and plants in the courtyard, and when he saw the two of them arrive, he stopped fiddling with the flowers and plants. Shin Yunmeng, you attack me with your fist technique. The old man said to Shin Yunmeng with a big smile. Teacher, please teach me more. Before the words fell, Shin Yunmeng stepped violently on the soles of her feet, then swung her fists violently, her figure rushing towards the old man like an arrow. Only hearing a loud bang, Shin Yunmeng was sent flying several meters away. Unconvinced, Shin Yunmeng continued to attack with her fists. Bang, the teacher lightly reached out and blocked this attack from Shin Yunmeng. Seeing that a move was blocked back, Shin Yunmeng hurriedly changed her stance and attacked again. Teacher looked at Shin Yunmeng with a smile and let Shin Yunmeng attack. After a few failed attacks, Shin Yunmeng gave up. Teacher, you're too powerful, I lost. Shin Yunmeng said with a bitter smile. You focus too much on the rigidity of boxing. You have to remember that although boxing is about being courageous, you can't just pursue rigidity, but should be dexterous and versatile. This is a C-grade high-level martial art Shen's Taijiquan. It should be helpful to you. Yes, teacher. Thank you for your guidance. Yunmeng has benefited greatly. Shin Yunmeng bowed and said. Elder Dean Lin turned to Wang Hao and said, I watched your last fight with Zhang Pin, and you have a strong talent for swordsmanship. But you need to learn to comprehend your own sword momentum. You haven't integrated your sword momentum into your own sword technique yet. Wang Hao respectfully asked, what is sword momentum? Sword momentum, the most important thing is to master the mood of the sword technique. For example, the burning world chop that you chopped out in your last battle, you only focused on the sword skill's power while you ignored the temperature of the flame itself. That's why you lacked the sword momentum of the. For you to understand the power contained in the red sun flame, I suggest you observe the nature of the flame more. See, when you have thoroughly comprehended the properties of the flames and combined your sword intent with that flame, then you will already have the initial form of sword power. The heart follows the sword, the intention follows the sword. Only when the intention follows the heart is the sword momentum truly integrated into the sword technique. That's when your sword power can reach its peak, otherwise your sword power will be nothing more than paper mache, and when you meet a strong opponent, you will collapse at the touch of a button. Old Dean Lin patiently explained. Thank you, Elder Lin, for the reminder. I'll make a note of it. Wang Hao said seriously. Wang Hao understood that due to the sword intent talent given by the system, he had mastered sword techniques very quickly, and there was an increase in the power of sword techniques. Wang Hao had previously comprehended the intent when he mastered the D-grade high-level Blood Cloud sword technique. However, for the C-grade middle-rank Red Sun sword technique and the A-grade high-rank Purple Emperor sword technique, Wang Hao had not fully grasped their intent, nor had he thoroughly utilized the power of the two sword techniques. When he finished teaching the sword techniques, old Dean Lin spoke to Wang Hao again. "You'll first refine a potion today, and I'll see how your basic skills are. Your Soul Force talent is good. I can see that you're going to reach the Soul Force standard for a C-grade apothecary soon. The medicinal herbs are available in the storage room of my house, so go pick them out." Wang Hao picked a D-grade advanced bone-quenching reagents medicinal herbs from the house storeroom. Elder Lin glanced at it and laughed. "So confident that you're sure you can succeed in one go?" Wang Hao entered the room where Lin Lao was refining the potion and was immediately attracted by Lin Lao's Dan furnace. The Dan furnace was 3 meters tall, occupying 1/3 of the entire room, red in color and exuding an ancient and heavy atmosphere. The top of the furnace was carved with a 4-clawed golden dragon pattern, and the furnace emitted a faint red light, appearing mysterious and extraordinary. Lin Lao looked at Wang Hao's surprised appearance and said somewhat, "How about it, young man? Envy it. This is an A-grade high-grade Dan furnace. This was snatched by Sensei from the other end of the ground passageway back in the day. An excellent Dan furnace is, like the flame, the most reliable companion of an apothecary." "A snatched over Dan furnace, are there humans on the other side of the ground as well?" Wang Hao questioned. Seemingly knowing that he had spoken the wrong words, Lin Lao was unwilling to say more and directly waved his hand for Wang Hao to go and refine the potion. Wang Hao used the purple spirit flame to quench the herbs into a medicinal liquid. Seeing that Wang Hao was actually using purple fire, Elder Lin was instantly surprised. Purple spirit flame was an exotic fire, and it wasn't that Lin Lao had never seen an exotic fire before, but those were all acquired by strong human martial kings and above on planets on the other side of the ground passage. He didn't expect Wang Hao to possess a purple flame, which really shocked him. However, all genius martial artists had their own secrets, and since Wang Hao was now his own student, Elder Lin didn't intend to ask Wang Hao about his secrets. Half an hour later, Wang Hao was able to control the purple spirit flame to quench the medicinal liquid successfully. "Begin fusion." Wang Hao let out a low shout, and the purple spirit fire burst into flames. The purple spirit flame continuously seared the medicinal juice for fusion, and the light green medicinal liquid gradually took shape as a rich medicinal fragrance filled the entire room. The refining and fusion steps had long been memorized by Wang Hao, so there wasn't the slightest pause in the fusion process. After the fusion of the medicinal liquid was complete, Wang Hao poured the medicinal liquid into a porcelain bottle, took out the jade box and packed it, and handed it to Elder Lin. "Teacher, the medicinal liquid has been refined. You actually possess a purple flame. It seems you have your own chance. Although you succeeded in refining the potion, it's more attributed to your purple flame and strong soul power, and you still lack some of the basics of refining potions and the grasp of fire. I'll correct these deficiencies of yours first, and wait for some time before I systematically train you in pharmacology." Seeing that Elder Lin surprisingly didn't go after his flames, Wang Hao was also relieved. No wonder Elder Dean Lin was so prestigious in the Magic City. For him, the students of the Magic City Martial Arts University were his own children, and it was normal for them to have their own secrets out there, and it was hard for a martial artist without secrets to stand out. It was only at night that Wang Hao and Shen Yunmeng left old Dean Lin's residence. Chapter 67 Martial Master 8 Stars. On the way back, Wang Hao handed Shen Yunmeng the refined grade D bone hardening potion. "Why are you giving it to me?" Shen Yunmeng glanced at Wang Hao and inquired. "We are also under the same division now, we should help each other. Besides, the herbs are also provided by the teacher. This potion can boost your body strength when taken, but the process is a bit painful." Wang Hao replied with a smile. Hearing Wang Hao's words, a sweet smile appeared on Shen Yunmeng's face as she reached out to receive the bone hardening potion and said, "Thank you, Wang Hao." Shen Yunmeng also knew that this bottle of D-grade high-grade potion would sell for several million alliance coins outside. Shen Yunmeng seemed to have thought of something. Her face reddened. Lowering her head, she said, "Don't think you can hit on me just because you sent me the bone hardening potion. I'm not a little girl who hasn't seen the world." Seeing Shen Yunmeng's petulant expression, Wang Hao scratched his head awkwardly. This genius girl's brain circuit was too direct. Wang Hao hemmed and hawed and laughed a few times, saying, "How dare I? I'm still counting on you to cover me." "Humph. That's fine then. I'll go back to my room first to practice the martial arts skills given by my teacher." Shen Yunmeng glared at Wang Hao and said. After separating from Shen Yunmeng, Wang Hao glanced at the time, which was already past 10 in the evening, and prepared to go forward to the Reiki Tower to continue practicing. After deducting 20 points last time, he still had 30 points on his points card. But tomorrow the reward of 410 points would be arriving. Wang Hao was going to go ahead and cultivate for 7 hours. Arriving at the 3rd floor of the Spiritual Power Tower, Wang Hao saw that Shangguan Yunming's room was empty, so he went straight in. The students next to him were no longer surprised when they saw that it was Wang Hao who went in. The appointment between Wang Hao and Li Wei had already spread throughout the school, and for Wang Hao, many thought he was out of his depth. However, there were also students who thought that since Wang Hao was able to defeat Zhang Pin, he didn't necessarily have no chance of winning against Li Wei. Wang Hao didn't pay any attention to the comments of the people around him and went inside the aura tower to start practicing. However, as soon as Wang Hao ran his flood blood emperor technique, the aura of this third level began to converge towards Wang Hao's room. Wang Hao sat on the futon, his mind and spirit united, immersing himself into cultivation. A stream of heat flowed from the dantian and traveled throughout the body, eventually merging into every inch of skin and every pore. In the blink of an eye, 7 hours passed. Wang Hao slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, his eyes flashing with essence. A moment later, Wang Hao collected his true essence and walked out of the room. It was already morning, and today was the first day of the official opening of the Magic City Martial Arts University. Wang Hao first returned to his room to wash up, then entered the auditorium classroom, which was filled with 300 new students. At this time, a female tutor walked in, wearing gold glasses, wearing a black uniform, with a delicate, concave and convex body, with a curved and plump buttocks, a royal lady image. Leads to the bottom of many freshmen gulp saliva. Only to see the female instructor walk in and say, "Quiet, students." Then the female instructor said, "Welcome to our Magic City Martial Arts University. My name is Qin Yuerong, and I am your tutor and part-time homeroom teacher this year." After saying that, she paused for a moment, scanned the stage, and then added, "Classmates, you should know that magical beasts are our greatest enemy. The magical beasts on the blue planet are basically below the level of Battle King level magical beasts, and the Battle King level magical beasts are all on the other side of the planet from our ground passage, and our magic capital base has a passage to another planet. In the beginning, magical beasts above the Battle King level also entered the blue star. However, later on, human talent awakened and a large number of strong people appeared to fight the magical beasts in a bloody battle. In the end, the agreement reached between the human hierarchy and the planet on the other side of the world. The magical beasts above the Battle King level retreated back to their original planets, while the magical beasts below the Battle King level occupied the wild areas of our blue star. At this time, a student raised his hand to ask a question: why didn't the humans drive all the magical beasts back? Qin Yuerong held up her golden eyes. Said, "The content of the agreement at that time was not publicized, and I guess the reasons are probably the following. One is that humans are weaker than magical beasts and cannot take the initiative in negotiations. The second is that low-grade magical beasts reproduce too quickly. The aura of the other planet could not support the survival of so many magical beasts, so these magical beasts below the level of Battle King were left to reproduce in the blue planet. Thirdly, humans also wanted to raise human strength as soon as possible through the magical beasts. Didn't you realize that? The potions and weapons we use are all obtained from the corpses of slain magical beasts. And it's also possible for humans to travel to the other side of the planet through underground passages. When you are a little stronger, you can also enter another planet to hone your skills. Only if humans are constantly strong can we drive the magical beasts out of our homeland completely." The morning's lessons ended soon after, and Wang Hao looked at his student card and realized that the 410 points for the Magic City Martial Arts University's top 100 list had already arrived. For the next 4 days, Wang Hao attended classes during the day, and at night, he spent the night cultivating in the Reiki Tower. Wang Hao returned to his house, spending 160 points on these 4 days of cultivation, which was higher than the sum of the initial points of the 3 new students. Still, the effect was good, and Wang Hao glanced at his aura value, which had reached 7,500 points. It was equivalent to the 500 points of aura value that had been added at the 3rd level of the aura tower these days. Right now, Wang Hao's bank card still had 18 million alliance coins, which was the money that the Bison squad had transferred to themselves after using the D-grade high-grade bone-quenching reagent. Wang Hao silently recited, "Recharging 18 million. Ding, the host has recharged 18 million, and now has a total of 19.2 million kryptonite points." Wang Hao glanced at the system information. Kryptonite value, 19.2 million points. 1 point is equivalent to 1 yuan alliance coin. Gender, male. Age, 18 years. Strength, martial artist 7-star, class D apothecary. Aura value, 7,500 points plus, reaching 10,000 points will allow you to be promoted to martial general. Soul power, 1850 points plus, reaching 2,000 points will allow you to become a C-rank apothecary. Storage space, 1 square meter plus, increase by 1 square meter for every 100 million alliance coins. Use 5 million kryptonite points to raise your aura value to 8,000 points. Right now, Wang Hao's bank card still had 18 million alliance coins, and that was the money that the Bison squad had transferred to themselves after using the bone hardening reagent. Wang Hao silently read in his heart and recharged 18 million. Ding, the host has recharged 18 million alliance coins and now has a total of 18.2 million kryptonite points. Wang Hao was ready to use 5 million kryptonite points to raise his aura value to 8,000 points. Wang Hao closed his eyes and concentrated, running the flood blood emperor technique, controlling the true essence in his body to flow through all parts of his body, and finally stopping at the dantian. Wang Hao let the true essence in his dantian spin up crazily, forming a vortex, and then impacted the barrier of the 8th star of Martial Master. Only a click was heard, and the barrier of the Martial Master 8th star shattered, and the true essence within Wang Hao's body directly tumbled out, surging towards the limbs of his body. Chapter 68 Defeating Li Wei. Wang Hao's skin glowed with a light red light, crystal clear as if it was sheep's fat jade. Wang Hao's tendons were much thicker than before, his veins were clearer, and his muscles became tougher and stronger. After continuing to cultivate for half a day, Wang Hao consolidated his Martial Master 8th star realm. Wang Hao decided to take the D-grade Martial Master reagent. This bottle of D-grade martial artist reagent Wang Hao had acquired as early as the martial apprentice stage, but had never taken it. Taking the Martial Master reagent at the 8th star of Martial Master had the best effect, and could help raise himself to the 9th star of Martial Master. Wang Hao opened the test tube bottle and took a drink of the D-grade Martial Master reagent. Boom! A surge of medicinal power swept through his entire body. Instantly, Wang Hao felt as if he was in the crater of a volcano, sizzling hot, and his body was unbearably hot. Immediately, Wang Hao sat down on his knees and operated the flood blood emperor technique, absorbing the pure energy of the medicinal liquid in his body. Silky white mist emerged from Wang Hao's body. After an hour, all the medicinal power in his body turned into true essence and flowed into the dantian. Wang Hao opened his eyes, a strange color flashed in the depths of his eyes, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He murmured, finally a breakthrough. Martial Master 9 stars. Wang Hao stood up and moved his muscles and bones, feeling the majestic power in his body. Now that he was facing Li Wei, Wang Hao's bottom line was even stronger. At this time, inside the martial arts arena of the Magic City Martial Arts University, many students were watching. Shangguan Yunmeng and Li Wei stood in the middle of the martial arts arena. Shangguan Yunmeng was still wearing her iconic red dress, with long hair draped over her shoulders. Her face was gorgeous, her figure was graceful and alluring, her breasts were full and firm, and her waist was slim and soft. Li Wei had also changed into a set of black power suit, his face looked a bit cold and... Shangguan Yunmeng saw the time. Wang Hao had not yet appeared, so she shouted, "How come Wang Hao is not here yet? Did he run away in fear?" Wang Hao is not that kind of person, he never runs away from a fight. Lin Yuro immediately retorted when she heard Shangguan Yunmeng's words. Li Wei looked at Lin Yuro and was also amazed by her beauty, his heart and mind swirling a bit. "I didn't run away without a fight." Wang Hao directly stepped into the martial arts arena. "You rascal finally showed up. I thought you ran away." Shangguan Yunmeng shouted at Wang Hao. Li Wei gave Wang Hao a salute and said, "I will go all out in this fight, but I won't hurt your life. It's just to take revenge for my brother's sister. After all, before we left, her brother told me to take good care of her, and I don't want her to suffer a bit." Wang Hao nodded and did not say anything to indicate his attitude. He would not apologize to Shangguan Yunmeng, so he could only compete now. Li Wei took out a silver spear, while Wang Hao took out the rhythmic frost sword. Li Wei and Wang Hao both gave each other a cupped fist salute. "School brother, be careful," Li Wei warned, then he swung the silver spear in his hand and stabbed towards Wang Hao. Wang Hao's eyes narrowed slightly as he stomped on the floor with both feet, and his entire body rose up in the air, dodging the silver spear's attack while stabbing at Li Wei with his sword. Li Wei held the silver spear and blocked Wang Hao's sword blade, then the silver spear shook and drove Wang Hao flying out to the side. Li Wei had won a move, and without any hesitation, he pursued the attack, holding the silver spear in his hand, and rushed towards Wang Hao again. Wang Hao operated the Yuan Qi in his body and injected it into the rhythmic frost sword, and an extremely strong aura erupted out. Wang Hao took a step forward and raised the rhyming frost sword in his hand to chop at Li Wei. Li Wei's eyes revealed a trace of gravity, and the silver spear in his hand danced densely to ward off Wang Hao's sword. The rhythmic frost sword slashed against the silver spear, erupting with a loud ringing sound. Li Wei stabilized himself, looked up at Wang Hao, and said, "You've progressed really fast, to think that you've already reached the peak of the 9th star of Martial Master. Last week I sensed that you were still at the strength of Martial Master 7 stars. After taking the D-ranked Martial Master reagent to reach 9 stars, Wang Hao directly used 10 million kryptonite points to raise his strength to the peak of 9 stars of Martial Master. Unfortunately, Wang Hao realized that after reaching the peak of 9 stars of Martial Master, he could not break through to Martial General in a short period of time. School brother, let's continue." Li Wei decided to use his full strength. Instantly, the aura of a 2-star Martial General emanated from within Li Wei's body. When Wang Hao saw Li Wei exerting out the strength of a 2nd-star Martial General, he was also ready to make use of the Red Cloud Sword technique. The rhythmic frost sword flashed with a brilliant light. Wang Hao revved up the Yuan Qi in his body and injected it into the rhyming frost sword, preparing to use the Red Sun Sword technique. Wang Hao remembered Elder Lin's words and carefully felt the sword momentum of the Red Sun Sword technique. Wang Hao used his soul force to carefully feel the temperature of the flames burning, wrapping the Red Sun's flames with his sword intent and slowly fusing them together, making the rhythmic frost sword's flames even hotter. Wang Hao seemed to be transformed into a crimson flame at this moment, domineering, matchless, and suppressing everything. Wang Hao lightly drank, the true essence in his body converged onto the rhythmic frost sword, his figure appeared in front of Li Wei like a ghost, and the sword in his hand slashed fiercely towards Li Wei with a blazing flame. Wang Hao seemed to be transformed into a crimson flame at this moment, domineering, matchless, suppressing everything. Li Wei's face suddenly changed. Wang Hao's sword, which was strangely fast, contained an extremely terrifying aura of flame, and he could only feel the scorching heat, as if his skin was being burned by flames. At this moment, Li Wei's pupils contracted violently, and he hurriedly urged his own true essence to converge on the silver spear. Martial skill, cold ice gun. Li Wei roared, and a silver spear blossomed with dazzling silver light, meeting the sword light shot out by Wang Hao. Rumble! The flames and the silver light collided together and immediately exploded. The terrifying sound of the explosion was deafening. The airwaves from the explosion nearly injured the surrounding students who were onlookers. Poof! Wang Hao sprayed out a mouthful of blood and fell back a few steps before stopping. Li Wei didn't fare well either. Although he barely stopped the explosion, he was also lifted out a few meters by the airwave and fell to the ground. I'm defeated. Li Wei covered his abdomen and spat out a few mouthfuls of bruised blood. His face was pale and incomparably pale, and his eyes revealed a horrified gaze. If Wang Hao hadn't finally withdrawn his hand just now, he might have suffered serious injuries. Shangguan Yunling's pretty face revealed a look of surprise when she saw Li Wei's defeat. Wang Hao's strength far exceeded her expectations, and had actually defeated the 49th rank Li Wei. Wang Hao, are you alright? Lin Yuro asked eagerly when she saw Wang Hao spitting up blood, her beautiful eyes filled with worry. Wang Hao wiped off the blood around his mouth and shook his head. Shangguan Yunmeng, you won't get your brother to fight again, Wang Hao said indifferently. When Shangguan Yunmeng heard Wang Hao's words, her face turned ugly and said, don't be arrogant either. When my brother comes back from the World Youth Competition Chinese martial artist selection, he will definitely want to compete with you. Good, it will take at least next year for your brother to return, I'll wait for him. Wang Hao was not intimidated by Shangguan Yunze, who was a martial general with 7 stars. His own strength at that time next year was not necessarily not as weak as Shangguan Yunze. Shangguan Yunmeng snorted coldly and helped Li Wei leave the ring. Chapter 69, Xian Yuan Sword Code. Wait. Wang Hao called Li Wei to a halt. What's wrong? Give me your student card, I'm going to register it for the school to replace your ranking in the top 100. After hearing Wang Hao's words, Li Wei also simply threw his student card to Wang Hao. Lin Yueliang and Su Xian were also very happy to see Wang Hao gain victory. After Wang Hao gained the victory, the news quickly spread in the Magic City Wushu University. Everyone knew that a fierce man had come out of the freshman class, only enrolled in school for less than a month, and had achieved a top 50 ranking on the 100-strong ranking. And it is also rumored that this freshman also has 2 confidants. Many people were envious and jealous, hating that they didn't have this kind of peach blossom luck or this kind of talent. For a time, the entire Devil's Capital Martial University was abuzz with talk about Wang Hao's name, which was quickly familiarized by many students. It even spread to some of the students at the top of the 100-strong ranking. Wang Hao had also become the most popular figure in this class of freshmen, overpowering the genius girl Shin Yunmeng. However, Wang Hao didn't pay any attention to the outside world's murmurs. After several unsuccessful attempts to break through to Martial General in the house, Wang Hao understood that he would not be able to break through to become a Martial General for the time being. The next day, Wang Hao prepared to head to the 9 great steel diagrams to cultivate. When Wang Hao arrived, he realized that compared to the Merit Pavilion and the Aura Tower, there were much fewer students here at the 9 great tablet map, with only a few scattered students going in to cultivate. The nearby staff of the Mordor Martial University explained that there were quite a few new students who were curious to go in 2 days ago, all thinking that they could enhance their soul power in it, or even comprehend martial arts. But a few hours passed, and there was no gain. Instead of spending points to do useless work here, it would be better to go to the Aura Tower to cultivate. After all, cultivating here was 2 points an hour, and it was perfectly possible to cultivate for an hour on the 2nd level of the Aura Tower. Although cultivating here could raise the soul power, many people simply couldn't get started. Even Yuan Yin, who was known as the school's strongest apothecary, had only comprehended the 3rd stone tablet. Wang Hao looked at the locations of the 9 steel map buildings and delivered the points, charging 2 points an hour. Wang Hao walked towards the place where the 9 steel maps were located. The steel map building place was situated near a lake, which was circular in shape and about 1,000 meters in circumference. There were 9 stone monuments towering around the lake, and each of the 9 monumental diagrams was supported by a huge stone pillar, which was engraved with densely packed symbols. Each of the steel diagrams emitted a faint energy fluctuation, as if there was some kind of mysterious power protecting them. Wang Hao closed his eyes, and after adjusting his breathing, his mind calmed down and prepared to comprehend the first steel. Wang Hao sat cross-legged in front of the first stone tablet and placed his hands on top of his knees. As soon as Wang Hao sat down, he felt as if the soul inside his body was being tugged, floating out from his brow and slowly flying towards the first steel map. The steel diagram shone brightly and slowly wrapped around Wang Hao's soul. A warm and cool energy enhanced Wang Hao's soul power, and this energy was very comfortable. Wang Hao opened his eyes and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It seemed that this stone tablet was really effective. It could actually enhance the soul force and speed up the condensation of the soul force. As time passed, the symbols on the steel map turned white. When Wang Hao's body shook, he felt more images inside his mind, which were the images provided by the first steel map. These images were something that Wang Hao had never seen before, and they were actually images of a martial artist fighting with a flying sword. This martial artist maneuvered his flying sword to crash directly into a mountain peak, flattening half of the peak with a mighty force. Judging from these images, this martial artist had already comprehended sword intent, reaching the realm where the sword followed the heart, and his strength was terrifying. Wang Hao carefully observed each of the images, studying each move and style carefully, trying to penetrate the subtleties of each move and style and comprehend something deeper. Every move and style was filled with the flavor of killing. What a stern sword intent! Wang Hao opened his eyes, and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. Ding, it has been detected that the host is comprehending the Xian Yuan Sword School's 18 steel diagrams. Xian Yuan Sword School? Hearing the system's voice, Wang Hao was also extremely curious. Ding, the Xian Yuan Sword Sect is the strongest sword sect in the Swordchi continent. Among them, the Xian Yuan Sword Code is the sect's strongest technique, consisting of 18 steel diagrams, and the power of each steel diagram is doubled when you comprehend it. Only core disciples could cultivate it. The Xian Yuan Sword Code is not only a sword skill technique, but it also enhances soul power, as the core disciples of the Xian Yuan Sword Sect use soul power to control their flying swords to attack. Since the Xian Yuan Sword Canon superimposed the power of each layer, the difficulty of comprehending it became higher. Later, the Xian Yuan Sword Sect was destroyed, and the 18 steel diagrams were nowhere to be found. What is currently being widely circulated is a reproduction of the first 9 steel diagrams. The system also currently only has the first 15 steel maps, and the host can obtain the 10th through 15th steel maps by completing bounty missions. Wang Hao opened his eyes, his gaze flickered, and his face became grave. No wonder it is said that the steel diagrams can help students comprehend martial arts and that cultivating here can enhance their soul power, so this is the reason. However, the most important thing is to manipulate the flying swords with soul power. Before there was simply comprehending a martial skill through the moves of the flying swords instead, it fell short and didn't grasp the essence of the Xian Yuan Sword Canon. However, this place should be a replica of the 9 steel diagrams. It seems that the later steels have to be acquired by completing bounty quests. These images were condensed from the energy contained in the steel diagrams. These energies were extremely pure, more refined than true essence. Wang Hao sat cross-legged in place, carefully watching these images in his mind of how martial artists use their soul power to manipulate flying swords in battle, experiencing the wonders contained in the sword moves. Wang Hao gradually forgot about time and immersed himself in the comprehension of the steel diagram. As his comprehension deepened, gusts of black smoke emerged from Wang Hao's body. As if these smokes had spirituality, they circled around Wang Hao, and eventually all of them merged into Wang Hao's body. Wang Hao was now caught in a mysterious realm, his body emitting a wisp of black aura, and his entire body was as if he was transformed into a supreme sword, sharp and compelling. Buzz! Suddenly, the rhythmic frost sword hovered above Wang Hao's head, radiating a stern sharpness. Swish! Wang Hao snapped his eyes open, his eyes were sharp and unrivaled. The first layer of the Xian Yuan Sword Canon's steel diagrams had been fully grasped. Wang Hao estimated that the power could reach 10,000 Dao force values, which was equivalent to a peak 9-star full-strength strike of a martial master. Afterwards, Wang Hao came to the second steel map and continued practicing the Xian Yuan Sword Code. The second steel map was far more difficult than the first, and it took Wang Hao 3 days to master the second layer of the Xian Yuan Sword Code. However, the power of the second layer was indeed twice that of the first layer, reaching 20,000 Dao force values, which was equivalent to the full power strike of a 2-star martial general. In total, there were 18 steel diagrams, and the system didn't speak about what level of martial skill the Xian Yuan Sword Codex was actually considered to be. It should be that the system had not mastered the 3 steel diagrams behind it either, and was unable to determine it for the time being. Chapter 70 Class C Apothecary. Subsequently, it took Wang Hao a week to fully master the third steel diagram. Wang Hao was now using his soul force to manipulate his flying sword to a value of 40,000 Dao force, which was equivalent to the full force of a 4-star martial arts general. However, Wang Hao also clearly felt that it was becoming increasingly difficult to comprehend. Comprehending the steel diagrams could enhance your soul power, but likewise the stronger your soul power was, the faster your comprehension would be, and this was a mutually reinforcing process. Wang Hao looked at the system's information. His current soul force had reached 1990 points, only a little bit away from 2000 points. When his soul force broke through 2000 points, Wang Hao would be able to become a C-class apothecary. Wang Hao estimated that it would take a month for him to fully master the 4th steel map. He had currently been cultivating in the 9 steel diagrams for 11 days already, so it was time to go back. Wang Hao turned his cell phone on and found that there were many messages. His parents, Lin Yiru, Su Xayan, and Guo Ming all called and left messages for him. He himself hadn't expected to be practicing for so long this time. Wang Hao was first ready to settle the expenses. The magical martial staff of the 9 Great Tablet Map glanced at Wang Hao and said, "You have cultivated for a total of 260 hours, and you need a total of 520 points. You only have 250 points in your card, which is still 270 points short." After hearing this, Wang Hao was also in a cold sweat. He was too involved in his own cultivation and forgot to count the points for a moment. The staff had also heard of Wang Hao's reputation and knew that he was the disciple taken in by the old dean and was the most popular newcomer king of this term of freshmen. Otherwise, if he were an ordinary student, the staff would have kicked him out long ago. The staff glanced at Wang Hao and said, "You are now ranked 49th in the top 100 list. October 1st rewards you with 530 points, and the school will deduct them directly from your account at that time." Wang Hao thanked the staff member repeatedly. Wang Hao then called his parents, Lin Yiru, Su Xian, and others, informing them that he was practicing and not to worry too much. Wang Hao saw that Shen Yunmeng had also called him, so he called her back. "You'd better make a trip to Elder Lin's place now. If it wasn't for Elder Lin greeting you this time, just missing classes would be enough for you to drink a pot of water," Shen Yunmeng said. Wang Hao hurriedly headed to the innermost villa in the faculty area. Elder Lin saw Wang Hao and sized him up. "Not bad, your soul power has progressed, it has reached the critical point of the D stage. It seems that you have gained a lot from the 9 steel diagrams." The 9 Great Tablet diagrams were snatched from the planet on the other side of the passageway after a bloody battle by the strongest members of my country, China, back in the day. Later, it was my magic martial arts dean who spent a high price to bring it to the magic capital martial arts university. But this one is only suitable for people with strong soul force talent to cultivate. Moreover, according to the martial artist who snatched it back then, the martial skill of using soul force to manipulate items to attack could be realized in the 9 Great Tablet diagrams, which was extremely precious. That's why many times, people from the Apothecary Association would come to our Magic City Martial University to draw on the 9 Great Tablet diagrams. Of course, this also requires the Pharmacist Association to pay a price, such as providing us with herbs and potion formulas. You now need an opportunity to break through to become a C-rank apothecary. Elder Lin considered for a moment and said, "I have a C-rank low-level potion formula here called the Master Breaker Potion. As the name suggests, it can help you increase your probability of breaking through to become a martial master by 50%. The Master Breaking Potion requires a total of 4 C-rank herbs: Black Lotus Root, Red Jade Flower, Red Walking Fruit, and Taishu Ginseng. It costs 1.5 million alliance coins to refine one of these herbs." Elder Lin smiled and glanced at Wang Hao. Wang Hao, on the other hand, was silent. The 18 million alliance coins in his bank card were all recharged to the system, and if it wasn't for the fact that the cafeteria of the Magic City Wushu University didn't cost anything, he would have had to borrow money to eat. "Ha, let you read about the old man's goodness. There are fortunately 3 more copies in my medicinal herb library, go and take them." After listening to Old Man Lin's words, Wang Hao quickly went to the second floor's herb storehouse to look for the 4 herbs. A teacher still needs to worship a big brother. These 3 herbs are a saving of 4.5 million alliance coins. Wang Hao took the 3 portions of herbs and after categorizing them and arranging them, he used Lin Lao's class a high-grade Dan furnace to refine them. Wang Hao used the purple spirit flame to quench the 4 medicinal herbs into a medicinal liquid, and then poured it into the Dan furnace with a little spiritual spring water. Wang Hao controlled the flame temperature. The quenching process was quite smooth, but when Wang Hao used his soul force to manipulate the purple spirit flame to mix the 4 medicinal liquids together, a change appeared. The violet spirit flame unexpectedly looked like it was blocked by something when it came into contact with the 4 medicinal liquids. It could not be fused together. Wang Hao understood that this was his soul power encountering a barrier, and without reaching 2000 points, he was unable to master the process of fusing these energies. This was the opportunity that Elder Lin was talking about. Breakthrough or failure? Wang Hao tried to hold on, but the first time he refined the potion fusion still failed. Elder Lin didn't say anything. He knew why Wang Hao failed. Whether he could cross this threshold depended on Wang Hao's own destiny. Wang Hao didn't immediately start the second refining. He closed his eyes and digested what he had gained from these 10 days in the 9 Great Tablet diagrams. As time passed, half a day passed, and Elder Lin kept watching Wang Hao from his side. Wang Hao opened his eyes and exhaled a cloudy breath. His mind moved, and the true essence in his body operated. Purple spirit flame sprang from his fingertips, quenching the 4 herbs into a medicinal liquid. When Wang Hao controlled the purple spirit flame to prepare the 4 herbs for fusion, the obstacle of the first refining fusion appeared again. However, Wang Hao didn't panic this time, upholding his mind and regulating his state to ensure 100% mental concentration. Then slowly, the 4 medicinal liquids gradually condensed into one piece. At this moment, fine beads of sweat were flowing out of Wang Hao's face, and he felt that his soul power was about to dry up. This was because he had to be fully focused on manipulating the violet spirit flame so that it would wrap around the medicinal liquid and continue to fuse. It couldn't be undone. Wang Hao once again took several deep breaths, then clenched his teeth and fiercely urged the purple spirit flame. The purple flame wrapped around the four medicinal liquids and kept rotating. Suddenly a majestic energy erupted from the four medicinal liquids, and Wang Hao hurriedly stabilized his mind and urged his true essence to bind this energy and smooth them out. Boom! Wang Hao had just finished doing this when a vibration came from his mind, and he knew that it was a breakthrough in his soul power. Wang Hao felt that it was easier to manipulate the purple spirit flame, and he himself felt the flow of aura around him and the progress of the fusion of the herbs more clearly. With the breakthrough in soul power, the fusion of the four medicinal liquids accelerated, and eventually all four medicinal liquids coalesced together. The fused medicinal liquid emitted a silver-colored light, like a brilliant diamond. This is the C-grade low-rank potion Master Breaker Potion. Wang Hao refined and put it away before handing it over to Elder Lin. Chapter 71 Martial General Level. Elder Lin glanced at the potion to make sure that the refining was successful, and then looked at Wang Hao, who was sitting cross-legged on the sofa, in surprise. He thought to himself, the qualifications of this disciple of his are simply demonic, only 18 years old, and he has become a C-grade apothecary. It seems that his talent far exceeds what I could have imagined. I was 26 years old when I first became a C-class apothecary, right? At that time, I was still called an unearthly apothecary genius by my teacher. Immediately afterward, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. It seems that in this world, one really can't judge according to common sense. Seeing Elder Lin smiling bitterly, Wang Hao carefully asked, "Teacher, it's okay for me to take the remaining portion of herbs, right?" Hearing Wang Hao's words, Elder Lin just waved his hand, signaling Wang Hao to dispose of it on his own. Wang Hao removed the remaining portion of the Master Breaker medicinal herbs, gave Elder Lin a good greeting, and returned to his room. Wang Hao glanced at the system's information. Kryptonite value 4.2 million points. 1 point is equivalent to 1 yuan of alliance currency. Gender, male. Age, 18 years. Strength, 9-star peak martial artist, C-grade apothecary. Aura value, 9,999 points. Reaching 10,000 points allows one to be promoted to martial general. Soul power, 2050 points plus, reach 5,000 points to become a B-class apothecary. Storage space, 1 square meter plus, increase by 1 square meter for every 100 million alliance coins. Right now, not only did he not have any points on him, but he also owed 270 points to Mordor Wodu University, so he was temporarily unable to go to the Aura Tower and the 9 steel diagrams for cultivation. There is no plus sign after the aura value for the time being. Wang Hao needed to break through the barrier of the peak of the 9th star of Martial Master before he could continue to use kryptonite points to increase his aura value. Wang Hao decided to prepare to take the C-stage low-grade potion Master Breaker to break through, send a message to his friend and class teacher Qin Yuerong, and prepare himself for closed-door cultivation. Inside his house, Wang Hao spent 3 days adjusting his cultivation state. Wang Hao revolved the Flood Blood Emperor technique and began to move his true essence to impact the barrier of peak 9 stars of Martial Master. The true essence in the meridian surged madly towards the bottleneck, which seemed to be motionless like an iron wall. Beads of sweat dripped from Wang Hao's forehead, but he clenched his teeth and held on. Half a day passed. A night passes. Wang Hao's face was as pale as paper, he was soaked to the skin, bean-sized beads of sweat were left along the corners of his forehead, and his body's true essence had been depleted. Wang Hao opened his eyes showed perseverance, and he didn't feel discouraged. Wang Hao opened the jade bottle and took the C-grade low-level potion Master Breaker. The Master Breaker potion turned into a powerful energy that filled his entire body's meridians. At once, he felt warm and comfortable all over his body, and his previously depleted dantian slowly filled up with true essence again. Wang Hao's dantian was bulging with true essence, his body's true essence was rushing and roaring like a river, and the surface of his skin outside his body glowed with a faint red aura, like a flame burning. Wang Hao revolved the Blood Emperor technique and absorbed the medicinal power of the Master Breaker potion. Wang Hao closed his eyes once again and immersed himself in the cultivation state. In a few moments, the red aura outside his body gradually dimmed and slowly returned to its original state. Rumble! A loud bang exploded in the ears of. The true essence within Wang Hao's body rolled and impacted the barrier, and the peak 9-star barrier of Martial Master shattered under Wang Hao's frantic attack. A red halo invisible to the naked eye spread from Wang Hao's feet to the room. Ha ha! Finally broke through. Wang Hao violently stood up and shouted to the sky, venting his excitement. After venting, Wang Hao continued to sit down cross-legged and began to transform the Flood Blood Emperor technique. As Wang Hao's gong method operated, a touch of red fluorescence appeared on the surface of his body, and the true essence in his body slowly flowed into his meridians, through which it flowed throughout his body. Finally, he had become a martial general level martial artist. Wang Hao felt the surge of his body's true essence, becoming more pure, explosive and destructive. Ding, it is detected that the host has become a martial general level martial artist. A bounty mission is now issued to kill the primary war general ranked magical beast Dark-Winged Tiger and provide its magical core to the system. The reward will be the third layer of the Flood Blood Emperor technique and an increase in the host's martial general strength by 1 star. The location of the Dark-Winged Tiger can be viewed by the host in the system. Hearing the voice of the system releasing the task, Wang Hao understood that in order to continue rapid cultivation at the martial general stage, he had to master the third layer of the Flood Blood Emperor technique. The Flood Blood Emperor technique not only allowed him to compete with a martial general at that time with the quality of his martial master's true essence, but it also enhanced his cultivation speed and soul power. Therefore, this task had to be completed as soon as possible by himself. After Wang Hao adjusted and consolidated his 1-star martial general realm, he contacted Lu Yuniu. Hearing that Wang Hao was ready to go on a mission with himself, the Bison Squad member was also extremely happy. After all, Wang Hao's combat prowess last time was also recognized by the Bison Squad, not to mention his status as a pharmacist. Wang Hao left the Magic City Martial Arts University and met up with the Bison Squad at the hotel. The Bison Squad had also gone out to complete a mission during this time, but the harvest wasn't very high. Wildcat was purposely waiting for Wang Hao in the lobby of the first floor of the hotel. Wildcat was still wearing a black power suit today, which emphasized her exquisite curves to the fullest. When Wang Hao saw Wildcat, a trace of dissimilarity flashed across his face. When Wildcat saw Wang Hao, her pretty face smiled slightly and lightly opened her vermilion lips. "Why haven't you contacted me during this period of time?" After saying that, Wildcat's face flushed, somewhat shy. "Oh, I've been a little busy lately and forgot to contact you guys," Wang Hao explained. Wang Hao looked at the Wildcat's delicate features and felt an inexplicable touch in his heart. The Wildcat seemed to have noticed Wang Hao's hot gaze and hurriedly twisted her head to avoid Wang Hao's gaze, not daring to look at him. Wang Hao rubbed his nose awkwardly, not knowing what to say. Wildcat glanced at Wang Hao with her beautiful eyes and said, "Let's go, the captain and the others are upstairs." As soon as Lu Wildcat saw Wang Hao, he sensed that his aura was much stronger than before, similar to his own strength when he was a 2-star martial general. Surprised, he said, "Wang Hao, you've broken through to become a martial general?" "And, just broke through." Wang Hao nodded. Lu Yuniu was immediately shocked, worthy of being a genius of the Magic City Martial University, breaking through to become a martial general in such a short period of time. Wildcat was also surprised. When they met on the first floor, they felt that Wang Hao was stronger than before, but they didn't anticipate that they would become a martial general. Wang Hao said, "Captain, I want to go to the Apothecary Association to buy a Dan furnace first. Then I'll refine a C-class potion for you to help you regain your strength as a martial general." After hearing Wang Hao's words, Lu Bison was also excited. During this period of time, Lu Bison had been stuck at the peak of Martial Master 9 stars, and several attempts to break through had been unsuccessful. "Captain, I don't have enough money on me for the time being to buy a Dan furnace." Wang Hao was a little embarrassed. After hearing this, Lu Wild Bull also wept. "If you can't, I'll give you money to buy a Dan furnace. After all, it's for me to refine pills." The Bison Squad's group arrived at the Apothecary Association building, and the reception was still the same Zhao Shaoling from last time. She was wearing a professional outfit today. Her chest was full and straight, her waist was slender, and under her short skirt she revealed 2 white jade-like legs, which was infinitely tempting. Just that clear face, but with a hint of childishness, showing the beauty of youthful vivacity. Chapter 72, Helping the Bison Breakthrough. Last time, Wang Hao's performance in the Apothecary Association was just too dazzling, and Zhao Shaoling was extremely impressed. As soon as she saw Wang Hao come in, she hurried over to entertain him. "Hello guys, may I ask what you need?" Zhao Shaoling smiled sweetly. Wang Hao said, "I want to purchase a Dan furnace." "Hello, an F-grade Dan furnace is 100,000 alliance dollars, an E-grade furnace is around 1 million alliance dollars, a D-grade furnace is going to cost tens of millions, and a C-grade pill furnace is going to cost tens of millions of alliance dollars." Hearing the prices, Wang Hao also felt that the prices were indeed a bit expensive, and turned to Lu Bison and spoke, "Captain, why don't you lend me some money first, and I'll return it to you later?" At this time, Wildcat said, "I still have more than 60 million alliance coins on me, so I'll lend it to you first." Hearing the conversation of several people, Lu Shaoling explained, "Sir, you are a D-ranked apothecary on record with our Magic City Apothecary Association. There is a $50 million borrowing limit here in our Magic City Association. You can just pay it back by next month." After hearing Zhao Shaoling's words, Wang Hao didn't borrow money from the Bison Squad members. Wang Hao eventually picked out a C-grade middle-ranked Dan furnace that was worth 45 million alliance coins. The height of this Dan furnace was 1.5 meters, with a smooth shape, clear lines, and the bottom of the furnace was carved with dragons and phoenixes, which looked exquisite. Moreover, the walls of the furnace were carved with a lifelike pattern, just like the real thing, dazzling people. Wang Hao said to Zhao Shaoling, "I've decided to purchase this C-grade Dan furnace, plus 3 copies each of the Black Lotus root, Red Jade flower, Red Ro fruit, and Taishu ginseng herbs." "Okay, sir, wait a moment." After 10 minutes, Zhao Shaoling handed over the packed Dan furnace and herbs to Wang Hao. She also took out a golden card and handed it to Wang Hao, explaining, "This is a credit card issued by the Magic City Apothecary Association, and this gold card of yours has a limit of 50 million alliance coins. This amount can be used to exchange resources or purchase herbs and potion formulas at the Magic City Apothecary Association. You spent 45 million on the Dan furnace this time, and 4.5 million in total for the 3 copies of the herbs, exempting the change. In total, you were charged 49 million alliance coins, and you still have 1 million credits remaining. Wang Hao accepted the gold card and packed away the herbs in Dan furnace. Thank you for your service, Wang Hao said politely. You should, Zhao Xiaoling said with a smile. Back at the hotel, Wang Hao went to the martial cultivation room provided by the hotel and utilized the purple spirit flame to quench the 4 medicinal herbs into spiritual liquid. After the breakthrough in soul power, it was obvious that Wang Hao's fusion of the spiritual liquids was much smoother. Coupled with the help of the C-Class Dan furnace, Wang Hao spent 2 days and managed to refine 4 copies of the C-Class low-grade potion Master Breaker. Wang Hao handed one of them to Lu Bison, informing him that it could help boost his probability of breaking through to become a martial general by 50%. Lu Bison said, "We are all brothers on the same team, so I won't say any more words of thanks. I know the market price of this C-grade potion is tens of millions of alliance coins. I'll transfer 30 million to you right away. If you give less, you just give me a word." Wang Hao, on the other hand, said, "Captain, the cost of this herb for me is just 1.5 million alliance coins, so just round it up and transfer me 2 million alliance coins. You go ahead and take the potion and go into closed-door cultivation and Wildcat, and I will keep watch for you." After 10 minutes, Wang Hao's cell phone vibrated and he received a message from his bank card that Lu Wildcats had transferred 30 million alliance coins into his bank card. The captain was really too generous to take advantage of the squad members. Wang Hao saw that the captain had entered the room to prepare for the impact of the martial general realm, and only the Wildcat was by his side. Wang Hao slipped a bottle of Class C Master Breaker to Wildcat. "This is the potion that will help you break through to become a martial general, hurry up and take it." Seeing that Wang Hao had stuffed himself with a crystal vial, exactly the same as the one he had given to the captain, the Wildcat was a bit touched, feeling a hint of sweetness in his heart, and looking at Wang Hao with a softer gaze. Wang Hao didn't pay attention to the change in the Wildcat and continued to sit in meditation. By the time evening came, the surrounding aura felt by Wang Hao was rapidly gathering towards Lu Bison's room. He knew that the Wild Ox was about to break through. Sure enough, after half an hour, the door to Lu Bison's room opened and he walked out of the house. He laughed out loud and said, "Ha! I've finally become a martial general again. Congratulations, Captain." Wang Hao stood up and congratulated Lu Yuniu. Lu Bison excitedly hugged Wang Hao. He patted Wang Hao's shoulder and said, "Thank you, brother. Without your potion, I'm afraid I would have to wait for some time before I could advance to the martial general realm." The next morning, Wang Hao came to the Potion Master Association and handed Zhao Xiaoling the remaining 2 bottles of C-grade low-rank potions. Zhao Xiaoling stared with wide, beautiful eyes as she knew what this meant. Yesterday, she gave 3 medicinal herbs, and today she brought 2 bottles of C-rank potions, indicating that the 18-year-old in front of her was already a C-rank pharmacist. "I'm sorry, I need to submit the potions to our pharmacist for inspection first, please wait a moment," Zhao Xiaoling said politely. Wang Hao nodded and quietly waited for the. After more than half an hour, Zhao Xiaoling said to Wang Hao, "These 2 bottles of C-grade potions are fine, please sign." Wang Hao took the pen and signed his name. Zhao Xiaoling took the paper, scrutinized it, and said with a smile on her face, "The potion you refined is perfect. Normally a C-ranked potion costs around tens of millions of alliance coins. However, these 2 potions that you have refined are Master Breaker potions, potions that can help a peak martial master of 9 stars break through to become a martial general, and they are extremely sought after in the market. We'll acquire each bottle at 40 million alliance coins, is that okay?" Wang Hao nodded his head in agreement when he heard the price. "You pay back the 49 million alliance coins you spent last time, and transfer the remaining money to my bank card." When Wang Hao left, Zhao Xiaoling came to the side of Chen Haiba, the vice president of the Magic Capital Apothecary Association. Chen Haiba looked at Wang Hao's departing figure and couldn't help but sigh in admiration. This teenager is definitely a demon, so young that he's a C-ranked pharmacist, it's really not simple. Old man Lin has taken in a good disciple. In the future, when he comes to our Magic City Apothecary Association, we must give the most favorable price, even if we suffer a little loss, it's fine. Be sure to keep this talented young man firmly in the grasp of our Magic City Apothecary Association. Zhao Xiaoling nodded and said, "Vice President, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first." Chen Haiba waved his hand, signaling that Zhao Xiaoling could leave. After Zhao Xiaoling left, Chen Haiba muttered, "Next year's World Young Apothecary competition might be a good time to consider letting Wang Hao represent our Magic City." Wang Hao returned to the hotel and saw that 31 million alliance coins had arrived, and he now had 61 million alliance coins in his bank card. Wang Hao decided to recharge 60 million alliance coins first. Silently read, "Charge 60 million. Chapter 73 2 Dark Pterodactyls. Ding, the host has recharged 60 million points, and now has 64.2 million kryptonite points. Wang Hao decided to add all of his kryptonite points to his soul power, considering that completing the quest would boost his strength by 1 star. Wang Hao glanced at the system information. Kryptonite value, 0.1 point is equivalent to 1 yuan of alliance currency. Gender, male. Age, 18 years. Strength, Martial General 1 star, C rank apothecary. Aura value, 11,250 points plus, can be promoted to Martial Marquis by reaching 100,000 points. Soul power, 2,680 points plus, reaching 5,000 points will allow you to become a B rank apothecary. Storage space, 1 square meter plus, increased by 1 square meter for every 100 million alliance coins. After Lu Yunyu consolidates the 1-star realm of the Martial General. Wang Hao told the squad members, this time, the main goal is to kill the Junior War General level magical beast, the Dark-Winged Tiger. I've already obtained the general area location through the Mercenary Alliance, and it's in the Yunluo mountain range, 300 kilometers south of the Mordor basefield, and I need you guys to help me. Captain Lu Bison stood up at this time and said, we are all brothers on the same team. The mission this time is to head to the Cloud Luo mountain range in the southern part of the wilderness to kill the Dark-Winged Tiger. The Bison squad rested for the night in the hotel to refresh themselves. Early the next morning, the squad arrived at the Mordor basefield stronghold. Compared to Wang Hao's last departure, this time, not only the mercenaries at the camp, but also the soldiers stationed there, all gave the Bison squad a nod of greeting. The last time, the total annihilation of Li Hui's squad was also the reason why Bison squad's reputation had been thoroughly established in this camp. After Lu Bison submitted the materials to the military personnel for review and approval, he led the members to leave the camp and head south. The south of the magic capital basefield was rolling hills, the mountain range stretched for thousands of kilometers, and the mountain range 300 kilometers away belonged to the Yunluo mountain range. The crowd traversed through the endless jungle and came to the edge of the Yunluo mountain range. At this moment it was nearly dusk and the sky was gray. Roar bursts of hissing sounds came from the depths of the mountain range. Obviously there were strong magical beasts coiled here. Wang Hao said to Lu Bison, you guys stay where you are, I'll explore if there are any magical beasts present nearby. Then you pay attention to safety. Lu Bison instructed. Wait, I'll accompany you. Wildcat voiced out. Don't worry, I have a C-step body martial skill, I'll leave quickly in case of danger. Wang Hao explained to the Wildcat that he was going to probe a bit before making any plans, and if there was danger here, he would leave immediately. As Wang Hao went deeper, his speed slowed down a lot, and he looked around vigilantly to prevent a sneak attack. Whoosh! A large-sized leopard leaped and pounced at Wang Hao's feet, its sharp claws grasping the soles of Wang Hao's shoes. Wang Hao reacted swiftly and kicked his right leg violently at the leopard's abdomen. Boom! The leopard was kicked 7 or 8 meters, crashing through a few large trees and then laying on the ground gasping for breath, its belly exposed and its intestines and stomach flowing all over the place. This was an elementary battle soldier-level magical beast that couldn't resist a single blow from Wang Hao. Following the location prompted by the system, Wang Hao arrived at a swamp. In a large mountain in the center of the swamp, the dark pterodactyl was hidden in the crevices of black rocks. It was huge, more than 5 meters long, with wings on its back, claws as sharp as knives, teeth as sharp as daggers, a thick and powerful tail, and a robust and strong body. Roar! The dark-winged tiger let out a soul-shattering roar. Its roar resounded throughout the entire forest. And as Wang Hao was about to leave, he realized that there was actually another dark-winged tiger on the outside of the black rock. It didn't howl, but its aura was even stronger than the other dark-winged tiger. Surprisingly, it was a dark-winged tiger of the peak primary warlord rank magical beast. Truly, one mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers, unless it is male and female. Wang Hao had originally thought that the 2 martial arts generals, himself and Lu Bison, should not have much of a problem dealing with the primary war soldier level magical beasts. Who knew that this primary war general level magic beast had even found an old companion, and the key strength was even stronger than it? Wang Hao retreated to the Bison squad stronghold and explained the situation. Lu Bison said, it looks like it's going to be hard to complete this mission. 2 beginner war general level magical beasts, one of which is also a peak beginner war general level, only a martial general 4-star martial artist can deal with it. It's hard for the 2 of us to deal with. You have to realize that a magical beast of the same rank can be much stronger than a human. Wang Hao shook his head. This mission had to be completed. If he couldn't complete this bounty mission issued by the system, then he wouldn't be able to cultivate the 3rd layer of the Flood Blood Emperor technique, and then his cultivation process would be interrupted. Why don't you guys go back first, and I'll see if I have a chance. Seeing that Wang Hao still insisted on the idea of killing the dark-winged tiger, Lu Bison couldn't say anything. At this time, Wildcat considered for a moment. It said, I've gathered information about the Cloud Luo mountain range, and there's also a primary battle general ranked magical beast Shadow Moon Demon Wolf in this vicinity, which should be the wolf king of a wolf pack. If we let the Shadow Moon Demon Wolf fight the 2 dark-winged tigers, it might help us. Lu Bison's eyes lit up when he heard the Wildcat's words and said, and, not bad. If the Shadow Moon Demon Wolf and the Dark-Winged Tigers fight and we take the opportunity to attack, it might be better. Wang Hao also agreed, and, not bad, but how do we make the Shadow Moon Demon Wolf fight the Dark-Winged Tiger? By the way, Captain, didn't you get 2 flame fruits last time when you killed the golden flame sacred lion? I took one, where's the other one? Such cherished herbs are snatched by magical beasts, it's a way for them to advance quickly. Holy, this bait is worth 50 million alliance coins. Li Meng was surprised to hear that Wang Hao was going to use the fire spirit fruit as bait. Don't worry, after this matter is accomplished, I'll refine a C-ranked potion master breaker for both you and Zhang Li as well, which will help boost your chances of becoming a martial general by 50%. How about that? Besides, the fire spirit fruit is just a bait, it's not necessarily eaten by them. Hearing Wang Hao say this, everyone had no opinion. Lu Yunia took out a jade box from his parcel and handed it to Wang Hao. Wang Hao took the wildcat to look for the Shadow Moon Demon Wolf, leaving the members of the Bison Squad to wait near the swamp. Just as Wang Hao and Wildcat were searching for the Shadow Moon Demon Wolf in the Yunluo mountain range, the roar came from not far away, and Wang Hao frowned slightly when he heard it. Wang Hao quickened his pace towards the place where the roaring sound was made. He had just arrived in the area when he smelled a strong fishy odor. He only saw a huge black coyote creeping beside a huge pothole, and it exuded a bloodthirsty aura. Underneath it was the corpse of a magical beast, and behind it were a dozen or so Shadow Moon Demon Wolves, waiting for their leader to feed first. Taking a look at the surroundings, Wang Hao let the wildcat leave first. Wang Hao then drew the rhyming frost sword he wore on his waist and rushed towards the Shadow Moon Demon Wolf. Chapter 74 Demonic Beasts Competing with Each Other. The Shadow Moon Demon Wolf sensed Wang Hao's movement and raised its hideous and terrifying head, staring at Wang Hao, its ferocious and brutal gaze fixed on Wang Hao. Wang Hao dodged to avoid the Shadow Moon Demon Wolf's fierce eyes, and waved the short blade in his hand, stabbing straight at the Shadow Moon Demon Wolf. The Shadow Moon Demon Wolf's body was athletic and agile, easily dodging Wang Hao's attack. The dozen or so Shadow Moon Demon Wolves behind them hissed in anger when they saw that their leader had been attacked by a human. Roar! One Shadow Moon Demon Wolf took the lead in charging at Wang Hao, and the other Shadow Moon Demon Wolves followed closely behind, launching a fierce attack on Wang Hao. Wang Hao met him with his short blade in hand and fought with the Shadow Moon Wolves. Wang Hao's figure fluttered, leaving a phantom in the air, and his short blade cut through the air with a whistling sound, slashing at the Shadow Moon Demon Wolf King with a cold aura. Roar! The Shadow Moon Demon Wolf King let out a low, angry roar, and it rose up, jumping more than 3 feet high and pouncing on Wang Hao in the air. Wang Hao had already predicted the Shadow Moon Demon Wolf's movements, and as the Shadow Moon Demon Wolf lunged in the air, his figure exploded backward, executing the 3rd level of the Flying Swallow steps, the Flying Swallow treading snow stance, and flashed out a distance. Wang Hao opened the fire spirit fruit in the jade box, and the rich aura caused the Shadow Moon Demon Wolf King to go a little crazy. It grabbed the ground with both claws, and with the help of the rebound force, it leaped up again and pounced on Wang Hao. Wang Hao's toes pointed to the ground, and his body rotated like a gyroscope, dodging the Shadow Moon Demon Wolf's pounce. Then he fled in the direction of the 2 dark-winged tigers. When the Shadow Moon Demon Wolf King saw that Wang Hao had actually taken the fire spirit fruit and left, he immediately became furious and roared. He then chased after Wang Hao with a dozen Shadow Moon Demon Wolves behind him. Although Wang Hao was running away, he did not panic. He only stopped running and stood in place. Wang Hao turned around and looked at the Shadow Moon Demon Wolf King with a cold smile, mocking, "Have the guts to come." Although the Shadow Moon Demon Wolf King didn't understand human language, it understood that Wang Hao was provoking and was unusually angry. It led a dozen or so Shadow Moon Demon Wolves to charge at Wang Hao, and it wanted to tear apart this tiny human who dared to defy it. Although the Shadow Moon Demon Wolf was very fast, Wang Hao used the C-grade stance martial skill, Fei Instep, and every time he moved, he would be beyond the range of the Shadow Moon Demon Wolf's capture. Wang Hao brought the Shadow Moon Demon Wolf to the swamp where the Dark-Winged Tiger was. At this time, the 2 Dark-Winged Tigers also sensed the movement. At this time, Wang Hao threw the jade box containing the fire spirit fruit to the 2 Dark-Winged Tigers, and then used the breath convergence technique to conceal his aura. The 2 Dark-Winged Tigers saw the fire spirit fruit and immediately felt elated. However, when they saw the Shadow Moon Demon Wolf King enter their territory with a dozen or so demon wolves, thinking that they were trying to snatch the fire spirit fruit, they immediately burst into a rage. Ow! The primary war general ranked Dark-Winged Tiger let out an angry roar and swung its wings, its body transforming into a black stream of light as it pounced at the Shadow Moon Demon Wolf King. Ow! Another Dark-Winged Tiger at the peak of the primary war general level also tilted its head and let out a deafening roar. A pitch black mist emerged from its entire its body becoming even larger than before, and its eyes were red. Its figure was swift, transforming into a blurry shadow that instantly pounced on the Shadow Moon Demon Wolf group with great speed. The Shadow Moon Demon Wolf King was originally a fury. Seeing that the 2 Dark-Winged Tigers not only took away the fire spirit fruit that they were bound to get, but also attacked towards themselves and their companions, instantly the fire flared up. Its eyes were crimson, and it howled angrily, opening its mouth to spew out a mouthful of black spit. Rumble! The spit and the Dark-Winged Tiger collided together with a loud noise, and the Dark-Winged Tiger fell back several meters before stabilizing itself. Seeing that the Dark-Winged Tiger was injured, the Shadow Moon Demon Wolf King was excited and once again opened its mouth to eject a stream of spit. The power of the breath was much stronger than the previous one, and it attacked the dark-winged tiger with the sound of breaking wind. However, the dark-winged tiger did not show any weakness, and opened its mouth to spit out a stream of fiery breath, and the shadow moon demon wolf's breath mingled with each other. Boom! There was another loud bang as the dark-winged tiger's spit cancelled out the shadow moon demon wolf's spit. The dark-winged tiger took this opportunity to swing its wings, and with a movement of its body, it quickly came close to the shadow moon demon wolf, and its sharp claws slapped at the shadow moon demon wolf king's head. The shadow moon demon wolf king roared, his figure quickly veered to the left, and managed to dodge the dark-winged tiger's attack. The dark-winged tiger's attack fell short, but its attack still didn't end. It aimed its right claw at the shadow moon demon wolf king's chest and grabbed fiercely. Ka-ching! The dark-winged tiger's right claw pierced through the shadow moon demon wolf king's abdomen. The shadow moon demon wolf king was in pain, and his figure tumbled out to the left. The shadow moon demon wolf king let out a miserable scream as blood gushed out from the shadow moon demon wolf king's stomach. Boom! The shadow moon demon wolf king fell to the ground. The intense pain caused the shadow moon demon wolf king to lose its mind as it let out an angry roar. The dark-winged tiger took advantage of the situation and bit into the shadow moon demon wolf king's neck. The shadow moon demon wolf king was in pain and struggled to break free. The shadow moon demon wolf king shook off the wound on his neck, revealing a hideous and terrifying expression. Roar! The shadow moon demon wolf king opened its mouth and spat out a basketball-sized ball of black energy that bombarded towards the dark-winged tiger. This dark-winged tiger didn't expect the shadow moon demon wolf king to suddenly unleash an attack, and simply couldn't dodge it. The dark-winged tiger could only resist the spitting breath. The black energy ball crashed into it and burst apart, creating violent energy ripples that scattered in all directions, blowing and scraping the surrounding trees and grass. The dark-winged tiger let out a miserable scream. Its entire body was impacted by the exploding energy and flew out backwards. The dark-winged tiger's right leg was broken and drenched in blood. The shadow moon demon wolf saw another dark-winged tiger massacring its own pack, and it went completely berserk. It hissed angrily and led a dozen or so demonic wolves to charge towards the other dark-winged tiger and start a fight. The dark-winged tiger fighting the wolves saw the dozen or so demonic wolves pouncing towards it, and a bloodthirsty ferocious light flashed in its eyes. It roared in rage as it shot out both of its claws in unison, a terrifying astral energy, striking at the shadow moon demon wolf king that was rushing at the front. Manhwa saw the dark-winged tiger and the shadow moon demon wolf entangled together and knew that his plan had succeeded. Manhwa sneaked up to the severely injured dark-winged tiger, whose right leg was completely broken and drenched in blood, and was almost unable to move due to its severe injuries. Manhwa prepared to attack using the A-rank low-level soul martial skill, Destruction Spirit skill. After his soul power broke through 2,000 points, a qualitative change occurred, and the power of the Breaking Order skill increased greatly. Manhwa used his soul power to form a soul fire to envelop the dark-winged tiger. The dark-winged tiger let out a wail of pain. It was as if the soul fire had the ability to devour, and its soul was gradually being worn out. Manhwa didn't stop moving his hands as he kept urging the soul fire, and the dark-winged tiger let out a mournful cry. Chapter 75, A Full Harvest. Roar! The other primary warlord-level dark-winged tiger let out an angry roar. It saw its companion's pain and assumed that it was the shadow moon demon wolf king from earlier that had caused the damage. The fight with the shadow moon demon wolf king became even more frantic. Because Manhwa was using the breath convergence skill, the dark-winged tiger didn't discover his whereabouts. Seeing that the severely injured dark-winged tiger could not withstand the soul flame soon, Manhwa decided to speed up the process. Manhwa transformed his soul force into a soul gun and ruthlessly stabbed into the severely injured dark-winged tiger's soul. The dark-winged tiger felt death coming and was terrified as it let out a mournful scream. The soul lance pierced through the dark-winged tiger's brain and went straight to the depths of its soul. The dark-winged tiger was in agony. Bang! The dark-winged tiger fell to the ground. The shadow moon demon wolf king led his pack to fight the dark-winged tiger. Manhwa stood on the side and calmly watched the fight. In the end, the dark-winged tiger at the peak of the primary battle general rank was still able to use its rank advantage to decimate the shadow moon demon wolf king along with the dozen or so companions it had led. However, it also suffered serious injuries. Its wings were broken and its body was crippled, lying on the ground dying. Manhwa appeared at this time. The moment it saw Manhwa appear, it seemed to understand what was going on, and that this was all caused by this human. The dark-winged tiger angrily struggled to get up as it stared at Manhwa and let out an angry roar as it decided to fight to the death. Seeing that the dark-winged tiger was seriously injured, Manhwa didn't dare to be careless and took out the rhythmic frost sword, running the true essence in his dantian and injecting it into the rhythmic frost sword. His long sword instantly bloomed with a dazzling purple light. Manhwa waved the long sword in his hand and chopped towards the dark-winged tiger. Swoosh! A purple sword chi shot towards the dark-winged tiger. When the dark-winged tiger saw the purple sword chi shooting towards it, although it was seriously injured, it used up the last of its chi for a desperate counterattack. Clang! The sword chi slashed at the body of the dark-winged tiger, erupting into a powerful sound wave. The dark-winged tiger's body was once again sent flying. Just as the dark-winged tiger's body fell back, Wang Hao's figure surged out and stabbed the dark-winged tiger's heart area with a sword. The dark-winged tiger let out a heartbreaking scream. Its body slowly fell to the ground, dying of gas. Wang Hao sent out a signal and members of the bison squad rushed to the swamp. When Lu Bison and the few others saw the battle scene and the corpses of the magical beasts that had fallen on the swamp, they were all shocked. Li Mang ran over to the corpses of the Shadow Moon Demon Wolf King and the Dark-Winged Tiger and inspected them. Said, "Wang Hao, you are really powerful now. I actually slaughtered 3 war general level magical beasts, and here's a dozen or so war soldier level magical beast corpses. The harvest is too big this time." Wang Hao laughed and said, "We did have better luck this time. Hurry up and clean up, otherwise the smell of blood will attract the surrounding magical beasts. Take away the bodies of the 3 war general level magical beasts and the magical cores. The remaining dozen or so Shadow Moon Demon Wolves, take away the key parts and demon cores, or we won't be able to take so many things." A few people quickly packed up the loot and the jade box that contained the fire spirit fruit. Due to the fact that the Dark-Winged Tiger and the Shadow Moon Demon Wolf King had engaged in a battle right from the start, the box was surprisingly still in the swampy grass and undamaged. Looking at everyone's full packages, the members of the Bison Squad all happily revealed smiles. The harvest this time was too big. In the past, even with Lu Bison's Martial General 2-star strength, he had hunted at most 1 primary war general level magical beast. This time, there were 3 of them, and one of them was at the peak of the junior war general level. Each member of the Bison Squad was carrying a full package, so they didn't stop on the field road and went around when they encountered the territory of the magical beasts. After 2 days of rushing, they finally returned to the Magic City base camp. Hee, isn't this the Bison Squad? Didn't they just go a few days ago? How did they come back so quickly? Each of them seems to be carrying a very large package. It seems like the harvest is good. Their harvest should be quite a lot, otherwise how could they carry such large packages? Ha, the Bison Squad has earned it again this time. The crowd murmured as they saw the members of the Bison Squad each carrying full packages. Wang Hao and the Bison Squad members walked into the camp, bumping into quite a few people who recognized them along the way. At this time, the officer in charge of acquisitions for the Mercenary League came over and looked at the packages that a few people were carrying, and asked joyfully, "This time, it's another bumper crop." Li Mang glanced at Lu Bison and Wang Hao, so he opened the several people's packages. Wow! Including the corpses of 3 battle general grade magical beasts, a dozen battle soldier grade magical beasts and a dozen magical cores laying on the ground. Wow, the Bison Squad hunted and killed 3 battle general level magical beasts this time and got so many magic cores. The harvest is too rich this time. The Bison Squad is really perverted. Such a demonic team is only going to rise sooner or later. So many. What the hell are they doing? This is enough to earn me a lifetime. The camp crowd asked in surprise. Hearing the crowd's murmurs, Li Meng and Zhang Li's faces were filled with pride. The Mercenary Alliance officer took inventory and asked, "Where are the magic cores of these 2 dark-winged tigers?" Lu Bison glanced at Wang Hao and said, "This little brother of mine needs them, so I won't sell them for now." That would be a pity. There's also a peak primary war general level in this one. Originally, these 2 complete dark-winged tigers could be sold for $300 million, and with the missing magic cores, I can only give you half the price. This Shadow Moon Demon Wolf King will give you a purchase price of $120 million. The remaining dozen or so Warrior Soldier class Shadow Moon Demon Wolf Demon cores counts a total of $230 million purchase price, a total of 500 million Alliance coins this time around, and another 3,000 points given to your Bison Squad. After hearing the Mercenary Alliance officer's offer, many of the mercenaries present sucked in a breath of cool air. I'll go, Bison Squad is a bumper crop this time, worthy of being the team I've admired for a long time. I'm so envious of them, casually making a single billions. How wonderful it would be if I joined such a strong team. The crowd looked enviously at the members of the Bison Squad. After hearing the Mercenary Alliance's purchase price, Lu Bison agreed and said, "In that case, thank you." "You're welcome, this is the rule," the Mercenary Alliance officer said smilingly. After handing over the items, the Bison Squad took the car back to the hotel where they were staying. When they got to their room, Lu Bison said, "This time, the harvest is great, and to be fair, this time, it was almost done by Wang Hao alone. According to our squad's rules, Wang Hao will share 80%, the remaining 10% will be shared equally among the 4 of us, and 10% will be given to our squad foundation." Chapter 76 Supreme Dragon Transformation Skill. Wang Hao was a bit embarrassed and said, "Captain, I've already taken 2 Dark Pterodactyl magic cores this time, which are worth $150 million. Taking another 80% share this time, the brethren are equivalent to making a trip for nothing." Li Mang said with a big grin, "Even if it's 10%, everyone will share quite a bit. It's equivalent to running in the wilderness for a few days each earning $10 million, which is higher than the previous harvest. Captain, I'm really embarrassed to take so much." In the end, in the process of pushing and yielding, Wang Hao took 70% of the share, but could take the squad's points to exchange for Mercenary Alliance items. Wang Hao returned to his room at the Magic City Wudu University and silently recited submit mission items. Ding, it is detected that the host possesses 2 Darkwing Tiger's magic cores, now submit the quest. Only to see the energy of the 2 magic cores in Wang Hao's hands rapidly float away, turning into pure and incomparable energy that converged in Wang Hao's mind. The host has completed the quest, and due to the fact that the host has provided 2 peak primary battle soldier level magic beast magic cores, the quest reward is now upgraded. The reward is the 3rd layer of the Flood Blood Emperor technique, and boosts the host's martial general's strength by 1 star, and an additional reward of boosting the host's soul power by 1000 points. Familiar and gentle energy flowed into Wang Hao's dantian, and the true essence within the dantian quickly condensed. The originally thin and mist-like true essence quickly grew, forming a strong and unrivaled energy that filled all of Wang Hao's limbs and bones. Wang Hao's entire body emitted a faint red light. Energy was rapidly impacting the barrier at this time. Suddenly, boom! A rumbling sound emanated from Wang Hao's body as the bottleneck ruptured and his true essence skyrocketed. Wang Hao instantly broke through to the martial general 2-star realm. Wang Hao felt as if his body was exploding and his bones were clicking. Wang Hao opened his eyes shot out a horrifyingly cold aura, and the corners of his mouth slightly curved up. Then he closed his eyes again, carefully feeling the changes in his body. After a long time, Wang Hao slowly exhaled his turbid breath, a contented expression on his face. At this moment, Wang Hao's entire body was filled with explosive energy. Feeling the elevated soul power, his senses of the flow of aura around him were sharper, and his own control of the flames was more effective. This time, the soul force was raised by 1000 points, equivalent to spending 100 million, still exceeding the value of the magic core. Wang Hao's attention was then focused on the most crucial reward of this mission, the 3rd layer of the Flood Blood Emperor technique. There were 9 layers of the Flood Blood Emperor technique, and this time, the 3rd layer was enough for him to cultivate himself to the martial marquis stage. When Wang Hao ran up the Flood Desolate Blood Emperor technique, he only felt the surrounding aura swarming towards his dantian. Wang Hao felt the majestic aura frantically surging into the top of his head and into his dantian, transforming it into true essence, while at the same time boosting his soul power. Just as Wang Hao was running the 3rd layer of the Flood Blood Emperor technique, he realized that his true essence had produced a flame. Wang Hao understood that he was gifted with the fire attribute, and the Flood Blood Emperor technique was also a fire attribute technique. Therefore, his true essence contained the fire attribute, and the flames of his own true essence unexpectedly fused with the purple spirit fire. The flame of one's current true essence was not powerful. However, in the future, as one's strength grew, the flames produced by one's true essence would grow stronger and stronger, and the flames that fused with the violet spirit fire would also grow stronger and stronger. Just when Wang Hao was cultivating, the bank card message prompted that 350 million alliance coins had arrived at Wang Hao's bank card. Wang Hao glanced at the system information. Kryptonite value, 0.1 point is equivalent to 1 yuan of alliance currency. Gender, male. Age, 18 years. Strength, military general 2-star, C rank apothecary. Aura value, 21,000 points plus, can be promoted to martial marquis by reaching 100,000 points. Soul power, 3,700 points plus, reaching 5,000 points will allow you to become a B-class apothecary. Storage space, 1 square meter plus, increased by 1 square meter for every 100 million alliance coins. Bank card still has 351 million. Wang Hao silently recharged the 300 million alliance coins. Ding, it is detected that the host has recharged 300 million alliance coins, which meets the condition of recharging up to 100 million yuan, and is now rewarded with a 100 million yuan kryptonite gift pack. Please open it? Wang Hao silently recited open the 100 million yuan kryptonite gift pack. Ding, now rewarding the host with the S-rank middle order body refining technique, Tai Shang Hua Long Yi and a drop of ancient dragon blood. It also enhances the host's sword intent talent, which has now been changed to a 50% enhancement on top of the previous 30% enhancement in power, and enhances the host's comprehension of sword techniques. Wang Hao hurriedly looked at the information of the Tai Shang Hua Long Yi technique. The Taishang Dragon Transformation Technique was an S-grade middle-ranked body refining technique, which was the cultivation method of the ancient Flood continent. This technique can make the body metamorphose into a dragon body by absorbing spiritual energy and cultivating it, and the body is as strong and powerful as a divine weapon. Amazing defense, attack is very strong, cultivation to the extreme can be transformed into a dragon soaring into the sky. The technique is divided into 9 stages: skin refining, flesh refining, tendon refining, membrane refining, pulse refining, bone refining, marrow refining, blood refining, and god refining. In addition to the necessary cultivation materials, the most important thing to cultivate Taishang Dragon refining technique is the blood of the dragon race, and the initiation of the technique requires the host to absorb the blood of ancient dragons by immersing them in a wooden barrel. Dragon blood cleanses the sinews and marrow, strengthens the skin, refines the body, strengthens the potential in the blood, and can cause the host to form a special bloodline power within the body, increasing the strength of the physical body. Looking at the drop of ancient dragon blood in the system storage space, Wang Hao felt that it contained extremely strong energy fluctuations. A terrifying aura filled the storage space, and the palpitating energy made his guts tremble and his heart thump. Without this drop of ancient dragon blood, the Supreme Dragon Transformation technique would not have been able to be cultivated at all. Without the help of the system, where would Wang Hao find this drop of ancient dragon blood nowadays? Wang Hao poured hot water in the barrel and took out the dragon blood and dripped it into the barrel. A pungent fishy odor immediately filled the storage space, followed by the entire barrel being dyed a dark red. Wang Hao looked at the scarlet dragon's blood in the barrel, and with a cruel heart, he directly took off his clothes and jumped into the barrel filled with ancient dragon's blood. Hiss! The ancient dragon blood within the bucket immediately boiled as if it had encountered something. The dragon blood began to crazily erode Wang Hao's muscles. The pain caused Wang Hao to suck in cold air. Wang Hao clenched his teeth and forced himself to endure the pain to continue practicing. Wang Hao only felt as if a blazing fire was burning inside his body, scorching hot, and the pain in his body was unbearable. However, it could not affect Wang Hao's mind in the slightest, and Wang Hao gritted his teeth and slowly adapted to the tormenting pain. Ah! As the dragon blood erosion intensified, Wang Hao finally couldn't help but scream out. Wang Hao endured the pain and ran through the steps recorded in the Supreme Dragon Transformation technique. It only felt like a hot current surged directly from the abdomen to all parts of the body, washing every inch of skin and bones in the body. An hour passed, and the dragon's blood finally stopped wreaking havoc. Immediately afterward, Wang Hao sat cross-legged in the barrel. He began to absorb the huge energy contained in the dragon's blood. Chapter 77, Strength Enhancement. Gradually the dragon's blood soaked every part of his body and his muscles began to loosen. Wang Hao felt that his skin was as smooth as a baby's, and the impurities in his body were expelled from his body. Wang Hao felt as light as a swallow, floating like an immortal. After an unknown amount of time, the heat disappeared and the energy of the dragon's blood receded. Wang Hao opened his eyes and sighed. It really hurt just now. This kind of taste is definitely something that no one can bear, but it's still very comfortable to endure it. The pain just now almost didn't last even with Wang Hao's willpower. Wang Hao stepped out of the barrel, rewashed his body of impurities, wiped off the beads of sweat on his body, and felt the surging and raging power in his body. The first layer of the Taishang Dragon Harmonization technique to practice skin had been initiated, the muscle fiber tissue on the surface of the skin had been refined, and the skin was as hard as iron. At this moment, Wang Hao's body was emitting a faint fluorescent light, and the cellular activity underneath his skin was elevated. His skin was crystal clear, like jade, and his body was emitting a strange aura, an aura that was brought about by the Supreme Dragon Transformation technique. Wang Hao closed his eyes and carefully realized the huge energy contained in his body. Suddenly, Wang Hao opened his eyes, and two golden auras erupted from his eyes, taking in the hearts of the people. At the same time, a huge aura swept across the room. Wang Hao was overjoyed in his heart. This time, although Wang Hao's realm remained unchanged, his physical strength had greatly increased again. Wang Hao first used 90 million kryptonite points to raise his aura value to 30,000 points. Seeing that there was no plus sign, Wang Hao directly ran up the third layer of the Flood Blood Emperor technique. The true essence in his body rotated crazily, and the true essence quickly coalesced within his dantian. Wang Hao ran his true essence towards the 3-star barrier of the Martial General. Boom! With a loud bang, the invisible barrier finally shattered, and Wang Hao's cultivation level was promoted to 3 stars of Martial General. Afterward, Wang Hao continued to run the third layer of the Flood Blood Emperor technique. The true essence was guided by Wang Hao as it traveled through the body's meridians, constantly quenching every inch of muscle inside the body. Wang Hao then used kryptonite points to enhance his soul power, spending $130 million to raise his soul power to 4,999 points. Instantly, Wang Hao felt that his entire brain was about to explode with pain. Wang Hao clenched his teeth to endure the pain and tried to control his soul power to rotate in his mind. However, the brain was still extremely painful, as if it would collapse at any moment. In the end, Wang Hao endured the intense pain and slowly ran the Flood Blood Emperor technique, mobilizing his soul force to form a vortex in his brain. Wang Hao was now like a broken ship drifting in the sea. Once the ship leaked, he would surely die. As Wang Hao's soul power continued to increase, the vortex in his mind slowly grew and finally reached its limit. Wang Hao's spirit went into a trance, and his entire brain was drowsy, as if he was about to fall into a deep sleep. Wang Hao's heart was anxious, and he hurriedly and desperately urged his soul power, trying to resist the drowsiness in his brain, not daring to relax in the slightest. Just as Wang Hao was falling into a deep sleep, Wang Hao felt a warmth coming from inside his head, and those dizzying sensations gradually disappeared. Wang Hao instantly woke up, and with a thought, Wang Hao's soul power returned to his brain once again. This time, raising his soul force could be said to be the most painful one. Soul power was still different from aura value, which could be increased using kryptonite points as long as one was physically fit. However, the soul force was raised too much this time, and one's brain could not withstand it for a moment and almost exploded. Fortunately, his soul talent was strong enough and he barely managed to hold on. System, isn't it possible to raise it with a plus sign? Ding, isn't the host still alive? If there was no plus host to forcefully raise the soul power, the host might just become demented or even die. After hearing the system's words, Wang Hao instantly became a little angry. Big brother system, if I hang up, where are you going to find another person so talented in soul power? Ding, system prompt, for your own consideration, please don't raise your strength so quickly for the time being, it's easy for the foundation to become unstable. The reason you were able to overcome your enemies at the martial master stage by crossing over levels before was because you could master the full power of your martial master stage. I hope that the host will first polish the foundation and thoroughly master the strength of the current stage, and not just raise it. When the host finishes cultivating the second level of the flesh training stage of the Taishang Dragon transformation technique, he will be able to directly elevate to the 5-star level of the martial general at that time. As for soul power, I hope that the host will first carefully study the Xian Yuan Sword Dictionary and digest the current surge in soul power. After listening to the system's words, Wang Hao temporarily dismissed the idea of using kryptonite points to continue to improve his strength for the time being. Wang Hao checked the current information. Kryptonite value, 80 million points. Gender, male. Age, 18 years. Strength, 3-star martial arts general, C rank apothecary. Aura value, 30,100 points plus, can be promoted to Martial Marquis by reaching 100,000 points. Soul power, 4,999 points reaching 5,000 points will allow you to become a Class B apothecary. Storage space, 1 square meter plus, increased by 1 square meter for every 100 million alliance coins. Though the aura value can continue to be increased using kryptonite points. However, Wang Hao decided to use this time to polish up his martial arts skills and master his power for this period of time by practicing them. Since he entered the Magic City Martial University in September this year, it had only been a month's time that Wang Hao had broken through from a Martial Master's 7 stars to a Martial General's 3 stars, and this rate of progress was too amazing. Considering that Wang Hao's talent was only awakened at the beginning of this year, this speed was just too demonic. It was estimated that there were people who wanted to send Wang Hao to the Research Institute for slicing and studying. After all, even in the top 10 martial arts schools, there were quite a few students who had graduated their senior year and had yet to become a martial artist, not to mention those martial artists in society. In the following period of time, Wang Hao attended classes during the day, while at night, he went to the martial arts practice ground to cultivate his sword skills, and when he returned to his room, he cultivated the Tai Sheng Hua Long skill. Due to the increase in his sword intent talent brought about by the billion-dollar kryptonite gift pack, Wang Hao's process of cultivating the Red Sun sword technique and the Purple Emperor sword technique was significantly accelerated. The sword momentum of the Red Sun sword technique continued to increase, and the second style of the Purple Emperor sword technique, Purple Emperor Burning City, was estimated to be mastered in not much time. However, Wang Hao clearly felt that his process of cultivating the Taishang Dragon transformation skill was a bit slow. The system seemed to sense Wang Hao's thoughts. Ding, a bounty mission is now released. Please ask the host to kill the top 20 in the Magic City's top 100 list before October. The mission rewards the C-grade high-level Dragon Blood Potion formula. Since the system had been upgraded, Wang Hao could only get his items if he wanted to get them by completing bounty missions. Wang Hao glanced at the date, September 28, so let's go and challenge the 20th ranked student the day after tomorrow. Although he could challenge a higher ranked student, to be on the safe side, he would first challenge the 20th ranked martial artist on the 100-strong ranking. As long as one completes the mission, one can obtain the mission reward C-grade high-grade Dragon Blood Potion formula. Chapter 78, Challenge Victory. On September 30th, a senior student was cultivating out of the Reiki Tower. He was dressed in black tight clothes and pants, with an upright and well-proportioned body, a well-defined and angular face, and a cold gaze. This person was none other than Guan Hao, who ranked 20th on the Magic City Top 100 list. Senior, excuse me, can you accept my challenge? Guan Hao was a bit impatient. It was almost the end of the month, and many people on the top 100 list were accepting challenges. But Guan Hao thought that he still had some fame in the Magic City Wudu University, and fixed his eyes to see that he was still a freshman. Yo, isn't this Wang Hao? Why is he blocking Guan Hao? Does he want to challenge him? Who knows? He's looking for death anyway. Guan Hao's ranking is more than 20 places higher than him and is a peak 4-star martial general. You guys don't talk about Wang Hao. I did hear that he's been very popular lately and is known as the newcomer king of this term. I refuse. I don't have so much time to waste on a rookie like you. Guan Hao said without hesitation. Why? Senior, your ranking is much higher than mine, you can't be afraid. Wang Hao asked. How did Guan Hao refuse Wang Hao's challenge? It can't be that he's really scared. The crowd of onlookers were talking and watching the action. Hearing the surrounding students' comments, Guan Hao was also aware that this freshman wasn't a nobody. Ignorance, since you're looking for death, I'll fulfill you. Guan Hao let out a cold shout and jumped directly into the air, his hands in the shape of claws, grabbing at Wang Hao. Wang Hao had already prepared himself, stomping the ground with his right foot. His body leapt into mid-air, avoiding Guan Hao's attack. Ha, as rumor has it, Wang Hao specializes in the eagle claw technique. This Wang Hao definitely can't dodge it. Bang! Wang Hao's eagle claw technique struck Wang Hao's rhythmic frost sword with a loud bang. A smile appeared on the corner of Guan Hao's mouth. His eagle claw kung fu move was enough to tear down a bronze wall. But when Guan Hao saw the sight in front of him, he was too surprised to speak. Because Wang Hao had blocked Guan Hao's attack with the rhythmic frost sword, his eagle claw kung fu didn't cause any damage to his opponent. "Senior, take out your real skills, or you'll lose," Wang Hao said, then moved his feet and attacked towards Guan Hao. Bang! 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 The two exchanged a dozen moves in an instant. Wang Hao's attacks were too fast, so fast that Guan Hao could barely parry them. He could only barely defend. Wang Hao now cultivated the Tai Shang Huan Long skill, and his body strength and quality had been greatly increased. Together with the addition of True Yuan from the Flood Blood Emperor Technique's S-rank technique, Wang Hao was now not afraid in the slightest of facing a martial general's 6-star martial artist. Not to mention such crushing attack methods as the Purple Emperor Sword Technique and the Xian Yuan Sword Dictionary. If it wasn't for the fear of creating too much of a stir by challenging a higher-ranked martial artist, and in order to complete the mission securely, Wang Hao could have challenged the top 10 ranked martial artists. Wang Hao directly made use of the Red Sun Sword Technique. One move was exceptionally powerful, and sharp sword chi shot out in all directions. Guan Hao was losing ground, his heart shook inexplicably. He's actually this strong. Is this still a freshman who just entered the freshman year? Could it be that he was taken over by some old monster? Guan Hao saw that Guan Hao had revealed a crack, and his left leg violently kicked at Guan Hao's chest. Guan Hao panicked and raised his hand to block, only to hear a crunching sound. The sound of bone cracking came. Guan Hao's left arm was broken. Wang Hao took advantage of the situation and pointed the tip of his sword at Guan Hao's throat, the tip of the sword slightly piercing into the surface of the skin. "You're defeated," Wang Hao said calmly. Guan Hao shook his head bitterly as he felt the sharpness that pierced his skin. Wang Hao turned away from where Guan Hao was and said, "Don't forget to go to the school staff to change your ranking." Guan Hao was lost in thought and muttered, "Can I not even beat a freshman now?" The surrounding onlookers were also surprised. Perhaps some would have thought that Wang Hao would win before, but they didn't expect to win so easily. This new student is also too strong. He actually killed his way into the top 20 of the 100-strong ranking. This strength feels like competing for the top 10 is possible. Yeah, this freshman's strength is too terrifying. Wang Hao didn't pay attention to the comments of the people around him. After reaching his goal, he waited for tomorrow to complete the bounty mission released by the system. Returning to his room, Wang Hao prepared to take a rest. The recent continuous high-intensity cultivation had made himself a bit overwhelmed. Sometimes cultivation needed a relaxation. Just as Wang Hao was about to rest, someone was ringing the doorbell again outside the door. Wang Hao opened it and saw that it was Shen Yunmeng at the door. Shen Yunmeng was wearing a white shirt and a short blue denim skirt today, looking lively and pretty, but her pretty face carried a hint of defiance. "I heard that you defeated Guan Hao, who was ranked 20th in the 100 rankings." "Well, I did defeat Guan Hao. How did the news travel so fast?" "What is your strength now?" Shen Yunmeng asked. Wang Hao looked at Shen Yunmeng, the genius girl from the Kyoto base. She hadn't wasted her talent this month either, and had already broken through to the 8th star of Martial Master. This rate of progress was definitely worthy of the name of genius, bearing in mind that Lin Yuro was still working on her breakthrough to become a martial master. Shen Yunmeng grew up carrying the name of a genius, and thus had a hard time looking down on other people her age. Wang Hao was also accepted by Shen Yunmeng because of his talent as a pharmacist and his combat prowess. However, Wang Hao's rate of progress was too astonishing. When Shen Yunmeng heard that Wang Hao had defeated Guan Hao, who was a peak 4-star martial general, she was very surprised and at the same time somewhat unconvinced. This was the most talented person of her age that she had met so far. Shen Yunmeng's beautiful eyes opened roundly and asked with a bit of disbelief, "How did your strength rise so quickly?" "As far as I know, you were just a martial master 7-star strength that day, about the same as me." "Hee, just lucky," Wang Hao said perfunctorily. Seeing Wang Hao's reluctance to speak, Shen Yunmeng's pretty face turned red, and tears rolled in her beautiful eyes. Seeing this, Wang Hao had no choice but to explain, "I had some opportunities of my own. Moreover, I'm also a pharmacist, so I can refine potions for myself to enhance my strength, and the aftermath is definitely not as strong as yours. As long as you make progress every day, sooner or later you will be stronger than me. I promise to refine potions for you in the future as well, okay, so don't cry." Hearing Wang Hao's assurance, Shen Yunmeng heard Wang Hao's consolation and broke into tears. Pouting, she said, "This is what you promised me. If you dare to go back on your promise, I'll never ignore you again." Wang Hao looked at the youthful and beautiful Shen Yunmeng and couldn't help but gulp. Wang Hao thought of the fact that he had several other emotionally drawn relationships and hurriedly diverted his eyes, saying, "Don't worry, we are fellow siblings, we should help each other." After coaxing Shen Yunmeng away, Wang Hao could finally breathe a sigh of relief. The next morning, Wang Hao purposely went to check his student card, and the points for the 20th place had arrived with 820 points. Deducting the 270 points from the previous cultivation at the 9th grade tablet map, he still had 550 points. Chapter 79, the 4th level of the Xian Yuan Sword Cannon. Wang Hao was going to use all of his points on the cultivation of the 9 great steel diagrams. Currently, he was not lacking in martial skills, and his martial strength was progressing quickly, so he needed to build a firm foundation for his physical body. The 3 treasures of the Devil's Capital Martial Arts University are currently the most useful to him or her are the 9 great tablets. Not only could he cultivate the Xian Yuan Sword Codex in it, but it would also help him digest his soaring soul power and lay a good foundation for his impact on the B-rank apothecary. Wang Hao silently chanted, "Submit the task." Ding, it has been detected that the host has killed his way into the top 20 of the Magic City's top 100 list and is now rewarded with a Class C high-grade Dragon Blood Potion formula. Wang Hao looked at the Dragon Blood Potion formula. In addition to the 4 C-rank herbs, Black Inflammation Grass, Fire Lotus Fruit, Purple Jade Orchid, and Ice Silkworm Grass, the blood of a magical beast was also needed as a primer. The stronger the level of the magical beast, the better the effect of the dragon's blood potion. It seems like the last time I hunted a magical beast I should have known to leave some blood behind. Finding time to go to the Apothecary Association to purchase herbs, it's a good thing that I left $50 million on my bank card this time, or else I would have to use my credit card to purchase again. Wang Hao entered the classroom, and almost everyone's eyes looked at him. The matter of defeating Wang Hao yesterday was known to almost all the students of the entire Magic City Martial Arts University. Wang Hao was not only called the #1 freshman, but some even thought that Wang Hao could become the strongest student in the Magic City Martial Arts University in his 3rd year. Wang Hao didn't care about the gazes of the many students and sat directly in front of Lin Yueliang and Su Xian. Lin Yuro was wearing a pink short skirt today, her eyebrows were arched, her eyelashes were slightly curved, and her white legs were exposed to the air. Her 2 pairs of snow-white and delicate long legs were particularly alluring. Su Xian, on the other hand, had a head of shiny black hair draped over her, a pair of beautiful eyes clear and bright, her chest was full and round, and her concave and convex sexy body was evocative. Originally, with the beauty of the 2 of them, as soon as the school year began, they were the target of many geniuses from the Magic City Martial Arts University. However, their extremely close relationship with Wang Hao, coupled with Wang Hao's current strong performance as a genius, made many people afraid to have thoughts about them. This also made the life of the duo of Lin Yuro Su Xian in the Magic Capital Martial Arts University a lot less disturbed. The duo also happily smiled when they saw Wang Hao sitting beside them. Lin Yushi asked carefully, "You didn't get hurt in your match with Guan Hao yesterday, did you?" Wang Hao shook his head and said, "Nothing serious." Su Xian also asked with concern, "Wang Hao, did you really break through to the martial general realm?" Guoming interjected from the side, "That's for sure. How is the newcomer king of our term?" Wang Hao waved his hand to signal Guoming to keep quiet, then nodded to Lin Yushi and Su Xian as a reply. After class, Wang Hao was ready to go to the 9 great steel diagrams to practice first, thus mastering his recently skyrocketed soul power. When he arrived at the 9 great tablet map, the staff of the Magic City Martial Arts University saw Wang Hao and joked, "Don't owe the school points this time." "Don't worry, I have 550 points this time, enough for 11 days of cultivation." Wang Hao waved his student card, signaling that his buddy had enough points this time. The staff also smiled and did not refute Wang Hao's words. Wang Hao's success in challenging Guan Hao was now known throughout the entire Magic City Martial Arts University, and the 20th place on the top 100 list was rewarded with quite a few points by the school every month. Wang Hao came directly to the 4th steel map. The 4th steel was covered with all sorts of strange runic patterns. Wang Hao sat cross-legged in front of the 4th stone tablet. Closing his eyes, he slowly mobilized the soul force in his body and tried to control them to surge into the stone tablet. Trying hard to control the soul force to slowly flow into the stone monument. As the soul force continued to penetrate, a stream of warm heat surged into Wang Hao's mind, nourishing his soul. The runes on top of the stone tablet seemed to come to life, changing and flashing with mysterious symbols. Wang Hao felt like he was in an invisible vortex, constantly absorbing the surrounding heaven and earth aura. The runes on top of the stone tablet began to rotate. The stone tablet emitted a dazzling light, and Wang Hao only felt that his head appeared as an image of a swordsman using a flying sword to fight. Wang Hao carefully observed the image, and he realized that the moment the flying sword collided with the opponent, the runic patterns on top of the stone tablet began to transform, combining to form a bizarre pattern. As the pattern transformed, the flying sword on the stone tablet became illusory, vaguely as if it was about to detach from the stone tablet. Wang Hao opened his eyes wide and stared at the pattern with full concentration, hoping to learn something from it. With his spirit highly concentrated, he was observing how the swordsman in the stone tablet used his soul power to maneuver his flying sword to engage his opponent. One move, one style, every action was memorized and burned into Wang Hao's mind. Wang Hao's entire focus was on the runic patterns on the stone tablet, and he kept comprehending them. Soul power surged out crazily, converging in his sea of consciousness. Gradually, Wang Hao actually forgot about time, completely immersed inside the world of sword arts, as if he had forgotten about his own existence, completely immersed in immersing himself in the changes of the stone tablet. 12 days passed, and Wang Hao finally opened his eyes, his face filled with excitement and thrill. Previously, he thought that it would take a month to master the fourth steel diagram, but he didn't expect to master the fourth layer of the Xian Yuan Sword Codex in 12 days. This was largely due to his own soul power skyrocketing. When he first cultivated in the 9 Great Tablet map, Wang Hao's soul force was only nearly 2,000 points. This time, Wang Hao's soul force was just a hair's breadth away from 5,000 points. Mastering the fourth steel diagram, the strongest strike Wang Hao could muster was twice that of the third steel diagram, which was equivalent to the full force of an 8-star martial general. And this time, he had thoroughly digested the soul power that had skyrocketed before, laying a good foundation for impacting a B-class apothecary. Getting up and preparing to leave, the staff member of the Magic City Martial Arts University purposely glanced at Wang Hao. Originally, there were very few students who practiced in the 9 Great Steel Diagrams, let alone a fierce person like Wang Hao who practiced for 10 days at a time. 12 days and a total of 288 hours cost a total of 576 points, and you owe the school another 26 points. Hearing that he owed points again for this cultivation, Wang Hao was also a bit embarrassed, but he had pretended to be a tycoon before. He could only repay the points for the next month. Wang Hao opened his cell phone, replied to the messages and information, and prepared to head to the Apothecary Association to buy herbs. Arriving at the Apothecary Association building in the city center. As soon as Zhao Xiaoling saw Wang Hao enter, she hurried to the front door to greet him. The familiar professional outfit bundled wrapped around the delicate body. Fair as jade skin, long black hair draped over the shoulders, delicate features, clear and elegant, beautiful eyes flow between, seducing the soul. Sister Zhao, I've caused you trouble. Wang Hao politely said. Not at all, come on in. Zhao Xiaoling smiled. Wang Hao nodded and followed Zhao Xiaoling through the first floor hall to the VIP office upstairs. Chapter 80 Refining Dragon Blood Potion. Just after sitting down, Zhao Xiaoling personally poured tea and placed it on the table. Little brother is still here to purchase herbs today? Wang Hao nodded and wrote down the names of the herbs in the Dragon Blood Potion formula and handed them to Zhao Xiaoling. Zhao Xiaoling looked at the note: Black Inferno Grass, Fire Lotus Fruit, Purple Jade Orchid, and Ice Silkworm Grass. A single copy of these 4C grade herbs is estimated to cost 2 million alliance coins. You want to procure 20 copies, I'll ask at the warehouse first. After saying that, Zhao Xiaoling walked out of the room. Wang Hao lay on the sofa with his eyes closed in boredom. After a long time, Zhao Xiaoling pushed the door in. Well, do you have these herbs? Wang Hao asked as he opened his eyes. A total of 20 copies, the original price is 2 million alliance coins, I applied for a discount, one copy is 1,800,000, 20 copies total 36 million alliance coins. Does the Apothecary Association still have beast blood? Wang Hao continued to ask. What grade of blood do you need? What price for this blood? Zhao Xiaoling replied after consulting it, a caddy of blood from a War General class magical beast costs several million alliance coins, and a caddy of blood from a War Marquis class magical beast costs tens of millions of alliance coins. Wang Hao estimated the amount needed to refine 20 potions. Help me get 2 pounds of high-level War General level magical beast blood. Zhao Xiaoling answered and left. After a short while, Zhao Xiaoling walked in with a few staff members. This is the blood of a high-level battle general level magical beast, please accept it. 2 pounds of blood totaling 10 million alliance coins. Zhao Xiaoling handed the crystal bottle in her hand to Wang Hao. Wang Hao checked it and confirmed that there were no problems. Here are the herbs, you see nothing wrong with them. Wang Hao carefully looked at it and found that there was no abnormality, then placed the herbs and blood in the package. Then he paid off 46 million alliance coins, and there were still 5 million alliance coins left on his bank card. Thanks. Wang Hao politely thanked Zhao Xiaoling. It's okay, you can come directly to me the next time you come to buy herbs. Zhao Xiaoling smiled. At this time, there was a knock on the door at the office outside the door. Zhao Xiaoling opened it and it turned out to be Yuanin. Yuanin is wearing a pink shirt and a white skirt today, revealing straight, snow-white legs that look youthful and beautiful. Ms. Yu, why are you here? Zhao Xiaoling was surprised, then led Yuanin to the side of the desk. I came to find Wang Hao for something. You guys chat first, I'm going to get busy. Zhao Xiaoling wisely exited the office. I happen to be at the Apothecary Association today. What? Are you purchasing herbs? Yuanin lightly opened her vermilion lips. Well, I have to refine a potion recently, right? Do you have something to do? Wang Hao asked. Yuanin hesitated for a moment, then said, I want to. Can you help out? Wang Hao nodded, tell me, as long as it's something I can do, I'll do my best. Yuanin sighed in relief and said, tomorrow, the Kyoto Apothecary Association is coming to our place here in Magic City, and there's a party at night. It's just that there's a 28-year-old C-rank pharmacist named Hua Yuga among the Kyoto Pharmacist Association personnel. He has seen me before and has been interested in me. I've heard that he's extremely messy in his personal life, but my family thinks he's very gifted and is interested in getting me more in touch with him. Can you pretend to be my companion at the party tomorrow night and help me back off Hua Yuji's advances? Yuanin said in a low voice with a flushed face. In the end, it was the first time she invited a male to pretend to be her party companion. And it was also a schoolmate from her own school, so she was a little shy in her heart. But the only person Yuanin knew who had more talent than Hua Yuga was Wang Hao. A C-rank pharmacist at less than 30 years old was a genius even in Kyoto. After hearing Yuanin's words, Wang Hao also understood that he was asked to pretend to be Yuanin's boyfriend. However, his contact with Yuanin was not deep, and Wang Hao somewhat did not want to get involved in this matter. I'm afraid I can't help you with this. Wang Hao politely refused. Ah. Why? Do you hate me and don't want to pretend to be my boyfriend? Yuanin said with some loss. No. Wang Hao shook his head. We don't have deep contact after all, and I don't want others to have misunderstandings. Hearing Wang Hao's refusal, Yuanin was a bit disappointed inside, but she also understood that her request might be a bit too much. Getting the medicinal herbs, Wang Hao returned to the magic capital Wushu University. At this time, Elder Lin called Wang Hao. Tomorrow night, the Kyoto Pharmacist Association is coming to Mordor to hold a party. The leader of this batch is an old rival of mine. I heard that he brought a talented disciple. I'll bring you and Shen Yunmeng to the party tomorrow night. This was a bit of a coincidence. He had just refused Yuan Yin's request, but he still hadn't escaped this party. This genius disciple couldn't be Hua Yugu. Listening to the teacher's meaning, he wanted to let himself compete with Hua Yugu. Yuanin was considered the first pharmacist of the Magic City Martial Arts University before, rated as an E-rank pharmacist at the age of 20, and at least a D-rank pharmacist at the age of 28. But it was estimated to be difficult to become a C-class pharmacist. Wang Hao mainly had the help of the system, plus his own previous Soul Force talent was amazing. However, the last time he boosted his Soul Force by 1300 points, it almost caused Wang Hao's brain to explode violently as well. Wang Hao ignored these things for now and waited until tomorrow night. Wang Hao took out the herbs Black Inflammation Grass, Fire Lotus Fruit, Purple Jade Orchid, and Ice Silkworm Grass, and took out the Dan Furnace and Advanced Battle Police Magical Beast Blood in preparation for refining the Dragon Blood Potion. After using the Purple Spirit Flame to quench the Black Flame Grass into a medicinal liquid, Wang Hao poured the medicinal liquid into the Dan Furnace according to the prescription above. Inside the Dan Furnace, Wang Hao threw the Fire Lotus Fruit in, and then used his spiritual power to control the Fire Lotus Fruit to slowly melt and turn into a red juice. Afterwards, Wang Hao took out the Ice Silkworm Grass, which was wrapped in Purple Spirit Flame inside the furnace and gradually fused with the red juice. When the Fire Lotus Fruit had completely absorbed the medicinal effects of the Iceworm Grass, Wang Hao immediately took it out, and then put it back into the Dan Furnace along with the Purple Jade Orchid. As an hour passed, gusts of hot air rose from inside the Dan Furnace, and the medicinal scent became even stronger, filling the entire room with a tantalizing medicinal scent. The following was the most crucial step in refining the Dragon's Blood Potion, and that was to drop the blood of a high-level battle general grade magical beast into the fused medicinal liquid. It was important to grasp the temperature of the two energies, otherwise this time, refining the Dragon's Blood Potion would be a waste. Wang Hao dropped the blood of a high-level battle general level magical beast into the fused medicinal liquid. Rumble! The medicinal liquid boiled, and a light red mist evaporated from it. Wang Hao held his breath and pressed his hands against the Dan Furnace, running his true essence and channeling it into the furnace to catalyze the Purple Spirit Flame. In a few moments, the Purple Spirit Flame reached its peak state, scorching the medicinal liquid and dissolving the blood little by little. Half an hour later, Wang Hao opened his eyes and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, his face slightly white. At this moment, the lid of the Dan Furnace slowly opened, emitting a tantalizing medicinal scent. Chapter 81 Evening Party Gambling. It finally worked. A smile appeared on Wang Hao's face as he hurriedly placed the refined Dragon Blood Potion in the crystal bottle. After resting for a while, Wang Hao poured hot water into the wooden barrel and then placed the refined Dragon Blood Potion into the barrel. A pungent fishy odor came from the hot water soaking the Dragon Blood Potion. Wang Hao didn't pay much attention to it. He directly took off his clothes and immersed his entire body in the wooden barrel, running the Taishang Dragon Transformation Technique. Wang Hao felt the heat flow in his body continuously surging to his limbs and bones, washing his body. A cool sensation attacked his entire body, and a trace of medicinal power surged along the meridians to the dantian, moisturizing the cells in his body. Not only that, Wang Hao also vaguely sensed that the Dragon Blood Potion was transforming his body, allowing his body strength to grow. A faint golden light then surfaced on the surface of Wang Hao's skin, and the pores on his body opened up as a trace of dirt was excreted. Wang Hao felt that his body was rapidly metamorphosing, and he could even feel the toughness of his muscles. Ah, it's too good. Wang Hao couldn't help but moan. Wang Hao had been cultivating in the barrel until the afternoon of the next day, when Wang Hao woke up from his cultivation state. The first time he used the Dragon Blood Potion to cultivate was really effective, and the second layer of the flesh training layer of the Taishang Dragon Transformation Technique had already been mastered. Looking at the increased qualities of his body, Wang Hao decided to add the remaining 80 million kryptonite points directly to the aura value. His own aura value now amounted to 38,500 points, and he was not far from being a 4-star martial general. At this time, the doorbell in Wang Hao's house rang, and it seemed like the time, it should be Shen Yunmeng. Wang Hao hurriedly put on his clothes and opened the door. Shen Yunmeng was wearing an evening gown today, with a delicate necklace hanging on her chest, pearl earrings on her ears, and her dark hair draped over her shoulders, showing an excellent temperament. A touch of snowy white was revealed at her neck, and with her beautiful face and exquisite figure, Wang Hao couldn't help but take a few more glances. When Shen Yunmeng saw Wang Hao's gaze, her pretty face immediately blushed. Wang Hao hurriedly coughed twice and said awkwardly, "Let's go." Shen Yunmeng glanced at the clothes on Wang Hao. Only seeing that Wang Hao was still wearing his usual attire, he asked, "Is this what you're wearing to the party?" Wang Hao scratched his head and said, "Yeah." "You?" Shen Yunmeng glared at Wang Hao. Wang Hao and Shen Yunmeng went to Lin Lao's place together, and Lin Lao directly asked the Magic City Martial Arts University to arrange a car to send the three of them to the most luxurious hotel in the center of Magic City. The three of them took the elevator to the banquet hall on the 6th floor of the hotel, and many people had already gathered inside the banquet hall. The staff of the Apothecary Association checked the invitations of the incoming and outgoing guests. Chen Haiba, the vice president of the Magic City Apothecary Association, saw Elder Dean Lin coming over and hurriedly greeted him. "Elder Lin, I can't believe you've come to participate this time. Hey, who let the Kyoto Association lead the team this time is my old rival. If I don't show up this time, I'll still think I'm afraid of him. These two are your disciples Wang Hao and Shen Yunmeng, a martial arts genius and a pharmacist genius. Especially Wang Hao, last time he sold a few bottles of C-rank potions in our Potion Master Association. I guess he must have already stepped into a C-rank potion master." Seeing Wang Hao and Shen Yunmeng, Chen Haiba understood that Elder Lin had also brought the duo over for a long look. Wang Hao looked around. There were a lot of people attending the party. Looking at the temperament and dress, they all belonged to the major forces of the Magic City base. There were also a lot of people from the younger generation, presumably the sons and daughters of various families, who had come to expand their social circle. At this time, an old man walked over. He had a keen gaze, his figure was erect, and he exuded a majestic aura. "Elder Lin, goodbye, I thought you wouldn't come. How is it, your body can still carry you for a few years? Hee, you're not even dead yet, I'm definitely going to live a few more years than you." Lin Lao sneered when he saw the incoming old man. This old man's name was Lu Dongyang. He was the president of the Kyoto Apothecary Association, and was also a grade A apothecary, and was from the same era as Lin Lao. Lu Dongyang also frowned slightly when he heard what Elder Lin said. "Humph, old man Lin, no matter what, the two of us are considered to have fought for most of our lives. Since you've brought disciples here, I've also brought a disciple today. Do you want two disciples to compete?" The crowd all shifted their gazes to the man beside the old man. The man looked to be around 30, with a handsome face, but his face was a bit pale and looked a bit empty, and his expression was arrogant, with a look of no one in sight. Behind this man, Wang Hao saw Yuanin, and Wang Hao understood that this man was Hua Yugu. Yuanin was wearing a black dress today, with a concave and convex figure, but her face was obviously a bit reluctant. Yuanin seemed to notice that someone was sizing her up, and cast her gaze over to see Wang Hao. "How is it that he clearly refused to be my companion, but how is it that he still came to today's party?" Yuanin blushed and lowered her head. Wang Hao noticed that Yuanin glanced at him and immediately withdrew her gaze. And although Yuanin was behind him, but when Hua Yuga saw Shen Yunmeng, her eyes still glowed, her gaze burning, and the corners of her mouth sketched an evil smile. In Hua Yuji's eyes, Shen Yunmeng was not only beautiful in looks, but also had a concave and convex figure. Moreover, she was extremely talented as a martial artist and was more suitable for herself than Yuanin. "Good. Since you want your disciple to compete with mine, of course I'll accompany you, but I propose that we add a little bit of color." Lin Lao sneered. When Lu Dongyang heard Elder Lin's words, there was a trace of doubt in his heart. Add what kind of lottery? But still nodded his head in agreement. "Okay, you say. How about we each take out 500 million alliance coins as a bet?" "Good, I promise." Lu Dongyang nodded his head. At this time, the party hall people had already put their attention here. Elder Dean Lin and the president of the Kyoto Apothecary Association were originally the center of attention, not to mention the fact that the two of them had actually wagered 500 million alliance coins. Elder Dean Lin and Lu Dongyang's bet caught everyone's attention. What do you think they're betting on? Is there any need to guess? Of course it's to compare who cultivates the more powerful disciples. Elder Lin and Lu Dongyang can both be ranked apothecaries. The disciples trained by these two must be very strong. I wonder whose disciple is victorious? "Ha, Elder Lin, I'll thank you in advance. What do you want to compete?" Lu Dongyang laughed out loud. "You'd better get your money ready first. Since it's a pharmacist competition, let's compete in the art of fire control." Lin Lao said indifferently. "Good, I want to see how powerful your disciple is." After Lu Dongyang finished speaking, he made a wink towards Hua Yugu. At this time, the hall crowd vacated a space. Wang Hao and Hua Yug stood in the center. Hua Yugu released her flames, and immediately the flames blazed to the sky. The temperature of the flames was extremely high, and the people around them retreated backwards. Chapter 82 Flame Competition. At once, the entire hall was filled with a scorching temperature, and the flames were burning, the color of the flames crimson like fire. The crowd felt the blazing temperature and kept retreating, lest they be injured by the flames. Wang Hao, do you dare to compete with me? If you lose, then please just stop pursuing Shen Yunmeng next to you, you don't deserve to be with her yet. Hua Yugo looked at Wang Hao provocatively. Hearing Hua Yuji's words, although she was misunderstanding the relationship between Wang Hao and Shen Yunmeng, it also stirred up the fire in Wang Hao's heart. Fine, since you want to play, I'll accompany you to the inn. Wang Hao didn't show any weakness and summoned his purple spirit fire. Instantly, a scorching wave of air swept through the entire hall, and everyone's faces changed as they hurriedly retreated backward. Oh my god, purple flames. What, it's actually a purple flame. It's the first time I've seen it. Inside the hall, many people exclaimed. Lu Dongyang saw that Wang Hao had actually made purple flames. Turning to look at Elder Lin, no wonder you wanted to compete in the art of controlling fire, I can't imagine that your disciple has such a strange encounter. Lin Lao just smiled faintly and did not reply. Hua Yugo was also taken aback, but then reacted and mocked, purple flames aren't necessarily stronger than mine. Wang Hao's palms spread out and flames roared, the scorching temperature causing the surrounding air to distort as if it was about to melt. The purple flames collided with Hua Yuji's flames, and the two scorching flames intertwined. Suddenly, Hua Yugu took control of her flame, compressing it and flying it in Wang Hao's direction. Nothing more than that. Seeing this scene, Hua Yugu revealed a hint of a contemptuous smile. Only to see Wang Hao make a seal with one hand, and purple flames engulfed Hua Yuji's flames. Seeing the purple foreign flame executed by Wang Hao devour his own flame, Hua Yuji's face changed dramatically in disbelief. After Wang Hao's flames condensed, he waved his hands and the purple flames flew out of his hands, instantly blasting into Hua Yuji's chest. Boom! The flames impacted on Hua Yuji's body and exploded, flames shot out in all directions, and Hua Yugu stifled a grunt and retreated a few steps backward, his face pale and blood flowing out from the corner of his mouth. You lost. Wang Hao said indifferently. I'm not convinced, have the guts to test your skills in refining potions. Enough, Hua Yugu, don't disgrace yourself, a loss is a loss. Hua Yugu was just about to open his mouth again, but he was chided by Lu Dongyang. Lu Dongyang looked at Wang Hao and asked with a frown, Old Man Lin, where did you find this disciple of yours, and where did his purple flame come from? Old Man Lin smiled mysteriously, secret. I won't get to the bottom of my disciple, as long as he is my student and a martial artist who fights for my humanity. Okay, Wang Hao, count yourself tough, go. Hua Yugu glared viciously at Wang Hao and angrily flung her sleeves away, pulling Yuan Yin's arm as she left. Looking at Yuan Yin's agonized appearance, Wang Hao's heart softened for a moment. Coupled with the fact that he had an indescribable feeling of loathing towards Hua Yuga, Wang Hao opened his mouth. Slow down, you want to compete in the skill of pill refining, fine. But in addition to the 500 million alliance coins mentioned just now, you have to agree to one condition from me. What condition? Hearing that Wang Hao was going to compete with him in refining potions, Hua Yuga stopped in her tracks. How about that is that you are not allowed to harass Yuan Yin in the future? Oh, could it be that in addition to liking Shen Yunmeng, you also have a crush on Yuan Yin? When Yuan Yin heard that Wang Hao had actually stood up for herself, her heart trembled and her beautiful eyes stared at Wang Hao, unable to help but send a ripple of emotion. Okay, I promise you, but add another $200 million to the bet. In addition to teacher's 500 million, how about we add another 200 million of our own? Hua Yugu said grimly. When Wang Hao heard this, his eyes narrowed, a light flickered in his eyes, and he said icily, Are you sure? Of course. Good. I'll agree to your terms. Lu Dongyang stroked his beard and said, Your disciple is indeed strong when it comes to flames, but I'm afraid it's a bit of a tall order when it comes to competing in the art of pill refining. Although this disciple of mine is a bit of a womanizer, his talent for pill refining is truly rare, and he has now reached the high C grade. Even your talent back then wasn't necessarily better than my disciple's. Elder Lin also had a hint of worry in his gaze, last time, although Wang Hao had concocted a low C grade master breaker potion. But if Lu Dongyang's intention was followed, this Hua Yugu was a C-grade high-ranked apothecary, although his soul force talent was not as good as Wang Hao's, but he was 10 years older than Wang Hao. The surrounding crowd thought that the two had finished competing with the flames and that was the end of it, not realizing that the duo still had a competition in the art of pill refining. This time, coming to the party was a worthwhile trip. At this time, Chen Haiba walked out. The two people made such a big commotion is really out of his expectations. Originally, the Magic City Pharmacist Association and the Kyoto Pharmacist Association were not convinced by each other. Chen Haiba expected some minor friction to arise, but he didn't expect it to turn into a $700 million bet. Chen Haiba said, The Dan furnaces we, the Magic City Apothecary Association, provide are all B-grade Dan furnaces, and they absolutely fulfill the requirements of the duo. If the medicinal materials are also provided by us, but only one copy will be provided, I'm sure the two of you have no objections. Just when Wang Hao was thinking about which potion to refine, the highest ranked prescription that he currently had at his disposal was the C-grade high-level dragon blood potion. Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded in his head. Ding, a bounty mission is now released, the host's soul force has reached 4,999 points. Now provide the recipe for a B-rank low-rank potion, Boneborn Potion. This potion can quickly restore the injuries of Martial Marquis ranked martial artists, and also has a certain healing effect on the injuries of Martial King ranked martial artists. If the host is able to refine it successfully, he will break through 5,000 points and become a B-class pharmacist. The mission reward is a C-grade high-level martial arts potion formula, which can raise the strength of a martial arts general by 1 star, and can only be taken once. Seeing the system mission, Wang Hao understood that this was the system allowing him to challenge himself. If he succeeded in refining it, he would be promoted to a B-class apothecary. If the refining fails, the teacher not only loses face but also loses 500 million alliance coins, and he himself loses 200 million. Originally, he could have won the flame manipulation competition, mainly because Huayugu was too disgusting to him and he wanted to help Yuanyin. However, this was also an opportunity to become a B-rank apothecary if you succeeded in the challenge. There was no use regretting it now, spell it out. Wang Hao glanced at the recipe for the bone breeding potion, which required a total of 4 grade B herbs, bone breeding flower, bone cleansing grass, chalcedony cheese, and blood essence grass. Wang Hao wrote down the herbs and provided them to President Chen Haiba. Chen Haiba seemed to glance at the names of the herbs on the note and was startled. These were B-grade herbs. Could it be that Wang Hao was going to refine B-grade potions this time? After so many years of refining on his own, he was only a B-grade high-level apothecary. Was Wang Hao, who was less than 20 years old, so terrifyingly talented? Are you sure you want these herbs? Chen Haiba inquired. Wang Hao nodded. Seeing Wang Hao's confirmation, Chen Haiba then asked the association staff to fetch the herbs. Chapter 83 Class B Apothecary. Once the association personnel had taken the herbs and handed them over to Wang Hao and Huayuga respectively, the crowd stood aside and waited for the duo to compete. The match between the two could also be seen as a competition between the first person of the younger generation of the Magic City Apothecary Association and the Kyoto Association. Although Wang Hao had previously won in manipulating the flames. However, Huayuga was 10 years older than Wang Hao, so many people still thought that Huayuga had a better chance of winning at refining potions. After all, when refining potions, the flame was one aspect, and refining experience was especially important. Huayugu used the flame to quench the herbs, and her skillful steps and control over the flame made some of the surrounding apothecaries marvel in admiration. The corners of Huayuji's mouth revealed a faint smile as she looked towards Wang Hao, secretly saying in her heart, "You brat, today I'll let you know what gap means." Elder Lin, after watching this, also understood that this person was called the most outstanding apothecary of the younger generation of the Kyoto Apothecary Association, and that he was indeed capable. When Elder Lin saw the born bone flower that Wang Hao took out, he was also shocked. This kid actually took out a B-grade medicinal herb. What did he want to do? The surrounding people also noticed that Wang Hao had actually started quenching the B-grade medicinal herb, born bone flower, with the purple spirit flame. He wanted to refine a B-grade medicinal herb? Is he crazy? The thought bubbled up in everyone's mind. A mocking expression appeared on Huayuji's face when she saw Wang Hao refining the born bone flower with the purple spirit flame. He wanted to refine the bone-born flower with the purple spirit flame? But it was just to attract everyone's attention at first. This sage wanted to refine B-grade herbs? Your disciple's heart is very high. This is a B-grade medicinal herb. Could it be that he wants to refine a B-grade potion? Lu Dongyang also shook his head and sighed. Humph. What folly. Huayuga laughed coldly in her heart. This Wang Hao still really thought that he could refine medicines with B-grade medicinal herbs just because of his manipulation of foreign flames, asking for his own death. Wang Hao didn't pay attention to the murmuring voices of the people around him as he used the purple spirit flame to quench the born bone flower into a medicinal liquid. Wang Hao then quenched the blood essence grass into a medicinal liquid and fused it with the medicinal liquid of the born bone flower. During the fusion process, Wang Hao felt a hint of hindrance. Was this the difference between a B-grade apothecary and a C-grade apothecary? Seeing this, the corners of Huayuji's mouth raised in mockery as she said to herself, "Hee, how ignorant, how can a medicinal liquid quenched with B-grade herbs be easily fused?" Wang Hao urged the purple spirit flame, but the two medicinal liquids were still difficult to fuse. When the pharmacist next to him saw the scene, he also thought that Wang Hao was being generous. Yuanyin bit her lips tightly. She also understood that Wang Hao was having trouble refining the potion. Moreover, looking at his appearance, it seemed hard to hold on. She looked at Wang Hao worriedly. Wang Hao's brows furrowed as he felt that his soul power was rapidly draining away, and if he continued like this, he definitely wouldn't be able to hold on. The cost of this failure was too great. At this point, Wang Hao understood that he was going to be unable to hold on. Wang Hao remembered that only the Flood Blood Emperor technique could help him increase his soul power. Wang Hao urged the purple spirit flame to wrap the medicinal liquid while running the flood desolate blood emperor technique to continuously stimulate his soul power. Beads of sweat rolled down on Wang Hao's forehead, his entire handsome face paled, and his body trembled, obviously consuming a great deal. Wang Hao felt that the heat flow in his body was slowly turning into a vortex that was absorbing the yuan power in his dantian. A pain came from his head, as if a sharp pain was coming from the depths of his soul, but Wang Hao strongly endured it. He believed that as long as he survived the pain he would undergo a metamorphosis and enter a new realm, thus stepping into the realm of a B-class apothecary. Gradually, Wang Hao's whole body was soaked through, and his whole body looked like he had just fished out of the water. The people around looked at Wang Hao's appearance and shook their heads. They all understood that Wang Hao was about to fail. Lu Dongyang breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. After all, he was a milquetoast teenager. Lin Lao, however, looked at Wang Hao with a grave expression. He felt the pressure emanating from the depths of Wang Hao's soul, and the feeling was like that of facing an ancient ferocious beast. What kind of technique is he practicing? Elder Lin said in shock. At this time, the C-grade high-grade potion that Huayugo had refined was about to succeed, and the medicinal fragrance had already filled the entire hall. Huayugo looked at Wang Hao complacently, his eyes filled with a provocative light. Wang Hao felt his body's weakness at the moment, and he simply didn't have the strength to support the refining right now. Am I going to fail? My soul power can't support refining a B-grade potion? Wang Hao was unwilling in his heart. He had worked so hard for so long. Was he going to fail just like this? Just as he was despairing, he felt a warm current coming from his mind, causing him to wake up. He felt his body involuntarily release an aura. Immediately afterward, Wang Hao heard a roaring sound in his head. His own soul power had advanced. Wang Hao opened his eyes and a cold aura shot out from his eyes. It seemed that he had won this bet. Finally, after an hour, Wang Hao fused all the medicinal liquids in the Dan furnace together. A strong medicinal fragrance wafted throughout the entire competition venue, even several times stronger than when Huayugo was refining the potions. Everyone smelled this medicinal fragrance. Everyone looked at Wang Hao's refined potion with wide eyes as a strong medicinal fragrance came from the red potion. When Chen Haiba saw Wang Hao refining the red potion, he walked forward and carefully examined it before shouting to the people behind him. Crystal bottle this red potion and show it to President Lu and Dean Lin. Class B potions could usually only be made by those above the vice president level of the Apothecary Guild. It hadn't occurred to me that a teenager who was less than 20 years old or so had refined a B-grade potion. A look of anger appeared on Huayuji's face when she saw the potion that Wang Hao had refined. Although a B-grade low-rank potion was only one level higher than a C-grade high-rank potion, it was truly a world of difference. This is fake, right? How could he possibly refine a B-grade potion? Yeah, B-grade potions can only be refined by the vice president and elders of the Apothecary Association. How could a junior like him refine a B-grade potion? The personnel of the Kyoto Apothecary Association simply couldn't believe the truth when they saw that Huayugo had lost to an 18-year-old teenager. Enough! Don't say any more. A loss is a loss. Lu Dongyang shouted at the people from the Kyoto Apothecary Association as he held the potion that Wang Hao had refined. Turning to look at Elder Lin, I never thought that you old man would have taken in a disciple with such good talent. I'll admit defeat this time. I'll transfer the money to you right away. Lin Lao laughed out loud. Ha, thank you. Understood. Don't transfer the money to me, just transfer it directly to my disciple Wang Hao. Huayugo, on the other hand, stared at Wang Hao with hatred. Wang Hao felt the many gazes focused on him. Huayugo walked to Wang Hao's side and grunted coldly, "Humph, count yourself lucky today. Remember, sooner or later I'll make you kneel at my feet and beg for forgiveness." When Wang Hao heard Huayuji's words, a smile spread across the corners of his mouth. Don't forget your bet, the money is transferred, and you're not allowed to harass you and Ian in the future. Huayugo held back her anger and said, "Don't worry, I'm not so bad as to play tricks." Chapter 84 Strength Soars. When the people from the Kyoto Apothecary Association saw that Huayugo had lost the competition, they were unwilling to continue staying in the party hall. The gala also ended very quickly. Elder Lin brought Wang Hao and Xing Yunming together in a special car to prepare to return to the Magic City Wudu University. Lin Lao was in a pleasant mood this time. He smiled and said, "Wang Hao, I'm really impressed with your performance this time. Your talent for pill refining is really good." Elder Lin had witnessed so many apothecary geniuses, and this was an extremely high praise. Wang Hao humbly said, "It was just a fluke for me. Teacher, this bone-born potion is for you to heal your injuries." Lin Lao waved his hand and said, "Although this potion of yours has some healing effect on ordinary Martial King level powerhouses. But I was at the peak of Martial King strength before, so this B-grade low-rank potion of yours is almost useless, so you'd better keep it for yourself." Soon, Wang Hao and the others arrived at the entrance of the magic capital Martial Gate. Wang Hao excused himself to Elder Lin. Elder Lin instructed, "You've been cultivating in the 9 great steel diagrams for so long, you should have run out of points. You can take a look at the Magic Capital Martial Arts University's task release point. The Detective Bureau and the military will release some missions in our place. The school also encourages students to complete missions and will reward them with points. Wang Hao returned to his room. At this time, Wang Hao's cell phone received a message that 700 million alliance coins had been credited to Wang Hao's bank card. Now the balance of the bank card was 700 million and 5 million alliance coins. Wang Hao glanced at the information on the system. Kryptonite value, 0.1 point is equivalent to 1 yuan of alliance currency. Gender, male. Age, 18 years. Strength, 3-star military general, B rank apothecary. Aura value, 39,000 points plus, can be promoted to Martial Marquis by reaching 100,000 points. Soul power, 5,100 points plus, reaching 10,000 points will allow you to become a Class A apothecary. Storage space, 1 cubic meter plus, increase by 1 cubic meter for every 100 million alliance coins. Wang Hao decided to first kryptonize 300 million. Wang Hao silently recharged 300 million alliance coins. Ding, now recharging 300 million alliance coins, the current host's kryptonite is 300 million points. Wang Hao first added 10 million kryptonite points to his aura value, reaching 40,000 points. Wang Hao revolved the Flood Blood Emperor technique and inhaling the surrounding aura and then converging it into the star true element at the Dantian. Wang Hao felt that the true essence in his Dantian was gradually becoming condensed and then controlled the true essence to impact the bottleneck. Ka-ching! The bottleneck was broken through by the true essence. Martial General 4-star realm. Wang Hao felt the true essence in his body become even more robust. Wang Hao opened his eyes and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Martial General 4 stars, Wang Hao felt the strength of his body. Having mastered the second layer of the flesh training stage of the Tai Shang Hua Long skill, Wang Hao thought that he could break through another star of Martial General strength. Wang Hao used 100 million kryptonite points to increase his aura value to 50,000, reaching the critical point of a 4-star Martial General. A strange energy flowed into Wang Hao's body, and Wang Hao knew that it was pure true essence. Wang Hao revved up the Flood Blood Emperor technique and absorbed the strange true essence. Wang Hao felt that his entire body was soothed and relaxed, as if he had shed his bones. Wang Hao closed his eyes again and compressed his true essence into his Dantian to impact the bottleneck. Crack! The bottleneck ruptured again. Wang Hao's realm reached 5 stars of Martial General. Wang Hao opened his eyes and an excited smile appeared on his face. Wang Hao saw that the plus sign behind the aura value had disappeared. Understanding that he had to continue cultivating the Supreme Dragon Transformation skill to strengthen his body before he could continue to use the kryptonite points to rapidly increase his strength. Wang Hao saw that there were still 190 million kryptonite points left, so he prepared to enhance his soul power. Compared to increasing his aura value, for soul power, Wang Hao didn't dare to increase it too much. The last time he had a headache to the extreme was still fresh in his mind. Wang Hao only dared to spend 10 million kryptonite points at a time to enhance his soul power by 100 points. By the time Wang Hao's soul force grew to 6,000 points, a sharp headache hit him once again. Wang Hao clenched his teeth and held on for about a minute before relieving it. Having grown 900 points of soul power, Wang Hao now felt his brain was clear as a bell, and the range of his spiritual sense had expanded, giving him a clearer sense of the surrounding aura. The remaining 100 million kryptonite points Wang Hao added to the storage space. Wang Hao was preparing that maybe he would have to go hunting magical beasts alone in the wilderness in the future. He still had a lot of secrets that he couldn't share with the members of the Bison Squad for the time being. Wang Hao glanced at the system information. Kryptonite value, 0.1 point is equivalent to 1 yuan of alliance currency. Age, 18. Strength, 5-star military general, B rank apothecary. Aura value, 50,300 points plus, can be promoted to Martial Marquis by reaching 100,000 points. Soul power, 6,000 points plus, reaching 10,000 points will allow you to become a Class A apothecary. Storage space, 2 cubic meters plus, increase by 1 cubic meter for every 100 million alliance coins. By the next morning, Wang Hao was ready to go to the quest office of the Magic City Martial Arts University to see if there were any good quests to take to increase his credits. There were quite a few students lining up to receive quests at the Magical Capital Martial University's quest office. Now that Wang Hao was also the 20th ranked martial artist on the 100-strong ranking and was the newcomer king of this term, many people recognized Wang Hao and took the initiative to make way for him. Wang Hao arrived at the quest desk and asked the person in charge of registration, "Excuse me, hello, I want to take a quest." The schoolmate in charge of registration smiled, "Oh? What kind of quest do you want to take? You can log into the school system on your computer to check the list of tasks." Wang Hao logged into the system and saw many tasks on the system's homepage. Kill a Class D wanted criminal, reward 200 credits. Slaying a junior battle soldier class magical beast rewards 400 credits. As Wang Hao was looking through the quests, suddenly a quest caught Wang Hao's attention. Assist the Linchuan City Detective Bureau in besieging the 9 Spectres cult stronghold. The stronghold may have the 9 Spectres cult's vice-sec leader, who is at the strength of a martial general, and a few martial master level martial artists. Points will be given for this mission based on the student's performance in the mission, with a maximum of 2,000 points. Seeing this mission, Wang Hao couldn't help but think of the several times he had clashed with the Nine Spectres sect. And it was still a quest issued by his hometown Linchuan City, so he should go back for a bit to complete the quest. Wang Hao said, I want to take on this mission to round up the cult. Alright. I'll register you and send you the details. Grace. Thanks. The mission has been registered, and here's the contact information for the head of the Rinchen City Detective Bureau. The senior sister took a pen and wrote down a string of numbers on a piece of paper and handed it to Wang Hao. Wang Hao considered it and contacted Lin Yueliang and Su Xian, learning that the two had already broken through into martial masters. The two were also short of martial master points and were willing to participate in this mission when they heard Wang Hao's words. Wang Hao hesitated and decided to contact Xin Yunmeng. Xin Yunmeng's strength was second only to Wang Hao's among the new students, and was already an 8-star martial master. Xin Yunmeng expressed her willingness to participate in this mission as well. Wang Hao procured a portion of medicinal herbs to refine some healing potions and 2 bottles of D-grade martial artist reagents. Chapter 85, Discovering the Trail. 2 days later, several people from Wang Hao gathered at the entrance of the magic capital Martial Gate. This small group also attracted the attention of many students. After all, the 4-member squad had 3 schoolgirl-level beauties. While the students were wondering which boy was the ravishing one, they saw Wang Hao's face. Which lucky guy is it? How did Wang Hao appear here? Is he the legendary newcomer King Wang Hao? He's actually teamed up with 3 beautiful women. Wang Hao gave a few bottles of healing potions to each of the 3 of them, and then slipped 2 bottles of D-ranked martial artist reagents to Lin Yuro and Su Xian. Seeing that they were martial master reagents, Lin Yuro and Su Xian smiled sweetly at Wang Hao. This time, I'll give the 3 of you a good word in advance. The rewards for the mission will be divided according to contribution. I'll go face the Nine Spectres sect vice lord at that time, and you guys will deal with the martial artists on the periphery. Especially Lin Yueliang and Su Xian, you guys are responsible for guarding and dealing with those who missed the net. Don't ever try to be brave and rush up. In case I can't defeat the vice sect leader, you guys just hurry up and leave me alone. The 4 of them arrived at Linchuan City railway station by train, and the one who came over to greet them was Wang Hao's old acquaintance. Director Wang of Linchuan City Detective Bureau was shaking his fat body and walking towards the few people. Director Wang was also extremely happy to hear that several students from the Magic City Martial Arts University had come to assist in the mission. This time, he had managed to find the location of the stronghold through an informant, only to find that the strength of the cult was far beyond his capabilities. Playing an application to the superior Jiangnan-based detective bureau, the higher authorities also had a mission, so they had to release the mission in the major martial arts universities. Director Wang looked at the 3 major beauties beside Wang Hao, and his eyes went straight. Wang Hao looked at Chief Wang staring colorfully at the girls beside him, and directly exuded the aura of a martial general-level martial artist, oppressing Chief Wang. Director Wang felt it was difficult to breathe. Hastily clasping his fists and saluting, he said, "Welcome to the arrival of a few high achievers from the Magic City Martial Arts University. On behalf of the people of Linchuan City, I would like to thank you for your help. It should be, the majority of our squad is also from Linchuan City, it's only right to contribute to our hometown." Wang Hao saw that Director Wang had become quite honest and said politely. Wang Hao withdrew his aura, and Director Wang returned to normal. He didn't expect that Wang Hao's strength had reached such a terrifying level. It was also true that without a few brushes, he wouldn't dare to take on this mission. Really good, our Linchuan is really talented. Director Wang praised Wang Hao. Director Wang is polite. Let's go to the detective bureau first, it's crowded here. Wang Hao said to Director Wang. With that, Director Wang and Wang Hao and the others got into a black commercial car and arrived at the Linchuan City Detective Bureau building. Arriving at the conference room, Director Wang pointed at a red dot on the map and said, "This abandoned factory in the suburbs is the stronghold of the Nine Spectres cult that we discovered. There is at least 1 martial general level vice sect master and 4 martial master level martial artists inside." Wang Hao stood up. "It's not too late, let's set off now. Director Wang, have your colleagues bring hot weapons and conduct a good perimeter blockade." Half an hour later, an abandoned factory appeared in sight. "This is the stronghold of the Nine Spectres sect, these guys are hiding deep enough. We searched this neighborhood for a day and couldn't find any traces of them, and for the time being, we don't dare to go deeper into the factory to investigate for fear of spooking the snakes." Director Wang pointed to the interior of the abandoned factory and said. Wang Hao observed the environment of the abandoned factory, then said, "Director Wang, your men are ready to follow my orders. I'll sneak in first to check things out, and you arrange for personnel to guard the various exits to prevent them from escaping." Director Wang nodded his head and immediately informed his subordinates to follow Wang Hao's instructions. Whoosh! Wang Hao leaped forward and swept toward that abandoned factory. A few moments later, Wang Hao stopped in front of the abandoned factory door. Immediately, a rich darkness came over his nose. This aura was odd, giving people an extremely oppressive, heart-stopping feeling. Wang Hao raised his eyes and looked around, only to see that the entire outer wall of the abandoned factory was pitch black, emitting an eerie and cold luster that seemed to be able to absorb sunlight. Wang Hao's body continued to sneak inside the abandoned factory. So many corpses? Wang Hao froze. He realized that there were many corpses piled up inside the abandoned factory, humans, magical beasts, and demonic beasts. Too numerous to count, all of them dying miserable deaths. Beside these corpses were placed many bottles, and each bottle contained a drop of blood. And in the center was an altar. Wang Hao walked over and observed the state of the blood. He only saw that the blood was dark brown in color and contained a strange energy. Could it be that these corpses were sacrificed? Wang Hao muttered. Wang Hao's expression was grave as he carefully surveyed the altar. Wang Hao's eyes were slightly closed, and his soul power surged as he prepared to probe the altar. Buzz 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 buzz. A tremor emanated from his mind, his brow furrowed and his face turned white. Worthy of being a cult, the methods are truly bizarre. Wang Hao opened his eyes, and a hint of horror appeared in his eyes just now. He had utilized his soul power to probe the altar, and as a result, he had almost encountered a backlash. He was bounced out after his soul force was about to touch the altar but encountered an internal prohibition. It seems that the Nine Spectres sect has something, but it can't stop me. Wang Hao wasn't overly worried about the prohibition. Wang Hao erupted purple flames all over his body, and then burned the purple spirit fire at the altar. Snort! A wisp of purple smoke rose up, and the entire altar was covered in purple spirit fire. Jia, which little brat is this to disturb my Nine Spectres sect? Seeing the purple spirit flame burning the altar, a man dressed in black walked out from the underground passageway of the abandoned factory, with 5 black-clothed men behind him. These 5 men in black behind them were all strong at the martial master level. The one at the very front, dressed in black with a black scarf on his head, had a pale face with gray temples. Is this the only thing your Nine Spectres sect wears, always wearing black clothes to see the light? Wang Hao said indifferently. Seeing so many human corpses, he had already decided to uproot this stronghold of the Nine Spectres sect, leaving absolutely no survivors. How dare Amir Jr. offend the majesty of this seat, when the 9 clans are exterminated? The leading black-clothed man's eyes were cold, flashing with murderous intent. Since you've come, you don't want to leave again. Today is the anniversary of your death. I would like to see how you will take my life. Wang Hao arrogantly said as he violently stepped on the void with both of his feet and instantly appeared beside this man in black. So fast. The black-clothed man's pupils contracted, and he hurriedly swung his fist, slamming it fiercely towards Wang Hao. Bang! Wang Hao's right palm slapped, directly dissolving the black-clothed man's attack. The first time he attacked, Wang Hao sensed that this vice sect leader was a 5-star martial general. At this time, the rest of the Nine Spectres sect also rushed on. Luckily, when Shen Yunmeng's few people heard the commotion, they rushed into the abandoned factory. Shen Yunmeng directly dealt with 2 martial masters, while Lin Yueliang and Su Xian combined their efforts to deal with one of the weakest martial masters. Wang Hao, on the other hand, dealt with the vice sect master and the other 2 martial masters. Chapter 86. The battle is in full swing. Wang Hao used the C-grade martial art flying swallow steps and wandered between the 3 people. Wang Hao decided to get rid of 2 of the 3 martial artists first. Using the rhyming frost sword, Wang Hao first pretended to stab the vice sect leader to lure him into dodging. Then, with an arrow step, he circled around behind the other man in black. Put! The rhythmic frost sword pierced through his armor and pierced through his chest, killing him. The black-robed man did not even utter a scream before he died and fell to the ground. The remaining man in black was scared out of his wits and frantically backed away. Want to run? Wang Hao snorted coldly. His speed was several times faster than the black-clothed man, arriving at the black-clothed man's heels in a flash, using the red sun sword technique. The blade of the sword slashed across the black-clothed man's neck, instantly decapitating him. What a powerful sword technique! His swordsmanship is surprisingly so exquisite. When Shen Yunmeng and the others saw Wang Hao kill 2 people in a row, they also stared at each other with wide eyes, shocked beyond measure. Aside from Lin Yuro, it was the first time Shen Yunmeng and Su Xian had seen Wang Hao kill someone. Wang Hao lightly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and slowly retracted the rhyming frost sword, the essence in his eyes flickering. Now there's only this vice sect leader left. Ah, that vice sect leader roared, his eyes scarlet with rage. He had never expected that the 2 powerful generals he had cultivated would actually be killed by Wang Hao in an instant, causing him to feel great shame. These martial artists were the sect's elite. They'd been cultivating them for years to have so few martial artists. Now that they were easily killed by Wang Hao, how could they not hate them? Damn it, how dare you kill 2 of my 9 Spectre sex experts? I'm going to make you beg for your life and beg for your death. The vice sect master shouted angrily, his body radiating a terrifying aura. Rumble. With a roar, he leaped up into the air and slapped his palm down like a Tarzan. Boom. Wang Hao revolved the Tai Shang Hualong skill and charged up. The 2 collided, and while Wang Hao did not move, the vice sect leader retreated 5 or 6 meters away. The vice sect master's face changed greatly. I can't imagine that at such a young age, your strength is indeed so terrifying, and even your physical strength is so strong. I guess it's also a genius of the martial arts university, killing you. The loss of today's stronghold must not be blamed on me by the sect leader. Swish. The vice sect leader took out a long blade and chopped at Wang Hao in a sweeping motion. Wang Hao, on the other hand, continued to pick up the rhythmic frost sword to meet it. Clang! The rhythmic frost sword collided with the long blade, splashing out brilliant light that was as bright as a star. Stomp! The man in black retreated 4 or 5 steps in a row before he could stabilize himself, his heart overwhelmed with fear. Clang 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 clang. Wang Hao danced the rhyming frost sword and fiercely exchanged blows with the vice sect leader, the two of them constantly colliding and erupting with dazzling light. So powerful. The vice sect master's heart trembled in fear. He knew that Wang Hao was powerful, but he didn't expect it to be so powerful. Although he had practiced for many years, he was still no match for Wang Hao. He secretly sneak attacked several times, but all of them were dodged by Wang Hao, and in turn, Wang Hao had the upper hand. No way. If we continue to fight, we're bound to lose. The vice sect leader was anxious in his heart, and he had already sensed the danger coming. Wang Hao's rhythmic frost sword was about to stab the vice patriarch's vitals several times in a row. The vice sect master opened his mouth and spewed out a mouthful of blood, his figure falling to the ground in a sorry state, his face ashen. He covered his stomach, his face twisted, and his forehead was covered in dense sweat, obviously not clearly injured. Knowing that he couldn't end up well today, the vice sect master simply clenched his teeth and urged his Dantian true essence to use a secret method to contact the altar. Immediately, the altar lit up with bizarre black symbols, black mist rolled over, and an eerie and bizarre aura spread throughout the hall. The entire abandoned factory shook violently, and endless dead chi converged from all directions, creating a scene of giant waves. It was like a Shura purgatory, eerie and fearful, taking in the hearts of the people. A mysterious and inexplicable power passed out from within the altar and penetrated into the vice patriarch's body. The vice sect master's originally shriveled aura suddenly skyrocketed, unexpectedly reaching the 8-star stage of martial general from 5-star martial general. Ha ha ha, the vice patriarch laughed up to the sky. Little, I'm going to break you into pieces. He was holding a long sword with unrivaled ferocity, slashing toward Wang Hao with a thick fury. He held the blade with both hands and danced violently as he slashed out, a dark aura spreading out. Hula! The wind blew from the blade, driving the air around it to make a whimpering sound, as if it was an evil spirit howling. When Shen Yunmeng and the others saw this, their faces changed drastically. Rumble! The wind and waves swept in all directions, and the entire abandoned factory was filled with dust and debris. The vice sect leader slashed at Wang Hao's chest. Bang! Wang Hao stifled a grunt as blood spilled from the corner of his mouth and flew out backwards, hitting a piece of wall. Plop! Wang Hao landed on the ground and spat out another mouthful of blood, his face pale. The vice sect leader's face showed a fierce smile. Kid, I admit that you're strong, but you're still too young. In front of absolute power, you are simply unbeatable. He, there's no harm in telling you. The vice sect leader grinned. I cultivate the 9 Spectres sect's sacred text, the 9 Spectres secrets. I set up this altar to specialize in sucking the pure true essence of human martial artists, and now use the accumulated energy to enhance my strength. I see, no wonder your strength has increased so much. What? Scared? The vice sect leader said smugly, I advise you to obediently tie your hands or I will kill the beauty beside you. Wang Hao picked up the rhyming frost sword and spat out the blood in his mouth. If you want to kill them, step over my corpse first. Wang Hao picked up the rhythmic frost sword and used the A-grade high-grade purple emperor sword technique. In an instant, purple thunder and lightning raged in the sky, as gusts of wind rose and electric snakes danced about. Break for me. The vice sect leader slashed out with a sword, and an overwhelmingly powerful chi force chopped at the purple lightning, crackling. What? How is this possible? What kind of martial skill is this? The vice sect leader's eyes widened. The purple lightning dissipated, revealing Wang Hao's figure, holding the rhythmic frost sword as he stepped forward. You evil things are most afraid of the lightning that is the most rigid in yang. Wang Hao swung his sword and chopped out, an incomparable sword chi cut through the void and came straight at the vice sect leader. The vice sect master was horrified and hastily raised his sword to resist. Ka-ching! The long sword snapped in response, and the sword chi chopped at the vice sect leader's body, tearing the clothes on his body and leaving a hideous wound. Swish swish swish! Wang Hao took advantage of the victory and pursued the attack, his sword strokes changing rapidly. One sword was as fast as the other, like flowing clouds in water, fast to the extreme. Clang clang clang! The vice patriarch tried his best to resist, but he simply couldn't withstand Wang Hao's frantic attack and was beaten back by Wang Hao. Put! In a moment, the vice sect leader was pierced through his right shoulder by Wang Hao's sword, his body shaking and screaming miserably. My right arm is ruined. The vice patriarch was terrified in his heart. Escape. Chapter 87. Kill them all. Want to run? Too late. Wang Hao laughed coldly and leapt up, stabbing out the rhythmic frost sword in his hand. Puff! The sword chi containing lightning ran through the vice sect leader's head, his eyes widened and his face still held the same expression he had before he fled for his life. Once the vice sect master died, the altar lost its target of energy supply and dissipated into bits of starlight in the air. Did the vice sect master die this way? The few remaining 9 specters sect martial practitioners saw the vice sect master's fallen body on the ground, and their gazes froze. They did not expect that the vice sect master would actually be killed by this young man in front of them. Just as they were dazed, Shin Yunmeng and Lin Yuro also killed several cultists. Seeing that the cultists were all killed, everyone relaxed, sighed in relief, and sat paralyzed on the ground. Excited smiles spread across their faces, and the joy of the aftermath of the robbery flooded their hearts. Lin Yuro looked at Wang Hao, a faint blush appeared on her cheeks, and her eyes flickered as she pouted, "This time it's really thanks to you." Wang Hao nodded slightly. "Ha?" Suddenly Wang Hao's eyebrows furrowed as he stared at Lin Yuro's body. Only to see that her clothes were torn and her spring light was leaking out, and she was vaguely able to see a pink lace hood. Lin Yuro sensed the abnormality and looked down, her pretty face blushing like blood. "Oops." She let out a pout and hurriedly covered her spring light. Wang Hao coughed a few times and awkwardly threw his jacket to Lin Yuro. At this time, Director Wang rushed in with his staff as well, and was extremely happy to see that all of the 9 Spectres cult personnel had been killed. "Director Wang, this time you have to give us a full reward. The 9 Spectres cult powerhouses were all killed by us." "That's for sure. I will definitely give my superiors a detailed explanation of your merits, please don't worry." Wang Hao let the staff handle the follow-up work, and then returned to Linchuan City Center by car. Since Lin Yueliang and Su Xian both had injuries, they weren't willing to go straight home to face their parents for fear that they would worry. Wang Hao let the 3 take the healing potion, and then took the 3 girls to the hospital for a checkup, and after doing all the tests, it was determined that they only needed to rest for a few days before they would be healed. After returning to Linchuan City, Wang Hao arranged for the 3 to stay in a hotel. "The 3 of you will stay in the hotel for the next few days, and when your injuries get better, you two, Lin Yueliang and Su Xian, can go home to visit. According to the 2,000 points rewarded for contribution to this mission, I'll take 1,200 points, Shin Yunmeng 400 points, and Lin Yueliang and Su Xian 200 points each." Wang Hao instructed. Lin Yuro and the others said that they had no objections. They also knew that this time, they were mainly relying on Wang Hao to kill the vice sect leader, or else several people would be in danger. "Where are you going? Won't leave us behind?" Su Xian pouted and asked. "Don't worry, I'll go back to my home to see my parents first, and I'll look for you when your bodies recover." Wang Hao smiled. Wang Hao returned to his home, and Wang Hao's parents were extremely happy to see Wang Hao return. Wang Hao lay on his own bed and completely relaxed. Only in his own home could Wang Hao truly wash the exhaustion from his body. In fact, today's battle was very dangerous, and the people from the detective bureau and Wang Hao did not expect that the vice patriarch would utilize the altar to forcefully raise his power. Luckily, Wang Hao had the martial arts skills given by the system, plus the talent of sword intent, so the battle was a surprise. At night, the moon was clear and the breeze was fresh, making Wang Hao feel unprecedented tranquility. Wang Hao closed his eyes and slowly fell asleep. The next morning, Wang Hao woke up and realized that his soul force and true essence had grown considerably. On the one hand, yesterday's battle had stimulated his body's potential. On the other hand, it was the fact that Wang Hao had been in a state of tightness since he went to the Magic City. Although the progress in strength was obvious, likewise Wang Hao's body and soul were under great pressure. Cultivation wasn't just a matter of being tense, but also a matter of relaxing and loosening up in order to achieve better results. Wang Hao stood up, stretching and moving his muscles and bones. After staying at home for a day, on the 3rd day, Wang Hao packed up his things and prepared to leave after eating his noon meal. "Xiao Hao, when will you come back next time?" Wang Hao's mother asked worriedly. "Mom, don't worry, I'll come back to see you as soon as I'm done." Wang Hao comforted. "Alright then, remember to come back early," Wang Hao's mother admonished. Wang Hao nodded, and his parents knew that Wang Hao was now a martial artist, and his life was already different from that of an ordinary person. Saying goodbye to his parents, Wang Hao left the house and met up with the 3 people at the hotel, and seeing that his injuries had healed almost as much as they could, he set off to return to the Magic Martial Arts University. On the train, Wang Hao was resting with his eyes closed. Suddenly, he felt the train vibrate a little, and then stopped. At that moment a message came over the train radio. "Please gather in the 8th compartment for martial artists of the martial master level and above. A wave of beasts has now been encountered outside the train, and the military would like the support of the social martial artists." Beast tied. The martial artists who heard the announcement stood up and ran towards the 8th carriage with serious expressions. Beast tied? Su Xian's face changed drastically when she heard the broadcast. Let's go over and take a look," Wang Hao said to the 3 girls. Aha! By now the train had come to a stop and was unable to move on. The train was already in chaos, with many passengers getting up from their seats. Beast tied. The passengers were terrified and their faces were pale. How could a beast tide attack a train at this time? Damn it, I don't want to die, help. Roar. The roar of a wild beast roaring in the distance was deafening and resounded through the sky. Wang Hao's few people came to the eighth compartment. At this time, an officer stood in the center and looked at the 20 martial artists who had arrived and shouted, "There are now several hundred magical beasts coming to attack the passageway. It will take 20 minutes for our support force to arrive, and now that the military guard is underpowered, we hope that you will support us." No problem. Wang Hao was the first to agree. I also agree. Su Xian followed closely. The other martial master ranked martial artists also agreed. Since you all agree, then please protect yourselves well and we will depart immediately. The officer said. Wang Hao said to the three girls, "You must protect yourselves well, and take the healing potion I gave you." The officer led Wang Hao and the other 20 martial artists to the outside of the passageway, where the army was fighting the magical beasts using hot weapons. The scene of the battle was brutal, with corpses strewn everywhere and rivers of blood flowing. Roar, a huge black figure descended from the sky. It landed on the ground, kicking up a sky full of dust, and the crowd choked and coughed on the dust. What kind of monster is this? It's horrible. It's the blasted wind demon wolf of the primary war general level magical beast, Dodge. Rumble the blizzard demon wolf smashed an armored tank with one claw, then rushed into the army, wreaking havoc and slaughtering the soldiers. Chapter 88, Encountering a Beast Tide. Beast! I'll kill you. A middle-aged officer around 40 years old was grief-stricken when he saw that his blizzard demon wolf was killing his companion. This middle-aged man brandished the sword in his hand and slashed at the neck of the blast demon wolf. Clang! The blast demon wolf slapped the knife in the middle-aged man's hand with its sharp claws. The middle-aged officer screamed miserably as blood sprayed down his fingers. The demon wolf opened its bloody mouth and bit off the middle-aged man's head in one bite, throwing the middle-aged officer's corpse aside. "Bastard, I'm going to kill you." A 20-year-old young soldier raised his gun and swept it towards the demon wolf. Bang bang bang. The bullets passed through the demon wolf's body, but did not cause any damage. The demon wolf leaped at the youth and tore the youth's throat with its sharp fangs. Ka-ching! The youth covered his neck with both hands and fell into a pool of blood. Roar! The demon wolf whistled up to the sky, then lunged towards the next soldier. When Wang Hao and the others saw this, they were enraged and immediately rushed into the battlefield. Wang Hao took out his rhythmic frost sword and directly stabbed the blizzard demon wolf's body with a single stroke, and blood immediately flowed like a stream. The blizzard demon wolf howled angrily and lunged at Wang Hao. Wang Hao drew out his sword and slashed through the belly of the blizzard demon wolf with another sword, and suddenly the internal organs were scattered all over the place. The rest of the magical beasts pounced on Wang Hao. Wang Hao's killing of a junior battle general level magical beast had attracted a lot of attention. Who is he? He's so strong. So young to be able to kill a war general level magical beast. Which family's young master is this? This youth is awesome. The addition of Wang Hao and other social martial artists reduced the pressure on the army. A soldier who was using a mortar had his head bitten off by a cheetah, splattering blood all around. Boom! The wraith's body collapsed, smashing several tanks and armored vehicles. Suddenly, another huge middle-ranked battle admiral-class demonic beast, the berserker demon bear, came galloping in from the distance. It opened its bloody mouth, revealing its hideous fangs. Bang bang! Two martial master-level martial artists blocked in front of the berserk demon bear, holding steel swords that slashed at the demon bear's body but only left shallow marks. Roar! The berserk demon bear hissed angrily and slapped the two men away. Retreat quickly! The two martial master-ranked martial artists saw that the situation was not good and turned to escape. The berserk demon bear grabbed one of the martial master-ranked martial artists with one claw and tore him into pieces, spilling bright red blood all over the sky. The berserk demon bear then actually turned its gaze toward Shin Yunmeng. Shin Yunmeng was simply no match for the berserk demon bear. Shin Yunmeng was being dragged by a high-level battle soldier-level demonic beast at this moment and was unable to escape. At this critical moment, Wang Hao saw that no one was blocking this middle-ranked battle general-level magical beast berserker demon bear and hurriedly rushed up. A sword chopped at the abdomen of the berserk demon bear. The berserk demon bear wailed in pain as it was chopped in the abdomen. Seeing this, Wang Hao took advantage of the situation and pursued the attack, chopping another sword on the demonic bear's back. The demonic bear took a hit and turned its head toward Wang Hao. Wang Hao hastily dodged away. Bang! The berserk demon bear slapped a nearby armored car. Boom! The armored car exploded. The devil bear turned around and lunged at Wang Hao once again, so fast that it arrived in front of Wang Hao in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Wang Hao hurriedly dodged. Roar! The berserk demon bear roared, lifting his leg and kicking Wang Hao in the chest, sending him flying. Wang Hao was kicked a few meters away by the berserk demon bear and fell to the ground. Wang Hao spat out a mouthful of blood and struggled to get up. Just as he stabilized himself, the berserk demon bear lunged at Wang Hao again, its claws glowing with an ethereal light, so if he were to be hit, he would surely suffer serious injuries. Wang Hao used the destruction spirit decision, and his soul power was transformed into a soul gun to attack the berserk demon bear's soul. The demonic bear was hit by the soul gun and immediately trembled, its soul suffering. Wang Hao took the opportunity to utilize the Purple Emperor sword technique, and a powerful sword blade slashed at the berserk demon bear. The sword aura stabbed into the heart of the berserk demon bear, churning the heart, and the berserk demon bear collapsed to the ground with a loud thud. The arrival of the berserk demon bear also caused many magical beasts to feel intimidated and retreat. Wang Hao's performance attracted the attention of the military and social martial artists. This young man is too strong, he actually killed the middle-ranked battle general grade demonic beast berserk demon bear. Which senior student of the martial university is he? He's a hero of our Chinese nation. An elderly warrior said excitedly, his face covered in tears. These young people are our hope for victory. Another warrior also said, his voice trembling. Ha ha ha. Killing this group of magical beasts, I have no regrets in dying today. A warrior who had suffered serious injuries laughed magnificently. Look guys, reinforcements are coming to rescue us. By this time the army's reinforcements had also arrived. Boom boom boom, the magical beasts group was in chaos, and many of them were killed by the firepower of the reinforcements. The magical beasts were also wiped out by 70 to 80%, and the remaining magical beasts fled. The crowd breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that they had finally held back the wave of beasts and gained victory. Thank you all for your help, an officer said as he walked up to Wang Hao and the others. You're welcome. Wang Hao laughed. May I ask what little brother's name is? The officer saluted and asked. My name is Wang Hao, these guys are students of the Magic City Martial Arts University just like me. Wang Hao pointed at Su Xin and the others and said. So you're the high achievers from the Magic City Martial Arts University, this time it's really thanks to you guys. The officer said as he saluted again. My name is Li Yangshan, on behalf of our entire troop, I would like to send our sincerest thanks to you. Li Yangshan said respectfully. There's no need to be like this, it's also our duty to fight against magical beasts, we are also human martial artists. Wang Hao shook his head and said. We will inform your school through the military about this matter, and there will be rewards for assisting the military. Wang Hao looked at the dead soldiers and said, it's not necessary, if possible, it's better to give the rewards given to us to the families of these soldiers who sacrificed their lives for the people. Hearing Wang Hao's words, Li Yangshan also stood in awe. Don't worry, these magical beast corpses and magical cores will be disposed of in a unified manner when the time comes, the pensions of the sacrificed soldiers will be doubled, and you guys will be rewarded as well. After hearing this, Wang Hao didn't say much. The train then continued to start, and Wang Hao arrived at the Magic City railway station. Looking at the people coming and going in Mordor, Wang Hao couldn't help but think of the soldiers who had died in battle before. It was the brave and fearless sacrifices of these soldiers that protected ordinary people's peaceful lives. The flesh and blood of the soldiers blocked the attack of the magical beasts. Arriving at the Magic Capital Martial Arts University, Wang Hao first headed to the Magic Capital Martial Arts University's mission office to submit a list of missions and personnel assignments. Soon Wang Hao's student card's 1200 points arrived, and Shin Yunmeng Lin Euro Su Xian's points also arrived according to the previous allocation program. This time, the mission rewards were also very satisfying to several people. After all, many new students only had the initial 50 points right now. After saying goodbye, Wang Hao prepared to head to the 9 Great Tablet Map to cultivate. Chapter 89 Shangguan Yunzi. Wang Hao arrived at the 9 Great Steel Diagrams. The staff saw Wang Hao and said, you won't owe points this time. Wang Hao waved his hand and said with a smile, shouldn't be this time, did a mission to earn some points. Wang Hao submitted his student card to the staff and paid off the 26 points he owed from last time, leaving 1174 points. Wang Hao then entered the 9 Great Steel Diagrams, and this time, Wang Hao's goal was to master the 5th layer of the Xian Yuan sword cannon. Last time, mastering the 4th layer was equivalent to an 8-star martial general's full power strike, reaching 80,000 Dao force values. Mastering the 5th steel diagram could triple it again, reaching 160,000 Dao force values, equivalent to a full force strike of a martial marquis 1-star middle rank. Wang Hao came to the 5th steel diagram and injected his soul force into the interior of the steel, and an ancient steel appeared in Wang Hao's mind. A swordsman was using his soul force to maneuver a flying sword. This swordsman was wearing a white practicing uniform, and his soul power was manipulating his flying sword to dance in the air as naturally and beautifully as flowing clouds and water. Wang Hao put the Xian Yuan sword code he had comprehended into operation, slowly fusing the trajectory of the swordsman's moves. Gradually, Wang Hao seemed to be able to imitate it, and although it was not as good as that swordsman, it was already considered a first glimpse. After 3 days had passed, Wang Hao came back from his state of comprehension and opened his eyes, revealing an excited smile. Great, finally touched the doorway. The following is to thoroughly master the 5th layer of the Xian Yuan sword cannon, so that one is considered to truly have a killer weapon. Wang Hao said excitedly. He then began to close his eyes again and entered the state of comprehension once more. Wang Hao once again converged his soul force and entered the steel diagram. This time, Wang Hao didn't rush to comprehend the sword technique, but carefully felt the sword momentum and comprehended the sword intent. Wang Hao immersed his thoughts in the sword technique, forgetting everything in the outside world. As Wang Hao worked hard, the sword intent gradually took shape, and the sword light flashed with even more power. Wang Hao attached the sword intent to his soul. Instantly, the soul power skyrocketed, and the soul power transformed into a substantial sword aura. Wang Hao once again felt that he was able to clearly perceive the trajectory of the Xian Yuan sword code's moves. Sword intent, in fact, was also a figurative manifestation of soul force. 20 days passed, and Wang Hao slowly opened his eyes, both of them translucent with refined light. Success, I've finally comprehended the fifth layer of the Xian Yuan sword code. Wang Hao surveyed the true essence within his body. The true essence in his dantian was full and thick. The soul force had not only digested the power that had grown from the previous kryptonite, but it had also increased by a certain margin. Wang Hao glanced at the information on the system. Kryptonite value, 0.1 is equivalent to 1 yuan of alliance currency. Age, 18. Strength, 5-star military general, B rank apothecary. Aura value, 54,000 points plus, can be promoted to Martial Marquis by reaching 100,000 points. Soul power, 6,300 points plus, reaching 10,000 points will allow you to become a Class A apothecary. Storage space, 2 square meters plus, increase by 1 square meter for every 100 million alliance coins. One's bank card still has 450 million. Wang Hao walked out, and this time the staff laughed. This time it's good, there's no arrears off. A total of 1104 points have been spent in 23 days, and there are still 70 points left on the points card. The rewards for the November Top 100 list have been sent out, so you can go to the student office to collect them. The staff was also extremely shocked that Wang Hao had practiced for 23 days. He had never seen a student cultivate for such a long period of time before, so it was no wonder Wang Hao was able to make a name for himself in the school so quickly. Wang Hao went to the student office and collected 820 points from the top 100 list, and now his own points had reached 870 points. At this time, Guo Ming saw Wang Hao and rushed over, shouting, "Brother Hao, something big has happened, Shangguan Yunze has returned." Wang Hao froze for a moment. Seeing Wang Hao's look, Guo Ming hurriedly explained, "Shangguan Yunze is Shangguan Yunming's brother. Didn't you have a conflict with her last time?" Before that, Shangguan Yunze was participating in the World Youth Competition Chinese Martial Artist Intensive Training. Originally, he wouldn't be back until next year, but I didn't expect him to come back yesterday. He was a 7-star martial general before. "Oh, you should go out and do a quest to hide for a while." After hearing this, Wang Hao didn't flinch and said lightly, "It's nothing, if he comes back, he'll come back, I'm not afraid of him, I'd like to see how powerful he is." "Brother Hao, then be more careful, no matter what it's best to leave this academy first," Guo Ming instructed. Wang Hao patted his shoulder fearfully and said, "Thank you for your kindness, I appreciate it, you go ahead and get busy." Wang Hao returned to his room and prepared to continue refining the dragon blood potion to strengthen his flesh. The next morning, Wang Hao prepared to enter the school auditorium for class. Although Elder Lin had greeted the school's teaching office, it really wasn't a good idea to stay away for a long time. When Wang Hao just stepped into the entrance of the auditorium, he saw nearly 300 people looking at him. Wang Hao cast his gaze forward, only to see Shangguan Yunming and a man standing in front of the auditorium. Shangguan Yunming was still in her familiar red dress, and her dark and shiny hair fell over her fragrant shoulders. Her exquisite and incomparable face was slightly charming, her willow leaf eyebrows were slightly wrinkled, and her beautiful eyes were looking at herself with anger. On the other side was a man with short black hair, tan and handsome looking, with a straight figure and slightly narrowed eyes. Wang Hao didn't pay attention to the murmurs around him, because he realized that the man next to Shangguan Yunming was very uncomplicated. This man was at the realm of 8 stars of a martial general, and the aura emanating from his body was frightening and chilling. At the moment, Shangguan Yunming's gaze was also fixed on Wang Hao, and his eyes were filled with a cold, ice-piercing hostility. "Shangguan Yunming, what do you want?" Wang Hao asked. Shangguan Yunming snorted coldly and said, "I told you last time that my brother, Shangguan Yunze, would come to take revenge for me. Today I'm here." The short black-haired man's lips curled slightly as he laughed. "Sister, this is the person you've been reading about on the phone. As a new student you do surprise me a bit, having reached the strength of a 5-star martial general." Hearing Shangguan Yunze say that Wang Hao had actually reached 5 stars of martial general, the class all exclaimed in shock. He actually reached 5 stars of martial general. Heavens! How on earth did he cultivate? After all, Wang Hao had only just come to the school for less than half a year like them, and Wang Hao's martial arts exam score wasn't the number 1 for freshmen. Such talent was too demonic and beyond their knowledge. "Shangguan Yunze, how do you want to settle this?" Shangguan Yunze said, "You insulted my sister, you need to be made to pay." Wang Hao snorted coldly and said, "Shangguan Yunze, you are not qualified to make me pay the price. Besides, it was your sister who interrupted my cultivation in the first place." Shangguan Yunze heard Wang Hao say so. "Helping a relative is not helping. Since you refuse to apologize, I will break your legs and let you know that there is a price to pay for insulting my sister." Chapter 90, Competition. As soon as Shangguan Yunze's words fell, his foot stomped the ground violently. The entire person catapulted up and killed towards Wang Hao with a speed so fast that he arrived in the blink of an eye. The crowd only heard a sound of breaking wind as Shangguan Yunzi blasted his fist towards Wang Hao. Wang Hao's pupils contracted and his body moved to the left, avoiding Shangguan Yunzi's attack. Shangguan Yunzi was in hot pursuit, waving his right hand once again and smashing his fist into Wang Hao's head. Wang Hao raised his arm against Shangguan Yunzi's fist. Bang! A loud bang came from both sides as each side retreated 2 steps, their faces showing a look of concentration. Stop! This is a classroom, what do you want? Class teacher Qin Yuerong walked in at this time. If you want to compete, go to the martial arts field. Shangguan Yunzi, your senior student came to bully the freshman. Ah, you've grown. Qin Yuerong chided, then turned to Wang Hao and said, are you alright? Wang Hao shook his head and said, Teacher Qin, I'm fine. Teacher Qin, you don't have to intervene in my personal matters with him. Whoever dares to stop today, don't blame me for not being polite. How dare you? He's my student, so I won't allow you to fight. Your Shangguan family is still not a handful in the Magic City Martial University. Qin Yuerong droned. Qin Yuerong coldly gazed at Shangguan Yunzi and said, Shangguan Yunzi, do you really want to violate school discipline? Shangguan Yunzi laughed, how could I just want to give him a little taste of bitterness, so that he knows the consequences of offending our Shangguan family. Wang Hao watched indifferently from the side and didn't say anything. Qin Yuerong gently drank, that's enough. I'm warning you, if you dare to fool around again, I'll report it to the Academy leadership and disqualify you from representing the Magic City Martial Arts University to participate in the Young Martial Artists Selection of China. Wang Hao, wait for me, we'll settle our score slowly. Shangguan Yunzi left a vicious sentence and left. Teacher Qin, thank you. Wang Hao said respectfully. Qin Yuerong waved her hand, signaling that it was nothing. Then she looked at Wang Hao and said, you come with me to the office. After saying that, he turned around and walked towards the office. Inside the office, Qin Yuerong sat on a chair. Looking at Wang Hao, she said, Shangguan Yunzi is the best of the younger generation of the Shangguan family in Magic City. How did you mess with him? Wang Hao said, Teacher Qin, I didn't provoke him, only that his younger sister, Shangguan Yunmeng, had a conflict with me in the Aura Tower before. I didn't expect her to bring her brother to actually find her this time. But if it really comes down to a match, I'm not necessarily afraid of him. Seeing Wang Hao's confident appearance, Qin Yuerong couldn't say anything. You two look after yourself. Although the Shangguan family has some power in Magic City, but you also have Elder Lin backing you up, so as long as you don't lay your hands on them in a normal match. Wang Hao returned to the classroom. Lin Euro asked with concern, you're okay with the fight just now? Wang Hao waved his hand to indicate that he wasn't injured. Su Xian worriedly said, I'm afraid that the 2 Shangguan siblings won't let up and will definitely make another appointment with you. Wang Hao shrugged his shoulders indifferently and said indifferently, it would be best if he is sensible. Otherwise I will make him regret it. Lin Euro said, you must be careful. Wang Hao smiled and nodded, then returned to seriousness and contemplation. Just now, Shangguan Yunzi's power wasn't low, and at the 8th star of the martial general, he was also among the geniuses who had challenged at a higher level. After school, Wang Hao and Lin Euro Su Xian were ready to go to dinner, and they didn't expect Shangguan Yunzi to wait for Wang Hao on the way to the cafeteria entrance. At this time, many students were ready to eat, and seeing Shangguan Yunzi and Wang Hao about to clash, they all watched with extreme interest. One was the 4th in the 100-strong ranking, and the other was the newcomer king, so the match between the old and the new was extremely eye-catching. Wang Hao looked at Shangguan Yunzi and said, it seems that things can't be resolved without a match. Shangguan Yunzi sneered, that's right. See you at the competition ground. Wang Hao sneered, Shangguan Yunzi, how about raising the stakes? If you lose, you'll give up your qualification for the Chinese martial artist selection. If you lose, then you kowtow to my sister and confess. Shangguan Yunzi said proudly. Wang Hao smiled faintly and said, then it's settled. At this moment, the surrounding students were all abuzz, and it was true that the duo was going to meet at the competition arena. Half a quarter of an hour later, Wang Hao and Shangguan Yunzi walked into the competition field. The competition field has long been standing around a lot of students. Shangguan Yunzi pointed to a ring and said coldly, Wang Hao, get in the ring and let's compete. Wang Hao nodded and walked up to the ring. This Wang Hao is quite bold to challenge Shangguan Yunzi. He. There's a good show to watch. Shangguan Yunzi jumped onto the ring, picked up a sword, and said in a cold voice, cut the crap and start. As soon as the words fell, Shangguan Yunzi rushed towards Wang Hao, who calmly responded with the rhythmic frost sword in hand. Wang Hao utilized the yuan power in his body, and the muscles in his arms surged. A surge of brute force emerged, and the rhyming frost sword in his hand chopped over with a whistling sound. The two weapons clashed together, sparks flying in all directions. Wang Hao's arm shook slightly as he felt his arm being suppressed. He was shocked. Shangguan Yunzi's strength was really not bad. Wang Hao secretly sighed, worthy of being a genius of the 8-star realm of the martial general, his strength is indeed strong. Wang Hao took a deep breath and instantly adjusted his mindset as his entire body's aura was raised to its peak state. Clang clang clang. The two weapons clashed together, the clanging sound continuous. The students on the sidelines watched with feverish excitement and murmured. They didn't realize that Wang Hao was now fighting the fourth-ranked Shangguan Yunzi, who was also indistinguishable from him. Shangguan Yunzi's sword skills were exquisite, and every blade was filled with killing opportunities. Moreover, Shangguan Yunzi was experienced and his knives were deadly. However, Wang Hao was comfortable with it and was not afraid of Shangguan Yunzi's attacks. The rhythmic frost sword flashed with a cold light, forcing Shangguan Yunzi back with every swing of the sword. Gradually Shangguan Yunzi began to get anxious because Wang Hao's sword skills were too tricky and odd for him to defend against. Shangguan Yunzi dodged and dodged while shouting, "Wang Hao, whatever else you have in your repertoire, feel free to use it." Wang Hao sneered, "Humph. Shangguan Yunzi, you're too confident." As soon as the words fell, Wang Hao held the rhythmic frost sword with both hands, his feet stepped on the 7-star steps, and his figure fluttered, instantly circling around to Shangguan Yunzi's back and stabbing out with the sword. Sensing the danger coming from behind, Shangguan Yunzi hurriedly did a cartwheel and dodged the surefire sword. Shangguan Yunzi also understood that without taking out his underhanded tactics, it would be difficult to win today's competition. Gale Blade Technique. Shangguan Yunzi decided to take out his famous martial art. Wang Hao's face was gloomy. Shangguan Yunzi's blade technique was overbearing to the extreme, and every move went straight to the vitals, so it was difficult for the average person to block. However, Wang Hao didn't panic. Holding his long sword, his figure was unpredictable. The rhythmic frost sword danced into a sword screen, impervious to the wind. Chapter 91, Young Martial Artist Selection of the State of China. The sounds of the two fighting rose and fell. Shangguan Yunzi's gale blade technique was ferocious. Wang Hao used defense instead of attack, barely holding on with his skillful pace. Wang Hao appeared to be in danger, but he was always able to turn the danger into a happy ending. Ah! Shangguan Yunzi roared, his wrist twitched, and his sword flashed, instantly slashing at Wang Hao. The power of this blade was enough to rival a 9-star strike from a martial general. Wang Hao was flabbergasted as he gripped the rhythmic frost sword with his right hand, and with his left hand, he operated his true essence to slap on the rhythmic frost sword to block this strike with all his might. Bang! Wang Hao's figure swayed a few times, and blood spilled out from the corner of his mouth. Shangguan Yunzi's slash was empty and he continued to attack. Wang Hao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and with a stomp of his legs, he quickly leaped up to avoid Shangguan Yunzi's renewed attack. Seeing that Wang Hao was at a disadvantage, Shangguan Yunmeng was extremely happy, while Lin Yuro Suexaenshin Yunmeng and a few others had worry in their beautiful eyes. Seeing that the situation was at a disadvantage, Wang Hao decided to use the 5th layer of the Xian Yuan Sword Dictionary's martial arts to resolve the battle. Wang Hao wrapped the rhyming frost sword with his soul force and pressed his palm on the hilt. With a light drink, he operated the Xian Yuan Sword Codex and urged the true essence in his body, and the rhythmic frost sword in his hand erupted with a dazzling red aura. The long sword in Wang Hao's hand blossomed with a bright and dazzling luster, illuminating the entire competition venue. When Shangguan Yunzi saw that the long sword in Wang Hao's hand turned red, his heart shuddered and he secretly screamed out in a bad way. "What kind of martial skill is this? Surprisingly, it's causing me to have fear." The surrounding students also felt the terror of this martial skill and cried out in shock. What a terrifying martial skill! It's even more terrifying than Shangguan Yunzi's sword technique. How exactly did this Wang Hao cultivate? To reach this level at such a young age is simply unheard of. What grade is this martial skill? I don't know, it looks like Shangguan Yunzi has met his match today. Immediately, the rhythmic frost sword shot out, like a meteor catching up with the moon, swift and incomparable, instantly flying towards Shangguan Yunzi. Shangguan Yunzi was shocked and hastily raised his sword to resist. Put! Wang Hao's rhythmic frost sword instantly cut through Shangguan Yunzi's long sword. Ah! Shangguan Yunzi let out a cry of pain as he covered his chest with his right hand and flew backwards. Put! Shangguan Yunzi flew directly backwards and fell out of the ring. Shangguan Yunzi fell to the ground, struggled to get up, and spat out a mouthful of blood. He also understood that if Wang Hao hadn't finally withdrawn his hand just now, he would have been at least seriously injured, and might even have lost his life. If Wang Hao had used the 5th layer of the Xian Yuan sword cannon at full power, it would be equivalent to a full strength strike from the middle 1-star rank of a martial marquis. However, for one thing, Wang Hao and the Shangguan siblings didn't have much of a beef. 2. After all, the Shangguan family still had some power in the Magic City, so if he seriously injured Shangguan Yunzi, it might cause the Shangguan family to retaliate again. "Wang Hao, you win. I admit defeat," Shangguan Yunzi said bitterly. When the crowd heard Shangguan Yunzi's words, they clamored. Wang Hao actually won against Shangguan Yunzi. Heavens! How could this happen? He's only a freshman who's been in school for less than a semester. That's awesome. Wang Hao won. Lin Yuro's pretty face revealed a look of excitement, her beautiful eyes glistening with tears. Her delicate cherry mouth curled up slightly, showing her delight. Suexian was also extremely happy. The stone in her heart fell to the ground, her beautiful eyes filled with adoration and love. Shangguan Yunmeng, on the other hand, was extremely surprised at her brother's defeat. In her mind, her own brother had never been defeated among his peers. Whenever she was bullied, her brother would always help her get back on her feet. Now that her brother had been defeated by Wang Hao, she was shocked in her heart. It seemed that she had underestimated Wang Hao too much in the past. Shen Yunmeng's beautiful eyes were also rippling with color, and she looked at Wang Hao with even more heat. Thinking to herself, the speed at which his strength is progressing is definitely beyond her imagination. She has to double her efforts to catch up with him. Shangguan Yunmeng went forward to help her brother up. Wang Hao said, "Senior Shangguan is obliged, don't forget our bet." The match ended, and the news of Wang Hao's victory over Shangguan Yunza flew throughout the entire Magic Capital Martial Arts University, and everyone was shocked at the outcome of the match. Holy, that Wang Hao actually defeated Shangguan Yunza. Is he going to challenge the top-ranked Xiao Hongguang next? Xiao Hongguang is much stronger than Shangguan Yunza, and has dominated the number 1 spot on the top 100 list since his junior year. This time Wang Hao is out of the limelight. Ha, Wang Hao, you're awesome. Old me admires you. Wang Hao was afraid of getting too much attention for eating in the cafeteria, so he asked Guoming to help him fetch food to his room. Wang Hao went back to his room and dropped the dragon blood reagent that he had refined last night into the wooden barrel, took off his own clothes and entered the barrel to cultivate. Wang Hao revolved the Supreme Dragon Transformation skill, constantly absorbing the medicinal power of the dragon blood reagent and quenching his flesh. After half a pillar of incense time had passed, the medicinal effect of the dragon blood reagent was completely integrated into Wang Hao's bloodline. At this moment, the skin on Wang Hao's body emitted a glittering jade light, as if it was as translucent and crystalline as jade, emitting a slight mist. So soothing. Wang Hao opened his eyes, stretched his waist, and muttered. At this moment, the strength of his body's muscles and tendons were a bit stronger again. Wang Hao stood up, walked over to the window, pushed it open, and looked into the distance. Defeating Shangguan Yunza didn't satisfy him, his strength still needed to keep progressing. The beast tide he faced on the last train ride made a deep impression on Wang Hao, and Wang Hao felt that he had to improve his strength as soon as possible. That was just a small beast tide, a few hundred magical beasts, and the strongest was a war general level magical beast. What if it was a beast tide of thousands and tens of thousands of magical beasts? What if the strongest ones were war marquee level magical beasts? Thinking about the other side of the underground passageway, the Battle King class magical beasts. Thinking of the images of the magical beasts brutalizing humans, Wang Hao's heart couldn't help but twitch. Wang Hao clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and roared in a low voice, "When I'm strong, I'll take revenge for those who died." At this time, Wang Hao received a call from Lin Lao. "I heard that you defeated Shangguan Yunza. The wager was that you replace him in the young martial artist selection of the state of China. Just now, the old man from the Shangguan family called me and asked me to keep this spot for Shangguan Yunza. Originally, I was planning to let you participate in the next selection, but I didn't expect your strength to progress so quickly." This time, China selected 120 martial artists to participate in the qualification selection. Our Magic City Martial Arts University has 10 slots, and all the martial arts universities in the country have a total of 75 slots. The other slots are shared by the military, the detective bureau, the government, and the sects. They have already previously conducted the first phase of training, and the second phase begins next January, when you join together. I had to let Shangguan Yunza take the place of the last person in the Magic City Martial Arts University. I'm sure the Shangguan family will compensate this person. Teacher, what good will this selection do me? Haha, it's definitely good for you. Chapter 92 Field Final Examination. This selection is to pick 30 people to participate in the World Youth Competition. The youth contest is a contest for young people under the age of 25. The results of the competition are related to the division of the field areas of each country. If two countries compete for a mountain range and are evenly matched, then various means will be used to decide the issue of where the area belongs. For example, in the case of the mountain range that touches the territory between our country of China and the country of ancient India, there is always an argument about how the ores and herbs are distributed. It can't be left to strong people like martial emperors to kill each other. Humans also have a common enemy, magical beasts. Therefore, the competition between youths could be used as a basis for division. After all, the stronger the youth of a family is, the stronger the backbone and the greater the potential. Including the other side of the underground passageway, humans also had spheres of influence and had to distribute resources as well. Therefore, the government's resource support for martial artists who participated in the World Youth Competition could be imagined. Over the years, the government had saved up a lot of good resources. There are resources that you can't even buy with money. The youth competition is held once every 5 years, and originally, at your age, 23 years old in 5 years is the best age to participate. But since you defeated Shangguan Yunza, it means that you have the strength to participate, and it's good to grow up. After listening to his teacher's words, Wang Hao understood that the second stage of the selection in January next year was extremely important for him. Wang Hao spent the next 2 weeks attending classes during the day and returning to his room at night to continue refining the dragon blood potion and absorbing the medicinal power to strengthen his physical body. After absorbing all 20 copies of the purchased Dragon Blood Potion, Wang Hao finally mastered the third level of the tendon refining stage of the Taishan Dragon transformation technique. Wang Hao's body became as hard as steel and iron bones, and his skin was crystal clear as if it was glazed jade shining brightly. The muscle lines were smooth and graceful, full of explosive power, and his legs were straight and long and powerful, as if they contained a great deterrent power. Wang Hao looked at the mirror with this appearance of himself. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Not bad, now my physical strength is enough for me to use my kryptonite points to upgrade to the 7th star of Martial General. Wang Hao glanced at his bank card balance, and there were still 400 billion alliance dollars left. Silently, recharge $160 million. Ding, it has been detected that the host has recharged 160 million alliance coins. Kryptonite value, 160 million points. 1 point is equivalent to $1 of alliance currency. Age, 18. Strength, 5-star military general, B rank apothecary. Aura value, 54,000 points plus, can be promoted to Martial Marquis by reaching 100,000 points. Soul power, 6,300 points plus, reaching 10,000 points will allow you to become a Class A apothecary. Storage space, 2 square meters plus, increase by 1 square meter for every 100 million alliance coins. Wang Hao first used 60 million to add to his aura value, which reached 59,999 points. Wang Hao revolved the Flood Blood Emperor technique and immediately, the true essence in the Dantian boiled and tumbled, and the blood flowed at a rapid speed. Wang Hao ran his true essence to impact the barrier, breaking through the bottleneck and stepping into the 6-star realm of the Martial General. Boom! Wang Hao felt relaxed and his heart beat faster. Wang Hao then added the remaining 100 million kryptonite points to the aura value, which reached 69,999 points. Wang Hao continued to run the Flood Blood Emperor technique to make a breakthrough, but it was obvious that this breakthrough was more difficult than the one he had just made. Wang Hao operated the Gong method, and the true essence in his body kept flushing the bottleneck. Wang Hao frowned slightly as he felt that he seemed to be blocked by something. The 7 stars of a Martial General was equivalent to crossing over from the middle section of a Martial General to the back section of a Martial General, thus making the breakthrough more difficult. It seems that one's physical strength would at best support one's use of kryptonite points to reach the Martial General's 7th star. Wang Hao still compressed his true essence strength and continued to break through the barrier. Wang Hao gritted his teeth and held on. Bang! A crisp ringing sound came out as the barrier of the Martial General's 7 stars finally broke. Wang Hao opened his eyes, revealing an excited expression. Feeling the surging and raging true essence in his body, Wang Hao excitedly said, "Finally, I've reached the 7th star of Martial General." The next day, when Wang Hao was in class, Director of Instruction Zhang Haitao came to the classroom. All of you students who have reached Martial Master or above this semester will be personally led by your instructor to go on a field training trip in 3 days. The final grade of the semester will also be linked to your performance in this adventure. This is a rare opportunity for you to have a mentor to protect you and allow you to grow quickly in the wilderness. When you graduate and are on your own in the wilderness, you will understand how this experience has helped you grow. Suddenly, a familiar electronic synthesized tone sounded in Wang Hao's head. Ding, a bounty quest is now released. Kill the advanced battle general level magical beast White Armored Earth Dragon in this final examination, reward the 2nd level of the convergence skill and upgrade the rhythmic frost sword to a B-class weapon. Seeing the task released by the system, Wang Hao was also startled. He had just been promoted to Martial General 7-star strength, and the system was asking him to kill the high-level war general level magical beast, the White Armored Earth Dragon. One must know that the equivalent rank magical beasts were far superior to human martial artists of the same rank in terms of either physical strength or defense. It was a good thing that he had the martial arts skills given by the system, or else this task would really be difficult to complete. The breath convergence skill was a good thing. If it wasn't for the breath convergence skill that helped him conceal his breath last time he killed the dark-winged tiger, the harvest wouldn't have been so great. Mastering the first layer of the breath convergence technique, martial artists below the Marquis of Martial Arts will not be able to discover their whereabouts. This time, if he mastered the 2nd layer, it was estimated that martial artists below Martial King would also find it difficult to discover their whereabouts. Lin Euro Su Xian and the two of them were also both curious and nervous after hearing the words of the Director of Instruction. Finally can go to the wilderness, but the last time the martial arts examination faced the magical beasts also seen the brutality of the magical beast. In contrast, Shen Yunmeng is much more calm. With the strength of the Shen family and Shen Yunmeng's talent, they had long ago allowed Shen Yunmeng to experience in the wilderness. Wang Hao turned to Lin Euro and Su Xian and said, "This is a rare opportunity, and with a mentor to protect you, the danger will be greatly reduced. But you guys still need to be careful. I'll refine a few more bottles of healing potions for you before I leave." Hearing this, Guo Ming hurriedly interjected, "Brother Hao, I want potions as well. You can't emphasize on your friends." Wang Hao helplessly shrugged his shoulders. "Don't worry, there are potions for you." 3 days later, the freshmen of Magic City Martial University gathered at the playground. This time, there were a total of 300 freshmen at the Magic City Martial University, and so far a total of 60 students had become martial masters. And the director of instruction, Zhang Haitao, led the team, with 10 other instructors following. Zhao Yuan, Li Wenfeng, Yi Jingxian, and the others were among them. Zhang Haitao led the students to the Magic City field in 2 buses. At the camp, Zhang Haitao presented materials and identification to the camp officers. The officer said, "This time, you're bringing students on an adventure again. I really envy this group of Heaven's Pride, with strong martial marquis and generals guarding them. The danger in the wilderness can be greatly reduced." Chapter 93 White Armored Earth Dragon. Zhang Haitao said, "Even though we are guarding it, there have been incidents of students and tutors dying in the past. Where is there absolute safety in the wilderness? That's the truth. These can be the geniuses of the younger generation of our country of China, don't have any losses." "Ha, is that one of your students?" The officer saw Wang Hao's figure. "It's our freshman, what's wrong? He's a member of the recently popular Bison Squad." The officer smiled and pointed at Wang Hao standing at the edge of the playground. "Oh?" Zhang Haitao sized up Wang Hao in surprise. At this moment, some of the instructors and students of the Magic Capital Martial University also heard the officer's words and also looked at Wang Hao in surprise. No wonder Wang Hao's strength has progressed so quickly. It turns out that he joined a mercenary squad to go to the wilderness often. It seems like I've heard about the Bison Squad as well, and every time they go to the wilderness lately, they reap great rewards. Not bad. It's rumored that every time they go out, they're able to kill war general level magical beasts. It seems that this youngster Wang Hao is not simple. Listening to the comments of the tutors and students, Zhang Haitao thought to himself, it seems that Wang Hao not only has his own opportunities but also dares to fight. Once the verification of the materials was done, the Magic City Wushu University's group officially entered the wilderness. Many people were extremely curious as they went to the wilderness for the first time. Mentors are also here to explain the do's and don'ts to students. At this point, Zhang Haitao snapped, "Separate right here," with each mentor taking 6 students. The main area of activity is dominated by primary combat soldier-level magical beasts. If you encounter any danger, remember to send out a signal. I will act as a maneuvering force and rush over to support you at any time. Shen Yunmeng, you follow Yi Jingxian, and Wang Hao you just. Director, I'm already at martial general level, I want to go on my own to experience. Wang Hao raised his hand to interrupt Zhang Haitao. He himself was going to complete the system's quest to kill the high-level war general level magical beasts. It was really inconvenient to be with fellow mentors. Some of the mentors were only martial arts generals in strength and might not be as strong as Wang Hao. Hearing Wang Hao's words, Zhang Haitao also considered them for a moment before nodding his head in agreement. Wang Hao was at the martial general level of strength, so he could go for solo training. Shen Yunmeng also wanted to go on a separate adventure, but was stopped. For one, she hadn't yet broken through to become a martial general and wasn't strong enough. On the other hand, if anything happened to her, the Shen family here at the Kyoto base wouldn't be able to explain. Wang Hao greeted Lin Yuro and the others, so he headed to the location of the White Armored Earth Dragon by himself. Wang Hao headed towards the Green Wind Ridge where he had previously exterminated Li Hui's squad. This time, the location of the White Armored Earth Dragon shown by the system was here. Wang Hao, on the other hand, was rushing during the day and finding a cave to rest at night. When he encountered magical beasts on the road, Wang Hao directly killed them, and then put the magical cores and key parts directly in the storage room. Before Wang Hao came, he directly exchanged the 200 million alliance coins from his bank card for 2 cubic meters, and now Wang Hao's storage room reached 4 cubic meters. Previously with the Bison Squad, Wang Hao did not dare to expose the existence of the system storage space for the time being. Now that he was on his own, he could use it without worry. After 3 days of rushing, Wang Hao finally reached the Green Wind Ridge. Just after stepping into the Green Wind Ridge, Wang Hao felt a cool breeze blowing on his face, and his spirit was immediately revitalized. The Green Wind Ridge was a mountain range with dense peaks, and there were many magical beasts here, so Wang Hao had to move forward carefully. Wang Hao used his soul force to detect his surroundings. Wang Hao followed the system prompts, and Wang Hao arrived at a canyon. Inside the canyon, there were all kinds of trees growing with thick branches and leaves, blocking out the sunlight and making it look a bit eerie. At this moment, Wang Hao was extremely careful, because the White Armored Earth Dragon's location shown by the system was within this canyon. Inside the canyon, the trees were thick and leafy, so Wang Hao didn't dare to go too far for fear of being attacked by magical beasts. The canyon had a good number of snakes, insects, rats and ants, and even some highly poisonous mosquitoes. Wang Hao walked along the canyon, cautiously, for half an hour. Finally, he saw a huge ancient sky-high tree in front of him, and its trunk was so thick that it was as thick as 20 people could hold. Underneath the ancient tree was a huge pit about 5 meters wide and 6 meters deep. The inside of the huge pit was dark and emitted a foul odor that made people want to vomit, as if there was something horrible inside. At this moment, the system's voice rang out, "Host, your mission target, the White Armored Earth Dragon, is hiding in this huge pit. Inside this giant pit is actually the White Armored Earth Dragon's lair. Wang Hao was surprised for a moment before he lurked towards the white armored earth dragon's cave entrance. Hiss! A sound of snakes spitting out their cores came from inside the cave. Wang Hao swung his sword directly over. Roar! An angry roar rang out, and the entire mountain shook violently, sending debris flying. Whoosh! A white shadow flew out of the cave entrance and instantly rushed to Wang Hao's face, opening its mouth to spray venom. Wang Hao immediately performed the red sun sword technique to meet it. There was a loud rumble, and dust and smoke filled the air. When the smoke cleared, Wang Hao and the white armored earth dragon looked at each other. The white armored earth dragon was large, 4 or 5 meters in size, and covered in thick scales. There was a sharp horn on its head, and its body was covered with white hair, its eyes filled with red light, and its eyes stared coldly at Wang Hao. The white armored earth dragon stared at Wang Hao with icy eyes, seemingly pondering how to eat the human in front of him. Wang Hao directly slashed his sword. Roar! The white armored earth dragon roared and opened its mouth to spew venom. Swish! Wang Hao's body turned violently, avoiding the venom. However, the white armored earth dragon sprayed another flame. Wang Hao dodged again. Roar! The white armored earth dragon roared again and lunged at Wang Hao. Seeing this, Wang Hao slightly tilted his body to the side. Boom! The white armored earth dragon slammed hard into Wang Hao's back. Put! Wang Hao was knocked to the ground and couldn't help but spray out a mouthful of blood. Wang Hao rolled over and climbed up with difficulty, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. The white armored earth dragon's eyes leaked excitement when it saw that Wang Hao had actually suffered such a serious injury. Aang! The white armored earth dragon roared up to the sky, and a terrifying aura erupted from its body as its body rose up in the air and bit toward Wang Hao. Seeing the white armored earth dragon lunging, Wang Hao was undaunted, gripping the rhythmic frost sword and stabbing it with all his might. Clang! A crisp and pleasing collision sound came out as the rhythmic frost sword collided with the sharp claws of the white armored earth dragon. Clang! Seeing how hard the white armored earth dragon's sharp claws were, Wang Hao hurriedly retreated. Roar! The white armored earth dragon roared and continued to pursue. Boom! The white armored earth dragon pounced in front of Wang Hao once again, its sharp claws and teeth tearing toward him. Boom! Wang Hao didn't make any nonsense and directly used the third style of the Purple Emperor sword technique, Purple Emperor splitting the sky. A terrifying purple sword aura cut through the void. The purple sword aura and the white armored earth dragon's sharp claws collided together, erupting in dazzling light. Ow! The white armored earth dragon screamed miserably as its sharp claws were cut off. The white armored earth dragon retreated sharply. Chapter 94 Grade A High Grade 7 Haze Lotus. Aang! The white armored earth dragon howled in pain. Wang Hao rode on his victory, holding the rhythmic frost sword, and attacked towards the white armored earth dragon. Wang Hao used the 5th layer of the Xian Yuan sword codex to manipulate the rhyming frost sword with his soul power. The rhyming frost sword transformed into a giant sword that carried a terrifying pressure as a streak of light chopped towards the white armored earth dragon. The white armored earth dragon knew that he could not resist this giant sword, but his body trembled involuntarily. Drops of bean-sized sweat slid down its rough skin as its body trembled in fear. However, the 5th layer of the Xian Yuan sword cannon was equivalent to the full force of a Martial Marquis 1 star strike, and the white armored earth dragon could not resist it at all. Wang Hao's soul force manipulated the rhyming frost sword and viciously stabbed at the neck of the white armored earth dragon. Ah! The white armored earth dragon let out a miserable wail as the rhyming frost sword pierced through its neck, leaving a shocking hole. The white armored earth dragon let out a miserable wail and fell to the ground, struggling for a few moments before dying. Wang Hao looked at the dead white armored earth dragon and let out a sigh of relief, finally killing this magical beast. Although he had paid a certain price, he had finally completed the killing task. Wang Hao made use of the Purple Emperor sword technique and the Xian Yuan sword code, and his true essence and soul power had almost reached the point of being depleted. Wang Hao endured the pain and exhaustion of his injuries and split the demonic core and body of the white armored earth dragon. The magic cores and important parts were placed in the storage room, and the rest was placed in a package, quickly leaving the battle this canyon. Wang Hao found a cave, and after observing that there was no danger around, in his mind, he silently read Submit Mission. Ding! It has been detected that the host has killed the high-level warlord class magical beast, the white armored earth dragon, and is now releasing a quest reward. Reward the 2nd level of the convergence skill and upgrade the rhythmic frost sword to a B class weapon. Wang Hao was thrilled to see that the damaged rhyming frost sword was morphing into a B grade weapon. If the rhyming frost sword had been a B grade weapon in the battle just now, it would have directly pierced through the sharp claws of the white armored earth dragon. Buzz! The rhythmic frost sword emitted a buzzing sound, and the originally rusty hilt suddenly fell off, revealing a silver-white blade. This was the new form of the rhyming frost sword, with a silver-white hilt that was incomparably sharp. The blade of the sword was silver-white with a hint of coldness on its surface. A plum blossom was engraved on the hilt, and a stern aura filled the air. 2 words were also inscribed on the surface of the sword, Rhyme Frost. Wang Hao lifted the rhyming frost sword in his hand and scrutinized it for a while, nodding with a smile on his face. Compared to before, the sharpness is too much stronger. The The rhythmic frost sword softly chanted, as if responding to Wang Hao. Wang Hao then looked at the second reward of the quest, the convergence skill. In the wilderness, the breath convergence skill was definitely a good auxiliary martial skill, and having the second tier also allowed the breath convergence skill to evolve into a C-rank auxiliary martial skill. Wang Hao carefully studied the martial skill information. The second level of the breath concealment skill could hide the cultivator's strength and even shield the fluctuations of the cultivator's breath. It was difficult for any martial artist below Martial King to detect it. Wang Hao recuperated his injuries to recover his true essence and soul power while practicing the second layer of the breath convergence technique. After 3 days had passed, Wang Hao felt that his true essence had recovered, so he prepared to return. Wang Hao picked up his backpack and hurried. 2 days later, he was still a day's journey away from the camp. At this time, the system voice suddenly sounded in Wang Hao's head. Discovered Class A high-grade medicinal herb 7 Haze Lotus, 50 kilometers northwest of you. The herb can help your teacher recover from her injuries, but there are at least 10 battle marquee level magical beasts around the herb waiting for the 7 Haze Lotus to mature. After hearing the system's words, Wang Hao hesitated for a moment. With Wang Hao's current strength, killing high-level battle general level magical beasts was fine, but if he faced a battle marquee level magical beast, his strength was still not enough. Not to mention that there were 10 war marquee level magical beasts. However, this a great high-grade herb could help Elder Lin recover from his injuries. Not only was Elder Lin his teacher, he was also his biggest backer at the moment. Let's go over and take a look first. With the breath convergence skill as a cover, no magical beast below the level of Battle King would be able to discover him. This would also be Wang Hao's biggest reliance. Wang Hao followed the system's prompts to a hidden lake in the northwest, where the 7 Haze Lotus was located. The 7 Haze Lotus was about half a meter long, elliptical in shape, with a body that was red in color of the evening sky, and crystal clear leaves that emitted a slight halo of light, making it very beautiful. Wang Hao used his soul force to observe his surroundings, and there were more than 10 strong auras around the 7 Haze Lotus, all waiting for the 7 Haze Lotus to mature. The 7 Xia Lotus had already blossomed 6 times, and it would take 10 years for each one to take shape, and the 7th one had almost finished taking shape, and it would only be a day or two. These 10 powerful battle marquee level magical beasts also seemed to be waiting for the moment when the 7 Harmonies Lotus was completely ripe, and were scrambling to pick it. After thinking about it, Wang Hao quietly sneaked to a place 100 feet away from the 7 Xia Lotus, and then executed the breath convergence skill, slowly approaching the 7 Xia Lotus. These magical beasts didn't notice Wang Hao's presence either. Wang Hao slowly approached the 7 Haze Lotus, which gave off a seductive fragrance that refreshed his heart. Wang Hao looked at the petals of the 7 Xia Lotus, which appeared red in color, and each lotus leaf was like a flame burning, with an ice blue mist mixed in with the flame, making it look beautiful. Wang Hao quietly waited for the 7 Haze Lotus to mature. This kind of precious herb had to be guarded. Once other magical beasts got there first, it would be bad. Wang Hao waited patiently for 2 more days. Finally, Wang Hao saw the 7 Harmonies Lotus completely mature, and the 7 petals slowly opened. In the center of the bud was a thumb-sized crimson fruit, with a faint red aura flickering on top of the fruit. It's finally matured. This is the best treasure to heal Elder Lin's injuries. Wang Hao's eyes sizzled as he said. At this moment, a saber-toothed tiger couldn't hold back and was ready to take the lead. It violently rushed towards the 7 Haze Lotus in the middle of the lake, who knew that a golden tiger shark suddenly rushed out of the lake, directly biting at the saber-toothed tiger. The saber-toothed tiger was attacked by the golden tiger shark and could only barely dodge. And at this time, the other war marquee level magical beasts also reacted. A giant crocodile rushed towards the 7 Haze Lotus. The giant crocodile was extremely fast and instantly swam to the vicinity of the 7 Xia Lotus, opening its mouth and sucking, wanting to swallow the 7 Xia Lotus into its stomach. But it was useless, because at that moment, a huge python with a pitch-black body blocked the giant crocodile's line of sight. With a sweep of the python's tail, the giant crocodile was sent flying tens of meters away, collapsing several boulders. Ow! A giant elephant scurried out from the side, galloping and stomping towards the 7 Haze Lotus. Boom! The giant elephant was catapulted out by a huge force and fell back a few steps before stabilizing itself. Roar! A giant bear with gray fur stopped the giant elephant and slammed his fist into it. At this time, a group of magical beasts were caught in a melee. The more chaotic the situation, the better. Wang Hao said excitedly as he stood in the bushes and watched the scene. Using the breath convergence skill, Wang Hao sank into the lake and swam towards the 7 Harmonies Lotus. The 10 or so war marquee level magical beasts were caught up in the melee, and they didn't notice that a small dot in the lake was swimming rapidly toward the center of the lake. Chapter 95, Life and Death Escape. Wang Hao finally arrived next to the 7 Haze Lotus. Wang Hao stretched out his right hand and grabbed the 7 Haze Lotus, and a wave of warmth immediately flooded through his body. Wang Hao felt a warm and cozy sensation, and his whole body was warm and comfortable. Immediately afterward, Xia light rays emerged and enveloped the 7 Harmonies Lotus. A stream of rich aura drilled into Wang Hao's body. This time, the aura was incomparably abundant, and Wang Hao surprisingly felt that the aura in his body was a bit dumbfounded, but now was obviously not a good time to advance. And the haze glow exposed Wang Hao's presence. When Wang Hao picked the 7 haze lotus, a dangerous aura came from him. Boom! The surface of the lake exploded, the water column was 10 meters in diameter, and the water column landed on the lake shore, stirring up monstrous waves. Wang Hao hurriedly dodged, and a large head broke through the water, with sharp horns and turquoise eyes. Iron-armored rhinoceros? Wang Hao looked at the giant horns above his head, and his eyes showed scorn. This iron-armored rhinoceros, just out of the water, stared angrily at Wang Hao, as if it was itching to eat him. Iron-armored rhinoceros, this was a battle marquee level magical beast with a sharp horn on its head, amazing defense, and thick skin. The iron-armored rhino's nose was the only drawback of the iron-armored rhino. Hoo-hoo! Wang Hao hurriedly placed the 7 haze lotus in his storage space. The iron-armored rhinoceros's thick neck stretched uncertainly, and a low hissing sound came from its throat. Seeing the 7 haze lotus disappearing from Wang Hao's hand, the huge body leapt up into the air and swung a claw at Wang Hao. The iron-armored rhinoceros was very fast and instantly pounced in front of Wang Hao. Bang! Poof! Wang Hao ruthlessly slammed into the hard skull of the iron-armored rhinoceros and spat out a mouthful of blood. Wang Hao didn't dwell on the fight with the iron-armored rhinoceros, and directly swept out of the lake and flew away. At this time, the 10 or so war general-level magical beasts that were fighting also noticed the disappearance of the 7 haze lotus, and immediately stopped fighting and turned their heads to look at the departing Wang Hao. Ow! The iron-armored rhinoceros let out an angry roar, and a pair of huge eyes stared deathly in the direction that Wang Hao had fled. Subsequently, more than a dozen battle marquee-level magical beasts chased after Wang Hao. Wang Hao didn't dare to slow down, running the breath convergence skill to hide his breath and speeding up. Rumble! Wang Hao felt a violent rumbling coming from behind him, and he couldn't help but look back. A dozen or so strong battle marquee-level magical beasts were chasing behind him. And the scene was very shocking. Nima! Wang Hao cursed and desperately ran forward furiously. Roar! A griffin beast let out a deafening roar. The griffin beast's speed became even faster, and a pair of sharp eagle eyes locked onto the prey in front of it. Damn it! Wang Hao cursed and continued to run forward furiously. Although Wang Hao's speed was fast, he still couldn't shake off the griffin beast, which kept pushing. Rumble! Wang Hao heard a deafening roar coming from behind him as a group of strong battle marquee-level magical beasts chased after him. Nima, what a pain in the ass! Wang Hao let out a bitter laugh. Wang Hao once again increased his speed. He didn't want to fight with these battle marquee-level magical beasts just yet, otherwise he would definitely be torn apart. Wang Hao's speed increased to the extreme and ran forward. Ow! The griffin beast once again let out a roar as the frequency of its wings stirring quickened. Roar! The iron-armored rhinoceros let out a roar, and its figure was like electricity as it quickly caught up with Wang Hao. Roar! The group of strong battle marquee-level magical beasts behind Wang Hao followed suit and roared at the same time. You guys are bullies. Wang Hao cursed in his heart. Wang Hao performed the flying swallow steps with all his might, and with the addition of his own cultivation of the Tai Shang Xin Long skill, his physical fitness had improved considerably, and his speed and endurance had also increased. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to run away from a dozen or so war marquee-level magical beasts. Roar! Roar! A dozen or so strong battle marquee-level magical beasts roared in rage. The griffin magical beasts had already caught up and opened their bloody mouths to bite at Wang Hao. Seeing this, Wang Hao had to put out the 5th layer of the Xian Yuan sword cannon. The soul force manipulated the rhyming frost sword to ruthlessly crash into the griffin beast. Touch! Wang Hao was jolted back a few steps, his paws leaving deep marks on the ground, his face flushed. Roar! The griffin beast was also shaken back 2 to 3 feet away. The griffin beast's head was cut by the rhyming frost sword, and blood dripped down. The rhyming frost sword's evolution into a B-rank weapon also increased the power of the Xian Yuan sword codex. Wang Hao hurriedly took the healing potion and continued to run in the direction of the base. At this time, inside the Magic City base, the instructors and students of the Magic City Martial Arts University had all returned to gather. This time, only 5 students were injured, and there were no deaths of students or tutors. Zhang Haitao was with a dozen or so mentors at this time. Hee, why hasn't Wang Hao come yet? Something couldn't have happened. A tutor suddenly said, looking worried. Zhang Haitao's brows furrowed as he said, I don't think so. Wang Hao's strength is good, so nothing should go wrong. Maybe he was delayed on the road. It will come back later. The crowd chimed in. A few of the students, Lin Euro, were also worried about Wang Hao's safety. Roar! Suddenly, a deafening roar came from outside the base. This is a battle marquee class magical beast? The earth trembled, mountains crumbled, and a cloud of dust flew up. Roar! Then, another roar came out, which was even more terrifying than the sound of the griffin beast just now. Crap, there seems to be a dozen battle marquee level magical beasts. Zhang Haitao's face changed color and he exclaimed in shock. The army personnel also realized that a dozen powerful magical beasts had come to attack the camp and hurriedly opened the formation. The mentors and students glanced over and saw that a dozen powerful magical beasts were chasing a point of light in front of them. Are these magical beasts chasing someone? Mentor Li Wenfang said. Could it be Wang Hao? As the band got closer and closer. Hiss! It's actually Wang Hao. The crowd sucked in a breath of cool air, revealing unbelievable expressions. Wang Hao is actually so powerful that he attracted so many powerful magical beasts. Su Xian murmured as her beautiful eyes rippled with color. How did this Wang Hao attract so many magical beasts? What exactly does he want? Zhang Haitao was also astonished at the sight. Wang Hao had actually attracted over a dozen powerful battle marquee level magical beasts. When the camp's highest officer, Colonel Li, saw this scenario, he immediately launched a level 1 state of alert. The formation was turned on and the soldiers maneuvered their artillery, ready to attack. By this time, Wang Hao had already escaped to the edge of the base. All the students rushed to escape back, and the tutors at the martial marquee level and above will rush out with me to save the others. Zhang Haitao and several tutors rushed out. When Wang Hao saw this, he was in tears. Finally he had help. He had fought with all his might, and if it wasn't for the great improvement in his physical quality, he would have almost died of exhaustion here. Roar! The dozen or so battle marquee level magical beasts immediately attacked when they saw someone rushing out, with all sorts of skills slamming into Zhang Haitao and the others in unison. Block for me! Zhang Haitao shouted furiously, fully energizing the true essence in his body and wielding the greatsword in his hand to slash and kill. The other few tutors also desperately resisted. Chapter 96 Escape from Death. The help of several instructors from the Magic City Martial Arts University finally allowed Wang Hao to escape into the base without any problems. However, before going into the base, Wang Hao was still hit hard by the Griffin Beast. The Griffin Beast saw Wang Hao enter the base and knew that the base was protected by a formation, making it difficult to recapture the 7 Haze Lotus. However, this furious strike also caused Wang Hao to suffer serious injuries, and he almost fainted when he nearly lost his life. Wang Hao hurriedly took out the 7 Haze Lotus the moment he entered the base and placed it in his package. When Zhang Haitao and the others saw Wang Hao enter the camp, they didn't fight. After all, the number of magical beasts far exceeded their own, and hurriedly fled back to the camp. Rumble! A dozen or so powerful battle marquee level magical beasts were around the camp. Luckily, this camp is guarded by formations with sturdy defenses. Zhang Haitao mused. Colonel Li, I suggest dispatching a large number of soldiers to guard the base to prevent the magical beasts from breaking through the defenses. Well, I'll immediately notify the armies in each region to get ready and wait for the transfer order. Colonel Li, who was guarding the camp, replied. Zhang Haitao came to Wang Hao's side and saw that Wang Hao was holding the 7 Harmonies Lotus. He exclaimed, no wonder so many magical beasts have come to fight over it, so it's the 7-colored lotus that unfolds 7 petals. This is a high-grade medicinal herb. Where did Wang Hao find this rare medicinal herb? Wang Hao said morosely, this is for Lin Lao to heal his wounds. Put. Wang Hao sprayed out a mouthful of black blood and passed out. Wang Hao. Seeing this, Zhang Haitao checked and found that he had fainted due to blood loss from his injuries. He hurriedly took Wang Hao to the camp hospital for treatment. Lin Euro Su Xian and several people stood anxiously at the entrance of the camp hospital, pacing non-stop, their faces full of worry. Don't worry, Wang Hao will be fine. Su Xian said. Well, I hope so too. Lin Euro sighed and said slowly. At this moment, Zhang Haitao and a few mentors hurriedly walked over. Tutor, how is Wang Hao doing? A few people hurriedly asked. Wang Hao doesn't have any worries about his life, his body is very strong so he recovers relatively quickly. However, his true essence and soul power are almost depleted and he needs to sleep for a few days. Zhang Haitao said. That's good. A few people breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Haitao's eyes were slightly red as he held the jade box containing the 7 Haze Lotus. Choking back a sob, he said, I can't imagine that Wang Hao was chased by a magical beast and almost lost his life because he was trying to heal Elder Dean Lin's injuries. I'll give the herbs to Elder Lin right away, you guys take care of Wang Hao here. 3 days later, Wang Hao finally woke up. When Lin Yueliang Su Xian saw Wang Hao waking up, she excitedly jumped into Wang Hao's arms and cried. I'm fine, don't cry you guys. Oh. The duo obeyed and wiped the tears from the corners of their eyes. There was a coughing sound, only to see Elder Lin and Zhang Haitao at the entrance of the hospital room. Xin Yunmeng and Yuanin were also behind them. Lin Yueliang and Su Xian also knew that they were a little too excited. Hurrying to tidy up their appearance and clothes. You brat, you almost lost your life. Lin Lao said as he helped Wang Hao up. After taking your 7 Haze Lotus this time, I'm mostly healed. Master really needs to thank you properly this time. Elder Lin said solemnly. What are you talking about, teacher? I just did what I should have done. Wang Hao said humbly. Ha ha ha. Good one did what he should have done. I really wasn't wrong about this disciple of yours. Lin Lao patted Wang Hao on the shoulder. Young man, this time the old dean recovered thanks to you. Zhang Haitao walked over and said, "Mentor, thanks to your rescue this time, otherwise I'm afraid I would have turned into a corpse." Zhang Haitao waved his hand and laughed, "Let's not talk about that, get well and recuperate." After some conversation, Elder Lin and a few tutors left. Wang Hao was lying on the hospital bed, Su Xian and Lin Yuro accompanied him, while Shen Yunmeng and Yuanin were standing at the door. Wang Hao felt that there was something wrong with the air. He wasn't going to start a harem himself. "Yuro, look at what's wrong with him, I just touched his forehead and it's covered in sweat," Su Xian said. "Let me see." Lin Yuro sat on the edge of the bed and gently stroked Wang Hao's cheek. Wang Hao glanced at the two and coughed awkwardly. These two were doing this on purpose in front of Shen Yunmeng's Yuanin, right? Is it an oath of sovereignty? Ahem, so what, why don't you all get out of here? I need to rest. Wang Hao's tone was very serious. "Oh, okay, you rest first." Several people left the ward. Wang Hao let out a deep breath. This facing several women at the same time was more thrilling than facing 10 battle marquee level magical beasts. It's really too dangerous this time. Wang Hao was secretly glad that he had the help of the martial arts skills given by the system, otherwise he would have died long ago. Wang Hao sat cross-legged and operated the Flood Blood Emperor technique, absorbing the wandering heaven and earth yuan qi around him to restore his true essence and soul power. After 2 hours had been passed, Wang Hao opened his eyes. "Finally, I've recovered about 80% of my true essence and soul power," Wang Hao muttered. The next day Wang Hao returned to the magic capital Martial University. And this time, the fact that Wang Hao was chased by more than 10 battle marquee level magical beasts was also spreading in the magic capital Martial University. This Wang Hao was really powerful. To actually be able to snatch the 7 Haze Lotus Framini magical beasts is simply awesome. Who says it isn't? I heard that it was for his own teacher to heal his wounds. Hey, we're not even on the same level as him. Yeah. Not only do people have strong strength, they also have unbelievable luck, we only have envy and jealousy. Wang Hao listened to the comments of his classmates and let out a bitter smile. He had become the center of everyone's discussion again. When did he become the center of discussion because of his handsome appearance? When Wang Hao just came to the classroom, everyone was shocked and at the same time admired Wang Hao. "Brother Hao, you're simply too handsome, you actually dared to call the shots with so many war marquee level magical beasts," Guo Ming said in admiration. Wang Hao shook his head and said, "I merely picked up a life." After class, Wang Hao went to the school's mission office and looked at his current points of 1,870. Previously, it was 870 points, but the last time he rode the train and encountered a beast wave, Wang Hao assisted the military in killing the war general level magical beasts, and was hereby rewarded with 1,000 credits. It was now the middle of November, and there was still a month and a half before he traveled to Kyoto in January to participate in the martial arts selection. Wang Hao considered that he still needed to go to the 9 Great Steel Diagrams and try to master the 6th layer of the Xianyuan sword cannon. Wang Hao arrived at the 9 Great Tablet map, and at this time, the staff was extremely polite to Wang Hao. Wang Hao's deeds had already spread throughout the entire Wu University. Everyone still admired Wang Hao for daring to take the risk of getting healing herbs for his teacher. Especially since his teacher was also the old dean of the Magic City Martial Arts University. Many of the teachers and staff were students of the old dean. Chapter 97, the 6th level of the Xianyuan Sword Codex. Wang Hao arrived at the 6th of the 9 Steel Diagrams. At this time, there were less than a dozen students in the 9 Steel Diagrams, and most of them were practicing in the 1st Steel Diagram. There were also 2 middle-aged men who should be apothecaries from the Magic Capital Apothecary Association. One was at the 3rd Steel map and the other was at the 4th Steel map. They were both extremely shocked to see that Wang Hao had actually walked to the 6th Steel map. However, the 2 apothecaries should have recognized Wang Hao as well. After all, the competition between Wang Hao and Hua Yuga was too amazing back then. An 18-year-old B-ranked apothecary with a terrifying talent. Wang Hao sat in front of the monument and explored his soul force inside the stone monument. A picture appeared in Wang Hao's mind, a picture of a sword move maneuvering a flying sword to take someone's head. Wang Hao closed his eyes and watched the flying sword move, his mind immersed in it. Gradually, Wang Hao entered the realm of forgetfulness. Wang Hao's body emitted a light greenish color, and that pressure was released from Wang Hao's body. It immediately made the few people around who were participating in the 9 Great Tablet Diagrams feel that it was difficult to breathe, and sweat dripped from their foreheads as they hurriedly withdrew a few steps. Even the 2 apothecaries were greatly affected by that pressure emanating from Wang Hao's body. They understood what it meant. This young man's potential is truly too terrifying, I wonder what level he can ultimately reach. A white-haired apothecary muttered. A stern sword aura filled the steel diagram, which carried a hint of dominance. This sword aura did not belong to any stance and was invisible, it emanated from the body of the sword. As Wang Hao comprehended it, the power of the sword aura increased. When 20 days of cultivation had passed, a giant sword silhouette appeared beside Wang Hao, which hovered in the air and emitted a strong aura. This sword aura was emitted precisely from Wang Hao's hand, and at this moment, the might of the giant sword silhouette was far greater than before, even giving off an oppressive feeling. This giant sword shadow was like a substantial sword aura, and it was intimidating. The giant sword shadow slowly disappeared into Wang Hao's body. As time passed, Wang Hao progressed at a rapid pace, and each move and each style seemed to fuse countless mysteries. Without realizing it, 40 days had passed, and Wang Hao had finally comprehended the essence of the sixth layer of the Xian Yuan sword code. Wang Hao slowly stood up as a stern sword intent pounced around him. With a movement of his mind, the rhythmic frost sword hovered in front of Wang Hao, and his soul force moved slightly to control the Xian Yuan sword. Whoosh! The rhythmic frost sword transformed into a residual shadow and instantly disappeared in place. Bang! A satisfied smile appeared on Wang Hao's face as he retrieved the rhyming frost sword and walked out of the steel map. This Wang Hao seems to have gained a lot. Who let people be gifted? Worthy of being my idol. The students of the 9 steel charts murmured when they saw Wang Hao walk out of the steel charts. This mastery of the 6th layer of the Xian Yuan sword cannon was equivalent to the full force of a 3-star martial marquis. Combined with the sharpness of the B-grade weapon, the rhyming frost sword, Wang Hao had the means to inflict damage on even an elementary war marquis level magical beast. Arriving at the entrance of the 9 monumental figures, the staff member smiled and said, "A total of 1,920 points were spent in 40 days, I'll go to the student office in advance to collect your credits for this month. You are now the 4th place in the 100-strong ranking, and you have a reward of 970 points every month. Together with the 1,870 points from before, you now have 920 points. Wang Hao nodded, counting this time as his longest retreat. Wang Hao opened his cell phone and saw various messages, replying to his parents Lin Euro Su Xin and several others one by one. Wang Hao saw Lin Lao's message go to Kyoto base on January 10. There were still 25 days before the departure time. The homeroom teacher no longer cared whether Wang Hao was attending class now or not. The last experience had also made many instructors understand that Wang Hao's strength had already surpassed that of a student. He was now like many senior students who were either out on internships or in the wilderness training. Wang Hao came to the mercenary union and found the members of the Bison Squad. The members of the Bison Squad had also heard about the scene of Wang Hao being chased by more than 10 Battle Marquis level magical beasts last time. After all, most of the Battle King level magical beasts were on the other side of the passageway, and the Battle Marquis level magical beasts could be considered the toughest magical beasts in the wilds of Blue Star. And the fact that Wang Hao was able to escape underneath a War Marquis level magical beast itself was proof of his own strength. Bison looked at Wang Hao. When he joined the Bison Squad, there was still an entry test. Nowadays, the strength of his own team was counted as a drag on Wang Hao. Wildcat, on the other hand, looked at the scars on Wang Hao's back with tearful eyes. These scars were deep to the bone, and although they had healed, they were still there. Wang Hao patted the Wildcat's shoulder and laughed. "It's okay, it's already healed. I'm going to Kyoto for a while, and it might take me a while to come back. Before that, I'll refine a few potions for you guys, and I'll always remember this friendship of the Wild Bull Squad." Wang Hao. "Thank you." Teardrops flowed out of the corners of the Wildcat's eyes, and his voice choked. "Fool, why are you crying?" Wang Hao reached out and stroked the Wildcat's head. "Ha ha ha. Wang Hao, you kid, we're brothers, don't organize all that nonsense." Li Mang laughed brightly. "Yeah, we are brothers." Zhang Li also chimed in. "Ha ha ha." The crowd laughed in unison, and Wang Hao also revealed a bright smile. Wang Hao came to the Mercenary League and hadn't contacted his old acquaintance, Zhang Jingyi, for a long time. Wang Hao contacted Zhang Jingyi, and Zhang Jingyi was extremely happy to receive Wang Hao's call. Zhang Jingyi was wearing a black silk professional dress, and the lower half of her body was wearing a tight wrap-around short skirt, outlining a tantalizing curve that was straight and slender. A pair of jade feet stepped on red high-heeled shoes, especially her pair of long, snow-white jade legs were dripping with the charm of a mature woman. Zhang Jingyi came to the entrance of the Magic City Mercenary Union. Looking at Wang Hao at the entrance, she smiled charmingly. "How did you remember to call your sister? I almost forgot that I have a younger brother. You've been in the limelight lately, B-class pharmacist. It's a pity that you just don't buy herbs and sell potions from me." Zhang Jingyi had a mournful expression as if she was blaming Wang Hao. Wang Hao hemmed and hawed. He knew that Zhang Jingyi was joking. Laughing, he said, "I'm going to make a trip to the Kyoto base in the next few days, so I'm purchasing some medicinal herbs, as well as selling some things here at your place." Zhang Jingyi pouted. Aren't you afraid that your sister and I will suffer alone in the Mercenary League? Your sister, I need you, a handsome man, to take care of me." Wang Hao smiled awkwardly. Sister is joking. Zhang Jingyi led Wang Hao into the hall. Zhang Jingyi's delicate figure also attracted the attention of many mercenaries. Wang Hao handed over to Zhang Jingyi the magical core and important parts of the high-level battle general level magical beast white armored earth dragon that he had killed last time. Zhang Jingyi was surprised when she saw it. "You brat, you actually hunted and killed the white armored ground dragon. You really impressed your sister. No wonder you were able to survive under a battle marquis ranked magical beast." Chapter 98, Preparing to Travel to the Training Camp. Zhang Jingyi had someone take the magical beast carcasses and magical cores that Wang Hao had taken out up to the personnel specializing in acquiring magical beasts for valuation. Wang Hao then submitted the herbs for the C-grade low-grade Master Breaker reagent, C-grade high-grade Martial General reagent, and B-grade low-grade Boneborn potion to Zhang Jingyi. Zhang Jingyi looked at the note and then checked the prices in the system. The 2 C-ranked Master Breaker potion herbs cost a total of 10 million alliance coins. 5 copies of the C-rank high-level Martial General potion herbs total 20 million alliance coins. For B-grade bone breeding potion herbs totaling 30 million alliance coins. Zhang Jingyi held Wang Hao's arm affectionately, refining so many potions. How about you just promise to sell some to our mercenary alliance and I can hit apply for a discount for you? These herbs cost 60 million alliance dollars, how about I apply to give you a selling price of 55 million? Wang Hao nodded in agreement. Zhang Jingyi then finished packing the medicinal herbs and said, the advanced battle general grade magical beast white armored earth dragon sells for a total of 400 million alliance coins, so after deducting the medicinal herbs, it will be transferred to you for 345 million alliance coins. Wang Hao did some math and added the 45 million he had on his bank card before, the balance reached 390 million alliance coins. Wang Hao picked up the herbs and gave Zhang Jingyi a thank you and promised to sell some potions to Zhang Jingyi. Returning to his room, Wang Hao began to refine the herbs over the next 5 days. During these 5 days, Wang Hao barely took a step out of his room, and all of his time was spent refining the medicinal herbs. Except for one failure in refining a B-grade bone-born herb, all the rest of the refining was successful. These 5 days of high-intensity refining of potions had not only allowed his soul power to grow once again, his own mastery of the Martial General's 7-star true essence had also become more skillful. Wang Hao once again arrived at the hotel where the Bison Squad was located. When Wildcat heard that Wang Hao was coming, he directly waited on the first floor of the hotel lobby. Wildcat surprisingly didn't wear his previous black tights today, but changed into a purple tracksuit that, exposing her hot body to the world, a pair of beautiful eyes stared at Wang Hao. Wang Hao walked over and said with a smile, why aren't you wearing tight clothes anymore today? Changed your outfit. Wildcat's face was slightly scarlet, because I think. Do you also think I look especially good when I'm dressed like this? Do you get tired of me wearing black all the time? Wang Hao was amused and said, it is indeed quite pretty. Worthy of being the #1 beauty of our mercenary league. Wildcat's heart was sweet when she heard Wang Hao's compliment, and she pulled Wang Hao's arm. Wang Hao slipped a bottle of C-grade high-level martial arts potion to Wildcat. When you finish taking the Master Breaker potion I gave you earlier and promote to Martial General. Then you can find an opportunity to take this potion, which can help raise your 1-star Martial General strength. Hearing that Wang Hao had actually given himself such an expensive potion, the Wildcat's heart was filled with warmth, and she was moved to say, thank you. Wang Hao patted Wildcat's shoulder, we're teammates, if we don't treat you well, who will we treat well? Wang Hao lightly sniffed the ethereal fragrance emanating from the Wildcat's hair, and a strange feeling welled up in his heart. However, Wang Hao understood that there were already many disturbing things on his side of the relationship, and for the time being, he was unable to give Wildcat a commitment, and he should not get involved in emotional matters himself. Walking into the room, Wang Hao handed over 2 copies of the C-grade Master Breaker potion to Li Mang and Zhang Li of the Wild Bull Squad, and 1 copy of the C-grade Martial General potion to Lu Bison. Lu Bison and the others were also very moved and insisted on transferring the money to Wang Hao. But Wang Hao refused. After saying goodbye to a few people, Wang Hao arrived at the Mercenary Union, and just as he reached the door, his cell phone received a text message from Lu Bison to transfer $60 million. When Wang Hao saw the text message, he also let out a bitter smile, having gotten used to the captain's style, which was also the reason why he wanted to join the Bison Squad in the first place. Wang Hao handed over a bottle of C-grade high-level Martial General potion and a bottle of B-grade low-level Boneborn potion to Zhang Jingyi. Zhang Jingyi also did not expect Wang Hao to be so efficient, handing over the refined potions in just less than a week. She handed these potions over to the apothecary specializing in appraisal from the Mercenary Alliance, then said, little brother, this time, you've helped my sister earn quite a few alliance coins for me again, so what do you think my sister should do to repay you? Sister Jingyi, don't be so polite, you helped me before, it's normal to help each other with mutual benefits. How can that be? Sister is really grateful to you. Then how is sister going to be grateful to me? Oops. You brat, are you molesting me? How dare you, how dare you? Zhang Jingyi snorted a laugh, blankly glanced at Wang Hao, and snapped, little brat doesn't learning from those old mercenary greasers to molest girls. These 2 bottles of potions Wang Hao sold for a total of 150 million alliance coins, and Wang Hao spent another 40 million alliance coins to buy 20 copies of the Dragon Blood Potion herbs. This time, Wang Hao had kept an eye out for the blood of the white armored earth dragon. The following time Wang Hao was refining the Dragon Blood Potion to strengthen his flesh. Time quickly came to January 10, when Wang Hao was to travel to the Kyoto base with a few other people from the Magic City Martial Arts University. When he arrived at the meeting place, he only saw that Shangguan Yunze had already arrived. He didn't say anything, but only nodded to Wang Hao. Last time, he also understood that Wang Hao still stayed his hand for the last blow, or else he would definitely be seriously injured. Wang Hao looked at Su Rui, the only female among the 10. She was wearing a light pink dress today, her dark hair draped over her chest, her skin was snowy, her face was delicate, her eyebrows were picturesque, her curves were exquisite, and she carried an unspeakable charm. She was the only student among the 10 this time who was not a senior other than Wang Hao. She was ranked third in the top 100 list in her junior year, so it could be said that she was the most popular student before Wang Hao came to the Magic City Martial Arts University. Coupled with her extraordinary looks, her popularity in the school was extremely high. It was only a pity that it was rumored that she was an iceberg beauty who rarely spoke to others. At this moment, Su Rui seemed to have noticed Wang Hao's gaze as well and looked over at him. Wang Hao hastily averted his eyes, not daring to look at her again. At this time, Su Rui also turned her head, as if nothing had happened just now. This woman's aura was too cold, wasn't it? But it was something that gave people a sense of amazement. The crowd stood and waited for the arrival of the lead tutor. Around 10 minutes or so, Vice Dean Lu Jiguo walked over and said, "This time, the 10 of you have Qiu Hongguang as the team leader. Does everyone have any opinions?" A man in white walked towards the front of the group and signaled to everyone with a slight smile. Wang Hao looked at the white-clothed man in the team. This was the first time he had seen Qiu Hongguang, who was the number 1 in the 100-strong ranking. Qiu Hongguang had a handsome look, a straight posture, and was 1 meter 8, revealing a stern momentum that was intimidating. This Qiu Hongguang is really not simple. Chapter 99, The Trial Tower. Wang Hao then looked at another man in the group. This young man was valiant-looking, with a black leather armor and a silver lance on his back. His realm had reached the peak 9-star realm of the martial general, only 1 step away from the martial marquis realm. Wang Hao knew that this person was Zhang Wentian, who was second on the 100-strong ranking. While Wang Hao was sizing up the others, the remaining 9 people were also sizing up Wang Hao. The matter of defeating Shangguan Yunze had been known throughout the Magic Capital Martial Arts University, indicating that Wang Hao's strength ranked at least among the top 10 people in the Magic Capital Martial Arts University. Lu Jiguo took a few people and didn't head to the train station, but rather to an airplane. This was the first time Wang Hao had taken an airplane. The rest of the 9 were used to it, and it seemed that they had all traveled to the training camp on this plane before. Seeing Wang Hao's surprised look, Lu Jiguo explained, "This is because I was on the airplane. Usually airplanes don't dare to take off for fear of being attacked by flying magical beasts. While a martial artist who reaches the Battle King stage can transform his true essence into wings, allowing him to fly, and the quality of his true essence has greatly improved. As a result, the speed and attack power of a Battle King level martial artist is far superior to that of a Battle Husband level martial artist, and the ability to save his life is also greatly improved. That's why only if you reach Battle King level strength can you travel through the underground passage to the other side to fight." Wang Hao realized that it wasn't that there were no airplanes, but it was only the airplanes that Vice President Lu Jiguo took when he followed the team forward. Lu Jiguo was a 5-star martial king and could guarantee the safety of the flight. Wang Hao entered the interior of the plane, only to realize that it was incredibly spacious, with comfortable seats and was equipped with drinks and fruits, just like a luxurious room. Wang Hao looked at the private jet and secretly sighed that this Mordovia Wuda was rich and generous. The airplane quickly took off. The journey was smooth and soon the airplane arrived at the Kyoto base. The crowd came out from the airfield. Lu Jiguo led the crowd and took a special car straight to the Kyoto training camp. At this time, Wang Hao walked into the gate, and at a glance, he saw the corpse of a magical beast, which was placed as a sculpture at the entrance. Although it had been dead for a long time, the corpse of the magical beast still exuded an extremely strong pressure. I don't know what level of magical beast it was in life. Wang Hao saw a large electronic display screen at this time. It displayed the points ranking. First place, Jiong, with a battle value of 53 points, a battle amplitude of 4.5, and 238.5 points. Second place, Li Yuqing, battle power value 52 points, battle amplitude 4.3, points 223.6. Third place, Liang Ziyu, battle power value 51 points, battle amplitude 4.2, points 214.2. Fourth place, Shen Jiahao, battle power value 50 points, battle amplitude 4.2, points 210. 10th place, Qiu Hongguang, battle power value 46 points, battle amplitude 3.9, points 179.4. 120th place, Wang Hao, battle value 0 points, battle amplitude 0.0. This should be the point ranking of the training camp, and Wang Hao silently memorized the information of these people. A few leaders from the Ministry of Education went forward to greet Vice President Lu Jiguo, while the remaining 9 people prepared to head to their rooms. At this time, a staff member of the training camp stopped Wang Hao. "May I ask if you're the newcomer who's attending the training camp at the Magic City Martial Arts University this time? You didn't attend the first stage of the training camp before, so I'll take you through the check-in procedures this time." Wang Hao followed the staff forward to check in. During the check-in period, Wang Hao asked the staff what the battle value and battle amplitude in this points ranking meant. The staff member smiled and replied, "You didn't attend our training camp before, so you might not be clear about it. This battle power value represents how high your Dao power value is. See the training room in the back? That's where you train, and there's a Dao power testing apparatus in it. 10,000 Dao power values are counted as 1 point of battle power. 30 points is equivalent to 300,000 Dao power values." Wang Hao understood the meaning, indicating that the strength of the first-ranked in Ziyong had reached the strength of a 5-star martial marquis. Wang Hao had mastered the 6th layer of the Xian Yuan Sword Codex, and if he were to strike with full force he could also reach 300,000 Dao force values. However, this was Wang Hao's crushing stance, and what was shown on the points board was not necessarily in Ziyang's crushing stance. It was true that China's young generation hid crouching tigers. The staff glanced at Wang Hao and continued to explain, "As for the battle amplitude, the training camp has several awareness helmet instruments. I'm not sure exactly how to obtain them, it's a government secret. Everyone gets 3 chances a month to use the awareness helmet. In this helmet, your consciousness will enter a trial tower. Everyone enters the trial tower with the same physical qualities, and the progress of each person's passage is differentiated by how high or low your stance, martial arts, and soul power are. The trial tower is that each layer is an illusion, and you can only enter the next layer if you pass the first layer. The battle amplitude for passing the first layer is 1, and the battle amplitude for passing the second layer is 2. Even on each floor of the Tower of Trials, your progress is different, and your magnitude is determined based on how many wraiths you kill on each floor. It is recommended that you test as soon as possible. The top 50 in points will only be able to represent China in the World Youth Competition, and it will be based on your points ranking to get the number of hours to enter the gravity room every month. The gravity room is obtained from another planet and can be practiced in several times the gravity of China. Cultivating in the gravity chamber not only strengthens your body host and quenches the strength of your true essence, but also enhances your own soul power. The most important thing is that it can enhance the potential of the body host. Thank you. Wang Hao hurriedly thanked the staff after hearing their words. After checking in, Wang Hao decided to head to use the consciousness helmet first, which Wang Hao was extremely interested in. When Wang Hao arrived at the consciousness helmet storage area, the training camp staff reminded, "This is the first time you are using the consciousness helmet." Aha! Wang Hao nodded. The training camp staff took out the consciousness helmet and handed it to Wang Hao. "The helmet is brought to your head, and your soul force is input into it. There are 9 levels in the trial tower. When you enter the first level, your consciousness will dive into a body and you can choose a weapon. Then use this body to kill 100 high-level battle soldier-level magical beasts on the first level. After killing them you will enter the second level. If you are killed, you will return to reality. The first level even requires killing 100 high-level battle soldier-type magical beasts, so wouldn't the second level be even more difficult?" Receiving the consciousness helmet, Wang Hao put it on. Swish! Wang Hao's eyes went black and he lost consciousness. When he opened his eyes again, he had appeared in a meadow. Could this be the first floor of the trial tower? Wang Hao felt his body strength. It was just the body of an ordinary martial artist. Wang Hao silently recited sword. At that moment, a sharp sword appeared in Wang Hao's hand. At this moment, 100 high-level battle soldier-level magical beasts, bloodthirsty berserk wolves, suddenly appeared on the grassland. Chapter 100, Passing the Second Level. Roar! The bloodthirsty berserker wolf let out a roar and charged toward Wang Hao. With a thought, Wang Hao rushed forward with his sword in hand and pierced the bloodthirsty wolf's throat. However, there were too many bloodthirsty berserk wolves, and Wang Hao had to use his stance to constantly wander amongst the beasts in order to avoid getting injured. Boom! With a swing of the sharp sword in his hand, Wang Hao chopped a bloodthirsty berserk wolf in half. Wang Hao observed as he dodged, and he felt that although the attacks of the bloodthirsty berserk wolves were ferocious and strangely fast, they had weak defenses. Boom! Wang Hao kicked a bloodthirsty berserker wolf. Ow! The bloodthirsty berserk wolf screamed miserably and fell to the ground. Bang! Another bloodthirsty berserk wolf crashed into Wang Hao. Humph! Looking for death. Wang Hao snorted coldly and waved his long sword with his right hand to slash at the bloodthirsty berserker wolf, slashing at the bloodthirsty berserker wolf. The bloodthirsty berserker wolf was instantly killed and fell into a pool of blood. Wang Hao's sword technique had a sword intent bonus, and compared to the bloodthirsty wolf, which was a higher-level warrior beast, every sword was a fatal injury. Wang Hao's silhouette flickered as he jumped around in the bloodthirsty wolf pack, searching for the target and waving his longsword to kill it. The bloodthirsty berserker wolves let out a roar and charged toward Wang Hao. Bang! Wang Hao's figure moved, dodging the attacks of the bloodthirsty berserk wolves while stabbing a sword through the chest of a bloodthirsty berserk wolf. Put! The corpse of the bloodthirsty berserker wolf fell to the ground. The bloodthirsty berserk wolves were enraged and roared as they rushed toward Wang Hao. Wang Hao's body flashed, weaving through the bloodthirsty berserker wolves, and the long sword in his hand kept waving. The corpses of the bloodthirsty berserk wolves were lying on the ground, bright red liquid flowing on the ground, and the air was filled with the smell of blood. Ow! Half an hour later, the bloodthirsty berserk wolves had been reduced to 20, and Wang Hao's body was covered in blood. Howl! The remaining 20 bloodthirsty berserk wolves howled like crazy and ran towards Wang Hao. Shoo! With a wave of the sharp sword in Wang Hao's hand, a sword light cut through the void and chopped at a bloodthirsty berserk wolf. Put! A deep scar appeared on the bloodthirsty berserker wolf's neck, blood spurted out, and the bloodthirsty berserker wolf fell to the ground dead with its head thrown back. In just 2 minutes, all the bloodthirsty berserk wolves around Wang Hao had died. The corpses of these bloodthirsty berserk wolves piled up into a small mountain. Wang Hao walked to the side of the pile of corpses and pulled out the sword that was stuck on the ground. At that moment, the scene in Wang Hao's eyes changed and turned into a desert. At this moment, hundreds of primary war general level magical beasts, magical beast volcanic cloud leopards, appeared in the desert. Wang Hao realized that his body was still the body of an elementary battle general level martial artist, but his true essence had been restored. According to this pattern, the third level should be hundreds of intermediate battle general level. Could the fourth layer be 100 high level battle general level magical beasts? The strength of the top few in this points ranking was truly terrifying, all killing their way to the fourth floor of the trial tower. However, Wang Hao didn't lose his confidence. This was the selection of martial artists under the age of 25, and he himself was only 18. Xiao Hongguang's talent is also really powerful, 22 years old, ranked 10, no wonder it ruthlessly pressed a group of people from the Magic City Martial Arts University behind him. Although Wang Hao defeated Shangguan Yunzi, who was ranked 4th on the 100 strong list. However, when Wang Hao saw Xiao Hongguang, he understood that this person was much stronger than Shangguan Yunzi. The training camp scoreboard showed that his battle power value reached 4.6, indicating that his strongest strike was around 4 stars of martial marquis. This could surpass the 9-star strength of the martial generals on the top 100 list by a large margin. Perhaps Vengeance Hongguang hadn't even exerted his full strength in the Magic City Martial Arts student competition. Wang Hao gripped the Rhyming Frost sword tightly and looked at the 100 primary war general level magical beasts volcanic cloud leopard. This time it wasn't going to be so easy like the first level. Dang, now the system releases a bounty mission. If the host passes the second level of the trial tower, it will reward the A-rank stance technique instantaneous stack shadow steps and raise the host's martial general's strength by 1 star. Hearing the system's voice, Wang Hao understood that this time, he had to successfully pass the second layer and get the system's reward of a rank stance. Just now, during the trial on the first level, Wang Hao realized that his stance, Fei Yanbu, was mainly focused on speed, and was still a little short on rolling around in a herd of beasts. Hundreds of volcanic cloud leopards pounced on Wang Hao, who was not afraid at all and raised his sword to meet them. Clang! Sparks shot out in all directions, and the claws of one of the volcanic cloud leopards scratched on Wang Hao's shoulder, leaving a shallow white mark. Drink! Wang Hao operated the true essence within the dantian of his body to infuse the hilt of his sword, and shook that volcanic cloud leopard out. The other volcanic cloud leopards saw that their partners had been repelled, and they gathered around Wang Hao. Drink! Wang Hao used the stance martial art flying swallow steps, and with one step, his entire body rose up in the air. With a move of the red cloud sword technique, he ruthlessly chopped at the head of a volcanic cloud leopard that was close to him. That volcanic cloud leopard opened its mouth to reveal sharp fangs and bit over. Ding! With a crunching sound, the fangs of the volcanic cloud leopard were shattered. Put! Wang Hao's sword didn't change, and he sliced off the volcanic cloud leopard's head. Who? Wang Hao landed on the ground and gasped, "It's been a long time since I've fought so hard." Wang Hao didn't dare to use the A-ranked martial skill Purple Emperor sword technique, it was too horrible for his true essence consumption. Time passed slowly, and after an hour, there were only 16 volcanic cloud leopards left, and Wang Hao was stained with the blood of many volcanic cloud leopards. Roar! These 16 volcanic cloud leopards finally couldn't hold back and hissed together, lunging toward Wang Hao. Brush! 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 The long sword in Wang Hao's hand stabbed out dozens of sword awnings in a row, decapitating the 10 volcanic cloud leopards to the ground. Wang Hao was panting heavily, his face pale. Whoosh! Wang Hao's body flashed and instantly left the same spot. Put! A volcanic cloud leopard chased after him from behind. Put! With a flick of his wrist, Wang Hao stabbed his long sword into the volcanic cloud leopard's throat. There were still 5 volcanic cloud leopards left. Wang Hao decided to stop retaining his true essence and used the third style of the Purple Emperor sword technique, Purple Emperor splitting the sky. Roar! Rumble! Wang Hao's feet stepped on the ground, and the powerful force caused the earth to tremble. Purple Emperor cracking sky. Wang Hao shouted explosively, the long sword in his hand picking upwards. A huge purple sword dipper flew out, slashing at the 5 remaining volcanic cloud leopards. Bang! 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 The sword dipper impacted on the bodies of the volcanic cloud leopards, blowing them away, splattering blood and screaming and wailing. Wang Hao gasped and finally killed all 100 of the volcanic cloud leopards. At this time, the scene in Wang Hao's eyes changed once again, and this time, the spatial scene turned into a mountain forest. 100 intermediate level battle general level magical beasts, dark winged tigers, appeared. When Wang Hao had previously completed the bounty quest released by the system, he had killed the beginner level battle general level magical beasts. He didn't expect that this time, it would be 100 intermediate war general level magical beasts, dark winged tigers. Chapter 101 Shocking China. Wang Hao estimated that the third layer might not pass with his current strength. Then, he would kill more and raise his battle amplitude rating. Wang Hao directly used the Red Sun Sword technique Burning World Slash. Blazing flames condensed in the void, and then a giant greatsword burning with flames attacked towards the Dark-Winged Tiger group. Roar! Hundreds of Dark-Winged Tigers roared, leading their pack to meet Wang Hao's flaming giant sword. The moment the two sides collided, Wang Hao's flaming giant sword engulfed more than 10 Dark-Winged Tigers, which let out desolate cries. Ow! However, the rest of the Dark-Winged Tigers were not afraid and rushed towards Wang Hao. Although Wang Hao had killed some intermediate war general level magical beasts, he himself had been injured many times. Who? Wang Hao was gasping for air with the rhyming frost sword in his hand, his body was covered in blood, and his clothes had long been torn and tattered. Looking at the 60 dark-winged tigers in front of him, Wang Hao decided to use the purple emperor sword technique. As many as he could kill, this body of his could no longer withstand too many attacks. Facing the group of dark-winged tigers charging up, Wang Hao held the rhyming frost sword and executed the third move of the purple emperor sword technique, Burning World Slash. Purple lightning condensed into a giant sword and slashed towards the dark-winged tiger group. In an instant, more than 10 more dark-winged tigers were cleaved to death. Roar! A dark-winged tiger assaulted Wang Hao. Wang Hao hurriedly dodged it, but because he was half a beat slower, a wound about a foot long and deep was torn open at his chest. Boom! Wang Hao fell back a few steps, his chest dripping with blood. Put! A drilling pain spread throughout Wang Hao's entire body, and Wang Hao spat out a mouthful of blood, kneeling on one knee with a pale face. Roar! The dark-winged tiger let out a victorious roar and continued to run towards Wang Hao. Poof! Wang Hao's right leg was bitten by the dark-winged tiger, and Wang Hao felt the pain and fell to the ground as his right leg went limp. The dark-winged tiger took the opportunity to bite Wang Hao's neck with its sharp claws and held Wang Hao's neck tightly. Wang Hao's eyes went black, and when he woke up again, he found himself lying on the bed. The feeling of death just now was indeed real, and it took Wang Hao some time to recover. At this time, the staff then looked at Wang Hao in amazement, as they saw that Wang Hao's battle amplitude was displayed as 3.5. This meant that Wang Hao had already entered the third floor of the trial tower and killed half of the magical beasts. This was an achievement that could only be achieved by the top 20 in the scoreboard. The staff understood how many forces in China would be concerned when this achievement was uploaded to the points ranking. This was the ranking of the strongest young generation under the age of 25 in China. When Wang Hao finished his battle power value test, it was estimated that his ranking would be at least in the top 25. The staff took another look at Wang Hao's age of 18, what a terrifying talent. Wang Hao's name would enter the eyes of many forces in China, and it was expected that he would soon receive solicitations from many forces. Wang Hao ended his cultivation in the trial tower, and then came to the place where the battle power value was tested. The staff introduced, make a strike with your full strength and hit on this stone tablet. Don't worry about damaging the monument, your strength is not yet up to that level. It is recommended that you make your strongest strike, as your point ranking determines how long you can use the gravity chamber. Wang Hao nodded and said, okay. Wang Hao then took out the rhyming frost sword and used his soul force to manipulate it. Wang Hao operated the 6th layer of the Xian Yuan sword cannon and tried to control the rhyming frost sword. Buzz! The rhythmic frost sword trembled and emitted a dazzling light. Go! The rhythmic frost sword transformed into a streak of light and shot towards the stone monument of the battle power value test. Dang! A crisp and pleasant ringing sound came out. Swish! A dazzling light bloomed on the surface of the stone tablet. The battle strength test stone tablet lit up with a statistic, 36. Wang Hao sighed in relief when he saw the test result of the battle power value. It showed that his strike had reached the level of 3 stars of martial marquis. At this time, Wang Hao's points ranking in the training camp also appeared. 19th, Wang Hao, battle value 36 points, battle amplitude 3.5, points 126. Wang Hao finished then went back to his room to rest. But at this time, the outside world had already been sensationalized by Wang Hao's results. In the capital of China, inside the Ministry of Education building, a vice minister was scrutinizing the points ranking in front of him. Wang Hao. A majestic middle-aged man frowned in thought for a moment. Secretary Li, send someone to check Wang Hao's background. At the same time, notify the people from Jiangnan base to protect Wang Hao's parents and not let what happened before happen again. Yes. Minister. A man around 30 years old respectfully said. Ha ha. Good good good. A bright laughter came out from a mansion within Kyoto, China. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect it. An 18-year-old teenager has ranked up to 19th place. This youngster is not bad. It would be so nice if our Kyoto Martial Arts University could have a student like this. Yeah. Yes. It's a pity that this kid has heard that he has been accepted as a close disciple by Elder Lin of the Devil's Capital Martial Arts University. Elder Shun, I've heard that your granddaughter and him are both under Elder Lin's disciple. Is there any idea of finding a granddaughter-in-law? Inside the dean's office of the Devil's Capital Martial Arts University, an old man with an obese figure said with a smile, "Dean Lin, congratulations. Your college's students are famous again this time." This old man was none other than the deputy governor of the Magic Capital base. "Thank you, Governor Chan, for the compliment. I wonder what Governor Chen is looking for me for." Dean Lin said humbly. Governor Chen said, "Wang Hao is the close disciple you recruited, isn't he?" "Aha. Just turned 18 this year, freshman at our school." Lin Lao nodded. Governor Chen said, "Oh. 18 years old, it seems that this youngster is not simple. Talent is very strong. This time he ranked 19th in the points within the training camp on his first time. Many forces want to recruit this person. Since this student was trained by our Magic City Martial University, he must not be recruited by those forces in Kyoto." After hearing this, Elder Lin laughed. "This shut-in disciple of mine has strong talent. He's also a B-ranked apothecary." "A grade B apothecary? This person is all the more reason to stay in our Magic City. Perhaps in the future we'll need to ask for his help in refining potions," Governor Chen said smilingly. At this moment, Wang Hao didn't pay attention to the voices of the outside world and returned to his room. Wang Hao silently recited, "Submit the mission." Ding, it has been detected that the host has passed the second level of the trial tower and is now releasing the quest reward. It rewards the A-rank stance technique instantaneous stacked shadow steps and raises the host's martial general's strength by 1 star. Only to see the familiar energy flowing through Wang Hao's body again. Wang Hao's body was warm and very comfortable. Wang Hao operated the Flood Blood Emperor technique and sucked in this energy. Gradually Wang Hao's realm increased from the middle of the martial general's 7 stars to the early martial general's 8 stars. The weakness brought about by breaking through the realm disappeared without any side effects. After a long time, Wang Hao opened his eyes and a look of excitement appeared on his face. Wang Hao clenched his fists and muttered to himself, "Finally, I've broken through to the 8th star of Martial General." Chapter 102 Instantaneous Stacked Shadow Steps. Wang Hao was studying the information about the A-grade body technique instantaneous stacking shadow steps at this moment. The instantaneous shadow steps was an extremely profound step technique that was divided into 4 parts. Cultivating it well can catalyze the body's true essence to increase one's speed and agility significantly. First level, Blast Wind. After refining, the feet step on the void and move like the wind, as fast as lightning. The second level, Residual Shadow. This pace is mysterious and abnormal. The second layer of refinement into every step will leave a shadow. If the shadow does not dissipate, it will catch up with the real body. The third layer, Instantaneous Body. This footwork is overbearing and incomparable. After refining it, with each step taken, the body is like lightning, instantaneous, and as fast as running thunder. Once it was performed, it was like thunder descending into the world, unstoppable. The fourth part, Stacked Shadow. This step was incomparably powerful. With every step, the energy within the body was galvanized, as if it were a volcano erupting, and all of it erupted. Wang Hao was ready to head to the training ground to practice the instantaneous stacking shadow step. As soon as Wang Hao entered the training camp, he saw Qiu Hongguang. Qiu Hongguang warmly greeted Wang Hao, "Come to the training camp to practice. This time you have given our Magic City Martial Arts University a hard fight. Many people are asking me about you." Wang Hao smiled and said, "A little bit of luck, I guess, or else I wouldn't have been able to pass the second level." Qiu Hongguang patted Wang Hao's shoulder and laughed, "With your talent there's no need to be too modest. Here, if you have strength, you have to be high profile in order to get more resources for yourself. There are many Kyoto forces that want to recruit you, but I've already put out the word that you're Elder Lin's close disciple, so I'll help you block the harassment of these people first. You won't blame me. When your strength progresses some more, you can wait for the price and join a stronger force. Right now your main task is still to grow in strength." Wang Hao hurriedly waved his hands and said, "How could I? You did the right thing. Right now I'm not strong enough and don't want to join some forces too early." "That's good. You hurry up and go cultivate." Wang Hao then arrived at the training ground. Wang Hao had just arrived at the training ground and attracted everyone's attention. Wang Hao was only 18 years old this year, but his performance was amazing, surprisingly ranking 19th. This talent was shocking. After Wang Hao arrived at the training ground, he didn't immediately start practicing, but instead observed the surroundings. This training ground had very good facilities, with all sorts of features, and everything was built to the highest standards. And each one is a single-person training room. Not only is it spacious, but it is also very private and soundproof. Each person could practice martial arts in the cultivation room without being disturbed by others. Wang Hao came to a cultivation room and prepared to cultivate the first layer of the instantaneous stacking shadow steps. All the information of the instantaneous body folding shadow steps appeared in Wang Hao's mind. His entire mind was immersed in the cultivation of the instantaneous body folding shadow step, trying to cultivate it over and over again. In an instant, the entire person transformed into a streak of light, with a bizarre and fast stance. Wang Hao's mind moved, and two residual shadows appeared in front of him, one on the left and one on the right, extending outward. Suddenly, the two pieces of residual shadows were seen to suddenly stop and merge into one, turning into a perfect solid piece, while at the same time a strange fluctuation was released from it. In a flash it had appeared several meters away. Almost in the blink of an eye, the entire set of movements was completed. Instantaneous stacked shadow steps, worthy of being an A-ranked body martial skill, it's really powerful. Wang Hao secretly praised in his heart. But it's only the first glimpse of the doorway, it still needs to be practiced more diligently and painstakingly. Ending his cultivation, Wang Hao walked out, preparing to use the gravity room that everyone in the training camp valued the most. Wang Hao arrived at the entrance of the training camp's gravity room. "Stop, what are you doing?" two troopers asked. It was unthinkable that there were still soldiers guarding the gravity room, compared to the fact that this gravity room was extremely important and needed the troopers to specialize in guarding it. Wang Hao took a look at it. This gravity room could satisfy two martial artists at the same time. "Hello, here's my ID, I'm here to receive the time permission to use the gravity room," Wang Hao said. "Just a moment, let's make an inquiry first. Hello, you are ranked 19th, and since you are ranked for the first time, you can have 20 hours of use that month. Next month, you will be issued hours of gravity chamber usage based on your ranking. Then I'll use it for 5 hours first." Wang Hao pushed open the door of the gravity room and walked in. Wang Hao looked at the setting button, which allowed him to adjust the gravity according to his physical strength, which was 2 to 10 times the gravity of the blue star. Wang Hao decided to use 3 times gravity for training first. Opening the setting button in the gravity room, Wang Hao immediately felt a sense of oppression, as if a 1,000-pound boulder was pressing on his shoulders. It was unthinkable that a mere 3 times gravity had achieved this effect. Wang Hao ran the Flood Blood Emperor technique and began to absorb aura to recover from the consumption, slowly adapting to the burden that triple gravity brought to him. Wang Hao discarded his distractions and continued to exercise himself. Wang Hao's body had been strengthened by the potion before, plus the strengthening of his flesh brought about by practicing the S-rank technique Taishang Dragon Transformation Technique. Although the pressure brought to him by the gravity chamber was very high, it could still be supported with Wang Hao's tough perseverance. 3 hours passed, and Wang Hao finally adapted to the triple gravity. Wang Hao slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a turbid breath. His face was flushed and full of energy, and his body was full of strength. Phew! The effect of the gravity chamber is truly amazing. Surprisingly, it can increase my physical quality. If I use it for a long period of time, I will definitely get twice the result with half the effort. Wang Hao started practicing the instantaneous stacking shadow steps in the gravity room again. Cultivating body techniques in this triple gravity environment was extremely efficient, making it easier for Wang Hao to feel the deficiencies and shortcomings of his body technique cultivation. In just 2 hours, it felt like the rate of progress in body technique was comparable to the rate of progress in a week. At this moment, Wang Hao stood in place, and the 2 residual shadows in front of him still existed, only that they looked more condensed and lifelike. Wang Hao flicked his fingers. Immediately, the 2 remnants disappeared, followed by appearing near the other 2 remnants, fusing again, and finally a piece of real remnant appeared. Awesome! Wang Hao opened his eyes, a look of ecstasy on his face, finally practiced the first layer of the instantaneous stacked shadow step. This made Wang Hao excited, not realizing that the gravity room would have such a great benefit. If only it could be used permanently. Wang Hao muttered. It seemed like it was still necessary to work hard to progress and achieve a higher ranking on the scoreboard to gain more hours. For the following 2 weeks, Wang Hao dipped into the dragon blood reagent at night and went to the cultivation room during the day to practice martial arts and body techniques. At the same time, Wang Hao had used up the remaining 15 hours of gravity room hours, and the effect was extremely amazing. With the help of the dragon blood reagent, Wang Hao had already adapted to the fourfold gravity, his physical qualities had been greatly strengthened, and his physical body's defense had been significantly improved. Chapter 103, Upgrading Again. At the same time, there was also a great improvement in the cultivation process of the body technique instantaneous stacking shadow steps. Wang Hao had already mastered the 3rd layer of the instantaneous body stacking shadow steps instantaneous body, which allowed him to dodge attacks with a flash of light and extremely fast speed. Wang Hao returned to his room and looked at the system's information. Kryptonite value, 0.1 point is equivalent to 1 yuan of alliance currency. Age, 18. Strength, 8-star military general, B-rank apothecary. Aura value, 82,000 points plus, can be promoted to martial marquis by reaching 100,000 points. Soul power, 6,600 points plus, reaching 10,000 points will allow you to become a Class A apothecary. Storage space, 4 cubic meters plus, increased by 1 cubic meter for every 100 million alliance coins. One's bank card still has 500 million alliance coins. Wang Hao meditated in his heart and kryptonized 300 million alliance coins. Ding, detected the host recharging 300 million alliance coins. Kryptonite points reached 300 million points. Wang Hao had recently kept practicing in the gravity room, plus the dragon blood reagent he had previously purchased from the mercenary alliance. Wang Hao's physical strength was enough to support Krypton's ascension to the peak of 9 stars of Martial General. Wang Hao first used 80 million kryptonite points to raise his aura value to 89,999 points. Wang Hao revolved the Flood Blood Emperor technique. The aura was constantly converging towards the Dantian, and gradually a vortex formed within the Dantian, crazily devouring the aura. Wang Hao closed his eyes and rested his mind, feeling that the vortex of true essence within the Dantian was growing. Bang! A loud sound came out from the Dantian as the true essence vortex exploded. The massive true essence broke through the 9-star shackles of the martial general and surged into the sinews, washing every inch of the body. Wang Hao opened his mouth and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. His entire body exuded a clear scent, and a faint layer of fluorescence surfaced on the surface of his skin. Martial General 9 stars. Wang Hao opened his eyes to reveal a smile. Wang Hao felt his body become stronger and more powerful. The true essence in his body filled his limbs and bones cackled. Wang Hao then used another 100 million kryptonite points to increase his aura value to 99,999 points, only a hair's breadth away from the martial marquee. However, Wang Hao understood that this final step was not that simple and required constant effort and even more opportunity. Maybe he couldn't step over it for the rest of his life, but maybe he broke through in a small clock. It depended on his own efforts. No matter what, Wang Hao was now at the peak of the 9-star strength of a martial general, and was only a foot away from a martial marquee. There were still 120 million kryptonite points left, and Wang Hao only dared to add them 10 million at a time. Fear that the brain-blowing sensation from last time will happen again. After all, last time was too dangerous. Wang Hao used 100 million kryptonite points to raise his soul power to 7,600 points, and Wang Hao felt some pain in his brain. It should have reached its limit, so he stopped continuing to raise it. Now Wang Hao's strength had further increased. Age, 18. Strength, Martial General 9 stars, Class B Apothecary. Aura value, 999,999 points plus, can be promoted to Martial Marquee by reaching 100,000 points. Soul Power, 7,600 points plus, reaching 10,000 points will allow you to become a Class A Apothecary. Storage space, 4 cubic meters plus, increased by 1 cubic meter for every 100 million alliance coins. Soul Power increased by 1,000 points. Wang Hao felt that he had become sensitive to the flow of aura in his surroundings. It was possible to clearly feel as if the surroundings were under his control. At this time, Wang Hao received a call from Chiu Hongguang. Tomorrow night at the cafeteria, 2nd floor private room. We have a get-together amongst the martial arts students, so you can come when you have time and improve your relationship. Wang Hao agreed. Got it. Thank you, senior. Then, see you tomorrow night. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Wang Hao thought about it and decided to go to the party. After all, he was a newcomer, and since Chiu Hongguang had opened his mouth to invite him, he should attend. The next night, Wang Hao arrived at the private room on the 2nd floor of the training camp cafeteria, which had about 70 personnel. Previously, Elder Lin had told himself that there were 75 people from Wodan University in this training camp. The remaining people were from the military department, the detective bureau, the sex, and so on. Thus martial arts students make up more than half of the students, but due to their age. The top few were all young people who were nearly 25 years old or so, not martial arts students. The highest-ranked martial arts university in Mordor was the 9th, Chiu Hongguang, and the highest-ranked was said to be the 7th-ranked martial arts university in Kyoto, Chen Yuhang. When Wang Hao walked in, everyone's eyes were fixed on him. Because they hadn't seen Wang Hao at the previous gathering, they probably guessed that this person was Wang Hao, who had recently become popular in the training camp. Chiu Hongguang clapped his hands and introduced the people around him. Everyone be quiet, this is the Wang Hao I told you about. 18 years old this year, a freshman at our school, his talent is very strong and his future potential is unlimited. Hearing Chiu Hongguang praise him so much, many people's eyes revealed expressions of envy and jealousy. After Wang Hao nodded his head and greeted the crowd, he found a corner to have a drink. Since he had rarely attended this kind of party before, Wang Hao was also momentarily uncomfortable. Wang Hao saw the iceberg beauty Su Rui standing alone on the side. She was wearing a white dress today, her black hair was draped over her shoulders, and her face was exquisite and flawless. Her skin was better than snow, and her eyes were clear and transparent, just like autumn water, and her knitted brows and smile pulled the gaze of the onlookers. Her figure is delicate and slender, her breasts are full and firm, and her hips are curved and round. The curves were exquisite, and her body exuded a cold and noble temperament that made people look at her. At this time, a robust martial arts student held a wine glass. He came to Su Rui. Hey, Su Rui student, you're so pretty, can I go out with you? Su Rui glanced at the boy and ignored him. The boy continued to flirt. Su Rui, why are you ignoring me? Su Rui replied in a cold voice, I don't know you. The boy left awkwardly and found a corner to sit down. Wang Hao was also frozen by Su Rui's cold attitude. This Su Rui was really cold. Then, two more WUU boys came over to strike up a conversation, only to be defeated and leave. However, Su Rui saw Wang Hao smiling slightly at herself when she looked at him. At this moment, Wang Hao felt his heart suddenly speed up. Su Rui was too beautiful. The moment stunned Wang Hao. The iceberg beauty suddenly smiled was too beautiful. Especially the light red lips attracted Wang Hao's attention. Su Rui seemed to notice Wang Hao's gaze, turned her head and glared fiercely at Wang Hao, frightening Wang Hao to hastily avert her gaze. At this time, the WUU boy who had previously accosted and been rejected saw Su Rui smiling at Wang Hao. Jealousy flared up in his heart and he directly walked over. "Hey, brat, what were you looking at just now? Dare to have crooked thoughts about my woman, do you want to die? No. To think that you're great just because you killed your way into the 20th place, have the guts to compete." Wang Hao took a look at the boy, 1.8 meters or so, lanky and solidly muscled, wearing a short-sleeved t-shirt. Chapter 104, Evening Party Conflict. Wang Hao glanced at him and ignored him, sipping the drink on the table to himself. Wang Hao's behavior made the boy named Li Hongyang furious and kicked the table. Yelling, "Kid, are you dumb?" The kick nearly toppled the table. Wang Hao glanced at him and asked in a cold voice, "What do you want?" "Humph, kid, others might give you face, but I'm a student of Kyoto Wushu University and I've long looked at your Magic City Wushu University students with displeasure. You get out right now, kneel down and kowtow and beg for forgiveness, I might let you go. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." Li Hongyang threatened viciously. Wang Hao raised his eyebrows and said, "I'm warning you, you'd better disappear from my sight immediately. Otherwise, I will make you regret living in this world." Li Hongyang laughed out loud, "Kid, I don't care where you're from as a hick, dare to go against me, you're dead." At this moment, the clash between Wang Hao and Li Hongyang attracted the attention of everyone present. The crowd watched the scene, whispering and talking. "Isn't this Li Hongyang? How did he clash with newcomer Wang Hao? It seems like it's due to Su Rui, and Wang Hao went to the same school. Could it be that Su Rui, the iceberg beauty, is interested in Wang Hao? Li Hongyang, the one with a face full of transverse meat, really can't compare to the newcomer's fine skin. But I heard that Li Hongyang is not only very horny but also short-tempered." Seeing this scene, Xiao Hongguang immediately ran over. When Xiao Hongguang saw that it was a student from Kyoto Martial Arts University who was provoking Wang Hao, he was also a bit upset. In the past, the students of the two martial arts universities had often generated disputes, and this Li Hongyang was also known for his violent temper and his lustful nature. Li Hongyang saw Xiao Hongguang come over and also stopped his tirade against Wang Hao. Li Hongyang was ranked 16th, and was considered a number 1 in Kyoto Wushu University. But he also knew the strength of Xiao Hongguang and understood that he was not his opponent. Afterward, Li Hongyang pointed at Wang Hao and said, "Kid, count yourself lucky today." Wang Hao didn't take his words to heart at all, and just lightly scanned Li Hongyang, then lowered his head to sip the drink in his cup again. When Li Hongyang saw that Wang Hao actually ignored him, a feeling of anger filled his heart. And at this time, another student from Kyoto Wushu University walked over, and Xiao Hongguang was immediately happy to see it. Because this person was the leader of the Kyoto Martial Arts University, Chen Yuhang, who was ranked 7th on the top 100 list. Chen Yuhang said with a hint of mockery, "Yo, what are you two chatting about?" Xiao Hongguang glanced at Chen Yuhang and said, "There's nothing for you this time." When Li Hongyang saw Chen Yuhang coming over, he said, "Brother Chen, this kid actually seduced my woman. I wanted to teach him a lesson, but Xiao Hongguang was ready to protect his schoolmate." Seeing Li Hongyang's appearance, Chen Yuhang said contemptuously, "He can't even compete with an 18-year-old freshman, a disgrace to our capital Wushu University." Li Hongyang's face turned red after being scolded, but he didn't dare to retort. "Hee, but since this is the most popular newcomer recently, Wang Hao, don't mind if the two of you spar. After all, conflicts between martial artists should still be resolved in a martial artist's way." Xiao Hongguang glanced at Chen Yuhang and said, "I'll accompany you if you want to spar, bullying newcomers is nothing." Wang Hao, on the other hand, pulled Xiao Hongguang, "If you want to compete, you can, whoever loses will make amends and apologize." Wang Hao also saw that the Magic City Martial Arts University and the Kyoto Martial Arts University had not been dealing with each other. He himself had been in the limelight recently, and Kyoto Wudu had been trying to find an opportunity to suppress him. This time, the conflict between Li Hongyang and himself was just an opportunity. When Chen Yuhang heard that Wang Hao was willing to fight, a smug look appeared on his face. He did want to find an opportunity to suppress Mordor Wushu University. The two schools had always been in competition. These rivalries involved many aspects, involving the distribution of many resources above, and Wang Hao's recent performance had made Mordor Wudu University's reputation a bit high. When Chen Yuhang heard Wang Hao say this, he laughed, "Then I'd like to see how strong the newcomers of the Magic City Martial University are." Wang Hao stood up and said to Li Hongyang, "Please." At this time, Su Rui looked at Wang Hao with some embarrassment. She also didn't expect to cause this kind of conflict because of herself. "Wang Hao, sorry for involving you, I owe you a favor." Su Rui said to Wang Hao. Wang Hao shook his head and said, "It's just a favor, no need to keep it in mind." "Thank you." Su Rui smiled sweetly. At this time, Wang Hao and Li Hongyang came to the open space outside the cafeteria. Everyone present knew that these two were going to compete. In an instant, everyone gathered around, and even outside, many people had gathered. They all wanted to witness this match. After all, this was a duel between two of the top 20, and among these 120 students, Wang Hao and Li Hongyang were considered to be at the forefront of their strength. Wang Hao and Li Hongyang stood in the open space. Wang Hao gripped the rhyming frost sword tightly and prepared to respond. "Kid, I think you're really brain dead, actually choosing to fight me." Li Hongyang had a face of contempt. Li Hongyang's ranking was higher than Wang Hao's, so he didn't put Wang Hao in his eyes. Li Hongyang's fists crackled as he stared at Wang Hao maliciously. "I advise you to admit defeat, lest you cry when you lose later, that would be embarrassing." Wang Hao teased. "Surname Wang, today I will teach you a good lesson, so that you will walk with your tail between your legs when you see me in the future." Li Hongyang was even more furious upon hearing this. He roared and quickly pounced towards Wang Hao, attacking Wang Hao's chest with a move of fierce tiger down. Wang Hao snorted coldly, and his figure floated like a ghost, dodging Li Hongyang's attack and making a half circle to the right side. At the same time, his wrist flicked up, and the assassin's rhyming frost sword slashed Li Hongyang's arm diagonally from bottom to top. Li Hongyang was surprised by Wang Hao's speed, but his reflexes were also extremely fast as he quickly withdrew his hand and retreated a few steps. Wang Hao just now knew from his test that Li Hongyang should be at the peak of 9 stars of Martial General, and that he himself had already been upgraded to the peak of 9 stars of Martial General through the system. Li Hongyang looked at Wang Hao and his eyes narrowed slightly. The exchange just now let him know that Wang Hao's true essence strength was not weaker than his own, and the idea of trying to suppress it through the realm temporarily fell through. Li Hongyang stretched out his own palms, put on his gloves, and said fiercely, "Kid, you forced me to use my own crushing martial arts skills, now I'll show you what it means to be a martial arts skill." Li Hongyang charged all the way, stamping his feet in a messy pace. The whole person seemed to transform into a gust of wind, blowing towards Wang Hao. His pair of palms flickered with a dark bright light under the light, looking extremely bizarre. Li Hongyang shouted as he ran, "Black Wind Palm." His arms flew up and down, each stroke containing a terrifying killing power that was chilling. Wang Hao watched as Li Hongyang rushed over and met him with the rhythmic frost sword in hand. Chapter 105, Crossing Chen Yuhang. Ding! The rhythmic frost sword and Li Hongyang's palm collided together, erupting in a crisp metallic sound. Wang Hao's true essence conducted down the rhyming frost sword into Li Hongyang's body, causing Li Hongyang to feel intense pain. Li Hongyang was appalled in his heart. This Wang Hao really had some strength. He immediately switched his attack strategy. He changed the angle of his palm and chopped at Wang Hao's neck with his finger instead of a knife. This move was again incredibly sinister, and if Wang Hao was slashed, he would definitely be severely injured. Wang Hao had already noticed this, and his figure retreated violently, while at the same time, his left hand waved the rhythmic frost sword in front of himself. Li Hongyang's palm slashed at the rhyme frost sword, emitting a crisp sound of golden iron, which shocked Wang Hao's eardrums. With the help of Wang Hao's rebound force, Li Hongyang rose up in the air, and his body was like a harrier, falling down towards Wang Hao, his right knee to Wang Hao's belly. Wang Hao let out a cold snort, his body leapt up, and his right hand used the rhythmic frost sword to block his abdomen. Ding! Li Hongyang's knee and Wang Hao's long sword collided together, making the sound of gold and iron clashing. Immediately afterward, Wang Hao used his strength to jump up and swept his right leg across, kicking at Li Hongyang's head. When Li Hongyang saw Wang Hao's leg kicking over, his heart flinched. He hastily drew back, but he was a step too late. Wang Hao's right leg flung over like a whip. Li Hongyang could only carry it hard as he utilized his entire body's true essence and launched his palms out to meet it. Bang! Li Hongyang only felt a huge force coming from him. His entire body was lifted off and fell into the crowd. At this time, Wang Hao fell from the air, holding the rhythmic frost sword, and stood in place. Li Hongyang struggled to get up, wiped off the blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, and said through clenched teeth, "Good boy. There are 2 brushes. Li Hongyang, take out your full strength. Otherwise you'll definitely lose." Wang Hao said blandly, his tone calm as if he was winning. Li Hongyang shouted angrily, "Kid, don't be arrogant." After the words, Li Hongyang's body was like electricity, quickly sweeping towards Wang Hao. Li Hongyang slapped out his palms, and his energy gushed out as he slapped towards Wang Hao. Li Hongyang executed a set of palm techniques, and his palm prints were densely covered, slapping towards Wang Hao. At once, the lawns around Wang Hao were swept up, dust filled the sky, and vision blurred. The crowd cried out in shock. This was the attack of a 9-star martial general. Wang Hao's body swayed slightly, using the instantaneous spy shadow step stance martial skill to instantly avoid the area. At the same time, holding the rhythmic frost sword, he slashed towards Li Hongyang, sealing his throat with a single blow. Li Hongyang didn't expect Wang Hao to be able to crack his attack and lost his concentration for a moment. Wang Hao took the opportunity and stabbed Li Hongyang's shoulder with his sword. Li Hongyang howled miserably, covered his shoulder, and looked at Wang Hao with a grimace. "Bastard, kid, I can't spare you." Wang Hao took advantage of the situation and moved to Li Hongyang's back with a weird pace, slapping his sword at Li Hongyang's shoulder. Li Hongyang screamed miserably and staggered to the ground. Wang Hao did not let go of Li Hongyang. He came to Li Hongyang's side with an arrow step and raised his leg to kick Li Hongyang's waist. Li Hongyang flew out again and smashed hard on the ground. "You lost, I'll let you off this time, don't let me see you in the future." Wang Hao walked to Li Hongyang's body and said condescendingly, his eyes showing disdain. After all, this was in the training camp, and Wang Hao was not in a position to directly injure him seriously. "Asshole. Kid, count your balls," Li Hongyang said through clenched teeth. Li Hongyang stood up and left the competition site in ashes. After Li Hongyang's defeat, the venue fell into a short silence. Wang Hao's stunning performance had shaken everyone to their core. Stun emerged on Su Rui's pretty face. Wang Hao's strength was too strong, completely exceeding her expectations. Her beautiful eyes stared at Wang Hao, and a light flickered in her eyes. Xiu Hongguan, on the other hand, had a thoughtful look on his face as he looked at Wang Hao's figure and murmured, "Wang Hao's strength is indeed progressing at a fast rate. Currently, he has unexpectedly reached the peak of 9 stars of martial general, and defeating Li Hongyang means that his strength has reached the top 15. Wang Hao, on the other hand, looked at Chen Yuhang. His eyes were icy cold, and he understood that if he offended Chen Yuhang this time, the two of them would have a battle in the future. Chen Yuhang's face was embarrassed to the extreme. He never expected Li Hongyang to lose the competition, making him resentful in his heart. He looked at Wang Hao and laughed coldly. "Kid, don't be too complacent, we'll see later." Wang Hao said contemptuously, "What? Do you still want to take a shot at me? I'm not your opponent now, but not in a few months." A cruel smile appeared on Chen Yuhang's face, while Qiu Hongguan blocked Wang Hao's face. At this time, several other organizers of the party also stepped in, not wanting things to expand further. Originally, this time it was a bonding party for the Wushu students at the training camp. As for the friction between the Magic City Martial Arts University and the Kyoto Martial Arts University, they had heard about it, but did not want the conflict to expand further. After the party was over, Su Rui found Wang Hao. "Sorry to trouble you." Su Rui apologized. Wang Hao smiled. "We are from the same school, shouldn't we?" Su Rui froze for a moment. Her mind appeared Wang Hao's handsome side face just now. A flutter rose in her heart, and a red color flew up. She flustered and avoided Wang Hao's eyes. Her heart was shy. And it was unbelievable but true that Su Rui, who had always been known as an iceberg beauty, had this little womanly gesture. "Thank you." Su Rui hesitated for a long time and finally spoke out. Although she had an ice-cold personality, she was very simple in her heart, especially when it came to matters of men and women. "I'll leave first." Su Rui turned around and left, fleeing as if she had left the place, leaving behind a stunned Wang Hao. Wang Hao scratched his head, confused. At this time, Qiu Hongguan walked over and patted Wang Hao's shoulder. "I can't believe that it was you who took down the famous iceberg beauty of our school. But you have to be careful of Chen Yuhang. This person has a strong talent, but he is also very careful." After listening to Vengeance Hongguang's words, Wang Hao understood what was going on, but he wouldn't dare to mess with Su Rui for the time being. If he let the school's Lin Euro Su Xin know, he would go back and have a lot of suffering to eat. Wang Hao said confidently, "After a few more months, Chen Yuhang is not necessarily my opponent." Xiu Hongguang said, "He has the same 3-star martial marquis strength as me, but his stance is a bit stronger than mine. And he probably has a crushing stance that I haven't seen yet. Senior brother Qiu is a 3-star martial marquis. It seems like the Magic City Martial University Top 100 list needs to be updated with the senior brother strength rankings. Hey, I also had some opportunities when I was completing a mission at the training camp. The training camp will release some quests, and every trainee is forced to complete one, so you can take a look at them when you have time. You can have a good pick of the missions, which are carefully selected by the government's strongest people. Sometimes receiving a good mission can make your strength progress quickly." After listening to Vengeance Hongguang's words, Wang Hao expressed his gratitude. Chapter 106 Underworld Fruit. Wang Hao returned to his room and attempted to impact the barrier of the peak of the 9th star of the martial general. It was still difficult to break through, and it seemed that the fight with Li Hongyang hadn't inspired his full potential. If he didn't break through to martial marquis strength as soon as possible, his strength wouldn't reach the top ranks of this training camp. Wang Hao opened his computer and checked his emails and found the content of the mission that Qiu Hongguang had mentioned. Wang Hao carefully studied the notification message, which required each student to complete a mission issued by the training camp every 6 months. This was also the result of the government powerhouse wanting this group of students to grow up quickly. After all, flowers that grow in a greenhouse die too young. Only after experiencing a bloody battle could a genius grow into a true powerhouse. Wang Hao looked at the information of the quests. According to Qiu Hongguang, some quests might hide opportunities. The quests were categorized into grades A to D. Among them, it was recommended that only martial artists with the strength of a martial marquis or above could complete quests of grade B or above. Of course, the different levels of tasks also bring different rewards. Only completing quests of level B or higher will reward hours in the gravity chamber. For example, there are B-rank quests to go to the cold polar region deep in the northern ice ocean and search for iceworms. Iceworms were extremely valuable to ice attribute martial artists, but the risk of this mission was also extremely high. Not only did they face an extreme cold environment, but the number of magical beasts in the ocean was also extremely high. On top of that, there were also some D-ranked quests, such as a trip to the mountains to look for the dragonflame grass. At this time, Wang Hao noticed a grade A quest message to go to the Yunluo mountain range outside the northwest base of China to look for the grade A high-grade medicinal herb, phantom fruit. The mission showed that one had to travel to the gathering point of the spectral wolves to look for the spectral fruit. The spectral fruit can be taken to enhance the power of soul attacks. Although the underworld fruit had a limit on the number of times it could be taken, still this was extremely attractive to Wang Hao. Now Wang Hao's strongest means of attack was the 6th layer of the Xian Yuan sword cannon, and he himself was not in the magic capital martial arts university, so he was unable to comprehend the 9 steel diagrams. However, the Xian Yuan sword dictionary was manipulated using soul force, enhancing soul force attacks and also enhancing the power of martial arts. Wang Hao also had the A-grade low-level soul martial skill breaking spirit skill, so the underworld fruit was indeed attractive to Wang Hao. At this moment, the familiar electronic synthesized tone on the system in Wang Hao's mind appeared again. The system is now releasing a bounty mission to seize 3 underworld fruits and provide the underworld route to the system. Reward the 4th layer of the Flood Blood Emperor technique and raise the strength of a 1-star martial marquis. Hearing the voice of the system releasing the quest, Wang Hao understood that he had to go to the Yunluo mountain range this time. Wang Hao chose to accept this quest and then consulted the relevant information. The Yunluo mountain range was the most famous mountain range in the northwestern base of China. It stretched for thousands of kilometers, spanning across the east and west, rolling and undulating, with a dense haze all day long that never dissipated, no matter in spring, summer, fall, or winter. There were numerous ferocious magical beasts in the Yunluo mountain range, and even martial marquis powerhouses had multiple people fall in the mountain range every year. The most famous beast in the Yunluo mountain range is the ferocious underworld wolves. They are huge, with black fur, red eyes, exposed fangs, sharp mouths, and swift movements. They were magical beasts that lived in packs, and once surrounded they were easily torn apart and devoured. Moreover, the underworld wolves are good at hiding, as cunning as a fox, good at hunting and killing prey, and have spiritual wisdom, intelligence far beyond ordinary beasts. The adult underwolf is a war general class magical beast, and the underwolf king belongs to the war marquis class magical beast. It was true that this mission was more dangerous as an A-class mission, but Wang Hao still decided to go. The moment Wang Hao took the mission, the staff of the training camp learned of the news and then reported it to the head of the training camp. That head of the training camp was informed of this news, and that strengths above the martial marquis level were only suitable for completing quests above the B level. Wang Hao, a peak martial general, even chose to complete a grade A mission and had to travel to the Yunluo mountain range. It was simply nonsense. He also knew that Wang Hao was a key talent from above, so he immediately reported to the top. When the higher-ups learned about this, they were also very shocked that Wang Hao dared to take on a rank or above missions. It was simply too bold. The Vice Minister of Education knew about this, and after considering it for a moment, he called Elder Lin. After all, Wang Hao was Lin Lao's close disciple and a student of the Magic City Martial Arts University. After hearing about this, Lin Lao pondered for a long time before calling Wang Hao. How about it, confident in accomplishing the task of finding the underworld fruit? Receiving Lin Lao's call, Wang Hao was also a bit surprised, not realizing that Lin Lao, who was in Magic City, also knew that he had taken on this task. Wang Hao replied, I'm ready. Since you are willing to go, I will support you, no matter what, you are my disciple. Master wants you to return safely, remember, everything is about saving your life first. Elder Lin instructed. Don't worry, teacher. Wang Hao responded. Thank you, teacher, for your concern. When did you become a mother-in-law? Hurry up and get ready. Don't forget to bring back the underworld fruit to show teacher. Teacher, the underworld fruit is not easy to get. Well, just do your best, it doesn't matter if you can't complete the mission, make sure to stay alive. Hanging up the phone, Lin Lao's face was a bit serious. He didn't expect Wang Hao to really take on this mission. After Wang Hao hung up the phone, he sighed in his heart, I hope I'm lucky enough to complete the mission this time. Packing up his belongings, Wang Hao was ready to depart when he realized that the duo of Su Rui and Xiao Hongguang were actually waiting for him at the gate of the training camp. The duo had a worried look on their faces. Why, it can't be that the two of you also know that I'm taking on this Cloud Luo mountain range mission. You're still saying that? The two of us immediately came over to dissuade you after we saw this news at the training ground just now, but you insisted on doing so, alas. Xiao Hongguang said helplessly. Humph. How could we not know, you idiot? Don't you know how dangerous the Yun Luo mountain range is? Su Rui glared and said. Wang Hao shook his head slightly and laughed. I know how difficult this mission is and have prepared for it, so you don't have to worry. After Wang Hao said goodbye to Xiao Hongguang and Su Rui, he left the training camp and prepared to head to the Yun Luo mountain range. The Yunluo mountain range was located in the northwestern base of China, so Wang Hao had to take the train to get there. After all, there were no martial king powerhouses dedicated to escorting Wang Hao on a plane. After spending about 2 days, Wang Hao finally reached the northwest base. The northwest base was most famous for the Northwest Martial Arts University, which was also one of the top 10 martial arts universities. Wang Hao was going to first go to the mercenary base in the capital city of the Northwest Base province to find out relevant information about the Yunluo mountain range. After all, it was still the locals who knew the most about the Cloud Luo mountain range. Walking into the mercenary base, there were quite a number of people inside the mercenary base. There were mercenaries wearing various costumes, and there were also women in hot outfits. Chapter 107, Zhou Yiqing. Wang Hao clearly felt that the mercenary alliance style here in the Northwest base was much wilder than the Magic City base, probably having a lot to do with the human environment here in the Northwest. Moreover, the Northwest base side often occurs beast-tide, so mercenaries are also often in the field on the tip of the knife licking blood. Back to the city will be more like to indulge themselves. In the lobby of the mercenary base there are many counters, and there are many traders buying herbs and magical beast corpses. Wang Hao came next to the counter and asked, "Excuse me, where do I buy messages from the mercenary base? What kind of news do you want to purchase? I can help you with recommendations. We are able to fulfill whatever information you need here, and of course the price is going to be a bit more expensive than outside, but the accuracy of our news here will be a bit higher," the staff inside the counter said. Wang Hao pondered for a moment and slowly said, "I need to purchase a detailed information about the Yunluo mountain range. The Yunluo mountain range is a dangerous place, and the mountain range is infested with magical beasts, among which there are quite a few battle general level magical beasts, and there are also battle marquee level magical beasts present. Therefore, the Cloud Luo mountain range is full of dangers within it, and likewise contains treasures that you can obtain as long as you have the strength," the staff replied. "You need to purchase a detailed information about the Cloud Luo mountain range for 100,000 yuan a copy," the staff member continued. Wang Hao nodded in understanding. After all, this information mercenary alliance was obtained based on the adventure experiences of many mercenaries in the wilderness, which also required the price of $100,000. With that, the attendant took out a scroll from within the counter and handed it to Wang Hao. "Read this scroll carefully." "Thank you," Wang Hao said gratefully. After reading these materials, Wang Hao asked, "Can you give me more detailed information about the underworld fruit and the underworld wolf pack?" After hesitating for a moment, the staff member said, "This information involves permissions. You have registered as a mercenary at other bases before, so your permissions are sufficient, but I need to ask my superiors for permission." Wang Hao nodded and didn't blame the staff for his attitude. "Then I'll wait here for a moment, please." "It's fine, I'll go and ask for instructions for you now, you can sit for a while," the staff politely responded. In less than 5 minutes of effort, Wang Hao was notified that he could go to the upstairs office and inquire about the information of the underworld fruit and the underworld wolf. Receiving the notification, Wang Hao got up and headed upstairs. "Hello sir, please follow me." Inside the mercenary union, a young man in uniform warmly greeted Wang Hao. Wang Hao followed the youth to the upstairs office, and the youth pointed to the office computer and said, "Sir, this is the detailed information you want to see." The information was very detailed, including the effects of the underworld fruit, the habits of the underworld wolves, and their areas of activity as well as their specific distribution, all of which were clearly labeled. Wang Hao carefully observed the range of activities of the underworld wolves. Just as Wang Hao was carefully observing the information, a stunningly beautiful woman walked into the office. The woman was dressed in black uniform, her breasts were full and firm, her long and well-proportioned legs were straight and slender, and her neatly organized leather shoes made a clear and pleasant sound when they stepped on the floor. The woman looked to be around 25 or 26 years old. Her appearance was extremely delicate, her skin was white as snow, her eyebrows were like a painting, and her red and attractive lips exuded a seductive temperament. Wang Hao raised his head and forgot about this stunningly beautiful woman, coughing lightly to cover his embarrassment. By this time, the beautiful woman had already walked up to Wang Hao. The woman said softly, "Hello sir." Only after hearing the voice did Wang Hao stop studying the information in his hand and looked at the beautiful woman and wondered, "Are you?" The woman smiled sweetly, "My name is Zhou Yiqing, and I am a manager of this mercenary union. I just heard Mr. say that he wanted to look up details about the underworld fruit, so I took the liberty of interrupting." "Oh, Miss Zhou Yiqing," Wang Hao said. "You're welcome sir, just call me Yiqing. It's like this, since Mr. is looking for the underworld fruit, I wonder if you're willing to accept a commission?" "I wonder what kind of commission?" Zhou Yiqing smiled sweetly and said, "My best friend's father was damaged by toxicity, is now in a coma and needs to configure a potion to heal his injuries. One of the main ingredients for the potion is the blood of a high-level battle general, the spectral wolf, but other relatives of her family want to hijack her father's property. However, the other relatives of her family wanted to take over her father's property and were not prepared to pay her enough to recruit mercenaries to search for the blood of the underwolf. I wonder if Sir could first take out the spectral wolf blood to heal his wounds, and then give the payment when the healing is complete. After hearing Zhou Yaqing's words, Wang Hao said, "Is your bosom friend trying to make a fortune with empty gloves?" A grown-up spectral wolf is a war general-level magical beast. If there was a king of the underworld wolf, it was an early-stage war marquis-level magical beast. And the underworld wolves often appeared in packs, and there were rarely any single underworld wolves. Human martial artists did not dare to enter without the strength of a marquis. A martial marquis is also considered a powerful person on one side. Can they go and complete the mission without even a deposit? Hearing Wang Hao refute his words, Zhou Yaqing did not have a trace of annoyance on her face. She continued with a gentle smile and said, "I know that this is indeed a bit of a hardship, and it was only because I saw that Mr. was going to search for the underworld fruit that I offered this commission. The fruit of the underworld is surrounded by underwolf guards, so it's very likely that Mr. will have to fight the underwolf. I can guarantee that Mr. will be able to obtain a generous reward after the mission is completed." After a pause, Zhou Yaqing continued, "I've already contacted my best friend before coming in, so if it's convenient I can have my best friend come in and discuss with Mr." Wang Hao pondered for a moment and said, "All right." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yaqing revealed a smile. "I'll let my best friend come in right away." Afterwards, Zhou Yaqing dialed a number and said, "Xia, come to the office upstairs, this gentleman wants to discuss a commission with you." After hanging up the phone, Zhou Yaqing said apologetically to Wang Hao, "Sorry, my best friend will be here soon, I hope you don't mind." "Aha," Wang Hao shrugged indifferently and casually replied back, "It's fine." About half a minute later, the door was pushed open, and Zhou Yaqing's best friend walked in. Zhou Yaqing introduced herself to Wang Hao, "This is my best friend Imo Xia." Wang Hao stood up and extended his hand, saying, "Ms. Imo, hello, my name is Wang Hao." "Hello, my name is Imo Xia." Imo Xia similarly extended her white jade hand to shake Wang Hao's right hand. Zhou Yaqing then left the office first, leaving only Imo Xia and Wang Hao behind. Only then did Wang Hao take a closer look at Imo Xia, who was dressed in a white dress, her black hair was coiled behind her head, her skin was better than snow, and her watery eyes contained a hint of sadness. Wang Hao hurriedly retracted his sight and asked, "Ms. Mo, I know the requirements of the mission, how do you want to pay for it?" Chapter 108, Accepting the Commission. Imo Xia lightly opened her vermilion lips, "I can only take out 20 million alliance coins to pay the deposit right now. I can only pay you enough when my father is well." Imo Xia saw Wang Hao's silence and thought that Wang Hao thought it was too little. Imo Xia's face blushed and said, "I can only come up with this amount of money, although my family has a lot of fixed assets and equity, but my several uncles won't let me liquidate them at all, and this is all the cash I have on me. If you think it's not enough, the most valuable thing on me will be only myself." After hearing Imo Xia's words, Wang Hao hurriedly waved his hand and said, "No, no, no, Ms. Mo has misunderstood. The $20 million deposit is already enough. Don't worry, if I can obtain the blood of a high-level warlord spectral wolf, I will definitely bring it to you. Since I promised you, I will definitely do it for you, I still have that much credibility." Imo Xia revealed a surprised expression at his words, then said excitedly, "Really, thank you, thank you. I thank you on behalf of my father." Imo Xia bowed deeply to Wang Hao to express her gratitude after she finished speaking. Wang Hao hurriedly helped Imo Xia up, "No need to be polite, it's just a matter of lifting my hand." After Imo Xia calmed down, she instantly blushed at the idea that she had just wanted to meet with her body, and she lowered her head somewhat shyly. Wang Hao then noticed Imo Xia's appearance, although it was not as impressive as Zhou Yaqing's just now. But the fresh and unassuming temperament and delicate skin were also pleasing to the eye. Imo Xia took out a bank card from her bag and handed it to Wang Hao and said, "There's $20 million in here, please accept it, Mr. Wang." Wang Hao placed the bank card on the table and said, "Ms. Mo, you'd better keep this $20 million Union dollars for your father's treatment. As for your commission, I'll take it next, and I'll do my best to complete the mission." Imo Xia shook her head at this and said firmly, "Mr. Wang, if you can save my father, this amount of money is nothing. And I believe Mr. Wang is a man who keeps his promises." Seeing Imo Xia's insistence, Wang Hao didn't refuse and put the bank card in his pants pocket, saying, "Then I'll be respectful." She couldn't help but look down at the floor, not daring to look at Wang Hao squarely. After a long time, Imo Xia gathered her courage and said to Wang Hao, "Mr. Wang, can I ask you a question?" Wang Hao said doubtfully, "What question?" After hesitating for a while, Imo Xia summoned up the courage to ask, "How old are you this year? I see that you are so young." Wang Hao froze for a moment, then touched his nose and said, "I'm 18. At 18 years old, you've actually reached this kind of strength, your talent is surprisingly strong. Then you shouldn't be married, right?" Imo Xia continued to ask. "No, not yet." Imo Xia's eyes lit up at her words, and she gathered her courage and said, "Then just now, did you think I was too frivolous?" Wang Hao helplessly scratched the back of his head and laughed bitterly. "Miss Imo, it's understandable that you're doing this for your own father. A woman like you who has both filial piety and good looks is surely liked by many people." When Imo Xia heard Wang Hao praising herself, her pretty face immediately blossomed into a bright smile. "Hee hee, Mr. Wang, you're really good at talking. Wang Hao and Mo Xia walked out of the mercenary building. At this time, a young man with a few strong men stopped Wang Hao. What were Mo Xia and you talking about just now? Kid, don't touch things that aren't yours. The leading youth said in a cold voice. Wang Hao said indifferently, it's nothing, just a family chat. The leading youth raised his eyebrows and said grimly, kid, you'd better give an honest account, or don't blame us for not being polite. Oh? Wang Hao sized up the few people in front of him with interest. The leading youth was about 27 or 18 years old, with around 7-star martial master strength. Then Wang Hao said, who are you guys? Who are you to pry into my affairs? The man disdainfully bristled and said, kid, Mo family's affairs you less get involved, get out of here. You shouldn't touch Mo Xia too much either, she'll be my woman in the future. Mo Xia said with a red face, you don't think you can do whatever you want while my father is injured and unconscious, and I won't become your woman even if I die. Wang Hao understood that the young man was a member of the Mo family and thought that Mo Xia had come to the mercenary league to find help, so he followed him. Wang Hao said in a cold voice, I don't need you to teach me what to do. Ha ha. Kid, you're pretty crazy, give it to me. The several strong men behind the youth heard this and drew their weapons and rushed towards Wang Hao. Facing the few people rushing over, Wang Hao coldly grunted and waved his fists to meet them. Boom boom boom. Wang Hao kicked off one of the Hans, then grabbed the other Han's arm and wrenched it with force, directly breaking the other's arm. He then kicked the man next to him hard in the chest. Ka-ching! The man directly spat blood and fell back, knocking over several of his companions. Wang Hao once again slapped his palm at the man's chest. Put! The man spat out blood and fell to the ground. You seek death. Seeing this, the leading youth roared angrily and slashed at Wang Hao with his sword. Wang Hao clenched his fists and met the attack. Bang! The leading youth was knocked back 5 or 6 meters by Wang Hao's punch, his sternum shattered, and he sprayed out a large mouthful of blood, fainting. After all, this was within the city, so Wang Hao still left a few points of force. Otherwise, with the youth's physique, Wang Hao could definitely kill him with a full punch. Seeing that the situation was not good, one of the remaining Han men turned around and ran away, carrying the fainting youth on his shoulders. Mo Xia saw Wang Hao's outburst and realized that she had found the right person this time, and that Wang Hao was indeed very strong. I'm sorry to trouble Mr. Wang again. Wang Hao waved his hand to show that he was fine. It seemed like he still had to make an early departure. Wang Hao arrived at the outskirts of the Yunluo mountain range, and as he looked up, the mountain peaks towered over him in a reckless and majestic manner. Wang Hao took a deep breath and took a step into the Yunluo mountain range. The mountain range was filled with magical beasts, so Wang Hao ran up his breath convergence skill and cautiously moved forward. According to the location given on the system, combined with the information related to the Yunluo mountain range that Wang Hao had retrieved from the mercenary union, Wang Hao moved forward towards the location where the underworld fruit was located. Wang Hao took 3 days to finally arrive around the location of the spectral fruit as suggested by the system. Wang Hao sat against a tree to rest. He hadn't stopped for a moment in the past few days. After traveling day and night, he needed to take a break to recover his true essence first. After all, Wang Hao had been running the convergence skill all this way, and had consumed too much true essence, so there was still expected to be a bitter battle next. Wang Hao used his soul force to feel his surroundings, and realized that there were indeed spectral wolves guarding around the spectral fruit. Although Wang Hao could sneak in with his breath convergence skill, when Wang Hao took the underworld fruit and the roots, he was bound to attract the attention of the guarding underworld wolves. Chapter 109, Fighting a Battle Marquee Level Demonic Beast. Wang Hao carefully traversed through the territory of the underworld wolves, and Wang Hao's soul force noticed that there were 2 battle marquee level magical beasts. One was at the peak of the beginning stage of Battle Marquee, while the other was a beginning stage of Battle Marquee, and the remaining 10 were Battle General level magical beasts. Wang Hao advanced cautiously, trying to avoid startling the underworld wolves. If they were startled now, then Wang Hao could only engage in a bitter battle first. Wang Hao finally arrived near the underworld fruit. The spectral fruit grew on an ancient tree at the edge of a swamp. The roots of the spectral fruit were rooted in the soil, and its branches stretched out into the air, emitting a thick black mist. The black mist solidified as if it was substantial, transforming into a giant bat suspended in mid-air, teeth and claws open, hideous and terrifying. Wang Hao counted a total of 6 spectral fruits, and the system had told himself to seize the spectral fruit roots to provide them to the system. It was necessary to put the 6 underworld fruits into the storage space in a short period of time, and at the same time, he had to extract the underworld fruit roots as well. This would inevitably attract the attention of the spectral wolves. It had to be quick. It was good that he had the A-rank stance martial skill instantaneous spy shadow steps. His speed and agility had improved greatly from before. Wang Hao took a deep breath. Fight! Wang Hao gritted his teeth and executed the instantaneous spy shadow steps, his body flickering with great speed. Swish! 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 Wang Hao's speed was so fast that he left a trail of residual shadows in place. Approaching the vicinity of the underworld fruit tree, Wang Hao increased his speed. Phew! Wang Hao utilized his body technique and rushed into the area where the underworld fruit was located. Wang Hao immediately grabbed the root of the spectral fruit and tried to pull it out from the roots of the tree. However, he didn't realize that the ancient wood root had been growing for 1,000 years, and the root was so hard that it was difficult to pull out. Wang Hao once again revolved his true essence, and a powerful stream of true essence gathered in his right hand. Wang Hao shouted fiercely, his feet stomped on the ground, and his body transformed into a streak of shadow, instantly arriving next to the ancient wooden root. His right arm's veins were exposed, and he struggled to pull it outwards. Ka-ching! A crisp breaking sound rang out, and the ancient wooden root instantly snapped into two. Phew! Wang Hao let out a sigh of relief. The plucking of the ancient wood root just now was too much effort. However, because the commotion just now was too great, the spectral wolves in the swamp realized that there was an unfamiliar intruder. Seeing this, Wang Hao quickly put the 6 spectral fruits and the spectral tree roots into the storage space. Ow 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 ow. A spectral wolf howled like mad. Rumble. The ground trembled violently, as if 1,000 horses were galloping. Roar roar roar. More than 10 spectral wolves scurried out of the swamp, their eyes red and full of bloodthirsty killing light. With open teeth and claws, sharp fangs, scarlet tongues spitting out, and saliva flowing from their sharp mouths. Roar! 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 The low, deafening hiss of the beasts came from the swamp. Wang Hao's gaze was cold and serious. Wang Hao executed the instantaneous spy shadow steps, and his body was like a ghost, quickly dodging the attack of the pouncing spectral wolves, his body slightly tilted sideways. The spectral wolf whistled up to the sky, its ferocious gaze locked onto Wang Hao. Roar! A battle general level spectral wolf scurried out from the pack, as fast as lightning, heading straight for Wang Hao to attack. Sinful beast! Seek death! Wang Hao let out a cold shout, and his figure dodged away in a hurry. His right leg swept across and kicked the spectral wolf's abdomen, and the tremendous impact instantly sent the spectral wolf flying hundreds of meters away. Ow! The spectral wolf wailed, falling to the ground and struggling, obviously extremely seriously injured. Roar! The remaining dozen or so spectral wolves roared with fury and charged toward Wang Hao with a monstrous fury. Whoosh! The sound of breaking air rang out as Wang Hao executed the instantaneous spy shadow steps, and his stance flickered, swift as electricity, as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, he dodged the attacks of a dozen or so battle general level spectral wolves. At this moment, 2 War Marquis class spectral wolf kings came out. Their eyes glowed with a cold aura as they stared at Wang Hao. Roar! The 2 battle marquis ranked spectral wolf kings roared a few times to the sky and took the lead in lunging at Wang Hao. Rumble! One left and one right, they lunged at Wang Hao. The swamp shook and undulated, creating rolling waves. Wang Hao executed the body technique spy shadow steps, his figure fluttering, constantly dodging the attacks of the 2 underworld wolf kings. Roar! Roar! The spectral wolf kings were furious, waving their teeth and claws and roaring at Wang Hao. Come on! Wang Hao looked at the 2 battle marquis level spectral wolf kings that pounced on him, his face was grave, and he didn't dare to slack off. Facing 2 beginner level battle marquis level magical beasts could maximize Wang Hao's combat potential. This was also a way to cross over the peak of 9 stars of a martial general to become a strong martial marquis. Wang Hao ran his body's true essence with all his might, his body's chi and blood boiling. Holding the rhythmic frost sword, every move and every stance contained infinite power, and the sound of chi explosions was continuous and unceasing, like thunder exploding on the ground. Wang Hao was in a fierce battle with the 2 battle marquis level underworld wolves. With each sword fall, a loud noise erupted, and the ground was blasted into a deep pit, with debris splattering and dust filling the air. Boom! However, these 2 battle marquis level magical beasts also posed a great threat to Wang Hao. If it wasn't for Wang Hao's timely reaction to the claw from the peak of the primary battle marquis level magic beast just now, he would have suffered a serious injury to his chest. Wang Hao used the last move of the Purple Emperor sword technique, Purple Emperor boundary breaking. A sword chopped out. Rumble! A sword chopped out, the purple sword aura cut through the void, carrying destructive might, the void was cut apart, and the ear-piercing sound of breaking wind could be faintly heard in the air. Tuhoo! A spray of blood, the purple aura slashed through the throat of a battle marquis ranked phantom wolf. The battle marquis ranked underworld wolf king let out a miserable scream. Wang Hao's body flickered, dodging the attack of another phantom wolf king. Wielding the rhyming frost sword in his hand, he slashed at the spectral wolf king's head, and the spectral wolf king's huge body collapsed, spilling blood all over the swamp. Roar! 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 The remaining spectral wolves roared angrily and tore toward Wang Hao. Humph! Wang Hao snorted coldly, holding the rhythmic frost sword. His body was like the wind, moving in an instant, easily dodging the attack of the underworld wolf. Wang Hao glanced at it, then used his soul force to maneuver up the rhyming frost sword, using the 6th layer of the Xian Yuan sword codex. Buzz! The void in front of Wang Hao shook slightly, and immediately, a rhythmic frost sword blade that emitted a terrifying sword intent emanated a stern and unparalleled sword intent. Wang Hao's mind controlled it, and the rhythmic frost sword hovered in midair, emitting a shocking sword intent that was chilling. Ow! The underworld Wolf King sensed the danger and stopped attacking, letting out a low cry as he vigilantly looked at the rhythmic frost sword in the void. Suddenly the sword in the void bloomed with a dazzling to the extreme blue light, emitting majestic energy fluctuations. Rumble! A terrifying sword aura raged, the rhythmic frost sword transformed into a shocking bolt and attacked towards one of the remaining battle marquee ranked spectral Wolf King. Wherever it passed, space was distorted and bursts of sonic booms resounded in the air. Ah! The underworld Wolf King let out a miserable scream. Chapter 110 Promotion to Martial Marquee. The sword was invincible and sharp. It pierced through the hard fur of the spectral Wolf King and pierced through its large head, leaving a fist-sized hole. Plop! The massive corpse of the spectral Wolf King fell into the muddy pool, setting off boundless mud. Ow! The remaining 7 or 8 war general grade spectral wolves were stunned, frozen for a moment, letting out a mournful wail and fleeing in all directions. Want to run? Dream on! Winehouse snorted coldly and urged his sword intent, controlling the rhythmic frost sword, and chased after him as a white light. Another body of a spectral wolf fell into the muddy water. Ha ha! Wanghao's unrestrained, magnificent laughter echoed through the jungle. Hoo hoo! Wanhao stood still and took a breath, relieving his exhaustion, adjusting his breath, and recovering his expended strength. Wanhao quickly placed the 2 decapitated battle marquee level magical beast phantom wolf kings and several battle general level magical beast phantom wolf corpses into his storage space and quickly left the scene. After finding a cave, Wanhao recovered the true essence and soul power that he had just consumed in the battle. Wanhao revolved the Flood Blood Emperor technique, and the aura in the vicinity of the mountain range was absorbed into Wanhao's body and converted into true essence. Wanhao absorbed the true essence into his dantian and converted it into pure true essence energy after refining. Time passed quietly. Wanhao was ready to break through the martial general realm within the cave with a single blow and become a martial marquee level martial artist. Wanhao raised his hands flatly in front of his chest and formed a hand seal, his eyes closed tightly and his body bowed slightly. The soul energy in Wang Hao's body surged toward his limbs and bones like a tidal wave. Rumble! A muffled sound emanated from Wang Hao's body as his true essence continued to coalesce, preparing to break through the barrier to be promoted to martial marquee level martial artist. Wang Hao's muscles surged, his veins bulged, and dense red lines surfaced on the surface of his skin, as if an ancient ferocious beast was about to wake up. Wang Hao raised his head to the sky and a majestic aura swept across the sky and earth, carrying destructive fluctuations. Mountains crumbled, wind and clouds changed color, and sand flew away. Dark clouds rolled across the sky, blocking the bright moonlight, and darkness descended, with violent winds and thunder and lightning. The pores of Wang Hao's entire body opened up, greedily devouring the surrounding aura. Rumble! It was during Wang Hao's impact on the bottleneck. A powerful might emanated from Wang Hao's body, enveloping a radius of several hundred meters, and the branches and leaves of the trees within a radius of several hundred meters shook violently. Martial Marquee! I've finally reached the level of Martial Marquee, Wang Hao said in an excited mood. Wang Hao collected his mind and continued to cultivate, consolidating the cultivation level he had just raised. 3 days later, Wang Hao opened his eyes were firm and cold, and a suffocating pressure was released from within him. After finishing his cultivation, Wang Hao took out the underworld fruit root and silently recited in his heart, "Submit the quest item." Ding, it is detected that the host has seized 3 underworld fruits and provided the underworld root to the system, rewarding the 4th layer of the Flood Blood Emperor technique and raising the strength of a 1-star martial marquee. Instantly, gentle energy flooded Wang Hao's body, moisturizing every cell and improving Wang Hao's qualifications. Wang Hao felt an overwhelming sense of relief, as his bones crackled all over his body and his meridians swelled. Wang Hao felt stronger, and each muscle contained explosive power. He felt that he had once again raised his strength by 1 star, and had reached the martial marquee 2-star strength. Compared to the peak of 9 stars of martial marquee before coming here, one's strength had directly crossed a large stratum. One's true essence had grown tremendously, and below that was the growth of one's soul power. Wang Hao took out a spectral fruit, and according to the information he had previously consulted, taking the spectral fruit could enhance the amount and strength of soul power. However, the brain would ache after taking it, and each person could take a different amount of the fruit of the underworld due to the difference in their soul strength. Wang Hao took the underworld fruit, and as the underworld fruit was eaten by himself, Wang Hao immediately felt like his head was aching like pins and needles, and his face twisted as a result. Beads of sweat slid down his forehead and dripped, landing on the ground. Wang Hao gritted his teeth and endured, knowing that this level of pain was still within the range of tolerance. Wang Hao sat down cross-legged and ran the Flood Blood Emperor determination to absorb this energy. Soon Wang Hao felt a huge amount of energy converge at the dantian through the 8 strange meridians, and those energies were churning and roaring in the dantian. Wang Hao did his best to control these energies and slowly fused them into one. In an instant, the underworld fruit transformed into a cool liquid that entered Wang Hao's head. Wang Hao struggled to absorb the energy. The next day, Wang Hao opened his eyes and looked at the information above the system. Age, 18. Kryptonite, 20 million points. Strength, Wuho 2-star, B-class apothecary. Aura value, 210,000 points. Reaching 1 million points allows one to be promoted to Martial King. Soul power, 8,600 points. Reaching 10,000 points will allow you to become a Class A apothecary. Storage space, for square meters plus, increase by 1 square meter for every 100 million alliance coins. After consuming a spectral fruit, surprisingly increased one's soul power by 1,000 points. Wang Hao hesitated for a moment and decided not to panic about taking the second spectral fruit for the time being. This time, he had acquired a total of 6 underworld fruits, and other than one of them that he had to turn in for the mission, Wang Hao still had 4 underworld fruits in his hands. Although Wang Hao thought that he hadn't reached his limit of taking the underworld fruit. However, Wang Hao also understood that he needed some time to digest the effects of the first spectral fruit. It would be better to take the second one again when it was consumed. As for the 5th layer of the Flood Blood Emperor technique, Wang Hao was going to return to the training camp to train again. Wang Hao spent another 4 days finally arriving at the capital of the Northwest Base Province. As soon as Wang Hao arrived at the hotel, he took out the blood of a high-level battle general level spectral wolf and then called Mo Xia. Upon learning of Wang Hao's return, Mo Xia was extremely happy and hurriedly rushed to the hotel where Wang Hao was with her best friend, Zhou Yaqing. Wang Hao was waiting for the two of them in the lobby on the first floor. As soon as the two beauties entered the hotel's first floor lobby, they attracted everyone's attention. Zhou Yaqing was wearing a short black skirt, black stockings with black high heels, looking elegant, charming and seductive. Her chest was erect and proud, revealing a deep gully. A pair of long and white legs, straight and slender, a pair of snow-white jade feet crystal clear, exuding a seductive atmosphere, outlining a tantalizing curve. Mo Xia is wearing a white dress, a waist black hair under the shoulders, a pair of almond eyes watery, cherry mouth red, a smile highlights the youthful and beautiful style. When Mo Xia and Zhou Yaqing saw Wang Hao standing and sitting in the hotel lobby, their faces blossomed into bright smiles as they walked toward Wang Hao. Mr. Wang, you have almost 2 weeks this time, and we are all worried about your safety. Wang Hao handed the reagent vial containing the blood of the advanced superior War Admiral grade spectral wolf to Mo Xia. Fortunately, this bottle of blood was brought over. Chapter 111 Practicing Medicine to Save People. Great, as long as we find another C-ranked high-level apothecary. It will be possible to refine a potion to awaken my father. Mo Xia was extremely excited when she saw the blood that Wang Hao had taken out. I'm afraid that there are no C-ranked high-level apothecaries in this city who are willing to refine a potion for you. The youth who had been knocked out by Wang Hao earlier said out loud as he entered the hotel directly. While he was followed by several middle-aged men this time, while several middle-aged men were clustered around a man in a white robe. Wang Hao sensed the soul force of this man in white robe, and he should be a C-grade high-level apothecary. The youth turned to Wang Hao and said, I didn't expect you to be able to obtain the blood of a high-level battle general, the spectral wolf. I really underestimated your strength. However, Mo Xia has empty potion formulas obtained from the Mercenary Alliance, but no pharmacist is willing to refine them for her father. I've already greeted the C-rank apothecary in this city through the Apothecary Association. As for a big shot like a B-rank apothecary, it's not someone that Mo Xia can get in touch with at this level. Mo Xia also frowned after hearing this. The youth turned around and introduced the middle-aged man in a white robe behind him. This is Apothecary Wu Yiran of this city's Apothecary Association. It was through him that we greeted the Apothecary Association pharmacists. Mo Xia, as long as you sign this agreement and transfer your father's shares in the Mo group to me. How about you then marry me and enter the bridal chamber, and I'll ask Master Wu to refine a potion for your father. Mo Xia was furious after hearing what the youth said. Coldly, she turned to him and said, Mo Wenbin, I told you it's impossible, just die. I'd rather die than give in. When the youth heard Mo Xia's refusal, he snorted coldly and said, don't refuse to eat the wine. Then you'll wait to collect your father's corpse. The youth turned to Wu Yiran and said, Master Wu, don't worry, the payment I promised you will definitely not be less. Wu Yiran nodded. Zhou Yaqing arched her hand at Master Wu and said, we'll double the amount Mo Wenbin gave you. Mo Wenbin laughed, do you guys have any money left now? Empty words, where can I find another stupid kid like this to work for you guys almost for free? Now that your father is in a coma, you can't even take out a few million alliance coins in your hand, right? And you still want to ask Master Wu to make a potion for your father? You'd better obediently agree to my conditions and become my woman. Just as Mo Xia and Zhou Yaqing were helpless, Wang Hao suddenly walked up to Master Wu. Seeing Wang Hao walk up to him, Master Wu asked suspiciously, Who is your excellency? My name is Wang Hao, I'm 18 years old this year, and I'm a martial arts student in Magic City. Wu Yiran said, Why, young man, you also want to participate in this matter? Oh yeah, I forgot to add an introduction, I'm also an apothecary of the Magic Capital Apothecary Association. Wang Hao turned to the two women and said, I can help you refine a potion to treat Uncle Mo. After hearing Wang Hao's words, Mo Xia and Zhou Yaqing's eyes instantly lit up, and Mo Xia said excitedly, You have a way to heal my father? Wang Hao nodded. Kid, you're just an E-class apothecary at the end of the day. Master Wu became a C-rank apothecary in his 50s, his talent is already very good, don't brag here, pick up girls don't pick up people's dads. After hearing this, Wang Hao looked at the youth with a look of contempt and ignored the youth, turning to Mo Xia and Zhou Yaqing, I have confidence in curing Uncle Mo's disease. Then he turned to Master Wu and shook his head, Mr. Wu, I'm a registered Class B apothecary of the Magic City Apothecary Association. What, AB rank apothecary? Master Wu said in surprise after hearing this. Wang Hao took out the B-grade apothecary badge. This B-grade apothecary badge was given to himself by Zhao Shaoling the last time Wang Hao went to the Apothecary Association to make purchases. After all, Wang Hao had successfully concocted a B-ranked potion in front of many pharmacists, so the certification process of a B-ranked pharmacist was skipped and the badge was given directly. Wang Hao usually didn't wear it, after all, B-ranked pharmacists at this age were too rare, and Wang Hao didn't want to attract too much attention and add to the trouble. This time, it was really Mo Wenbin who was too much of a bully, and Wang Hao decided to help out. I believe in him. Mo Xia said firmly. Since Miss Mo believes in you, please ask Mr. Wang to refine the potion. Zhou Yaqing concurred. Wu Yiran pondered for a moment and said to Wang Hao, since Mr. B-ranked apothecary, I'll bother you. Please bear with me if I have offended you. Wu Yiran understood what it would mean if Wang Hao was really a B-class apothecary. The other party was afraid that he was the most talented apothecary in the entire country of China. He himself was in his 50s, and he was only a C-grade high-level apothecary. There was still a long way to go before being a B-rank apothecary. One doesn't want to offend a promising apothecary genius for the Mo family. Mo Wenbin's face was filled with surprise when he saw that Wang Hao had actually taken out his B-grade apothecary badge, but more than anything else, he was jealous. Immediately afterward, he looked at Wang Hao with a gloomy expression. He knew that Wang Hao was a B-grade apothecary, so he didn't dare to act rashly, he was afraid of angering Wang Hao. Although he had some power in this city and held shares in the Mo group. However, he was more aware that if the identity of a B-class pharmacist was true, Wang Hao's background was 100 times and 1,000 times stronger than him, and offending Wang Hao was simply an act of death. Wang Hao lightly glanced at Mo Wenbin, then said to Mo Xia, Ms. Mo, I can refine a potion for your father right now, do you need to prepare any herbs? Mo Xia nodded and said, 2 purple sungrasses and 1 ice fire lotus are needed, but I've already prepared them. Wang Hao said, then go refine it now. Mo Wenbin's few people made way for Wang Hao, and Wang Hao directly led Mo Xia and Zhou Yaqing out of the hotel. Wang Hao followed the 2 women to a villa, and Wang Hao first went to see Mo Xia's father. Only seeing that his entire body was purple, Wang Hao asked, this potion is able to cure the toxicity on your father's body, right? Mo Xia nodded, this is a recipe for a potion that I specifically asked someone to look at and then purchase. For this potion recipe, I almost spent most of the money I had on me. Because my father suffered a coma caused by a toxin attack in the wild, and only this potion could save him. Wang Hao said, prepare a quiet room for me, I'll refine the potion. Wang Hao used the purple spirit flame to quench the purple sungrass into a medicinal liquid. As his strength became a marquis level martial artist, the temperature of the purple spirit flame became extremely terrifying, and the purple spirit flame slowly melted the purple yang grass. As a B-level apothecary, and with his soul power augmented by the underworld fruit, Wang Hao was still very sure of himself when it came to refining C-level high-grade potions. Half an hour later, Wang Hao quenched the purple sungrass into a medicinal liquid. Wang Hao then quenched the ice fire lotus into a medicinal liquid as well, and Wang Hao used his soul force to manipulate the purple spirit flame to mix the 2 medicinal liquids. Wang Hao incorporated the blood of the high-level battle general magical beast, the spectral wolf, into the medicinal liquid, and the medicinal liquid turned red. Chapter 112, Selling Magical Beasts. The medicinal fragrance gradually filled the entire villa, and Mo Xia and Zhou Yaqing were instantly excited when they smelled it. To be honest, it was impossible for the 2 women to not have the slightest suspicion about Wang Hao reaching a B-class pharmacist at this age. The status of a pharmacist was extremely honorable, let alone a B-class pharmacist. But for one thing, it was impossible to find any other apothecary to make a potion. The second was that this blood was brought by Wang Hao from the Yunluo mountain range, and the duo had a few moments of trust in Wang Hao's strength. An hour later, Wang Hao came out of the room and handed the refined medicinal liquid to Mo Xia. Mo Xia took the potion and hurriedly ran into her father's room. An hour later, the door to the room was pushed open, and Mo Xia supported her father as Uncle Mo woke up. Uncle Mo just opened his eyes and said to Wang Hao, thank you young man, I heard from my daughter that this time it was all because you saved my life. You are welcome, the main thing is that your daughter is extremely filial to you, she has suffered a lot to save you. Wang Hao said with a smile. Our Mo family owes you a favor. Uncle Mo said solemnly. Uncle Mo was polite. Dad, you're finally awake. Mo Xia cried and jumped into her father's arms. Silly girl, why are you crying? I'm fine again, don't worry. Uncle Mo stroked Mo Xia's soft hair and said dotingly. Mo Xia walked over and took her own father's hand and said, Dad, you're finally well, I was worried to death. Silly girl, we are father and daughter, we will always be together. Uncle Mo touched his daughter's hair and said kindly. Mo Xia's beautiful eyes looked at Wang Hao with flashes of color, her heartbeat increased violently, and a shy blush appeared on her pretty face. Mo Xia suddenly thought of something and hurriedly let go of her father's hand. Changing the topic, she said, "Right, Dad, I promised Wang Hao that I would pay him when you wake up. I should, the favor of saving your life should be repaid. Little brother, wait a moment, I'll take care of things first, and I'll give you the payment within 3 days." Mo Xia murmured in a low voice, "Wang Hao, thank you for saving my father, don't worry, I will never forget today's favor." "Well, it's fine, you take care of your father first." Wang Hao said to Zhou Yaqing, "If it's convenient, you come back to the mercenary league with me, I have some corpses of magical beasts I acquired in the Yunluo mountain range to deal with." Zhou Yaqing nodded. Zhou Yaqing brought Wang Hao into the first floor of the mercenary building and saw that Zhou Yaqing was actually bringing a teenager with her. The mercenaries on the first floor were talking. Zhou Yaqing's beauty was famous in the Northwest Base Mercenary Alliance. Many mercenaries thought they were powerful and came to pursue Zhou Yaqing. However, it was rare to see Zhou Yaqing with a male in the mercenary league. Who is that teenager? How come he came with Zhou Yaqing? Is he Zhou Yaqing's boyfriend? What do you know, Zhou Yaqing is so beautiful and there are so many mercenaries chasing after her, the man who can be seen by her must also be very handsome and powerful. I see, I wonder which family's son this young man is from. Who cares which family's scion he is? Anyway, it's definitely better than us big old men who lick blood at the tip of a sword. To be able to get Zhou Yaqing's favorite, this teenager can I wonder if he can. He. You keep your voice down, you don't see this teenager wearing the badge of AB class apothecary. Really, this age wearing AB class apothecary's badge, it can't be a fake to trick a girl's heart. But no one dares to fake AB rank apothecary, or the people from the Apothecary Association won't let him go. Then this teenager's talent is truly terrifying, no wonder even a woman like Zhou Yaqing can look at him. Zhou Yaqing heard the whispers of the mercenaries next to her, and her face flushed scarlet, stealing a glance at Wang Hao and realizing that Wang Hao had made no moves, she was relieved. Wang Hao also heard the words of these mercenaries. However, with Zhou Yaqing's face value, it was only natural for her to be courted by these mercenaries. That being said, Zhou Yaqing and Mo Xia were two people, one taking the sexy route and the other being pure. Zhou Yaqing's style was closer to Zhang Jingyi's, mature and charming, sexy and enchanting, with a hot body and perfect curves. Mo Xia's style is more in favor of Lin Yuro, pure and lively, the whole person exudes youthfulness. Wang Hao handed Zhou Yaqing the corpses of the two primary battle marquee level magical beasts, the Phantom Wolf King and several battle general phantom wolves, in his storage space. Watching Wang Hao take out these corpses, Zhou Yaqing thought that Wang Hao even had a storage space ring. It took several 100 million alliance coins to buy a storage space ring, but with Wang Hao's current strength, it wasn't uncommon to buy a storage space ring. However, a space ring with a few 100 million alliance coins had very little space and was unstable, and looking at the corpses of these spectral wolves on the ground, Wang Hao's space ring must be more expensive. Zhou Yaqing said, "Wait a moment, I'll immediately arrange for someone to come and estimate the value." Wang Hao nodded in agreement. A few moments later, Zhou Yaqing brought a few staff members to Wang Hao. These staff members were the Mercenary Alliance's personnel who specialized in acquiring magical beast corpses and magical cores. Zhou Yaqing handed the spectral wolf corpse and the magic core to one of the staff members. The work looked at the spectral blue crystal clear nucleus in his hand, and a hot light exploded from his eyes as he exclaimed, "Surprisingly, it's the magic nucleus of an early-stage battle marquee ranked magical beast." Hearing that it was actually the magic core of a battle marquee ranked magic beast, several other staff members gathered around. The few staff members next to them also had greedy flames in their eyes. This was a beginner-level battle marquee level magical beast. "Please also make a quick appraisal and then make an offer," Zhou Yaqing said. This primary battle marquee ranked magical beast was worth 1 billion alliance coins, while this primary battle marquee ranked peak spectral wolf king was 1.2 billion alliance coins. These two high-level war marquee level spectral wolves were worth a total of 1.2 billion alliance coins. The remaining few war general level magical beasts are worth 600 million alliance coins, for a total value of 4 billion alliance coins. Hearing the offer, Zhou Yaqing was also extremely shocked, as the price had far exceeded her expectations. She didn't expect Wang Hao to take out a war marquee level magical beast, and she would have a lot of commission this time. "I didn't expect Wang Hao to not only be a B-class apothecary, but even his martial arts talent was so high." Even though Zhou Yaqing's gaze was extremely high, she couldn't help but be impressed by Wang Hao. Next, a few staff members moved the body of the underworld wolf back. Afterward, Zhou Yaqing said to Wang Hao, "Wang Hao, you sit down for a while, I'll go find the finance and call you with the money." "Okay, thank you." Zhou Yaqing's beautiful eyes looked at Wang Hao, a light smile sketching the corners of her mouth. This was the most rewarding time for Wang Hao. As his strength progressed, the value of the magical beasts that Wang Hao hunted was getting higher and higher, and he didn't know if he could upgrade again when his kryptonite points reached 1 billion. Chapter 113 Flood Wild Sword Codex. Wang Hao said goodbye to Zhou Yaqing after seeing that his bank card had 4 billion alliance coins arrive. Wang Hao left the mercenary alliance at the Northwest base and arrived at his hotel room. Wang Hao silently recited, recharging 1 billion alliance coins. Ding, it was detected that the host's kryptonite had reached 1 billion and 20 million. The condition of kryptonite reaching 1 billion has been met, and the system is now upgraded. As expected, the system was upgraded when the condition of kryptonite reaching 1 billion points was met, and I wondered what enhancements this upgrade had in store. Wang Hao, on the other hand, was practicing the Flood Blood Emperor technique layer technique, absorbing the surrounding aura and converting it into energy to replenish himself. Wang Hao sat on the bed with his eyes closed and his knees crossed, his hands closed with his palms facing downwards, his 2 feet flat on the bed, his head slightly lowered, and his eyes tightly closed. The true essence in his body was slowly running, and the red true essence at his dantian emitted a light blue light. It slowly increased with the flow of true essence. Time passes. Outside of Wang Hao's body, an invisible aura surrounded him, and wisps of red mist were vaguely visible floating on the surface of his body. It was like water waves that rippled out. Boom! Suddenly, a loud sound like muffled thunder came out from Wang Hao's body. Immediately afterward, Wang Hao opened his eyes, and both of his eyes flashed with an elite splendor, as if they were a sheathed blade. At that moment, a familiar electronic synthesized tone sounded in Wang Hao's mind. Ding, the system has been upgraded and rewarded with the S-Class middle rank sword technique, Flood Sword technique. At this time, Wang Hao saw that the system had finished upgrading and hurriedly checked the information. Host, Wang Hao. Age, 18. Kryptonite, 1 trillion points. Strength, Wuho 2-star, B-Class Apothecary. Aura value, 210,000 points reaching 1 million points allows one to be promoted to Martial King. Soul power, 8,600 points plus, reaching 10,000 points will allow you to become a Class A Apothecary. Xian Huang power, 0 points every million kryptonite points raises 1 point of Xian Huang power. Storage space, for square meters plus, increase by 1 square meter for every 100 million Li coins. This time, the upgrade on the system has surprisingly increased the power of Xian Huang. 1 million increases 1 point of arcane power, and soul power is 100,000 kryptonite points increased by 1 point. This is 10 times the consumption of soul power and 100 times the consumption of aura values. What this Xian Huang force was, Wang Hao was also momentarily confused. It seemed that he could only slowly feel out the usefulness of this Xian Huang force later. Wang Hao looked up the S-grade middle-ranked martial skill Flood Sword skill. His own previous strongest was the Xian Yuan sword technique, but this one needed to refer to the steel diagram in order to comprehend it. Now that he was not in the magic capital Martial University, he could only rely on the underworld fruit to enhance his soul power to enhance the power of his martial skills. This S-grade middle-rank martial skill, Flood Sword skill, on the other hand, enhanced the power of Wang Hao's strongest strike. Wang Hao had the sword intent talent, and his strongest was previously the A-grade martial skill Purple Emperor sword technique. I wondered if there was any connection between this Flood Sword technique and his own Flood Blood Emperor technique. Wang Hao studied the information about the Flood Sword technique. The Flood Desert Sword skill was a matching sword skill with the Flood Desert Blood Emperor technique, and only if one had practiced the Flood Desert Blood Emperor technique could one utilize the maximum power of the Flood Desert Sword skill. There were 6 moves in the Flood Desolate Sword technique, one more powerful than the other. The first style, the Surprising Wave Sword, swung and chopped out, setting off monstrous waves. A sword chopping out was like a mountain collapsing, destroying and destroying, unrivaled. The second style, Windswept Sword, waving the long sword, a sword breaks through the air, the sword comes out, stormy winds with gusts of keening sounds, violent to the extreme, blowing away the ancient and destructive. The third style, Angry Sea Overturning Sword, sword out, tsunami rushing, like a bamboo, wherever it passes, corpses and bones everywhere, not an inch of grass, extremely destructive. The fourth style, Frozen World Sword, waving the long sword, a sword swung out, frozen tens of meters. Sword out, bring up endless frost, freeze everything. Fifth style, Blazing Sun Burning Sky Sword, hot flames, rolling and burning, sweeping through the entire area. Wherever it passed, rocks melted, trees withered, and the ground cracked, a horrifying sight. Sixth style, Vault Falling Thunder Sword, waving the long sword, triggering the heavenly tribulation, slashing at the enemy. When the sword comes out, there is a burst of thunder, and the sky and earth change color. When the sword falls, the earth sinks and everything is destroyed. The sword moves are stronger than one another, and more domineering than one another. Looking at the introduction of the Flood Sword technique, Wang Hao was excited because the Flood Sword technique was like a perfect fit for himself. Wang Hao thought about it, practicing this Flood Sword skill in the hotel moved too much, so he was ready to go to the countryside to practice. Wang Hao came to a vacant lot in the suburbs and prepared to study the first style of the Flood Sword technique. Wang Hao took a deep breath, then holding the rhythmic frost sword, he closed his eyes and concentrated, recalling the cultivation information of the first style of the Flood Sword stance in his mind. The first style of the Flood Sword skill, the Surprising Wave Sword, as the name implied, was rooted in the surprising waves. When a sword was swung out, it was like a huge wave of the ocean with a monstrous sword momentum. Wang Hao had been studying the information about the martial skill for about half a day. Suddenly, Wang Hao opened his eyes and his gaze sharpened. His right foot violently stomped the ground, and a wave of true essence surged out from the dantian, running along the meridians of his entire body, forming a stream of fine true essence flowing through his body. Rumble. The first style of the flood sword technique, shocking wave sword. Wang Hao gripped the black iron long sword with both hands, and his body's true essence ran to the tip of the sword as he violently stabbed. Immediately, the tip of the sword spat out a stream of biting chi energy with a whistling wind sound, cutting through the void and shooting forward. Bang! Rumble! The area of 100 meters in front of them was blasted into pieces, and dust filled the sky. What a strong sword! Seeing the effect of the sword he had executed, Wang Hao was filled with excitement and his heart surged. Wang Hao did not stop cultivating immediately, but continued practicing the first stance of the flood sword technique. Rumble! Another sword blade exploded out, and 100 meters of area was blown to smithereens, debris flying about and dust filling the air. Wang Hao was excited in his heart. The first style of the flood sword technique was progressing so fast, this might have something to do with his cultivation of the flood blood emperor technique. Next, cultivate the second style of the flood desolate sword technique. Wang Hao calmed down his excitement, toned down a bit, and continued to cultivate. Rumble. The second style of the flood sword technique, the windswept sword, the sword came out, the sword's shadows were continuous, as if it was a streak of a broken moon, carrying a cold killing opportunity, sweeping toward the front. A sword was swung out, as if the wind was howling, carrying a terrifying sword chi fluctuation, sweeping in all directions, and wherever it passed, everything was crushed into slag. Every time Wang Hao finished practicing the flood sword skill, Wang Hao would feel exhausted and mentally drained. After all, this was an S-grade middle-ranked martial skill, and the consumption of Wang Hao's true essence and soul power was extremely terrifying. However, he didn't give up practicing, and continued to practice diligently, continuing to cultivate the first two styles of the flood sword skill. Wang Hao once again gathered his true essence on his arm, then holding the rhythmic frost sword in his hand, he slowly walked to the far side step by step, and after he stood still, he swung out his sword, only to see sword-ons floating out of thin air in front of Wang Hao. Boom! Chapter 114, Returning to Training Camp. The sword-on shot toward the front of Wang Hao at great speed, penetrating a distance of 100 meters in a flash. It ruthlessly crashed into a huge tree surrounded by two people, emitting a shocking explosion. Crack! The giant tree was blasted into two, its trunk falling to the ground, smoke and dust filled the sky, and debris flew. Finally, I've initially refined the first two styles of the flood sword technique. Wang Hao looked up to the sky and laughed, his heart flowing freely. Preliminary refining the first two styles of the flood sword technique in such a short period of time. One was that Wang Hao had cultivated the flood blood emperor technique, which was complementary to the flood sword technique. During this period of time when he practiced the flood desolate sword skill, Wang Hao obviously felt a more agile mastery of the true essence of the flood desolate blood emperor technique. Secondly, Wang Hao's talent of sword intent. Not only Wang Hao's power of using sword techniques was enhanced, his comprehension of sword techniques was also far beyond others. However, the flood sword code, as an S-class martial skill, required Wang Hao to continue polishing the flood sword technique. At this time, Wang Hao received a call from Imo Xia. "Mr. Wang, what's your bank card number? There was a delay due to some disputes with my family dealing with property. Please forgive me more." "It's fine, I happen to be practicing here for a few days." Wang Hao reported the bank card number to Imo Xia. After 15 minutes, Wang Hao received 500 million alliance coins on his bank card. Normally speaking, a complete high-level battle general magic beast was worth 700 million alliance coins. Wang Hao had only provided the blood, which was originally just worth less than 100 million alliance coins. However, due to the special nature of the spectral wolves, it was rare to face a solitary spectral wolf. That was why the value of the senior warlord magical beast spectral wolf was higher than the usual senior warlord magical beasts. But just by providing the blood, Imo Xia had given Wang Hao 500 million alliance coins, a truly generous reward. The mission had been completed, and it was time to leave the northwest base. Learning that Wang Hao was leaving, Imo Xia's father wanted to invite Wang Hao to dinner to show his appreciation, and Wang Hao politely declined the dinner invitation. However, Imo Xia and Zhou Yaqing insist on going to the train station to see Wang Hao off. In the end, Wang Hao couldn't resist the two women's warm invitation and went with them. The two women's beautiful postures attracted the attention of many people at the train station. The eyes of the two women were sparkling like jewels, and their faces were flushed, delicate and beautiful, attracting countless gazes. "You guys go back. Let's meet again when we have the chance in the future. Wang Hao, we'll look for you at the Magic City Martial Arts University when we have the chance," Imo Xia said. I'm currently at a training camp at the Kyoto base, so maybe you'll see me at the World Youth Competition." "You cheer up, we'll meet again," Zhou Yaqing admonished. "Good." Wang Hao nodded in agreement and turned to board the train. Outside the train station, Imo Xia and Zhou Yaqing stood at the entrance of the train station to watch Wang Hao board the train and leave. "Sister Yaqing, do you think we'll meet up with Wang Hao again? Does Wang Hao have a crush on me?" Emo Xia asked as she looked at the gradually departing train. Of course I will, our Xia is so beautiful and kind, who would not like it when they see it? Zhou Yaqing replied. Zhou Yaqing looked at Wang Hao leaving and her heart was empty. Even if she was surrounded by many suitors, it was hard for her to meet a young man with such a high level of talent like Wang Hao. I hope so. Emo Xia sighed, a little lost in her heart. Don't worry, La. A genius like Wang Hao, he'll keep moving forward, and we have to cheer up and catch up with him. Zhou Yaqing said comfortingly. Aha! Emo Xia nodded in agreement. The train pulled away from the train station and headed to the end of the tracks, and Wang Hao sat on the sleeper with his eyes closed, pondering what he should do next. 2 days later, Wang Hao arrived at the Kyoto base and took a vehicle to the training camp. Wang Hao went to the mission office and handed a spectral fruit to the staff. When the staff saw Wang Hao return, they immediately called the head of the training camp. Ever since Wang Hao defeated Li Hongyang, several heads of the training camp thought that Wang Hao's talent was among the top in the entire camp. At only 18 years old, he had defeated Li Hongyang, and his strength could be said to be ranked among the top 15 in the entire training camp. Yet, he took on the task of the underworld fruit with the strength of a martial general of 9 stars. The training camp had long since grasped the relevant intelligence information of the spectral wolf pack. This was a task provided to the top few candidates, who knew that Wang Hao, the peak of the 9 stars of the martial general, was going to complete this task. Many people were worried about Wang Hao's safety. The person in charge rushed out and saw Wang Hao take out the underworld fruit. Surprised, he asked, "You actually got the spectral fruit? It looks like you had a battle with the underworld wolf." "Just lucky," Wang Hao said casually with a faint smile. The underworld wolves are rarely single packs, are ferocious and cunning, and even if you were able to defeat it, I'm afraid you paid a terrible price. The person in charge said with a frown. "No, you actually broke through the martial general realm, you are now a martial marquis strength." The person in charge looked at Wang Hao with extreme shock. Wang Hao was too young, just 18 years old only, breaking through the martial general realm, simply appalling. No wonder Wang Hao was able to accomplish this mission, so he was already at martial marquis strength. Not to talk about talent, just the current strength is enough to enter the first echelon of the training camp strength. Just a fluke, Wang Hao said modestly. You call this a fluke? How old are you? 18 years old, and you've already reached the martial marquis realm. How do you make those veteran martial general martial artists feel? You're the most talented martial artist I've ever seen. The person in charge marveled. I'm going to report your situation to the organization, the person in charge added. Wang Hao didn't have any comments. Soon, Wang Hao's task of breaking through into a martial marquis and completing the underworld fruit spread throughout the training camp. Everyone was buzzing with envy and jealousy. Wang Hao's talent was too scary. Not only had his strength soared, even his realm had broken through to the martial marquis realm. Did you hear that Wang Hao completed the underworld fruit mission? It also broke through to become a martial marquis. Nonsense, who doesn't know about this? Throughout the training camp, it said that Wang Hao killed the primordial battle marquis level magical beast, the spectral wolf. What a demon. I've also heard that Wang Hao was only a martial general 7-star strength a while ago. Alas! How come we don't have such a powerful buddy? Ha ha! You don't think about it, Wang Hao was the one who destroyed the underworld wolf pack. I reckon he could blow you up with one punch. Humph! Who doesn't know how to brag? Let's compare when he comes. Wang Hao's breakthrough has created huge waves in the training camp. Inside the training camp, a few people from the Magic City Martial Arts University were partying. How did Wang Hao's strength become so strong? Isn't he only at the martial general realm? Shangguan Yunza asked incredulously. I heard that Wang Hao completed the underworld fruit quest and killed an early-stage battle marquis level magical beast. His strength is definitely more than simply a beginning martial marquis, Zhang Wendian said. No matter what, Wang Hao is already the pride of our Magic City Martial University training camp. You guys must work hard to catch up with him and not be left behind by him, Qiu Hongguan said solemnly. And the crowd nodded in agreement. Chapter 115 The Four Directions Shake. On the other hand, Chen Yuhang from Kyoto Martial University was both shocked and angry when he learned of Wang Hao's strength breakthrough. Shocked at Wang Hao's talent. Angry at the fact that the person he despised 2 weeks ago now had the strength to call his bluff. He had felt that he was an extremely talented martial artist. At the Kyoto Martial University, as a student leader and having broken through to become a martial marquis at a young age, he thought that his talent was already good enough. He thought that as powerful as Wang Hao was, it was simply impossible to cross over to become a martial marquis without half a year's time. However, reality slapped him hard. Wang Hao had not only completed the underworld fruit quest, his strength had skyrocketed and he had also reached the martial marquis realm. This speed was simply terrifying. At first, 2 weeks ago, he clearly stated that Wang Hao was not worthy of being his opponent. This damned brat, he even hid his strength, no wonder he dared to call me out. But don't be too happy, sooner or later I want you to lose your reputation. Chen Yuhang's eyes were red and his teeth were clenched. Ministry of Education, State of China. What? That kid Wang Hao made a breakthrough. At the Ministry of Education, an old man wearing a black Chinese mountain suit with a majestic face sat on a chair, his eyebrows slightly furrowed as he said, "Yes." The one who answered the old man was Secretary Li. "This little fellow, to have consecutive breakthroughs in a short period of time, it's really surprising." The black-clothed old man lamented. "This Wang Hao is indeed beyond all of our expectations." Secretary Li laughed, "His talent is too terrifying. We thought that he was out of his depth for taking on the task of the underworld fruit, and that he would most likely lose his life, so you even called Elder Lin to stop him from taking on the task. The speed of his strength increase is just too fast, it's simply beyond common sense." The black-clothed old man took a deep breath and said, "This little fellow's future is destined to be brilliant and incomparable, but let's hope he doesn't take the wrong path." And in the magic capital Martial University, the duo of Lin Yueliang and Su Xian were practicing martial arts in the school's training room. Although both of their looks could be called the school flower level in the Magic City Martial Arts University, very few boys went over to disturb them. Who didn't know that these two beauties were related to Wang Hao? Wang Hao was now more than just a newcomer king. Defeating Shangguan Yunzi, Wang Hao was already recognized as one of the strongest few in the Magic City Martial Arts University. Coupled with Wang Hao's status as a freshman, it could be said that Wang Hao would be the sole leader in the next 3 years at the Magic City Martial Arts University. Although the person was not in Magic City Wu University, the legend was still circulating. At this time, Shen Yunmeng walked over to the Lin Euro duo. Wang Hao is now making a name for himself in the entire country of China. Shen Yunmeng spoke up. After hearing Shen Yunmeng's words, Lin Yueliang and Su Xian both hurriedly looked and asked, "How is he now?" "My grandfather didn't expect it either. It turns out that his talent is so terrifying that he was promoted from Martial General to Martial Marquis realm in just a few months. It can be said that Wang Hao's talent has entered the eyes of the higher echelons of the Chinese government. He can definitely pass the selection to participate in the World Youth Competition this time." Shen Yunmeng explained. "I believe that Wang Hao will create miracles." Lin Euro's eyes glowed with light, extremely confident in Wang Hao. "Euro, Wang Hao's talent is so strong, those big powers won't be looking for Wang Hao to join their families, right?" Su Xian said with a smile. Once Su Xian said this, Lin Euro immediately fell silent. Although she very much hoped that Wang Hao would marry her, but when Su Xian said this, she inexplicably lost her heart. Her own Lin group only had some power in Linchuan City. But just in the Magic City Wuda, there are quite a few who are in better condition than themselves. After all, martial arts cultivation was extremely money-consuming, and those who were able to join the Magic City Martial Arts University. Apart from Wang Hao, who was an anomaly with a system like this, many people actually had quite a lot of assets at home. Not to mention that Kyoto, the center city of China, had many big powers in it, and Wang Hao's talent was attracting the attention of these big powers. "If Wang Hao really wants to marry another woman, I can't stop him," Lin Euro said with a bitter smile. He. "Sister Euro, you won't be jealous, right?" Su Xian asked mischievously. "Jealous? How could I be jealous?" Lin Euro blanked Su Xian and pouted. Su Xian smiled cheekily and pulled Lin Euro's jade hand and said, "Sister Euro, I'm teasing you. Don't worry. Aren't you clear about Wang Hao's character? If he dares to mess around, let him know how powerful we are." In the office of the Magic City Mercenary League, Zhang Jingyi was dressed in a black uniform suit, her hair hanging over her shoulder, her watery eyes sparkling with light, and her pretty face showing a bit of coldness and arrogance. The body is slender and concave and convex, the curves are exposed, long and slender legs wrapped in flesh-colored stockings, and the legs are wrapped in flesh-colored stockings, and the legs are wrapped in flesh-colored stockings. Zhang Jingyi's white hand rested on her delicate chin, her eyes looking out of the window, not knowing what to think about. "Manager Zhang, this is the information you wanted to probe." The assistant then walked over to her with a cup of coffee and placed the coffee and documents in front of her. Zhang Jingyi returned to her senses and picked up the document on the table and flipped through it carefully. After a long time, she raised her head and said softly, "Is the little guy also a Martial Marquis powerhouse now?" An 18-year-old Martial Marquis powerhouse, no wonder he has attracted the attention of so many people. The corners of his mouth then curled up slightly, his eyes filled with pride as he murmured, "It really didn't disappoint me." Wang Hao, who was in the training camp at this time, didn't pay any attention to the voices from the outside world. Wang Hao was going to take another underworld fruit to boost his soul power before refining the Dragon Blood Potion. Wang Hao was going to refine the Dragon Blood Potion with the blood of the primary battle marquee magical beast Spectral Wolf. Along with the increase in the level of the magical beast's blood, the difficulty of refining the Dragon's Blood Potion also increased, comparable to the difficulty of refining a B-grade potion. Wang Hao took out the underworld fruit and prepared to take it. The first time he took the underworld fruit, it increased his soul power by 1,000 points. After breaking through to become a martial marquis, the soul force also increased along with the upper limit of the realm breakthrough as well. After Wang Hao took the underworld fruit, he immediately sat down on the ground with his knees crossed, running the Flood Blood Emperor technique to refine the medicinal effects of the underworld fruit and improve his soul power, refining the majestic aura in his body. The energy within Wang Hao's body was like hot magma, frantically flowing through the tendons and veins, filtering through the meridians, and ultimately converging in the spirit sea. Energy rushed through Wang Hao's brain like a river breaking its banks, gradually forming a vortex with a constant influx of energy. With the influx of energy from the underworld fruit, the originally empty spirit sea in his head became wider, and his true essence rotated several times faster, with the center of the vortex faintly flickering with a dazzling silver aura. Wang Hao's brain began to ache, and the vortex in the spirit sea became more and more urgent, as if something was pulling, and it hurt so much that Wang Hao almost fainted. Wang Hao stifled a grunt, his face was as pale as paper, beads of sweat seeped out from his forehead, and bean-sized drops of sweat slid down. Chapter 116 Third Level of the Trial Tower. Suddenly, Wang Hao's head shook violently. The entire head was in excruciating pain, as if it was being stabbed by needles, as if it was about to explode. Boundless pain traveled from the head to the entire body, aching to the bone marrow, as if the entire person was about to explode. Wang Hao clenched his teeth, his forehead veins rose, and his fists clenched. Beads of sweat dripped down his temples, showing what kind of pain he had endured. After half an hour, the tearing pain finally subsided, and a clear feeling came from the mind. Wang Hao opened his eyes shot out two streams of refined light, clenched his fists, and his entire body erupted with an appalling aura that shook the entire room. Wang Hao stood up and waved his right arm a bit, feeling the growth of his soul power. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. Wang Hao looked at the system. The first time it increased 1,000 points of soul force. The second time he took it, it increased his soul power by 800 points. Wang Hao came to the gravity room, and previously, since Wang Hao had 20 hours of gravity room usage, completing the quest for the spectral fruit, the quest rewarded 28 hours of gravity chamber usage. Wang Hao decided to use 5 times gravity. Previously Wang Hao had adapted to 4 times gravity for training with the help of the dragon blood reagent. Although he was now a 2-star martial marquis, one of them was a 1-star strength boosted with the help of the system. Wang Hao needed to consolidate his current realm in the environment of the gravity room. After Wang Hao entered the gravity room, he immediately felt the pressure from the 5 times gravity of the gravity room. He almost fell directly to his knees, but Wang Hao was still holding on. Clenching his teeth and enduring the immense pain, his body was sweating and his muscles were trembling. Wang Hao slowly stood up, his body's veins rippling up as if he were a gnarled branch towering over him. His entire body's clothes were in shreds, his skin was red, like a burned shrimp, and the bones on his body creaked as if they would burst open at any moment. Wang Hao endured the pain, adjusted the rhythm of his breathing, and slowly adapted to the pressure on his body. Wang Hao cultivated the Flood Blood Emperor technique to temper his true essence in flesh. 5 hours later, Wang Hao's entire body was now drenched in sweat, and his body emitted a strong fishy odor. The muscles of his entire body took on a dark yellow color, and a faint blood mist also surfaced on the surface, which looked horrifying. Wang Hao stretched his muscles and bones, and crackling crunching sounds came from all over his body, soothing and refreshing. Wang Hao felt that not only was his flesh strengthened now, his true essence had also condensed quite a bit. An hour later, Wang Hao exited from the gravity chamber and wiped the sweat off his forehead. With a faint smile on his face, it looked like he had already adapted to this quadruple gravity. Wang Hao rested for a moment and then prepared to enter the gravity room to cultivate the instantaneous stacking shadow steps and the flood sword cannon. Wang Hao walked into the gravity room, adjusted his state, and started practicing the instantaneous body stacking shadow steps. In a flash, Wang Hao disappeared into the gravity chamber. Wang Hao's figure changed positions in instantaneous movement, left and right, up or down, forward and back. Each instantaneous movement left a residual shadow, which gradually disappeared, and eventually only one figure remained, which was Wang Hao's real body. A stance, a movement, all very coherent. Wang Hao's movements were simple, but they were filled with a bizarre power. The third level of the realm, instantaneous body, required that when one performed an instantaneous movement, one's body was like a ghost, erratic and elusive, making it impossible to defend against it, and it could be considered both offensive and defensive. Wang Hao kept moving within the gravity chamber, tirelessly practicing the instantaneous body stacked shadow steps. After practicing for an entire day in the cultivation room, Wang Hao didn't feel the slightest bit sleepy, but instead was in high spirits. This was because he felt the surging power contained within his body. When Wang Hao came out of the gravity room, the soldiers on guard were also extremely shocked. After spending a full 24 hours in the gravity chamber's 5 times environment, Wang Hao's physical quality was extremely terrifying. No wonder he had made such a big name for himself in the training camp. Wang Hao returned to his room and began to modulate the dragon blood reagent. Using the blood of a war marquis level magical beast was obviously much more effective than using the blood of a war general level magical beast in the first place. Wang Hao took off his clothes and immersed himself in the wooden barrel, running the Tai Shang Hua Long skill to absorb the reagent medicinal power. Wang Hao operated the Supreme Dragon transformation skill, and the cells in his body crazily devoured the medicinal power. Boom! Wang Hao felt that his skin was undergoing a metamorphosis, and the magazines and stains on his skin were being eliminated. Half an hour later, Wang Hao opened his eyes, two cold lights shot out from his eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a smile of satisfaction. After the reagent baptism, Wang Hao's skin was also white and delicate, stronger and more powerful. He felt that he was not far away from the fourth layer of the Tai Shan Hua Long skill, the membrane refining stage, and estimated that he would master this layer without much time. Waking up the next day, Wang Hao decided to head to the trial tower. Only the higher one's points ranking was, the longer the duration of the gravity chamber one would obtain. The benefits of the gravity room for himself were indeed not small. Not only could he strengthen his physical strength, but practicing martial arts in it, especially body martial arts, was twice as effective. Wang Hao came to the staff. The staff is now extremely polite to Wang Hao. After Wang Hao came to his room, he put on his consciousness helmet. The scene in Wang Hao's eyes changed, and the spatial scene turned into a mountain forest. At this time, 100 middle-ranked battle general level magical beasts, dark-winged tigers, appeared. Wang Hao familiarized himself with his own body, the body of an ordinary martial general 6-star martial artist. With a thought, a sharp sword appeared in Wang Hao's hand. Faced with hundreds of mid-stage battle general level magical beasts, Wang Hao did not panic. Compared to the first time, not only had his strength broken through to become a Marquis of Martial Arts 2-star, but he also possessed the A-ranked high-level stance technique instantaneous stacked shadow steps and the S-ranked middle-ranked martial arts technique flooding sword cannon. Wang Hao used the instantaneous stacking shadow steps to weave through the dark-winged tigers with shocking speed, and in the blink of an eye, Wang Hao killed a few dark-winged tigers. Blinking one after another, he moved quickly to avoid the attacks of the dark-winged tigers. At the same time, he executed the second-style windswept sword from the Flood Sword Codex. As soon as the sword move was performed, all the wind elements within a radius of thousands of meters gathered together, forming a huge whirlwind that swept towards those dark-winged tigers. In an instant, the black pressurized piece of dark-winged tiger was crushed by the whirlwind, turning into countless black powders floating with the wind and filling the space. Wang Hao swung his rapier once again, whipping the area into a violent hurricane that ravaged these dark-winged tigers. As soon as the sword stabbed out, endless sharp edges exploded out as if it could tear apart the sky, instantly decapitating more than a dozen dark-winged tigers. Immediately afterward, Wang Hao continued to perform his instantaneous stacking shadow steps to avoid the pursuit of the dark-winged tigers, and continued to perform his sword technique to strangle the dark-winged tigers. The remaining dark-winged tigers were not afraid, and dozens of them surrounded Wang Hao with extraordinary ferocity, opening their teeth and claws as if they wanted to tear Wang Hao into pieces. Wang Hao snorted coldly, stomped on the ground with his right foot, rushed up to the sky, and flipped several times in the air to land in the dark-winged tiger group. Chapter 117, third in the points ranking. Wang Hao had a cold face and didn't even look at it as he directly wielded his rapier. Bang! A dark-winged tiger was stabbed to death by Wang Hao. Wang Hao swung his legs to dodge the attack of a dark-winged tiger. The sharp sword then directly pierced its chest, and another dark-winged tiger was knocked down. Wang Hao was invincible, and wherever he went, the dark-winged tigers were killed. The aura on Wang Hao's body gradually climbed, and his thick true essence surged, emitting a strong might. Roar! The dark-winged tiger roared, desperately lunging towards Wang Hao. Wang Hao was fearless, with a cold face, still wielding his rapier to fight with the dark-winged tiger. Bang bang bang! The dark-winged tigers were all blown away by Wang Hao and smashed in the distance. Ow! A dark-winged tiger wailed and was split in two by Wang Hao's blade, blood spraying and staining the earth. Pooh pooh! The other 7 or 8 dark-winged tigers took the opportunity to pounce, but they couldn't even get close to Wang Hao, and were instead killed by Wang Hao's sword. Bang! A dark-winged tiger was kicked away by Wang Hao, breaking a sky-high ancient tree and falling to the ground, alive or dead. Wang Hao roared up to the sky, his domineering aura sweeping across the 4 fields, shocking the 8 directions. Wang Hao gave a cold shout and killed the last dark-winged tiger with a sharp sword in his hand. Finally, hundreds of dark-winged tiger corpses were then lying in this mountain forest. Blood dyed this patch of grass red. Wang Hao, holding a sharp sword and covered in blood, stood between the corpses of the dark-winged tigers with an astonishing aura, looking out of the corner of his eye. Phew! Wang Hao exhaled a turbid breath, calming the agitation in his heart. At this time, the scene in Wang Hao's eyes changed, and the scene in front of him turned into a mountain forest. Wang Hao understood that he was entering the 4th level of the trial tower. Wang Hao's body on the 4th level was that of a 9-star martial artist with a sharp sword. What appeared in Wang Hao's eyes at this time was 100 high-level battle general magical beasts saber-toothed tigers. The last time Wang Hao's scoreboard saw the first place in Jion's battle amplitude was 4.5. It also meant that he had killed 50 high-level warlord-type magical beasts on the 4th floor. This was actually extremely difficult for a War Marquis class martial artist. Even Xiao Hongguang hadn't broken through to the 4th floor of the trial tower, and his battle amplitude was 3.9. Wang Hao gripped his sword tightly. He estimated that it would be hard for him to pass the fourth level of the trial tower this time, and he would kill as many as he could. Wang Hao used the instantaneous spy shadow steps and directly rushed towards the saber-toothed tiger. Just as Wang Hao rushed over, he was attacked by dozens of claw marks. Boom! Wang Hao raised his long sword to block one of the sword marks, and then, with the help of the rebound force, he leapt into mid-air and landed in another spot. Boom! Wang Hao's foot stepped on the ground, and an explosive sound came out. Swish! Just then, a saber-toothed tiger rushed over from the side and opened its bloody mouth to bite at Wang Hao's head. Clang! Wang Hao sidestepped and dodged. His arm swung his sharp sword violently, piercing through the neck of this saber-toothed tiger. The saber-toothed struggled twice before completely losing its breath of life. At the same time, the rest of the saber-toothed tigers also gathered around and surrounded Wang Hao. The saber-toothed tigers were very fast. Wang Hao executed the instantaneous spy shadow steps and was ultimately a hair slower, and his chest was scratched by the claws of a saber-toothed tiger. Wang Hao's chest was scratched and blood flowed. Swish! Wang Hao swung the hilt of his sword and ruthlessly stabbed above the head of a saber-toothed tiger, which was killed on the spot. Roar! The other saber-toothed tiger roared, opening its mouth and spewing out a flame, attacking towards Wang Hao. Wang Hao revolved his true essence and performed the Purple Emperor sword technique, blasting it out hard, shattering the flame, and continuing his charge. Boom! Wang Hao and the saber-toothed tigers fought hard, and Wang Hao stabbed his sword into the chest of a saber-toothed tiger. However, the other saber-toothed tiger seized the opportunity and opened its bloody mouth to bite Wang Hao's neck. If bitten, Wang Hao would be killed on the spot. In an emergency, Wang Hao used the soul martial skill Breaking Spirit skill, causing this saber-toothed tiger to instantly blank out its brain. Wang Hao seized the moment and stopped its head left and right. Ka-ching! A crisp sound of bones breaking came, and the saber-toothed tiger's head was actually twisted off by Wang Hao. Wang Hao let go of his right arm, and his left hand grabbed the saber-toothed tiger's head and violently yanked it, and it was instantly drenched in blood. Wang Hao threw away the saber-toothed tiger's corpse, picked up the bloody sword, and continued to fight the saber-toothed tiger. Wang Hao took a deep breath. His eyes had been filled with blood-red color, and his entire body exuded a terrifyingly ferocious aura that was chilling. Clang! Wang Hao's right hand grasped the sharp sword tightly, his left leg was raised in a chopping stance, and the muscles of his entire body were tensed in a defensive stance. Wang Hao's eyes revealed a strong battle intent, and his desire to fight was explosive. However, Wang Hao had also already suffered many wounds, and with such an intense battle, Wang Hao was prepared to fight bravely. Wang Hao gripped the hilt of his sword and prepared to execute the third style of the Flood Sword Codex, the Raging Sea Tumbling Sword. Wang Hao had never successfully performed this move before. This time, Wang Hao wanted to try to see if he could break through his limits in a life-and-death situation. The third style of the Flood Sword Cannon, Sea of Rage. Wang Hao let out a low gulp, and the rapier in his hand blossomed with a brilliant sword aura. The sword aura flashed, and the rapier in Wang Hao's hand seemed to come to life, surprisingly emitting a clanging sound like a dragon's roar, as if it was catering to the sword in Wang Hao's hand. At this moment, Wang Hao felt as if he was in control of the rapier, able to control it as he wished. The rapier in Wang Hao's hand swung out, forming waves that swept through the 8 directions with a monstrous pressure. Roar! The saber-toothed tiger group opposite Wang Hao sensed the danger and roared. Wow! A surge of raging sword chi coalesced in front of Wang Hao, forming a monstrous wave that slapped toward the saber-toothed tigers. Rumble! There was a huge sound, and these saber-toothed tigers were flipped over, screaming miserably. However, they still couldn't escape being crushed by the sword chi. The power of this move was greater than Wang Hao expected though, and this strike consumed a large amount of Wang Hao's true essence. Roar! The remaining saber-toothed tigers became even more manic at the sight, hissing and frantically attacking Wang Hao. Wang Hao couldn't resist after all, and was killed by the saber-toothed tigers even though he tried to kill a few more of them with his serious injuries. When Wang Hao woke up, the tension of the battle between life and death still lingered in Wang Hao's mind. Only after an hour had passed did Wang Hao slow down. This consciousness simulator truly restored the feeling of battle. However, it is a pity that the number is too small. If it can be popularized, it will have a great improvement for the strength enhancement of martial artists. But even in the training camp where the strongest young generation in China is concentrated, the government can only guarantee that a person can use it up to 3 times a month. When Wang Hao went out, the staff was looking at Wang Hao in surprise. Because he had seen Wang Hao's score of 4.3 in the trial tower. This meant that Wang Hao's trial tower score was ranked 3rd in the training camp, and this score would cause another wave of buzz in the training tower when it got out. In combination with the fact that Wang Hao was now less than 19 years old, such talent was as terrifying as it was. Chapter 118 Jealous Chen Yuhang. Wang Hao decided to go to the place where the battle power value was tested. I didn't realize that there were quite a lot of people at the place where the battle power value test was conducted today. A lot of people came here to test. Not only was Su Rui a few people from the Magic City Martial Arts University present, even Chen Yuhang was there. Chen Yuhang looked at Wang Hao. This kid has been in the limelight lately, so it's a good time to see what strength he is now. Chen Yuhang was actually a very conceited person at heart. Although Wang Hao has been very popular lately, Chen Yuhang doesn't think that he is weaker than Wang Hao now. As the leader of the Kyoto Martial Arts University himself, he thought that his talent was not weaker than others. Su Rui was wearing a white tracksuit today, her long hair flowing, her delicate face, snowy skin, and her cherry-like lips slightly curled up, revealing her stunningly beautiful smile. Coupled with that icy temperament, it was like a fairy coming out of a painting. Su Rui, on the other hand, kept staring at Wang Hao, her eyes flashing with anticipation. Wang Hao arrived at the battle strength test monument place. Wang Hao decided to use the second style of the Flood Sword Codex, the Windswept Sword. Just now, Wang Hao made a breakthrough between life and death to master the third style of the Flood Sword Cannon. However, Wang Hao had not yet mastered the third style skillfully. As far as the battle power value test was concerned, the second style of the Flood Sword Codex was sufficient. As an S-class sword skill, and with Wang Hao having the addition of the sword intent talent, the sword skill's power was comparable to a 5-star strike from a martial marquis. Wang Hao took a deep breath and gripped the rhyming frost sword. The second style of the Flood Sword Cannon, Wind Swirl. Wang Hao let out a low gulp as his entire body's true essence condensed into the rhythmic frost sword, and a sword light flashed out. A brilliant light emanated from above the sword's blade, containing unrivaled might as it slashed towards the battle force pillar. Immediately afterward, a powerful sword chi surged out towards the front. This sword chi carried an incomparably sharp momentum, as if it could tear through the void and cut through the heavens. This sword chi swept across the entire test square like a gale, causing a burst of dust to fly. Rumble! Deafening explosions resounded throughout the entire test square. The many trainees in the testing square were astonished, and they all raised their heads to look at the huge battle strength test monument in the center of the testing square. Only a line of eye-catching words appeared on the battle power monument. Battle power assessment data display, 51. All the trainees who saw this scene couldn't help but twitch up the corners of their mouths, sucking in cool air as their faces revealed a look of surprise. They were all surprised by this data. So powerful? Surprisingly, the value shows 51. Chen Yuhang also froze, staring dumbfounded at what was happening in front of him. Wang Hao's strike just now had reached a power of 51, which meant that Wang Hao could reach the 5-star strength of a martial marquis in a single strike. It was simply unbelievable. Su Rui saw Wang Hao's performance. On the other hand, she revealed a smile that was as mesmerizing as an iceberg melting. She knew that Wang Hao was very strong, but she didn't expect it to be as strong as this. The data on the test steel soon spread throughout the entire battle strength test square. What? Wang Hao's strength has progressed so fast. It's unlikely. Wang Hao is only 18 years old. Has this reached the strength level of fierce people like in Zhiyong and Li Yuqing? Holy! At 18 years old, he can utilize the 5-star attack power of a martial marquis? Has this world gone crazy? What strength did I have when I was 18? Under the battle strength test monument, almost all of the trainees were shocked, and they simply didn't believe that Wang Hao had this kind of terrifying strength. Everyone couldn't believe what they were seeing. The data on the battle strength test tablet did indeed represent Wang Hao's strength, and Wang Hao's strength had progressed horribly. Chen Yuhang clenched his fists to the point of creaking, his gaze revealing jealousy and anger. Wang Hao, this bastard, had actually gotten stronger again. His heart was very unbalanced. On what grounds? Why did Wang Hao always get stronger? At this time, the latest scoreboard of the training camp came out. First place, in Zhiyong, battle value 53 points, battle amplitude 4.5, points 238.5. Second place, Li Yuqing, battle power value 52 points, battle amplitude 4.3, points 223.6. Third place, Wang Hao, battle power value 51 points, battle amplitude 4.3, points 219.3 points. Fourth place, Liang Ziyu, with 51 battle power points, 4.2 battle amplitude, and 214.2 points. Fifth place, Zhen Jiahao, battle power value 50 points, battle amplitude 4.2, points 210. Eighth place, Shen Yuhang, battle power value 48 points, battle amplitude 4.1, 196.8 points. 11th place, Xiu Hongguan, battle power value 46 points, battle amplitude 3.9, points 179.4. Wang Hao had successfully promoted to the third place in the battle power list, causing many people to be incomparably envious and jealous. Wang Hao, stop right there. A sudden bellowing cry woke up the crowd. The crowd turned their heads to see that it turned out to be Chen Yuhang. At this moment, Chen Yuhang's finger was pointing at Wang Hao with a gnashing of teeth. What, you have a problem? Wang Hao turned back and asked. Wang Hao, I wanted to compete with you before and was blocked by Xiu Hongguan. Do you want to compete with me this time? Chen Yuhang understood that if he didn't defeat Wang Hao would become a demon in his own cultivation process. Although Wang Hao's scoreboard ranking was higher than his own, he still had a crushing trick that he didn't use in the battle test. Chen Yuhang had to admit that Wang Hao's talent frightened him. If he didn't defeat Wang Hao now, then it would be very difficult for him to defeat Wang Hao afterward. Oh? Are you sure you want to compete with me? My current ranking is higher than yours. Wang Hao asked, seemingly somewhat interested. After all, he had competed with Li Hongyang before. Chen Yuhang made things difficult for himself at every turn, and he still had some issues with him. Chen Yuhang coldly stared at Wang Hao and said word for word, of course. With that, Chen Yuhang walked towards Wang Hao. The surrounding people immediately retreated for fear of being affected as they made room for the two to compete. In that case, come on. Wang Hao gripped the rhythmic frost sword tightly and assumed a welcoming stance. Both of them released a strong aura, and the air around them seemed to freeze as the atmosphere became tense. Chen Yuhang is going to fight Wang Hao. This fight is sure to be very intense. This fight is sure to be exciting. Hey, let's wait and see. Both of them can be top 10 martial artists on the scoreboard, so it's a good time to see how Wang Hao's third-ranked actual combat ability is. The surrounding trainees murmured, all of them concentrating and preparing to watch this match. Chen Yuhua's fighting style was more inclined towards close-quarters combat. His physical quality was also beyond the average. Chen Yuhang clenched his right hand into a fist, his body's true essence surging, thick and majestic, like a tidal wave surging into his fist, forming a dense mist that emanated a dangerous aura. Wang Hao, on the other hand, was gripping the rhyming frost sword. Seeing this, Chen Yuhang let out a cold snort, his feet stepped on the weird pace and rushed over, his fists were ferocious, and he blasted his fist at Wang Hao's chest, bringing with him a harsh astral wind. Chapter 119 Strongly Defeated. Good timing. Wang Hao raised the rhyming frost sword on his right arm. Performing the fourth style of the Purple Emperor sword technique, Purple Emperor boundary breaking, he clashed hard with Chen Yuhang's fist. There was a muffled bang sound, and a powerful rebound force came from it, causing Chen Yuhang to involuntarily fly backwards. Hiss. When the crowd saw this scene, they all sucked in a breath of cool air. This Wang Hao is too formidable. That punch from Chen Yuhang just now wasn't simple. That strike should have reached the level of a 3-star martial marquee, containing powerful dark energy and true essence. I didn't expect Wang Hao to directly break the punch with his sword technique. Moreover, this sword technique is still different from the sword technique that Wang Hao used to test his battle power, so it's obvious that Wang Hao has left some strength behind. It's so cool. Wang Hao, awesome. The surrounding people were shocked that Wang Hao's battle power was actually so formidable. Eat another punch from me. Chen Yuhang climbed up from the ground, roared, and pounced on Wang Hao once again. Chen Yuhang waved his huge iron fist and smashed at Wang Hao like a cannonball. The corner of Wang Hao's mouth sketched out a trace of contempt as his right arm was slightly curved, violently straightened out, and stabbed out with a sword. This sword was plain and unadorned, but it carried a flavor that was subtle to the extreme. Boom! Chen Yuhang flew backwards again, his face flushed red as he spat out a mouthful of blood, clearly injured. The surrounding crowd was in an uproar. This Wang Hao's strength was actually as terrifying as this. Chen Yuhang was the 8th-ranked expert on the scoreboard, but he was simply crushed by Wang Hao. Wang Hao did not move, but Chen Yuhang was like a broken kite flying out backwards, hitting the wall and sliding down. Put! Chen Yuhang spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes were round and full of disbelief. Wang Hao's strength had far surpassed his. This kind of crushing combat power completely exploded Chen Yuhang. Chen Yuhang was no match at all. This made Chen Yuhang's brain already fuzzy. Wang Hao, you have bullied people too much. This is you forcing me to use the killer move. Don't blame me if you get seriously injured. Chen Yuhang wiped off the blood from the corner of his mouth and said fiercely. Chen Yuhang's chi surged, his whole body muscles bulged, the whole person swelled up like blowing air, and his skin became red like blood, as if magma had been poured over it. Crossing his fists, his body leaned forward, assuming a bow stance, his legs tensed up, and a majestic true essence converged above his arms, forming a powerful might. Rumble. Wang Hao narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing that Chen Yuhang's strength had increased a lot. Chen Yuhang actually used a secret technique? At this moment, a nearby student exclaimed in shock. What's a secret method? This secret method is different from normal martial arts, forcibly raising one's strength with effects similar to a berserk potion. However, it is estimated that it will take at least a month for Chen Yuhang to recover after using it. Chen Yuhang is determined to fight Wang Hao this time. Wang Hao didn't have any nonsense. Since Chen Yuhang was ready to fight with himself, he wouldn't hold back. The second style of the Flood Sword Codex windswept. Wang Hao let out a low gulp and raised the rhythmic frost sword, running his body's true essence into the sword. In an instant, the sword flashed with a bright and dazzling light, blinding the crowd. Wang Hao held the sharp sword and chopped out violently. A sword chi that was about several feet long whistled out, tearing through the void and instantly arrived in front of Chen Yuhang. However, Chen Yuhang was not willing to show weakness, and the strength that had been forcibly raised using the secret method was also quite terrifying. He similarly swung his fist out, clashing hard with this sword chi. Boom! With an explosion, the sword chi and fist shadow annihilated each other, erupting in a blinding light. Both of their attacks were powerful, and neither could help each other. However, Wang Hao understood that if he continued to consume like this, his true essence would not be able to compare to Chen Yuhang, who had forcefully raised his strength, and the one who would lose in the end would definitely be himself. Wang Hao took a deep breath, the true essence in his body surged, and he mobilized all the true essence in his body, turning it into a monstrous flame that enveloped his entire body. In an instant, Wang Hao's aura climbed upwards, and his pupils burned with a blazing flame, the third style Raging Sea Turbulence. Wang Hao let out a low gulp, and his eyes shot out two hot eye rays as he held his sword blade and swept out violently. Only a loud sonic boom could be heard as Wang Hao's sword intent swept out. Boom! Chen Yuhang was knocked back a dozen meters, his sternum collapsed, his ribs broke, and his mouth opened to spray out a large amount of blood, staining his lapel red. Plop sound, Chen Yuhang kneeled on the ground, both knees kneeling on the ground, knees broken, blood gurgling out, staining his clothes red. Understood. Wang Hao put away his flood sword intent and said indifferently, I lost. Chen Yuhang said through gritted teeth. Chen Yuhang unexpectedly admitted defeat. It seems that Wang Hao's third place is well deserved. Yeah. This Wang Hao is too strong. The crowd murmured. This Wang Hao is really powerful. I wonder what kind of cards he is hiding that he hasn't revealed yet. Wang Hao didn't pay attention to the murmurs of the people around him, and after greeting Su Rue and the others, he left to answer his room. The matter of Wang Hao defeating Chen Yuhang and becoming the third place in the training camp standings caused an uproar in the outside world. An old man was resting his eyes in a courtyard somewhere within the training camp. Suddenly, he stood up violently, his eyes blossoming with a brilliant light. What a dense sword intent! Which sword Dao genius is this? No, this sword intent unexpectedly implies a peculiar sword intent. This martial art is at least a grade advanced or above. The old man mused. At the Kyoto Ministry of Education building, an old man in a tang suit laughed. It seems that with Wang Hao as a secret weapon, the Chinese nation will probably do well in the World Youth Competition. At this time, the news had also reached the Magic City. The vice-governor of the Magic Capital base chatted with Lin Lao. This student of yours is really progressing faster and faster, and is now almost in the top 3 of the training camp rankings. This student of mine not only has outstanding talent, he does have some secrets of his own. Which genius doesn't have his own secrets? As long as he is fighting for us humans. At this time in the Magic Capital Martial University, Shen Yunmeng was cultivating when she suddenly received a phone call. Grandpa, why did you remember to call me? Shen Yunmeng was also a bit puzzled when she saw that it was her grandfather calling. I came to care about my good granddaughter. How is she doing in Magic City Wudu University? It's not bad. It's not like Kyoto Wudu University that pursues family power too much. The atmosphere of freedom is a bit more. If my granddaughter sees any young talents at school, she can try to socialize more. Young people need to communicate more with each other. We're too old to talk to you young people. When Shen Yunmeng heard her grandfather's words, she didn't understand what they meant for a moment and felt a bit puzzled. Chapter 120, Constant Enhancement. Wang Hao was in a hurry to return to his room because just now, during the battle with Chen Yuhang, Wang Hao had sensed the sword intent contained in the third style of the Flood Sword Code. In regards to sword intent, back then, Elder Lin had taught himself to feel the sword intent contained in sword techniques. Every sword technique actually had a soul, and Wang Hao felt a kind of sword intent when he performed the Flood Sword technique. This kind of sword intent should be the Flood Sword intent. For Wang Hao, this sword intent needed to be constantly and repeatedly cultivated and sensed by himself. Only on the basis of deeply understanding and comprehending this sword intent could Wang Hao better utilize the power of the Flood Sword technique. Wang Hao was in the cultivation room, repeatedly practicing the Flood Sword skill. During the process of practicing the sword skill, Wang Hao suddenly wanted to feel out what the newly added Xian Huang force in the system was good for. Wang Hao used 20 million kryptonite points to increase his Xian Huang power by 20 points. Wang Hao silently recited use Xian Huang power. Wang Hao then felt a surge of power into his body. Wang Hao then swung out the rhythmic frost sword, and a powerful might was sent out, and the sword she stirred. Boom! A giant sword mark appeared in front of Wang Hao's body, directly slicing the wall in half. Wang Hao was shocked. Nima, how did the power become so terrifying? Wang Hao looked at his hands in shock. Adding the power of Xian Huang, he could exert such great power. However, the strike just now cost 5 points of Xian Huang power, which meant that Wang Hao's strike just now consumed 5 million alliance coins. Subsequently, Wang Hao tested the power brought by Xian Huang force a few more times. In the end, Wang Hao determined that with the addition of the Xian Huang force, the power was much stronger than the original. If he himself now mastered the sword intent and added the Xian Huang force, this martial skill was going to be even more powerful. I never thought that this system update of Xian Huang force would be so useful. However, one's use of Xian Huang power was not unlimited. Right now, one's flesh was estimated to be able to withstand 20 points of Xian Huang force's bonus at a time, which meant that one's strongest strike would consume 20 million alliance coins. It seemed like it was still necessary to keep cultivating the strength of one's physical body. Subsequently, Wang Hao then sank his teeth into his cultivation and spent 500 million alliance coins to purchase the Dragon Blood Reagent Potion. During the following 2 months, Wang Hao didn't have a high profile like before and had been constantly strengthening his physical body and practicing sword techniques to master the flood sword intent. The effect was also obvious. Wang Hao had now reached the 5th layer of the vein practicing stage of the Taishan Dragon transformation skill. His own physical strength had increased significantly, becoming tougher and tougher. At the same time, as the level of the magical beast blood in the dragon's blood reagent increased, it seemed to contain some special power to improve one's physical body. This was the only reagent that Wang Hao had seen whose grade could still be continuously raised. The instantaneous folding shadow step had also improved significantly, having mastered the 4th layer of folding shadow. As for sword techniques, the 3rd style of the flood sword skill, Wang Hao had already skillfully used it. But the mastery of sword intent was not enough. Sword intent, Wang Hao roughly estimated that if complete mastery was 10% sword intent. Nowadays, the flood sword intent Wang Hao had only mastered 40%. Only after completely penetrating the sword intent could the sword skill be cultivated to perfection. However, Wang Hao was not overly impatient. Many martial artists who cultivated sword techniques had not even touched the threshold of sword intent. Mastering 40% of the sword intent of an S-rank middle-order sword technique was actually already considered a very impressive achievement. Wang Hao checked the system information. Age, 18. Kryptonite, 1 billion points. Strength, Wuho 2-star, B-rank apothecary. Aura value, 250,000 points plus, can be promoted to Martial King by reaching 1 million points. Soul power, 9,400 points plus, reaching 10,000 points will allow you to become a Class A apothecary. Xian Huang power, 0 points every million kryptonite points raises 1 point of Xian Huang power. Storage space, for square meters plus, increase by 1 square meter for every 100 million Li coins. One's bank card still has 3.5 billion. His own physical strength had increased in the last 2 months, and he could use the kryptonite points to continue to improve his strength. Wang Hao meditated and used 500 million kryptonite points to bring his aura value to the threshold of 300,000 points. Wang Hao revolved the Flood Blood Emperor technique and prepared to break through the 3-star threshold of Martial Marquis. A huge energy flowed into Wang Hao's body and began to impact the bottleneck of the Martial Marquis realm. Majestic red energy drilled out from the pores of Wang Hao's entire body. Wang Hao's skin began to slowly turn red, his face flushed red, and his breathing became ragged. Time passed by, and the true essence energy emanating from Wang Hao's body became more and more dense. Suddenly Wang Hao opened his eyes, his gaze shining like a sharp sword. Ka-ching! The bottleneck at the peak of the Martial Marquis 2-star was broken and the breakthrough was successful. After the breakthrough, Wang Hao felt as light as a swallow and was filled with strength. After feeling his body, he hadn't reached his limit yet. After Wang Hao recharged 500 million kryptonite points, Wang Hao then decided to continue using 1 billion kryptonite points to raise his aura value to the 400,000 threshold. Wang Hao continued to run the Flood Blood Emperor technique, and due to the fact that he had just broken through 1 star before, this time, the difficulty was obviously higher than breaking through the 3 stars of Martial Marquis. Wang Hao absorbed aura and converted it into true essence, repeatedly impacting the barrier of Martial Marquis 4 stars. Boom! The barrier of the Martial Marquis 4-star was shattered, and the aura madly surged into Wang Hao's body and kept growing Wang Hao's Dantian. The Dantian held a massive amount of true essence, and Wang Hao felt the Dantian filling up with true essence and hurriedly sat down to stabilize it. Wang Hao hurriedly sat down on his knees and stabilized his Dantian. Boom boom boom. The true essence in Wang Hao's Dantian was spinning rapidly, forming a small vortex. Afterward, Wang Hao controlled the true essence and slowly compressed it to continue strengthening the Dantian. With a loud bang, the aura on Wang Hao's body soared violently, and Wang Hao felt that the true essence energy in his body was overflowing. After 2 days of cultivation, Wang Hao had finally stabilized his Martial Marquis 4-star realm. Wang Hao wasn't going to enhance his aura value. The continuous growth of 2 stars of strength had already reached the limit of Wang Hao's power control. Enhancing the aura value further would instead be detrimental to Wang Hao's control of his power, and his combat power would instead degrade. Wang Hao used kryptonite points to enhance his soul power little by little, and after spending 50 million kryptonite points, his soul power finally grew to 9,900 points. Wang Hao was ready to take the underworld fruit to break through the 10,000 point mark of soul force and become a Class A apothecary. Wang Hao took out the spectral fruit, and after taking it this time, there were still 2 spectral fruits left. It was worthy of being a high-grade A medicinal herb, and the price was even comparable to the price of a low-grade S medicinal herb at the auction. In fact, after the mission was completed, the staff, including other martial artists, asked Wang Hao if he had any extra spectral fruits that he was willing to purchase at a high price. However, Wang Hao only admitted to acquiring 2, and the other spectral fruit had already been taken by himself. Wang Hao was prepared to take out one of the underworld fruits and give it to his teacher. Wang Hao took the spectral fruit, and a refreshing coolness slid down his throat and into his abdomen, reaching his stomach. Chapter 121 Class A Apothecary. The underworld fruit transformed into a pure energy traveling through Wang Hao's body. As the energy of the underworld fruit gradually integrated, Wang Hao felt as if his body was being roasted by fire, which was extremely painful. Luckily, the energy was only incorporated into the meridians and did not destroy them, or else Wang Hao definitely wouldn't have been able to hold on. Wang Hao immediately felt a stabbing pain in his stomach, and a hot flame burned in his abdomen, as if it was a furnace. Immediately afterward, the sizzling flames in his abdomen quickly spread towards his entire body, as if it was going to roast Wang Hao. Wang Hao gritted his teeth and held on. Because of this pain, Wang Hao felt as if the cells in his entire body were pulsing, over and over again. Wang Hao gritted his teeth and endured the pain, and Wang Hao's clothes were all wet. The energy began to pour into Wang Hao's mind, and the energy began to transform into soul power. Wang Hao's brain began to ache. Ah! Suddenly, a miserable scream came out. Wang Hao fell on the bed with his hands holding his head. Wang Hao tried to struggle to stand up, but he felt so weak and dizzy that he couldn't stand at all. Wang Hao shouted and clasped his head with both hands. The pain was incomparably hard, as if there were hundreds of ants crawling on his body, tearing at his nerves. Wang Hao knew that he was about to be unable to hold on. Wang Hao could only lie on the bed and wail in pain. Ah! Wang Hao felt like he was losing consciousness, his head felt like it was exploding. Wang Hao gritted his teeth and held on, not daring to pass out. Wang Hao understood that this was the critical moment to cross over to a class pharmacist, and was afraid that he would miss the opportunity. If he passed out, he would have missed this promotion opportunity. An hour, a whole hour, Wang Hao felt like he could barely hold himself up. Suddenly, the soul force in his mind was instantly enhanced as if it had exploded, and a surge of power swept through his entire body. Wang Hao felt physically and mentally relieved and incomparably pleasurable, as if he was in a hot spring and his body was warm. This feeling was maintained for a long time, and when Wang Hao woke up, he felt refreshed, as if he had been transformed. Was this an A-class apothecary? There's a huge difference between the soul power of a B-rank apothecary entirely. If Wang Hao's previous soul force was a small stream, nowadays his own soul force could be considered a river flow. This also allowed Wang Hao's soul force martial arts such as the Xian Yuan sword cannon and the breaking order technique to grow in power almost exponentially. Wang Hao glanced at his current information on the system. Age, 18. Kryptonite, 0 points. Strength, Wolho 4-star, Class A apothecary. Aura value, 410,000 points. Reaching 1 million points allows one to be promoted to Martial King. Soul power, 10,500 points plus. Reaching 30,000 points will allow you to become an S-rank apothecary. Xian Huang power, 0 points. Every million kryptonite points raises 1 point of Xian Huang power. Storage space, for square meters plus, increase by 1 square meter for every 100 million Li coins. One's bank card still has 3 billion. Wang Hao didn't need to use kryptonite points to enhance his aura value and soul power for the time being. However, Wang Hao could now use kryptonite points to transform into Xian Huang power. This was Wang Hao's biggest reliance in his current cross-level challenges. At this moment in the training camp, several middle-aged martial artists were sitting on a round table. These several martial artists were all at the Martial King level, and even the one in the very center was a Martial Emperor level martial artist. A middle-aged martial artist said, "In 10 more days this training camp will select 50 martial artists to represent our country of China in the World Young Martial Artist Competition. I wonder what results will be achieved this time." And Ji Yong has now broken through to Martial Marquis 5 stars, while Li Yuqing has also broken through to Martial Marquis 4 stars peak. These two can be considered our main players for the youth competition this time. What about Wang Hao, who was so popular a while ago? He's been a bit low-key these last 2 months. It's not good for young people to be high-profile all the time. Although Wang Hao's talent is strong, he's still too young. This competition is still centered around Ji Yong and Li Yuqing. Another middle-aged man at the round table said. At this time, the center martial emperor martial artist Wei Yang spoke. Next week, the top 50 on the training camp points list will travel to Australia to participate in the Youth Tower's top 32 selection. In the last competition, only 3 of us from China were selected for the top 32, and the one with the best result was only 5th. This has annoyed the higher echelons of the government. That's why our country of China suffered a great loss in the distribution of the resources of the blessed land at the other end of the underground passage. This time, the rewards for the participants must be large. I've heard that quite a few geniuses have appeared in the Celestial Kingdom, the European Union, Northern Russia, and the Americas, so don't be careless. The crowd nodded. While at the training camp, the news that the top 50 would be selected next week to represent China in the World Young Martial Artist Selection Competition flew out. In particular, the competition for the martial artists with points between the 40th and 60th places was almost at a white-hot stage. Everyone understood the importance that the Chinese government placed on this youth competition, and that it would definitely provide better resources to each participant. Moreover, everyone was a youth under 25 years old, who didn't want to win honor for their country and make a name for themselves in the world. But Wang Hao didn't pay too much attention to these fights in the training camp at this time, because he had long been recognized as the seeded player of the training camp. However, while Wang Hao was training, Su Rui found Wang Hao. Su Rui still had the temperament of an iceberg beauty, wearing a white short-sleeved t-shirt, revealing her snow-white arms, and the lower half of her body was jeans, outlining her slim and slender legs. Wang Hao looked at the stunningly beautiful girl in front of him and smiled. "Why are you here?" "I'm currently ranked 51st, and I want to participate in this youth competition. Last time when you fought a few people from Chen Yuhang, I felt that the sword skill power was much stronger than mine. I hope you can guide me." Although Su Rui was cold to outsiders, when she spoke to Wang Hao, she unexpectedly had a hint of a small woman's twist. After Su Rui finished speaking, she shyly lowered her head and waited for Wang Hao to agree. Wang Hao laughed. "Yeah." Hearing Wang Hao's promise, Su Rui looked up and smiled, and in that moment, the scenery was really pretty, as if the spring breeze was brushing the willow and the spring sun was clearing. Su Rui playfully spat out her tongue and said, "Thank you. No need to be polite." Wang Hao smiled, then said, "When do we start practicing?" Su Rui thought for a moment and said, "Right now." Su Rui then performed her sword skill. After looking at it, Su Rui's sword skill should be at the high C rank, and Su Rui's strength was now 9 stars of a martial general. "Where is the flaw in my sword skill?" Su Rui hurriedly asked. She was in great need of improving her strength. "Your moves are not coherent enough. And you need to comprehend the sword intent and the sword technique," Wang Hao said indifferently. Wang Hao then informed Su Rui of some of the insights he had gained from practicing sword techniques. Wang Hao spoke in great detail, and Su Rui was enlightened after listening. A bright smile appeared on her face as she said to Wang Hao, "Thank you." Chapter 122, Rewards for the Grand Prix. Wang Hao waved his hand and said to Su Rui, "You can feel around a bit more, I have to go beforehand, we'll talk again sometime." "Thank you so much, I don't know how to repay you." "It's fine." Wang Hao smiled faintly. Su Rui seemed to realize that she was a bit abrupt just now, and her face blushed. I'll leave first." After saying that, Su Rui hurriedly left. She was worried that if she continued to stay, she would show her daughter posture again. And the training camp's ranking competition then entered into a white heat. Wang Hao, on the other hand, was in the gravity room preparing to use up all of this month's gravity hours. After all, he was going to participate in the World Young Martial Artists Selection competition below and wouldn't continue to stay in the training camp. This time, Wang Hao was going to challenge 6 times gravity. He wanted to try his physical body's ability to withstand it. Under the pressure of 6 times gravity, Wang Hao was covered in sweat. He clenched his fists tightly, and the muscles in his arms bulged with veins, showing the terrifying energy within Wang Hao's body. The gravity chamber then began to spin up crazily, and layers of gravity pressed toward Wang Hao. Wang Hao took a deep breath and began to operate the Flood Blood Emperor technique, absorbing the surrounding aura and allowing his flesh to continuously withstand the gravity. Boom! There was another thunderous sound, and Wang Hao finally withstood 6 times gravity. Wang Hao closed his eyes and began to quietly digest the pressure that 6 times gravity brought to his body, and utilized the environment of the gravity room to quench his flesh. Wang Hao had been using the dragon blood reagent for the past 2 months, and there was still some potion power left in his body. It was just the right time to utilize the environment of this challenge gravity chamber to allow his body to continue absorbing these energies. After his body adapted to this environment, Wang Hao took a deep breath and violently swung the rhythmic frost sword to perform his sword technique. In the environment of gravity, not only could one better comprehend the sword technique, but the speed of the true essence that was being cast would also be enhanced. Bang! Each time it was performed, it would consume more of Wang Hao's true essence than usual. Wang Hao then continued to attack, once, twice, 10 times, 15 times, 100 times. Eventually, Wang Hao sat down on the ground tiredly and gasped for breath. However, the effect was also extremely obvious, as the sword intent Wang Hao had finally increased to 50%. Phew! Wang Hao stood up and walked out of the gravity room, heading towards the training ground. When Wang Hao walked to the training ground, he only saw many people around him practicing their sword skills diligently, and some were even sparring with each other in martial arts. Wang Hao's appearance also attracted a lot of attention. In the previous 2 months, Wang Hao could be said to be the training camp's popular martial artist. Although Wang Hao's ranking dropped to 5th place in these 2 months, it was said that it was because Wang Hao didn't go to the trial tower or test his battle power value in these 2 months. That was why the ranking had dropped to 5th place. Not many people knew about Wang Hao's current strength. After all, with Wang Hao's previous rate of progress being so fast, no one could know what his strength would be in 2 months. The martial arts used by these martial artists in the training camp seemed broken and unthreatening to Wang Hao. Only he didn't take these people lightly. Instead, he carefully watched each of their moves. At the side was a huge screen displaying the rankings of the training camp. Wang Hao noticed that there were a total of 5 people from the Magic City Martial Arts University in the top 50 this time. They were Wang Hao, Zhou Hongguan, Zhang Wentian, Shangguan Yunze, and Su Rui. Shangguan Yunze did not go to sink in the failed match with Wang Hao. Perhaps it was also Wang Hao's recent success that made him realize that he was not Wang Hao's match. He was now ranked 40th. Su Rui, on the other hand, was promoted from 51st to 47th place. Time soon arrived, and at this time, the top 50 ranked martial artists of the training camp were inside a large auditorium. It could be said that these were the top talented martial artists of the younger generation of China. Wang Hao looked at this group of people and thought to himself that if the evil cult took all of these people in one pot, then the top power of the younger bit of China would be broken. Wang Hao looked at In Jiyong in front of him, and this was the first time he had seen In Jiyong, who was ranked number 1 on the scoreboard. He was dressed in a black power suit, with a long spear on his waist, and his face was cold, giving off a stern aura as he stood there like a sheathed spear, which was awe-inspiring. This man is the existence of the training camp ranking first. At this time, several middle-aged men walked to the front of the auditorium, and these men gave Wang Hao an extremely oppressive feeling. The weakest strength of the latter few was the strength of a high level of martial king, which was even stronger than the strength of President Liu of the Devil's Capital Martial Arts University. One of them, a middle-aged man in a black suit, opened his mouth and said, "Young people, we have gathered you here today because there is something important to announce. First of all, congratulations to all of you for obtaining a place in the new World Young Martial Artists Selection Competition. You are the future hopes of the Chinese nation, and the martial arts prides of our nation. I don't need to say much about the importance of this World Youth Competition. Since we didn't achieve too good results in the previous edition, it resulted in our country of China's harvest on the planet's secret realm on the other side of the ground passage being a full 20% less. This means that our country of China gave birth to 1 less martial emperor and 3 less martial kings. I hope you can serve your country. This is a symbol of honor. I hope you'll work hard and fight for our country. We will also serve you wholeheartedly, and I hope that you will achieve the desired results and raise our country's prestige." After saying this, the personnel in the auditorium bowed and saluted, saying in unison, "Willing to serve our country." At this time, the middle-aged man in the very center stood out, exuding a powerful aura that was even stronger than the middle-aged man before. Martial Emperor level martial artist. Wang Hao narrowed his eyes. This time, the 50 of you will be divided into 5 flights, with each flight equipped with 3 martial king guards. And when the time comes, there will also be martial emperor martial artists following you to protect you. This time, you will first arrive at the island in Australia first for the preliminary selection. There are a total of 640 participants from all over the world, divided into 8 islands. Each island competition selects the top 4. Lots are then drawn for the top 32 matches. All contestants will be able to obtain 200 million cultivation resources. The resource exchange list will be sent to your mailboxes in a while. Contestants who entered the top 32 can each obtain access to the A-ranked intermediate potion strengthening potion, which boosts your physical strength. Those who enter the top 16 can obtain access to a copy of a grade A low-grade martial art. Those who enter the top 8 can obtain an S-grade low-grade medicinal herb, Dragon Roy 9-leaf cheese, which can enhance your soul power. Those who enter the top 4 obtain AS rank low-grade martial art and are awarded the rank of colonel by the military department. The first runner-up will be awarded AS ranked middle-ranked martial art, and the rank of colonel will be conferred by the Ministry of the Army. The champion will receive an S-rank middle order soul power martial skill and the rank of major general from the military department. Everyone swallowed their saliva when they heard the rewards uttered by the martial emperor powerhouse. Chapter 123 Promoting the Rhyming Frost Sword. This reward is too generous. Someone marveled. Everyone didn't expect the rewards for this mission to be so generous, higher than all previous sessions. This was simply a heaven-defying reward. The martial emperor martial artist looked around and explained, "This is because China is having a resource division with the other countries of the Blue Star. This division of resources will be based on the results of the World Youth Competition. Moreover, the World Youth Competition is not an ordinary competition, and in the past there has been a mortality rate of about 10% and a serious injury rate of about 20%. You are taking your lives to fight for the honor of the country, and the country will not let you both bleed and sweat. Points will be awarded only if you enter the top 32, and the country will use your results as the basis for handing out rewards." After it was over, Wang Hao returned to his room and opened his computer to check the resources he could redeem for participating in the competition. This time, each participant had an amount of $200 million to shop for resources to replenish themselves. Wang Hao saw the redemption list. There were C-grade martial arts reagents with a redemption price of $30 million. Fire Spirit Fruit, with a redemption price of $50 million, and a Grade B Martial Marquis reagent, with a redemption price of $200 million. This time, the B-grade Martial Marquis potion was clearly a discount from the training camp. The Martial Marquis potion could help Martial Marquis level martial artists raise their strength by 1 star, and the market price was around 300 million alliance coins, while the exchange price this time was at 200 million alliance coins. And like the Martial General reagent and the Fire Spirit Fruit were at normal market prices. And at the end, Wang Hao saw the note information behind the email. Participants can give their weapons to specialized government personnel for maintenance and upgrading. There is no charge for weapons up to level D. Level D weapons cost $1 million to maintain, and upgrading to a level C weapon requires $20 million. For a C-grade weapon maintenance of 10 million, upgrading to a B-grade weapon requires 200 million alliance coins. B-grade weapons maintain 100 million, and upgrading to A-grade weapons costs 1 billion alliance coins. Wang Hao chose to exchange his 200 million credits for the Wuhou reagent. After a while, a staff member knocked on the door and handed Wang Hao a box. "Mr. Wang, this is the grade B potion Martial Marquis potion you just exchanged, please check it." This was also in the training camp. If it was outside, escorting this kind of potion worth several $100 million would have to require a special trip by a Martial Marquis ranked martial artist. Nowadays, there are courier companies for ordinary people, and there are also courier companies that specialize in martial artists, escorting items such as potions and martial arts skills that martial artists need. Of course, the price is also charged at a very high standard, according to the value of the escorted items of 3% of the courier fee. Wang Hao checked the potion and confirmed that it was a grade B Martial Marquis potion, so he signed for it. Wang Hao then took out the Rhyming Frost sword and handed it to the staff member, saying, "This is my weapon, it needs to be upgraded to a grade A weapon, how do I pay for it?" Hearing Wang Hao's words, the staff member was also stunned. Many martial artists upgraded their D-grade weapons to C-grade weapons, and a small number of them chose to upgrade their C-grade weapons to B-grade weapons. However, it was the first time he had seen a B-grade weapon upgraded into an A-grade weapon. The upgrade cost would be 1 billion alliance coins. Even the staff who had some insight in the training camp were in a bit of a trance. "Okay, please transfer the money into this public account of the training camp." Wang Hao expressed his understanding. Returning to his room, Wang Hao looked at the grade B Martial Marquis potion. He had raised 2 stars in a row. It was reasonable that he should now consolidate his cultivation. However, he was about to participate in the World Youth Competition, and Wang Hao also wanted to urgently improve his strength. After all, Wang Hao also wanted to achieve good results and do his part for his country. Wang Hao drank the grade B Wuhou reagent in one go. This time, Wang Hao took half a day to finally absorb the B-grade Martial Marquis reagent, and his own strength came to Martial Marquis 5 stars. After a long time, Wang Hao opened his eyes and felt the changes at his dantian, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It's worthy of being a grade B Martial Marquis potion, helping to raise one's strength by 1 star so quickly. It's a pity that each person can only take it once. After a sleepless night, Wang Hao spent the whole night consolidating his realm, and when he opened his eyes, it was already 8 o'clock in the morning, full of energy and strength. This feeling of constantly advancing in strength is so refreshing. Wang Hao stretched his arms and moved his muscles and bones, muttering. For the next 2 days, Wang Hao continued to consolidate his Martial Marquis 5-star realm. And Wang Hao also got the Rhythmic Frost sword that had been upgraded to an A-rank weapon. Wang Hao was also aware that for this upgrade, the training camp had actually just charged a cost of $1 billion. There was no additional charge for other expenses. Wang Hao took a look at the brand new Rhyming Frost sword. The body of the sword was as white as lamb's fat jade, and it was several times sharper than before. The hilt of the sword was beautifully carved, and the blade was sharp and cold. Wang Hao drew the blade and swung it twice. The blade cutting through the air surprisingly emitted a sharp and ear-piercing whistling sound, seemingly responding to its owner. This time, the Rhyming Frost sword had become an A-ranked high-grade weapon through upgrading, and it might cost tens of billions of alliance coins to promote it to an S-ranked weapon if it didn't go through the system. A rank was already enough for Wang Hao to use for a long time. This upgrade cost Wang Hao 1 billion alliance coins, but Wang Hao also understood that. At this time, China also announced the list of participants in the World Youth Competition. The World Youth Competition, as a once every 5 years competition of the Blue Star, attracted the attention of human beings all over the world more than the World Cup and Olympic Games in Wang Hao's previous life. After all, battles between high-level martial artists were rarely seen by ordinary people, let alone battles between the world's top young martial artists. However, the World Youth Competition is restricted to children under the age of 10, as every year the youth competition is marred by serious injuries and deaths. Many martial artists often fought for their lives in order to fight for a higher ranking, and it even happened that both sides of the competition died together. This was also the reason why the Chinese training camp made its members complete their tasks. Empty of strength, never having seen blood, then it was easy to fail to utilize one's strength. Not only would they fail, but they might even lose their lives. The 50 participants that Huagua had announced on the internet had also instantly caused a sensation in the country. The list was circulated on the internet, and the contestants were noticed by more and more people. After all, those high-level martial artists were too powerful. For a while, all sorts of videos and pictures circulated on the internet. How could people miss this once-in-5 years event? For a while everyone was talking, and the people of China were cheering them on and praying for their victory. And many martial arts students, or young martial artists from the society, were extremely shocked to see that the strength of the participating martial artists was at least 9 stars of the martial general's strength. I didn't expect the same age group to reach such a terrifying level of strength. Chapter 124 Attention from all sides. This time, the participants are all martial artists under the age of 25, and everyone's strength can be elected to a party at the local level. Ha ha! Of the 50 people participating this time, I estimate that the lowest is the strength of 9 stars of the martial general. How do these people cultivate? Those are the 50 people selected by China. You think they are all as strong as you? Hee hee. I hope we can get good results this time. As for the list announced by China this time, Captain N. Jiyeon, Vice Captain Li Yuqing and Liang Ziyu undoubtedly attracted the attention of many people. But there were also a lot of people who also put their eyes on Wang Hao. After all, being less than 19 years old was especially striking amongst a group of 23 or 24-year-old participant contestants. Wang Hao? How is he only 18 years old? He can't be some demon. Or a disciple of any great family. Could it be that it's cultivated by the Kyoto Wang family, but the information shows that it's a student of the Devil's Capital Martial Arts University? Meanwhile, in Linchuan City Public Security Bureau, the director immediately walked to Wang Hao's father Wang Yongwei body. Said, "Your son is now too powerful, can participate in the World Youth Martial Artist Competition, you hurry home to tell your wife the good news." After hearing this, Wang Hao's father hurriedly opened his computer and saw the entry list of martial artists who participated in the World Youth Competition announced by China. Seeing his son's picture, Wang Yongwei's face flushed slightly and trembled with excitement. At this time in the Magic City Wudu University, almost all the students were in a state of boiling. This time, 5 students from Mordor Wudu University had been selected for the World Youth Competition, which was the largest number of students ever selected by Mordor Wudu University. Especially seeing Wang Hao ranked 5th in the personnel list and Qiu Hongguang ranked 10th, it made all the Magic City Martial Arts University students and teachers feel proud. Lin Yuro was wearing a white dress, her dark hair was spread over her shoulders, her skin was snow white and pink, and her bright pupils reflected a hint of wisdom. Underneath the upright nose were 2 attractive cherry lips, looking pure and pretty, like a neighboring sister, so that people couldn't help but be in love with her. Lin Yuro was sitting in the classroom when she suddenly heard the students next to her talking about Wang Hao. This Wang Hao has such a strong talent, and now he's even representing China to participate in the martial artist selection? He's only 18 years old. I see that in Jiyeon, Li Yuqing, and a few others are 24 years old. Then won't Wang Hao be the captain in the next term? Then our Magic City Martial Arts University students can walk horizontally among other martial arts universities in the future. When she heard others praising Wang Hao's words, a faint smile appeared on Lin Yuro's face, and she couldn't help but feel a ripple in her heart. Wang Hao was the absolute man of the moment in the Magic City Martial Arts University. No matter if it was a boy or a girl, as long as there was a place where Wang Hao was talked about, many people would always gather and become the center of attention. Wang Hao was now a legend in the Magic City Martial Arts University. At this time in the Magic City Mercenary Union, the members of the Bison Squad were also paying attention to Wang Hao. I didn't realize that the youngster had already represented our country of China. Our Bison Squad is also in the Mercenary League's limelight. Lu Bison couldn't help but feel proud of Wang Hao when he saw this news. "Captain, what is Wang Hao's strength now?" Some people on the internet said that the minimum strength has to be a high-ranked martial artist. This Wang Hao's progress is too fast. Li Meng was surprised as he flipped through the information. At this moment, the wildcat sitting next to them was silent. She had changed her previous habit of only wearing black tights, and instead changed into a blue shirt and jean shorts, revealing a pair of straight and slender long legs, and the whole person looked valiant. Her strength had also improved, reaching the level of a 2-star martial general, which was inextricably linked to the Master Breaker potion and martial general potion given by Wang Hao. She sat quietly in her position as if she didn't exist. However, the wildcat had recently gained fame in the Mercenary Alliance, and along with her growth in strength and dark attribute talent, she had already killed several Battle Admiral-class magical beasts. And this Wang Hao is really raising the face of our Bison Squad. When he comes back, together we'll have to find Wang Hao for a drink. Lu Bison said. And in the mercenary building of the Northwest Base, Zhou Yiqing was wearing a black silk sling, her round and firm buttocks, together with the uniform package, outlined in arc, making people look at their mouths dry, with beautiful curves and full of temptation. Humph! He really participated in the young martial artist competition, and he didn't know to give Xia and I a call back until now. Zhou Yiqing snorted coldly, her eyes flickering with a sense of resentment. Although she spoke of Wang Hao with her mouth, she was filled with worry inwardly. With that, she dialed in Xia. "Xia, have you seen the message that the man you've been longing for can see him on live TV? What a cold and heartless man, he didn't contact both of us until now, as if he forgot that we are. Thanks to his train station, he even said he would give us contact. Maybe Wang Hao is preparing for war and doesn't have time to call us to contact us." Xia on the other end of the phone was excusing Wang Hao, unwilling to admit that Wang Hao was ignoring them. However, how could Zhou Yiqing not know what was on Xia's mind? He. "Xia, I'm telling you, you mustn't have too high hopes for him. He's already a famous genius boy in China now, we might not be on the same circle in the future." Zhou Yiqing persuaded Xia, why not say it to herself as well? "Sister Yiqing, I know. A teenager with strong talent and good looks like him must be loved by a lot of girls out there. What is your favorite thing about him, tell me?" Zhou Yiqing said daintily. Aya, Sister Yaching, what are you talking about? I'm ignoring you. Imo Shia on the other end of the phone was shy. Hee, you're still shy. If you don't say it, forget it, I won't force you. But you have to be careful, you can't always grasp this, man. Zhou Yaching hung up the phone after saying that. Hello? Sister Yaching? Imo Shia froze for a second before responding, beaming and putting down the phone unhappily. This bad guy, why no news for so long? Wang Hao didn't realize that he was missed by so many people, nor did he know that he was now so famous in China. At this moment, he was already on a plane to Australia. This flight was escorted by a specialized martial king martial artist due to it being a special flight. The airplane material was also specially made to withstand thermal weapon attacks. There was a lot of space in the airplane, and at this time Wang Hao was watching the information collected by the government of Han China. This was the information of the martial artists from other countries who participated in the Young Martial Artist Conference, including the realm of strength, the martial arts techniques used, and personality traits. Wang Hao carefully looked at the information, memorizing the list of martial artists and their strength realms from each country participating in the martial artist competition. Chapter 125 Top Contestants. He needed more detailed data to determine the level of strength of his opponents in the martial arts competition and ways to cope with the danger. After all, he was no longer alone now, carrying the honor of China and the expectations of those around him. Knowing the enemy is the only way to fight 100 battles. He had to make sure he could get good grades. Wang Hao found the information he wanted and carefully studied it. In the world, like the Tianzhu kingdom then used the bottom tier of martial artists after a fierce fight. The seeded players obtained are then sent to the Holy Land for cultivation, thus the Tianzhu kingdom's players are decisive in killing and dare to fight for their lives. Western Europe, on the other hand, is dominated by church training, where the most gifted are martial artists who have awakened the paladin profession. Northern Russia, on the other hand, is dominated by ice-based talents, of which the power of ice-based martial arts is particularly famous. And due to the hotness of the World Youth Competition, many casinos in Blue Star had also opened bets for the rankings of the youth competition. Wang Hao took a look at the current odds ranking. The first place is written North America named Julia, female martial artist. Wang Hao looked at the introduction and frowned. She was ranked first because the information showed that she was an 8-star martial marquis. This strength could be said to be riding high amongst the contestants. According to this strength, I'm afraid that if I met Julia, I would have to flee. The second in the ranking was a martial artist called Angel from the Western European country, with a martial marquis 7-star strength. It was said that he had mastered an extremely powerful sword martial art and had once killed 2 middle-rank war marquis class magical beasts in a single battle. Ranked third was a martial artist from the Tianzhu kingdom named Galava. He had a strength of 7 stars of martial marquis, his body was extremely flexible, and he specialized in close combat, and it was said that he had killed no less than 1,000 people. Ranked fourth is the Nordic country named Irene Ice, female martial artist, martial marquis 6 stars strength. She was especially good at ice martial arts, which were extremely powerful, and had once killed 3 martial marquis 6-star cultist martial artists in a battle. The fifth ranked is In Jiyong from the country of China, with the strength of 6 stars of martial marquis. It seems that In Jiyong has also recently had a breakthrough in strength. Ranked sixth was an Achilles martial artist from the Middle Eastern country, martial marquis 5-star strength, specializing in soul attacks. This had aroused Wang Hao's interest. Soul attack martial arts were extremely rare, and Wang Hao had also acquired soul force attack martial arts from the system. Between his peers, Wang Hao really hadn't seen it before. He didn't expect that a martial artist in the Middle Eastern country would actually have a soul attack. The strength of the first few people could be said to be extremely strong. Wang Hao continued to look through the other information, and there were many strong people in the lists of martial artists from other countries. None of these contestants were easy to deal with, as they had all gone through brutal fights to earn this spot. However, I'm not afraid of them now. Wang Hao narrowed his eyes slightly, his eyes blazing as he muttered to himself. Get some sleep first. We'll be in Australia tomorrow. He closed his eyes and rested for a moment. At this moment, a familiar electronic synthesized tone sounded in Wang Hao's head. Ding, a bounty mission is now released, the host needs to break into the top 32. Upon completion of the mission, the host can perceive the 7th, 8th, and 9th steel diagrams of the 9 steel diagrams within the system. This time, the task reward released by the system was considered to have solved his immediate needs. Previously, he had comprehended the 6th of the 9 great steel diagrams, which was equivalent to the full force of a 3-star martial marquis. It could be said to be one's strongest means of soul attack. However, due to the fact that he had been at the Kyoto base all this time and had not been at the Mordor Wodu University, he was unable to comprehend the 9 steel diagrams, and the Xian Yuan sword cannon had only stayed at the 6th level. This time, if he broke into the top 32, he could continue to comprehend the 9 great tablet diagram martial arts in the system. After disembarking from the plane, there were soon special Chinese personnel to transport Wang Hao's 10 people to the hotel. After all the personnel had arrived, Martial Emperor-level martial artist Wei Yang announced. The day after tomorrow there will be a drawing of lots, and this time there will be a total of 8 districts. We have internally selected 8 seeded players to lead 8 teams in battle. Each team will be on an island, and each contestant will correspond to an identity token. The 4 contestants who obtain the most identity tokens from each island will advance to the top 32. There will be a total of 640 contestants, 80 from each island, and the battle will be broadcast live around the world. Remember, this is not a normal tournament selection, and there is a good chance that the other side will do the dirty work. Don't stop fighting as long as your opponent is not completely incapacitated. Remember, on an island, be prepared to kill others as well as be prepared to be killed. This is war, not child's play. Wei Yang then announced the 8 seeded players. It was chosen according to the names of the top 8 in the standings. These people were all the pride of the heavens, and there was no objection to only selecting the strongest 8. Wang Hao was also chosen as a seeded player. Wang Hao looked at his team and there were 2 familiar faces. Xiao Hongguang and Su Rue, and the remaining 3 were 2 male and 1 female martial artists. The 3 of them also nodded to Wang Hao after seeing the results. The time for drawing lots soon arrived, and Wang Hao was assigned to the 7th Sea Island. At this time, the Martial King level martial artist in charge of Wang Hao's team informed Wang Hao of the relevant information about this sea island. The good news is that you don't have any martial artists with top 6 odds on this sea island. There is only the 7th best odds, the Tianzhu Kingdom's player, Sunjae, who likes to use swords and loves to abuse his opponents, and has 5-star martial marquis strength. According to intelligence information, he had a secret method that allowed him to burn blood to enhance his combat power, so he could not be underestimated. The bad news is that you are entering the island randomly and cannot be grouped together. While you ensure that you are able to enter the top 32, ensure the safety of the other martial artists from China as much as possible. Wang Hao nodded his head in agreement. And along with the start of the auditions, the heat of the World Youth Competition had already sparked a fervor on the Blue Star. Though it was forbidden for children under the age of 10 to watch because of the gory images that would be shown. But in this parallel world, due to the battle with the magical beasts, people actually have a much higher tolerance for such violent images. People put down their hands and waited for the start of the match. Wang Hao and a few others were waiting for the batches to be put into the island. Wang Hao clearly felt that Su Rue was a bit nervous. Although Su Rue had always been known as an iceberg beauty, Wang Hao clearly felt that she was a bit nervous. Wang Hao patted Su Rue's shoulder and gave her a firm look. When Su Rue saw Wang Hao, she clearly felt a strong backing behind her. At this time, the race organization staff handed out a bracelet to each player. And explained, this bracelet can be pressed, and the strongest person on the island will immediately arrive at the scene to protect you. But the moment you press it, you also lose your eligibility to continue competing. You can see the ranking of your island and the number of identity tokens you hold in this bracelet. Good luck to you all. Chapter 126 Preliminary Election. The 80 contestants from the 7th Sea Island were then dropped into the Sea Island in turn. Xiao Hongguang was the 10th and Su Rue was the 32nd. Before the drop, Su Rue turned her head to look at Wang Hao before being taken away by the staff. Wang Hao, on the other hand, was the 58th to be taken away by the staff, and the helicopter was still 10 meters away from the ground. Wang Hao nodded his head and then jumped to the island. At this time in the country of China, many people watched the course of the match through the live broadcast. At the TV in the cafeteria of the Magic City Martial Arts University, many students were focused on watching it. Because this selection would last for 2 days, many people didn't even want to sleep, staring at the images on the TV. However, the ordinary viewers were seeing the live feed provided by the officials, whereas in the China residency, Wei Yang and other strong people were in the camp where they could watch it on full screen. The screen was large, covering 8 islands, and it was possible to switch the live view. Having just landed on the islands, Wang Hao observed his surroundings. This was a typical tropical climate sea island. The island covers a very large area with a coastline of about 300 kilometers long and 200 kilometers wide, with fresh air and plenty of sunshine. Wang Hao heard various hissing sounds as soon as he landed. There were many ferocious magical beasts living on this island, and it seemed that magical beasts were still a factor here. Wang Hao entered the jungle after walking some distance on the island. The Soul Force suddenly felt a danger facing him. Wang Hao hurriedly performed the instantaneous spy shadow steps, dodging the sneak attacking bow and arrow. Surprisingly dodging my sharp arrows, just now I've already succeeded in sneaking up on 2 people, and both of them have been killed by me. Deep in a forest, a black man was staring at Wang Hao with a grim smile on his face. Trying to sneak up on me isn't that simple? However, after learning that this black man had already killed 2 people in a row, Wang Hao was also vigilant as he looked at the black martial artist with a bow and arrow on his back. If he hadn't been strong in soul power just now and sensed the bow and arrow in advance, he would have been seriously injured if not killed just now. It was true that contestants couldn't just follow the odds and ignore others. Wang Hao drew the rhyming frost sword from his back. Now that you've seen it, you won't be able to run this time. Hee hee, what a crazy tone, do you think I'm afraid of you? The black man snorted coldly, then he pulled back his bowstring and aimed it at Wang Hao, and an arrow was fired at him. Wang Hao directly used the instantaneous stack shadow steps, and his toes gently tapped on a big tree next to him, dodging away quickly. At the same time, he made a C-grade red sun sword technique and a red-colored sword blade chopped at the black man. Sculptor, your attack is too slow. The black man taunted as another sharp arrow flew towards Wang Hao, who could only dodge again. Wang Hao was secretly shocked in his heart. This person's strength was not bad. It seemed that trying to resolve the battle with C-grade red sun sword technique was a bit of a big deal. However, the black man obviously didn't intend to spend time with Wang Hao. He stomped on the trees with his legs and rushed towards Wang Hao like a cannonball, his right fist clenched and blasted fiercely towards Wang Hao. Wang Hao quickly swung his rhyming frost sword to resist. When the black man felt like he had smashed into a block of iron, and the force of the recoil made him almost fall. Wang Hao, however, used the force of the recoil to leap into the air and kick the black man in the chest. The black man stifled a grunt and spat out a mouthful of blood, then fell back a dozen meters, surprise on his face. I didn't expect this yellow man to be so powerful. But the black man quickly stabilized his mind and pulled the bowstring full again, and a feathered arrow whistled. Whoosh! Wang Hao swung the rhyming frost sword and condensed his true essence, directly cutting the arrow and turning it into a flame to burn it out. The black man's eyes widened, not expecting Wang Hao to be so strong. A cold light flashed in the black man's eyes as he took out a short knife. His figure was like the wind, quickly approaching Wang Hao. The short knife stabbed at Wang Hao's throat. This strike was bound to take Wang Hao's life. Wang Hao snorted coldly, and his rhythmic frost sword met the black man's short knife. Ding! Sparks flew everywhere, and the black man only felt a huge pain coming from his wrist. Wang Hao then rhyming frost sword directly pierced the black man's throat, and blood directly spilled all over the grass. The black man's arm hung down limply, and he lost consciousness and lay directly on the ground. Wang Hao put away his bow and arrows and dagger, and didn't give him a chance to call for help. From the black man killed two martial artists and sneaked up on Wang Hao. Wang Hao understood that his opponent didn't give him a chance to live at all. Likewise, he himself would not give him a chance to live. Wang Hao obtained 3 identity seals through this black man. Glancing at the ranking on the bracelet, Wang Hao was now ranked 6th. And at the top of the rankings was Sunjae, who had gotten 5 identity seals. At this moment, in the camp of the ancient African kingdom, a martial king-ranked martial artist suddenly exclaimed in shock, "Kahlua is surprisingly dead. He was our ancient African nation's hidden secret weapon." Another martial king said, "It shouldn't be, hurry up and retrieve the footage, did we run into Sunjae?" However, with Kahlua's long-range attacks, even if he encountered Sunjae, he would still be extremely threatening. Perhaps Kahlua doesn't have an advantage in a ring match, but on the island his means of attack can completely secure a spot in the top 32 entries. Wang Hao, on the other hand, continued to look for an opponent. The island was a large area, and Wang Hao had only met 4 players this day, with Wang Hao killing 1. 3 of the players pressed the hand ring in advance, and the strongest people arrived extremely fast, so Wang Hao didn't kill them. It was no wonder that martial king-level martial artists were only allowed to enter the other end of the ground passage. After the true essence transformed into wings, the speed of a martial king-ranked martial artist flying in the sky was extremely fast. Wang Hao looked at his bracelet at this time, and his ranking had come to 4th place. If this result was maintained, Wang Hao would enter the top 32. After walking some distance ahead, Wang Hao's soul force sensed a familiar aura, which was that of Su Rui and Xiao Hongguang. And surprisingly, there was the sound of fighting up ahead. Wang Hao immediately executed his instantaneous stacking shadow steps and quickly rushed towards the location where Su Rui was fighting. At this moment, Su Rui's clothes were somewhat torn, revealing her snow-white skin. Beside her was Xiao Hongguang, who was severely injured, and the corpse of a male Chinese martial artist, Lu Tianyu. Opposite the 3, there was a man dressed up in Tianju country. Being able to fight 1 against 3 and kill 1 and seriously injure 1. It can only be the seated player of this island, the 7th most likely man of the Celestial Kingdom, Sunjae. He was holding a huge knife, which was stained with blood, and his gaze was as stern as a falcon staring at Su Rui. Sanjay was big and strong, his skin was a healthy wheat color, and his bare muscles were full of explosive power. And its murderous intent permeated the surroundings. "Hee, you guys are really stubborn, but your struggles are destined to be meaningless," Sanjay said with a scornful face, not putting Xiao Hongguang and Su Rui in his eyes in the slightest. Xiao Hongguang gritted his teeth and shouted angrily, "Sanjay, since you killed our Chinese martial artists, I will also fight to the death. I will never give in. Su Rui, if I fail, you hurry up and press the hand ring to leave." Chapter 127 Sunjae. "This Chinese woman, hand over the identity seal on you and accompany me for 1 night, I can spare both of your lives. Otherwise." Sanjay spoke with threats. Su Rui's pretty face changed slightly. Xiao Hongguang stood up and said to Su Rui, "I'm not going to leave in disgrace just like that, you're no match for this Tianju nation, hurry up and go. Hee, you guys are really stubborn, but your struggles are destined to be meaningless. You group of Chinese pigs are all lowly and humble existences," Sanjay said with a scornful face, not putting the 3 people in front of him in the slightest. Xiao Hongguang directly swung up his lance and performed a martial art to rush towards Sanjay. A long spear was swung densely, leaving no escape path for the enemy. Sanjay laughed contemptuously, holding his sword in one hand and slashing at the lance. There was a resounding clang, fire erupted, and a violent wave of air swept through the 8 directions. Xiao Hongguang was knocked back several feet away, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth as his hand bones shattered. Sanjay laughed out loud. Are you worthy of being my opponent just by virtue of you? Chinese pig, I'll send you on your way today. Saying that, Sanjay bullied his way forward and once again swung his giant sword to chop at Xiao Hongguang. Xiao Hongguang fought with all his true essence to resist, but was still blown away by Sanjay. Put! Bang bang bang! Sanjay slashed 3 times in a row, and Xiao Hongguang had 3 more hideous wounds on his chest, and blood flowed. I'll fight you! Xiao Hongguang hissed as he raised his lance and violently stabbed at Sanjay. Sanjay easily dodged it and kicked out his right foot, hitting Xiao Hongguang squarely in the chest. Click! Xiao Hongguang's ribs broke a few times, the whole person flew out backwards. Not bad, you can catch 2 moves from me, but the fight is over. Sanjay said indifferently. Sanjay's strength was beyond imagination, there were hardly any martial artists on the island that could stop him. Every step he took landed with a dull thud, and the ground was covered with more footprints of varying depths. Xiao Hongguang's right arm could no longer be lifted, and he didn't even have the strength to grip the lance in his hand. Sanjay stepped on Xiao Hongguang's chest, looked down on Xiao Hongguang from above and said, Waste thing, you are not my opponent. With that, Sanjay stepped on Xiao Hongguang's abdomen again. Xiao Hongguang's internal organs were heavily damaged, spitting out several mouthfuls of dirty blood and fainting from the pain. Sanjay kicked away Xiao Hongguang and turned to look at Su Rui. Sanjay approached Su Rui step by step and said, You are a beautiful woman from China, obediently obey me or I will make you beg for your life and death. And your companions will also die. Su Rui's face was pale, she knew in her heart that she was afraid that today would be a bad day. She thought about pressing the hand ring to escape. But Xiao Hongguang no longer had the sense to press the bracelet. She had to help Xiao Hongguang press the bracelet. Otherwise, Xiao Hongguang would definitely die in Sanjay's hands. Su Rui tried to rush to Xiao Hongguang's body, but Sanjay blocked the line. Su Rui gripped her longsword tightly in her hand and said, I won't give in. Want to fight me to the death? I will let you know what despair means. Sanjay said and leapt up, slashing at Su Rui with both hands holding the knife. Ding! With a crisp ringing sound, the longsword in Su Rui's hand framed the giant blade. Sanjay's eyes flashed viciously cold, he stepped on the ground with both feet and rose up in the air with the help of the force of the recoil, and the huge sword swept along with the trend, slashing Su Rui from the top to the bottom. Sanjay coldly grunted and swept his sword across. Su Rui chortled and stabbed her long sword at Sanjay. Bang! Sanjay's blade slammed into Su Rui's long sword, shocking Su Rui's wrist with such severe pain that she almost couldn't hold her long sword. At the same time, Sanjay fiercely reached out and grabbed Su Rui's neck, lifting her up from the ground. Su Rui's feet left the ground, it was extremely difficult, but she still clenched her teeth and worked hard on her true essence, trying to break free from Sanjay's bondage. But Sanjay's strength was too strong, Su Rui was no match at all. Su Rui's face was red due to the difficulty in breathing from the chokehold. Su Rui tried her best to run her gong methods to break free, but it was still difficult to get rid of the current situation of being controlled. Sanjay smiled coldly and said, Beauty, don't bother, you can't resist at all. Be a good boy and come with me, maybe I'll take pity on you. Saying that, Sanjay grabbed Su Rui's wrist and pulled it towards his arms. Sanjay's strength was too much stronger than Su Rui, and it was simply not something Su Rui could resist. But I advise you to better surrender obediently, otherwise, after I kill this man, it will be your turn. I will enjoy you. Bah! Su Rui indignantly said, You're delusional, even if I die, I won't let you defile my innocence. Hee hee, I don't need any chaste woman, I just need you to become my plaything. I'll make you so horny that you'll beg to let me pamper you. Sanjay said hideously. Sanjay used his hands to tear Su Rui's clothes apart, his snow-white skin instantly exposed. With that, he was ready to rip off Su Rui's pants. Stop! Just then, an explosive roar resounded through the 4 fields. Manhwa was like a meteor catching up with the moon, arriving at Sanjay's side in the blink of an eye. Bang! A leg kick sends Sanjay flying. What kind of person dares to meddle in my business, looking for death? Sanjay spat out a mouthful of bruised blood and said indignantly. Manhwa said indifferently, It's still not clear who was looking for death. You asshole. Manhwa looked at Su Rui, who had her clothes torn off, and Xiao Hongguang, who was seriously injured and unconscious, and the other Chinese martial artist who had already been killed. Manhwa was furious, his anger was sky high, his eyes were scarlet, and a terrifying murderous aura emanated from his body. Kid, since you're looking for death, don't blame me for being ruthless. Sanjay smiled grimly. He raised his sword in his hand and slashed at Wang Hao. You deserve to die. Wang Hao shouted angrily. Su Rui, on the other hand, hurriedly picked up the scattered clothes and put them on. Wang Hao's gaze towards Sanjay was filled with anger, as if he wanted to eat someone. For his part, Sanjay gripped his large sword tightly and said, Kid, don't think that you can be rampant just because you have a bit of strength. Let me tell you, it's easy for me to kill you. Oh really? Su Rue, you bring Chiu Hongguang out of here, I'll look for you afterward. Sanjay, you're right, dare to play a game, only those who die can leave, don't think of pressing the bracelet for help. Wang Hao then removed his bracelet and threw it to the side in the grass. Sanjay licked his lips a bit, interesting. Sanjay throws his bracelet away as well. The battle between Wang Hao and Sanjay on the 7th Sea Island was also attracting the attention of the martial artists from the Chinese and Tianzhu countries. At the Tianzhu Kingdom camp, many people did not take Wang Hao seriously. It seems that the Chinese martial arts world isn't that great. Our Sanjay fought 1 against 3, seriously injured 1, killed 1, and now he's sending a brat out to fight. That kid also dares to come out and play the hero, he simply doesn't know the heights of heaven and dares to provoke our Tianzhu Kingdom's second expert, Sanjay. Chapter 128 Killing Sanjay. The Chinese martial artists, unless they're strong like in Zhiyong or Li Yuqing, they're all just food for thought when they meet Sanjay. That kid was unlucky to run into Sanjay, he probably won't survive more than half an hour. But he's bold enough to actually dare to duel with his lordship. That kid can't, His Excellency will surely kill him in one move. And at this time, in the Chinese martial artists' quarters, many people clenched their fists in anger when they saw Sanjay's behavior. Not only did he kill a Chinese martial artist, he also almost insulted Su Rue. This made many Chinese martial artists want to rush into the island to fight with him. It was only when they saw Wang Hao appear that many of them breathed a sigh of relief. Although the many powerful people in China had some confidence in Wang Hao's strength. But the other party was, after all, the second strongest player in the Tianzhu Kingdom, and according to the odds, it was also a player of the top 10 strength of the tournament. Wang Hao drew his rhythmic frost sword and directly used the purple emperor sword technique. Facing an opponent like Sangjaya, Wang Hao came up to use an A-grade martial skill. It was also difficult for low-grade martial arts to cause damage to them. The purple sword on instantly slashed towards Sanjay. Sculpture. Sanjay laughed contemptuously, waving his greatsword in his hand. Dang! The sword collided with the blade, making the sound of gold and iron striking each other. Wang Hao didn't move a muscle, while Sanjay took a step back. Sanjay looked at Wang Hao with surprise, not realizing that the other party had such strong power at such a young age. The Tianzhu martial artists were also extremely shocked when they saw through the live broadcast that Sanjay had actually lost out in his first attempt. This brat has such strong physical strength, is this the hidden secret weapon of the Chinese nation? However, Sanjay was, after all, a martial artist who had gone through countless battles. Instead of being afraid, he stirred up an even more intense bloodlust in him. Kid, so you're quite strong, but I don't believe that you can still block my attacks. Sanjay let out a furious roar, and the large sword in his hand waved out a blood-colored light, slashing violently at Wang Hao. There was a loud bang as the sword and knife collided together. At this moment, Wang Hao's face became much more grave as he felt a sense of oppression from his opponent's blade. What a powerful martial artist. Sanjay grunted coldly, Kid, you're really pissing me off. Chop! Sanjay shouted angrily once again. This time, he pushed his body's yuan qi with all his might, frantically pouring it into the long blade, causing it to blossom with a piercing blood aura that was as dazzling as a blood-stained gemstone. Buzz! Wang Hao felt a sharp pain coming from his arm. He hurriedly revolved the flood blood emperor technique to counteract this strong yuan qi, while quickly retreating at the same time. With a bang, a deep pit was left where he had just stood. Wang Hao's pupils contracted. What kind of martial art was this? It was so overbearing, and its power was devastating. Wang Hao's arm trembled slightly as he felt the bones shatter and blood seeped out along the cracks of his fingers. Sanjay said indifferently, Kid, you're strong and deserve to be taken seriously. The fact that you were able to force me to utilize the 6th stance of the 9 blood fury blades is enough to be proud of. Sanjay continued to execute the 9 blades of bloodshed. The fight between Wang Hao and Sanjay was getting more and more intense, each of the two of them utilizing their own mastery, and each strike was powerful. Although San's strength was not as strong as Wang Hao's, he was still able to gain the upper hand by virtue of his rich combat experience and the large sword in his hand. Luckily, Wang Hao was able to dodge several of Sanjay's surefire strikes through his martial arts skill, instantaneous stacked shadow steps. This kid really does have a few skills, he can actually block Sanjay. This kid's physical body is too perverted, Sanjay has already brought out his full strength, but he can't even help him. Just watch, that kid is about to lose. How can he be Sanjay's opponent? The Tianzhu Kingdom martial artists were talking at the camp hotel. Wang Hao also understood that he was now in a disadvantageous position, and decided to use the third style of the flood sword cannon, Sea of Fury. In an instant, Wang Hao's aura climbed to the top, and his eyes were scarlet. Boom! He used the instantaneous stacked shadow steps. One step was a distance of 10 feet, instantly arriving in front of Sanjay and stabbing out with a sword. Wang Hao's roar shook the 4 fields, like an ancient beast awakening, shocking the heavens and moving the earth, terrifying and abnormal. The sword chi was like a rainbow, covering the sky. A bucket-thick column of water suddenly appeared in the air and then fell sharply, smashing into Sanjay like a torrential downpour. Sanjay was not afraid in the slightest, his muscles bulged, blood surged all over his body, his skin became red as if it was poured by magma, emitting a terrifying aura. 7th style of the 9 blades of the blood fiend, waves of blood. Sanjay held a large sword and slashed fiercely. In a flash, the sky was filled with flashes of bloodlight, the smell of blood filled the 4 fields, and deafening roars continuously resounded, like 10,000 horses galloping. Boom 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 boom. Wang Hao roared up to the sky, his eyes flashing with blood-colored red light, and his veins rippling on his forehead. His figure steeply swelled by a circle, his muscles bulging out in blocks, and his entire body appeared incomparably ferocious. Wang Hao's aura climbed up and reached its peak as he lunged towards Sanjay with the rhythmic frost sword in his hand, pushing straight into Sanjay's chest. Sanjay gritted his teeth and resisted with all his might. Ding, ding, ding. Wang Hao's attacks were too swift, and Wang Hao's sword technique had sword intent bonus, which was extremely powerful, and Sanjay could only defend, but not attack. In the end, Wang Hao's sword cut through Sanjay's left shoulder, leaving a hideous sword mark. Bastard! Sanjay burst into a rage. The large sword in Sanjay's hand swung, the smell of blood filled the air, and a terrifying power erupted, attacking Wang Hao straight in the throat. If this knife were to cut on Wang Hao's neck, his head would surely move. At this critical moment, Wang Hao used his great soul martial skill, the silent spirit technique, and Wang Hao used his soul power to form a soul fire that burned in Sanjay's mind. This sudden soul attack instantly traumatized his soul. Take advantage of his illness. Wang Hao seized the opportunity, flicked his wrist, and the rhythmic frost sword pulled out a sword flower in the air, piercing through Sanjay's right chest. Sanjay screamed miserably and flew backwards. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Wang Hao performed instantaneous stacking shadow steps and turned his body into a shadow, avoiding this fatal blow. Swish! Wang Hao struck again, and the rhythmic frost sword transformed into a white rainbow and went straight for Sanjay's throat. Put! A human head flew up and rolled to the ground. Sanjay was pierced through by a sword and died miserably. Everyone was dumbfounded. Did Sanjay die just like that? This was Sanjay, a renowned powerhouse of the Tianzhu kingdom, almost invincible amongst the younger generation. But today he lost to a younger teenager from China. Sanjay unexpectedly lost. The Tianzhu kingdom martial artist muttered, his complexion cloudy. They knew how strong Sanjay was, definitely qualified to be ranked in the top 8 of the current competition. However, such an existence had been killed in front of this Chinese teenager, which showed how powerful the Chinese teenager was. The crowd of the Chinese nation cheered. Wang Hao was victorious, they had won. Wang Hao's performance exceeded everyone's expectations, and he used his own strength to turn the tide and save the day. He did not fail the expectations of the crowd. He is a genius, destined to rise and become the new hope of China in this World Young Martial Artist competition. Chapter 129, The 7th Steel Diagram. Wang Hao removed Sanjay's great sword. 14 identity tokens were rummaged out of his corpse, and with Wang Hao's existing identity tokens, there were 21 identity tokens in total. Wang Hao came to Su Rui's side and saw the stunning girl whose clothes had been torn. Removing his jacket and draping it over Su Rui's body, he couldn't help but ask, "Are you alright?" Hearing this, Su Rui's pretty face slightly reddened, shook her head, and said, "Thank you." Wang Hao wasn't at liberty to say much, and looked at the ranking on his bracelet himself, and now there were only 5 identity tokens for the 5th place. Wang Hao handed over 12 identity tokens to Su Rui. "I have 9 identity tokens on me, which is enough to ensure that I enter the top 32. You and Xiao Hongguang have 6 each, so you should be able to enter the top 4. If you can't, then make sure one of you enters the top 32. Even if you enter the forfeit, you can still earn points rewards for China and get the top 32 rewards for yourself." Su Rui hurriedly nodded after hearing this. In fact, when she was subdued by Sanjay, she regretted very much that she hadn't pressed the hand ring earlier. If she lost her innocence, she didn't know how she would face Wang Hao. During this time, there were also 2 people who came to Wang Hao's place based on the sounds of the battle, thinking that both sides of the battle would be seriously injured and that they could take advantage of the situation. However, they were all resolved by Wang Hao. Wang Hao handed these 2 identity tokens back to Su Rui. 2 days passed, and Wang Hao ranked second with 9 identity tokens, while Su Rui and Xiao Hongguang were both tied for 3rd place with 7 tokens. 3 martial artists from the 7th Sea Island of China entered the top 32. The Kingdom of China was also very excited this time. This time there were 8 martial artists entering the top 32. Although Xiao Hongguang was seriously injured and had already been considered to have given up, Su Rui's strength was also unable to enter the top 32. But even if the 2 of them gave up the competition to enter the top 16, entering the top 32 could still bring points to China. In addition to Wang Hao's trio, Huaguas and Zhiyong, Li Yuqing, Liang Ziyu, Chen Jiahao and Shen Yuhang also entered the top 32. Shen Yuhang didn't sink down from his last defeat in the battle with Wang Hao. Instead, he broke through his strength and entered the Martial Marquee 4 stars, and was also lucky to enter the top 32 with the 4th place in the 5th Sea Island in his Sea Island. When Wang Hao's few people returned to the camp, they were warmly welcomed by the accompanying powerhouses and staff of China. This time, the one who had given the most unexpected surprise to the top management of the state of China was Wang Hao. Not only did he enter by himself, but he also helped his two companions enter the top 32. And by killing Sunjay, he had even made the entire country of China a great success. Not only was Sunjay the second best martial artist in Tianzhu, but he had also killed a Chinese martial artist. It was extremely terrifying to realize that Wang Hao had gotten 23 identity tokens by himself. Wei Yang spoke to the contestants. This time, we entered the top 32 with a total of 8 people, which can be said to be the best result ever, occupying a quarter of the places. However, of our 50 contestants, 5 died and 6 were seriously injured. Sounds of sucking in cool air came out from the field. No one could imagine that the losses were so great this time. One must know that this was the peak power of the young generation of China. Everyone was the pride of heaven, all geniuses cultivated by the various martial arts universities, the detective bureau and the ministry of the army. With that, the field became silent. Remember, you guys, we are the martial artists of the country of China, the backbone of the country of China. We have to fight for the honor of the country of China. They sacrificed today, they are heroes. The names of these martial artists will always be remembered, and the government will do everything in its power to heal the seriously injured. With that, he continued, this is not a normal competition, there is always a risk of death. I hope that the remaining 8 contestants will all do their best to get good results. Alright, I will now announce the following rules of the competition. The competition utilizes an elimination system, with those who win advancing to the next round and those who are eliminated dropping out. You guys go ahead and take a break, there will be 5 days of rest, during which time there will be a lottery ceremony. The achievements made by the Chinese martial artists also made the people of China very excited. Wang Hao returned to his room, and at this time, the system's voice sounded in Wang Hao's head. Ding, now that the host has broken into the top 32 of the World Young Martial Artist Competition, we are now releasing a mission to reward the host with the ability to comprehend the 7th, 8th, and 9th steel diagrams in the system. After listening to the system's message, Wang Hao sank his mind into his brain into it. Only the 7th Xian Yuan Sword Codex's steel diagram surfaced in Wang Hao's mind. Compared to the 9 steel diagrams of the Devil's Capital Martial Arts University, Wang Hao felt that the system's steel diagrams were more three-dimensional and easier to perceive. Could it be because the system was presenting the original version, and Mordor Wodu's was actually an imitation version? Wang Hao sank his heart into the 7th steel image of a swordsman using his soul power to maneuver a flying sword to attack. Wang Hao observed it meticulously and injected the soul force in his mind into the steel diagram. Immediately, a huge power emanated from within the steel diagram, directly surging towards Wang Hao's divine sense. This power was strange, having the purity of aura, yet mixed with many inexplicable things, and seemed to contain some kind of special power. Wang Hao closed his eyes and studied it carefully, and gradually, his state of mind improved, and his understanding of the steel diagram became deeper. The swordsman in the steel diagram seemed to be shown to Wang Hao through a section of phantom. Wang Hao's mind slowly merged into the steel diagram, and he began practicing his flying sword technique in the steel diagram. Wang Hao closed his eyes and carefully felt every detail in the steel diagram. Wang Hao's soul power had already reached that of an A-class apothecary, and the increase in soul power also allowed Wang Hao to sense faster. Wang Hao began to experimentally activate his soul force to simulate the attack of the swordsman in the steel diagram, and a short sword hovered in mid-air and slowly flew towards the target in the distance. Wang Hao's mind turned, and the short sword changed direction, circled around, and attacked the target again, with even more speed. Wang Hao kept pushing his soul force and kept controlling the short sword attack. A few moments later, Wang Hao opened his eyes and his face revealed ecstasy. The flying sword in the steel diagram turned out to be able to be executed. This opened a new door for Wang Hao's soul force to manipulate flying swords for attacks. Wang Hao was ecstatic and hurriedly began to try to control the flying sword as guided by the steel diagram. Wang Hao urged his more powerful soul force to make the flying sword swifter, faster, and more powerful. 5 days passed quickly. The results of the draw for the top 32 came out. Wang Hao's luck was very good. He was drawn together with Su Rui. When Su Rui saw that she was up against Wang Hao, she took the initiative to admit defeat. Coupled with the fact that Qiu Hongguang had suffered serious injuries and had yet to wake up before the elimination rounds began, the 8 members of China had already eliminated 2 people, ensuring that Wang Hao would be the only one to enter the top 16 in advance. Chapter 130, Masters of Various Countries. Wang Hao stopped cultivating the Xian Yuan Sword Dictionary and prepared to observe the battles of the other contestants. The most popular contestant of the session was Julia from North America. Not only was she the strength of a Wuhou 8-star, but her looks were also outstanding. She was wearing a long white dress today, her black and beautiful hair draped over her shoulders, her skin was snow white like jade, her features were clear and stunning, her bright eyes were kind, and her cherry red lips were slightly curved, outlining a seductive arc. In addition, her feet stepped on a pair of silver white leather shoes, all permeated with a cold and noble temperament, so that people cannot help but worship, admiration. Moreover, it was rumored that Julia had once fought with a martial king powerhouse and escaped unharmed, which was enough to prove that Julia's strength was extraordinary. Julia stood in the ring and looked around, while her opponent was a male contestant from Western Europe. After the referee signaled the start, the male contestant immediately pulled out his long sword and charged towards Julia. He understood that the only way to have a glimmer of hope of winning was to take the lead. However, Julia did not rush to make a move. Instead, she quietly waited for her opponent to approach. When the opponent was still 3 meters away from her, she suddenly drew her sword, and a cold aura cut through the night, slashing at her opponent. With a bang sound, the long sword was sent flying, and Julia took the opportunity to leap up and swing her sword to slash, a huge sword dipper descending from the sky and slashing towards her opponent. Clang! The opponent raised his long sword to block, but he was still chopped away by the sword dipper and landed on the ground, spitting blood from his mouth. Julia took a step onto the ring and walked in front of her opponent, indifferently saying, "You've lost." Once the referee declared victory, Julia left the ring. Wang Hao looked at Julia's strike and was also in deep thought. That strike just now didn't even utilize 30% of Julia's strength before defeating the contestants who had entered the top 32. Julia's strength was thus extremely powerful, worthy of being the player with the highest odds before the tournament. Next on the stage was the Tianzhu Kingdom martial artist Galeva. He was extremely flexible and specialized in close combat. Facing him was Chinese martial artist Chen Jiahao. Chen Jiahao was a disciple of the Chinese sect Chen Jiaquan. Not a martial arts student, but the strongest young man among the talent of the sect's forces. Chen Jiahao had a stout figure, and his fist blasted out with a whistling wind toward Galeva's chest. Galeva let out a light laugh and dodged Chen Jiahao's attack, while at the same time his right leg kicked out and swept towards Chen Jiahao's abdomen. Without dodging, Chen Jiahao resisted Galeva's attack and turned his left palm into a claw to grab Galeva's throat. Galeva grunted coldly and clasped his arms in front of his chest to fend off Chen Jiahao's attack. Chen Jiahao clenched his hands into fists and continuously attacked Galeva's chest. Galeva's body bowed slightly, his arms set in front of him, blocking all of Chen Jiahao's attacks. Chen Jiahao couldn't hold his own against Galeva's close combat. Chen slams his fist into Galeva's arm and Galeva doesn't budge. Chen Jiahao's wrist, however, was in intense pain, and the bones felt like they were about to shatter. Chen Jiahao screamed miserably, covering his wrist and retreating to the side, cold sweat oozing from his forehead. Galeva smiled blandly and said, "You Chinese martial artists are really too weak to hurt me. Bastard! I'll fight you." Chen Jiahao roared angrily. Chen Jiahao knew that he was no match for Galeva, but as the leader of the young generation in China, how could he tolerate others insulting Chinese martial artists? He, want to kill me? You're not qualified enough. Galeva sneered. Chen Jiahao gritted his teeth, his eyes spitting fire. Immediately afterward, Galeva landed a knee strike to Chen Jiahao's abdomen, and Chen Jiahao moved a few steps to the side to avoid it. Chen Jiahao crossed his arms in front of his body to defend. Galeva took the opportunity to grab both of Chen's arms and pushed hard. Crack! A bone cracking sound rang out. Chen Jiahao screamed in pain. Chen Jiahao's arms were dislodged by Galeva. The pain was unbearable and he was powerless to resist. Galeva let out a vicious laugh, his legs lifted up, clamped down on Chen Jiahao's neck, and viciously pressed downward. Chen Jiahao was powerless to struggle, and could only let Galeva manipulate him, as Galeva pressed Chen Jiahao's head downward with all his might. The Chinese powerhouse saw that the situation was not good and was just about to admit defeat. Only a clicking sound could be heard as Chen Jiahao's head was twisted off by Galeva. Galeva threw Chen Jiahao's head to Wang Hao. "Kid, I'll take revenge for Sunjae, this is just interest." Galeva's behavior caused the Chinese martial artist to become enraged, wanting to rush up and tear him apart. But due to the rules, they could only watch as Chen Jiahao died. "Galeva, you've gone too far, we must give you severe punishment. Chinese martial artists cannot be humiliated, Chinese martial artists must defend the dignity of Chinese martial artists. Galeva, you dare to kill our Chinese martial artists, seek death." Several Chinese martial artists stared angrily at Galeva, wanting to tear him apart. This was different from the previous Sea Island competition, which was through a live feed. Whereas this time, it was a live view of their country's martial artists being killed. "Ha, is this the strength of your Chinese martial artists?" Galeva laughed wildly, his face filled with a provocative demeanor. "Enough! Don't clamor in the arena!" Wei Yang shouted. The rules of the competition were like this: as long as one didn't cry out to admit defeat, they tacitly agreed that the opponent could carry out continued attacks. Chen Jiahao was held down by the neck and was unable to make a sound, and was therefore killed by Galeva. Wei Yang looked at that martial emperor powerhouse from the Tianzhu kingdom. Galeva's behavior must have received his tacit approval. "Wait and see, China won't swallow this." Wang Hao picked up his head and silently walked out of the ring. Wang Hao understood that Galeva was giving himself a demonstration, trying to provoke himself, and he would definitely take this revenge. At this time, within the Chen family in China, the Chen family had a very hard time seeing that Chen Jiahao was actually killed. The students of the Devil's Capital Martial Arts University were also extremely angry when they saw the Chinese martial artists being killed. And Lin Eurosu Xian was extremely worried about Wang Hao's safety when she saw that Galeva had actually gone up against him. The Middle East's Akil came out to face an ancient African player. The Gucci player may have known about Achilles' soul attack in advance, but he also understood that Achilles' defense was weak and wanted to beat Akil before he could. When Gofei player strikes, he bursts out with amazing speed and power. His fist is like a meteor, with a whistling sound of wind, smashing towards Akil. Only to see Achilles' eyes flashing, the two stared at each other, their eyes intertwined and collided, electric. Two powerful auras surged between them. Only the Gofei player suddenly had dull eyes and stopped his fast-moving figure. Akil, dagger in hand, stabbed the Goofy player's chest with one blow, followed by a kick. The Goofy player flew backwards out of the ring, disqualified from continuing the match. Chapter 131, Top 16 Battle. Although the Gofei player was fast, he still couldn't escape being killed in seconds. Akil put away the light smile hanging at the corner of his mouth, and a bloodthirsty light flashed in his eyes. This Achilles' soul strength is very strong, it should have reached the high B rank. Wang Hao muttered. Achilles' peculiar means of attack was also attracting a lot of people's attention. The soul attack method was too peculiar and there was no better means of defense. Next up was China's In Jiang, and he was facing the Tianzhu player. The smell of gunpowder between the two countries' martial artists was getting stronger and stronger, and this match was attracting a lot of people's attention. And Jiang directly pointed his gun at the Tianzhu country player. If you can walk down alive, count me as a loser. The Tianzhu country player, Azim, didn't have the slightest fear either. The Tianzhu Kingdom selection was all about the bottom-tier martial artists breaking out in the fight against the magical beasts. Therefore, although Akam knew that he might not be In Jiang's opponent, he did not have the slightest fear in his eyes at all. When the referee announced the start of the match, In Jiang directly swung his gun and rushed towards Akam. Azim grunted coldly and raised his sword to meet him. Clang! The lance and the short sword clashed, rubbing out violent sparks. And Jiang did not hold back. After all, Azim was a powerful martial artist of the Tianzhu kingdom. His strength was not bad, so the moment he struck with all his might. Azim calmly took out a short sword and fought with In Jiang. Clang! The short blade and the gun clashed with a crisp sound as the short soldiers exchanged blows. The two martial artists quickly entangled together, making deadly moves and fighting with a lively streak of. Both Azim and In Jiang's bodies were shaken, and each of them took a step back. And Jiang secretly praised, "What a strong power." And Jiang's left hand gripped the handle of the gun and stabbed forward. Azim reacted swiftly and dodged the gun blade and slashed at In Jiang with his short knife in the process. And Jiang immediately caught the knife with his spear. Azim sneered and stepped forward with his right leg, kneeing In Jiang's abdomen, wanting to use the impact of his knee to make In Jiang fall. And Jiang slightly sidestepped, dodging the attack and thrusting his lance through Azim's right ribcage in the process. Put! Blood splattered, Azim covered his wound and stared at In Jiang with gritted teeth, but he didn't dare to launch another attack easily. And Jiang's seemingly simple move was actually a skillful move. Azim's power was strong, but his speed was lacking. And Jiang, on the other hand, used his dexterity to put Azim on the defensive, causing Azim to suffer a serious injury. Azim covered his abdomen and stood in place, gasping for breath continuously, obviously not badly injured. And Jiang, however, looked at Azim with a smile, and without slowing down, stretched out his left hand and swung his lance to stab at the bend of Azim's leg. Azim felt his legs soften and his entire body fell to his knees. And Jiang immediately stepped forward and grabbed Azim's shoulders, swinging Azim up and slamming him heavily on the ground. Azim stifled a grunt and fainted. On the other hand, and Jiang stabbed his gun into Azim's chest fiercely, and blood instantly spilled all over the entire competition venue. Azim's body then lay on the ring. And Jiang stomped on Azim's corpse and said coldly to the Tianzhu country's martial artists, "Don't think that we Chinese martial artists will be afraid of you, so if you have the guts, you can proceed to fight." After In Jiang said those words, he released his foot and stood up, walking towards the edge of the ring. The ring was surrounded by silence, and all the spectators were shocked. And Jiang easily solved his opponent and showed the strength of the Chinese leader. The subsequent matches continued and the final 16 were finally produced. 4 of the 8 players from China entered the top 16. They were Wang Hao, and Jiang, Li Yuqing, and Liang Ziyu. Chen Yuyu was defeated by an ice-based martial arts technique in a battle with the Nordic martial artist Irene, and suffered frostbite all over his body. Perhaps due to In Jiang's previous intimidation, Irene did not kill Chen Yuhang, but only left him seriously injured and incapacitated. Wang Hao is now the only participant in the China Martial Arts University. With the birth of the top 16, the World Young Wushu Masters competition has become more and more popular all over the world, especially among the people of different countries, who are paying more and more attention to their own country's contestants. And the likes of Julia and Jiang, Aaron, and the others' popularity value was also at its peak. At this time, the results of the draw came out. Everyone in China looked at Wang Hao. This was because the results of the draw showed that Wang Hao's opponent was Galeva. This martial artist of the Celestial Kingdom with the third best odds was bound to avenge Wang Hao's murder of the Celestial Kingdom's Sunjae. Wang Hao, on the other hand, stood up and said indifferently, "I will kill Galava and avenge Qin Zhouhao." Wang Hao did not show his nervousness because he felt that he had the strength to be able to kill Galava. The tournament was to be held the day after tomorrow, and the results of the draw were publicized online. There was no doubt that the match between Wang Hao and Galava had attracted a lot of attention. Wang Hao received a call from Lin Euro at the hotel at this time. "What's wrong?" Wang Hao asked as he got through. "Wang Hao, the day after tomorrow is your match with Galava. Are you sure you can beat Galava?" Lin Euro asked with concern on the other side of the phone. Wang Hao pondered for a moment after hearing this and said, "Galava is indeed a bit powerful, but I have the confidence to defeat him." "Alright then, if you can't beat him, just admit defeat. Don't ever be killed on the spot like Chen Jiahao. I don't even know what to do if you're going to die. Don't worry, I'll protect myself, and you should also hurry up and cultivate." Immediately afterward, Wang Hao's parents and brother Zhou Huo called themselves. After hanging up the phone, Wang Hao sat on the edge of the bed and fell into thought. There was no doubt that Galava was extremely strong, and his close combat techniques were extremely tough. Chen Jiahao's Chen family fist was not weak, but it was always neutralized by his flexible body coordination. It was clear that only one of himself and Galava could survive. The battle the day after tomorrow was bound to be a tough one. Wang Hao sank his heart and continued to study the seventh steel diagram of the Xian Yuan sword cannon. The day after tomorrow's competition would soon begin. The first match was Irene versus Chinese martial artist Liang Ziyu. Aaron was using an ice martial art and had just defeated Chinese martial artist Chen Yuhang. On the other hand, Liang Ziyu fought with a hammer, his fighting style wide open. As soon as the competition started, Eileen was using the ice martial art Cold Ice Seal to turn this competition arena into her home ground. Liang Ziyu used a double hammer, a long-handled giant hammer that looked clumsy, but every time he swung it, it erupted with amazing destructive power. Rumble! Liang Ziyu's hammer shook the air with each fall, bringing up bursts of sonic booms. But Eileen dodged with ease, while releasing ice to freeze Liang Ziyu. The two fought from the ground to mid-air and back to the ground. The entire tournament venue was ruined. Liang Ziyu's figure suddenly skyrocketed, leaping several meters as he swung a giant hammer at Aaron. Chapter 132, in the top 16 battle. Aaron hurriedly performed her martial arts, instantly performing her ice martial arts to actually transform into a white giant bear. Boom! Aaron's huge palm blocked Liang Ziyu's huge hammer. Liang Ziyu, on the other hand, used his extraordinary strength to harden the seal of the ice martial skill. Frost burst chop, Irene shouted lowly, and the ice blue spear came at Liang Ziyu with an air-breaking sound. Liang Ziyu didn't dare to be careless and waved his huge hammer to resist. Bang! Tearing pain came from Liang Ziyu's arm. He knew that if he was pierced through his body by the ice spear, he would be in trouble. Liang Ziyu hastily jumped away and dodged the huge ice spear. Seeing this, Eileen immediately caught up and was ready to capitalize on the attack. Aaron cast ice hammer and slammed it into Liang Ziyu's chest. Boom! Liang Ziyu was catapulted away by the tremendous force of the recoil. The pain from the ice spikes into his bones caused Liang Ziyu's face to turn pale, and beads of sweat oozed from his forehead. And right at this moment, Irene took advantage of the situation and slapped her palm at Liang Ziyu's chest. Put! Liang Ziyu flew out backwards and fell onto the ring, spraying out a large mouthful of blood. Aaron rushed over again and stomped on Liang Ziyu's shoulder, looking down on him from above. Liang Ziyu struggled to get up, but his shoulder blade, which was penetrated by an ice pick, prevented him from moving. Admit defeat. Seeing this, the Chinese martial artist next to him hurriedly signaled to the referee for Liang Ziyu to admit defeat. Eileen released her foot from the ring and then stepped out of the ring. Several martial king powerhouses from China couldn't help but shake their heads, perhaps ready for Liang Ziyu to be eliminated this time. However, they thought that Irene's strength wasn't as terrifying as Julia's, so the top echelons of the Chinese nation still had some high hopes for Liang Ziyu. Then out came Akil and another North American martial artist. This North American martial artist had also gathered information about Achilles' soul force attacks and wondered how he would respond. When the referee announced the start of the match, the North American player immediately rushed over. Achilles' eyes flashed as he prepared to launch a soul attack. But just as his thoughts moved, he felt as if a mysterious force had appeared in his sea of consciousness, interfering with his spiritual power. The North American player didn't falter a bit. A hint of surprise flashed in Achilles' eyes. I purposely wore a weapon against soul force attacks today, a weapon that was given to me by the government of the special North American base, specifically to defend against your soul attacks. The North American player laughed coldly. Although I don't know what your soul force attack martial art is, you don't want to have your way. Akil frowned. Your weapon is very strong, but if you want to think that this is the only attack I have, then you are very wrong. In that case, bring out your full strength. Humph. Cut the crap and take your life. The North American player roared angrily and swung his iron rod towards Akil. Rumble. The iron rod swept towards Achilles' head with a whistling wind. Humph, that's nothing. Akil sneered. Soul power transformed into a black energy ball that appeared in his hand, and then met the iron rod. Ding! You don't think I only use soul attacks with my eyes, do you? Akil let out a maniacal laugh as the black energy ball slammed viciously into the North American martial artist. The North American martial artist's face changed slightly and he quickly moved sideways to dodge, but he was still a step too slow and was hit in the abdomen by the black energy ball. The North American martial artist screamed in pain. Ha, it's useless, this is a black energy ball made up of soul force, its temperature reaches 500 degrees Celsius, you can't withstand it at all. Akil then unleashed another soul attack. The North American martial artist who had been severely injured was unable to block it at this point, and was struck in the head by the black energy ball, losing consciousness. Poof! The black energy ball directly pierced through the North American martial artist's brow, killing him completely. The martial artists in the audience watched the match on the screen and murmured, "This Akil is really ruthless enough. Such a strong soul attack? No wonder it was able to kill his opponent." The crowd marveled. Wang Hao looked at the footage of Akil fighting. Akili's attack at this moment was similar to his own silent spirit technique. It's all about using soul power to form energy to attack. The second layer of the silent spirit technique was the soul gun, while the third layer was the soul fire. The martial skill that Akil was using should be inferior to his own silent spirit technique. His own silent spirit technique belonged to the A-grade low-level martial arts, which was rare amongst soul martial arts. However, Akil, as the strongest player in the Middle Eastern country, did not know what level his soul martial skill belonged to. Next out was the favorite to win the championship, Julia, and her opponent was Li Yuqing, a martial artist from the country of China. This matchup was second only to Wang Haoyu's fight with Galeva in terms of attraction. The senior martial artists of China didn't expect too much from Li Yuqing's victory. Although Li Yuqing was a 5-star martial marquis and still had a fighting chance against other opponents, it would be difficult for him to enter the top 8 against this year's strongest Julia. Wearing a set of bronze armor and holding a long sword, Li Yuqing stood in front of Julia with a resolute gaze. Julia had a look of contempt on her face. "You don't deserve to be my opponent, get off before you suffer serious injuries." Li Yuqing sniffed and was silent for a moment, then said, "You can't insult the honor of a Chinese martial artist, although the probability of my victory is very low, please enlighten me. Then let me see what qualifications you have to fight me." Julia held a silver long sword, emitting a faintly cold aura as if from the depths of the underworld. Swish! With a flash of silver, Julia's figure disappeared, leaving behind only a residual shadow. In the next moment, Li Yuqing's pupils shrunk dramatically, sensing a fatal crisis coming. Clang! Li Yuqing raised his long sword in haste to block. Clang! An ear-piercing friction sound rang out, and the long sword in Li Yuqing's hand unexpectedly bent. How is it possible? Li Yuqing was horrified. His long sword was made of fine steel and was a B-rank low-grade weapon. It was easily broken by Julia's longsword. "Be careful!" And Jiang on the side of the field shouted. Too late! Julia's voice rang out from all directions. Li Yuqing looked up, only to see that Julia had already arrived in front of him. Snort! The silver longsword sliced through Li Yuqing's bronze armor, leaving a bloodstain on Li Yuqing's chest. Li Yuqing almost suffered a serious injury. So close! Li Yuqing broke out in a cold sweat. A smirk appeared on the corner of her mouth as Julia's strike was successful. Her body leapt up and slashed her sword towards Li Yuqing. This sword was powerful and heavy, bringing up a whistling wind that chopped at Li Yuqing's protective true essence. Ka-ching! Li Yuqing's protective true essence unexpectedly shattered, revealing his skin. How is that possible? Li Yuqing's eyes widened. His body-protecting true element defense was terrifying. A normal martial marquis 6-star martial artist would never be able to penetrate his defense, yet he was cut apart by Julia's sword. I won't give up, I want to win. Li Yuqing's eyes were crimson as he tried his best to redirect his aura and converge on his protective true essence in an attempt to block Julia's attack. Chapter 133, Under the Top 16 Battle. But it was all in vain as the silver sword in Julia's hand landed mercilessly on Li Yuqing's body. Clang! Li Yuqing was smashed away and landed on the ground, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. I lost. The Chinese martial artist also did not expect his second-rank Li Yuqing to be almost completely powerless against Julia. Li Yuqing was most famous for his specialized body protection martial skill, which majored in defense. It was difficult for an ordinary marquis martial artist to break his defense, although his overall strength was a bit worse compared to An Jiang. But no one had expected that Li Yuqing would barely be able to fight back in front of Julia. The Chinese martial artists were also somewhat demoralized. There were originally 4 players who entered the top 16. Now that Li Yuqing and Liang Ziyu had been eliminated, and Jiang was fine. However, the fight between Wang Hao and the number 1 player from Tianzhu Kingdom, Galeva, was not favored by too many people. Although Wang Hao was extremely talented, Li Yuqing and Liang Ziyu, who were ranked ahead of him in the training camp standings, had both been eliminated. Facing the previously fierce and unusual Galeva, the crowd couldn't help but sweat for Wang Hao. Wang Hao walked to the ring. Galeva then brings his fists up and makes a throat-slashing motion at Wang Hao. Kid, obediently send up your dog's head, maybe I can still spare your life. Galeva arrogantly said. Wang Hao's expression was calm, he didn't get annoyed by Galeva's words, instead a weird smile appeared on his face. Ha! Wang Hao laughed a few times and slowly drew out the rhythmic frost sword at his waist. The body of the sword was as snow white as lamb's fat jade, glowing with silver light, and the sound of whimpering was faintly heard. Kid, ready to die? Galeva asked with a cold smile. Wang Hao ignored it and just gripped the rhythmic frost sword in his hand, his muscles tensing up. Galeva grinned, hee, I'd like to see if your sword is powerful or my body is powerful. Galeva rushed directly to Wang Hao's side, and what he was best at was close quarters attacks. Galeva's left foot stomped on the floor, and his entire body was like an arrow shooting toward Wang Hao, and his right leg transformed into a phantom, kicking directly at Wang Hao's chest. Bang! Galeva's kick was powerful, but Wang Hao made the rhythmic frost sword and blocked it. Boom! Wang Hao's figure swayed twice, unmoving. Oh? It seems that your physical strength isn't weak. Galeva looked at Wang Hao in surprise. You can try. A wicked smile hung at the corner of Wang Hao's mouth. Humph, do you really think I'm afraid of you? Give me death. Galeva suddenly stormed up, his speed as fast as thunder, like a stream of light, waving his fist and smashing it against Wang Hao. Bang! Wang Hao's right hand gripped the rhythmic frost sword tightly and made the fourth style of the Purple Emperor sword technique, Purple Emperor boundary breaking, to meet it, erupting with a huge boom. Hiss in the audience, many martial artists sucked in a breath of cool air as they watched the intense fight between the two strongest men in the ring. Hee, it seems like we still underestimated this young man from China. His physical strength is not weaker than Galeva. In the Tianzhu Kingdom's camp, an old man with white hair and a majestic face stared at the ring with narrowed eyes. This was Hurinik, the martial emperor-level martial artist from the Tianzhu Kingdom who was leading the team this time. Master, do you see anything? A young man from the Tianzhu Kingdom next to him respectfully inquired. This Chinese country youth called Wang Hao is not simple na. His physical quality is very high, he should have practiced some kind of martial arts that specializes in enhancing physical strength, and his level is not low. It causes his physical body to be very strong. Hurinik said. At this time, among the martial artists of the Chinese nation, they were also all nervously watching this competition. Not only did Wang Hao not lose out, but he instead gained the upper hand in the contest, which made the Chinese martial artists extremely happy. Wei Yang said, it seems that we still underestimated Wang Hao's strength, he is not weaker than in Ziyang now. His physical strength, his sword skills, and his stance and soul power have almost no shortcomings, so this time, maybe he can make it to the end. Bang bang bang. Wang Hao waved the rhyming frost sword in his hand and used the Purple Emperor sword technique to force Galeva back. Galeva's eyes were glazed over, and the entire ground trembled as his paws stepped on the ground, before he turned into a wisp of black smoke and disappeared. Brush! In the next moment, chills ran down Wang Hao's back as he hurriedly turned his head, only to see that Galeva had appeared on his side, his right arm transformed into a sharp claw and grabbed Wang Hao's head. Wang Hao hurriedly used instantaneous stacked shadow steps to move away and dodge Galeva's attack. Bang! Galeva's right claw fell short and slammed hard into the ground. Instantly, the hard stone slabs cracked and a furious aura spread out. Galeva's body reappeared, and this time there were 5 sharp bone spikes on his right shoulder that were smoking black. It was obvious that Galeva had suffered a loss in the collision just now. Kid, I'll kill you with this move. Galeva growled, and with a flash of his body, he arrived in front of Wang Hao again. Wang Hao frowned slightly as his right hand raised, and the third style of the Flood Sword Codex, the Raging Sea Tumbling Sword. In an instant, an ocean was raging, waves were raging, and the sword was so powerful that it was endless, seemingly continuous, and the sword aura instantly transformed into countless tiny sword rains, densely packed, enveloping all parts of Galeva's body. Snorting. The rhythmic frost sword in his hand erupted with a brilliant light as he swept it out. Swish! A half-moon-shaped sword sheath flew out as if it was going to tear Galeva to pieces. Puff! A column of blood spurted out as Galeva's left arm flew into the air. My arm is ruined. I'm going to kill you, Galeva threw himself up to the sky and howled in agony. You seek death. This time, there were 9 heels of sharp bone spikes on his right arm, all of which drilled out of his skin, looking hideous and terrifying. These sharp bone spurs emitted a light green fluorescence, and once they were stuck on a person, even if they wouldn't die, they would definitely leave behind injuries that would be difficult to recover from. Kid, you've angered me, suffer death. Galeva's gaze revealed a thick killing intent, and his feet stomped the ground so violently that the ground exploded, and his body flew up like a cannonball, attacking toward Wang Hao. Wang Hao roared and used the Flood Sword Code. Poof! 1,000 worlds, 10,000 images, the transformation of reality, wind, thunder, fire, and electricity. Rumble! The ring was filled with wild winds, dark clouds, and lightning. Ka-ching! A lightning bolt the thickness of a bucket cut through the sky and illuminated the ring, accompanied by deafening thunderous sounds. Crackling! Endless wind and sand appeared in the ring, a blur that made it impossible to open one's eyes. In an instant, Wang Hao's hand condensed a giant sword blade that was 100 feet long, and with devastating power, it slashed fiercely towards the flying Galeva. Boom! Galeva screamed miserably as his body looked like it had suffered a heavy blow and was thrown straight out. Chapter 134 Killing Galeva. His chest collapsed into a large chunk, his ribs broke a few times, blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, and his body was scorched black and in a sorry state. Wang Hao's right hand gripped the rhyming frost sword tightly as he instantly moved to Galeva's side, before the Tianzhu Kingdom powerhouse shouted surrender. He stabbed the sword at Galeva's head and then drew it back violently. Only to see Galeva's head shatter like a watermelon, scarlet blood spread all over the ring. Galeva, fallen. What's going on here? The crowd of onlookers outside the arena was in an uproar. Holy, this Chinese martial artist is too strong, isn't he? It actually killed Galeva in seconds. Galeva actually lost. Too terrifying, just who is that Wang Hao? It's amazing that even Galeva isn't his opponent. Impossible, this is never possible. The Tianzhu Kingdom's martial artists' eyes widened as they muttered, our Tianzhu Kingdom's #1 genius was actually killed by him. Who is he? Who exactly is he? Wang Hao stood on the ring and looked around, all those who met his eyes avoided him, this teenager was just too dominating, he actually murdered Darawa who had the third best odds. Wang Hao's victory also boosted the morale of the Chinese martial artists. Ha 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 ha. Good, very good. Worthy of being our talented young man, really great, ha. Well done, Wang Hao. It's time to teach the Tianzhu Kingdom martial artists a lesson for killing our Chinese martial artists. Good job, let's see if the Tianzhu Kingdom martial artists are still crazy. At this moment, the many martial artists in China also boiled over as they shouted Wang Hao's name and applauded him. In the ring, Wang Hao collected his breath and walked down the ring. At this moment, the depths of Su Rui's eyes were filled with strange colors. She looked at Wang Hao's back and muttered, so he's this strong, this guy is hiding really deeply. At this time, within China, people were also excited when they saw the image of Wang Hao killing Galeva. At the Devil's Capital Martial Arts University, Lin Yueliang and Su Xian and a few other people watched the match along with the students of the Devil's Capital Martial Arts University. Lin Yuro saw Wang Hao's valor in decapitating Galeva, and her eyes glowed in the depths of her eyes. She muttered, so Wang Hao's strength has progressed to this point, I can't be left behind too hard, I thought that my talent was even stronger than his. Lin Yuro couldn't help but recall the first time she competed with Wang Hao and revealed a smile. At this moment, Su Xian and the others also saw the image just now, and each one of them was incredibly excited. I can't imagine that brother Hao is now so handsome, killing Galeva is so dominating. Su Xian clenched her pink fists and said with a face of adoration. Lin Yuro smiled and nodded her head, gently caressing Su Xian's silky hair and said, he is very good, we have to keep working hard too. Su Xian pouted arrogantly raising her snow-white pretty face. And Jiang then defeated his opponent and also entered the final 8. After a few later matches, the top 8 of the World Youth Championship came out. Wang Hao and Jiang, Julia, Angel, Aaron, Akil, Walcott and Clark. Angel was the martial artist with the second best odds, specializing in swordplay and with 7-star martial arts strength. Walcott, on the other hand, was the second best martial artist in North America, with a rare Thunder System talent and a Thunder System martial art that was not only extremely fast, but also extremely powerful in attack. Clark on the other hand, and Wildcat a glance, dark attribute martial artist, like to hide themselves in the black fog, and then give the opponent a fatal blow. The players who entered the top 8 had 2 days to recover. Wang Hao, on the other hand, used these 2 days to continue comprehending the Xian Yuan sword code. Wang Hao sank his soul force into the 7th steel diagram in his mind, sensing how a swordsman would use his soul force to manipulate a flying sword in battle. Wang Hao operated his soul force, and his body emitted a trace of light green light, which converged on top of the steel diagram in his mind and gradually condensed into flying swords. Wang Hao sat on the ground, silently sensing the sword intent and absorbing the surrounding spiritual qi. The entire area's spiritual qi surged madly toward Wang Hao, who closed his eyes and devoted himself to cultivation. In Wang Hao's sea of consciousness, a giant sword silhouette emerged from the 7th steel map, slowly rotating. Suddenly, Wang Hao opened his eyes and reached out with his right hand to point into the air. Only a sudden buzzing sound was heard. Swoosh! A short sword with a turquoise color evolved from soul power hovered at the tip of Wang Hao's finger. The short sword was about 1 foot in size, and its body was made of jasper, crystal clear, radiating a ghostly cold aura, as if it contained endless sharpness. Wang Hao nodded with satisfaction, knowing that he had completely mastered the 7th style of the Xian Yuan sword code. Wang Hao walked out of his room and went out into the wild to initially try out the power of the 7th style of the Xian Yuan sword classic. Whoosh! The short sword cut through the air and shot towards the rock wall in front of them. With a rumble, the rock wall burst open, and debris flew about with a terrifying power. Wang Hao revealed a smile. This kind of might was comparable to the full force of a Martial Marquis 7-star strike. With a thought, his soul force formed the Jasper flying sword into streams of light and disappeared. Wang Hao then immersed his mind in comprehending the 8th steel diagram of the Xian Yuan sword cannon. While Wang Hao was comprehending the 8th steel diagram, the results of the lottery came out. Angel vs. Walcott. Wang Hao vs. Akil. Julia vs. Irene. And Ji Young vs. Clark. The draw is out and everyone is talking about the draw. Angel's blade technique belonged to the wide open style, and facing Walcott of the Thunder System technique was bound to be an extremely intense battle. Wang Hao faced Akil, who was the most mysterious and used soul power to attack. Killing Galava's record made him known as the biggest dark horse of this year's young martial artist competition. And Achilles' versatile soul attack style is also making the Middle Eastern countries have full confidence in him. Julia and Erin, on the other hand, were the only two women in this year's tournament, and their duel attracted a lot of attention. There was no need to talk about Julia, as the martial artist with the highest reputation as this year's champion, and with extremely beautiful looks, she was also the most popular player in this year's tournament. Irene also has a beautiful face, and the power of her ice martial arts is also there for all to see, but her chances of winning against Julia are really not high. And Ji Young, as the #1 martial artist in China, was not as strong as Wang Hao, but his strength was not in need of much explanation. Clark, on the other hand, was a player from the ancient African nation who was noted for his unique offense. If his assassin-style offense is successful, it goes without saying that he will surely win. However, if his attack pattern was recognized by Ji Young, the one who would win would definitely be Ji Young. China has already surpassed the previous tournament's result by securing 2 places in the final 8. Wei Yang and the other powerhouses were also extremely satisfied with the performance of China's martial artists. The first matchup was Angel vs. Walcott. All the contestants were paying attention to this bout. Chapter 135, Angel. As the #1 expert in the Western European country, Angel was famous for his sword skills. He wore a black leather jacket, revealing a lean chest with well-muscled muscles. A silver-white scimitar hung from his waist. He stood there as erect and tough as a javelin. He was a great master of blade techniques, and each of his blades contained an extremely domineering and overpowering blade intent that caused one's heart to palpitate and tremble. Walcott, on the other hand, was a rare Thunder System gifted martial artist in North America. He wore a purple robe and placed his hands in a propped-up position in front of him. When Angel approached, Walcott's eyes snapped open, his pupils flashing with dazzling electric aura. He then pointed his right hand forward, only to hear a crackling sound, and several thunder snakes appeared in the air, lunging at Angel with teeth and claws. Walcott, as a Thunder System gifted martial artist, stunned the crowd as he displayed a terrifying thunderous momentum right out of the gate. Angel, however, was not the least bit afraid as he flipped his wrist and swung his silver-white scimitar. At that moment, a network of blades enveloped Walcott. Walcott's right foot violently stomped on the stone table, and immediately the stone table shattered into several pieces and turned into powder. Instead, his figure moved out abruptly, pouncing straight at Angel. With a twist of his wrist, Angel held a silver-white scimitar and drew a bright arc as he rushed towards Walcott. A lingering cold aura burst out from his body. Angel's sword technique was ferocious and harsh, while Walcott's attacks were bizarre and unpredictable. Dang! A crisp crash sounded and sparks flew everywhere. Walcott only felt a huge force spread all over his body, shaking his internal organs in pain. His body retreated a few steps, and his throat was sweet as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Angel, on the other hand, stood firmly in place, not moving a muscle. The two of them sparred hard, and Angel steadily gained the upper hand. This time the exchange went down to Walcott. Angel's seemingly bland move contained a powerful force that shocked Walcott's internal organs. Walcott wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his cold eyes looked at Angel and said, "You're very strong, it's worth my full strength." Angel smiled indifferently and said, "You're not bad either, but unfortunately not as strong as me." Walcott didn't talk any more nonsense. A thunder and lightning frenzy of energy exploded out from him, instantly sweeping across the entire field. A shadow appeared behind Walcott. The shadow was made up of lightning like a dragon, its body covered in scales. The illusory dragon roared and lunged towards Angel. Angel held a silver-white scimitar and slashed out. A white-silver aura chopped at the illusory auger with a sharp whistling sound. Boom! The two energies collided together, creating wave after wave. Ka-ching! The illusory scaly dragon crumbled apart and dissipated into a sky full of electricity. Angel's body swayed slightly, while Walcott fell back a few meters, obviously suffering from a light wound. "What kind of move is this? It can actually break my Thunder Dragon Shadow?" Walcott asked with a frown. Angel proudly said, "This is the A-ranked blade technique I've been practicing, Silver Wind Blade. How about it, are you scared?" "Ha, scared? I, Walcott, would be afraid? Although you're strong, I won't easily admit defeat." Walcott laughed back in anger. "Since you're looking for death, I'll fulfill you." As soon as the words fell, Walcott's body transformed into a bolt of lightning, as fast as a ghost, and in an instant, he arrived at Angel's side. His left palm slapped out, and the power of lightning surged. At the same time, Walcott's right leg kicked out, the power of lightning raging. Both of them used their best moves. Bang! Angel continued to cast Silver Wind Blade at Walcott, who also kicked him in the stomach. The two strong forces clashed together and a loud noise was heard. Walcott stifled a grunt and his body shook violently twice. Bang! Engel followed up with a punch that slammed into Walcott, who held out his right arm to fend it off. Ka-ching! A sound of bones breaking rang out. Walcott's right arm was fractured, and he screamed miserably, his face pale. It's time to end it, go to hell! Angel shouted coldly, his right hand gripped the hilt of the knife and ruthlessly slashed at Walcott's head. Walcott's eyes were round, he wanted to dodge but there was nowhere to escape. Put! Angel chopped off Walcott's head with a knife, and the body planted itself in the ring. No one expected that Angel had killed Walcott. The camp that North America was in instantly exploded, and even Julia was a little angry, looking fiercely at Angel. Angel has gone too far, he even directly killed Walcott. A North American martial artist shouted indignantly. Yeah, it's simply too much of a bully. Several other North American martial artists agreed. Angel lazily ignored this group of people and directly left the ring. After Angel and the others left, Julia ordered people to carry Walcott's body down. And at this moment, the few remaining top 8 players under the field slowed down, their eyes leaking deep scorn towards Angel. Wang Hao also recalled Angel's sword technique. Obviously, Angel's saber technique comprehended the saber intent. With a glance at the sword intent, the power of the blade technique after realizing the blade intent was obviously stronger. He himself was now at 50% sword intent, and he wondered how many percent of Angel's blade intent he had comprehended. The second duel that ensued was between Julia and Aaron. This matchup attracted the attention of many people. The duel between the two great beauties had a great attraction. Julia was holding a silver-white sword and was wearing white tight clothes that outlined her delicate curves, and her snow-like skin was crystal clear. Her entire person was filled with a mysterious and seductive aura. Her body was perfectly proportioned and her looks were even more exquisite. Aaron, on the other hand, possessed a pair of azure-colored eyes that were as bright and deep as stars. At the moment, she was releasing a frosty intent all over her body, as if the Snow Queen had descended. These two girls are both rare beauties. The onlookers murmured. Eileen's looks weren't the most beautiful, but she had the air of a mesmerizing ice queen. Julia, on the other hand, had a slender and upright figure, and her knitted brows and smile tugged at one's eyes. Julia, please enlighten me. Aaron's voice was crisp and pleasant, as if a lark was singing. Aaron was the first to attack as she used the ice martial art Cold Ice Stab. Aaron understood that if she fought normally, she was no match for Julia. She had to steal the opening and take the advantage of the first hand in the battle. A thin layer of frost surfaced on her body, and her figure fluttered, instantly rushing in front of Julia. Shoo! Ice spikes pierced through the air with a whistling sound, coming towards Julia. Julia waved her silver-white longsword to meet Aaron. Boom! 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 Julia directly blocked Aaron's attack without any effort at all. Chapter 136, Against a Kill. Julian held a silver-white sword and slashed it against the ice, which immediately shattered and blocked Julian's vision. Good chance! Eileen droned, approaching Julia with a flick of her wrist. Aaron's palms came out in unison, and a thick layer of cold ice covered Julia's arms and shoulders. However, Julia did not move, and her silver-colored rapier blossomed into a dazzling silver-white sword aura as she stabbed towards Aaron. Aaron used her ice martial arts to actually transform into a white giant bear. Previously, Aaron had used this martial art to block Liang Ziyu's attack. However, Julia's attack power could not be compared to Liang Ziyu's. With a single sword strike, Julia shattered the white giant bear and then immediately attacked Irene. Eileen's strength was clearly a step behind that of Julia, and she was forced into a disadvantage by Julia. Pa la! Aaron made a mistake and was thrown in the chest by Julia's palm. Aaron's petite body trembled slightly, her cheeks flushed with a shy expression. Put! Julia slashed her sword across Aaron's waist, and blood splattered. Aaron wailed in pain and her figure retreated. Julia took advantage of the situation and stabbed Aaron again. Aaron covered her bleeding wound. Swish! Right in the middle of retreating, suddenly, the corner of Aaron's mouth curved up in a flirtatious arc. Whoosh! An ice needle shot towards Julia at a strangely fast speed. Julia was alert and immediately dodged the ice needle. But right at this moment, Aaron suddenly changed her stance and swept out a whip leg, aiming straight for Julia's waist and abdomen. All of this happened in a split second. Everyone was shocked by the sudden change in the situation of the battle, never imagining that Aaron would want to fight back from the Jedi. However, Julia seemed to have already judged the battle situation and did not panic in the slightest, directly raising her rapier. The long sword in her hand swung down violently. Bared! With a sound, the silver-white sharp sword cut through the air, drawing a narrow white trail. Pa! Aaron was sent flying, her chest sash torn. Aaron rose from the ground, covering the exposed sash on her chest. Julia sheathed her sword and said indifferently, "You're not my opponent yet, admit defeat." Erin lowered her head and was silent for a long time before slowly spitting out, "I admit defeat." She then jumped out of the ring and walked down. Honestly, Erin had pretty much done the best she could. Grabbing the first hand, the ensuing fight shows the enemy's weakness and tries to sneak up on Julia for a counterattack. However, the difference in strength was too obvious and Julia's battle sense was beyond Irene's imagination. Julia deserved to be the most favorable contender for the title, taking the initiative of the battle throughout the entire match. The third matchup pitted Wang Hao against Akil. Achilles' previous soul attacks had left everyone feeling defenseless. Before going up to the match, Wei Yang directly gave Wang Hao a necklace. This is a B-grade high-level weapon that resists soul force attacks. It's said to be a B-grade weapon, but no one would be willing to trade you for it if you took an A-grade high-level weapon. This is just a loan for you to use. The Chinese government doesn't even have a few weapons that resist soul force attacks. These are all acquired by strong people from their own country who fought their way from another planet. Wang Hao played with the necklace and asked Wei Yang, "They all have soul force attack martial arts in the Middle Eastern countries, but we don't have any in China?" Wei Yang laughed and shook his head as he listened. For their Middle Eastern country, a martial emperor-level powerhouse snatched it from a secret realm at the other end of the ground passage. We Chinese martial artists also have martial artists who have acquired soul attack martial arts, but we do not force our own martial artists to contribute the acquired martial arts to the government. If you acquire a martial skill in the future, you can also choose to exchange it to the government to gain contribution points so that you can exchange it for other items, or you can decide to use it yourself. Of course, if you achieve the championship, the reward will be an S-rank mid-rank soul power martial skill, so go for it, little one. After hearing Wei Yang's words, Wang Hao also understood. Some strong people who acquired martial skills chose to contribute them to the government, while others wanted to use them for themselves. The government was not in a position to morally kidnap these strong people, as long as these strong people were fighting for humanity and sparring with magical beasts. Wang Hao also understood these practices of the government. Wei Yang was also taking some of the risk when he chose to lend himself the weapons that resisted soul power. If Wang Hao broke the weapon during the competition, it would be Wei Yang who would bear the main responsibility. Wang Hao gave his thanks to Wei Yang and then mounted the ring. Wei Yang looked at Wang Hao's figure going up and muttered, "Little fellow, don't let me down." At this time, the eyes of the entire audience were focused on Wang Hao and Akil. Wang Hao drew his rhyming frost sword. On the other hand, Akil was dressed in a black robe and a black hat, unable to see his face clearly, and exuding a mysterious aura. Wang Hao gripped the long sword in his hand tightly, and the true essence in his body was running, adjusting his state and preparing for the battle. Achilles' body erupted with a terrifying and extreme pressure. This pressure was palpitating. The many people onlookers at the edge of the ring couldn't help but take a few steps back, their faces filled with horror. This level of pressure was enough to kill an ordinary martial artist in seconds. What kind of power is this? Wang Hao, however, was unaffected by this pressure and instead felt a bit of fervor. Akil flashed her eyes and directly sent a soul attack at Wang Hao. Rumble! A gray mist that was indistinguishable to the naked eye arose out of thin air, as if it had surged out of the nine hells, swiftly swooping down on Wang Hao. Within the gray mist, a bizarre and gloomy aura was transmitted. As soon as the gray mist approached Wang Hao felt a profoundness and mystery. This was the mist that Akil had composed using his soul power. A normal martial artist facing this gray mist would feel as if they had fallen into an eternal abyss, with endless loneliness and despair filling their minds. However, the necklace that Wang Hao wore played a role at this time, and a blue halo appeared and resisted this attack. Sure enough, there is a weapon that resists soul force attacks. Akil wasn't the least bit surprised. Having come to the Elite 8 battlefield, his own means of soul force attacks were partially exposed. Although it was true that weapons that resisted soul force attacks were rare, when entering the top 8 battle arena, the governments of their countries would do their best to equip their martial artists with a soul defense weapon. Akil let out a cold smile. "You think that's enough to defend against my attacks?" Saying that, Achilles' pupils shot out 2 beams of piercing cold aura. These 2 beams of cold ons contained endless coldness, as if they were able to freeze everything. Snort, snort, snort! The air around Wang Hao instantly solidified. Those 2 beams of cold awnings were incredibly fast, passing in the blink of an eye. Akil stretched out his right palm and slapped at Wang Hao through the air. Immediately, a black vortex appeared in the center of Achilles' palm. The black vortex crazily absorbed the free energy in the air and gradually grew, eventually coalescing into a black energy ball the size of a millstone. This black energy ball was pitch black, just like a black hole. Chapter 137, Advancing to the Final Four. The corner of Achilles' mouth curled up slightly as he coldly shouted, "Go to hell!" In a split second, the black energy ball shot out, fast to the extreme, heading straight for Wang Hao. In the face of such a powerful strike from Akil, Wang Hao appeared to be exceptionally calm. Holding the rhythmic frost sword, he took a step forward and used the soul martial skill Silent Spirit technique. Wang Hao's soul force formed a soul gun and stabbed straight at Achilles' brow, wanting to destroy the other party's sea of consciousness. Humph! A trivial skill. Akil sneered, surprisingly not fearing Wang Hao's soul attack in the slightest, still urging the energy ball condensed by his soul energy. Wang Hao also let out a cold smile, and similarly released his soul power to form a soul gun to charge forward. The soul gun slammed into the black energy ball and directly shattered it. The black energy ball crumbled apart, turning into a wisp of free soul power that dissipated. Put! Akil spat out blood. The people under the field were stunned. They didn't expect that Akil would be inferior to Wang Hao in the soul power competition. At this time, the Chinese martial artists were also in a state of excitement. Wei Yang said indifferently, "It seems that the Middle Eastern country's intelligence information didn't do its job. They don't know that Wang Hao is also the best among the younger generation of pharmacists in our country of China." At this moment, another martial king-ranked martial artist laughed. What they may have gathered is that Wang Hao is only a beginner B-ranked apothecary in the potion competition, and his soul power is not as good as Achilles'. Plus, Akil has a soul martial skill, so they're even less afraid. But now this looks like Wang Hao's soul power is even stronger than Achilles'. Achilles' face turns serious. "I have underestimated you." Akil pondered for a moment and said, "This time, I'm casting my best move, Soul Chain. I hope you can carry it." As Achilles' words fell, Achilles' aura climbed up. This time, he cast his most powerful soul attack. Soul Chain. Akil roared, his palms clasped together as he mouthed the words, his eyes blossoming with divine splendor. A silver-white illusory soul chain flew out from his body and attacked Wang Hao. Soul Chain, this was Achilles' soul-type attack technique. This soul chain was a manifestation of his soul force, and it had a very strong penetrating power. Once hit by a soul chain, the soul would suffer a heavy blow. Swoosh, the illusory soul chains, with a sharp air-breaking sound, headed straight for Wang Hao. Wang Hao's legs violently stomped on the ground, and his body drew up a few inches, holding his long sword to meet it. Boom! Wang Hao slashed his sword on top of the soul chains, making a loud roar. However, Wang Hao felt that the illusory soul chain was incredibly hard and unmoving. "I told you a long time ago that you're far from my match in terms of soul force attainment. I advise you not to struggle unnecessarily and admit defeat obediently," Akil said coldly to Wang Hao. Admit defeat? Wang Hao sneered and prepared to execute the seventh layer of the Xian Yuan sword code. Wang Hao used his soul force to maneuver the rhythmic frost sword to hover in mid-air, and the blade of the sword was flooded with dots of starlight, which converged to form a long sword that was about 10 feet long and incredibly sharp, and then Wang Hao swung down violently. In an instant, the rhyming frost sword collided with Achilles' illusory soul chains. Catching the rhyming frost sword directly cut off the illusory soul chain and chopped towards Akil. How is this possible? How could you have such massive soul power? Seeing that his illusory soul chains were actually cut apart, Akil stared at Wang Hao with wide eyes in disbelief. Humph! A mere soul chain can't help me? Wang Hao sneered. Afterward, Wang Hao slashed at Akil with another sword. Pooh! Akil spewed out blood, his face turned pale, and his body staggered back a few steps. Damn! Akil cursed. He had already been seriously injured from that collision just now, and he didn't realize that Wang Hao was hiding such a strong soul martial skill. Soul chains! Akil shouted angrily, once again controlling the remaining soul chains to sweep toward Wang Hao. Wang Hao's eyes flinched as his soul power converged in his long sword, then he waved it and slashed out continuously. Bang bang bang, 3 consecutive sword slashes landed on the soul chains, directly chopping the soul chains into smithereens, turning into roiling soul power that drifted and scattered in all directions. Akil directly spat out a mouthful of blood. His soul power had been exhausted, unable to continue to maintain the attack of the soul chain, resulting in the soul chain shattering. Achilles' face was pale. The soul chain was his bottom card, and after it was shattered by Wang Hao, he was also seriously injured. Damn it! Achilles' eyes were crimson as he gritted his teeth in outrage. He didn't expect Wang Hao to have a bottom card, and this infuriated him greatly. Wang Hao gripped the rhyming frost sword tightly and said, "You're not my opponent, admit defeat." Akil clenched his fists, still trying to fight to make a last stand. At that moment, the Middle Eastern country's strongest leader shouted, "Akil concedes defeat." The Middle Eastern country's strongman also understood that he couldn't compete with Wang Hao in terms of soul power, and it was even more impossible to fight against him in other aspects. If Wang Hao killed Akil, it would be a great loss for the Middle East. Achilles' soul power talent was one of the best in his opinion, but he never thought that he would meet such a perverted player like Wang Hao. Wang Hao's victory against Akil, especially with his soul power, had all the martial artists in the audience talking. I told you, Wang Hao will definitely win against Akil. Wang Hao is a great honor for China. Aha! It's only right. I never thought that Wang Hao's soul power would be so powerful, completely surpassing Achilles'. Achilles' strength is indeed not weak. If he hadn't met Wang Hao, he might have won. But he's destined to lose when he meets Wang Hao. Achilles' face was gloomy, and his heart was filled with resentment, itching to kill Wang Hao by 1,000 cuts. He looked at Wang Hao, snorted coldly, and said, "Kid, you dare to hit my face? You wait for me, one day, I'll make you pay. I wish you would have punched me in the face earlier. If it wasn't for your leader admitting defeat for you, you'd be lying in the ring right now." Wang Hao sneered. After Wang Hao won, many martial artists cheered, and the morale of the Chinese country's representative team was soaring. And Ziyong came forward, patted Wang Hao on the shoulder, and exclaimed, "Awesome, I didn't expect your soul power to be so strong." "Thanks for the compliment, you should also cheer up," Wang Hao said. And Ziyong nodded. The next matchup was in Ziyong facing Clark. Clark is an ancient African player who specializes in hiding in the shadows and delivering deadly blows to his opponents. The assassin's style of attack would be at home in the jungle, but in the middle of the ring, it limits him greatly. Chapter 138, the 8th level of the Xian Yuan Sword Codex. However, with his dark attribute offensive talent, he had also killed his way into the top 8. And Ziyong picked up his iron spear and danced slowly and rhythmically. Every time Ziyong danced his iron spear, it was like someone was beating a drum. Dum 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 dum. A sound of an iron spear striking the ground shook the mind. Clark, on the other hand, was dressed in black, holding a dagger in his hand, and directly radiating a black mist that enveloped the entire ring. The audience below the arena couldn't see the content of the match for a while. Only the strong could see the battle shrouded in black mist. Clark used the cover of the black mist to move his body against the ring, silently approaching Ziyong. And Ziyong, on the other hand, waited directly in place and did not panic in the slightest. Just as Clark was approaching Ziyong, and Ziyong suddenly raised his head, his right arm swung slightly, and his iron spear stabbed out violently. With a swish sound, the iron spear cut through the void, emitting a sharp whistling sound, pointing directly at Clark's chest. The corner of Clark's mouth spread a cruel smile, his feet stepped on the ring, and his body was as fast as a ghost dodging the attack of the iron gun. In the next instant, Clark appeared behind Ziyong, raised his dagger and stabbed at Ziyong's neck area. And Ziyong reacted quickly and flung his iron gun, the end of the gun slamming hard into Clark behind him. Bang! Clark's body swayed to avoid the iron gun. After the iron spear finished dancing, Ziyong suddenly jumped up and stabbed at Clark, who was standing not far away. Whoosh! And Ziyong was very fast and closed in on Clark in the blink of an eye. And Ziyong's iron spear was tricky and vicious, pointing straight at Clark's brow. The corner of Clark's mouth spread a wicked smile, his right foot lightly raised, his body slightly sideways, dodging the iron gun. At the same time, he jumped up and the dagger in his hand stabbed at the back of Ziyong's head. This kind of sneak attack was hard to defend against because Clark was so fast and the distance was so short that there was no time to defend. And at this very moment, Ziyong flicked his wrist, and his iron spear was like a dragon coming out of the sea, instantly sweeping out. Brush! A flash of cold light appeared. Clark only felt a sharp pain coming from his neck, and he hurriedly looked down, only to see that a tiny bloodstain had appeared on his neck. Clark was horrified. He knew that Ziyong's move was a fatal move, but he was simply too late to dodge it. And Ziyong's iron spear was too bizarre, as if it had pre-calculated the attack route so as to accurately hit the target. Bang! Clark's figure leaned back and fell to the ground. And Ziyong retrieved his iron gun and walked over to Clark. Clark covered his neck, blood gurgling. He stared at Ziyong unwillingly, his eyes malicious. "What? You're not convinced?" And Ziyong withdrew his iron spear and asked indifferently. Although Ziyong had killed the Tianzhu kingdom's martial artist before, it was because of the reason why Galeva had killed Qinjiahao before. And Ziyong was not a murderous person himself. Otherwise, he could have directly ended Clark's life just now. Clark still wanted to continue fighting, but the blood from the wound on his neck couldn't stop pouring out. "I admit defeat." Clark covered his wound and hissed unwillingly. And Ziyong smiled contemptuously and said, "Admit it." With that, the referee declared Ziyong the winner. The Chinese martial artists once again fell into jubilation. This time, the contestants who entered the quarterfinals were Julia, Wang Hao, and Ziyong and Angel. The final 4 battle will be held in 3 days. The senior management of China was extremely satisfied with the fact that 2 players had made it to the quarterfinals. Wang Hao and Ziyong were the best of the younger generation in China, and their performance was eye-catching and excited the top brass of China. Moreover, if the 2 developed normally, they would inevitably enter the martial king realm and become the backbone of the Chinese nation's martial artists. This kind of talent naturally required the government to focus on cultivating it. As for Liang Ziyu, Chen Yuhang, Xiu Hongguang and Su Rue, although they didn't make it to the quarterfinals, they all went through this competition to sharpen their skills and have huge potential for the future. Good. Watching the players of the Chinese team qualify for the quarterfinals, the senior management of the Chinese nation was thrilled beyond measure. These people, in the future, were all pillars of talent, worthy of their key cultivation. The leaders of the representative teams from various countries all revealed envious and jealous gazes. How are these Chinese people so lucky? First, there was an Ziyong, and this time, an even more terrifying Wang Hao appeared. The strong leader of the Western European country cursed lowly. At this moment, in the northwest base, Zhou Yaqing in the Mercenary Alliance was wearing a black silk sheath dress, sitting on the sofa with her legs folded, one hand resting on the coffee table, and the other resting on her cheek as she stared at the computer screen. The computer screen was displaying the just concluded World Young Martial Artist Competition's Elite 8 battle, and the host was doing his best to introduce Wang Hao and Ji Yong, who had entered the final four. Zhou Yaqing stared at Wang Hao's picture for a long time, her eyes narrowed as she muttered, "I wonder if I'll cross paths with you again in the future." As for the Magic Capital Mercenary Alliance, the Bison Squad, which had just returned from a field mission, immediately inquired about the results of the youth competition. After learning the result that Wang Hao had entered the quarterfinals, Lu Bison laughed out loud and said, "What a surprise! That brat was able to enter the quarterfinals, it's just too surprising." Zhao Mang, on the other hand, put down the magical beast corpse in his hands and said, "Great. I really didn't expect Wang Hao to be able to make it this far. Boss, when I go back, I have to tell the others this news so that they will die of envy. You just remember to show off all day long, hurry up and improve your strength properly." Zhongli skimmed his lips and said. At this time, Wildcat was staring at the screen playing Wang Hao's news, his eyes flickering in the depths of his eyes, not knowing what exactly he was thinking in his heart. There were still 3 days to go, while Wang Hao declined all activities and was just in his room, comprehending the 8th steel diagram of the Xian Yuan sword cannon. Wang Hao observed the images in the steel diagram step by step, rehearsing various attack moves over and over again to familiarize himself with how they worked. In these 3 days, although Wang Hao had devoted himself to it and his soul power had already become at the level of a grade A apothecary, he still had not been able to fully control the flying sword. Because flying swords required soul power to maneuver, Wang Hao had to first skillfully master his soul power to the extent of doing whatever he wanted before he could make the most accurate attacks. Buzz, suddenly a slight tremor emanated from Wang Hao's brow, as if a gust of wind had blown by. Immediately afterward, Wang Hao opened his eyes, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "So that's how it is, so I understand what to do," Wang Hao muttered to himself. A silver flying sword appeared out of thin air in front of Wang Hao's body, which Wang Hao had formed with his soul power. Wang Hao's mind moved, and the silver flying sword instantly disappeared. The next moment it appeared beside him again out of thin air and was held in his hand. Though only for a brief second. Chapter 139, Julia vs. Ji Yong. However, Wang Hao had already determined that this kind of soul force manipulation, this was the 8th layer of the Xian Yuan sword cannon's soul force manipulation. Wang Hao came outdoors and once again activated his soul force, controlling the flying sword to shoot towards a stone pier in the distance. Whoosh! The flying sword was as fast as the wind, hitting the stone pier in an instant. Boom! With a loud bang, the stone pier turned into powder and debris flew. Shoo! Another sword, the flying sword broke through the air and attacked. Put! A cold aura cut through the void and chopped into the stone pier. Wang Hao nodded at the sight and said to himself, "This will do. The next step is to familiarize yourself with the way your soul force manipulates the flying sword's attacks. This is just a preliminary mastery of the 8th layer of the Xian Yuan sword cannon." The 7th layer of the Xian Yuan sword cannon was equivalent to a 6-star martial marquis full power strike, while the 8th layer was directly doubled, equivalent to a peak martial marquis strike. Only by mastering the 8th layer of the Xian Yuan sword dictionary or taking the Flood sword dictionary one step further would Wang Hao have the backing to win the championship. After all, the remaining 3 of the top 4 contestants were all 24 years old, and he himself was only 19. This was also the reason why the outside world paid so much attention to Wang Hao. In their eyes, the next champion would definitely be Wang Hao if he competed. However, Wang Hao might not participate in the competition if he broke through to become a martial king within 5 years, and the martial king realm would be a crushing existence if he participated in the competition. This is all an afterthought. Now the first thing is to play well in the final 4. As soon as Wang Hao left the room, the staff next to him said, "The results of the draw have come out, your opponent is Angel. Leader Wei Young has already said that you should hurry to the venue as soon as you leave the house, they are afraid of disturbing your cultivation." Wang Hao nodded his head to signal. For the senior management of China, they were torn as to whether Wang Hao and Ji Yong would meet in the quarterfinals. If they meet, it will be an internecine battle, but at least it will ensure that one of them makes it to the quarterfinals. If they meet each other separately, there is a possibility that they will both reach the final, but they may also be eliminated at the same time. The results of the lottery came out yesterday. On Ji Yong vs. Julia. Angle vs. Wang Hao. The drawbout has been making a lot of noise around the world in the past 2 days. Chinese netizens and North American netizens, Western European netizens were in an uproar, and many commentators were predicting the direction of the 2 matches. If we follow common sense, Julia should win the bout to advance to the finals. However, Ji Yong's strength as a famous expert in the Chinese country cannot be ignored. Wang Hao had a very eye-catching performance in the final 8, and I think he'll beat him. I don't think so. Angel's blade skills are extremely strong, but he's a swordsman who has comprehended the meaning of the blade. The controversy continues in major international forums. But no matter what, all the spectators were looking forward to these 2 matches. After all, this represented the top battle between the world's young martial artists. Especially the audience from the country of China was extremely excited and looking forward to these 2 matches. And Ji Yong will win. The national flag of China fluttered in the wind. Go Wan Hao. We support you. Go En Jiang. We love you. Various banners and slogans were shouted out in unison, making the entire network boil. Go Wan Hao. Wan Hao. You're my role model. Wang Hao, I'll always support you. On the official website of the World Youth Martial Arts Competition, Chinese netizens were frantically swiping the screen, shouting and cheering for Wang Hao and En Jiang. First out of the gate was the duel between En Jiang and Julia. En Jiang, dressed in black and holding a long spear, had a robust body with bulging muscles, and his eyes were bursting with intense battle intent. Even if he was facing Julia, who was a Martial Marquis 8-star, and Jiang, who was a Martial Marquis 6-star, did not have the slightest fear. On the other hand, Julia was dressed in a white sweatshirt, holding a sharp sword, valiant and imposing, her pretty face icy cold, her eyes full of battle intent. At this time, too many people on the internet were paying attention to this match. I think Julia has a little more chance of winning, right? After all, she is a Martial Marquis 8-star strength, 2 stars higher than En Jiang. The difference between 1 star of Martial Marquis is huge. A spectator said. Julia is the strongest player in North America, but En Jiang was previously known as the #1 martial artist of the younger generation in China. Her strength isn't weak, so she should have a bottom card as well. There were also people who retorted. Don't forget that Julia survived under a strong martial king. No matter what, I always support En Jiang. He is the pride of our Chinese nation. That's right, whoever dares to question En Jiang, I'll be in a hurry with them. While netizens from various countries were arguing online, the duo on the field was not affected much. En Jiang was the first to use his spear to charge at Julia. With her long sword in hand, Julia met En Jiang and the two fought fiercely. A long spear was wielded in a dense manner, bringing with it a whistling strong wind with amazing power. All of Julia's moves carried an overpowering momentum. Not only was Julia's realm high, but her martial arts skills were also extremely skillful, obviously practiced for many days, and each move carried a terrifying pressure. Swish! Julia performed the sky steps, instantly dodging En Jiang's spear stabbing strike, and smoothly approaching En Jiang's side, chopping at his neck with a sword. En Jiang's spear swept across, blocking Julia's attack route, and the spear smashed down towards Julia's chest. The spear was waved like a dragon exploring the sea, whistling and stabbing at Julia. Clang! Julia raised her sword across her face, and sparks erupted with a resounding clang. Drink! En Jiang roared, his lance shook like a viper spitting out its letter as it swiftly stabbed at Julia's chest. Julia's face did not change color, her delicate body twisted, her right foot raised and kicked at En Jiang's waist. It was a hard clash. Julia did not move at all, while En Jiang fell back several meters. Seeing this, Julia once again stood up with her sword. Bang bang bang! The two of them fiercely fought together, their swords and spears clashing, sparks flying everywhere. This was a wonderful competition, both of them were experts, their fighting skills were skillful and deadly, watching the audience's heartbeat continuously. En Jiang deserves to be the best of the young generation in China. This strength is by no means a waste of time. Su Rui muttered. En Jiang's performance was completely beyond her imagination. The North American camp at this time was also surprised by En Jiang's performance. In their eyes, Julia should have been devastatingly victorious. Facing Julia, who has the highest reputation for winning the championship, En Jiang did not fall behind too much. Clang! En Jiang held his lance and blocked Julia's chop with a single shot. At this time, En Jiang's counterattack arrived. Arrogant shot. The true essence in En Jiang's body surged wildly and poured into the spear, causing the spear to tremble violently and emitted dazzling green light. This was a martial art that En Jiang had never utilized before. Boom! Afterwards, En Jiang's lance slammed upwards, and the huge shockwave shook Julia backward by several meters. Chapter 140, Angel vs. Wang Hao. After Julia stood still, she immediately adjusted the disordered true essence in her body and prepared to attack again. Whoosh! At this time, En Jiang suddenly turned into a stream of light and rushed towards Julia, his long spear going straight for Julia's throat. So fast! Julia was taken aback. Boom! The long sword in Julia's hand swung and collided with the lance, erupting in a shower of sparks as the two of them retreated. En Jiang's speed was too fast, catching Julia off guard. En Jiang took advantage of the opportunity to pursue. His long spear was like a swimming dragon out of the water, the tip of the spear pointing, making it difficult for Julia to get out of the trap as she was tired of fighting. She swung her silver longsword and shouted, En Jiang, you were able to force me to use the A-ranked middle-rank sword skill Water Cloud Sword. You're proud enough of yourself. After saying that, Julia exuded a surging aura, and a furious aura rose from her body, sweeping in all directions. The silver longsword in Julia's hand steeply emitted a blue sword aura, which was the unique mark of the A-rank intermediate sword skill Water Cloud Sword. The aura emanating from Julia's body was strong, 50% higher than before. Under the ring, Wang Hao watched quietly, his eyes slightly narrowed. This was the second person of his age that Angel had seen who had comprehended sword intent after he had comprehended it. At this moment, Wei Yan on the Chinese camp also changed his face and muttered, surprisingly, he has comprehended 60% of the sword intent, which is even higher than Engel's 50% of the sword intent. Humph. At those words, and Ji Yong snorted coldly and was silent, not the slightest bit fearful, his long spear still attacking ferociously and domineeringly. Clang clang clang. And Ji Yong's spear technique was very strange and tricky. The long spear was like a swimming dragon, constantly stabbing at Julia. Julia's lips pursed slightly, her eyes showed a cold light, and her long sword flung out, flying towards Ji Yong. The silver longsword in Julia's hand erupted into a brilliant blue sword aura, like the waves of the ocean, constantly rushing towards Ji Yong. Buzz in Ji Yong's gun momentum became slowed down, seemingly under immense pressure. Afterward, Julia's figure flickered and disappeared. And Ji Yong's face changed slightly. Right at this moment, a flash of cold on cut through space and headed straight for Ji Yong's throat, so fast that it was impossible to catch the trajectory. Julia's stance had actually improved a lot more, and her speed had accelerated even more. Poof! Julia's long sword pierced through Ji Yong's shoulder. And Ji Yong's shoulder was dripping with blood. A smile appeared at the corner of Julia's mouth, a smile of victory. Ji Yong, admit defeat. Otherwise, I will stab you through the heart with a sword. Julia stared at Ji Yong and said indifferently. Ji Yong shook his head and smiled bitterly, Julia, I know that you are stronger than me. But today I must defeat you. I will not admit defeat when I step into this ring. Then there's nothing more to say. Julia gripped her long sword tightly. In an instant, a majestic aura emanated from Julia's body, and a brilliant and eye-catching blue light lit up on her brow, releasing an oceanic aura. Julia utilized her water talent to the fullest. Ji Yong covered his wounds and clenched his teeth as he stared at Julia, his eyes radiating endless battle intent. Ji Yong was a proud man who had always been the best among his peers. In the military department, it was always him who defeated others. When had he ever been beaten so badly? Julia's strength completely galvanized his battle intent. Ah! Ji Yong roared up to the sky, his body erupted with a furious and extreme aura, and the long spear in his hand emitted a deafening dragon roar. Ji Yong's long spear blossomed with a dazzling white light, the kind of white light that seemed to be transmitted from the yellow springs of the nine hells, making people unable to resist wanting to worship and submit. Julia also gripped her silver longsword tightly, stimulating all 60% of her sword intent. The martial artists under the field all stood up. They understood that this was the final competition between the two. The Chinese martial artists all had their fists clenched tightly and looked solemn, their gazes gazing at the two men in the ring, their eyes steely and resolute as they cheered for Ji Yong. Kill! Ji Yong was the first to strike, his feet violently stepping on the ground, his figure instantly rose up, leaping through the air, his long spear smashing down with terrifying might. Rumble! With a loud bang, the ring raised a sky of smoke and dust. The crowd could only vaguely see two silhouettes entwined together, and no one could clearly see who was who. Boom boom boom! The ring trembled violently as the two exchanged fierce blows. Boom boom boom! On the ring, layer after layer of gray soil was blown apart, wood shavings flew horizontally, and the hard stones of the ring kept falling. The battle between the two was too intense, almost every exchange brought up a terrifying might, causing the martial artists under the ring to involuntarily take a few steps back. Finally, the ring returned to calm. At this point, falling into everyone's picture then. One of Julia's silver longsword pierced through Ji Yong's chest. Hiss! Ji Yong sucked in a breath of cool air, his face filled with pain. Plop! Ji Yong fell to his knees in the ring and spat out a large mouthful of blood. Ji Yong hung his head low, his face pale, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, and his body trembling slightly. How is it, Ji Yong? Still want to continue? In the ring, Julia said indifferently. Ji Yong raised his head with difficulty and wiped off the blood from the corner of his mouth, a stubborn flame filling his eyes. Stubborn! Julia hummed softly. Just then, Wei Yang shouted, Ji Yong admits defeat. As soon as the words fell, Julia drew her rapier, jumped out of the ring, and walked out of the arena. At this time, the North American camp was in a frenzy. They understood that Julia was still the same Julia who was invincible among her peers. China, on the other hand, fell into silence, Ji Yong's performance earlier gave them hope, but they didn't expect to lose to Julia. The medical staff rushed forward to treat Ji Yong. It was fortunate that Julia's last sword avoided Ji Yong's heart area, otherwise Ji Yong might have died on the spot. As the paramedics carried Ji Yong out, Ji Yong glanced at Wang Hao. Said, I'll leave the following to you. Wang Hao walked forward, shook Ji Yong's hand, and nodded. Ji Yong's loss also caused Huaguo to place all of his expectations on Wang Hao. After the staff finished repairing the ring, Wang Hao gripped the rhythmic frost sword and came directly to the ring. Angel also came to the ring at this time. He was holding a silver-white scimitar, dressed in black, and his entire person was filled with an austere aura. You're very strong. Wang Hao looked at Angel and said in a deep voice. Angel responded in a low voice, if you don't want to be killed on the spot by me like Walcott, just admit defeat. You're still young, the next term is your stage. Wang Hao waved his rhyming frost sword and said, I think this term is my stage, come on. Angel held a silver-white scimitar in his hand and was the first to attack towards Wang Hao. Chapter 141 Advancing to the Finals. One could only see Angel's figure suddenly blur, drifting like a phantom, making people unable to figure out his location and at a fast speed. Wang Hao gazed at Angel, a cautious look appeared on his face, secretly saying, this Angel is really strong and fast. Wang Hao didn't dare to be careless and ran the instantaneous spy shadow steps, increasing his speed by a few points to avoid being sneak attacked by Angel. Seeing this, Angel flicked his wrist, and the silver-white scimitar in his hand blossomed with a dazzling, eye-catching light, cutting through the air and slashing at Wang Hao's head. Wang Hao let out a cold snort as the rhyming frost sword swept out and chopped at Angel. Clang! The silver-white scimitar slashed at the rhythmic frost sword, emitting the sound of metal clanging together, rippling out circle after circle of shockwaves visible to the naked eye, spreading out in all directions. Angel and Wang Hao each took a few steps backward, and Angel's face revealed a look of surprise. I can't imagine that you've also comprehended sword intent, it seems that you still have a lot of cards left in your hand from the previous match. Wang Hao smiled at the corner of his mouth and said, you'd better come up with the real thing, or you'll definitely be the one who loses. Swish! Wang Hao's figure disappeared in place and appeared behind Angel, and the rhyming frost sword slashed down hard. Angel reacted strangely fast, the silver-white scimitar in his hand blocking across his chest. Clang! The rhythmic frost sword slashed against the silver-white scimitar with a loud bang. Wang Hao's body swayed and did not move. Angel took several consecutive steps backwards before he managed to stop his body, and his face was filled with horror. Just now, he had carried Wang Hao's sword hard, and he had actually felt pain. Wang Hao's physical strength was surprisingly so strong, it seemed that one could not underestimate Wang Hao's strength. Angel didn't have any nonsense, and directly made use of a low-grade martial skill, Silver Windblade. He had previously killed Walcott with this move. In an instant, all the clothes on his body exploded and turned into powder. Angel's skin became crystal clear, as if it was jade, with a faint fluorescent glow. A silver-white crescent-shaped blade aura shot out from Angel's right-hand scimitar. The silver-colored blade aura shot towards Wang Hao like a stream of light, and its speed was simply beyond imagination. Wang Hao didn't dare to slow down, immediately mobilized his entire body, holding the rhythmic frost sword and using the purple emperor sword technique, he chopped out a stern purple sword on. Clang! The purple sword aura crashed into the silver sword aura, emitting an ear-piercing sound, and the two sword auras collapsed and dissipated into the air. Whoosh! Angel's silhouette fluttered and bullied his way in again, waving the silver scimitar in his hand, slicing through the void and slashing at Wang Hao's neck. Angel bullied his way closer, the silver-white scimitar in his hand danced like a fly, and the blade she crisscrossed across the sky, densely enveloping Wang Hao. Clang clang clang! Wang Hao's wrist twitched, and the rhyming frost sword and the silver-white scimitar intertwined violently, rubbing out gusts of sparks. Ding! The silver scimitar was blocked by the rhyming frost sword, and Wang Hao's arms violently exerted force, shocking away the silver and white scimitar. Then his left foot stepped out and his right leg swept out horizontally, bringing up a whistling wind sound as it kicked at the silver-white scimitar. This kick was powerful and contained the force of 10,000 pounds. Angel was caught off guard, his right arm went numb and his body staggered back. Wang Hao took the opportunity to pursue and swung his sword at Angel's throat. Angel's expression was grave, and he hurriedly turned defense into offense, waving his scimitar in his right hand with surging true essence, smashing the tip of the rhythmic frost sword. Both sides retreated a few steps backward. Put! Angel sprayed out a mouthful of blood, his face paled and his body shook. Angel understood that Wang Hao's strength was far beyond his imagination. Not only was his sword skill superior, but the sword intent he had comprehended was on par with his own blade intent. At the same time, his body strength was strong, and he had to use his final killer move. Angel said to Wang Hao, I can't control the power of the following blade move myself. If you admit defeat now it's not too late, otherwise don't blame me for serious injury or death. Wang Hao gripped the rhythmic frost sword tightly and didn't say anything more. Seeing this, Angel directly revolved his true essence, waved his silver scimitar, and shouted, this is the class A high-grade blade technique blood battle kill. In a flash, the entire sky darkened, and Angel condensed all 50% of his blade intent into the move blood battle kill. The silver scimitar erupted with a brilliant red light, and a destructive force filled the air and swept through the 8 directions. At this moment, the hearts and minds of the spectators jumped wildly, and the hairs of sweat on their bodies stood up. Angel's move was too terrifying. Rumble! The silver scimitar slashed out a blade that was 5 feet wide, carrying a whistling wind as it chopped toward Wang Hao. Boom! Wang Hao decided to use the 5th style of the Flood Sword Codex, Blazing Sun Burning Sky. During this period of time, in addition to studying the Xian Yuan Sword Code, Wang Hao had not left the Flood Sword Code behind. After all, this was an S-class martial skill, and after mastering it, it was extremely powerful. Essence light blossomed in his eyes, and with a thought, the true essence in his body soared, and a majestic aura filled the entire ring. In an instant, a destructive aura swept across the entire arena, and the defensive boundaries at the edge of the ring trembled violently. Boom! A round of blazing sun emerged behind Wang Hao, as if it could burn everything in the world, scorching hot and illuminating the entire ring. Snort! With this strike, Wang Hao felt that his sword intent was going to touch the edge of 60%. As Wang Hao violently pushed out, this round of blazing sun carried the terrifying pressure of destroying the sky and earth, crushing the void and ruthlessly slamming into Angel's silver blade aura. Boom! With a muffled sound, the boundary on the ring's periphery couldn't support it and completely collapsed. Luckily, the organizers had a martial artist step in directly to block out the aftermath of the battle. In the center of the ring, smoke and dust filled the sky. When the dust cleared, the audience could only see the sword-ons crumbling and the blazing sun unharmed. Ah! Angel screamed miserably, his right shoulder was scorched and dripping with blood. Wang Hao scored a hit and rode on his victory, once again casting blazing sun burning sky. A scorching hot sun hung in the sky like a dazzling blazing sun, emitting terrifying energy fluctuations. Angel realized that if he couldn't block this blow, he would be the one to fail. Buzz! Angel's bones crackled all over his body, his skin took on a strange red color, and his breath instantly soared to the peak. Die! Angel shouted, brandishing his silver-white scimitar and rushing towards Wang Hao, ready to fight for his life. Only to see the silver scimitar detach from his palm and float in the air. The silver light on the blade flickered and gradually converged to the hilt, eventually fusing into a silver scimitar. However, in the face of Angel's final counterattack, Wang Hao's face was as calm as water, and he met the sword with both hands he had already prepared to fight to the death. Boom! Wang Hao Rhyming Frost sword carried blazing flames and chopped down the silver scimitar, then slashed at Angel's chest, sending a deafening collision sound. Angel's chest collapsed down, and he opened his mouth to spray out a mouthful of blood as his body flew backwards out of the ring, smashing into the hard wall. But Angel fell limply to the ground, his whole body fractured in many places, losing his fighting strength. Without a doubt, the winner of this match was Wang Hao.